crossing the primordial chaos, you become the six-eared macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys. Being familiar with the plot, you know that you and your four brothers were originally powerful beings with strong roots and origins, transcending beyond the six realms, not within the three realms, and not confined by the five elements. If not for the schemes of outsiders, you would have been four mighty beings supporting the heavens. However, the four monkeys emerged too late and fell victim to various schemes, each ending up in a more tragic state than the last. According to the original plot, oneself would be trapped by the Tathagata with a golden bowl, then killed by the spiritually enlightened stone monkey, a brother of the same origin, with a single blow, leading to death and disappearance. The second brother, Wozeki, was ultimately chained by Dayu with a large iron chain around his neck, then pressed by the heavenly god under Turtle Mountain on the south bank of the Huai River, sitting in captivity until exhausting his essence. The third brother, Yuan Hong, a powerful merchant, was killed by the immortal slaying flying knife bestowed by Jiang Zia of the Chan sect, and his soul was completely destroyed. The fourth brother, Sun Wukong, also wore a tight-fitting headband curse, and was forcibly converted into Buddhism, never to see the light of day again, his fate unknown. Just as you felt helpless in your heart, suddenly a huge blood-red ape phantom appeared, speaking in human language. 6 ears. I am your ancestor. I know you have countless doubts in your heart, the reasons for which need not be explained in detail. You will understand in the future. I have little time left. I only ask you one question. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? You, who were originally feeling down, now became restless upon hearing about the chaotic demon ape and its legacy. You immediately smoothed out the messy fur on top of your head with your monkey paw, solemnly bowed and said, Ancestor, the six-eared macaque is willing. I know my own destiny, so I ask for your blessing. Ancestor. The demon monkey furrowed its brow lightly and said, Lu Air, in the battle of the creation of the world, I was defeated and will soon disappear completely. I can no longer protect you. Everything will depend on you. Protect your three brothers well. I, your ancestor, never back down from a fight against the heavens and the earth. Remember, do not disgrace my name. The chaotic demon monkey's phantom lightly raised a finger, once again pointing at the center of your brow, using the last bit of its remaining soul power in the primordial chaos to pass on the inheritance to you. After a long time, you feel yourself growing stronger continuously, and the foundation of your roots has also been greatly enhanced. The inheritance of the old ancestor turned out to be a trace of the law of war and the complete version of the 9 transformation profound technique. Then, the shadow of the ape revealed a faint smile, with a myriad of reluctance and a look of unwillingness in its eyes. The shadow gradually dissipated, falling apart into dust piece by piece. The original host, 6 ears, was born too late and lacked a suitable cultivation method. Despite having a strong foundation, he is still a newbie in the primordial world. Fortunately, he has inherited the legacy of top-tier experts like the Chaos Demon Ape. In the ageless chaos of the primordial world, after 100,000 years, you finally broke through the early stage of the Golden Immortal in the primordial Supreme Tao, through cultivating the 9 revolutions profound technique to the second level of the law of battle. Thanks to the ancestral heritage, you have already begun to comprehend the laws at the early stage of the Golden Immortal, able to harness the battle intent of the primordial world. At this time in the primordial world, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilans have retreated, and the top powers in the primordial world are all late-stage golden immortals of the 3 clears. As your cultivation has reached a bottleneck and further asceticism seems meaningless, you decide to venture out in search of opportunities to advance more quickly. However, at this moment, Han Jun had not yet begun to preach. Most of the powerful innate treasures in the primordial chaos were collected by this old lamp, creating the illusion that there were not many powerful spiritual treasures in the current primordial chaos. There are also no innate treasures about to emerge. Integrating the memories of your 2 lifetimes, you suddenly thought of the 3 Immortal Island. On the 3 Immortal Islands, there must be some opportunity, but now these 3 Immortal Islands have not yet emerged. This was originally the opportunity of the Eastern King, if only it could belong to oneself. How can one find the 3 Immortal Islands? This is another puzzle for you. At this moment, you suddenly think of Zenyuanzi. He possesses a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Treasure Mirror, also known as the Earth Book, which can organize the geography of the primordial world. It must be able to locate the 3 Immortal Islands. Moreover, Zenyuanzi is widely recognized as a kind person, so seeking his help should be the right choice. Soon, outside the Wanshou Mountain's 5 Zhuang Temple, you instinctively probe the temple with your keen listening skills, but you are noticed by Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi, who was preaching, spoke the Dharma with his words following, saying, "The Dharma cannot be transmitted by word of mouth. as it will backfire. His words shook the 6 spiritual ears of the primordial spirit, almost injuring his original source. Fortunately, Zenyuanzi restrained his power. From where do these demons come, daring to disturb my Mount Fusion? Zenyuanzi roared angrily. Lu'er quickly retracted his supernatural powers, bowing and apologizing. Great Immortal, please don't be angry. I am Lu'er, the macaque with 6 ears. I came to seek your help. Fearing rejection, I resorted to spying out of helplessness. I hope you can forgive my actions. I was sincere in my demeanor, with innocent eyes, resembling a well-behaved child. Zenyuanzi furrowed his brow and said, "You, monkey, are quite interesting. Speak, what brings you to this deity?" You hurriedly replied, "Great Immortal, I know of your vast powers. I sense a great opportunity awaiting me in the East Sea, yet I have been searching tirelessly without success. Only your divination can help me find my way. I hope that the Great Immortal can lend a hand. If you command, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water in the days to come." Zenyuanzi furrowed his brows slightly and said, "You, monkey, are quite sincere, but I cannot help you. Since it is your destiny, you will find it in the end. The time has not come yet, so do not be too hasty. Be patient and continue your search." Zenyuanzi closed his divine powers and ignored you. Helpless, you could only stand foolishly in front of the Wuzhuang temple, hoping to move Zenyuanzi with the method of Blue Star Changmen. So you stood in front of the Wuzhuang temple for 100 years, but Zenyuanzi, the ruthless one, did not even bother to ask. Just as you were feeling disheartened and ready to leave, a red cloud suddenly drifted over from the horizon. The red cloud saw a monkey standing in front of a friend's house, dressed in tattered clothes, looking haggard, covered in moss, obviously having stood there for a long time. The heart of the red cloud was immediately filled with compassion. Familiarly, the red cloud struck up a conversation, saying, "Oh dear little brother, how long have you been standing here? Grass is growing on you. And as for you, brother Shen Yuan, how can you treat guests like this? Let me go and have a word with him." You cupped your hands and clasped your fists, saying, "Thank you for your care, brother Han Yun. I, the 6-eared macaque, have come to seek help from the great immortal Shen Yuan. It was presumptuous of me, not the fault of the great immortal Shen Yuan." As the words fell, Zenyuanzi's figure appeared. "How do you recognize me, brother Han Yun?" Han Yun also looked at you with a puzzled expression, as if asking if we had met before. Monkey knows his chance to come. Shen Yuanzi difficult to get. Red cloud good talk Must incite first break through him. 6 ears hard pinched a thigh. Eyes red. Squeeze out 2 tears. Then again arching fist, since my 6 ears incarnation. With the wind and rain. In the grass and trees as a companion. Born on the ground. Lonely, where there is a spirit of wisdom of the thing. It is not that it harms me. Is that I hurt it? The weak is strong. Do not know the warmth of the thing. Red Cloud couldn't stop nodding after hearing this. Monkey's words are not false words to sadness. 6 ears unconsciously began to sob choking, until today. Red Cloud big brother oh little brother. A brother weight than 1,000 pounds. A word of care. In the 6 ears as big brother father. Warm my heart. Ask today's flood. Who else can be as Red Cloud big brother as kind-hearted? 6 ears have wept. Do not care about true or falsehood. Anyway. Has been sobbing. Cannot make up their own, Red Cloud big brother's good name. The 5 lakes are known. The 4 seas praised. Can be a micro end of the road to my careers? Non-Red Cloud big brother cannot. Big brother in the upper. Subject to the little brother o worship. The 6 ears to be attached to the next worship. Red Cloud a good heart fluttering jumped hard. Face more red. I have so good. My good name or all 4 seas praised it. Aya. Good brother Brother understand me. I'm going to help the 6 ears in a hurry. Jin Yuanzi. Face green. And white. Monkey in the end experienced what? So sad and sincere. Does not seem to have false. When the poor. Oops. I have done what? With the Red Cloud big brother then. I seem to be overdoing it a bit And then embarrassed scratching his head. Red Cloud said. Little brother. Get up quickly. It's all Jin Yuan's fault. I'll be your master. Jin Yuan Z and Red Cloud friendship. As expected. Took care of the Red Cloud. Also took care of Jin Yuan Z. In the face of the Red Cloud's reproach, Jin Yuan Z did not dare to talk back. Also conscious of the shortcomings. Compensated, little brother. It is my brother overdoing it. Quickly get up. There is a drama. 6 years Oscar's acting skills straight up. The monkey essence of holding the atmosphere. It seems to be able to go further. Just see the monkey left hand hold Red Cloud thigh. Right hand hold Jin Yuanzi thigh. Cried, two brother high righteousness. 6 years admire. Since the brothers are on the little brother I call brothers. Then the little brother will be cheeky to recognize the two for the big brother. Oh. This tart operation. To the Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi hole will not. We shouted him brother. Have. Two people 4 eyes relative to each other. Do not know what to do. This situation. And not good to refuse. Monkey see play. Is crying hard, little brother admires two brothers for a long time. Little brother recognized. 2 is my big brother. Pro brother. If 2 brothers do not allow. 6 years I have no love. Or hit the death. Subsequently. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi teamed up to pull back 6 years. Who was about to hit the wall. The words had been rushed to this point. And the atmosphere had been set to this point. So the two great powers had no choice but to agree against their will. Red Cloud became the big brother. Jin Yuanzi became the second brother. And 6 years became the third brother. With these two thighs in place. The flood is stable. Chapter 4, Flooding also inside scrolls. Since the 3 brothers. 6 years still feel unstable. This guy and strike while the iron is hot. Yelling to burn incense to worship the avenue. This time can play big. Once worship avenue. That is filed at the avenue. Supervised by the avenue. The 3 will be connected to the fortune. Disaster and happiness. Become a real whole. And Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi's friendship a few yuan will be. Can be described as love than gold? Ah shucks. Righteousness. Has long had the intention of worship. Just always feel we're not right. Brother and sister well. Suddenly more than a 3. Or a 5 dregs of the dish monkey. As if it is drinking herbal tea. Throat in a dead fly. And spit out. Nausea and cannot swallow. Atmosphere are baked here. Can only be recognized. Immediately. 3 people Mu Cloud purification. Burning incense prayer I Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi. 6 years 3 people. This time to be a life and death brother. The chi is connected. The misfortune and blessing together. Live together and die together. Will never turn their backs on. Please the great Dao Jianji. Subsequently. The avenue roars. Is recognized by the 3 people invited. 3 people immediately feel the change of fortune. Things have come to a head. 6 years the sky is finally no longer that crying little kid. Squirming a few times. The monkey form revealed itself, second brother. I want to eat ginseng fruit. Jin Yuanzi had a headache. Well. I knew that collecting the oldest 3 is going to pay the price. The wood has been made. Since the third brother. Eat a fruit can say what? Threw out the golden strike, go pick it yourself. Up to 3. Eat more. You cannot afford. After eating the ginseng fruit. 6 years breath climbed. Breaking through 2 small realms one after another before stopping. And his cultivation reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. This is the top 10 best innate spiritual roots so fragrant. Subsequently. The 3 sit and discuss 1,000 years. Red cloud cultivation is the highest. Cultivate 9 life and 9 deaths 9 turn of the power of God. A long time 6 ears only to listen to understand. This is completely 9 turn of the power of God of the pirate Ah. See the name of the meaning of this whole is the 9 turn of the power of God to repair the skewed. How many times it has to die in order to repair the power of the 9 turn of the power of God, which can be stepped into the cultivation of each life. It is said that the red cloud root and foot originated from the Pangu hair. Also counted Pangu authentic. This 9 turns of Shin-gong is his old ancestor passed wrong. Or the red cloud own understanding is wrong. The good thing is that the law of the cloud has been a small success. Can call the wind and rain line cloud bray. The hand of the red cloud array can be attacked and defended and is powerful. Hand only a companion treasure. Red cloud duster. For the lower grade innate spiritual treasure. Can bind people bundle people? Can also be as tough as steel nails? As fast as a sickle hurt. Jin Yuan Zi cultivates Jun Yuan Shin Gong, which is concerned with harmonizing the 5 elements of qi in the body and stabilizing the true essence. Through the practice of this Gong method, it enables him to maintain a baby-like state of nakedness, realizing a body like a child's appearance and a face like a beauty's face, and that his true essence will not be leaked and will live the same life as heaven. This Gong method focuses on the suppression and conditioning of one's own vital energy in order to achieve the transcendental realm. Jin Yuanzi. This Gong method and the 9 turns of the Shin Gong have similarities. 6 ears suspect that this is a derivative version of the 9 turns of the Shin Gong. Not as good as the Red Clouds pirated it. Good in his heaven and earth treasures, also known as the Book of the Earth, prestigious. For the very first grade innate spiritual treasure. Can cover the sky. Comb the flood land buried. Defense is unparalleled. But also can take people trapped. 6 ears pretending to be profound. Let Jin Yuanzi with the Book of the Earth to cover the sky. And let the red cloud cloth red cloud array. The 2 great powers of the 2 suddenly froze. Angry 2 people stared at the bull's eye. As if to say, you say, if you do not tell away, a fat beating is inevitable. 6 ears see the momentum is not good. Also do not hide. Anyway, 3 people connected to the luck. Then the 9 turns of the Xian Gong narrated. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi are both top-level powers. Naturally, they are also people who know what they are talking about. The 2 of them were immersed in the Taoist fortune of the 9 revolutions of Xian Gong for a long time. And then, the cultivation that had imprisoned the 2 of them for several Yuan councils was loosened at this moment. And when 6 ears preached on the 4th revolutions of the sermon, the 2 of them had 3 flowers floating above their heads. And they condensed the 5 qi in their chests. And the flowers blossomed in 9 pints, and they had stepped into the realm of the Dalek genie mortal. The sky and the earth change color. The robbery clouds are dense. The wind and rain and thunder don't want money. Have fallen. This is the great Luo Jinxian robbery Ah. At this time the heavenly way does not come out. By the great way to test the robber. This to the 6 ears shocked bad. People listened to a Tao breakthrough in the great Luo, which only spoke to the 4th turn. But also let the old 3 live. Or blossom 9 products. I do not know. The flood so far the highest of the 3 flowers of the Dalit is also 9 products. Such as Hong Jun. 6 saints of the day set. 2-1 and so on. Fushi. Styx. Emperor June. Kuanpeng blossom only 8 products. The East Prince Gong and the West Mother Blossom is also only 7 products. Most of the other Fairy God Blossom is 3 products. 6 ears calculating their own have a 5 products would be good. At that time, the wind and clouds. Auspicious clouds. The first batch of Great Luo in the flood world was born. Or 2. Purple Sky Palace in the old man Hongjun is leisurely touching the beard sipping tea. Suddenly have a sense. A handful of creation rain butterfly. Suddenly shocked a batch. Are ripped off 2 beards, no. No. I have not preached. The flood cultivation realm has not been divided. How to produce the Dala golden immortal. And then rub the jade disc of creation. More wrong. How not the three Qing? How will be Red Cloud Xin Yuanzi two people? Is it that these two people get the creation of the earth and the human way bestowed? No, no, no. Hong Jun was immediately anxious and sweating, furiously rubbing the jade disc of creation. Finally projected that the major trend of the heavenly Tao has not changed. Small trend can be changed. The impact is not great. Hong Jun, a heart just put in the stomach. It seems to become a saint to speed up the pace of the Purple Palace sermon has to be advanced. Otherwise, when the big guys are big luo, I still speak a hammer. How to become a Taoist ancestor. But also how to body with the Tao. The three Qings came together. And Tong Tian asked, Big brother and second brother, aren't we the Panga righteousness? How come we let the outsiders break through first? Aren't we Father God's favorites anymore? Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Eris Tong Tian and said, Intensify your cultivation. Don't degrade the name of Pangu Zhengzong. Flood all over the great powers also doubled the pressure. Touching the fish also do not touch. Lying flat sit and stand up. Dating are also instantly flipped break up. For a time the flood all over the great powers rolled up. Desperately step up cultivation. At once, the grievances rose. Are complaining about red clouds in Jin Yuanzi, these two rat shit spoiled a pot of soup. Originally we all meticulously how good. You two have to venture out. This let us how to play well. Purple Heaven Palace Hong Jun see the changes in the multitudes. But also anxious. Want me to quasi-saint great circle is also almost worthless. Have to step up the training. No. I have to become a saint in advance. I also roll up. 6 ears looked at red clouds and Jin Yuanzi settled into the dead out. Good listening talent aptitude unconsciously run. Listening to the flood wildly rolled in all parts of the shouting and cursing. Also feel the pressure. Good thing. This discussion. 6 ears also gained a huge harvest. 6 ears single technique. But red clouds in Jin Yuanzi practiced although not great. Expensive and comprehensive. For example, Jin Yuanzi sleeve Chen Kuan and the laws of earth. Red cloud shifting shape and the laws of clouds and the laws of formation can all be learned. 6th ear was also caught up in the inner scrolls. Absorbing his elder brother and second brother's De Luo Dao rhythm while frantically practicing. Thousands of years later, red clouds in Jin Yuanzi Dala golden immortal primary realm stabilized. Are pleased to look at the oldest 3 of the non-tuned. Originally thought it was a piece of bullshit plaster. Did not expect to pick up the treasure. With that, 6th ear also stopped cultivating and came back to his senses. Monkey called out anxiously. Big brother. Second brother. Something big has happened in the flood. Third brother. Don't panic. My brother has entered the realm of the Great Luo. There is no enemy in the floodplains. You can slowly tell me. Great powers from all over the flood are cursing you. What? Isn't my red cloud's good name spread all over the 4 seas? Why do you want to scold my brother? Yes. I, Jin Yuanzi, have also not made a grudge against anyone. Why should I scold my brother? 6 ears also looked at the 2 good big brother with a grumbling face. Thinking that the people of the floodplains are really simple. How a little bit of human accidents do not understand it. You two make it difficult for everyone to do which are not beaten by the society. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them raised their hands to pinch. Instantly understanding the reason for this. And they couldn't help but both be embarrassed. I do not know whether to be happy or sad. 6 ears took the opportunity to say, Big brother. Things have come to this. More talk is useless. 2 brothers can remember my chance. In the East China Sea Nagas. Jin Yuanzi said, remember to remember. My brother, this will accompany you to find the 3 immortal islands. My brother personally for you to protect the law. Red Cloud from not willing to lag behind said, brother also go with. If there is a heavy treasure out of the world. Since it will lead to all the great powers to scramble for. For the brother there are a few thin face. Since you can protect your safety. Chapter 5, finally entering the 3 immortal islands. The early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal can be a preliminary glimpse of the laws of time and space. Can use a small amount of time and space laws? Within a day. Travel through the 3 mountains and 5 lakes is not a dream. Under the pull of the red cloud. 6 ears swayed and drifted from side to side like a piece of cloth. Swayed by the extreme speed. Arriving at the East Sea in a moment. Jin Yuanzi, on the other hand, utilized the Book of Earth. Constantly deducing. But was unable to find the exact location of the 3 immortal islands for a long time. This gives us 6 ears baby anxious. Constantly muttering, the spirit of heaven and earth. Blessing the second brother soon show spirit. Blessing the big brother can also be. Attracted Jin Yuanzi countless blank stares. Red clouds are very strong in the formation road. Red clouds use red cloud array. Intercept the clouds in the sky. Transformed into countless small red clouds. Carpet searching the East China Sea waters. This brother and sister for the oldest 3 is also a spell. Each take out their skills. Never hide. 6 ears in the eyes. Remembered in the heart. Thank you in the mouth. But they are too much food. Claiming to be their own chance. People ask a don't know. And then ask is not clear. What also cannot help. And attracted 2 brothers countless blank stares. The 2 brothers determined that the old 3 is good fortune. Heritage and chance. Is too much food. But never thought that he was used as a gun by the 6 ears. Doing hard labor. Finally. One day more than 10 years later. One of the clouds in the great formation of 10,000 red clouds stopped at a sea area. Red cloud pulled up 6 ears and Jin Yuanzi and instantly arrived. Red cloud was certain that there was something wrong with this body of water. And that there appeared to be an innate great formation blocking space. Jin Yuanzi also came to the spirit. Wildly rubbing the Book of the Earth. Finally the Book of the Earth also reacted. Determining that this is where the 3 immortal islands are located. And the island protection array also surfaced under the influence of the red cloud array and Jin Yuanzi's Book of the Earth. At that time, the East China Sea waves. Auspicious clouds cohesion. 7-color haze reflecting the sky. This kind of vision has not seen for a long time. All parties of the flood great powers have been alarmed. To have a treasure out of the world. At this time, the East Kunlun Mountain Jade Palace. Lousy eyes lit up, road can be rode. Very road. Acute Tontian and anxious, big brother. But do not road. Foreign treasures out of the world. And then do not go to be late. Lao Zi was a bit displeased with Tong Tian. His third brother. For not giving face. And hurriedly followed. Being in the West Kunlun ready to pick up girls, Queen Mother of the East Guangdong also suddenly perceived. My chance in the East China Sea. Out of the world. How so far away? Exclaimed Bubble Girl wrong I knew that in the East China Sea. Etc. Then set up auspicious clouds. With a dog paddle posture crazy to the East China Sea direction to rush. But the East King Gong at this time is only Tai Golden Immortal late than the 6 years of the late Tai is not as good as the estimated number 10 years is not to fly. The Queen Mother of the West. Who was still upset. Couldn't care less about losing face and followed closely behind. The Fu Shi and Nuwa siblings from Buzhou Mountain. With peak Tai Golden Immortal strength. Also came for the sake of seeking treasure. The blood sea of the river Styx Tai carries on the peak. Is competing with the Kuanping to see who can drink water. Which is also not compared. Have stepped on the clouds. Emperor Juntai on the Sun Star looked at each other in all four eyes. This is still a good thing. Rushing soon. The earth trembled and a large group of giants that covered the clouds arrived. Who could it be if not the 12 ancestral witches? However, all the flood powers with some strength all ran wildly towards the East Sea, including the rookie-level players such as the Burning Lamp and the South Pole. The Purple Sky Palace that again began to wording his broken creation Rain Butterfly. Should not the three Immortal Island early out of the world. I'm this body to go to grab the impact is not too good. There is damage to my future Dao ancestors' reputation Hong Jun tugged his beard and said, according to the three Immortal Island boundary non-dialuo cannot break. Should be in my sermon. By the Daled Golden Immortal Male Immortals. The head of the East Wanggong Open How now out of the world? Oops. Must be the dog thief Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi. They break through the Great Luo in advance. Must be his 2 trigger 3 Immortal Island early out of the world. I have to speed up the process of becoming a saint. Or else there will be more variables. When I deliver my sermon, I will not give you two a good look. 2A. A mouthful of thick phlegm to vent his displeasure. Great Luo Golden Immortal's perception range can cover the entire flood. Perception of the 4 directions of the great powers are rushing here. Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi also shocked open mouth. This play a big bar. This is what treasure can cause such a flood vibration. What kind of luck did the third brother have? Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi combined forces in the island guarding array to open a gap. Jin Yuanzi shouted doggled 3. By you. What is this shit chance? Go in you. 6 ears feel a huge force coming from the buttocks. Was Jin Yuanzi kicked into the gap in the mountain guarding array? Then 6 ears also vaguely heard Red Cloud shouting. Second brother quickly used the ground book to cover the island protection array. I'll cloth the Red Cloud array. So that the East China Sea is covered with mist. To buy time for the third brother. And desperately guarding the innate island protection array. 6 ears sigh. Or Big Brother good Then enter the nearest Ingzhou Island. Towards the most dense aura of the place to fly away. Near the front of a look. My good boy. This is really big game. What is this? The shape of its flower is like a lotus flower. The shape of the fruit is like a bead of stamens. Above the flowers and fruits are yellow 2 words. This is the legendary yellow plum Legend has it that this tree will bloom. A yuan will be a result of a yuan will be a maturity. A yuan will be equivalent to 129. 600 years. Visible growth cycle of the long. Maturity of the difficult. And one maturity only 9 fruits. Each fruit can create a Dala Golden Immortal. 6 ears also can care. Pick a fruit and stuff it into his mouth. Who can understand the days of a rookie? Immediately. A stream of pure spiritual energy impacted 6 ears' limbs and bones. And his cultivation was also soaring upwards. And his cultivation, which was already in the late stage of Tai Yi, broke through to the peak of Tai Yi in no time. And went straight to the Dala realm. 6 ears sitting cross-legged. Hands folded. Impact on the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Can't believe it. This is the Great Luo. It seems to come out earlier to look for the chances right. Looking for Jin Yuanzi is right. Hold the Red Cloud thigh is also right. If you rely on your own cultivation repair. I guess the day of the death of cultivation cannot repair the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thanks to the rich aura of the 3 Immortal Islands to form a world of its own. Accelerating the release of the 3 flowers of the Dala. The 5 chi in the chest. And ultimately, the 6 ears of this dead monkey is also a flower bloomed in the 9th grade. According to the original root script source of the 6 ears. The most blossomed 5 products. Naiha 6 ears point positive Chaotic devil ape ancestor heritage. Root script source powerful 1 point. Cultivate complete version of the 9 turns of the Shin-Gong Foundation cell at 1 point. Eat ginseng fruit root script source and perfect 1 point. Comprehension of the law of war strength is strong 1 point. Now 8 the yellow in the Li source sublimation 1 point. This into the road of the land of the aura of the purity of the rich. And then add a point. Although our 6 ears is the technology of the rookie. But the drive is fully automatic 6th generation fighter. Not to take off cannot. Although 6 ears was worried about the safety of the 2 brothers outside. But he himself must also compete. Not to let his brother's sacrifices go to waste. Stabilization of the realm is necessary. In the outside world to 1,000 years. But this boundary within the pure and rich aura also want 500 years. Think of the outside world will soon be dry. Time is as expensive as oil. Who said the flood does not remember the year? Time is not worth money. To no longer eat a yellow in the plum try. Click to bite. This sweet aroma 6 ears dry spiritual energy instantly skyrocketed. 6 ears began to consolidate the realm. Chapter 6, My brothers are still coughing up blood. 6 ears break through the great luo attracted the flood visions and 9 heavenly robberies. Instantly stimulate a group of great powers again. And again and again and again 9 products. Is the great luo also worthless? Blossomed 9 products of the great luo so worthless? How powerful must this treasure be to create a 9th grade Dala? This is even more must hurry to catch up the road. The crowd of great powers burned their origin essence blood and sped madly towards the 3 immortal islands. There are still 12 ancestral witches outside the island. 12 ancestral witches have no spirit. Cannot use the spiritual treasure. But this does not prevent them from collecting spiritual treasure. I can't use it. You don't want to use it. This is very fair. Right. We all bear hands to tear how acidic. When the ancestral witches saw that another Downlord was born, they were anxious. However, seeing that there are 2 Downlords guarding the island, with 2 great formations and the Earth Book protecting it, I think that it is also very difficult for the witch race to enter the island. Since I can't get in myself, then no one else will be able to get in either. The thinking of the sorcerer race has always been so special. The devil knows what's inside the island. If a few more great powers go in and produce even more Dala golden immortals, how can we witch race still play? So, come to grab the treasure of the ancestral witches instantly became a small guardian of the island, occupying 12 directions, to prevent the immortals into the island. Unaware of the red clouds in Jin Yuanzi legs are trembling. Jin Yuanzi mouth are not fluent, big brother. Was surrounded. We weaken can hold out. Red cloud is no better. But cannot fall the big brother's compulsion. Trembling voice, mo fear. For brother still have a few thin face. See my tongue fight group of immortals. At this time, the witch clan sent the great witch, Jiao Feng, to run over and ask, dare I ask how many people have entered the island? Red Cloud is also honest, only my 3rd brother, 6 ears, has entered the island. And then pulls away from the driver's seat ready to do battle with 9 Phoenix. Who knows? 9 Phoenix would smile. That's good. Together we'll guard the island protector formation. 9 Phoenix words. Jin Yuanzi confused. Big brother so can it. The original big brother is the big god. Jin Yuanzi immediately had the bottom of the air. Said, big brother? Your face on the road is really big. The entire witch tribe to give you support. Jin Yuanzi turned into a little fangirl. Bah. Little fan brother. Red Cloud also blindfolded. What is the situation? Could it be that what my 3rd brother said is true? My Red Cloud's good name has spread all over the 5 lakes and all over the world. It must be that the witch clan looks favorably on me. Aha! It must be. Maybe half of the immortals who rushed here are here to protect us. It seems that good people have good rewards. Red Cloud listened to hear the tummy. Waist straight again. Pat Jin Unz shoulders, second brother praised. For brother's life to do good. A word can be retreated millions of fairy. Hey! Do not know good people hard to be Two brother your road is still long Stinky red cloud eyes and 45 degrees to see the sky. Lead to Jin Unz eyes little gold stars. Unbeknownst to them, the 12 ancestral witches in the distance. Transmitting to each other. After the blocking of the immortals fades away. First get that red-haired one dead. Let him fool around. Let him pretend to be a fool. Stupid and lacking. Inside the island. The Six Ears used 50 years to stabilize the realm of the Dala. Then Monkey rushed to the side of the Abbot's island. Because of the island protection array shielding the heavenly plane. Isolating the two worlds. Six Ears cannot detect the specific situation outside the island. But the talent of good listening allows him to hear from time to time the loud noise of the collision of the immortals outside. Six Ears worried. This outsider fighting into what kind of? Big brother two brother must be in the immortal group beating Immediately. The Six Ears of the brain complemented the big brother red cloud by the group attack of the immortals beat up. Fight to the death not to retreat the picture, the second brother's hands to protect the book of the ground coughing up blood and hard to resist the picture. Then he heard his brother's voices again. Third brother. Search for the chance at ease. Big brother's words can retreat millions of immortals. Old three don't mind the outside. Take care of yourself. Second brother I have the earth book to protect me. It's foolproof. This gives the Six Ears touched snot bubbles are out. Who said that the flood has no true love? Brothers to me as if biological. Shucks. Pro brother like They are using their lives to buy me time. I have to fight. I have to speed up. On the Abbot Island. Six Ears have no time to care. Where the aura is rich. The vision is obvious where to go. And finally harvest 12 blue beads. Each bead contains a powerful energy. Releasing 5 colors of light. Dazzling the enemy's spiritual sense of 5 senses. Extraordinary power. It comes with water quality law and space law. It can attack the enemy and can also be used for defense. With the characteristics of both offense and defense. It can instantly change the battle situation and is immensely powerful. A single bead is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. And when used in combination it is an extreme innate spiritual treasure. No need to ask. Familiar with the flood? No. This is the 12 fixed sea god pearl. 6 Ears will be initially refined. Barely able to use on the line. Now the most important thing is time. Their own delay a minute. The brothers will have to get a few more beatings Although the sea fixing god pearl is good. But the lives of the brothers are more important. 6 Ears brainstormed the miserable picture of his brothers again. Time is of the essence. Time is everything. My brothers are still out there coughing up blood. I've got to hurry. There's one more island. Panglai Sian Island, here I come. Chapter 7, 6 Ears is really his own. Outside the island. The 12 ancestral witches with the witch clan army. Born to block the immortals cannot enter. At this time, the demon race has not yet become a power. There is no demon court and the immortal court. The witch race is still the flood hegemony level of existence. Of course, the charge are some small fish and shrimp, such as the 3 Chang and other great powers, are like a man in the theater, are hidden in the dark view, waiting for the right time. Nai Tong Tian anxious. Break away from the second brother of the first several times to run out to fight. Or big brother lousy with heaven and earth merit Xianhuan Linglong Tower to catch back. Nua Fushi lay on her back on the clouds and spat. What's going on with the witch clan? How come they're protecting the island? What's their relationship with the people on the island? It looks like the witch clan is going to rise up. East Wanggong is the most head iron. Nonsense. the island is clearly their own chance. Even he can feel the chance is gradually disappearing. East Wonggong constantly burning their own blood. Enhanced the combat strength. But still not the opponent of the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch Emperor Zheng slap him to fly. Sticks and Kuanping is a conspicuous package. Running back and forth within the battlefield. But cannot beat a group of ancestral witches. Will not stop harassment. The two are very mouth. A sing-song. But also scolded, but a group of fools. You do not go to seize the treasure blocked here for that reason. Fools. Emperor June and Tai second head iron. That is an ancestral which really just River map Luo book and chaos bell with a seamless. One attack and one defense. To the ancestral which caused a lot of pressure. A few times to break through the witch defense line. Dry death of a piece of small witch. Naiha which people more heavy. Finally was blocked back. Emperor June at this time. It seems to have to form their own forces. The Purple Heaven Palace? Swept a glance. Head twisted. Stubbornly said to himself, this group of stupid witch in doing what? Cannot care? Love what? When I become a saint. You are all scum. Island. 6 years in Panglai Island found a whirlpool. Mobilizing the divine sense to see. And shocked out of a cold sweat. Is it that I am the bastard son of Pan Gu and the devil ape? This can be Ran I found. This is actually the three light divine water. By the sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, it's a mixture of three kinds of divine water. Sunlight divine water. Moonlight divine water and starlight divine water. The golden sunlight divine water. The silver moonlight divine water. And the purple starlight divine water. Each had unique properties and power. Once the three light divine water was fused, it was even more powerful. The three light divine water possessed a powerful healing ability. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as it came into contact with the three light divine water, it would be able to recover quickly. Secondly, it had an extremely strong restraining effect on evil forces, capable of purifying evil spirits and dispelling gloom. Furthermore, the three lights divine water is extremely heavy, with one drop weighing more than 10,000 pounds, and is not something that can be carried by an ordinary container. In the middle of the puddle, a huge lotus exudes pure purification power. 6 ears are sure. I am the bastard. As for the two male attributes of the devil god, how can give birth to a child this matter? That is not my 6 ears thinking about the problem. The flood, what strange things cannot come out. The white lotus of the pure world, excellent innate spiritual treasure. This kind of heavy treasure non-great merit and luck cannot get. What do I count this? Crooked hit the right thing. Ha! This white lotus has not matured. No wonder I have not heard of this treasure in the floodplains revealed. How to do? Three light god water is too heavy to take their own not go. The white lotus is not ripe. Cannot take. Is it these two kinds of heavy treasure and I have no destiny? 6 ears frustrated beyond measure. Really, I am not born Outside is still a big battle. 6 ears anxious jumping up and down. Cannot let brothers die in vain pooh. Cannot let brothers sacrifice in vain As for the sacrifice, to what extent? Now is not the 6 ears can think about the problem. What is it like when a monkey monkeys to the extreme is the 6th ear in front of you? Only to see him scurrying around, rolling all over the place and banging his head against the ground. Suddenly 6 ears scurried onto the white lotus of the pure world and instantly bent the white lotus. The petals of the white lotus did not fall into the water of the three lights. At this point, a turnaround occurred. Just see. 3 light divine water to the naked eye visible speed flow to the petals. The white lotus is also in the naked eye visible speed breath climb. 9, 10, 12, into the The original White Lotus of the pure world is the correct way to come into being is to use the petals to absorb the 3 light divine water. The original rely on the rhizome absorption is too slow, resulting in the 12 products of the famous White Lotus of the pure world to the end of the era have not matured. 6 ears cannot help but scolded, this is which stupid lack of planted flowers. There is so planted flowers. Do not know the petals face down. The 12 white lotuses of the pure world accelerated in maturity due to 6th ear, forming their own karma with 6th ear invisibly. After picking the white lotus of the pure world, 6 ears relied on the karmic relationship and quickly refined the 5 prohibitions of the white lotus. He was able to use it in a simple manner. 6 ears used the white lotus of the pure world to collect the remaining 3 lights divine water. And there were about 3,000 drops left. Because the lotus platform had matured, it no longer absorbed the 3 lights divine water. But the white lotus and the divine water were mutually beneficial. The divine water could nourish the lotus platform, and the lotus platform could condense a small amount of 3 lights divine water. So far, 6 ears and the 3 immortal island of chance all to hand. Looking at the 3 islands full of heavenly treasures also cannot care to collect. 6 ears to comfort themselves. This is all what the dog do not want. Brothers are still coughing blooded. They have to go as soon as possible to support. If you don't go again, you may not be able to see it. Monkey 6 ears feet on the 12 pure white lotus. Around the 12 fixed see God pillars surrounded. Handheld with the heart of the iron rod soldiers. Head of the 3 flowers bloom. Good a mighty and domineering monkey king. End of the batch of cattle. 6 ears flew to the outside of the big formation. While flying, shouting, brothers, 3rd brother is coming. You hold on. At this time, the 3 immortal islands automatically dissipated due to the loss of all of the island's spiritual treasures and the innate island protection formation. The moment 6 ears rushed out, the thousands of haze and many visions of the 3 immortal islands then disappeared. In an instant, it turned into 3 ordinary islands that were no more than ordinary. Out of the island after the 6 ears and blindfolded. Just see the good big brother sitting on the clouds is napping it. A hand holding a wine pot. A hand wiping the haram. This is not like a battle. This is in a beautiful dream it. Then look at the 2nd brother. Embracing the book. Is kowtowing to melon seeds. While clapping also while screaming. A face of beating smile. Which is watching the big show it. With that, Jin Yuanzi saw the petrified oldest coming and hurriedly woke up the oldest. The 2 brothers looked at the oldest 3 who were blindfolded. Then introduced, 3rd brother. Don't be afraid. Small scene. The witch tribes see big brother here. Help big brother to protect the island. Your brother I have this face or have. So it is. The transmission of the brothers is true. The elder brother is really dignified. The 2nd brother is also really foolproof. The older brothers are not chattering blood causing the oldest 3 monkeys hinds are guilty. The world just changed so quickly. And that's not all. The front battlefield parties are also confused. Hey! Where is the vision? Where is the island protection array? This island is nothing special. Why is there a monkey? Is the treasure a monkey? No. More and more immortals reacted. It is the monkey got the chance and treasure. The immortals saw that the matter has been settled. The wood has been boiled. The raw rice is cooked rice. The strength of the other side of the 3 great Luo golden immortals is really bluffing. Cannot fight. Really cannot fight. Withdrawn. So, all the immortals have left in 2s and 3s. The 3 clearances also shook their heads helplessly inside as they flew away. Looking at such a scene. And then look at the cultivation of his own 3rd brother. And then look at the 3rd brother's heavy treasure in this life. The 2 good big brothers laughed. Chapter 8, The Great Luo Battle Against the Witch Clan. With the departure of the immortals, the red cloud bumped up and ran to the ancestral witch Di Jiang in front of him. The spring breeze arching his hand to thank to, Aya. I red cloud, what virtue and how can get the witch tribe brothers such a great help? I red cloud on behalf of the two brothers. Not thank you. Unexpectedly, Emperor Zhang's mouth tugged. Like looking at an idiot to look at the red cloud. Brain short-circuiting a few breaths. Originally raised ready to order the death of the red cloud three brothers of the right hand. Lifting also is not, fall also is not. Red clouds also found which face color is not right. Embarrassed at a loss for words. Could it be that I will be wrong? Could it be that people which really come to grab the treasure? Could it be that the strategy of the witch clan is to hustle the internal must first be secure? And then shut the door to beat the dog. Oops. If this is really the case, this time in front of the second and third brother face can lose big. In the end, after a fierce thought struggle, Emperor Jiang slowly dropped his right hand. Brothers, get this old red-haired thief for me. Just looking at him makes me sick. The blindfolded red clouds scattered their legs and ran away. And the even more dumbfounded Lao Er and Lao San looked at each other in all four directions. Isn't the witch race the rescuers that Big Brother invited? Isn't Big Brother very faceted in the floodplains? You ask me. I ask who? The apprehensive Han Yuan looked at the two brothers awkwardly. And he read something different in the eyes of the two brothers. Where will I put my good old Han Yuan's face in the future? In the sky above the vast east sea of the flood. A great battle that would astound the heavens and the earth was about to break out. The three brothers, Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, and Six-Eared Macaque, early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, were standing by to face the raging 12 sorcerer clans. In the several Yuanhui since the Dragon Han Quantum Revelation, the battles of the top powerhouses of the floodplains had been restaged. On their way home, the immortals suddenly realized that the three immortal islands are not quite right. So they are not in the same gang. By the 12 ancestral which ravaged for thousands of years of the immortals' real joy from sadness. Can't beat you. But also not let the drama. So, all the great and hurried 180 degrees turn around and return. Have opened the small horse. Sitting and waiting for the drama to play. Old ancestor Hong Yuan was still making a last-ditch effort to try and save a little face. Fellow Taoists, if you have something to say, why would you do this? Why would you do this? Leave all the treasures on your body and you will be spared from death. The fiery Zhu Rong grabbed the opportunity to speak. Impossible. We cultivators are not like the sorcerer clan. Treasures are our lives, Jin Yuanzi said in dissatisfaction. Then let's fight. Zhu Rong surrounded himself with divine fire and struck out a ball of samadhi divine fire, taking the lead in launching an attack. The three brothers had no choice but to each offer up their magic treasures and were forced to respond to the battle. 3 big Luo and 12 ancestral witches officially started to fight. Ancestor witches no spirit. Cannot use magic treasure. There is no suitable method. In the flood is a very special existence. Its cultivation realm is not good to divide. But the ancestral witch was born with a strong physical body. Its physical body is comparable to the top grade innate spiritual treasure. Non-extreme innate spiritual treasure cannot be broken. And its real cultivation should be the perception of the law. Naiha, these big people in front of me do not understand the preciousness of the law. Only focus on eating and drinking. Thinking that eating more will be fast cultivation. Cultivating combat is also fist to fist. Using the flesh to harden the magic treasure. Red Cloud faced off against 4 ancestral witches, including Space Ancestral Witch Di Jiang, Ancestral Witch of Thunder Chang Liang, Ancestral Witch of Rain Xian He, and Ancestral Witch of Wind Tian Wu. Just see the Red Cloud old ancestor. Feet on the 7-colored haze. Clad in purple cloud battle armor. Behind the yin and yang pattern appeared. Around the body of the early stage of the Dala pressure added around. mobilizing the surrounding clouds to form a circle of cloud wall. After the wall of the red yuan waved the purple cloud whisk. Or pumped to. Or to fend off. Or as a steel needle. Was such as a scythe. All kinds of laws endow movement to the ancestor witches to do. Although the 4 ancestral witches were powerful, they were also caught off guard by the red cloud that erupted with full force. And they cared about their heads. Ancestor witches brave death. Crazy rushed the cloud wall. Shocked the red cloud spit out a mouthful of old blood. Really hurt the red cloud. After knocking a few pills. Barely fought an even match. After seeing the hard knock also knocked not to move. Emperor River just remembered that he still has the law. Instantly through the space. Over the cloud wall. Close to the red cloud's body. Can be the red yuan scared half dead. Hastily mobilized the Daluo golden body. Really received Emperor River a few punches again. That's not all. The ancestor witch of rain turned water into ice cones. Nearly breaking through the red yuan Daluo gene body. Ancestral witch of thunder and ancestral witch of wind have also mobilized the power of the law. A moment of red clouds cannot fight. Was beaten in a very difficult situation. But the good thing is that the Dala golden immortal. The flesh and body of the spirit are very powerful. Not so simple to be screwed. But also only left to flee in all directions. Then look at Jin Yuanzi immortal. Jin Yuanzi head of the Book of the Earth. Flying in the sky. The beginning of the main fight. I am the shell hard. Very resistant to beat. The face of wood ancestor witch Chu Mong. Fire ancestor witch Shu Rong. Gold ancestor witch Matsui. Time ancestor witch candle 9 yin's rounds of attack. Not the slightest bit of panic. The advantage of the very first grade of innate spiritual treasures appeared. Let you fire. Puncture. Iron. The Book of the Earth is still firm. As the battle progresses, the Book of the Earth also has its limits. And if we can't stand it anymore, our Jinyuan Disyan will drill into the ground. Who let us have the law of the earth? Who let Ho2 is not in this group? But we can't just hide underground. We have to keep our opponents in check. Jin Yuanzi's tortoise fighting method. Several ancestral witches angry wailing. But there is nothing to do. Have summoned the back of the earth to come. Want to let the back of the earth to mobilize the law of the earth to seal the earth. But the back of the earth and where to draw away. On the side of the oldest 3. 6 ears faced the ancestral witch of water. Public. Ancestral witch of earth. Ho2. Ancestral witch of electricity. Xia Qi. An ancestral witch of poison. Shuebai Zhu. I thought that 6 ears was the softest one. The easiest existence to break through. Who would have thought that this group of ancestral witches had kicked the iron plate? See 6 ears feet on the lotus platform. Defense is unparalleled. 12 fixed sea beads combination is comparable to the best innate spiritual treasure. Attack powerful. Fixed sea beads smashed a group of ancestral witches head broken in blood flow. Extravagant than the corpse put poison. Purification of the white lotus on purification. Gong Gong waterproof. Lotus platform on absorption. After the earth throne rocks. Arbitrary iron rod soldiers knocked down. Open and close the discharge. 6 ears running the 9 turns of Shangong. Electric flower hit in the copper skin and iron bones. But also to scratch an itch. If your mana is seriously depleted, don't be afraid. A drop of 3 lights divine water will instantly bring your blood to full strength and bring you back to life. If that's not enough, fear not. We also have a secret weapon. Huang Zhongli. Monkey like an undead little strong. Tireless war machine. In the law of war, the more courageous. Actually able to run after the 4 ancestral witches. He couldn't help but yawn. And was able to coldly touch Ho2's cheeks. Ho2 was petrified on the spot. Is the old lady considered to be molested? making Ho2's face red and uninterested in fighting. The crowd of melon-eating great immortals dropped their jaws in shock. It turned out that the great Luo Golden Immortals were so strong that they were able to fight against 4 ancestral witches at the same time. Especially that monkey. The key is the monkey's magic treasure strong. The audience exclaimed that the battle was not in vain, and exchanged ideas with each other. And in the future, when they mix with the flood, they will avoid this monkey. And they can't be messed with. From time to time, there are righteous monks shouting, "Ah, back! Monkey, you shameless! You to touch it! Ah! Monkey, quickly stop!" With the passage of time, the advantage of the 6 ears of this guy is more and more obvious. He can also spare a hand to take care of the other 2 combat groups, completely stirring up the deployment of the ancestral witches. And they are all rushing to me. Red Cloud's ingenuency with 6 ears of change is also stunned. The original old 3 is the most that In this battle, the waves of the sea were monstrous and the mountains and rivers shook. The heavens and the earth roared and tumbled. And all sorts of laws and Tao movements collided. The battle caused space and time to distort and the stars to shift. The 2 parties fought 1,000 years of victory and defeat. And finally Red Yuan proposed that we are even. In order to maintain the peace of the floodplains, it is recommended that the 2 sides stop fighting. The witch tribe is also strong, which consumes too much. Since both sides have a face, find a reason to stop the war. Then stop the war. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the crowd left one after another. That reluctant expression tinged with a bit of regret. 6 ears know that Ho2 is the future saint of the earth. Just now the battle is too high. He will not be remembered by Ho2. The Blue Star Father taught me well. Women's heart under the sea needle. For the sake of future life, 6 ears intend to admit a mistake. And then send some small gifts. Ease the relationship. 6 ears looked at Ho2 and said, "Fellow Taoist Ho2. Just now there were many offenses. It was really unintentional. Please forgive me." "Ah. Right. 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 It's all a misunderstanding. Good big brother Red Yuan and dilute mud. Dry fight we cannot. Persuade in first place." Ho2 pouted and remained unforgiving. If apologizing works, what do we need our fists for? Then shook her sandbag-sized fists. 6th ear also knew that he was in the wrong, and smiled and said, "How about this? I found a lot of heavenly materials on the 3 Immortals Island, which is very precious. So why don't we share half of it with the witch race?" "Ah. Yes. 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 Let's make a good karma. More friends. More roads?" The good old man continued to concur. Driving the monkey to such a state. Killing people is not a head point. The 12 ancestral witches saw that the other 3 Tao lords had taken the initiative to show their goodwill. So they had face in face. So what were they still entangled in? The brash Di Jiang also couldn't hold himself back and said, "Well, our witch clan has always honored the strong. And this fight today is really painful. Both sides make a good karma. Then lead the ancestral witches toward the 3 immortal islands. Collect the 6 ears promised that half of the materials and treasures. Originally, these heavenly treasures are precious. To the witch tribe here can only be eaten. Eat to grow experience. Ah no. Eat to grow cultivation. With a good start, the relationship between the 2 sides rocketed at a qualitative change. 6 ears threw over an immortal fruit. And that side sent over an immortal rabbit. Red Cloud sent over a jar of fine wine. And that side sent over a bucket of immortal spring. So everyone, at 6 ears' suggestion, sat cross-legged, ate spiritual fruits and sang songs. Especially In the 6 years will follow the heart of the iron rod soldiers change into the latter-day Eru. Pulsing his own 10,000 miles of friendship, the Great Wall, never to the future later. Both sides completely broken defense. Began to hook shoulders. Talk about the fire. 6 years of small jokes caused all the ancestral which a burst of whale resonance. Chapter 9 Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler in the Witch Clan. With the acceptance of the witch race, 6 years calculates that his own strength has increased. The experience of Blue Star shows that people are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of strength. And the greater the risks they will face in the future. What's more, he is carrying the 12-pin pure white lotus and other superb spiritual treasures. And it is another reason that a horseman is not guilty of harboring a sin. It is only right to find a powerful force to rely on. At the moment, the biggest force in the floodplain was the witch race. Demon tribe is also very strong. But at the moment that group of beasts or a scattered sand. The key is Di Jun in Tai Yi's behavior. From time to time. Is the eyes above the top? The world is the only one who 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 is the only one. It was difficult to get along with them as they were not at all on the same page. Although the witch clan would be heading for extinction, it was reliable at the moment. And full of security with this group of straight-laced iron beings. Maybe they make friends with the witch tribe. And plan properly. Can seek a ray of hope for the witch tribe and themselves. It is not in vain that he traveled back in time. If he does not make some noise, will not it be in vain to travel? With the 6 years expression more and more serious. Attracted the attention of the earth. The earth also want to open up. Long ago not annoyed by the monkey. Touching the face of what? If a woman is not thought of by men. We want to have a beautiful face for what? Which women why small family? So opened his mouth and asked, 6 years brother. What is worrying? With sister said. 6 years back to God. This will become a sister. Really fragrant Stinky ahead, we all know that my natural aptitude is good at listening to the sound. Can observe the reason. Know before and after. Everything is clear. This is not I blow. I really learned something about the witch tribe things. 6 years suddenly realized that it is not right. They are to leak the sky. The 6 years suddenly realized that something is wrong. He is going to leak the information of the rhythm of Almost fell into the sugar-coated cannonballs of the big pawn. 6 years looked up at the sky. A look of desire to speak. Look at a group of witch tribe puzzled. As the leader of the witch race, Emperor Jian was most concerned about the affairs of the witch race and took 6 years' thoughtless remark to heart. 6 years was worried about leaking the information and didn't dare to open his mouth easily. After the gathering was completed, the ancestral witches bid farewell to Red Cloud in Jinyuanzi. But they pulled 6 years and wouldn't let go. He insisted on pulling 6th year to go to the witch clan as a guest. The two good big brothers knew that the witch clan would not harm the oldest 3. So they agreed with their mouths full and got up to leave. In the back of the earth and Shenmei these two beautiful and valiant beauty a few words coaxed again cannot find the north. Sugar-coated cannonballs really sweet 6 years even hope to let the cannonball to come more fierce it. Unknowingly by the ancestral which will be pulled into the witch tribe territory. Directly into the witch tribe forbidden land Pango store. Emperor Jiang said. Brother 6 years. The Panga store was transformed from the heart of Father God and has the effect of shielding the heavens. Brother, if you have anything to say, just speak boldly and directly. What do you know about the witch race? 6 years didn't know if Panga's store was reliable. To what extent it could isolate heavenly chances. And whether it was worth the risk for himself. Indecision hesitate to speak. If I had known, I wouldn't have fooled around. This dilemma. What should I do? All the ancestral witches are acute. Which can stand monkey this kind of dawdling. And Emperor River. Candle 9 After Earth 3 slightly intelligent ancestral which know. monkey is more difficult. The more shows that the monkey is loaded with the more important things. The three wisdom ancestral witches glanced at each other, sharing a common mind, and nodded their heads at the same time. With that, Di Jiang took out a golden spirit treasure and threw it to Six Ears. Only a glance. Six Ears, a monkey heart, began to agitation. Two eyes shine. Hands cannot stop trembling. Six Ears recognized. This is with Laozi's Heaven and Earth. Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda is the same name of another open heaven merit and virtue treasure. Hongmeng measurement of heaven and earth. Xianhuang merit and virtue measurement of heaven and earth. Xianhuang ruler. Open heaven merit and virtue to the treasure has an attack a defense 2 pieces. Laozi that belongs to the defense type. Has long been famous flood? And another attack type has been no news. Turns out in the witch tribe here is in front of this. Six Ears excited, scratching ears and cheeks. I told you. The 3 Ching is Pangu authentic pro sun. The witch tribe is also Pangu authentic pro sun. Since Panga gave the 3 Ching merit to the treasure, it is not possible not to give the witch tribe also really have. Di Jiang replied. Our witch race is the authentic Panga clan. My witch race does not have a Yuanshan. And although this treasure is good, my witch race cannot use it. So I will give it to you today. Then he eyed Six Ears. The meaning is very obvious. See? The merits and virtues of the most precious treasure are given to you. You know the things of the witch tribe should be said. In the face of the merits of the supreme treasure. Or attack type. Killing does not account for karma. This still hesitate what? Worth it. Six Ears heart crossed. Said. Strike that. Since I was sent the supreme treasure, Six Ear will not be ashamed of it. Six Ear took a deep breath and spoke seriously with determination. I will only say 3 points. You believe me. I take away the spiritual treasure. If you do not believe the spiritual treasure, I will return to the witch tribe. 1. The witch tribe and the demon tribe will become the protagonist of the next quantitative hijacking. The flood will occur. 2. Witch and demon war. 2. The demon court will have 4 demon emperor. 10 Yao Shui. 3. After the second witch and demon war, witch and demon will die out. The demon tribe retreated to the North Club Island. A group of ancestral witches, after a short shock, berserk, began to question. Howling. Fighting. No wonder. We are all curious, waiting to eat melon. You open this curse on the people extinction. Put who can stand. Di Jun also angrily questioned. How can you be sure? Are you not swindling us? Six Ears did not expect the witch tribe to react so strongly. How can this be proved? Sighed, I do not have the need to swindle the witch tribe. You should not ask me how to know. Believe it or not is up to you. Other than these 3 points, I will not say another word. Out of this door, I forget what I said. Don't harm me to leak the information. This merit supreme treasure is destined to be unattached to me. So I will return it to you. Six Ears put down the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler and walked towards the exit of the Panga store. The news was too shocking. And a group of ancestral witches were frantically venting their dissatisfaction. Six Ears really regret to come here. It seems that the matter of leaking information cannot be done in the future. Will be devoured. Hey! The road ahead is long. Monkey life is so difficult. Still. It was Ho-Tu who reacted. Then pulled back Sixth Ear and asked. Brother Sixth Ear. Ho-Tu. Do not ask for anything else. But please instruct the witch race on what to do at the moment. Then, the crowd of ancestral witches finally quieted down and quietly looked at Sixth Ear. Six Ears is also reluctant. So misunderstood is really not a taste. Golden merit treasure lost, even more reluctant. After a good while of thought, fighting array said, 1. The 12 ancestral witches of the cultivation of the road went astray. you really want to cultivate is the law. Comprehend and enhance their own law, too. The 12 ancestral witches of their own law to a certain degree of comprehension to be able to form a large array. Can summon the Panga shadow. Can be with the saints of a battle. Grasp these 2 points or have a ray of hope. When Sixth Ear spoke the second point, all the ancestral witches were heartened. The matter of the 12 ancestral witches being able to form a large formation to summon a shadow was also something that the ancestral witches had only recently realized. And they had only realized a little bit of it. And they weren't even sure if it would work. The 12 ancestral witches are self-contained. Connected to the chi. Heart to heart. There is no possibility of leakage. This kind of witch top secret. This 6 years how to know. Is it really know before and after? Everything is clear. Seeing the expressions of the ancestral witches. 6 years had another number in his heart. The ancestral witches must have believed a few points. Finally, Di Jiang still stuffed the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler to 6 ears and arched his hand. I, Di Jiang, believe you. What the witch clan sends out. There is no reason to take it back. In the future, when the witch clan is in trouble, I hope that my brother will give a helping hand. 6 ears finally accepted the Hongmeng heavenly ruler and left the witch clan in the lowly and extremely depressing atmosphere of the ancestral witches. Chapter 10, Brothers and Brothers with Many Reversals. 6 years after leaving the witch tribe. All the way to wind speed. Towards the 5 zhuangguan of the mountain of longevity to rush. He has already regarded there as his home. As for the newly born 3 immortal island. 6 years in the road to leave his mark of Daluo Jingxian. In fact, has been his serious dojo. But that place in addition to flowers and plants as birds and animals are not open spirit. Go there is really boring. This time to have the chance of the 3 immortal island. All rely on the 2 brothers to die to protect. Ahem. Although also did not protect what? Just drink and watch the show to come. But finally beaten up always have to thank. Good big brother Red Cloud Root Foottop. If there is a treasure in hand, it is estimated to be able to change the fate of the heavens. Not to be in the future death of the road to extinction. Although the treasure is good. But in this cannibalistic flood, Big Brother's care is more priceless. Well, measure the sky ruler to Big Brother. 6 years made a good determination. Although the second brother usually look cold some. But the second brother is also love their own. The flood can no longer find the second. Second brother innate spiritual root ginseng fruit tree incarnation. Every day around his broken tree around. More than daughter-in-law. Well, Huang Zhongli's second brother must like it. 5 Zhuangguan. Red Cloud is expression grim. Grinning to the injured thigh to change medicine. Mouth also muttered, 2 For brother this time can sniff big. For brother are hurt like this. The old 3 also do not come to see. Thieves old 3 to eat big brother a palm. A monkey line with clay pinched clayman was Red Cloud a palm row into mud cake. Big brother Second brother I am not much better. If it is not protected by the book of the earth. I guess I have to be eaten by the witch tribe. Too nymphet scary. Too brutal. Jin Yuanzi had a bitter face. Stroking his own pig head like face. Where did that handsome guy in the bronze mirror who used to be immortal? Who is this pig head in the mirror? He almost didn't recognize himself. Big 2. Second brother. Third brother is here. The voice came before the person arrived. Not bad. It was the style of his own oldest 3. Then see a stinky monkey flashed. Shaking monkey legs. One hand inserted monkey waist. One hand carrying a golden ruler. Crooked monkey head. Grinning monkey mouth. A look of the second world ancestor owes a beating. The monkey ostentatiously waved the ruler around in front of the 2 good big brothers. Blinding the eyes of the 2 dogs. Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi rubbed their pair of bull's eyes. Boy! This can get. Since the third brother mighty this thing flood who knows? Who do not know? The famous heaven and earth Xianhuang merit measuring tape I would like to come back to teach the oldest three a lesson. Re-establish the brother outline of the two. A moment was shocked speechless. This treasure has not yet refined it. The two of them then understood. Or Red Cloud reacted quickly. Third brother Big brother misses you. Come on. This ruler is too dangerous. Brother give you custody. Reaching over a big hand numbly grabbed the measuring tape. The oldest two also dabbed a scurry through Steady grasped the other end of the measuring tape, that's what? Lao San Second brother I have merit. Magic power in this merit ruler in the brother is more match. The two shamelessly pulled the measuring tape. And the once brotherly and friendly picture changed completely. The friendship boat of the duo's several yuan sessions had long ago drifted to nowhere. The two argued from the ground to the sky. From the sea to the nine ghosts. In the end, it was the Red Cloud that first broke the defense, old 2 old 3. Let big brother one time. Woo woo woo. Big brother I better Woo woo woo. Born extremely rooted. Definitely not worse than the three Qing. But suffering from no serious magic treasure. Often bullied. Only to see this flood good old man with his big hand that wiped a handful of snot and tears out. Ready to stroke the old man's hand. Disgusted old man a jolt. Instinctively loosened the magic treasure. Is meditating in the jade palace of the three Qing while sneezing. The day is cold. Is it cold? Should add clothes. The treasure to hand. Red Cloud this is still selling misery, big brother why I have to set up a good persona. Is not the bottom of the heart is weak I hope that more friends. Fame is great. One is less people beat me. The second is to be beaten when people do not come down to the dead hand. Oh. Brother if you get this supreme treasure. Brother promise not to rob you later treasure. Brother's waist can also straighten up. Brother will be to the loving father generally take care of the two brothers. Oh. This gives two brothers are looking silly. This is still their own that kind and amiable. Selfless good big brother? The gods in the sky to see these two great Luo golden immortals in the fight for the treasure. And is a killing not stained karma merit treasure. Gossip heart curiosity erupted. This shall not fight. So again have taken out a small bench. Ready to watch the drama. Who knows that the plot is always not according to the development of the set. I do not know which words of the Red Cloud touched the town of Jin Yuanzi this silly hat. Jin Yuanzi quickly helped station crying heartbreaking. About to fall off in the past Red Cloud, big brother do not want to be sad. It is the second brother of me is not. Big brother is not easy I do not fight for big brother. I have the book is enough. Big brother thighs still hurt? Friendship boat to rocket speed and floated back. Two people love each other. Ruthlessly disgusted as 6 ears. In order to break this embarrassing situation. To break the two good brothers that orientation. The monkey rushed to point out a drop of 3 light divine water flying to the Red Cloud thighs. Only to see the red yuan that grinning mouth of the skin and flesh and the visible speed of the rapid closure. Until intact as before. Another drop of point to Jin Yuanzi. Quietly. The pig head slowly fade. That immortal handsome back again. How can the two people not recognize this thing? The world's first divine water. 3 light divine water. Jin Yuanzi let go of the red clouds. Grab the 6 ears of the monkey paw, old 3 still have no. Second brother I want 10 drops. This water is precious. With the blue star's expression that is the country's important weapon. Or non-renewable resources. The entire flood only a few great hands have so few drops. Monkey casually flung out 10 drops. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly put it into the yuanshan to warm up. Nonsense. This drop will be able to exchange a life in the future. How precious. The monkey flung out another 10 drops and gave them to the good older brother. This made the two brothers happy and brought the atmosphere of brotherly friendship to a climax. And that was not all. Then the monkey took out 2 golden fruits. With the word yellow. Eating red clouds. Tree nuts shin yuanzi. Another wave of dog food. Then, the 6 years of Ingzhou Immortal Island, the ginseng fruit tree by the old two justified announced, monkey were know how to plant trees. Planting trees still have to I this bitter people. This tree belongs to me Jin Yuan Zi. The flood immortals may not approach. Jin Yuan Zi ass like a rocket. All the way to the Ingzhou Immortal Island of the broken tree smoke rolling. Behind him, the oldest 3 leisurely set up auspicious clouds and followed unhurriedly. This scene made the flood immortals feel a lot of emotions. Inside the Jade Void Palace, Tong Tian thought back to his past and looked at Yuan Shi and Laozi with dissatisfaction. The old man is baffled. Nothing old, look at me for what? Yuan Shi is even more upset. Tong Tian. You the girl old, look at me for what? Tong Tian is even more upset. Look at others 6 years 3 brothers. And then look at us. The boss knows to favor the second. The second is still old, bullying old 3. The old 3 I do not submit. The old 3 back to dislike the past, see what you do. Then, inside the Jade Palace, pots and pans were flying all over the place. Just like an all-out martial arts fight. Chapter 11, I miss my dear brother. 6 years of the 3 brothers' fame and the actual flood gradually spread. The 3 people's reputation is getting louder and louder. The sense of security that is miserably upward. Finally lived a comfortable day. I do not know what is good about this 5 zhuangguan. Anyway, the 3 love to live in the 5 zhuangguan. Do not see the Red Cloud Dojo Fire Cloud Hole or Long Grass. Have not seen its home to take care of, do not know that the 6 years of the convergence of heaven and earth aura. 10,000 fairies cannot be 3 fairy island or full of runners rats. And do not see it to manage over. Since the old big red cloud got the heaven and earth Xianhuang virtue measuring tape. That is hanging in the waist every day to show off. Virtue treasure own spirit can move with the heart. Generally are placed in the sea of consciousness or in the spirit. A thought can be summoned out. Like the red cloud shameless old thief this. The merit to the treasure all day hanging in the waist of the great Luo Jingxian or flood first one. Purely. The second Jin Yuanzi is no better. It has to be how thick skin. Mobilizing the power of the book of the earth under the eyes of the people. The small half of Ingzhou Immortal Island with Huang Zhongli to transfer to his mountain of longevity to go. 5 zhuangguan. The ginseng fruit tree is also not flavorful was left to one side. The leaves are wilted. Jin Yuanzi the sky but every day around a piece of apron. Shoulder a hoe. Carrying a bucket of water around the yellow plum tree around. Vividly a blue star old farmer's look. Once 6 years asked. What are you doing? Second brother? Back, I weed. Fertilize and catch insects for our fruit trees. A sentence shocked the 6 years did not spit out, second brother. This is a divine tree The top 10 extremely high quality innate spiritual roots. People come with innate formations. Absorbing heaven and earth aura and born. Absorbing the essence of the earth to grow. You're not redundant? Your family's extremely high quality spiritual roots need to water. Fertilize. And get rid of insects every day? The second brother rolled his white eyes as if to say, Lao San, what do you know? And pretended to be profound, well then. This spiritual root of my family must be. Beautiful days are always so short. This day, the 6-eared macaque is in the cave meditation. Suddenly a heart throb. A kind of inexplicable attachment surged to the heart. The shadow of his own ancestor. The mixed devil ape. Surfaced in his mind. And he himself was inexplicably sad for a while. As a monkey with a conscience. A monkey with responsibility. A monkey with action. He cannot live here. His second and third brothers have not yet found it. The old ancestor's mandate has not yet completed it. What? You ask, why not mention the 4 monkeys? Ling Ming Stone Monkey. This still need to ask. Who let that guy has not been born? The key is who let that guy in the future will be a stick to poke the death of our family 6 ears. If not for the sake of the same root of the same source, of the sake of the stone must be cracked not. Say goodbye to the 2 big brother. 6 ears embarked on a journey to find 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys. Farewell. Jin Yuanzi gathers ginseng fruit tree or bald loopy. The only remaining 12 fruit on the tree to the 6 ears loaded. The name of the road to quench the thirst to eat. Good big brother Red Yuan old tears to sew a fairy clothes for the 6 ears. The accumulation of a few yuan will treasure family all used up. Just to make a set of clothes for the 6 ears. Old goods or some family background. Ancient phoenix bones made of the wings of the purple gold helmet. 10,000 years of basilisk turtle armor made of gold locks armor. Cloud crystal condensation from the foot track step cloud boots. Clothes forming that day. The sky falling phenomenon. 7-color rainbow emergence. Sweet set of afterlife superb defensive treasure clothes. Monkey bid farewell to the 2 brothers. All the way to the North Club Island. Because in the memory of the Blue Star. The second monkey Wu Zhiqi should be in the North Club Island during this period. Looking at the entire North Club Island. Only Kuanpeng. Huangmei Daxian. 9 Spirit Yuan Shang. Ox Demon King still have some strength to fight with themselves. Other are not enough to fear. Chapter 12, We Robbed the Robbed. Monkey is fast and happy to frame the auspicious cloud to the north. See immediately to fly out of the western Nuga continent boundary. Suddenly appeared 2 bald to block the way. Our hands together. A harmless and bitchy look. Monkey head. This precious armor on you is related to me in the west. Wait. That rod of divine iron in your hand and more with me in the west. Wait a little longer. Those beads around you are more and more connected to me in the west. Don't wait. Senior brother. This guy is going to make a move. First things first. That square lotus platform under his feet is mine. Who can these 2 people be if not the guiding and the paraclete? Coincidentally. The west is barren. Not much treasure. The guide companion treasure for the guide treasure building. Junti companion treasure for the rosary beads. Are considered to be the top grade innate spiritual treasures. As for the later Western Blue Lotus treasure color flag. 12 merits and virtues of the Golden Lotus. 7 treasures and other extreme innate spiritual treasure has not yet come out. Some time ago. The 2 got a chance. The receiver got the treasure of 8 treasures merit pool. The ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the prospective refinement of the treasure of the 6 roots of the pure bamboo. The ultimate innate spiritual treasure. This time the 2 can have the bottom line. The best in hand. The world I have. This period of time the 2 closed refining treasure. Did not pay attention to the East Panglai immortal island of the war? And then you east of the matter of our western what matters. So the monkey that is no understanding at all. Monkey our angry laugh. Feelings ran into the robbery. Or the famous guide quasi 2 thieves. The future of the heavenly saints. It is not wise to offend them. But do not offend also cannot. See these 2 goods 2 eyes glowing greed. This situation today is not good. At the moment of seeing them, the 6 ears on a piece of light out of the treasure of the bottom. Have to be cautious. These 2 are the west's bearer. Do not go all out. Is to lose. In the end, the 6 ears early Dala golden immortal pressure unfolded overwhelmingly. The end is to frighten the reception quasi not light. Now the flood world in addition to the 6 ears of the 3 brothers this kind of pervert with the 9 turns of the Shin Gong. The vast majority of the great cultivation limit is the peak of Tai E. In the upper will not be cultivated. The guide to the quasi-Ti brow tightened. This is encountered a hard opponent. Really out of the division Ah. Hard head also have to go on Ah. What is the great Luo? Only know very strong. How strong do not know. In case you can beat it. In order to treasure spell. Junti waved the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Releasing a force of purity that relaxed the body and mind and made people drowsy. And the key was that it also carried the law of closure, which could isolate one's 5 senses and 5 senses. At the same time, the receiver swung the demon swinging pestle and zapped it with a pestle. These 2 old thieves' end is shameless. I hit attack. I hit auxiliary. The 6 ears of a burst of tension. Fortunately, we have the memory of the blue star. The 2 goods and treasure performance are well known. Can be dealt with calmly. Otherwise, today is to be allowed to also have to get into the way. 6 ears hurriedly urged the white lotus of the pure world to release the power of purification for defensive resistance, blocking the purifying power of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, while his right hand wielded the Suatian iron rod soldier against the demon sinking pestle, and his left hand urged the 12 fixed sea pearls to fly towards the receiver. Receiving a sentence. Hasten to release the receiving treasure block to resist. Such as, you a top grade innate spiritual treasure. Can still block my 12 top grade innate spiritual treasure attack. Only to see that the treasure block after knocking away 3 fixed sea. The luster dimmed. By the way, the 4th fixed sea bead knocked down. The remaining 8 fixed sea pearls smashed into the guiding sea like a series of bead cannons. The receiver no longer have time to react. By 8 fixed sea beads smashed head broken blood. Mouth spitting old blood. Yuan Shun unsteady. Just like a serious injury. Guiding hanging a mouthful of old breath. Pulling out the extremely innate spiritual treasure 8 treasures merit pool. Soaked himself in it to warm up. Unable to fight again. And its pestle and mortar was seized by 6 ears as a trophy. And the guiding treasure block took the opportunity to fly back into Guiding's hands. Seeing that his senior brother had suffered a great loss, Junti knew that the point he had stumbled upon today was too solid. His own invincible 6 roots of purity bamboo was useless in front of the white lotus of the pure world. He hurriedly struck 3 magic treasures one after another, including the rosary beads, the pestle of enhancing God, and the wheel of silence. These 3 magic treasures were all top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and were already the last of Junti's family treasures. 6 ears also smelled the crisis. Hurry to urge the pure world white lotus to release the protective barrier. At the same time withdraw the fixed sea pearl. Just kidding. The defense of the pure world white lotus of the extreme innate spiritual treasure is also ranked in the top few in the floodplains. How can it be broken by a few of your top-grade spiritual treasures? Sure enough, Junti saw that all 3 treasures were knocked away. And the monkey was still shamelessly chasing after one of them. So it seemed that it could not be saved. Junti hurriedly retrieved the other 2. It turned out that the pestle and mortar had been snatched away by the monkey. Junti knew that he was defeated. The gap is not generally large. And hastily carried up the 8 treasures of merit and virtue pools and reception towards the west to disappear. Monkey in pursuit. Received to see this monkey to catch all eyes closed. Heart across. The 8 treasures merit pool thrown out to attract monkeys has been exchanged for the time to escape. Monkey is chasing it. Suddenly saw a golden treasure flying towards himself. Hurriedly slowed down. And raised the iron rod soldiers to resist. Waiting to stop the treasure later. Only to see clearly this is the extreme spiritual treasure 8 treasures merit pool. This thing does not have much attack power. Defense is also general. In the eyes of the guide. Although this thing is ranked in the very best. Cannot fight, cannot defense? In addition to collecting merit bath. Is really a chicken rib. Now the flood where the merit he does not use. Not let him throw who? Monkey happy. Monkey has the memory of the blue star. He does not think so. 8 Treasures Merit Pool is one of the few treasures that can suppress the chi of the great religion, such as Laozi's Heaven and Earth Xianhuan Lingling Pagoda, the East Emperor Taiyi's River Map Luo Shu, the 4 Directions of the Lotus Platform, and so on. Since it is ranked among the very best, there must be his extraordinary. And merit is a good thing that cannot be found. 6 Ears laugh at the guide. Have eyes not recognize gold and jade? Ah, for the sake of the treasure, let you off the hook. Anyway, cannot catch up. The 6 Ears got 3 treasures and refined them while flying towards the North Club continent with auspicious clouds. Chapter 13. Brothers meet in a very awkward scene. 6 Ears hidden their own breath. Very low profile in the North Club Lushu tens of thousands of years. Looking forward to the younger brother, look forward to the head is white. Almost the entire North Luzhou still have not found their own second brother Red Shiri Monkey. So a big pile. Ah bah! A magical monkey. How can not find? Is it still not out of the world? Cannot. Ah! Blue Star's memory is there. Or it was eaten. Also can't. The monkey's meat stinks. Don't we all know it? Besides, the second brother has not made a big mess in Huaishui. Being arrested. This must not. Who do not know? Who do not know? The Red Shirley monkey's natural aptitude is to know the yin and yang. Will be personnel. Good in and out. To avoid death and prolong life. This and can it? Cannot. It seems to have to use a party force, mobilizing the masses, so that the second brother into the people's ocean to find. To say, the North Sea, which power is the biggest, must be the North Sea giant demon Kuanping is also. Do it. A monkey is not easy to find. The great Kuanping is still not easy to find it. Look. The body of tens of thousands of miles of the north of the fish is not like a fish, is not like a bird, is not the guy, is the Kuanping? Looking for people to help. Do not come up with something, is afraid of not. See a magnificent monkey. Head wearing wings, purple gold helmet. Dressed in gold locks armor. Feet on the footsteps of the cloud boots. Under the feet of 12 products of the pure white lotus speech of the heavens. The hand with the heart of the iron rod soldiers shining. 12 seed beads surrounded by the body. There is also a party on the top of the head of the 8 jewels of merit and virtue pool. Good, a mighty handsome monkey king. 6 ears around the body of the great Luo golden immortal pressure release. Shocked a crowd of North Sea beings, jaw-dropping. When Kuanping saw the situation. The visitor is not good. But the North Sea is his own foundation. No beings more tawdry than me are allowed to exist here. Kuanping rushed over with a loud voice. Opened the bloody mouth to swallow the monkey. Monkey small claw wave. 12 fixed sea beads fly out. Only to hear 12 loud noise. Crashing off the Kuanping 12 incisors. The pain of the Kuanping squealed. That picture. Do not be too brutal. Kuanping knew that he could not be defeated. And he could not retreat. If you retreat again, you will lose your home. And without a home, where can you accommodate your own huge body? Hard to continue on. The huge tail came a-sweeping. The 6 ears waved the sway xin iron rod soldier and stabbed countless bloody holes in the Kuanping's tail. Little KS now. The Kuanping is so big. What's wrong with letting some blood out? Letting it out is healthier. Suffering 2 heavy blows. Kuanping didn't even touch the monkey's hair. I can't fight. I really can't. This is the only good thing about Kuanping. He listens to advice. Then he transformed into an innate Taoist body and ran over with a limp, great immortal. I'm very polite. Kuanping has eyes but does not recognize MT. Tai. And has offended the immortal. I hope the immortal will be forgiving. If the immortal has an order, Kuanping will certainly comply. I hope the immortal will not fight again. 6 ears put away the divine power. Threw out a ginseng fruit. Both want the horse to run. You have to feed the horse some grass. What's more? We are feeding a ginseng fruit, which is the best innate spiritual root, know it. Just help me find someone. Kuenping face a twitch. Just looking for a person only. You have to give people blood. But also break people's incisors. See how ugly. However, the immortal is also a person. But also gave the ginseng fruit. Their own cultivation can be on a small realm. Immediately, Kuenping full of promise. Wrapped in a certain body. The 6 ears will be red shiri horse monkey situation, informed the Kuenping. Kuenping was again twitching and asked with a tangled face. I wonder what is the relationship of the supreme immortal to this red shiri horse monkey? 6 ears said to himself. Does it matter? He's a sibling I haven't met yet. If I help the supreme immortal find this monkey, can the supreme immortal promise not to trouble me again in the future? 6 ears returned. Not since. Our simple 6 ears underestimated the degree of shamelessness of this 10,000-year-old thief. Kuenping only saw the Kuenping hand after the heavenly treasure demon master palace shake. A red face. Red hair. Red buttocks of the big monkey was released. As soon as the large horse monkey came out, it grinned with its teeth next to each other. Kuenping, take your life and give me back my treasure. This sudden change, all to the 6 ears whole, will not. The original is really Kuenping. This knife detained his own second brother. I said how can not find the big horse monkey it? Not the head. Just now this guy inquired about our relationship. This is the old thief Kuenping in the assessment of the degree of their own beaten 2 horse bad. Being set up, the 6 ears immediately also angry. Swinging up the pestle and mortar towards the Kuenping smashed. The mortar and pestle has not been refined. Which smashed people is pure physical attack. Smashing people old pain. Seeing that 6 ears did not use his magic power, Kuenping knew that he was letting himself off the hook and did not want to kill himself. So Kuenping also did not dare to use magic power to resist. Hard to take the flesh to carry the pestle and mortar. Mouth also aggrieved, immortal said good not to find me trouble. Pang aggrieved Next to the extremely indecent position is tearing the Kuenping's red-shirted horse monkey, also blindfolded. What is the situation? The fierce and vicious Kuenping, how not to resist? Think of the time to catch me is not this way. Next to this monkey looks so like himself. Is he also with the Kuenping have a grudge? See? Not I a monkey hate you. Yellow hair of that monkey fast hammer him down 3-way. Hearing this from his kissing second brother, 6 ears was exasperated and laughed. What kind of broken child is this? Who did he learn from? Not learning from a young age. Also, how to talk to big brother. Furthermore, brother, this is golden hair, okay? Kuenping hurriedly rounded up the situation. Red shiri horse monkey. You must not be rude. Don't pay your respects to your elder brother? It is he who has come to save you. A sentence woke up the dreamer. A force of the same root and origin of the origin between the 2 monkeys attracted collision. There is no need to verify. The origin is so similar. If not the same root, brother, who can be? Kuenping also owes like non-stop complaining, monkey You have a great Luo Jinxian realm of the big brother. You do not say earlier. We still fight, what strength? To know that you have such a hard backstage. The North Club Island. The lord of the demon tribe to let you have. The 2 monkeys have no time to take care of the Kuenping. Can find a loved one? The original, we are not a person. There are pro-brothers. Born separately for so many years. The heavens are too cruel. Right. The 2 monkeys of the bitterness of the heart. Embracing each other and weeping. This brother is recognized. 2 people lingering. Not. Embracing and crying for a while. See the awkward Kuanpeng? Also feel embarrassed. Two male attribute of the monkey hugging. But also cry together. Indeed, two hot eyes. Big horse monkey second only said, Big brother. I first found a superb innate spiritual treasure northern Shenyuan water control flag. Was Kuanpeng took away. Big brother for me to do the Lord. 6 Ears was just about to raise the demon swinging pestle, when he suddenly realized that someone else's Kuanpeng was respectfully holding a light blue flag and sending it to the big horse monkey in an extremely polite and respectful manner. Kuanpeng is also a party hegemony. Have become like this. The two monkeys can still say what? The two brothers always feel that not to whack a Kuanpeng is not enough to get rid of the anger. Therefore, the North Club Continent Peace staged a two monkeys violently beat Kuanpeng drama. Again. Those immortals who love to sit on small stools were satiated. Chapter 14 Two monkeys reverse the Big Dipper. Not to say that people can become a demon master in the future Kuanpeng. Look at this realization. This IQ. This acting skills. The two monkeys are simply output some punching and kicking power. Exporting bird gas just. Do not want to injure the meaning of death. Monkeys have not used a bit of magical powers. Actually less than an hour to the Kuanpeng foaming at the mouth. Tears in the eyes. Twitching limbs. Mouth and nose askew. White eyes upturned. Really let the hearer sad. The hearer tears. How a miserable word. The poor generation of Kuanpeng, the overlord of the North Sea demon clan, was forced by the two monkeys to act wildly in order to gain sympathy and be able to take two less hits. This made the two monkeys embarrassed. Kuanpeng is also a big smart demon. A little bit of the consciousness of the defeated. But also to be proud of, the two great powers to fight can still smooth. Or I change the position and then refight. See if my expression is in place. Or I'll show a mouth spraying blood. Hey 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 hey. I can't fight anyway. So I'll just pose. I'm not embarrassed myself. It's you guys who are. Shameless Kuanpeng disgusted the two monkeys. After a few days of short rest in the Demon Master's palace, the two brother monkeys pulled their families together, talked about their sorrows and sufferings, and then looked forward to a bright future. The feelings? Ah no. Is the brotherhood dramatically sublimated? 6 Ears also understood the experience of the second brother, the big horse monkey. Originally, the big horse monkey was born with his own time about the same time. But the flood is not chronological. The two monkeys cannot distinguish who is big and who is small. The big horse monkey character is violent. The origin is powerful. The battle force is strong. After the emergence of the world had by virtue of their own little golden immortal middle realm of weak chicken ability. Hard to snatch a just out of the world's extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure North Shenyuan water control flag, which is one of the mighty 5 square period. Then cross-level fighting. Killed not to lose. Hard to dry over a bunch of big demons. In the North Club Island, especially the North Sea, this piece is also the existence of the king of the demons. Until tens of thousands of years ago, the big horse monkey bumped into the peak realm of Tai Kuanpeng. Is completely in the heel. The so-called one mountain can't have two tigers. One place can't have two masters. Unless one male and one female. But these two things are dat attribute. That is the road people meet each other red. Words do not say much. Swing fist on the line. The big monkey and others peng strength gap two big realms. People have the latter-day treasure Demon Master Palace. A photo was Demon Master Palace received. Good in the Kuanpeng fight is not fun. On this, but also the king of the demon. I have not played the show it. You have no. Such as fattening up in the slaughter. And read it's as a good seedling. Thinking of slowly submissive. In the future for their own use. Night has 6 ears this shit stirrer came. Kuanpeng these days, that is trembling with fear. Thinking, these two bastards. People also played. Treasure also gave. Gas also should be smooth it. How still rely on my demon master palace does not go. Such as what can be done. Cannot stand this depressing atmosphere? Kuanping boldly asked, I do not know what the two immortal. There is what needs to be little demon. But there is a command. Dare not follow orders. Otherwise people say that the monkey spirit. The two monkeys heard. This is to drive people. However, I think there is nothing more in the North Sea. I'd better go to find the three monkeys. Before leaving, and the Kuanping ravaged a meal. Deeply to the Kuanping left a psychological shadow. Resulting in the future burst a series of jokes. The matter to be detailed later. Before leaving, the big horse monkey feels that some things must be finalized first, which is related to the happiness of the second half of his life. This feeling Xian Yuan water control flag in hand. In the demon world themselves that is the existence of the king of the demons. This monkey big brother's position they can still fight for a bit, that. 6 ears ah. We are all monkeys. The origin is similar. The two of us were born at a similar time. But I should remember a little earlier. According to seniority I think I should be the eldest brother. Ear brother. You say yes or no? 6 ears heard. Dizzy. They are saving a what? Use us when shouting big brother. Now how they have become ear brother. Really negative man. Ah poo. Negative monkey. With this little heartless. There is nothing to say. The child is a jerk then have to beat. Do not beat not a weapon. In the Kuanping's witness. The 6 ears are not going to use magic treasures. The 9 turns of the Xiangong catalyzed. The law of war plus body. The aura of the Dala Golden Immortal is majestic and vast. The big horse monkey took a look and instantly blushed. Which was already red. So red that it was purple. And it was really a bit like when Big Brother Red Cloud hit his face. The big horse monkey stared at the walnut-sized monkey eyes. His hair all exploded. Although this guy was shocked at the power of the 6 ears. But the descendant of the devil ape which cannot be wimpy. Hands waving the Xian Yuan water control flag. Offering a piece of ternary heavy water. Always have to fight for it. This 3 yuan heavy water has a miraculous effect on the golden immortal below the great Luo. Can oppress the opponent's cultivation and power. But our 6 ears is a great Luo ah. 3 light divine water in the pants pocket every day. Still afraid of this 3 yuan heavy water. 6 ears sacrificed the white lotus of the pure world to break the 3 elements of heavy water. And suppressed the Xian Yuan water control flag. Big horse monkey this cultivation is too dish. Extreme spiritual treasure of water control flag in his hands to play not 10% of the power. Easily be crushed. Then the monkey ran away. Followed by a burst of ghostly wailing, brother? Lighter. Do not hit the face ah. Ah ah. I don't dare anymore. I'm the younger brother. Okay. The younger brother ah. Ah ah. And so the big horse monkey inverted the Big Dipper completely subdued. The 2 monkeys set up auspicious clouds. The 2 opened the North Club Luzhou. On the way. The second big monkey no longer mentioned when the big brother thing. A brother. Brother called. And to the 6 ears of the legs. And scratch lice. So that 6 ears are not happy. Never mind. Brothers have no overnight revenge. While flying. While teaching the big horse monkey gongfu. The big horse monkey that practiced what garbage gongfu. Was brother a countdown. Also dare not make a sound. Aha. What you said is alright. 6 ears will chaos demon ape ancestors 9 turns Xian Gong pass to the big horse monkey. As for the law of war this 6 ears can't pass on. Need to big horse monkey's own enlightenment to improve. and will be the top grade innate spiritual treasure pestle and mortar and pestle to kiss the second brother. Ginseng fruit. Yellow and the plum is not stingy. Raleigh put a golden immortal in the middle of the dish. Monkey heart in just 10,000 years pushed to the peak of Tai golden immortal. Touched by the big monkey. A burst of wiped tears. Finally saw the strength of the big brother 6 ears. Their own clowns still want to be a big brother. On the strength of the belly. They will always be a brother. Still have big brother incense. This is how long. They climbed a big realm, big brother. I will always be your dearest brother. Because the big horse monkey break through too fast. All rely on drugs. No. Is to eat fruit promotion. Resulting in unstable foundation. The big horse monkey did not break through the big luo. This is also very rare. At least in today's flood. The big horse monkey is also the existence of superpower. The big horse monkey and the innate treasure Xian Yuan water control flag. Even if it is touching the 3 Qing, can also be compared to the 2. The years were long and time flew by. The 2 monkey brothers have been wandering around South Juniper continent for 20,000 years. Still have not found the 3 monkeys. Tong arm apes and monkeys. 6 ears suddenly remembered that in the legend of the Blue Star, the 3 monkeys Zhang Huaming Yuan Hong had practiced in the Plum Mountain. Although the 7 monsters of the Plum Mountain were all very novice, only his own third brother Yuan Hong shone. Well, just go to Plum Mountain. Chapter 15, Laos, and I won't mention the mother monkey again. South Juanbu continent. Plum Mountain in the sky. The big monkey's 6-eared macaque. 2 monkeys. Red Shiri monkey set up auspicious clouds a left and a right, slowly flying. In order to less karma. The 2 monkeys are very low profile. Convergence of breath. The big monkey released his own good listening. Can Charlie's talent aptitude. Searching mountain Maishan. The second monkey also pretended to release his own no yin and yang talent aptitude. Although the second this aptitude in the search for people is not much use. But can not lose the style. If the second monkey can find the breath of a monkey with the same origin, the probability is that it is his own kissing third brother Tongjia monkey. The Tongarm ape monkey that was giving a meeting to the crowd of small demons in the cave yawned. And fiercely the monkey's heart was agitated. And the origin was somewhat unstable. This large size. Cool like the latter-day King Kong's great apes and monkeys. A moment of confusion. Definitely ate too much in the morning. Blood pressure is a little high. It seems to have to lose weight. Then twisted the big butt. Stretching, on the issue of choosing a consort for this great king. You and others must be attentive. This king does not believe that such a big Maishan cannot find a satisfactory female monkey. Give you and others 10,000 years of time. If you can't find it again, don't blame this great king for getting angry. Outside the cave, 6 ears and big pony monkey had arrived long ago. They just hadn't thought of a way to meet with Lao San. There are not many top-level powers in the South Juniper continent. And there are even some small demons in the Maishan side. What do you mean? There is no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is the king. The oldest 3 is a very good example. This can be really good at reincarnation. The original 3 brothers in the 3 monkey days comfortable. You see this are eating out the big belly. Really warm and hungry. But also choose consort. This where there is a little bit of mixed devil ape's bones. Children do not work hard. The old man is sad. Put into the flood. This piece is now do not work hard. Grow up dead gray. Although the oldest 2 were very dissatisfied with the oldest 3 for doing this. The bitterly searched for third brother was finally found. Can't restrain the excitement and trembling hands. It's just that this group of livestock in the cave is too much. Can't listen to it anymore? Too disgusting monkey. Immediately afterward, the second monkey released its origin aura to attract the 3 monkeys to come and recognize each other. The 3 monkeys recognize each other. How to look forward to such a touching scene. Manhwa cave. That fat head and ears of the three monkeys do not cooperate. Ah. The three monkeys suddenly felt two strands of the power of the origin. And they have the same root and origin. Could it be that they still have the same family? Not a female monkey. I told you. Itongja monkey family cannot be extinct. The three monkeys were instantly on top. Little ones. Great king, I feel two shares of the same origin as this king. Quickly go and find it for this king to see if it is a male or a female. If it is a female monkey, it must be my princess undoubtedly. Outside the cave, two monkeys this angry. Ah. A cute big horse monkey. Draw out the frame, see purple gold beam. Bama stick smashed cave door. After the teeth and claws have to fly into the cave. The pressure of the late Tai stage was instantly released. Shaking over a group of small demons. Thiefold 3. Are you trying to sleep with your second brother? Sixth ear followed suit. Third brother, look this way. I'm your own big brother. Clueless three monkeys look at the two monkeys. And then look at the big monkey. The same root and the same origin. Cannot be wrong. In the floodplains of this Gada. Said it is a close brother is not too much. Three monkeys are not annoyed, two brothers of the same family. Our family can also have female monkeys. In one sentence. The two good big brothers and a group of small demons were thunderstruck. Three monkeys, this brain circuit. Simply absolute. Haven't met the two good big brother Dusty. Not far from thousands of miles to come to recognize relatives. You do not ask about the causes and consequences. And do not narrate the brotherly love. Do not hug and cry. And even more, do not head on the worship. Come up and ask us if we still have a beautiful woman in the house. This is how to beat Ah. 6 ears and the monkey had a pair of 4 eyes. Sway xin iron rod soldiers and Raxi purple gold beams have drawn out. Ow, a voice and rushed up in unison. Immediately after Plum Mountain. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. And houses collapsed. Just see a golden hair monkey and a red hair monkey. Chasing a white hair monkey wildly beat. Although the two good big brothers have left their hands. But this fat white-furred monkey, and how can be able to resist? Was beaten to doubt life. Is not this monkey is not the most handsome in the floodplains? Even if I said the wrong thing, you guys are not so ferocious. It. At the beginning of the white-furred monkey to take the sun and moon. Shrinking thousands of mountains. Moving mountains to fill the sea using the life of the divine ability can still resist 2 times. Not out of a round. The white-furred monkey is only left to hold the head. Kneeling and begging for forgiveness, 2 brothers. Ah. Ah. Third brother, I'm wrong. I'm the same root with you, the same source of the real third brother. Ah. I am the third brother of the same root and origin. If you keep fighting, you won't be able to save me. Ah ah. When the big horse monkey released the late Tai stage pressure. Will all the lines of clothing brightly? The 3 monkeys are really scared. Boy. Difference of one big realm. People still have the best innate spiritual treasure Xian Yuan water control flag. An innate upper grade spiritual treasure pestle and mortar. And an innate lower grade spiritual treasure C-frame purple gold beam. Then look at the big brother 6 ears. Day dog. Actually is a big Luo breath. Difference of 2 big realms. Big brother's head top of the feet are stepping on the extreme innate spiritual treasure. Circumference deep around 12 pieces of upper grade innate spiritual treasure. Shoulder also carries a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. Body wear is also spiritual treasure. Look at yourself. In addition to the hands of a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. Nothing else? Poor crotch are leaking. Really monkey, then monkey can die monkey. Ah. Lao San was honest this time. The proud monkey face that had been arrogant for millions of years instantly lost its splendor. A string of bean-sized tears. Snapping down. The same as a monkey. This huge gap pierced the last psychological defense of an arrogant monkey. The second monkey asked. Lao San. Are you still looking for a female monkey? The three monkeys felt a little out of character. We are also the offspring of the chaos demon ape. We can't be too far behind. Returned, second brother, don't make fun of me. I'm such a rookie. I will never mention the mother monkey again. Please also ask second elder brother to pass on my divine abilities. I want to become stronger and not disgrace big brother too in the future. Six Ears nodded in satisfaction. He threw out a fruit, which was shaped like a baby, with a brilliant golden light, rich aura, and a flow of Tao rhythms. Three monkeys where will not recognize. This is the people mouth rumors of the best spiritual root ginseng fruit. Ah. Big brother open ah. Then swallowed a mouthful. What flavor did not eat out, but can feel. A powerful spiritual power spread around the body. Nourished the spirit. Strengthened the root script source. Continuously break through two small realms. Until the peak of the golden immortal. The second monkey has experience thought. Big brother to the monkey brother really good. The old three this are what goods. Eat extremely good spiritual roots more spoiled. The big monkey glanced at the second monkey, as if to say, you were no better in the beginning. It made the second monkey's face red again. The big monkey threw out another yellow plum. The three monkeys immediately stood up. The fruit on the yellow and the two words are particularly conspicuous. Even the stupidest monkeys know what this is. Another gulp swallowed into the abdomen. More surging and cold spiritual power running around the body. Clang clang clang. Successive breakthroughs until the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The three monkeys are kind of completely convinced. Big brother really smells good. From now on I'll hang out with big brother and two. What? You guys ask the mother monkey? Who wants that thing? That's a fart. Afterwards, Six Ears similarly passed down the 9 turns Xiangong and passed the pestle of addition to the three monkeys as well. Finally, the three monkeys, following their big brother, came to the three immortal islands to practice. The big monkey dojo Panglai Immortal Island. The second monkey dojo Yingzhou Immortal Island. The third monkey dojo Fangjian Immortal Island. During this time, Six Ears informed the three monkeys of the old ancestors' instructions and elaborated on the general situation of the current flood. After millions of years of cultivation, thanks to the rich spiritual qi of the three immortal islands, Six Ears' cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 9 revolutions of Xiangong had been cultivated to the 4th revolution of the Great Circle, and the laws of battle had been cultivated to the realm of the small completion. In addition, the law of cloud, law of formation, and law of earth, which he had realized from his sworn brother, Red Cloud Jinyuan Zi, had also been refined. The second monkey reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, and the third monkey also reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Since then, the three monkeys on the island of the three immortals, brother and friend. Strong origin. High cultivation. The top of the world of the three mixed brothers gathered. The so-called brothers are united. Their benefits break the gold. The first step was taken to change the destiny of the flood. Flood history will be rewritten because of these three monkeys. Suddenly one day, heaven and earth changed color. Purple chi came from the east. Immortal music chimed. Exotic fragrance was misty. Sweet rains fell from the sky. And the earth gushed with golden lotuses. A strong pressure rolled in from the east and arrived in an instant. This pressure was so powerful and incomparable that it caused all the living beings in the floodplains to be startled and kneel down to worship. An ancient and heavy voice spread throughout the flood, proclaiming, I am Hong Jun. Now I have become a saint. 1,000 years from now in the chaos outside the flood purple sky palace sermon. But all who have the destiny can come to listen. Sixth ear, however, trembled. For only he knew that a great age of saints had come. Chapter 16, Hongjun becomes a sage and rolls up the flood. Hongjun's sainthood deeply shocked all the great powers of the flood wilderness, bringing endless pressure to everyone and making the beings of the flood wilderness full of confusion and fear for the future. The great powers from all over the flood wasteland began to gang up in twos and threes, and embraced the warmth of the group. Originally, we are all playing happily. You dish and I also dish. Anyway, we all dish at the same level. Who can not laugh at who? Millions of years ago, the three immortal island war. Suddenly appeared three big Luotu. Ruthlessly rolled a wave of flood cultivation tide. Later, we found that people are good people. The old red clouds every day hanging in the waste of heaven and earth Xianhuang virtues measuring tape around the world. To maintain world peace. Around as a peacemaker. In the face of the measuring tape. The flood that is very peaceful for a while, the oldest Qinyuanzi door does not go out of the two door. Never oppression of the good and the good. But also from time to sort out the flood veins. The old 3-6 ears. These years net whacking their two monkey brother. Never argue with outsiders. Everyone hanging heart and put down. The three big Luo are auspicious. Do not be afraid. Then play music, then dance. We continue to play happily. Whoever thought that the good times did not last long? This suddenly appeared a saint too. That pressure is obviously more bullish than the big Luo. You become a saint to become a saint. Speak what kind of road? Which let us learn or not learn. Go to learn it will not have time to play. Do not learn it and afraid of others to learn to turn back to bully us. The dog saint. Stinking show off. Only you can. Despicable of your mother. So, the flood of great powers are all moving again. Touching the fish is not touching. Lying flat and stand up again. Playing dead instantly are returned to the yang. Dating again announced a breakup. The flood once again rolled up. Purple sky palace that old man has just become a saint. Leisurely drinking immortal tea. That is a spring breeze. The mood is doubly refreshing. This flood stirring cannot help but touch a hand. That cracked into a bastard shell like the jade disc of creation. Ha! Shocked a mouthful of immortal tea sprayed on the ground. Bad. The flood house so big resentment. Is not the universal celebration to congratulate the saint? Could there be a demonic creature? This matter is strange. Too strange. Hongjun steady as the old dog also cannot sit down. Pick up the jade disc of creation and began to rub wildly. Beads of sweat snapping down. And then dumbfounded. The root cause in their own awe. Jade Palace sighed. The three Qing also feel the pressure. Tong Tian suggested and monkey them to form a group. Laozi in the original head shook into a rattle. Pull back. Scales and horns of the generation. Must not degrade the name of the three Qing Pan Gu Zhengzong. Tong Tian pouted defiantly. Sticks and Kuanpeng 2 play water. Both dish level is equal. Who does not mind who? Group success. The Queen Mother of the West, a small heart poof poof, jumped a lot. Although very disgusted with the East Wangong, this licking dog. But at the moment there is no better choice. No choice to temporarily rent a team. Which can give the East Wangong this old bidding happy. The first thing I want to do is to get a good job. Sunstar on the Emperor Jun and Taiyi has long been rowing a large number of demonic powers. Lined up. Formed the demon court. That bullish are nostrils to the sky. Nuafushi's siblings adhered to the Godao and closed their doors. Red clouds in Jin Yuanzi, two great Luo, also cannot sit still. They have rushed to the three immortal islands in auspicious clouds. With the beautiful name of stringing a relative. Red clouds are tawdry to the heaven and earth Xianhuang merit and virtue measuring tape hanging on the waist. Since the separation. Red clouds in Jin Yuanzi, this brother and sister, a daily drinking and bragging. A daily farm work. Think the world is invincible. The cultivation to be ignored. Millions of years. Cultivation hard, not much progress. Or early Dala. See their third brother's 6 years of cultivation and improvement. The two brothers thought that the old three in luck. Must be again got what chance. For big hands stroking each monkey hair to see. That is the 6 ears from top to bottom of the bottom off. Just short of the crotch. This can be next to the 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys look stupid. Big Luo are so shameless. After playing around for a while, 6th ears monkey suddenly tightened. Please ask big brother and second brother to cover the sky. The 2 old den instantly understand. No, the third brother 6 ears again want to burst big thunder. Red cloud big formation up. Ground book up. Numbly set up everything. Sit and wait for 6 ears to speak. 6 ears do not dare to say that he is the blue star crossing over. Everyone will not believe such a thing that has no spectrum. So he had to say. 2 brothers. But it is great. Do you know that my natural aptitude for all things is clear? And probed into what? Lao San Ah. Do not play closed. Directly to the main event. Red Cloud Big Brother is still reliable. San Ah. The Earth Book is protecting it. Just say what you have to say. Don't ink. Jin Yuanzi was also quite annoyed with people selling out. I probed into the heavenly chances. The matter is important. The words come out of my mouth. Pass through your ears. Must not be told to outsiders also. Several people also knew the power of leaking information. And nodded their heads in agreement. 6 ears' natural aptitude is good at listening to the sound. Can examine the reason. Know before and after. All things are clear. As for how divine this aptitude is, only the 6th ear himself knows. And no one else doubts it. 6 ears pretending to be profound, 3,000 years later. The Purple Palace Sermon. The front row of the bushel 6. Seems to have a big chance. 2 brothers and I must grab the seat 3. I can't explain this reasoning. Remember to remember. Next to him. The second monkey and the third monkey were not shy. What about us? 6 ears is really embarrassed to hit the 2 monkeys. You guys, this water goods Tai peak. Still want to grab the seat. Play it. Shaking the monkey's head. He said, there are countless great powers in the floodplains. And I don't know how many of them are stronger than you. We 3 big Luo are not very sure. The third brother. Your cultivation is still shallow. Certainly cannot grab. In order to be on the safe side. Can you 2 help us? The 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys naturally nodded their heads. Then when the gate to the purple heavenly palace opens. Push me and second brother Jin Yuanzi. Big brother moves extremely fast. And can naturally get a futon without a boost. After big brother is done. He must never let it go to anyone else. Remember to remember. The red cloud formation and the earth book were withdrawn. No one questions 6 ears' words. The 3 Tao Lords don't cultivate anything else before the opening of the purple heavenly palace and specialize in speed. The second and third monkeys specialized in arm strength. During this period of time, the floodplain was surprisingly calm. And everyone was in seclusion. Getting high. And cultivating like crazy. So as not to be an outcast of the great age. Chapter 17, Seat Snatching in the Purple Heaven Palace. The flood is not chronological. Time is worthless again. 3,000 years passed in a flash. Red clouds. Jin Yuanzi. The 6 ears. Red Shiri horse monkeys. Through the arm apes and monkeys of this team. A year ahead of schedule towards the chaos purple heavenly palace to fly. Due to the early thunderstorm of 6 ears. The culprit of the leak. The people of the 3 immortal islands attached great importance to this trip to listen to the sermon. They had made all the preparations. Everyone is the first time to enter the chaos. And no wonder. The flood has not yet played to understand. Nothing who run to that. Just into the chaos. The sky instantly darkened. The pressure on the body doubled. Feel a hurricane coming. The further you go, the darker the sky, the heavier the pressure. The wind is also more and more bitter, blowing on the body with a steel knife across the flesh and the spirit of the body in the intense pain, which is the chaos of the wind. Around. The cultivation is not enough. Don't see him. The flood can dominate. Are a party big brother? In this chaos really are not good. Cultivators are struggling to support. The heart of the Tao is not strong. Have to retreat. Listen to the Tao although good, but cannot be the first to lose their lives. Famous in the good little life can continue, Taoist heart strong. At the risk of perishing. With the sense of God to discern the direction. With a large magic or innate treasure to protect the body of the Tao. Grit your teeth and move forward. Even so, there are still constantly cultivators where chaotic wind torn. The spirit is also crushed by the wind. Really the soul 6 years and others do not dare to trust. Rush to sacrifice the pure white lotus. Will be too scared. Silly rookie brother pulled down on the lotus platform? Extreme innate spiritual treasure protection. Since the pressure is greatly reduced. Jin Yuanzi also sacrificed the book of the earth. Cover himself in red cloud. A few people show teeth grin. Tenacious to fly forward. Along the way. Broken limbs. Broken souls floating around. Just like a cultivated hell. The Purple Heaven Palace sermon. In the chaos of the Purple Heaven Palace? In the middle of the chaos, to pass through this is the screening field. Cultivation is not enough. The heart is not firm. Not enough luck. There is no innate defense. Treasures are not qualified to listen to the sermon. Hongjun, this old Deng Chu's people are really ruthless. If not, how to call the flooded? The strong survive. The weak for food. This is the truth of the flood world. After nearly a year of chaotic flight, the 5 people finally saw a simple and elegant huge palace. The whole palace was shining with golden light. The immortal gas was rich. And the Taoist rhythm surrounded it. A good chaotic purple heavenly palace. The 5 people of the 3 immortal islands landed on the clouds and were surprised to look at the sea of people in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace's main hall earlier. It seems that there are still people than their cattle. The great Luo Jingxian is not good. The original we are not the most chicken. The most intelligent. The most powerful wave of people. Just see. The front 3 were an old man. A middle-aged. A young man. Not 3 Chang and who can be, followed by Nuafushi siblings. The next is the Kuanping Sticks team. Di Jun and Tai brothers. The Western Queen Mother and the Eastern Prince Gong. The demon race of the top 10 saints of the demon also arrived. The rest is a large group of unknown immortals and gods. And the last side of the 12 ancestral wizards. 3 immortal island 5 people jaws. Could it be that Hong Jun opened the back door to these people? Their own so powerful lineup. But also set off a year ahead of time. How could they arrive so late? Really day dog. Not waiting for the 6 ears and other people too much thinking. Only to see a beautiful and valiant. Tall beauty. Very ladylike to come, 6 ears little brother. Can have thought for sister. Even if our 6 ears thick skin. Also cannot help but old face a red. I was anti-molestation. Hurriedly replied, Ho-Tu's sister. Why are you also here? The witch race does not have a spirit. Cannot cultivate the saint's skills. It is useless. Ho-Tu sweetly rolled her eyes. I just want to say to brother 6 ears that the witch clan trusts you. There is a need for the place of the witch clan. Just open your mouth. 6 ears do not know. After the 3 immortals island battle, the circle knows that 6 ears the stupid gave the innate treasure measuring ruler of heaven to the good big brother. Such a temperament. All concluded that 6 Ears is not a greedy and treacherous person. The witch tribe also listened to the words of the 6 Ears. Specializing in law. Try to form the 12 Datong Shinshur Defong. Has a small success. Sister Ho 2. The witches are straightforward and naturally won't lie. 6th Ear. Sometimes even lie to myself. So don't trust others lightly. 6th Ear flirted. You've even given away your merit supreme treasure. So it's clear that you're definitely not a treacherous person. And the sorcerer clan trusts you. Ho 2 said in a conspiratorial manner. Then that pair of beautiful eyes ruthlessly gouged out 6th Ear again. Making our 6th Ear dizzy. Is this complimenting me or blaming me? Too complicated. Too difficult for the monkey. 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys are not happy to hear. What? His family big monkey to the merits of the treasure measure of the sky ruler to give away. There is this thing. Loser monkeys do not know that they have the same root and origin of the 2 younger brothers. The second monkey looked at the big monkey with aggravated eyes. The big monkey scratched his monkey head. Fear not. It will all come later. The second and third monkeys then slowed down. Red Cloud was beside them in a cold sweat of nervousness and gripped the measuring tape even tighter. The 5 people from the 3 immortal islands endeavored to squeeze forward. The closer they were to the door, the greater the probability of grabbing a seat. How could other great powers know the benefits of the front? Only to have condemned the 5 people for not having the quality of the flood. What is the quality? Have bushels of incense. A group of bumpkins. Later you will be silly. Red Cloud 3 brothers of the prestige. The crowd of great powers or all know. Although not happy but no one blocked. Until walking to the front door was stopped by the 3 Ching. The 3 Ching and the 5 people from the 3 immortal islands looked at each other. And no one was allowed in terms of aura. The crowd at the back took out their small benches. There was another good show to watch. Did not wait for the 3 immortal island 5 people angry. See the crowd a burst of east to west. 12 big men thump 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 to squeeze away from the crowd. Mighty and domineering to stand behind the 5 people. That means again, we are a group of people. You are afraid of the 3 Ching. Our 12 ancestral witches are not vegetarian. This battle shocked the old man in the beginning of the heart and liver trembling. Not to mention Tong Tian had iron a voice rushed out. Fortunately, the old man's quick eyes and hands. A hand and pulled back. People under the roof have to bow down If only the 3 immortal island 5 people. 3 Ching feel that they can still fight. Plus the 12 ancestral witches. Let's forget about it. For the first time, the 3 Chings lowered their noble heads and dodged out of the way. Soon, with a creak, the gate of the purple heavenly palace opened. 5 people chicken thief to leap up, flying into the hall. All the great powers confused. No quality is still understandable, but also so impolite. Did not see the children in front of the door have something to say. So all the great powers also rubbing flying up. Afraid of falling behind. Doorway Haotian Yaoqi 2 children instantly petrified. Half open small mouth. Intends to debut for the first time in front of people. Prepared a few yuan will be choked back in the opening remarks. People have run away? And to whom to say? Blame the stinking monkey. A mouse shit. Bad pot of soup. Inside the purple heavenly palace. It comes with the power of the laws of space and time, which seems to be tens of meters, but is actually tens of thousands of miles. If you don't say that Sanqing is a sun, the force of the laws imposed on Sanqing, seemingly dozens of meters, but in reality tens of thousands of miles. If you don't say that Sanqing is your own sun, the force of law exerted on Sanqing is obviously much lighter. And the 5 people of the 3 immortal islands have become the focus of care. 3 Chang. Nuwa Fushi siblings. Styx River Kuanping speed also exceeded the 3 Immortal Island 5 people. Luckily, I had budgeted for this. Only to see our 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys used that cultivated 3,000 years of unicorn arm. A push 6 ears. A push Shin Yuanzi. The 3 of them instantly overtook each other and even smiled at Nuwa and the others. Nuwa and the others were furious. I'm reporting. Someone is cheating. Fushi also pushed Nuwa. But it was too late. Bang bang bang. The sound of falling seats have sounded. Seats settled. Okay, well. The 3 Qing grabbed the first 3 bushels. 6 ears 4th. Jin Yuanzi 5th. Red Yuan 6th. Proper. All the immortals a burst of cursing. Complaining 6 ears and other improper human son. Saints Dojo still dare to cheat. 6 ears also do not care. And there is no provision cannot push people off. At this time, a burst of pressure came. The immortal sound curled up. The Tao rhyme filled the air. And Hongjun Laodang shone. The immortals instantly calmed down. Hongjun forced Full to jerk the beard. Slowly opened the pair of narrowed a few yuan will old eyebrow click eyes. Scanning the front row. Bang. Shocked to tear off 2 more beards. What is the situation? The 4th and 5th bushels what happened? Should not be Nuwa and Kuanping it. My law power is not good to make it. How come there is a long hairy one? But it makes the old bastard nervous. Quickly took out the creation rain disc and began to rub furiously. This gave a crowd of great powers a silly look at what the sage was doing. Hongjun rubbed half a day and did not rub a result. No matter. Is it still not my say here? The old thief showed a face of complacency. Suddenly heard a burst of footsteps. Only to see the west of the 2 thieves of the guide quasi-late. While running also cried, I Western Baron. The road is far. But also hope that the immortal forgiveness then saw the front seat is gone. The 2 thieves 4 eyes a pair. Have faced the red cloud friend. My Western Baron. The road of cultivation is difficult. The opportunity to listen to the sermon is rare. I hope that the friend of the Taoist can have mercy on my Western beings. Will let this seat with us? Or so I can better understand the great Tao. Go back to benefit the West. Red clouds immediately froze. Really let the 3rd brother 6 ears set in. If according to the previous nature, this bushel let also no harm. But since the old 3,000s of instructions, never let the seat must have a reason. The red yuan also do not know how to refuse. Just embarrassed to giggle. The 6-eared monkey hurriedly said, this is not a reason. There are many people who have a hard time practicing cultivation. Using this as a reason to steal people's seats is shameless. 2 people look. Oh, a big grass. This is not a while ago to rob their own treasure of the great Luo Jinxi in it. Can't mess with. 2 people also don't dare to make a mistake. Kneeling to Saint Hongjun. Only 1 force crying. Beg Saint mercy. Taoist ancestor now has a step. And smoothly threw out 2 futons. And guiding Junti hurriedly sat down in the front row. Hongjun also threw out a futon. Let Nuwa sit down. All the fairies were puzzled for a while. The Western 2 thieves rely on shamelessly begged for 2 bushels is still understandable. This initiative to give Nuwa a bushel is what is the meaning of. Chapter 18, Monkey Group's first battle with the 3 pristine ones. Inside the Violet Sky Palace. Nuwa was given a futon and also took a seat in the front row. Originally, there were 6 saints in the front row of the heavenly settlement. But under shameless Hongjuan's tawdry maneuvering, there were actually 9 people seated. 6 ears in the heart of a tight. Get 6 ears are worried for Hongjun Saint. See how you distribute Hongmeng violet gas. I do not know how the follow-up will develop, but can be concluded that a total of 7 Hongmeng violet gas, which there is a refining cannot be done. And now do 9 people. In full view of the public. To see how you old deng divided. 6 ears drumming in his heart. Now although there is a bushel. But want to get Hongmeng violet gas. That is much more difficult. The saint this is to cheat. His own many plans. Really cannot resist the fate of creation. On the stage Hongjun closed those old eyebrow-clicking eyes again. Opened, this saint will be in the chaos of the Purple Sky Palace sermon 3 times. Each 3,000 years. Every 3,000 years sermon. In the future. Listen to the sermon according to this seat. Cannot be changed. The immortals said yes. No one dares to disobey the saints. We also all see the front row of the futon of the extraordinary. There must be a great opportunity. Are chagrined that they did not grab. Or monkeys they monkey smart The monkey's natural aptitude can Charlie. Before and after all clear must be in advance to detect what? No wonder people have to be cheeky to squeeze forward. No. In the future. We have to pay more attention to the movements of the monkeys. Invisibly. The monkey's image was unlimitedly elevated by the immortals. The saint on the stage forced Grauman. This saint is still attaining the way and will soon merge the heavenly Tao with his body. I do not tolerate the people of the flood wasteland to cultivate the 5 disciplines. So I preach the way to teach the people. To synthesize the cultivation methods of the flood wasteland. This saint divides the cultivation into 9 major realms. And each realm is divided into 4 sections. Namely, the front, middle, back, and the peak. 1. Earthly immortal realm, absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Dispel the valley. Longevity. Clouds gather themselves. And 6 clouds in each sky. 2. Heavenly immortal realm, fly to the sky. Achieve an immortal body. And utilize acquired spiritual treasures. 3. True immortal realm, able to mobilize the power of the 5 elements of control. Creation and destruction. The use of the latter-day spiritual treasure. 4. Xianxian realm, able to perceive the great Tao and absorb Taoist rhythms. 5. The realm of the golden immortals, able to traverse the 3 realms and enter the 9 specters. 6. Tai golden immortal realm, can realize the power of law. Move mountains and fill up the sea. And enter into the chaos. 7. The realm of the golden immortal of the great Luo, blooming the 3 flowers on the top. Condensing the 5 chi in the chest. Accomplishing the immortal golden body. And transcending beyond the 6 paths. 8. Quasi-saint realm, able to mobilize the power of laws. Cut out 3 corpses. And change the earth. Water. Fire. And wind. 9. Sage realm, able to reenact earth. Water. Fire. And wind. Create a small 1,000 worlds. And be the master of a party. Then. The immortal sound was faint. The Tao rhythms flowed. And endless merits and virtues descended. Hongjun still has 2 brushes. Dan Dao. Array Dao. The Tao of refining weapons. The Tao of law all benefit the 6 ears a lot. This sermon is still mainly about the way of Dala cultivation. With the passage of time, only to see the purple heavenly palace. Constantly banging. Countless great powers 3 flowers bloom. 5 Chi Chao Yuan. The cultivation of the numerous great powers that were imprisoned for countless yuan will have a breakthrough. From then on, the flood whirled into the era of the great Luo like a dog. Because there are saints in the chaos. All the great Luo exempted from the 9 thunderbolts. 6 ears is already in the middle stage of Diluo. And it is difficult to break through again. Only feel the futon under the buttocks is absolutely extraordinary. Can let a person's spiritual platform clear? Calm and quiet. Comes with the law of time. Can make time 10 times longer? Monkey instantly no. This is the old Hongjun Deng intends to give the 6 saints of the sky fixed backdoor up, but let himself intercepted the first opportunity. 3 Immortal Island 5 people can also hear the saints said the way of the Dala and the 9 turns of the Xian Gong have great similarities. Our 6 ears are even more trembling. Never use the natural aptitude. Really afraid of where there is a mistake. Hongjun Lao Deng to Allah does not pass the 6 ears. Hongjun opened his eyes several times. Glanced to the 6 ears and others. Thought. This monkey how so honest. You are so good and do not make mistakes. I can how to destroy your origin. This Hongmeng violet is not enough to share and then look at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi has a book of the earth to protect. Combing the earth veins of the floodplains. There is a great merit. But also cannot hurt him. Find a reason for it and finally see the red cloud is a great merit and great luck. Do not get him killed. How can I be smooth in road? 6 ears nodded. 3 brothers do not yet know that they are Flood Earth Emperor Hongjun miss a time. A few people also a burst of moving. Hongjun good people see how much care about themselves. Has been paying attention to themselves. 6 ears also sigh. Fortunately, he tens of thousands of years as one day. Conscientious. Finally caught up with the express train of history. 12 ancestral witches without spirit. Cannot cultivate. The way to listen to useless is even more uninteresting. Has long been running back to the witch sleep to go. Since the 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys because of the drugs to enhance up the cultivation. Not moving to still in the peak of Tai stuck. However, these 2 water goods after listening to the road. The bottom of the peak of Tai is also a lot of solid. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yuan. Too long ago great Luo. Deserted millions of years of cultivation. Picked up again. But no new breakthrough. In this way, 3,000 years of preaching passed in an instant. The endurance of all the immortals have reached the limit. The sage is also tired. Voice are speaking smoke. Cannot. Have to go back to take a nap. This 3,000 years without eating or drinking. Non-stop sermon who can stand. I saint is also a human Immediately, Hongjun announced the end of the class. Immediately took out the jade disc of creation rubbing wildly. Shielding everything. Hollering to make up for the big sleep to go. Outside the purple heaven palace. Everyone exchanged learning experiences in 2s and 3s. Breakthrough of the 3 Ching. The guide to the paraclete. And so on. And then support the prism. Listening to the paraclete to mention that was once robbed by monkeys. The sense of justice is bursting primitive finally said that shocked the flood famous words, wearing scales with horns. What body ovulation generation? What qualifications with me and other rows of the same seat? All the fairies look at the beginning of the first. Well, this time can be the flood of all the fairies are offended. The beginning of heaven and earth. In addition to a few innate beings for the innate form. 99% of the 9 are wearing scales with horns wet body ovulation of the generation. The original cow. This is with their own power to push the 3 Qing to the mainstream of the flood on the opposite side. The immortals hurriedly categorized themselves. For example, Nuwa was positioning herself. The upper body of my mother is the innate Taoist body. The lower body is a big tail. And scales? What am I really? Counting scales and horns. So tangled The good thing is, people Yuan sure said it was a row of the same seat. Which is obviously aimed at said monkeys. Although the immortals are not happy. But also not so much for a sentence to the right seat. But the party's 6 ears on hearing it is not happy. In front of the flood so many top big brother face was scolded. Uncle can endure. Monkey cannot endure. What, shameless primitive. You and I in the past have no grudges. Today there is no hatred. Why insult me? Have the courage to you say it again. 3 Qing now bottom We are all great Luo. Who is afraid of who? What's more, your bitter master guiding junta is also present. Your backstage witch tribe is not present. We are 5-5 Daluo against your 3 Daluo 2 Tai Peak. This is still afraid of a hammer. Dry. Stable win. The atmosphere is tense. A big battle is about to break out. Love to watch the drama of the Flood Immortals. And then all bitchy pull out a small bench. Tongtian Tiger Ah. Words do not say much. The fire a little bit on. A voice, carrying the extreme innate spiritual treasure chinking sword, went up. This time the old man did not stop. In another blink of an eye. Only to see. Lao Zi will be extremely innate spiritual treasure 2 has dust whisked to red yuan. Was Jin Yuan Z Earth book blocked? The beginning of the first will be extremely innate spiritual treasure 3 treasures of the Jade Rui smashed to the 6 ears macaque, still harboring a persuasive and psychological red cloud. See, chopping has opened. Cannot be reversed. So he can only carry the merits and virtues of measuring the ruler of the sky against the Tongtian. Receiving the collateral junta, a look at their own pestle and mortar and pestle of God in the hands of the 2 monkeys and the 3 monkeys. The 2 a burst of bitterness surged to the heart. A voice. But also went up. Cannot beat the big monkeys. But also cannot beat the little monkeys? Chapter 19, the 3 Qings unite to battle monkeys in the west. Outside the purple heavenly palace. Careful viewers will find that the 9 outstanding young people, the first row of bushels, with the best fortune, the best roots and the strongest treasures in the entire flood wilderness have participated in the battle with 8 of them. Nuwa was so agitated that all of you are the 9 outstanding youths of the floodplains. And when all 8 of you were fighting, you didn't bring me along to make me look so special. Unable to resist the urge, Nuwa repeatedly jumped into the fray with a 7-eared great ring sword. I want to be with the 9 great youths even if I die. The 2 warring parties are very nervous. Do not know which end of this tiger lady. Fortunately, they were all dragged back in time by Fushi. Positive battlefield. 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys. Scared hares stand up. These 2 bald, what the hell? We are small water goods Tai Peak. How to prohibit you 2 real Luo Jinxi and Huahua? To big bully small even if. You see these 2 bald but dead father like to fight the appearance. This is how much hatred Oh. Don't bully the little monkey Things have come to this point. There is no way to retreat. 2 monkeys. The left hand shakes the North Shin Yuan water control flag. Cover themselves and 3 monkeys. Right hand swings the devil pestle and mortar urged, 3 monkeys also tense a batch of 1 hand. 1 hand to raise the god pestle. 1 hand to prime the white jade pillar against the enemy. The law of war double ignition. Although the guide quasi break through the great Luo golden immortal. But no heavy treasure. The only one extremely high grade innate spiritual treasure 6 clean bamboo can only play auxiliary. Nausea is okay. Can't hurt people? 6 clean bamboo clean power most of the Xian Yuan water control flag block. A small amount of clean power. You can knock the 3 light divine water elimination. 2 monkeys is so dry. The immortals saw an incredible scene. The 2 monkeys in the hard resistance after a few times suddenly changed the way of fighting. Are a hand holding a magic treasure? A hand carrying a bottle. Once injured to drink water. Look. The 2 monkeys were sneak attack. Legs are broken. A drop of 3 light divine water. Instant healing, 3 monkeys' head was shot flat. A little 3 light divine water. Instant recovery. It is really a ghost in the daytime and hanged. Directly looks silly a crowd of small bench. Can also play so. Then look at the lousy side. Lousy head of heaven and earth Xianhuang Gongda Linglong Tower. Tai E Duster constantly beat Jin Yuanzi. That is no reservation. Both are early Dala. But after the breakthrough of the lousy root script source is stronger than Jin Yuanzi 10%. Jin Yuanzi in the book of the earth to protect. Grit his teeth and hard to carry. There is no way. This love of tree planting guy even it can take out of the hands of the attack of magic treasure also do not have. Just light up a few pieces of the latter-day spirit treasure. All by the old man a whisk to break. Jin Yuanzi also do not attack. We book of defense in the flood can be ranked in the top 3. Anyway. I shell hard. As long as you cannot die on the line. We do not want to win. As long as we can hold your old man this guy on the line. If you don't have enough mana. Just knock ginseng fruit. Then there are still 10 drops of 3 lights divine water. Jin Yuanzi stayed with the monkey for a long time. The immortal style and moral integrity of the persona has long been lost to nowhere. While hard against the old man. While the mouth owes the output. The words of the audience on the stage hurt all want to vomit. If you can't beat it, you can't let it be cursed. Then look at the side of the big brother Red Cloud. Red Yuan with a big formation defense. Attack with the merit measuring heavenly ruler. Defense is a little weak. But the attack is powerful. The measuring ruler of heaven and Tongtian's Xingping sword fought back and forth. Tongtian had a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sword. And in terms of bravery, Tongtian was the first of the 3 Qing dynasty. Although Hong Yuan fought easily, it was impossible to take down Tongtian in a short period of time. 6 ears are fighting with the original. Suddenly perceive. Guide quasi 2 old thieves in the abuse of their own 2 monkey brother. Anger. And then do not reserve. The pressure of the middle of the dollar released. Prompted 12 fixed sea pearl. Knocked off the original 3 treasures of the Jade Rudraksh. Do not give the original a little opportunity to react. With the heart of the iron rod soldiers into a long gun. The gun pierced the original body protection body of gold. Direct Shah waist on. The original burst of pain. Who am I? Where am I? Said that they are all at the early stage of the Great Luo. How do you suddenly open up into the middle stage? How can we still play? Knowing that he is unbeatable. Primordial turned around and ran. 6 ears mobilized the white lotus of the pure world and easily suppressed the injured origin. After a struggle, Yuan Shi was sucked into the inner space of the lotus platform. 6 ears turned his head and flew to the side of the reception of the quasi. Is naked holding the silence of the wheel of law to the monkey bleeding quasi? Suddenly feel a sharp pain in the back of the head. And then a black eye. Fainted. Apparently was 6 ears from behind a sneak attack. Receiving a look is a big monkey to come. Also startled. Where is the beginning of the beginning? So fast to be picked up. Really dish. Guiding has the psychological shadow of the last time 6 ears violently beat up. Knowing that he definitely can't do monkey. But also cannot degrade the face of the 9 outstanding young people in the flood. Only to see the guide. Straighten the Taoist robe. Hands together, Amitabha Buddha. The lost master is slow. I surrender is. I hope to leave me alive. Then flopped down on the ground. Pretending to die. Anyway. I fainted. Monkey, you look at it, 3 Qing I have already tried my best to guide. I was knocked out by the monkey. What else can you say? The rest of the matter is not something I can control. But I hope the monkey does not notice. Hey. I'm still smart. Monkey also blindfolded. What is this? Not yet fight it surrendered. Just surrendered on the fall. Is my compulsion is too strong? To this guy scared past. Monkey has no time to think about it. Hurry to take the guide also into the lotus space. In the lotus platform. The original one hand over the waist. One hand shaking the paraclete. Just shaking the paraclete awake. Guiding covered his chest. Bit his tongue. Managed to squeeze out a bit of blood. Vomited a mouthful of sprayed on the face of Junti. Said weakly, do not shake again. Do not shake again. I suffer from internal injuries. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. The opposite side of the 5 Daluo. In a moment by the 6 ears to solve 3. Left behind the old Sun and Tongtian not hand to hand. Lao Zi saw that the momentum was bad. I implore the sage to save my 3 Qing. I implore the sage to rescue me. The flood immortals have a blank stare. Is this the bone of the 3 Qing? The old man is shameless. Children fight. Cannot beat it. Then shout parents. Really classless. Tongtian look. Saints, so do not give face to the big brother. That want you to do what, Hongjun old thief. Despicable thou mother. Ah. A sentence did not the scene of the immortals scared half dead. Have half period of the small horse ready to run? Do not know. Saints anger. Blood bleaching skulls awe. Harmed by the original is to play offensive. The red cloud also had to stop hand. Threw away the measuring tape. Stretched out 2 big hands ruthlessly cover the Tongtian's mouth. You want to die, can? Do not get us involved. Chapter 20, call your parents if you can't beat them. Too bad they're asleep. My voice is smoking from shouting. But I don't see any saints making a move. In the purple sky palace. The jade disk of creation has its own space. Hongjun Saint 4 tilted 8 forks to lie on the bed. The mouth stayed in the hala. Farting burp also grinding teeth. From time to time also stumped to 2 sentences of dream words. Is sleeping sweetly. The old Hong 2 people have been preaching for 3,000 years. But also not let us sleep. Hongjun isolated from the outside world. Is doing their own beautiful dream. As for any movement outside, he couldn't hear it at all. Plus, the Purple Heaven Palace comes with its own isolation array, adding another layer of insurance to this sound isolation. Outside the Purple Heaven Palace, 6 Ears cooperated with Red Yuan and beat Tongtian in 3 or 2 times to make him doubt his life. Monkey is too strong. Just a moment ago it was still in the early stage of Diluo. How come it's in the middle stage now? Tongtian was unconvinced. Sage. Someone is cheating in the fight. Do you care? 6 Ears was again exasperated and laughed. I've long been in the middle stage of the Great Luo. Can't I conceal my breath? And still fight or not? Tongtian also dry. Their own on a Qingping sword. You are all over the body is treasure. I also play a fart. Can beat the ghost. Tongtian to sit on the ground. Like what you want. Making 6 Ears embarrassed to do it. He gently placed the white lotus of the pure world on top of Tongtian's head and took it into the lotus. Only one old man top heaven and earth Xinhuang merit in virtue Linglong Pagoda is still holding on. Rely on the turtle shell on top of the head. Really Kiba hard How can not break? Several people from the 3 immortal islands took turns launching attacks against Laozi. Nay. The defense of Laozi's innate merit in virtue supreme treasure on top of his head was too perverse. Even though 6 Ears joined the battle and used all their strength, they still couldn't break through Laozi's defense. In fact, the red clouds hanging in the waist of the merit measuring tape can briefly break the defense of Linglong Pagoda. But the red clouds, this miser in the nick of time brain pumped, said nothing to use the measuring tape. For fear of knocking his lifeblood. Hardly bare hands to tear bar and aid merit and virtue treasure. You say is not a big disease. Laozi saw that he was already powerless to return to heaven. At most another half an hour. He would exhaust his mana. His origin was damaged. And the merit Linglong Pagoda would soon be unable to catalyze it. Hongjun Sage did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Just did not come out. A nonsensical misunderstanding. And then was infinitely amplified by the 3 Qing into see death. Hold a grudge. So that in the future the 3 Qing did not less to the heavenly Dao Hongjun trips. Pull back. Sing the opposite. Laozi was about to run out of gas. And even felt that his origin was draining away. He couldn't fight anymore. Stop. 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 I admit defeat. We, the three Qing, are burdened with the merit of opening the heavens, and for the sake of the Father God, can we sit down and negotiate? Well, lousy this Panga God have moved out. The entire flood world is your father opened up. This face can be big. 3 Immortal Island 5 people are also afraid of Hong Jun Saint's suddenly shot favoritism. Has been in the heart of the bottom, taking advantage of the old man to admit his weakness. The face has. A few people looked at each other and then stopped attacking. Negotiation is good. We all have to fight to the death for what? This matter was started by Six Ears and naturally stopped by Six Ears. Sixth Ear said, "We cannot kill you for the sake of great God Pangu. But breaking your Tao body, injuring your origin, aborting your heel, and sending you to the 9 hells and 10 lands can still be considered. Since you want to talk, it depends on your sincerity." Lousy, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Listen. This monkey said are human words. Too vicious. But finally a breath of relief. Have to talk on the line. Merit Linglong Tower is Father God left. Must not be lost. In addition, I only have Tai Duster and 8 View Palace Lamp 2 extremely high grade and 8 spiritual treasure. The Tai Whisk is the symbol of my 3 purities and cannot be lost. Therefore, I will exchange the 8 scenic palace lamp for my 2 brothers. Six Ears laughed loudly. Lousy. Want to fart to eat it? The defeated should have the consciousness of defeat. Where that so much because so? With me have to do. Besides, do you 2 brothers are worth a spiritual treasure? Lousy clenched his teeth, knowing that it would not work without bloodletting. As long as he could keep the Merit Supreme Treasure Linglong Tower, then I'll give you both of the 2 extreme and 8 spiritual treasures in exchange for my 2 brothers. Six Ears is still not satisfied, knowing that Linglong Tower is the lifeblood of the old sun. Surely want not. Still upset, I also want the original 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. Tong Tian's Qingping sword. This is the bottom line. Poor red flowers, white lotus roots, green lotus leaves. The 3 Qing dynasty was originally a family. This is too much ethereal duster. 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. Qingping sword is all from the 24 pints of Chaos Qinglian. Is the 3 Qing's most powerful attack magic treasure? In the floodplain is also the symbol and credentials of the 3 Qing. 3 Qing if there is no this 3 treasures. That is still the original 3 Qing. The melon masses. A shiver. Do not dare to think. Do not dare to think. The monkey is too ruthless. Kill people also kill Na. From now on, the 3 clear in the flood again no deterrent. Lao Zi helplessly sigh. Really steal the chicken not lost rice. Self-inflicted. If I had known today why bother, well, I take 2 younger brothers to do the Lord promised with you. Subsequently, Lousy eyes with tears. Reluctant to give up that lost him a few yuan will Tai Duster and 8 scenes palace lamp to the 6 Ears. 6 Ears then released the beginning in Tong Tian. Only to hear the beginning as soon as he landed on the ground. He cried, "Big brother. The monkey stabbed me in the waist. Please big brother with me to do the Lord." Next to Tong Tian is not just how to think. Naive back, second brother. All right. If you are extinct, I can still give birth. A sentence that exasperated the crowd and the eaters of the scene. Too fraught with laughter. Laozi shook his head helplessly and told Yuanshi and Tong Tian to each hand over their magic treasures and hurriedly had to leave. Immediately afterward, the 6th Ear released the quasi-question of the receiver. What do you take to redeem yourselves? Although the 2 are in the white lotus of the pure world. But the outside heard everything. Knowing that they have to bleed. That is really a ghost cry. 2 big men. Crying. Sincere feelings. Call people good pity. Western two thieves also shouted Saint help. But our saint is still in the jade disk of creation of the Sumeru world sleep it. The two worlds of signal shielding. No signal. No matter how you shake also cannot play the phone. The two thieves also do not matter. No treasure. But also live what strength. That is not give up their lives. Ah. A pair of money without a life of a rolling knife meat style. After the three immortal island 5 people after a fist and foot enlightenment. This is honest to hit the note, take the quasi-T brotheros 6 ears of the ultimate innate spiritual treasure too. At the same time the 6 roots of pure bamboo left. Step 3 back to go back to the west. Chapter 21, the innate gourd vine emerges. The big battle finally came to an end. The small bench as if watching a wonderful movie. Still deeply immersed in the plot. Cannot be extricated. Even if the theater are curtains. Everyone still cannot finish. Good Big Brother Red Cloud looked at a large pile of extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures held in the arms of the 6th ear. His eyes glowing with gold. His mouth opened and closed. And then opened. And then closed. Wanting to speak again and again. Jin Yuanzi also looked at Ling Bao with hungry eyes. Condescendingly looking at Ling Bao. And then at the monkey. With that exaggerated movement. Afraid that others wouldn't see that he was thinking about the Ling Bao and 6 ears arms. If it is not surrounded by all the great powers are still watching. Brother and brother also scruples some cheek. If it is in it. The treasure in the arms has long been snatched away. In the end. Or good Big Brother Red Cloud first taught, third brother Brother with you to discuss something. Brother this is a little big. You see. 6 ears are funny. Pretend. Continue to pretend. Just you still know how to discuss things. Ah shucks. On the scene or to maintain the picture of brotherly friendship, brothers. 6 ears can have today. All rely on the 2 brothers to support. Besides this battle. We all made great efforts. The treasure in my hand. Not I have. There is suitable. 2 brothers despite take. Old 3 I have no wrong. It's done. A big stone fell to the ground in Red Cloud's heart. Always robbing his brother's treasure is quite embarrassing. Red Cloud took off the heaven and earth Xianhuang merit measuring ruler at his waist. And like caressing his own child. Fondly. Stuffed it into 6 ears arms. Although this treasure was powerful. It did not match with his own cloud system technique. In the past. There is no choice but to take this heavy treasure to fill the facade. The bottom line. The good merit and virtue of the ruler has been their own as a big iron rod. Cannot play its power of 50%. Red Cloud's eyes were firm as he said, third brother. This treasure is considered buried in my place. Or more suitable for you. The Tai dust and the 8 scenic palace lights in your arms are the right match for me. For one thing. My companion spirit treasure is a duster. And the Tai duster is more suitable for my technique than the heavenly measuring ruler. Secondly. The 8 scenic palace lamp is capable of attacking and defending. And the burning sky purple flame within it is able to help me refine the laws of fire. And its defensive power is also ranked high. If I obtain these 2 treasures, I will have both offense and defense. And the fusion of Tao laws will be able to go to the next level. The 6 ears had no choice but to give the Tai whisk and the 8 scenic palace lamp to Hong Yun. And then returned the heavenly measuring ruler to Hong Yuan. Red Yuan said nothing. However, his elder brother had a point. And 6 ears also realized that this treasure did not go well with his cloud system technique. Seeing that Red Cloud was adamant that he did not want the heaven measuring ruler. 6 ears used it himself. This treasure goes well with me. The oldest 2 Jin Yuanzi is even more suffering from the lack of attack magic treasure. Every fight is the top of the corner of the book of the ground to be beaten. A generation of absolute power extreme heel face. That is pressed on the ground friction and friction. This love of planting trees chose the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. This treasure is powerful in attack. Kung Fu Fit. Good second brother is also counted as a combination of offense and defense. The second monkey had the Xian Yuan water control flag. A defense-oriented innate superb magic treasure. But no powerful attack magic treasure. So the big horse monkey chose the Ding Ding Ching Ping sword. A treasure that fit well with the second monkey's water-based spells. 3 monkeys through the arm apes and monkeys on the 6 roots of the pure bamboo is also very satisfied. The old 3 bitter 10,000 years of daughter-in-law finally boiled into a grandmother. The best innate spiritual treasure in hand. The world I have. This treasure attack cannot. Good in a certain defense ability. Its clean power can also release the protective barrier. If you meet the big Luo. Although cannot win. But self-protection worry-free. The surrounding immortals were sighing. Envious little stars flying all over the sky. All sighing that 6 Ears was a brother and a friend. And that his luck was bursting and his strength was going up to the next level. Nuwa also returned to normal. Very ladylike bowing to congratulate the 3 immortal island people. And then Kuanpeng. River Styx. Di Jun. Tai. Queen Mother of the West and a host of other great powers. The Duke of the East King squirmed and stood to the side. Very upset. This was supposed to be his own chance. Seeing Nuwa and Tai. 6 Ears had a flash of light and slapped his thighs. Focusing on fighting and almost missing the big event. After the first sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace. Something big happened. The sky set 6 saints gathered together. Triggering the birth of the innate gourd vine. How to forget this? However, the innate treasure has a spirit. And it is not allowed unless it has a destiny. 6 Ears and gourd vines have fate. No. The 6 Ears of this good's Mao karma no. Net is thinking of other people's karma. No karma is not afraid. We can create karma. And our good big brother Red Cloud and Gordtang have fate. With him to go. Can encounter. 6th Ear hurriedly inquired. Big brother. Can you sense that an opportunity is about to descend? Red Yuan was happily fiddling with his new magic treasure. And casually replied. No. Where did that much chance come from? 6 Ears scratched his scalp. Big brother. If you sense it properly, you will definitely be able to sense it. Red clouds. A face of confusion. My own chance I cannot sense it. Is it that you know me better than I know myself? You are not me, Lao San stop. Really no. 6 Ears became anxious and said in a trembling voice. Big brother. This can be had. This question and answer to the surrounding great powers are all blindfolded. What is the monkey doing? There is really a big disease. Red clouds look at the monkey this serious look. Must be true. Because the old 3 have all things are clear talent aptitude. Never reliable. Red clouds closed his eyes. Divine sense released 10,000 miles. Seriously sensing. Not surprisingly. The direction of Buzhou Mountain. Seems to have innate treasures to come out. Family members know their own business. 6 Ears know their own talent aptitude is chicken ribs. Useless. They can everything into the god. A step faster. Relying on the memory of the blue star and their own monkey brain. For the time being, it is a strategy. I only heard Red Cloud excitedly say. Lao San. There it is. At Buzhou Mountain. The crowd of great powers also released their divine sense towards Buzhou Mountain and also sensed it. As a result, a crowd stirred. All puckered up and burned their origins. Frantically flying towards Buzhou Mountain one after another. Chapter 22 Hongjun wakes up and rips off his beard. Buzhou Mountain. An innate guardian array emerged. But see its big formation on the auspicious clouds curling. The sunlight. Inside the array. One of the 10 best spiritual roots in the floodplains of the innate gourd vine is hidden therein. And there are 7 purple gourds on the vine, each of which has a brilliant divine light and strong spiritual power. 6 ears fuse 2 life memories. Naturally can recognize this thing. The first purple gold gourd for the yin and yang gourd, which has innate yin and yang 2 chi. Since the small world of Sumeru can carry all things, absorb all things. Originally for the lousy. The second purple and green gourd is the water and fire gourd. Within the period there is the samadhi true fire and the crystal of the innate. Can refine everything? Can release the samadhi true fire and the crystal of the innate? Originally for the original proceeds. The third purple and green gourd is the griffin gourd, within which there is 1 water griffin and 1 fire griffin, which can release either the water griffin or the fire griffin, and was originally obtained by Tong Tian. The fourth purple and red gourd is the scattering spirit gourd. Within the period of the scattering spirit clouds and mist, can wear out everything? And then was added to the 9-9 red veil. Became the 9-9 red veil scattering spirit gourd. Originally for the red cloud income. The fifth purple and yellow gourd is the demon recruiting gourd, within which there is a demon recruiting streamer, which can command all the demon races, and was originally obtained by Manhwa. The sixth purple and white gourd is the chopping immortal gourd. Within the period there is a knife chopping immortal white light. Can cut off everything? Can hurt the saint? Originally for the Tai obtained. The seventh purple and black gourd for the chaos gourd. Within the period of the innate chaos gas. Can pollute everything? Can be shielded from the sky. The internal also become a small thousand world. Originally for the Hongjun income. The 7 treasure gourds all reach the level of extreme innate spiritual treasures. Powerful. Offensive and defensive. Especially the 7th gourd, which was later refined by Hongjun sage. Its power is comparable to the innate supreme treasure. In the purple sky palace outside the fairies in front of the face of the 3 clear and the west to guide Quasi also sensed the opportunity. Shiki looking over. Flood this. Sheik counts for what? Treasure is the right reason. The 3 Ching you see the treasure. Restless. Said. This treasure and I 3 Ching have a destiny. We only take 3. Guiding Junti was also not willing to lag behind. I am barren in the west and have no heavy treasures. So I will only take 2 of them. Emperor Jun Tai was offended. My treasures in the east have nothing to do with you in the west. My brothers will only take 1 of them. Nuwa's face was displeased. Buzhou Mountain is mine and my brother's dojo. So it's only natural to have one. Jin Yuanzi, this treasure. My big brother and third brother were the first to sense it when there were 2. 6 Ears looked at his stupid second brother with a grumbling face. The second brother was puzzled. Did the price shouted low? The monkey heart really black 6 Ears said. I'll make an argument. If the immortals agree it's fine. If they don't, we'll all go our own way. The immortals were helpless. Who let the 5 people of the 3 immortal islands be powerful and unusually united? And defeated the flood leader 3 Ching. Who could say a no? 6 Ears said. The 3 pristine ones are the rightful owners of Pangu. So there should be 2 of them. This object comes from the Buzhou Mountain. So there should be 1 for the Nuwafushi siblings, there should be 1 for the Dijun Tai brothers, and the remaining 3 should be owned by us. The 3 immortal islands. This is also basically in line with the distribution results of the original plot. Monkey just black 3 Ching a gourd. Who let 3 Ching now waste not hard? And black Hongjun Saint A. Who let Hongjun Saint with the evaporation of the same? Just now the purple palace battle. Are playing out enough brains. Also did not see the saint breathed a sigh of relief. Take care of these forces at the top. And all the other small shrimps are not enough to be feared. Nay. The 2 saints of the west. The Styx River Kuanping. the Queen Mother of the West, the Duke of the East, and other great powers all expressed their opposition. The good thing is that the top few forces that people have a share in the treasure have surrounded the treasure protection array. And it is obvious that they are very cognizant of this proposal from Six Ears. Where in the flood there is any true love? It's all about interests. Styx River was anxious. Waving Yuan too. Abi double swords. Said. Friends of the Tao. More than 1,000 of us. Can we not beat a dozen or so of them? We all go together. Each according to the chance. Subsequently. At the top of Buzhou Mountain. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the river flowed backwards. The immortals started a melee, which alarmed the witch tribe at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The witch tribe warlike. What? Ran to our door to fight. After my witch tribe allowed it. Broken flowers and plants how to do? Flowers and plants are also life. In order to protect the Buzhou Mountain flowers and plants in war, the witch tribe found a reason to participate in the war. Woo 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 hordes rushed over. Well, all the ancestral witches and great witches are all out in force. Since the witch tribe listened to the Six Ears' advice a million years ago. After specializing in the law, the war power has risen greatly. Urging the power of their own laws, is by no means weaker than the great Luo Golden Immortals. Relying on the large number of people, the law is powerful. The spirit of bravery and fearlessness beat a crowd of Purple Sky Palace 3,000 guests holding head and scurrying. Woeful to the extreme. With the help of the witches, the baby was scored without any problems. In the Three Qing, Lao Zi did not want. Let the poor batch of second brother third brother pick. Yuan Shi picked the second water and fire gourd. Tong Tian picked the third Qilin gourd. 3 brothers and all have a heavy treasure. That Pangu authentic arrogance is back. Nuwa picked the 5th demon invoking gourd. Tai picked the 6th immortal beheading gourd. Good big brother Red Cloud picked the 4th scattered prana gourd. Cannot wait to join the red veil that has long been prepared. Refining to go. In the 3 immortal island 5 people under the deliberation. The last 3 monkeys through the arm apes picked the first originally belonged to the old man Zine and Yang gourd. And get a piece of superb spiritual treasure. Offensive and defensive. Infinite power. The world I have Six Ears was the last to pick the 7th chaos gourd. The guy who planted the tree and bumbled over. Jin Yuanzi is not too chilly. The gourd vine in the bag. Said to go back to cultivate the cultivation. In case it can be planted live. Which is also one of the 10 best innate spiritual roots in case it grows a small gourd again. Not yet finished. Six Ears again put away the surrounding soil. Because Six Ears knows that the soil under the gourd vine has the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure 9 heavenly resting soil. See New Wafushi siblings and a number of great powers to see straight grin. 3 Immortal Island. This group of people belong to what? Broken vines also want. Soil also want. Really scrape the ground. Eat dry wipe clean. Joe pickpocket style Suddenly, Nuwa's heart throbbed. And a feeling of a major opportunity being lost hit her. And she didn't know what it was. Nuwa didn't know that the gourd vines and the 9 heavenly breath loam, which were supposed to be collected by her, were gone. 9 heavens resting soil, it is born without end and grows by itself. Can expand indefinitely? Forming a great formation of the earth. Can be defense, can trap people to take people. It is very powerful. The innate 5 elements of the attribute of earth. With the laws of the earth and the laws of the earth. One of the necessary treasures of the earth's way out of the world. Blue star memory. Nuwa pinched the earth to create people with this earth. During the Great Flood, Jiu-Ji replied. Father is father. Son is son. When he stole Emperor's resting soil to bury the flood. This is also the same thing. It is hard for 6 ears to part with his feelings for the human race. This kind of treasure which has a great influence on the human race must be in his hand. With this matter out of the way, the immortals dispersed, each digesting what they had heard for the first time, or refining their treasures. Purple Sky Palace in that full sleep. Stretching. Twisting buttocks. So comfortable. Yawn so touch a jade disc of creation. Bang. 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 And shocked to withdraw a few beards. Just hear a burst of grumpy in the Purple Sky Palace. I just sleep a little. What have I missed? Shameless monkey. How dare you insult my disciples? Take away my treasure chance. See the next sermon. This saint does not give you a good look. Also heard a whimpering sound coming out of the Purple Heaven Palace. Oh. Sleep is a mistake. In the future. Can no longer sleepy? Poor town noble saint. Heart bitter. Ever since the flood stirrer became a saint, the flood has not been happy. Chapter 23, the Taoist ancestor gives people small shoes. The great powers of the flood. Each return to their own dojo. Preparing to listen to the sermon for the second time. Inside the Three Immortals Island. The three brothers of the 6 ears J gathered together. Just 3,000 years in the endless life of the great powers in a flash. Red Cloud's and Jin Yuanzi did not have the intention to go home to sea. Do not hear the fire cloud hole or running rats. 5 Zhuangguan are long grass. 2 people do not hear. Relying on the Panglai Immortal Island does not go. Red Cloud to re-sacrifice magic treasure. Thanks to the 3 Immortal Island rich aura. Far better than his fire cloud cave. There is this treasure. Who still drill holes. Red Clouds and Tai dust and the 8 palace lamps highly compatible. And can be with the second brother and third brother of the Tao to solve the problem. The timing is right. The people and the magic treasure to sacrifice up is also a day by leaps and bounds. In addition, the red cloud was originally a burning cloud, with its own law of fire, and the 8 scenic palace lamp burning heaven purple fire fusion. The law of fire into a small. This lamp is one of the 5 great lamps of the flood. The mighty. In the old man that can only pearl in the dust. Together with the 9 scattered gourd. That is both offense and defense. Powerful array. Infinite Tao. Magnificent red clouds. Feel that they have reached the peak. Want to shout, I can fight 10. Ingzhou Immortal Island. That nourished the pure white lotus high puddle. And recoalesced into a little 3 light divine water. Visible, this place is subtle. Absolutely extraordinary. Holding a tri-mentality. Jin Yuanzi will be the innate gourd vine replanted here. And with the big monkeys to ask for a fist-sized piece of the 9 heavenly rest. Mobilizing the E-earth gas and the law of the earth. After drumming for 1,000 years. Gourd vine actually really grow new shoots. Even Jin Yuanzi during this period. Quietly touched the threshold of the law of creation. The 6 ears are bent on refining the heaven and earth Xianhuan Gongda measuring tape. This treasure in the hands of the red cloud is considered to be a waste of time. 49 heavy prohibition of the innate treasure. The red yuan only refined less than 10 heavy. Really take the treasure as a burning stick with. With this thing in hand, the war power is more on a level. 2 monkeys got the Qingping sword. That is love cannot be extricated. Day and night sacrifices. Sleepless. 3 monkeys get 6 roots of pure bamboo and yin and yang gourd. Has been the father does not love the mother does not love the feeling of the blast away. Or big brother incense. Big brother most painful to me. The second brother does not steal with me. This burst. The heaven and earth robbery clouds dense. The 9 heavenly divine thunder busy. This Daluo Jinxian has not finished chopping it. Over there and produce a new Daluo. Can be the purple heavenly divine thunder busy bad. At the same time, with the arrival of the Dala as many as dogs, the heavenly Tao gradually awakened. Waiting for the old thief Hongjun is also happy. We preach in order to what? Is not to shake the flood. Attracted the Tao of heaven out of the world. The Tao of heaven is not apparent. I go with who the Tao. 3 immortal islands, several people. Although everywhere in the first opportunity. But ultimately is not enough luck. Cannot be counted as the flood of heaven and earth favorites. 3,000 years. The flood's luck of the children are like a rocket. Soaring to the sky. The 3 Qing, no shame and courage to play hard to cultivate. Are the peak of the Dala. Nuwa Fushi. Emperor Jun Tai. East King Gong and West Queen Mother. Styx River Kuanping also broke through to the late Dala. And the 3 immortal islands, several people are still a little out of the way. The 6 ears reached the peak of the Great Luo. The red cloud Jin Yuanzi middle stage of the Great Luo. The 2 monkeys and the 3 monkeys middle stage of the Great Luo. This lineup is not so robbing. The flood time was astonishingly short. And a bell rang in the palace of the purple heaven, announcing the beginning of the second sermon. Taoist ancestor seems to be in a very bad mood. Held back 3,000 years of fire all of a sudden up. Undisguised anger at the 6 ears. Came up to find fault, monkey. You just entered the door, first step of the left foot or the right foot. All the immortals are relatively simple. Have not seen such a shameless operation. Are curious. This into the door first step, which foot makes a difference? Our monkey a burst of speechless. Taoist ancestor, you cannot find a good reason. The experience of 2 lifetimes of people 6 ears can be full of it. So obvious the whole plain monkey which cannot know. This is how dissatisfied with their own. As for so obvious to us to wear small shoes. Is not the answer to the first step, which foot are wrong. The immortals who figured it out all texted privately off stage. No. Privately transmitting. The monkey is finished. Whichever foot he steps on first will have to play it out. Let's see how he replies. The fairy heart this comfort. Let you monkey fool. And beat the 3 Qing and rob the baby. See? The saints cannot stand to see. Retribution came. Especially the 3 Qing and the guide to the paratrooper. That is wide-eyed bull. Waiting for the following. It is true that no one has the right to the weak. This level cannot be passed. The 6 ears will have to repeat the same mistake. Under the attention of the public. The monkey's eyes are red. Not to put a stunt is not possible. Only to see a Yu Cheng's monkey. Arching his hands and clasping his fists. With tears in his eyes. With a bang. Kneeling down with both legs. Exclaiming in a trembling and extremely melodramatic voice, grateful to the sage above. 6 ears is fortunate enough to have the sage's teachings. And I can't express my gratitude enough. Your holy might spreads across the floodplains. And your dharma penetrates the heavens and the earth. You do not abandon the stupidity of the living beings. And you teach the great way to guide them. You are the mainstay of the flood. The Supreme One whom all things in heaven and earth honor. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of agitation. Purple sky, 3,000 guests. The heart are cursing the monkey shameless. In this style of bone is as expensive as oil. Bull batch fried days of the times. Everyone is in the mainstream stage of good courage. How do you cross the line to open the precedent of licking the dog? Hongjun on the stage is also dumbfounded. This. The original I am so glorious and great. The people of the flood are so look at me. Is not a monkey in the fool with me? Look at the appearance is not like After a slight pause, the monkey added more fire. If heaven does not give birth to Hongjun, the flooded ages will be as long as the night, if the Tao does not teach the living beings. The flooded things will be as dim as the blind walking. Monkey has something to say. The saint is above. Please allow me to honor you with a Hongjun Daozu. A word fell. Only to feel heaven and earth tremble. Heaven and earth sublimated. The great Tao had a sense. The heavenly Tao manifested. And the vision stacked up. A wave of excitement like a flood of fierce beasts hit Hongjun Saint's heavenly soul. Wow! 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 Monkey said it well. Ancestor Tao. Isn't this the persona I've been begging for so hard? Monkey good man ah. Monkey love is true. Touching the sky and earth. The heavenly way and the great way have reacted. I have to clean up the monkey. Really small-minded. Jealous of the gentleman's measure ah. The monkey understands me. A group of great powers under the stage nausea. Really day dog. This abominable monkey to the avenue have invoked over. But also all the frame up. The atmosphere baked also to set in place. Do not worship also cannot. The crowd hard head bowed down in unison, see over Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Sure enough. Sure enough. Hongjun's heart turned over. Waves. Excited boat flew to the clouds. The guy was sitting upright and forced. Still as steady as an old dog. And returned the salute, ha ha. Ha ha. All the immortals raised their love. Then he pulled out a golden magic handle and threw it at Six Ears. Six Ears received thanks to the Taoist ancestor. Looked down. And it was great. This treasure surrounded by gold lotus 10,000. Nothing can break. All evil avoid retreat. All law does not invade. Flag length of 1 foot 7 inches. Flag color yellow. It is that the innate 5 square flag in the most powerful central penta apricot yellow flag. 5 square flag is a chaotic spiritual treasure creation of the 5 lotus leaves. Because the great Tao does not allow the existence of the flood so awesome things. Chaotic spiritual treasure was forced to decompose into 5 pieces of extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. This treasure. Earth Chi rich. Attack is still okay. Expensive and defense is strong. Can withstand the full force of the saint a blow. In an instant. The purple heaven palace a group of great powers eyes are red. Have the same. Instantly all practiced the horse's divine power. Shoot the old thief Hongjun old face are red. Hongjun thought, what did you guys do early? Only now come to shoot this holy. Ah no. This Taoist ancestor. What is the use? Late. And so? The question about whether Six Ears lifts his left or right foot first when he enters the door is irrelevant. The sermon officially began. Immortal sounds curled up. Taoist rhythms dazzled. The sky descended with immortal dew. And the earth gushed with golden lotus, this time. This saint. Ah no. This Tao ancestor speaks about the way of the quasi-saint. Chapter 24, Taking the Banana Fan. The Tao ancestor. Who was in a happy mood. Illustrated his second sermon in the purple heavenly palace. And occasionally interacted with the students. Hongjun. Ah no. Now have to call the Taoist ancestor. Taoist ancestor is also no reservation. First of all. The Dan array weapon 3 Dao De Luo above the cultivation and advancement method. The Dan Dao involved in the refining. Efficacy and use of pills, the array Dao including the layout. Principles and cracking of the array, the weapon Dao is about the refining. Use and enhancement of the magic treasure. I won't go into detail here. But you readers won't understand it anyway. The Tao ancestor then went on to talk about the way of the quasi-saints. The quasi-saints were a watershed. A key stage leading to the realm of the saints. So the Tao ancestor explained in detail the characteristics of the quasi-saints realm. The power of the laws that needed to be mastered. And how to break through to the quasi-saints realm. Among other key points. The 3,000 guests of the purple heavenly palace listened to it as if they were mesmerized and benefited from it. And this voice of the Taoist ancestor was not called in vain. And the old thief was really serious about teaching it. Because the Paraclete is about to step into the holy realm. with the great Luo incomparable. The difficulty of breaking through is far greater than breaking through the great Luo. Therefore, 3,000 years have passed. No one can break through. After the sermon, Hong Jun looked at the immortals. I am the Tao Father. And I should take the responsibility of perfecting the flood. Today, I feel that there is a lack of order in the flood. And the order is out of balance. I would like to elect a male immortal head to lead the male immortals of the flood. And a female immortal head to lead the female immortals of the flood. Dong Wang Gong. You are an innate yang qi incarnate. You have a great chance. You should be the head of the male immortals. Give the very best innate spiritual treasure dragon head walking stick. Queen Mother of the West. You are an innate yin qi incarnate. You have a great chance to be the queen of the female immortals. Grant the very best innate spiritual treasure. The pure water bowl. In the stages touching the fish of the East Kingdom rejoiced, thank you Taoist ancestor. I will not thou life. Finally there is a superb spiritual treasure. From now on we are also a number one person. Licking the sister of the Queen Mother of the West's bottom is more sufficient. This harvest is not only the status and treasure. Themselves and the Queen Mother of the West with the immortal head. This is not the Taoist ancestor in the intention to set up it. Really a match made in heaven. In fact, people Taoist ancestor really do not have this intention. Queen Mother of the West was surprised. Like pure and simple. When what the head of the female immortals is actually not very interested in. Mainly unwilling in the East Wangon. But the Taoist ancestor has orders. Can only be obeyed. To the dark eye of the East Wangon wildly rolled his eyes. After the sermon, all the immortals left. Taoist ancestor braced himself. This time I can't say anything to sleep. The children love to fight. I have to keep an eye on them. 6 Ears fused the memory of his previous life. After the second hearing in the purple heavenly palace, the top of Buzhou mountain will have a superb innate spiritual route out of the world. This time must not miss. So again fooled good big brother them. Saying that he is all things are famous. Follow me. This spiritual root is the innate banana tree. It was nurtured by the power of the 4 elephants of earth. Water, fire and wind. It grows at the top of Buzhou mountain, which is the pillar of the flood world and possesses extremely thick innate spiritual qi and mysterious power, which is transformed by the spinal cord of Pangu. Although the innate banana tree wasn't one of the top 10 extreme innate spiritual roots, it was still ranked among the very best and was certainly extraordinary. Its 4 leaves of earth, water, fire, and wind were each transformed into 4 fans of innate extreme spiritual treasures. Fire attribute leaf, in the original storyline. It was obtained by the elder Lord Taishong and refined into a fire banana fan. This fan has the ability to burn the sky and boil the sea. And the 6 ding divine flames from the fan are so powerful that it is the source of divine flames for the alchemy furnace. Without this fan, how can the old man make pills? Water attribute leaf, the original plot was obtained by the Duke of Dongwang. Because the Duke of Dongwang died too diligently, this treasure has been held by its reincarnation. Respectively, the East China Emperor Jun, one of the 8 immortals Hanzhongli. Anyway, it is not as good as one generation. The water banana fan possesses the power of calling wind and rain, extinguishing the wind when it incites the wind, scattering the earth when it incites the earth, and turning the stone into gold when it incites the stone, with infinite variations. Wind attribute leaves, the original plot was obtained by the old man of the river Styx, refined into a wind banana fan, which is the essence of Tai Yin. Fan out of the Yin wind can make people float 84,000 miles. And then passed to the Rakshasa woman Princess Iron Fan. Is in the flaming mountain bull demon king's little 3 brought to fan sun monkeys that one. This fan can play a role in the battle to interfere with the enemy, disrupt the opponent's formation, and fan out all the divine fire. Earth attribute leaf, in the original storyline. It was obtained by Junti and later passed on to Venerable Basho. The earth attribute leaf empowers the bearer with strong earth power, and has the power to move mountains and change the landscape. Venerable Basho used it to realize the way, and achieved one of the 18 arhats. The 5 people from the 3 immortal islands, instigated by Monkey, came early to the top of Bujo Mountain to squat. Red Cloud this and Jin Yuenzi teamed up to find the innate guardian formation of the innate banana tree. Then used the ground book to cover the heavenly opportunity. Red Cloud big formation for concealment. A few people sneaky behavior. Attracted Nuwa and Fushi a burst of nervousness. Thinking that also did not offend these ancestors running on the roof of our house to do what this is. When the innate banana tree is ripe. Several people and the division of treasure. Red Clouds get the wind banana fan. The farmer who planted the tree in fancy banana tree body. 6 ears get the fire banana fan. 2 monkeys get the water banana fan. 3 monkeys get the earth banana fan. Jin Yuenzi plucked down the banana tree ready to transplant to Ingzhou Immortal Island. Before leaving, but also chicken thief to the top of Bujo Mountain soil are plowed once to see if there is no 9 days of resting soil. The results of the hair did not find. When the red cloud formation and the earth book were withdrawn, the hearts of the original masters of the great powers were frustrated, always feeling that a major opportunity was lost, and they could not project anything. The purple sky palace that the whole process to see clearly. Psy Monkey Gang End is shameless. A few broken fan just. People have put the name of Taoist ancestor to himself. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. And whoever asked me also didn't see it. The 3 Ching all Dala Peak. Feel their own line again. United with the sighted Quasi. Full of the world to find the 3 immortal island 5 people. Ready to get back to the scene. Avenge a speech after being beaten by the vengeance. Nay. 6 ears. They are hidden in the bottom of the book of the earth counting banana leaves. Do not know what happened outside. 3 Chang and other people looking for fruitless. Scattered. Ready to 3 speeches must first block the purple sky palace gate. Must not let the monkey run again. Subsequently 3,000 years. The flood rolled a batch. And again countless great Luo was born. Panga's own son. The 3 clear. All break through the quasi-saint. Other great powers at most break through to the peak of the great Luo. 3 immortal island people see the nemesis 3 Qing or 3 quasi-saints. Is also a sense of crisis doubled. 6 years was as reliable as ever. Breaking through to become the 4th quasi-saint in the flood. Under the guidance of 6 years. Nourished by the yellow medium plum and the ginseng fruit. And enhanced by the origin of the 3 lights divine water and the 9 heavens resting soil. Red Cloud and Jin Yuenzi phase immediately became the 5th and 6th paramount saints. But special water. The 2nd and 3rd monkeys were still worse. Barely reaching the peak of the Great Luo. Even more watery. The 3 immortal islands island protector formation was opened. Fearing that the 3 pristine ones and the others would come looking for trouble. Chapter 25 3 Lectures in the Purple Heaven Palace. Since the East King of the male immortals of the head that is high profile without bounds. At this time the flood sky and the sudden emergence of 33 heavens. As if it is for the East King of the preparation of the same. This guy is also very good luck. Fortune is deep awe. East Wanggong occupies the new 33 heavens. The establishment of the immortal court. To the field of recruitment. A moment of scenery without two. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace are all huge overlords on one side. Who would like to be subservient to others? The Duke of the East King drew a circle. And there were not many who gave a damn about him. Only the Samuel Wood Daoist. The Fire Daoist. The Water Daoist. The Burning Lamp. The South Pole. And other 10 or so innate root and foot great powers joined the East King's heavenly court. Wanting to embrace the warmth of the group. Mixing a patriarchal character forced. The heavenly court grew rapidly. But the vast majority of them were small fishes and shrimps that did not make the grade. Queen Mother of the West is much more low-key. No fanfare. Only in the West Kunlun Dojo set up female immortal temple. Notify the flood female immortal destiny can come to work together. Responded to a few. Queen Mother of the West does not matter. Love to not come. The old lady will do the appearance to the Taoist ancestor to see. The Duke of the East King invited Queen Mother West to join the heavenly court many times, wanting the two families to merge. But all of them were rejected by Queen Mother West. How to merge? Is not to merge my people also to you? Also do not take a look at your shoeshine face. Oh! A burst of stomach. East Wangong helpless. Face and cannot hang. In the burning lamp and other people's encouragement. With 100,000 immortal army troops pressed the West Kunlun. Cannot talk to hard. Do not believe it. The little bitch. But also cannot hold you. The Queen Mother of the West is also a little temper. Alone to fight. Purifying water mantle directly at the head of the Duke of the East on the buckle up. East Wangon was confused on the spot. The tigress so fierce. Did not see me with 100,000 immortal army. The East Wangon finally did not have the heart to surround the Queen Mother of the West. For fear that the army did not have a light hand. Hurt their own heart baby Queen Mother of the West. This stupid lack of order army does not move. Himself and the Queen Mother of the West tear it up. East Wangon this point is not good. Indecisive. Either you hard thoroughly. Or lick thoroughly. Which is hard and lick. Lick also with a little hard. How to accomplish things. Finally. The Queen Mother of the West scratched her face full of flowers. And returned to the heavenly court in a mess. Let a crowd of eat all the small bench regret. 3 Immortal Island 5 people although bitter wow cultivation for 3,000 years. But the root foot Chiluk is not the top. And the incarnation of Pango Yuanjin's own son of the 3 Qing gradually pulled away from the gap. The mood of apprehension to come to the purple heavenly palace. In front of the purple sky palace gate. The 3 clear joints sighted the juntie waiting for a long time. Ruthlessly in front of the 6 ears a few people shake a wind. Tong Tian felt that the atmosphere had arrived. And with a wail. He was about to offer the Chilan gourd to launch an attack. Frightened 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys hurriedly hid behind the 6 ears. These 2 water goods Dalapik cannot be prohibited Tong Tian that quasi-saints strike. 3 Immortal Island 5 people. Also forced to hastily light up the guy. Just in the nick of time. Lao Zi quickly stopped. Said, do not miss the hearing of the road. Lead to the displeasure of the ancestors. And allow you to live a while longer. Listen to the road and then see the results. This is a naked challenge and threat. Out to mix. Always have to return. Monkey the first time to listen to the Tao to the 3 Qing Hua too bad. Are almost become a person's heart demon. People are now going to fight back. The monkey is also psychological panic tight. Life and death battle is inevitable. Monkey knows that the strength of his side lags behind the 3 Qing team. In addition to himself, the 4 around him are all water goods. Although the realm too. But the strength of a big discount. Fortunately, our family has many magic treasures. Cannot win the fight can also protect themselves. Or can barely fight. Hongjun Taoist ancestor is always have to row. Immortal sound curls. Purple haze diffuse. The Taoist ancestor raised those old eyes. Saw the 3 Qing are quasi-saint cultivation. The monkey is also good. Eek. Jin Yuanzi and the red cloud smashed so weak. It seems to be a tonic to eat too much. Conspicuous package of East Wangon was afraid that the monkey stole the limelight again. The Taoist ancestor ass has not yet sat down. Jumped out to kneel. Ow, a voice. Scared the Taoist ancestor a jolt. Almost fella but Pier, the head of the male immortals. East Wanggong. Wishing the Taoist ancestor blessings such as the East China Sea. Longevity the Nanshan Mountain. The same as the heavens. The corners of Daozu's face twitched. His chest rose and fell. Obviously angry. And after holding his breath he spat out a single word, "Get lost." As the words came out of his mouth, the Duke of Dongwang was shaken by the great magic power and flew far away, falling heavily to the ground. The immortals were also dumbfounded. Did the Taoist ancestor not like this tune anymore? Dongwang Gong is even more aggrieved. People bless you. You still fierce people. Oh. 6 years combined with the experience of the blue star. Know that this was originally Tong Tian complimented the words of the Taoist ancestor. After the Taoist ancestor was counted down, 6th year shook his spirit and said, "The immortals don't know. It is often said that there is Hongjun first and then there is heaven. Hongjun is even before the flood. Taoist ancestor was born before Pangu opened up the sky and earth. The lifespan must be longer than the days of the flood. The Duke of Dongwang wishes the Taoist ancestor to be the same as the sky. Is it a curse that the Taoist ancestor has a short life? Not to mention Nanshan. That's just scum. On stage Hongjun is embarrassed not know how to round. Fortunately people 6 years knowledgeable. Out to help us solve the problem. Rashly hit himself immediately became a victim of the curse. Or monkey thoughtful Did not hear the monkey said it is often said. No wonder people can be the first to call us Daozu. No. Still have to reward So. A treasure map flying to the 6 ears. This in turn made a group of great powers. Especially the Duke of Dongwang. Looks silly. What a common saying. We don't know The product of Hongjun will be a fine product. This treasure is the famous mountains, rivers and earth and grain map. Originally is the Purple Palace 3 speeches when Hongjun gave new was excellent innate spiritual treasure. And by the monkey intercepted. This treasure map is the map of the flood, recording the direction of the flood landscape and land veins. Within its own small 1,000 worlds. The sun, moon and stars, flowers, plants and trees, birds and beasts, mountains, rivers and veins of the earth. Boundless spiritual energy. This map is a powerful defense. The most powerful is able to trap saints. If the saints into the map, hand no treasure. Trap for hundreds of years, hand treasure. The number of years before you can get out of the trap. Just ask you afraid of fear. The disadvantage is that cannot take the initiative to income bundles of people. Can only set up a situation to introduce. After this little episode, Hongjun straightened his clothes and began to preach. This sermon is mainly about the way of saints. Chapter 26, Fighting for the futon but not giving the Hongmeng purple chi. The Taoist ancestor. Hongjun taught the immortals what a saint is. All saints have perfect mastery of a law, such as time, space, cause and effect, fate, etc. The law is the root of the world. Laws are the foundation of the world, and are so powerful that they can change, create or destroy. The sage realm can create or destroy small worlds, life or matter with great power, and can reenact the great world of earth, water, fire and wind. Saints were able to penetrate deep into the chaos and travel between the great 1,000 worlds beyond the flood. There is also endless mana and divine power. The Taoist ancestor pulled a bunch of useless. Probably means that the saint realm cattle cannot mainly rely on the things as the law and great power. Can change the flood this big world of earth, water, fire, wind. Outside the flood chaos there are a lot of big or small 1,000 worlds. Saints can go over to the dry fight. Finally point to the main topic. All the immortals also perked up their ears to listen. There are 3 ways to become a saint. One is the law to become a saint. To prove the road by force, 2 is to behead 3 corpses to become a saint, and 3 is to become a saint by merit. The 3 Qing listened with fervor. And Laozi asked, "Dare I ask, ancestor? Which method of becoming a saint is the strongest?" The Taoist ancestor returned, "Naturally. The law of sainthood is the strongest force to prove the road. This method can achieve the great Taoist saints. Such as the opening of the flood world of Pangu is to use this method. But this method of sainthood is also the most difficult. The laws of the flood world have receded. And the method is missing. So it is no longer feasible. The second is to behead 3 corpses to become a saint. And the weakest is to become a saint by virtue. Sainthood by beheading 3 corpses and sainthood by merit accomplishments are heavenly Tao saints. 6 ears doubt. Not right The so-called gong. They have a complete version of the 9 turns of the Xian Gong This gong practice to 9 turns. You can achieve the law of saints. And to force to prove the road is only a law of sainthood. According to the 9 turns of the Xian Gong practice. 3000 Avenue Law. Each law mastery to the extreme. Can be on the road saints. Others may not be able to. They can try. Hongjun Daozu how to say is not feasible it. This is too absolute it. This old den in cajoling the immortals. Primal asked. Since it is not feasible to become a saint by law, I dare to ask ancestor if it is feasible to behead 3 corpses to become a saint. And how to become a saint? The old ancestor returned. I am the one who beheaded 3 corpses to become a saint. So it is naturally feasible. You need to realize the chance at the early stage of Paraclete realm. And chop off the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the ego corpse. Every time you chop off a corpse, your cultivation level will go up 1 level. Which will be 1 corpse saint, 2 corpse saint, and 3 corpse saint, respectively. The grand completion of the 3 corpses requires the refining of the Hongmeng purple qi and the approval of the heavenly Tao before one can become a saint. Nuwa asked again. The Taoist ancestor is above us. And I dare ask how the merits and virtues of sainthood are. Dao Zhu repeatedly that was gripped obviously loose beard. Replied, merit to become a saint. Slightly weaker than chopping 3 corpses to become a saint. But it is not absolute. But also depends on the individual's chance of creation. Need to have great merit in the heavenly Tao. Or condense great fortune. Refining Hongmeng violet qi. Get the heavenly Tao recognition can become a saint. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace heard and understood that the first law to prove the way does not work. And the remaining 2 methods require one thing. The Hongmeng purple qi. Jane quasi-questioned, dare to ask the ancestor. Hongmeng violet gas how to get. With a wave of the Tao ancestor's great hand. 7 rays of radiant Tao-rich Hongmeng violet qi floated before him. The heavenly Tao has awakened. Accompanied by 7 channels of Hongmeng violet qi. This Tao ancestor will bestow them upon you. Excited hearts. Trembling hands. The critical moment has come. Purple Palace of the Immortals jumped. All want this chance to become a saint. 6 ears also know. Decide the fate of the moment has come. Their own since the soul through has been millions of years. From a hairy little monkey. Conscientiousness. A lot of planning. To the current occupation of the Purple Palace bushels. Against the sky to change the name of how hard it is. For this day. Waiting for this moment. Ancestor Hongjun Dao scanned the crowd and finally looked at Laozi. Laozi. You are a Pangujing zone. Are you willing to be my inner disciple? How could Laozi say a word of no? And immediately bent down to worship. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's worship. Well. Give you Hongmeng purple qi. And then give you the opening of the heavens to the treasure of the Taijitu. A purple 102 treasures floated to the old man. The old man to get the Hongmeng purple chi and get the most precious treasure. Thrilled to death. It is really envious of the other people. Hong Yun faced Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi. You are also a Pan Gu Zhengzong. May you wish to be my inner disciple. Yuan Shi was naturally mesmerized and hurriedly bowed down. Master is above. Disciple is willing. Even kowtowed 3 times. Give you the Hongmeng purple chi. And then give you the opening of the heavens to the most precious treasure Pangu banner. This treasure is very powerful. Must be used with caution. Lao Deng faced Tong Tian again. Tong Tian. Pangu Zhengzong. Can you be willing to be my inner disciple? Tong Tian is willing. Please master accept my disciple's obeisance. Tong Tian thumped his head 3 times. Give you Hongmeng purple chi 1. And then give you kill the most precious treasure of the immortal execution sword and the immortal execution sword formation. This treasure is obtained from the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu. The power is enormous. Saints use the immortal execution sword formation. Non-4 saints cannot be broken. This can give Tong Tian happy bad. Really cow. To the 4th bushel of 6 ears. 6 ears feel the heart are tuned to the throat. Give me Hongmeng violet gas. I'm so good. And call you Daozu and give you relief. The first 6 bushels are 6 saints of the day. In the sense that will give me away. However, how big is the hope? How big is the disappointment? Hongjuan's gaze, skipping over 6 ears and Jin Yuanzi, landed on Hong Yun. Hesitated for a while, but still said to Hong Yun, Hong Yun, you and I do not have the relationship of master and disciple. But we also grant you the Hongmeng purple chi 1. Red clouds although also some loss. Neither gave himself the supreme treasure, nor accepted as a disciple. Good thing that the Hongmeng violet chi gave. He is about to become a saint. Spell old life. Will be able to protect the 3 immortal island people. So bowed down, Red Yuan thank you Taoist ancestor. Received the Hongmeng violet chi. 6 ears and Jin Yuanzi looked at each other. What is going on? How to jump over the 2 of us? 2 people. A wave of ominous foreboding surged to the heart. I also heard the Tao ancestor say, Manhwa, you have a great chance and great merit. Are you willing to be my outer disciple? Manhwa was a little confused. How come I became an outer disciple? But better than Red Yuan. Outer disciple is also a disciple. I'm a very ladylike person. So I bowed down. Disciple Manhwa is willing to give you the Hongmeng purple chi. Give you the marriage to the treasure of the red embroidered ball. This treasure although belongs to the ranks of the extreme spiritual treasure, but by the teacher to enhance, has reached the ability of the supreme treasure. Manhwa received the Hongmeng violet chi. Looked at the festive red embroidered ball. Very much like. Bent down to once again pay thanks. At this time, Hongjun hands only 2 Hongmeng violet gas left. The front row of bushes on the other 4 people. 6 ears. Jin Yuanzi. Jiayin. Junti. 4 people are 100 claws scratching the heart. 7 up and down. Afraid that they cannot get Hongmeng violet gas. Just heard a whimpering sound. The 2 shameless old thieves take the initiative to worship Taoist ancestor in the above. My Western Baron. Broken veins. Hope that the Taoist ancestor pity my Western living souls. The meaning of the 2 thieves in the West is that the Taoist ancestor Yu and Luo Shuju war damaged the West's veins, resulting in the West Baron. And now you still owe the West's karma. It should be paid back. Hongjuan's face twitched. And he himself was in a difficult situation. Between the 6 ears of the 2 performance. Deeply Hongjun joy. Hongjun originally hesitant to want to give the 6 ears of the Hongmeng violet chi together. But look at this situation. will only be able to commission the good boy 6 ears. With a wave of his hand, the 2 Hongmeng violet gas sent to the guy to the quasi. Remembering that the West is not easy, I will give you 2 the Hongmeng purple chi. And then I will give Jane the 12 pieces of golden lotus of merit and virtue. And I will give Zhuanti the oriental green lotus treasure flag of the oriental green lotus, which is a supreme spiritual treasure. Adopt you 2 as registered disciples. You and others can be willing to be able to climb into a relationship with the Tao ancestor, and to give Hongmeng purple chi, and to give the very best spiritual treasures. The little cutie. I'm not willing to do that. The Western duo fell on their heads and bowed their heads in thanks. The Hongmeng purple chi had been divided, and the immortals on the stage were in a state of agitation and were in a very low mood. Under the stage, the 6 ears are even more a burst of sour. Is fate unchangeable? They have done so much effort. The plot is still according to the original development. Then what hope do they have? Worse still, 5 of the 6 saints of the future heavenly Tao are their own nemeses. How can this make me monkey still mix? This estimate is not as good as the previous life of the 6 ears live long. 6 ears dare to conclude that the 3 Chang and the West 2 thieves once become saints. Is their own death? And even have to involve the red cloud, Jin Yuanzi, the 2 monkeys and the 3 monkeys. Originally a good situation instantly reversed. Monkey inside a sense of despair grows. A nameless fire rises. Well, you guys play so right? Sooner or later is a death. Cannot change the fate. Then do not blame me, set off the sun. Chapter 27, The Taoist Ancestors' Injustice. 6 ears deadly determination. 6 ears a will to die sprouted. Harang stood up, head high in chest, without fear, as if the chaos demon ape in the world. Austere asked, Tao ancestor injustice. I and my brother Jin Yuanzi should be how? Taoist ancestor took a look at the monkey's posture. Is not convinced. All the great powers are watching it. They are also deeply justified. It seems not to release some blood is not possible. 6 ears. Jin Yuanzi. You 2 in my destiny. Hongmeng violet gas has been divided up. Give you 2 each a superb spiritual treasure how? The honest Jin Yuanzi was about to pay his respects when 6 ears reached out to stop him. 6 ears' heart was as if it was dead. Can 2 extreme spiritual treasures exchange for our lives? Since we are all going to die, what difference does it make if it's sooner or later? 6 ears summoned up great courage and questioned again. Tao ancestor. 6 ears asks one more time. The karma of changing the heaven-defining pope. Do you recognize it or not? Monkey sentence. Scared the hall full of great powers. Monkey, this is broken pot broken. Dare to so question the Taoist ancestor. This is not want to live. And monkey words what meaning? How do not understand? What cause and effect? Bushel what cause and effect? Although the second and third monkeys are usually out of tune. But seeing that their big brother is hardened against the Tao ancestor, obviously going to his death, and also knowing that it is a scourge, the second monkey still came from the back, and without hesitation, stood behind the big monkey. I, the descendant of Chaos Demon Ape, live and die together. Red Cloud see the 6 ears in trouble. Quickly bowed down to save, Taoist ancestor clear understanding. My third brother anxious. Absolutely no other intention. I hope that the Taoist ancestor bear with me. Jin Yuanzi was also pleading. Tao ancestor is above. I, Jin Yuanzi, don't want the Tao ancestor's treasures. And I hope that Tao ancestor won't be angry with my third brother. While 6 ears was touched, he was still firm enough to look at Tao ancestor. Big brother Hong Yun your Hongmeng purple chi can't be refined at all. And you'll get killed because of it. Even if the 5 of us don't die today. In an era where Tao lords are worse than dogs and paramount saints are everywhere. Especially after the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao have proven themselves. Several people from the 3 immortal islands are bound to die. After my chaotic demon ape, I battle the heavens and the earth without fear. Since there is no way to live, then never bow down. Just even drag the good second brother Zhen Yuanzi. Dao Zhu is also in shock. The monkey knows something. The initial 6 bushels of the purple heavenly palace. In fact, is the 6 saints of the heavenly determination. He added out 3. In fact, has gone against the intention of the heavenly way. Privately changed the heavenly saint chants. Taoist ancestor also sweating. This top secret how to be known by the monkey. Is it the monkey's natural aptitude? Can Charlie? Everything is so powerful. This is also really people monkey and Jin Yuanzi to become a saint's chance of karma. This karma can be big to go. If the 2 insisted on immortality, how can the heavenly Tao tolerate me? How can I still merge with the Tao? Hong Jun Lao Dang unknowingly has torn off several beards. The already messy chin. Even more messy. The stage of the crowd of immortals a sigh of relief. So there really is an inside story Although I do not know what karma Hong Jun owed. So what? The monkey so angry saints. Hard to fight the Taoist ancestor. How can live? Monkey's image by the stage of the Queen Mother of the West and the little Nuwa infinite elevation. 6 years time and time again the image of the fight scene after scene in the hearts of the 2 women. Inexplicable tears of sadness. The image of the monkey has already taken root in the hearts of the 2 women. Hong Jun finally compromised. Monkey. Don't talk nonsense. Read your ignorance. Right not to bother with you. Yuan say. What is your claim? 6 years hanging heart. Finally loosened a bit. Hong Jun this is to negotiate with themselves It seems that this unauthorized alteration of the chances of becoming a saint was guessed right. Tampering with people's chance to become a saint. This cause and effect is boundless. Hong Jun old thieves certainly do not dare to kill themselves. In the flood karma this piece is not compared to the later life. The flood karma is as big as the sky. The heavenly way has awakened. If you owe people karma does not return. But also get people dead. The heavenly way is everywhere. Will certainly cut off your chances. Destroy your origin. Want you to double the payoff. 6 years want to understand the joints. Said, Road Ancestor. I have a few requests. I hope Road Ancestor promise. The right and said to hear. If not excessive. This saint can consider. Hong Jun heart falls off. Monkey you cannot mess. 6 years said. First. In the future. I hope that Tao Ancestor will not intervene in the fight between the 5 of us from the 3 immortal islands and the immortals of the flood. A sentence and thunder overturned 3,000 purple sky guests. You told the Taoist ancestor not to intervene. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were so scared that they kept trembling. The 2nd and 3rd monkeys, on the contrary, had a frank face and were fearless. This scene makes the 6 ears sigh. The brotherhood is ultimately 1 point worse than the real brothers. Although the Taoist ancestor is not happy in his heart. But who let us owe people the great karma of becoming a saint? All for the sake of the harmonious way. I endure, allow. Get. The immortals were thunderstruck again. What is the Tao Father doing? Is this still the high and mighty Tao Father? 6 years continue, 3 Cheng Gui Gui 25 people have always been at odds with me and so on. However, they hold the Hongmeng purple gas. Has become a saint. We have no self-protection. But also hope that the Taoist ancestor to give us a few pieces of treasure to protect themselves. Being happy to eat melons of the 3 Qing and other people lying also shouting. This matter can be taken to the stage to say it. So make the whole world know really good. Hongjun also knows a few people have become a grudge. The monkey must have an idea. As long as not to hit me the idea of the jade disc of creation on the line, you want to what treasure? 6 years is not ambiguous. Calculating that in addition to just now has been given out. The good treasure in the hands of the old Deng has not much. At least 5, defense to the treasure of the heavens celebration cloud. The demon ancestor Luo Shu's killing to the treasure of the Godslayer gun. The old ancestor of the Qiankuan's creation to the treasure of the Qiankuan tripod. The red lotus of karma fire. The western vegetable cloud boundary flag. Monkey really dare to awe. Strong as Hongjun Taoist ancestor is also a burst of meat pain. Originally regicide gun Hongjun is intended to stay with their own. The other 4 are intended to be placed in the treasure cliffs to the flood several disciples or great powers. Such as the heavenly clouds is intended to give the first. The Drykuan tripod is given to Nuwas. Karma fire red lotus is given to the old man of the river Styx. The western plain cloud boundary flag is given to the head of the fairy queen mother of the west. It's already happened. It's not up to me. To whom it is not given. All for the sake of the harmonious way, allow. Then he threw the 5 treasures to 6 ears. 6 ears continue, third. Also please pass me a chi into 3 Qing method. Hongjun battle Luo Shu who used this method. Can be released at the same time with their own cultivation realm of the same 3 incarnations. Can fight independently. Completely in accordance with the will of the body to act. This method is not the same as chopping 3 corpses. 3 corpses have their own thoughts. Or good. Or evil. Or self. The combat power is lower than the body of a level. And not good control. The Taoist ancestor is the least is the gong method. Lifting the finger a little. A 1 gas into 3 clear gong method passed in the 6 ears brow. Then said. Here. The cause and effect can be settled. After 6 ears inspected the magic treasure and gongfu. Both of which were fine. He let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Karma is cleared. Hongjun consciously face. Was a weak monkey or forced into what kind of? Where there is the majesty of the Taoist ancestor. See 6 ears and other people retreat no longer entangled. Hastily restored their sullen treasure. Said to the crowd on the stage, this matter is over. I will be in the body of the Tao. The flood has no major events and not out. The immortals that is to see confused. How to give the monkeys so much heavy treasure. Also have kneeled down to request. Are the purple palace 3,000 guests? Why the front row of the few and accept disciples? And give treasures. But also the Hongmeng purple gas. We are all stepmother raised it. Yelled in unison, please Taoist ancestor mercy. Please Taoist ancestor give treasure. Taoist ancestor Hongjun also does not wear traces. A wave of the hand. A large mountain standing outside the palace of the purple heavenly palace, this is the separation of the treasure cliff. I will be a lifetime collection of treasures are placed in the separation of the treasure cliff. You can take by chance to take. You remember. The Tao of Heaven this Hongjun. Hongjun is not the Tao of Heaven. Hongjun left in incomprehensible words. The figure disappeared. Has already left. When the immortals saw the Taoist ancestor leave, they scrambled to fly towards the treasure dividing cliff to look for the chance of treasures. The second and third monkeys also wanted to get up, but were stopped by 6 ears. 6th ear said. The Taoist ancestor said that you can take it by chance on the treasure dividing cliff. So you guys feel that the Taoist ancestor will still leave us with a chance. The 5 bowed their heads, knowing that they had messed with the Tao ancestor. So where else could they give themselves a chance? 6 ears and said. 2 brothers. 2 brothers. 2 brothers. Split the treasure on the cliff, do not have to go. We will wait outside. Just rob the 3 Qing and the West 2 thieves. Good treasure are in them. The 5 people of the 3 immortal islands had already made a grudge against the future 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. So they must have been able to make good. While there was still a battle to be fought. Then they would be offended to the end. Chapter 28, The Second Great War Against the 3 Qing. Inside the Violet Sky Palace. The 5 people who had gone through life and death situations gathered together. Red Cloud took on the air of a big brother and was very angry at Six Ears for his unwise behavior in offending the Taofather. That wasn't all. But he also had to go after the future 5 saints. Shaking his head in disapproval even more. Jin Yuanzi also complained about Monkey. Feeling that Monkey was too impulsive and almost caused everyone to lose their lives here. At this time, he should have rushed back to the 3 immortal islands as soon as possible. And shouldn't have caused any more trouble. And especially shouldn't have gone to trouble the 3 pristine ones. Well, 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys firmly support the decision of the big monkey. Feel that while now still evenly matched. Still have the power to fight. Have to ruthlessly rob them in general. This is the right thing to do. As for the future things, later to say later. Monkey took out the treasure given by Hongjun to give. Want to coax good Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi. Also want to ease the atmosphere. However, the 2 good big brothers had very little interest and did not go to take it at all. So it seemed that they were really angry. In addition, Six Ears found that the 2 people have no light in their eyes. Full of infinite worries about the future. For the first time, the 3 brothers who have been knotted together have a disagreement. The monkeys insist on going to beat up the 3 Qing. And although Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi are very reluctant, they finally decide to accompany the monkeys to go crazy one more time. When the 5 people are about to walk out of the purple palace hall door, Six Ears and violently turned back. Suddenly released the white lotus of the pure world. Will be 3,003 bushels in the hall, all income in which the white lotus. Others may not know. Monkeys and how can not know that these bushels are good things? Sit on it. Help enlightenment cultivation. But also can take people trapped, people smashed. The original script in the 3 Qing Old Man is so dry. This scene straight to see the Haotian and Yaoqi 2 children open mouth. 2 children, wow. Both crying to find the ancestors to complain. Monkey's behavior once again caused Red Clouds in Jin Yuanzi's dissatisfaction. How to see the Taoist ancestor in the future. How to get along. Between the righteous brothers once again produced differences. The Six Ears helplessly shook his head. Has been offended. But also worry about so much for what? Afraid of how to break the ground. Waiting for a group of gods and goddesses to fly back from the treasure cliff. See the 3 immortal island 5 people are still standing in the door of the hall. The hall is empty. All have to leave. In fact, all the great powers are not really gone. Are quietly hiding in the dark. Take out a small horse. Set up melon seeds. Ready to watch the 3 immortal island 5 people battle the future 5 saints of the drama. The 3 Chang and the reception of the quasi from the separation of the treasure cliff harvest full. See the 3 immortal island 5 people have not yet stolen. No need to say. Have flown over. Lao Zi's words. The 5 thieves of the 3 immortal islands. You have not fled privately. And you have kept your word. Tong Tian was impatient, big brother. Don't bullshit. Fuck them. Catalyzing the Qilin gourd. He smashed towards Sixth Ear. Last time, he was beaten by Six Ears to the point of doubt. This time he had to get back. So he punched him. Laozi met Red Cloud. Because Red Cloud was holding the familiar Tai duster. Although both are quasi-saint early stage. But Laozi's root and Dao base is obviously better. But Laozi's hand is only a can take people to bind people's merit treasure. This treasure is heavy in defense. Attack cannot. Laozi's Taijitu and divided treasure cliff get a pile of treasure. Have not been refined it. Cannot use. Without an attacking treasure. Lao Zi is like a toothless old man, topping the Merid Linglong Tower, relying purely on the output of the Tao to attack Red Cloud. And although the Red Cloud is water goods paraclete, the foundation is not stable. But the magic treasure is enough. The head of the 8-scene palace lamp. Defense is unparalleled. Left hand Tai E duster. Right hand 9-9 scattered gourd. Attack powerful. Formation natural. For a time, Red Clouds cannot break the defense of Laozi Linglong Tower. Laozi also cannot break the Red Clouds of the 8-view palace lamp. Is to play an even match. Yuanshi directly water and fire gourd smash to Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi stable as an old dog. We are the brain should be. The head of the book of the earth. All laws do not invade. After a few hard smashes, it seems that Jin Yuanzi still can't break the defense of the book of the earth. So change the score. Water and fire gourd in hand. Released the Samadhi true fire and the innate crystal. Samadhi fire. Such as a fire dragon wrapped around the body of Jin Yuanzi. Constantly compressed Jin Yuanzi earth book protective barrier, innate crystal into countless ice cones. Repeatedly piercing the Red Cloud protective barrier. The watery paramount Saint Jin Yuanzi, whose foundation was already unstable, was beaten by Yuanshi. Perhaps he was used to being beaten. Jin Yuanzi only wanted to defend and didn't even know how to attack. After a while of fumbling to respond, Jin Yuanzi saw that it was not a solution for him to keep defending. And it would not take long for the Earthbook's defense to be breached. He also changed his method of fighting and offered up the attacking magic treasure. The 3 treasures Jade Ruin. Yuanshi saw the 3 treasures of the Jade Rui, which had followed him for countless years. Hit himself. And the primitive, who knew the power of the Jade Rui, hurriedly took the water and fire gourd to resist it. Gradually, both sides since stabilized their positions. And no one can help anyone. The 2 monkeys Red Shirley Horse Monkey. The 2 monkeys. The 2 monkeys in the heart called out bad. Their own treasure 12 product Merit Golden Lotus has not been refined. The hand of the top is the top grade innate spiritual treasure to receive the treasure block. How can this be able to beat the 2 monkeys of the 2 pieces of the very first grade innate spiritual treasure? Moreover, this war, the 2 monkeys' cultivation is also the same as their own peak Dala realm. Although a little water, but enough to make up for their own shortcomings with the use of the law. 2 monkeys head of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. Defense bar. Left hand demon pestle. Right hand Qingping sword. The law of war plus body. 9 turns of Xian Gong operation. Hard not to lose the wind. There are a few times almost hurt the receiver. Zhuanti also exclaimed that he was careless. He himself has a few pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. And the extreme spiritual treasure he just got, the Oriental Vegetable Cloud Boundary Flag, has not yet been refined. And he also can't do anything with the 3 monkeys. People's 3 monkeys through arm apes and monkeys. The realm and the quasi-TI equivalent are the peak of the Great Luo. Don't mention people's water. Don't see the 3 monkeys head of Yin and Yang gourd. The left hand plus the pestle and mortar. The right hand holding 6 clean bamboo. Didn't use the best spiritual treasure banana fan. 1 assisted. 1 attacked. Hit the quasi-breath disorganized. Suffocated immensely. If it is not very familiar with the 2 treasures in the hands of the 3 monkeys, it is really not certain to be able to resist. Those 2 pieces were originally their own Oh! How a suffocating 6 Ears was gesticulating with Tong Tian while observing the situation on all sides of the battlefield. Originally thought that their side will be one-sided disadvantage did not appear. But also vaguely a little bit of the upper hand. Really should be the words. Strength is not enough. Magic treasure to come together. See the importance of the flood spirit treasure. This can be again blinded a crowd of small stools. The group shocked the courage of the 3 immortal island people. People are the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao candidates. You still dare to harden people. And shocked the 3 immortal island 5 people's spirit treasure powerful. Seeing Shi Wangmu's little starry eyes, the Duke of the East King said unconvincingly, "If I had these heavy treasures, I could too." Shi Wangmu let out a dry heaving sound, rightly considered as a response to the Duke of Dongwang. Nuwa danced happily. "Brother Fushi, look. Monkeys. Monkeys." Fushi was confused for a while. "Maisie, there are 3 monkeys up there. Which one do you want me to look at?" Drawing a blank stare from Nuwa. The Taoist ancestor of the Purple Heaven Palace watched everything with his divine sense. And his face was blue. "My several precious disciples, you have to fight for The teacher owes the monkey to become a saint of the great karma. And promised the monkey not to interfere in its affairs. Do not blame the teacher. Can only rely on yourselves." Sixth Ear wasn't going to wait any longer. And delay was a factor. In fact, if he wanted to defeat Tong Tian, he could power up at any time. Only to see the monkey fully energize the Merit Supreme Treasure Measuring Ruler and violently offer it. The fire Qilin light dimmed and quickly retreated back to the Qilin gourd. Monkey also sacrificed Fire Banana Fan. A fan hit the fire unicorn nearly extinguished. Also returned to the unicorn gourd. 6 ears and sacrificed 12 sea beads. Knocked flying Tongtian's unicorn gourd. Then took the Sui Xin iron rod soldier and flew towards Tong Tian's waist. Chapter 29 Sanqing's Heart Bleeds. Monkey's sudden outburst made Tong Tian caught off guard. This sudden huge change scared Tong Tian silly. "I just a spiritual treasure. You have a bunch of how to play." Tong Tian and naked to the ground a lie. "Come on. Love it. And to the monkey hole will not. Monkey also cannot bear to fight again. Do something to leave a line. Later good to see each other." Monkey held the Sui Xin iron rod soldier against Tong Tian's throat and said, "Hand over all the magic treasures on your body and you will be spared from death." Tong Tian whimpered for a while, discussing with Sixth Ear. "I don't want anything else. Can you leave me the immortal execution 4 swords and the formation diagrams given by the Tao ancestor?" Six Ears considering Hong Jun Old Den is certainly also concerned about here. And cannot force too much. For fear that Hong Jun regardless of the skin out of favor. 6 Ears see good. Simply have to agree. Tong Tian also honest. Will be a large pile of treasure cliff on the treasure to 6 Ears? There are 100 or so pieces. Are the latter days of the interception of the famous magic treasure. 6 Ears sigh. Hong Jun Old Deng, this is not only to open the back door to Tong Tian. This is the back wall are demolished 6 Ears in fact still quite appreciate Tong Tian. Sorry to take all. Only took the more famous dozen. Such as 6 soul streamers. Purple electric hammer. Through the heart lock. Mixed yuan duster. Binding dragon rope. Fishing drum. Yin and yang 2 instrument lamp. Golden phoenix hairpin. Dragon and tiger like. Golden scissors. Mixed yuan gold bucket. 9 curved yellow river formation map. 24 lessons of the fixed sea bead. The mirror of the wheel of reincarnation. And so on. Can't let the future interceptionism all fairy bear ass on the battlefield. Have to leave part of it for others. This is all that 6 Ears can look at. Tong Tian see monkey most of the treasures back again. Exclaimed 6 Ears to speak of people. Is not a big evil person. Suddenly moved to cannot. Promise 6 Ears today will never do it again. Even afraid of 6 Ears do not rest assured. Crispy to his chest to a palm. Spitting blood. Obviously cannot fight again. Look at the 6 Ears of toothache. Really ruthless shot as if not their own chest. After solving the Tong Tian, the six ears see careless second brother Jin Yuanzi momentary inattention. Was the original to capture the opportunity to snatch back the 3-8 Jade Rui? Not how to get. The original also broke Jin Yuanzi book defense barrier. Is riding on Jin Yuanzi. Wheeling the 8 fists wildly beat it. Jin Yuanzi lying on the ground whimpering wildly screaming for help. Can be considered to let the beginning of the ruthless out of the mouth bird gas. 6 ears of an instant to the beginning of the back. Swung up the merit measure ruler. Towards the beginning of the head smashed. This to smash the real. I guess the beginning of the goods even if not dead. The rest of his life can only be in a wheelchair to spend. The beginning of what person? Quasi-saint power. Transcendent. Feel the wind behind the head. Violently forward. Instinctively to avoid the head to be hit. As a result, the heaven measuring ruler slammed squarely on Yuan Shi's back. Although no need to use a wheelchair. But also hit almost back to the air. Lying on the ground crazy vomit blood. Obviously is seriously injured. No longer able to fight. Monkey was just about to raise the measuring tape and do it again. The little benches hiding in the shadows were seized with a sense of worry. Taofather Hongjun of the Purple Heaven Palace grabbed the jade disc of creation and prepared to strike. Fortunately, Yuan Shi hurriedly exclaimed. Be merciful. I can exchange my life for a treasure. It made Dao ancestor Hongjuan's heart skip a beat. Monkey does not know the situation of the one in the Purple Heaven Palace. And was lucky to escape. He was still fretting for the 3 Qing. How each of them rushed to give away their treasures. 6 ears said. Take out all the treasures. Including the Pangu flag and the jade ruin that you snatched. And you will be spared from death. Tong Tian, under extreme fear, pulled out a bag of treasures. But 6 ears knew that the bastard must still be hiding. Because Blue Star's memory of Yuan Shi could be more than just this treasure. Treating the beginning. 6 ears have no good feeling. For the original hiding. Also do not do to count. Forcing too much. Hongjun Old Den should be out of the bag. A look at the bag of treasures. Color can be. Including the most precious treasure of the Pango flag. The 3 treasures of the Jade Rui. Jade Void Glazed Lamp. Kunlun Mirror. Nebula Stick. Water and Fire Gourd. Nativity Bag. The 9 dragons away from the fire cover. The Qiankuan Fan. Jin Demon Tower. Devouring the spirit of the needle. And so on. The original heart is bleeding. And fluke. Fortunately the monkey did not search. In fact, he still has smallpox wonderful fall flag. Void box. 3 light divine water. Blood symbols to claim the book. Taiji runic seal. 8 treasures glazed bottle. Yin and Yang furnace. Kurenikan. Mixed sky aya. And so on, more than 20 kinds of magic treasures. Hongjun Taoist ancestor to Yuan Shi also opened the back door. These treasures are placed in the flood wasteland are able to create a point of hegemony of the existence. 6 ears see Big Brother Red Cloud can still carry. And the second brother limped to help. Temporarily worry-free. Just go and help his own 2 brothers first. The 6 ears against the guide Quasi-saint against the peak of the Great Luo. This is not a hand-to-hand. Hand-to-hand to pinch the matter. Leader of the collateral Junti look. The first in Tong Tian are over there on the ground spitting blood. Their own this small Dala face the battle intent is strong Jishing might 6 ears. This also struggle what? There is no need to fight again. And is not suffered a loss. So have fallen to their knees. Begging for life. 6 ears took out an IOU from his butt pocket. This was the same IOU that Jain Junti had typed after one of his sermons. It was written on it that Jain Junti each owed 6 ears an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. People 6 ears come to ask for money. The two instantly do not speak. And then trick is meaningless. Not to mention the flood of a crowd of people watching it. The guide took out the ultimate spiritual treasure, 1,000 treasures, 1,000 leaves of gold even. 6 ears of small claws a push. Simply do not see. Named to 12 products, merit gold lotus. And guaranteed to hand over the treasures to let him go. Receiving the helpless. Good in the treasure cliff harvest is not small. There is a home base and the can rise again. The 12 lotus of merit and virtue will be handed over to the 6th ear. Junti also honest. What you say is what? 6 ears as long as the eastern vegetal cloud boundary flag. Put to receive the quasi-ti leave. Finally. There is only the old man left, this undefeatable little strong. Red clouds in Jin how cannot break the old man defense. Also do not bother. Squatting on the ground to guard the old man. As long as this guy cannot run on the line. Victory and defeat have been divided. The momentum has been determined. The 6 ears in a happy mood. Whistling. Tugging like 2.5 million. Not slow to come over, lousy. Is it your own surrender? Or I beat you until you surrender. 6 ears shaking up and down the merit measuring tape. Can be old son to scare enough? Similarly carrying a merit supreme treasure. Lao Zi knows that his heaven and earth Xianhuang merit Linglong pagoda. Although the defense is top notch. The only shortcoming in front of the merit measuring ruler of heaven. Can be broken open for an instant of defense. But between paramount saints and great powers. An instant of broken defense is enough to decide victory or defeat. Lao Zi saw his 2 younger brothers are still spitting blood. The 2 Western unreliable have long run away. They cannot resist. And it is meaningless to fight on. Lao Zi helplessly said, "We lost. How do you want to stop?" 6 ears said in a deep voice. "I'll name a few treasures. Hand over the treasures and let you 3 Qing brothers leave." Lao Zi replied. "I, the 3 Qing, am a disciple of the sage. Are you not afraid that the Taoist ancestor will blame you?" Inside the purple sky palace. The Taoist ancestor heart is broken. I have collected what broken disciple. A competitive also have not. I vomit blood. Accumulate accompanied by heavy treasure are implicitly through the treasure cliff. But also open the back door to most of them to the disciple's door. This grab hand. Disciple's door and then all give away. Now even the big disciple old man also planted. But also dare to put forward the name of the teacher bluff. Whoa ah. Too miserable. Can't bear it. Hong Jun Lao Dang. Under the fire. Picked up the jade disc of creation just to give the disciples out of anger. At that moment, I heard the Tao 6 ears say, "I have an agreement with the Tao ancestor. And he cannot meddle in my affairs. My request. You should or should not." 6 ears did not know that Hong Jun is going to throw the jade disc of creation. This sentence saved his own life again. 6 ears also bob a mouth. Ridicule lousy childish play. Last time you cannot fight. Shout parents. Parents also did not take care of you. This time again take parents. Hong Jun put down the jade disc of creation again. We cannot break our word. The heavenly Tao is still watching it. All for the sake of the Tao. Continue to endure. Lao Zi was helpless, Linglong Pagoda accepted. Other than that you ask. The 6 ears said. The Taiji diagram. The Southern Off-Earth Flame Flag. The Qiankuan diagram. The Kongdong Seal. The Lamb's Jade Golden Vase. The 7-Star Sword. The Sun and Moon Divine Mirror. And the numbered heavenly clock. And these are the only 8 pieces. Lousy Heart was horrified. How to know that I have these 8 treasures? These are all I just got in the split treasure cliff. Have not talked to anyone. Where can 6 ears tell him that he is relying on Blue Star to memorize his past life experience? He can only lie and say, I, 6 ears, am gifted with the aptitude to listen well. To Charlie, to know before and after, and to know all things. Do you want me to name a few more treasures in your arms? His bullshit talent aptitude sounded bluffing, but was actually useless. Next to the beginning of the sprawl a twitch. This 6 ears talent aptitude is powerful. Certainly know that they hide. It seems that the 6 ears still give themselves a chance of survival. Do not want to catch all lousy side, good magic Do not say. Do not say. Leave me a few pieces of defense. Although the old man is me pain. But there is no way. Afraid of the monkey again, open your mouth. And quickly and obediently handed over the treasure. Chapter 30. Hongjun wants to get back. The 6 ears gleefully collected the 8 spiritual treasures of Lao Zi. The 3 Chang and the others were just about to leave, when they suddenly saw immortal sounds rising from the surroundings, and the earth gushing with golden lotuses. The crowd was immediately startled, knowing that this was a vision of the arrival of a saint. Hongjun Taoist ancestor Ro is incomparable. People have not yet arrived, but the vision is born. This old Deng witnessed the whole battle in the Purple Heaven Palace. The strong heart of the Tao of countless Yuan will broken all over the place. Their own good disciples. The future of the 6 saints of the heavenly way. What kind of goods? 5 male immortals can be a monkey beat. Life cannot take care of themselves. A female immortal does not distinguish between the enemy and the outside clapping and cheering. This new a little maintenance of the consciousness of fellow disciples have not. So. Angry Hongjun heart of the road is chaotic trembling. The road foundation is not stable. The future of the heavenly 6 saints, if not successfully become a saint, their own way will be greatly affected. Not to find the scene. Teach the floodplains how to joke. Dao Zhu thought far-reaching. The 3 immortal islands 5 people today is obviously jealous of himself. Purple Sky Palace outside did not lay a death hand on his disciples. But what about in the future? Especially once one's own harmonization begins. One cannot leave the Purple Heavenly Palace. With the monkeys powerful. In the future, a few of their own disciples can still carry the 6 ears of this pervert's attack. It is estimated that the 5 bastards will not live to become a saint day. There is only one Yuo left who is harmless and safe. But this brain-dead fan of 2/5 can still be relied on. The Taoist ancestor has always been cautious. Left and right thought. He was a few times by the monkey to lose face. Really think that I am a good to be with? This monkey cannot stay. What guarantee? I do not recognize Hongjun. Taoist ancestor treasure phase manifestation. Imposing, you another fight. This saint can see. Sanqing, Jiayin, and Junti. You are my disciples in vain. Nuwa. Do you still recognize your master? 6 ears little thief. Can't law 5 days. Tao law can't tolerate. Only to see heavenly thunder rolling. The purple heavenly lightning like countless steel needles and sharp swords pierced through the 6 disciples' Tao bodies. The 6 disciples cried out in pain and misery. The saint was furious. The law converged. The heaven and earth changed color. The pressure is majestic and vast. All the people present, including the 3,000 guests of the Purple Heavenly Palace hiding in the dark, have all prostrated themselves on the ground, surrounded by chaotic winds, washing everyone's Tao body and the spirit. The end of the pain is incomparable. Red clouds in Jin Yuanzi. Even more frightened body tremor. Regret. Really shouldn't be crazy with the monkeys. The opposite side is a saint. A thought can make themselves ashes. Body death. Taoist ancestor, this is obviously to come to seek revenge rhythm. My life is over. 6 ears and 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys. Although they were also pressed by the mighty pressure and could hardly raise their heads. The heart that fought for heaven and earth was still on fire. 3 Chang. Jieguan and Juandi knew that they had dishonored their masters. So they hung their heads and sobbed. Manhwa also realized that he seems to be fighting the wrong position. Before they have no relationship with the three Qing, but from the Purple Palace to accept the disciples. They and the Taoist ancestor and a few brothers and sisters have a cause and effect. The future is to cut and cut. But also chaotic with the same teacher, brother and sister. Manhwa. A burst of hurt. Beauty with tears. Lowered his head. Coiled up the big tail. Presenting a good doll. Little daughter posture. 6 ears. Knowing that things are a bit big today. If Hongjun Daozu insists on protecting his shortcomings, his own journey of soul penetration should end. For a person with strong ambition and no regard for the bottom line. What the Purple Heaven Palace guarantee are all bullshit. Since the Hongmeng Violet Chi finished that moment, the monkey has been born with the will to die. Either fight the sky and earth for their own war out of a line of life, or sit and wait for the death of the road to disappear. I don't want to be so-called. Live one day to count one day. 6 years endless sadness surged to the heart. Once again fell down and sobbed, Taoist ancestor in the heavens. We in the future of the 5 saints has become a situation of fire and water. The chance of survival is slim. Today, all these things are really the intention of my 6 years alone. Forced to respond to the enemy. Just want to win a chance of survival. Our lives are as cheap as grass. If the Taoist ancestor does not like my life, the Taoist ancestor at any time to take. 6 years absolutely no complaints. I also hope that the Taoist ancestor can spare my elder brother Red Cloud, my second brother Jin Yuanzi, my second brother Red Branched Horse Monkey, and my third brother Tong Arm Ape Monkey. The people of the 3 immortal islands were greatly saddened. And they crouched on the ground and cried, asking the Tao Father for forgiveness. Hongjun Daozu this person put. Can't say how good. Also can't say big evil. I can't stand the stimulation. From the Purple Palace jump out. Just for out after the bird gas. Find some face just. Seeing the monkey, a few people crouch on the ground. Half of the gas is eliminated. And then listen to the monkey's words. That the heart of the agitation of the road and vaguely soft up. To no longer spare him once. We have done in front of all the fairies to ensure that, 6 ears. You reverse the Big Dipper. Deceiving the teacher to destroy the ancestor. I really think that this saint does not dare to kill you. This saint and you have no master and disciple. But also have the grace of teaching. My words you can still listen. 6 ears looked up sharply. Listening to this meaning of the Taoist ancestor. Is not trying to get himself killed by the poisoning of Blue Star's online novels. His own preconceptions have been to take the Taoist ancestor as a bad guy. He is really very wrong. Whether you can live or not depends on your own performance. Or say a few good words. Maybe there is a way to live. 6 ears hurriedly organize emotions. Hurriedly worship on Taoist ancestor in the above. 6 ears from the door of the Taoist ancestor. If the lonely boat of the bright light. Dark night of the moon. Monk's Taoist ancestor preaching teaching to solve the puzzle. Only to get to peep into the cultivation of the subtle. Understand the true meaning of the great Taoist road. Taoist ancestor of the true heritage. Such as the spring breeze in the rain. Moisturize my heart. It made me realize the difference between good and evil. And the importance of propriety and righteousness. Surrounding the crowd exclaimed shameless. 6 ears this guy began to lick the Taoist ancestor again. Flood hegemony. Mostly monsters and beasts. Such sensational words. The crowd were to know. At first hearing. Which living beings will not be moved to hear. Tao ancestor was also greatly shocked. Look at what people say about 6 ears. And then look at what the ones he took in are all about. The 6 ears bowed again, the Taoist ancestor. With high integrity and elegant behavior. Repeatedly tolerated the nonsense of the 6 ears. Like raising a wicked son and not abandoning him. I admire the high character of Taoist ancestor. And admire the purity of Taoist ancestor's virtue. Now I can listen to the teachings of Taoist ancestor again. Like floating in the spring breeze. The heart in God. Since I will remember for life. Do not dare to forget a little. 3 Ching stunned. Jane jealous. Junti grief. Nuwa and full of little stars. The original monkey not only can fight. But also so white. Make people itchy heart. The Taofather's angry precious face is no longer majestic. And shallowly reveals a hint of a smile. 6 ears turned out to be a good boy. This son still understands me. Just a little too naughty. The teachings of the Taoist ancestor. Though not in the name of a teacher. Do exist in the reality of a teacher's grace. All kinds of law. All the way. And passes on. 6 ears have today's micro-capacity. In front of people against the madness and still live. All the grace of the Taoist ancestor also. Taoist ancestor no longer majestic treasure face. More can not look at. Jerking beard. Grinning big mouth does not hide naive smile. Cannot stop nodding. The body is also swaying from side to side swaying. 6 ears look at the effect out of not much. Should recognize the mistake, 6 ears young and ignorant. Today wild and things to a big disaster. Tired friends and relatives in danger. Abandon the momentum and disregard. Create the embarrassment of the Taoist ancestor and senior disciples. I have made a mistake and caused a mistake to happen. Today, looking back. Regret. Pain. When I think about it, I feel so guilty that I can't bear it. I hate that I cannot turn back the clock and save the past in the upside down. This is the case. There is no way back. Only to learn from the pain. To reform. I hope that Tao ancestor will have mercy. The crowd was still reflecting on 6 ears' words. And Di Juntai and the other great powers were ashamed and frustrated. Good literary talent. So profound. How can this make us? Who play the big sword? Live with ourselves. Hong Jun Lao Dang. Proud divine soul took off again. Waved his big hand. Knowing the mistake can be corrected. There is nothing better. Aya. Good boy. Quickly get up. It is the Taoist ancestor. I am harsh. 3 Ching and the others were dumbfounded. The Tao ancestor drifted again. It's over. This intention is for nothing. Chapter 31, The 3 Brothers Parting of Ways. Hongjun Daozu finally did not have the heart to die 6 ears. In the monkey's extreme sensationalism and sugar-coated shells under the double attack. Daozu broke the defense. 6 ears also counted the old Hongjun Deng's pulse. What wobbly saint cut off the 7 feelings and 6 desires without joy and sorrow? Are all lies? As long as there is still a mind and soul. That is still a person. Do not see the Taoist ancestor also like to listen to people patting the horse's ass? This old Deng is a proud and conceited. Tart and vain. Lonely little old man. And love to listen to good words. As long as you do not make him angry. Or very good to get along with. Seeing the picture of Daozu and 6 ears, that fatherly kindness and filial piety. Ah shucks. Turning enemies into friends. The 3 clearings couldn't sit still again. Lao Zi cried with a donkey's face and opened his mouth. Master. 6 ears has taken my magic treasure. Please do something for my disciple. Well. Hongjun Daozu this gas off. No comparison, there is no harm. This unfilial first disciple does not compete but also shouting parents. But also think of their own treasure. In front of so many people. They can blatantly protect the calf. Do that big bully small thing. Taoist ancestor really mourn its misfortune. Angry at its not contend. And is angry, do not contend with things. Do not want to master everything personally. Hand to feed you to eat. Is not away from the master you cannot live with yourself. Throw away your own things to think of their own way. The sixth ear was again tense. And the three clearings were again ashamed. Hong Jun resumed solemn treasure. The speed of this change of face is faster than turning over the book. In order to stabilize the flood can be stable. Their own good peace of mind to merge. And listen to the Taoist ancestor let out a long sigh, today. In front of the flood of all the immortals. This Taoist ancestor right to be a lobbyist. The three Qing, Jiayin, Junti, Manhwa. 6 ears. How many of you can be willing to come to listen? They are almost scared of the urine of a few people. Where dare to say half a word of no? Seconds to do a good boy. Taoist ancestor, you say what is what? The Tao ancestor nodded in satisfaction and said, I won't care about the fight between you and the others. But I won't allow lives to be hurt. I don't want to see any of you fall. Are you willing to promise? Look. This realm of the other Tao ancestor is full of the care of elders for their children and nephews. The crowd of flood wasteland powers called out the Tao ancestor's benevolence and righteousness. Touched by a few parties. One after another. They have made a heavenly oath. Guaranteeing that they will definitely not kill each other. Hongjun Old Den see the flood of immortals that worship eyes full of little stars. Beard and Upla. Happy to go to the road. When the crowd saw the Tao ancestor leave, they also retreated. 3 Immortal Island. Red clouds in Jinyuanzi. Touching the heart is still bouncing. The more I think, the more alarmed. These days we have done what? From the ghost gate to walk a few times to come. We do not fight with the world. With people's good persona completely out of shape. All blame the third brother. This dead monkey is too damn can toss. The two discussed for a while. Unanimously decided to leave the monkey. And then mix with the monkey. Which can be a fluke. There is always unable to end. The day of death. I do not know the two good big brother state of mind of the 6 ears will be a large pile of treasures in front of them. Called out to the 2 older brother and the 2 monkey brother. Let the crowd choose the treasure. Also squeaking. Jumping around. A little bit of death and the consciousness of the rest of life is not. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi's faces were calm. Without joy or sorrow. But the mood is heavy. Delayed to choose the treasure. Nonsense. Your pile of treasures. Either blackmail Taoist ancestor. Or rob the future heavenly saint. Who can say what will happen in the future? Uncertainly one day people will count up. Will not cause trouble. 2 people to the monkey bitter words. Persuade the third brother to take the initiative to the 3 Qing and Zhuanti to go to admit fault. Ease the relationship. And take the initiative to return the treasure. This monkey where can agree? No strength. By condescension. Where there is a guarantee. Red clouds in Jin Yuanzi see monkeys like this. Is also angry. Refused to accept the treasure. And then will leave the 3 Immortal Island to go back to their respective dojo. Joey 3 brothers millions of years of friendship boat covered with cracks. The 3 monkeys know the Blue Star flood memory. Now with the future heavenly saints and makeup is not possible. And will not change the results of the Red Cloud was killed. And will not change the tragic end of their own 3 brothers. Can rely on can only be their own strong. Against the sky to change the fate of the world. Monkey is anxious. And do not know how to explain what did not happen. Frantic. The 3 brothers who were knit together were not in harmony with each other's ideas in the face of this great right and wrong. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi whisked their sleeves away. 6 ears hurriedly catch up. The purple sky palace Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi have done the futon forced to Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi. Futon is also a superb innate spiritual treasure. Can attack and defense, can also take people trapped, but also can store things. Fully functional. Very powerful. And said, "This 2 treasures for my 6 ears stolen." Have Haotian child and Yaoqi child girl testify. Certainly will not implicate the 2 brothers. Cautious 2 people only then accept the futon. There was a gap between the brothers, and it was wrong to say anything. 6th ear used the preliminary refined celebration clouds of the heavens to cover the sky and wanted to spit out some things. And Hong Yuan and Jin Yuanzi didn't want to get involved in 6th ear's affairs anymore. And Rin refused. 6 ears and cannot directly divulge the secrets. That will be ashes. Anxious tears slipped. Risking great risk tips, big brother. You are burdened with Hongmeng purple gas. Fear will be coveted. Such as to travel. Must be accompanied by the 2nd brother. Remember to remember. Monkey a word. The sky thunder rolled. Although the monkey said very euphemistic. But still by the heavenly warning. The order of the flood has a lack of good weather. Where there is a good weather, thunder and lightning is often accompanied by the sight of the strange. Red clouds and Jin Yuanzi also did not take it seriously. See 2 good big brother. Indifferent look. Monkey is more anxious. Tightly grasped the red cloud's hand. Despite the heavenly warning. Again prompted to, big brother. If there is danger, must send a letter to me. Also, if the purple gas is difficult to refine, or take it earlier for some chance. Then a thunderbolt fell and ruthlessly struck the monkey. A word to the red cloud in Jin Yuanzi to the angry. Completely did not care about splitting in the 6 ears of the thunderbolt on the body. Thought it was just a coincidence. The flood is not strange. Poor monkey, a piece of red city. Top leakage of thunder punishment added to the suffering. But did not get the 2 big brothers' trust. Big brother red cloud. Finally broke out, the old 3. Hongmeng purple gas, how precious. Is the capital of my sainthood? You let me take for chance. What is your intention? You caused to harm me. Jin Yuanzi was also furious, 3rd brother. Letting big brother give up his Hongmeng violet chi. How evil your mind is. Thanks to the big brother just said. To become a saint as soon as possible. So as to shelter us and so on. Now it seems that you and others are not worthy. 6 ears didn't know how to explain. Like a helpless child. All he could do was to be endlessly sad. Tears calling like a fountain. Red clouds and Jin Yuanzi angrily left. Since then, the scolding. Once wrote a section of the flood legend of the righteous 3 brothers divided Yang Biao. Learned of the news of the flood. The great powers, sighing, have blamed the monkey shameless and vicious. Hiding in Panglai Island of the 6 ears. Every day sitting under the 2nd brother cultivation of an 8-gourd vine and banana tree. Holding the big brother used heaven and earth Xinhuang merit measuring tape alone sad. Only the 2 monkeys and the 3 monkeys always firmly believe that big brother so act. There must be a reason. Always never leave. Chapter 32, the 6 ears catch disciples all over the world. The Taoist ancestor began to merge with the Tao. And no great things could come out of the flood. 3 Immortal Island, only 3 monkeys left. Due to the red cloud in Jin Yuanzi's departure. 3 Immortal Island strength greatly reduced. 3 monkeys cloth island protection array. Closed, not out. Intensified cultivation. Sacrificing magic treasure. The 2 monkey brother is very obsessed with the 6 ears of the feet on the pure white lotus high forest. Simply handsome. 6 ears according to the 2 monkey brothers' will. The 12 karma fire red lotus to the 2nd monkey red chaff horse monkey. The 12 merits and virtues of the golden lotus to the 3 monkeys through the arm apes and monkeys. Other magic treasures. The monkey brothers are not interested at all. 6 ears and the south off the ground flame flag hard to the 3 monkeys. In order to strengthen the defense. 6 years also passed on the method of transforming 3 clearings into 1 chi to Lao Er and Lao San. The 3 monkeys practiced night and day, and had achieved a small success. Suddenly one day, 6 years bored to check their own magic treasure, and then was shocked. Unknowingly, he accumulated the whole flood, nearly 30% of the extreme innate spiritual treasure and 40% of the innate treasure. Such a large number of magic treasures. How could they not be missed? Now that he was alone, how should he protect himself in the future? The big monkey called the second monkey and the 3 monkeys to convene a meeting. The 3 monkeys, after deliberation, decided to recruit disciples to create their own forces. The 3 6 years brothers took advantage of the fact that the aftermath of the Purple Heaven Palace battle was still there. And when the future 6 saints of the heavenly Tao were on the same level as themselves, laying out their plans in advance, they began to catch disciples all over the flood. That's right. Other people have to be carefully selected. Layers and layers of examination before accepting disciples. These 3 monkeys do not follow the routine. 6 years with blue star memory, but also screening a hair, which is a good seedling. All in their own brains. The big monkey 6 years made full consideration. Will affect the future of the big trend of disciples cannot catch. Other good seedlings can be considered. Accepting disciples also cannot be more, so as not to attract the wind of the tree. Attracting karma. 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys on the big monkey that is as trusting as ever. Big brother said to catch that. We catch which? Listen to the big brother's quasi-right. So, the flood was alarmed again. A group of great powers have released their divine sense, focusing on the 3 monkeys that are wandering all over the flood. Just see, the big monkey is responsible for blindfolded. 2 monkeys are responsible for knocking the stick. 3 monkeys are responsible for binding the rope. A set of assembly line operation. Very silky. Absolutely professional. Scared a bunch of cultivators are afraid to go out. Flooding powers are puzzled. The monkeys catch people do what? Look at this appearance. It is estimated to improve the food. Too fucking brutal. In the future even more have to stay away from the monkeys. Look. 6 years grabbed these 12 disciples. This is what kind of goods. All have no good end. 6 years sympathy. Cannot bear these strong roots. Strong origin. Noble character of the living beings to repeat the same mistake. Since we have to change our destiny against the heavens, let's change it together. 6 years arranged the order for his disciples in advance. Great disciple, Golden Spirit. Ancient Phoenix Incarnation. Early Tai stage. The original plot will become the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother of the Interceptor sect. Was killed by burning lamp sneak attack. Second disciple, Turtle Spirit. South China C10. 000 years of spiritual turtle incarnation. Peak of the Golden Immortal. The original script will become the Interceptor's Turtle Spirit Virgin Mother. By the Junti to beat out the prototype. By the extinction of the black mosquito sucked dry and died. Third disciple, Zhao Gongming. The first wisp of clear wind incarnation. Peak of the Golden Immortal. The original script would have become the big brother of the outer door of the sect of the Interceptors. Cursed to death by the Book of 7 Arrows of the head of the nail of Lu Ji. Fourth disciple, Jizo. Transformed from the earth vein. Peak of the Golden Immortal. The original script will become the Western religion of the Earth King Bodhisattva. The one who was fooled by the receiving guide to make a great wish. The region is not empty, vow not to be Buddha. And finally, eternal 18 layers of the region. Fifth disciple, Yun Shao. The first cloud incarnation. Peak of the Golden Immortal. The original script would become the outer disciple of the Interceptor sect. Was pressed by the old man of the human sect under the Kirin cliff. And crushed alive. Sixth disciple, Xiong Shao. The second cloud incarnation. Peak Golden Immortal. Originally scripted to be an outer disciple of the Interceptor sect. Was killed by the Elucidator sect's Yuanshi Tianzun using the 3 treasures of the Jade Ruin to explode his head. 7th disciple, Bishio. The 3rd cloud incarnation. Peak of the Golden Immortal. The original script would become the outer disciple of the Interceptor sect. By the Elucidator primitive Heavenly Father with the need to be no box into the blood water. 8th disciple, Kong Xian. The son of Zhu Feng. Early Tai stage. The original script will become the human race 3 mountain pass guards. By Junti captured degree. 9th disciple, Rock. The son of ancestral Phoenix. A peak golden immortal. Originally scripted to be revolutionized by Rulai and pressed on top of the Spirit Mountain. 10th disciple, Wu Yun. The first golden bearded arowana to take shape. Peak of the golden immortal. The original plot would become the head of the Interceptor's entourage of the 7 immortals. And was made to die by Junti. 11th disciple, Huang Long. A 5-gourd golden dragon. Peak of the golden immortal. Originally scripted to become one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. And was killed in the Great God's sealing ceremony. 12 disciples, Bei Xian. The North Sea turtle has not yet taken shape. Late golden immortal. When Nuwa mended the sky. Was cut off its limbs to support the sky and died. 12 disciples were captured when they were blindfolded. What is this? How I was captured. The means is still so despicable. When using the spirit to see. Perceived to grab their own is the big fairy 6 ears. The little cutie is Panic a Batch. 6 ears fairy, you are the flood famous power up. Can hard steal 3 Qing's existence? How to stare at us this little shrimp. We could have done something to make the great immortal unhappy. Pang Lai Immortal Island. 12 people were tied up with an immortal rope. Gathered together. In front of them really sat 3 cheeky and cheap grinning monkeys. The golden-haired one is not the 6 ears. Who can it be? The golden spirit shaped his guts and asked. 6 ears immortal. I wonder what the reason for arresting us is. With a kind face and full of compulsion. 6 ears immortal followed the example of Hongjun Daozu and said. I wish to take you as my disciples. Are you willing? Afterwards, the little cutie saw the second monkey draw out the siracking purple and gold beam from behind his buttocks. And the third monkey drew out the prime white jade pillar. With a ferocious look on his face. Okay? Scare a bunch of little clueless people, how dare they say a word. After that, the 12 were tied up with their hands behind their backs to perform the ritual of worshipping the master. Burning incense and praying to establish the relationship of master and disciple. 6 ears was the first master. 2 monkeys was the second master. 3 monkeys was the third master. And then the order of masters and siblings was set in order. The 3 shameless monkeys, under the threat of the big stick in the hands of the second and third masters, forced the 12 disciples to swear to the heavenly Tao. Honor your master. Keep your word. And never betray your master. 6 ears was still afraid that it wasn't safe. And had the 12 little innocents shout to the great Tao again. Even though the heavenly Tao and the great Tao have seen a lot of things, today is also considered to be an eye-opener. Which have you guys like this? Disgusting. Although the heavenly way and the avenue is not happy. But people's procedures are compliant. Can only be recognized against their will. 12 disciples have not seen such a disciple. Looking at the 3 masters so unreliable. Are not in the heart. A few female disciples have begun to wipe tears. Male disciples have pouted. When the Grand Master took out 12 golden ginseng fruits, the 12 disciples, their eyes instantly lit up. After eating the ginseng fruits, everyone broke through to the early stage of Tai. The children were beaming with joy. The master teacher was unreliable. But the fruits smelled good. When the Grandmaster group took out 12 more shiny yellow Chinese plums, the children's hearts warmed up and they all said, We are looking up to our master and have voluntarily come to worship the master. We are definitely not being tied up. Big sister Jinling was also able to testify that master teacher was truly treating us as his own daughters. Ah shucks. His own disciples. In front of these extreme followers. 1 fruit. 1 daolao. 12 fruits. 12 daolao. When he heard, the great master said, in the next 2 days, he would also take the children to the second master's house to eat the fruit to go. A group of disciples have found their own position. The master called endlessly. Jin Yuanzi, who was catching insects for Huang Zhongli, sneezed 3 times in a row. 6 ears and sprinkled a large spiritual treasure. Bright blind disciples' dog eyes. There is this treatment, master, your old man said. Ah. We are not crowded, head rush to come. Your old man can be good. Have to tie people to come? Really have a big disease. After dividing the treasure is not enough. 6 ears also taught the 9 revolutions of Xiangong. All kinds of laws. Then, the 3 monkeys took turns explaining the great Tao to the disciples, who all had deep origins, solid foundations, and were carefully taught by top-level powers. Cultivation was 1,000 miles a day. Within 10,000 years, the disciples all reached the peak of the Great Luo. Chapter 33, assisting Nuwa to become a saint and forming an alliance between attackers and defenders. Since Hongjun Daozu became a saint, the flood began to roll wildly. The purple heavenly palace after the 3 speeches. The flood world cultivators are rolled out of shape. Those who touched the fish, lying flat, playing dead, patting the good old days are gone. Those who like these tones, do not think of the cultivators, are eliminated by this era of the strongest of the weak, are worn out in the wheel of history. Everyone's cultivation gradually pulled the gap. When people have the ability to breed ambition, all kinds of balance was broken. The flood wasteland is no longer peaceful. Killing and annexation are happening everywhere. Whether it is a great power or a small Kara M began to embrace the warmth of the group. These are all made by the heavenly Tao. And there is no excuse. 6 ears, they are a good example. But people 6 ears only for self-preservation. Never, do not do that harm to heaven and earth. Right now, the 4 largest forces in the flood world belong to the witch race, the demon court, the immortal court, and the female immortal hall. As for the dozen or so people from the 6 ears and 3 immortals island, they didn't rank at all. Since the witch race has listened to the 6 ears advice and specialized in the laws, their overall strength has continued to rise. And their numbers are so large that they are among the strongest in the flood. The 12 ancestral witches' power of the law has come to fruition. And their realm is no weaker than that of a quasi-saint. There are also 30 great witches. Their strength is comparable to a great Luo. Hundreds of millions of war witches are equivalent to the realm of true immortals. Even the most vegetable small witches also have the combat power of the heavenly immortals. Demon race, no spirit. Do not use the spirit treasure. 12 ancestral witch body is the best innate spirit treasure. Non-tremendous treasure or saint cannot be broken. The demon race has 4 major demon emperors, 1 major demon teacher, 10 major demon saints, and countless demon soldiers and generals. The 4 demon emperors are Emperor Jun, Tai, Nuwa and Fushi, all of whom are in the quasi-saintly realm. The demon master, Kuwenpun, is in the quasi-saintly realm, and the 10 great demon saints are Keimang, Ing Zhaosu, Fei Lian, 9 infants, Shan Yang, Xin Yuan, Bear Tai, Ghost Che, Fei Dan, and Bai Zhe, all of whom are Dala Jingxian, great Luo golden immortals. The demon race has Di Jun's Hichu, Luo Shu and Nailhead 7 Arrows Book, Dong Huang Tai's Flying Sword of Immortal Beheading, Fushi's Fushi Chin. A total of 5 superb innate spiritual treasures. As well as Donghuang Tai's Donghuang Bell and Nuwa's Red Embroidery Ball. 2 innate treasures. In fact, Nuwa. This little rich woman still has a few pieces of extremely high-quality spiritual treasures. But she never uses them. So let's just say they don't count for the demon race. The immortal court created by the Duke of Donghuang. Although the number of people, but too few great powers. The Duke of Donghuang has just broken through the quasi-saints. Samuel Wood Taoist, Li Shuwei Taoist, Li Hua Taoist, Burning Lamp, the South Pole Immortal Wang, a total of 5 peak of the Delo. 10 or so early stage of the Delo. The Immortal Court has the Dragon Head Cane of the Duke of Donghuang. The Northern Underworld Water Knife of the Taoist Li Shuwei. The Southern Brightness Fire Sword of the Taoist Li Hua. The Spirit Vulture Palace Lamp of the Taoist Burning Lamp. And the Qian Koan Ruler. Totaling 5 supreme innate spiritual treasures. And no supreme treasures. Comprehensive evaluation. The Immortal Court quasi-saint level top combatants are too few. Intermediate combatants serious fault. No supreme treasure pressure. Then look at the Queen Mother of the West's Fairy Hall. Like a joke. The Queen Mother of the West's quasi-saintly cultivation. Under the command of the peak of the 9 heavenly basilisks. The heavenly phoenix and the 3-footed witch. A total of 3 people. Lu Wu. The middle stage of the Great Luo. The Immortal Women's Hall of the 10 Witches of the Spirit Mountain. All of which are at the early stage of the Great Luo cultivation. The only extreme spiritual treasures were the Western Queen Mother's pure water mantle, the Kunlun mirror, and the Heavenly Phoenix's Heavenly Phoenix hairpin, totaling 3. The reason why it can be ranked 4th. Because of its subordinates have hundreds of millions of chickens, female immortals. In line with the eyebrow painting powder 1st place. Fighting we cannot style. That cultivation is unattractive. Don't mention it. A while ago, 6 Ears' move of catching disciples all over the world inspired the great powers of the flood. And they all followed suit and began to collect disciples on a large scale. East Kunlun Mountain 3 Qing Road Palace Jade Palace is not clear because of what? But also infighting. Split up. Laozi moved away from the Jade Palace and built the Taiching Palace dojo next to it. Preferring purity and inaction. With no intention of taking on disciples for the time being. The primordial Heavenly Father. Carefully selected. Took 11 disciples. Because all of them were in the Golden Immortal realm. Called the Jade Void 11 Golden Immortals. The original Heavenly Father is always so unexpected. Perhaps by the 6 Ears of the influence? This goods accept disciples is even more casual. From day to day with a big voice to announce the flood. As long as it is worthy of me, Tong Tian. All come to join me. Come to the one who is not afraid. No thought this is in the apprenticeship. Do not know thought this is in the recruitment of horses it. Leads the old man and the original is very dissatisfied. Suddenly, one day, Nuwa approached the 3 immortal islands with a 7-colored auspicious cloud. The 6th Ear had anticipated that Nuwa would be the one to realize the chance of becoming a saint. Monkey held the 9 heavenly resting soil and the innate gourd vine in his hand in advance. Waiting for Nuwa to take the bait. The arrogant fairy finally realized that Monkey knew everything. And had already set up a trap. Waiting for himself to drill it. Recently, Nuwa has chopped off a good corpse and become a quasi-saint of 1 corpse. I was thinking of taking the 6th Ear by force. But I never thought that the 6th Ear, the 2nd monkey, and the 3rd monkey would not take the path of becoming a saint by chopping off 3 corpses. Anyway, they do not have Hong Meng purple chi. The method of sainthood can only take the law to prove the way. 6 Ears of the 9 turns of the Xiangong has been cultivated to the 7th turn. The achievement of the middle of the Golden Immortal. Equivalent to the level of a corpse quasi-saints. But the same realm of the Golden Immortal to be higher than the battle power of 3 corpses of the quasi-saints. The expert a shot. No, there is no. Manhwa cannot see how the 6 ears come so high strength. This is what cultivation method. Master Hanjun also did not tell but so strong. The unguarded Manhwa was picked up by the 6 ears with his bare hands. Hand holding the pinch. Very lousy. Dry fight process is not less than the monkey to take advantage of. Manhwa looked at 6 ears with incomparably grudging eyes, complaining that 6 ears didn't know how to be compassionate at all. 6 ears also disliked her. You're just a big green snake. Where's the fragrance? Where's the jade? Manhwa was so angry that she couldn't stand it. Defeated. Manhwa could only compromise and lower her stance, requesting 6 ears to lend the innate gourd vine and use a bit more of the 9 heavenly breath loam, with the conditions set by 6 ears. The time had come to pull in allies, or to take the initiative to find them. 6 ears demanded that Manhwa swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Manhwa and 6 ears have formed an alliance of attack and defense. And I will never turn my back on my allies. And if I violate this oath, the heavens will destroy me. Manhwa had no choice but to comply against her will. And the heavenly Tao and great Tao roared with approval. Ancestor Hongjun Tao, who was in the purple heavenly palace to unite the Tao, had a feeling and exclaimed, Manhwa, this 2/5 boy, has finally gotten on 6 ears' thieving ship. With Manhwa as an ally of the heavenly Tao saints, the sense of security rose miserably. 6 ears had long ago plotted that Manhwa must intervene in the creation of man himself. His own soul originated from the blue star human race, and he could not sever his feelings for the human race, always carrying the obsession of guarding them. 6 ears intercepted a section of the innate gourd vine and brought along 60% of the 9 heavenly breath loam with Manhwa to Shoyang Mountain next to Buzhou Mountain, the birthplace of the human race. Manhwa realized the spiritual power of heaven and earth, gathered the law of creation, and began to roll the earth to create man. 6 ears took the initiative to ask for Manhwa's protection. A snake and a monkey teamed up to make the mud, and 6 ears secretly added his own monkey blood and the 3 lights divine water. How could this small action be hidden from Manhwa, causing her to roll her eyes? Manhwa asked. 6-eared thief. The creation of man is my chance. What has it got to do with you, 6-eared? What do you mean by this? I am the mother of the human race. And you join your blood and bones. Do you want to be the father of the human race? 6 ears shook his head frantically and replied, I didn't mean that. I simply had to want to make the innate Tao bodies of the first batch of innate humanoids even stronger. Do you believe that? Manhwa asked rhetorically. What do you think? Then with a smile on her face. She was gorgeous, where there was still a bit of the appearance of a saint. When the first human races arose, as expected, the innate human bloodline sensed and called Manhwa the mother of men and 6 ears the father of men. The heavenly Tao endless merit descending into Manhwa body, and 10% into the body of the 6 ears. At this time, the heaven and earth visions frequently. Purple chi to the east. The weather is thousands of. The sky descends immortal dew. The ground surging golden lotus. In the old Hongjun Deng's compulsion is no two. The magnificent Manhwa announced to the floodplains. Now I, Manhwa, have created the human race on Shoyang Mountain and become a saint by virtue. This saint will shelter the human race for 3,000 years. And after 3,000 years, I will preach in the Chaos Manhwa Temple. And those who have the destiny may come to listen to the sermon. Manhwa was in the process of stabilizing her saint realm, so she couldn't be distracted from taking care of the human race. 6 ears looked at the familiar appearance of the human race. Tears in his eyes. Mixed feelings. Millions of years. Finally see the living. Ah shucks. Finally see relatives. Without any reservation. 6 Ears called out to the second monkey and third monkey of the 3 immortal islands and the 12 disciples to set up the Shoyang Mountain Guardian formation. He fully guarded and assisted the innate human race of Shoyang Mountain. He also distributed countless heavenly treasures from the 3 immortal islands to the only 1,000 innate human races on Mount Shoyang without any heartache. 6 Ears' actions always made the flood powers unintelligible. Manhwa transmits. Monkey. Still say you don't want to be a human father. If you want to slap me, just say it. Getting Monkey to hastily explain that it wasn't. Where would the simple-minded Manhwa believe it? A group of flood great powers do not think that the human race, this weak beings, what virtue and how can let the 6 ears of the immortal and the 3 immortal island immortals so much attention? Must be a captive. I guess it is want to wait for fattening up before eating it. Inside the 5 Zhuangguan on Wanshou Mountain, Jin Yuanzi was puzzled. Big brother, what is the oldest 3 doing? The world of great struggle. Do not intensify cultivation. A moment to catch disciples. A moment to protect what human race? Simply unreliable. Red clouds also have new Chongchong, second brother Ah. The old 3 out of the world is still short. Although always out of tune. Our 3 brothers are connected by luck. And let him go. In times of crisis, we still need to protect his life. Although the 6 ears and red clouds Jin Yuanzi world philosophy divergence is great. The 3 brothers went their separate ways. Already do not know how many thousands of years no longer interact. But that friendship cut is still there. Chapter 34, Setting up the 4 Religions and Setting up the Flood Court. As the plunder clouds in the flooded sky thickened, 6 Ears foresaw that a time of great conquest was upon us. The people of the 3 immortal islands have been guarding the human race for tens of thousands of years. The hundreds of millions of people on Shoyang Mountain. And the 6 Ears have invested unlimited resources, spiritual treasures, and heavenly materials into the human race. And the human race has gained a certain degree of self-protection. The situation of being predicted to be fattened up and eaten by the flood immortals did not occur. Divine sense scanning 6 Ears spare no effort. Everyone more and more confused. Shameless 6 Ears have this good intentions. Could it be that he has lost his mind? Since she became a saint, Manhwa has rarely appeared in the human race. Occasionally came a few times. But also concerned with the 6 Ears discharge. Yes, as the discharge storms 6 Ears. To revenge the humiliation of the pre-sainthood. 6 Ears fairy hide and seek. Exclaiming that women should not. Women's hearts under the sea needle. Lift up the pants, do not recognize people. This disgusting Huayu is even more angry. Manhwa chest heaving. Chasing the 6 Ears on the sky and into the ground. Shoyang Mountain at peace. From time to time on the Manhwa beat the 6 Ears of the mana fluctuations. And the 6 Ears of the miserable howl. 6 Ears, who had seen the power of Manhwa's saints, ingratiated himself in 100 ways to get Manhwa to go along with it. But fortunately the 2 of them were just fooling around. Leaving the human race in Manhwa's care, he returned to the 3 immortal islands. Feeling pressurized to improve his strength at the same time. Must delay the other 5 saints of the heavenly Tao to become saints. If the other 5 saints come out, then how can I still mix? Shameless 6 Ears again began to operate tartly, intercepting other people's chances. Called 2 monkey brother and 12 disciples. Plotted for a while. In a windy and sunny day. Notify the flood, today I have 6 Ears. The establishment of the flood tribunal of the flood. To the innate treasure of the heavenly clouds. Taiju 2. Shenkuan tripod suppression of the flood tribunal chi. The purpose is to establish a life for the living beings in the flood. To establish a heart for the flood in heaven and earth. To succeed the extinct learning for the saints' Taoism. And to open up peace for the flood for all times. Maintain justice. Help the weak. Resist disasters. For the well-being of the living in the floodplains. The court is located in the 3 immortal islands. 6 ears shall be the head of the flood court. The red bran horse monkey shall be the head of the left court. The tongue arm ape monkey shall be the head of the right court. And the flood court shall be established. The heavenly Tao and the great Tao roared. And the chi of the flood court coalesced and registered. Looking at that small piece of flood court fortune. Ants have to stand on tiptoe to go up. Otherwise they can't stand. This is still using 3 supreme treasures to suppress the chi luck. Playing with monkeys. A group of flood great powers want to vomit. This flood court is a what? Just this point of luck. You 3 monkeys in addition to fooling around. When have you ever done personnel? 3 monkeys also establish power. How to feel like a joke. Leads the crowd countless ridicule. Angry flood immortal court. Demon court. Female immortal hall cannot. This is not disgusting. Each of our court has hundreds of millions of members. You monkey just that dozen or so people. Also worthy of the establishment of the court. But because of the monkey's unlimited power. And have the witch clan allies. Manhwa Saint as the backstage. The other forces do not dare to rashly make trouble. A new power full of justice that no one cares about. The hung court. Slowly rises. Soon after. The great powers heard again. Today. We have my great disciple of the flood court. The golden spirit. Founding the human race. Subordinate to the flood court. And suppressing the chi of the human race with the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures. The Oriental Green Lotus Treasure Flag and the 4-Elephant Pagoda. It aims to educate and protect the human race. And to rule without doing anything. I, the Golden Spirit, am the sect of man. And Kong Xian is the vice-sect leader. The human sect is established. The human religion's chi coalesced. And the flood court's chi became 1 point thicker. Shangqing Palace old man. Frustrated. Inexplicable heart sadness. Must be a big chance lost. In the end, how to do? I also heard, today. I have my second disciple. Turtle Spirit. Founded the Hierophantism. Which is subordinate to the flood court. And suppresses the chi of the humanism with the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures of the Southern Flame Flag of Separation from the Ground and the 4-Elephant Pagoda. The purpose is to comply with the way of heaven. Expound the way of heaven. Pursue the supreme truth. Enlightenment. And transcendence of life and death. I, Turtle Spirit, shall be the head of the hierarchy. And Rock shall be the deputy head. The Hierophant sect is established. The hierarchy's chi coalesced. And the flood court's chi became 1 point thicker. 6 ears and their disciples of the tawdry operation. And alarmed the world. Jade Palace Yuan sure heart palpitating. Nameless feeling of annoyance straight to the head. And do not know who to find venting. What is wrong with me? Hugh also heard, today there is my 3rd disciple Zhao Gongming of the Hongting. Founding the Interceptor sect. Subordinate to the Hongting. And suppressing the chi of the human sect with the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure of the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary Flag and the Sub-Purple Electric Hammer. The aim is to educate all living beings and seek a ray of hope for them. I, Zhao Gongming, am the sect leader of the Interceptor sect. And Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao are the vice-sect leaders. The Interceptor sect is established. The Interceptor sect's chi coalesced. And the Hung Court's chi thickened 1 more point. Jade Palace. The original script of the original founder of the intercepted religion. Not at all sad by others intercepted the chance. But also cannot stop sighing. I wrote is not alone. I primitive and 6 years high disciple Zhao Gongming heroes see the same. It's not over yet. 6 years is a breath of fresh air. Intercepting all the chances of sainthood that originally belonged to the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. I'll let you bully the monkeys. And I'll set up your great religion before you do. And I'll see how you can become saints. On the island of the three immortals, the three monkeys narrowed their eyes and smiled. Six Ears was so stinky that he flicked his gaze toward Jizo. Jizun understood and said, "Today, I, Jizun, the fourth disciple of the Flood Court, founded Buddhism and affiliated it with the Flood Court, suppressing the Buddhist chi with the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures of the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag and the 8 treasures pool of merit and virtue. It aims at the boundless and extensive enlightenment of sentient beings, transcending them out of the sea of suffering and accomplishing immeasurable merits and virtues. I, Earth Store, am the Buddhist patriarch, and Northern Xian Yuan is the vice patriarch. Buddhism stands. Buddhist chi coalesced. At this time, the flood court chi that gathers the chi of the 4 great religions is huge, incredibly dense, and nearly solidified. The West to receive the quasi in the heart of infinite suffering. Feel the chance of infinite flow. Is it possible that we have a destiny with this Buddhism? Shameless 6 Ears must have intercepted the chance of us. Woohoo! The immortals who thought that 6 Ears was idle liver pain, fooling around, were shocked beyond words by this series of 6 Ears' notification of the flood. Then look at that being's majestic chi. It can be great. The organizational structure and education of this flood court and the 4 major sects under it deeply touched the hearts of all the great powers. The immortals had wanted to pick a big melon. Who knew that they were stepping on a big thunder? The Tao ancestor of the Violet Heavens Palace was alarmed. Shameless 6 Ears! How dare you intercept my disciples' chances of becoming saints? This son is truly a demon, and must not be kept. Nay. Hongjun Tao ancestor had already begun to merge with the Tao, and could not strike again. If you want to get 6th Ear killed, wait until you have completed the initial merging of the Tao. As for those suppressing the great teachings of luck of the treasure, each piece out. Can let a party of great power to scramble? Who let the monkey rich? Such as Kunping and other saints do not have a piece of the very best innate spiritual treasure. 6 Ears did give their own rookie Dala disciples used. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed since the Taoist ancestors' 3 sermons. 6 Ears a gas into 3 Chun Gongfa great completion. If the performance of divine power, that is a lot of monkeys. 6 Ears body. 3 split. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys a total of 6. Dharma treasure of course to adjust. In the day of accepting disciples to share the treasure are adjusted. Chapter 35 Haunting Strength Crowned by the Flood. The flood is not chronological. The years are moving forward. Looks like 6 Ears 3 brothers some nonsense. People cultivation cannot fall. 6 Ears of the 3 monkeys in the hands of whether there is Hongmeng Violet Walk is the law of sainthood path. Although the Taoist ancestor said that this road has been broken. But there is no other way. Always have to try it. 6 Ears now the law of war. Nearly complete, the law of clouds. The law of formation. The law of the earth. The law of the earth. The law of water. The law of fire. The law of time. The law of space. The law of creation have been completed. More than 20 of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao are still in the comprehension. Above the Great Luo mixed golden immortals. The emphasis on law comprehension. With these laws, 6 Ears has broken through the late mixed cultivation. Equivalent to 3 corpses quasi-saint. Plus spiritual treasure. May be able to compete with the saints too. After the redivision of treasures, when 6 Ears performs the one breath transforms 3 Qing divine powers. There will be 3 more divisional identities. 6 Ears in white. 6 Ears in black. And 6 Ears in red. Their images look like this. 6 Ears of the body feet step on the best pure white lotus. Head of Qi defense to the treasure of the heavenly celebration cloud. Surrounded by space and time to the treasure of 36 fixed sea beads, Rob Tontian of the 24 also refined. Together with the use of the level of the supreme treasure. Hand-holding killing to the treasure of the god-slaying lance. The white-clothed six-eared hand topped the taijutsu. The supreme treasure of the opening of the heavens. The extreme man-making whip in his left hand. And the ruler of measuring the heavens. The supreme treasure of merit. In his right hand. The black-clothed six-ears had the quasi-supreme treasure central pent earth apricot and yellow flag. The left and right extreme number heavenly bells. And the right hand kills the supreme treasure to take the Pan-gu banner. The red-robed six-ears had the heavenly treasure of creation Xian Koan Ding on his head. The heavenly treasure six-soul streamer in his left hand. And the heavenly treasure chaos gourd in his right hand. The six ears of the body and the split body have more than two pieces of supreme treasure. The least is also the very best innate spiritual treasure. On this lineup, this configuration, the only one in the floodplains. Just say that you are afraid of it. Even now, facing the holy energy, there is also the power of self-preservation. The second monkey, Red Kong Horse Monkey, is in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal realm, equivalent to the battle power of the second corpse paraclete and the third corpse paraclete. His feet are on the red lotus of extreme karma fire. His left hand is the extreme water and fire gourd. And his right hand is the extreme Qingping sword. The three monkeys tongue arm ape monkey. Mixed yuan golden immortal middle stage realm. Equivalent to the battle power of two corpses of paraclete and three corpses of paraclete. His feet are on the extreme merit golden lotus. His left hand is on the extreme yin yang gourd. And his right hand is on the extreme six roots of purity bamboo. Each of the two monkey brothers had at least three extreme innate spiritual treasures, which had caught up with the heritage of the great powers of the flood. With this configuration, who else dares to say that the monkeys are unreliable? Look at the configuration of the flood court. The six ears sit in the center. By the advice. By the 10 disciples Wu Yun. 11 disciples Huang Long auxiliary. Said auxiliary, in fact, is the dominant. Six ears just like a hands-off style. Focusing on cultivation of the road. Wu Yun has been with the feet of powerful. Get the flood court luck to assist. Has also reached the early Dala realm. Has a superb innate spiritual treasure mountains and rivers and the earth and grain map. Huang Long is also good. Peak Dala. Soon to break through. Has a superb innate spiritual treasure 7-star sword. Two monkeys like conquest. The main military affairs. Already full of the flood to recruit soldiers and horses to go. Just a few years has got the immortal soldiers 200. 000. Powerful. Strong. To the two monkeys in the North Club Luja when the king of the demon henchmen mostly. The three monkeys are fond of management and master of internal affairs. Master of the three immortal island and the jurisdiction of the vast amount of heavenly treasures and cultivation resources. To maintain the operation of the heavenly court. The three monkeys' subordinates were mostly the ministries of the three monkeys when they were the king of the mountain in Plum Mountain. That is, the group of pigs, horses, cows, sheep and small demons and monsters. And they were very obedient. Hongting quickly occupied South Juniper Continent and occupied the Four Seas. The Flood Court. An existence that was initially seen as a farce that stunned a bunch of immortal gods, had become the existence of the top power in the Flood Wasteland after all these years. This is not even counting the power of the sects under the Flood Court. Below, please see a few of the great sects under the Flood Court. The humanities are true to their name. Jin Ling and Kong Xin created the human sect, which was a veritable human sect. The human sect temple was situated on the Shoyang mountain in the territory of the human race. And all the 1,008 human races joined the human sect. There were 2 people in the late Dala stage, 6 in the mid-Dala stage, and 12 people in the early Dala stage. With the hundreds of millions of human races chi blessing, The chi is so thick that it is self-protecting. The surrounding demon races didn't dare to take a step closer to the human race. The golden spirit has reached the early stage of quasi-sainthood and possesses the supreme innate spiritual treasures Kongdong Seal and 4-elephant pagoda. The deputy sect master Kong Xian, at the early stage of associate sainthood, has practiced the 5-colored divine light under the guidance of 6 ears, and also possesses the oriental green lotus treasure flag, the demon suppressing pagoda, and other superb spiritual treasures. Secondly, hierarchy takes the route of high-end quality talents. Turtle Spirit and Rock created the hermeneutics. Strict selection of good people. Take the high-end route. The disciples are all of good character. High qualification of the proud son of heaven. Selected all the good seedling of the later generation of the flood. And the immortal court of the South Pole immortal Wang was 6 years of a superb spiritual treasure reincarnation realm to dig over, acting as the hierarchy of elders and chief lecturer. In addition to the inner disciples, 15 people. 15 inner disciples after eating the fruit all reached the early stage of the Great Luo, known as the Hierophant 15 Great Luo True Person. The hierarchy also possesses countless outer disciples with excellent roots and deep origins. Turtle Spirit and Rock were also both at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Turtle Spirit possessed the extreme spiritual treasure Dragon Tiger Rui, and Rock possessed the extreme spiritual treasure Southern Off-Earth Flame Flag. These high-end combatants pulled out were probably capable of drying up Lord East's immortal court. 3. Hermeneutics on the mass line. The interceptor sect established by Zhao Gongming and 3 Xiao was the most powerful. Zhao Gongming and the 3 Tiger Ladies. Ah no. And the 3 Xiao immortal strength root script is powerful. Are all quasi-saint early stage realm. Zhao Gongming was holding the extreme spiritual treasure Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary Flag and the extreme spiritual treasure 5 Elements Spirit Bead. Yun Xiao had the extreme 9 quarters Yellow River Formation Diagram and the extreme Fire Banana Fan. Xiong Xiao has an extreme spiritual treasure Water Banana Fan and an extreme spiritual treasure Mixed Golden Dipper. Bishio has an extreme spiritual treasure, the Earth Banana Fan, and a medium grade innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Zhao Scissors. With this strong foundation, it is not a dream to surpass the immortal court and catch up with the demon court. The Interceptor sect also examines the character of the base and collects the moderately qualified loose immortals in the floodplains. As a result, a large number of loose immortals in the floodplains who had no way to seek the path drew closer to the Interceptor sect. The name of Zhao Gongming, the timely rain, was circulated all over the floodplains? Because this guy was full of force every day. Always wanted to be chivalrous and righteous, to get rid of violence and pacify the good, and robbed a lot of work that should have been done by other Buddhists, which made the Earth Store in Beixian very dissatisfied. But it is indeed the favorite sect of the scattered immortals in the floodplains. 4. Buddhism's salvation from suffering. Looking at the Western cult of Earth Store in Beixian, the Western cult takes it upon itself to transform all living beings, to save the dead and the injured, and to save the suffering. The majority of the religion's members are poor people from the lower and middle classes, or unfortunate children who have been abandoned by society, their communities, or the powers that be. Buddhism gives these people the hope and the bottom line to survive. Although Buddhism is the poorest, it is the most humane place in the flood. There are so many suffering people in the floodplain, and countless congregations. Therefore, the 4 directions of the Buddha, the 8-faced Bodhisattva, the 12 honored ones, the 18 Luohan, and the 100,000 monks and soldiers, quickly took their positions. Earth Hidden and Beixian were both at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Earth Hidden had the extremely precious Dharma Treasure 8 Treasures Pool of Merit and the Heart-Piercing Lock. And Beixian had the extremely precious Spiritual Treasure Lamb's Jade Pure Vase and the Chenkuan Fan. Comprehensive Flood Court and its subordinate 4 major sects. Its strength crowns the flood. Even if the heavenly saints come, also have to be concerned about this huge strength energy. Six ears see the flood court fortune like rainbow. With the help of chi cultivation, it is more twice the result with half the effort. A heart slowly down to earth. Finally have the strength to protect themselves. Chapter 36, The Demon Court vs. The Immortal Court. Six ears led the flood court and the four affiliated sects. And after tens of thousands of years of development, they had finally stabilized. After the flood court and the four major sects were stabilized, the big monkey made a new mistake. Sixth ear suddenly recalled the 8th disciple Kong Xian and the 11th disciple Golden Dragon. Although the monkey has been in a high position, noble Hong Ting Ting master, but still the same tone of voice. Let people see. A little trust cannot be raised. Monkey said. Come. Come. Old 8. Small 11. For the teacher has some ideas. You guys give counseling. The two disciples perked up their ears and eyed the Grand Master. Every time the master treats people politely, it is when he is about to do something bad again. And they have raised their vigilance. On the surface, both were a pair of good children listening attentively. I see that the heavenly phenomena of the flood are disorganized. Order is missing. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning are disorganized and randomly released in all directions. And some places are in drought for several years, while some places are in perennial rainfall. And drought and flooding have become a disaster, which is really a bitter experience for a large number of living beings. The Master has compassion for the difficulties of all beings. And in order to minimize droughts or floods, the Master intends to set up an additional department in the flood court, called the Ministry of Heaven, which will be divided into 4 departments. Namely, the Ministry of Wind, Rain, Thunder and Lightning. In order to comb the clouds in the sky, gather thunder in the air, manage the rain and dew on the earth, and systematically release heavenly phenomena to the places that need them. This act has great merit and virtue, and can eliminate karma. You guys then recommend recommendations for the Master to see which clan is suitable. Then with a bad smile on his face, he looked at the two disciples. The two disciples immediately stared with wide eyes. The Great Master can be considered as a person this time. Great Master of all things are clear. This move certainly will not be false. This also recommended a ghost. The two immediately want to return to the mother tribe to report. The two tribes are deeply bound by karma for a long time. The sixth ear added, the Master also observed that the earth shakes from time to time. The earth's fire rises from time to time. And the mountains, plains, rivers, and lakes change frequently and are disorganized. So it needs a group of great powers to sort out and stabilize them. I intend to set up another department in Hongteng, called the Earth Department, and establish 4 departments for mountains, plains, rivers, and lakes. This will also have great merit and can eliminate karma. You and the others will make recommendations for the Master to see which clan is suitable. The two disciples sigh. Master, you have thought about this, but also hang people's appetite. We talk about business cannot be so cheap. The two disciples also do not give a damn, Master. Have urged the power of God. 100,000 urgent to go back to the mother tribe to report to go. Phoenix clan. Dragon clan chiefs rejoice. The two clans were imprisoned by karma for too long. Do not eliminate karma. Cultivation cannot be refined. There will always be a day of depletion of the origin. The extinction of the clan is sooner or later. With this happy news, like a bright light in the dark night, saw the hope of life. 2 tribal leaders have rushed to the flood court. Who did not expect the last quantum of the 2 clans' immortal protagonists can sit at the same table? In the end, several parties agreed that the Dragon tribe is in charge of the heavenly department, and the Phoenix tribe is in charge of the earthly department. Flood wilderness shook again. Countless Yuan will not see the dragon and phoenix out of the mountain. A large number of phoenix tribe out of the immortal volcano have entered the floodplains to stabilize the earth. The dragon tribe out of the four seas to comb the sky. The heavenly way is really constantly descending great virtue. Eliminating the karma of the two tribes. Imprison the two tribes of countless Yuan will be the cultivation. Climbed again. The lifespan is again extended. Really trapped dragon out of the sea. Phoenix danced 9 days. Reappeared in front of the flood world. The two tribes also voluntarily joined the flood court. The 6 years of the little thief of the young plot also counted on success. The flood court power again. Emperor June on the sun planet couldn't sit still. The Hongting was now as powerful as ever. Irritating Emperor June Tai. The two big stupid birds went to Nuwa, intending to ask the sage Nuwa to take action and destroy the Hongting. When Nuwa heard this, she got angry. Nuwa gave the two a good beating and threw them out of the Nuwa temple. To put it mildly, Nuwa used to belong to the demon race. But she has now become a saint and has transcended the 6 paths. You let the human mother to destroy the human father. Is not a brain fart. Demons cannot move the flood court. So they can only annex the immortal court. Why not annex the female immortal hall? Because it is too good to see. The war between the demon court and the immortal court began. Because of the immortal court high-end combat force on a corpse quasi-saint Dongwan Gong. While the demon court Emperor Jun, Tai, Fushi, Kuanpeng a total of 4 corpse quasi-saint. As well as the book of the river map Luo. River Luo Big Formation. The most precious treasure of the Donghuang clock. The immortal court to take what to carry. The two sides each displayed millions of troops and started a great battle in the first heaven. Emperor Jun, Tai and Fushi, the 3 one-corpse saints, chased after the Duke of Dongwang to the death. And the demon master Kuanping led the 10 demon saints to lead millions of demon troops to fight against the army of the immortal court. The Duke of the East King's main body catalyzed the extreme innate spiritual treasure dragon-headed cane to the extreme. And the good corpse, holding the innate superior spiritual treasure pure yang sword, fought off the left and right. But it was hard to defeat with 2 fists. And it was beaten all over the body. Under the extreme fear, the Duke of Dongwang used its companion spiritual treasure pure yang sword to battle out the evil corpse. But still not much use. Evil corpse is exhibited. But unfortunately no can take the hand of the law handle to use. Which can unarmed hard against the demon race extreme spiritual treasure. A generation of immortal head. The Lord of the immortal court. Looked to fall. Queen Mother of the West eventually came. Not the Queen Mother of the West on the East Wangdong have much meaning. Really cannot bear a generation of fairy head fall. Not to mention the people of the East Wangdong has always been so good to themselves. There is no love, there is kindness. There is no kindness, there is friendship. Knowing that she would not be able to defeat them, the Queen Mother of the West still brought her group of immortals to join the battle. Entering the battlefield, the Queen Mother of the West's body mobilized the water-purifying mantle to block Tai's fatal blow to the Duke of the East. And the good corpse mobilized the Kunlun mirror to hit Tai, who hurriedly offered the immortal chopper gourd to resist it. Looking at the two sides' armies, the Duke of Dongwang's immortal court army, whose overall strength and numbers were inferior to those of the demon race, had a tendency to collapse and retreat soon after the battle started. The immortal court army ran, descended, and groped for fish. And it looked like they couldn't hold out much longer. Queen Mother of the West brought the female fairy army, fighting a batch of vegetables. In addition to the death of the screams of the surprisingly loud, ear-piercing screams hard to scare the demon tribe. And then, there is no then. The 3 parties fought for several years in the first heaven of the immortal court. And even though the immortal court and the female immortal hall joined forces, they were unable to change the end of the war. Before his death, The Duke of Dongwang walked with a smile on his face. Because the Queen Mother of the West, whom he had longed for, finally stood with him, and did not retreat from the deadly battle. I, the Duke of Dongwang, have made my life worthwhile, in order to be able to let the Queen Mother of the West to get away and escape. Deeply gazed at the Queen Mother of the West. Both read the fire in each other's eyes. The East King Gong naive smile. Shouted, West sister. Thank you in this life. And then the East King Gong self-detonation. Will be Emperor June. Tai. Fushi seriously injured. The Queen Mother of the West, with tears in her eyes, saw the Duke of the East blowing up his spirit. Even if her heart of stone could not help but break down instantly. Countless beautiful memories surfaced in front of her eyes. Tears of sadness slid down her cheeks. Standing alone in the bloody storm of the battlefield, Zhou Tianxian Nu and Tian Feng supported the already heartbroken, paralyzed, nearly petrified Queen Mother of the West all the way out of the siege, flying towards the three immortal islands. A group of great powers in the flood wilderness released their divine sense and witnessed the entire battle. Such a large number of people. The scale of the war. Or the first time in front of the floodplains. The degree of battlefield tragedy deeply shocked everyone. Really a mountain of corpses. A sea of blood. Blood flow into a river. Broken limbs. Flesh and blood flying. In front of the war. Human life is really like grass. Hongjun in the purple heavenly palace, who was merging with the Tao, has a sense of this. And is also shocked to look at the battlefield. But is powerless to stop it. Copied up the jade disc of creation and began to rub wildly. The heavenly machine shows that the great trend of the flood has not changed. Small trend has changed. Controllable. Hongjun also cannot calculate. What is the great trend of the flood? What is the small trend? Since the sky machine shows that it is controllable, then it is not a big problem. I can't control it. I continue to merge the Tao. 3 Immortal Island. 3 monkeys are also pained. So many living beings so dead. Brother 3 also discussed. We haunting self-preservation on the line. Cannot be light to open the end of the station. Too miserable. Too fucking scary. Monkey Big Brother 6 Ears is still commenting. Or not to say that the woman is not in charge of the army it. Second brother, third brother. You see the Queen Mother of the West, this vegetable chicken appearance. As an army commander. This bitch is paralyzed by sadness. 6 gods. This is still fighting. You let behind the female cultivation army can how to live with themselves. The second monkey nodded slightly as he listened to his big brother's comments. Suddenly, the pair of rounded monkey eyes were wide and full of panic. Even trembling all over as they trembled. Big brother Day. Fei is coming over. Feeling that his second brother was sick. 6 Ears was just about to pick up his second brother when he saw that 3 monkeys was also petrified. Only to see the 3 monkeys with their mouths half open. Their eyes motionless. And their left monkey paw pointing to the distance. The big monkey suddenly felt bad. Once again released the divine sense. A sentence. But also was stunned by the scene in front of him. Only see countless black dots. Black pressurized a piece. Towards the direction of the 3 immortal islands flying. At the head of the 9 heavenly basilisks and the heavenly phoenix. The 2 women are also dragging a dull-eyed spirit collapse of the Queen Mother of the West. Behind the 3 women was a defeated army of the female immortal hall. Then behind them was a defeated army of the immortal court. And at the end was the chasing army of the demon race. The several waves of people added up to 2 to 3 million people. Coming from the sky and covering the clouds. Like locusts crossing the border. And like the end times coming. Originally, the 9 heavenly basilisks and heavenly phoenix 2 women sea defeat has been finalized. Just want to save the female immortal head. And then find a safe place for temporary repair. Female Immortal Hall Foundation has been destroyed. Must not return. Demon forces throughout the flood. Where there is a safe place. Two women do not know how the brain on the three fairy island. Anyway, the two women think that the three monkeys are powerful. Can be hard steel three Chang? Will be able to shelter the Queen Mother of the West. What the two women did not expect is that once the Queen Mother of the West retreated, the chain reaction came. Female Immortal Temple's millions of female cultivators' army see the master are gone. This also play a fart people's daughters? Originally do not like to fight. At that moment, they did not want to fight. And followed the Queen Mother of the West to catch up. Fearing that they would be abandoned. Immortal court of the remaining hundreds of thousands of immortal army. See, the East Prince has died. Female Immortal also ran away. Also have no desire to fight. Followed the female Immortal on the back of the chase. The male Immortal head has died. Can only seek female Immortal head shelter. The demon army is in the middle of the battle. Why did you all run away? Grandpa Demon likes to fight with the wind. The big and small chiefs of the demon army shouted. Children! The time to build a career has come. There is a little girl in front of us. How sweet to grab the past. You know. We chase. In this way, the three parties all ran towards the three immortal islands. This scared the three monkeys silly. Stunned. The monkey hairs all stand up again. Do not come over. Go away. Oh. Who invites who? Do not come over. You quickly go away. Chapter 37, Hongting's first confrontation with the demon race. 2 million troops toward the three immortal island cloud cover and come. Monkeys a handful of chaos. People 6 years 3 brothers while drinking fresh wine. While tasting bananas. Is leisurely to watch the drama fart eat melanet. Comfortable little life suddenly broken by you. Who is not difficult to put this on the shelf. Hongting hurriedly activated the island protection formation and sounded the immortal gathering drum. 6 years was nervously laying down battle preparations. The other side has 3 groups of people. The first 2 groups should have fled in defeat and come to our 3 immortal islands to seek refuge. What we really have to face is the last army of the demon court. Second brother. You marshal 100. 000 Hongting troops to line up on the left flank of the demon army. Third brother. You lead 100. 000 Hongting troops to line up on the right flank. I will lead 100. 000 Hongting troops to face the enemy. Wu Yun and Huang Long. You two collect the island protection formation. And if things go as I expect, you will act on my orders in a moment to guide the routed troops of the Immortal Court and the female Immortal Hall into the island protection formation. Subsequently, the Hongting army mobilized. A solemn and murderous aura surged up. And the new recruits who had never been to the battlefield were all scared. 300,000 Hongting troops were already the largest force that Hongting could mobilize. In front of a top power like the demon race, it is still very weak. Sixth year also transmitted the voice of the flood, Immortal Court. Female Immortal Hall. Demon Court Army listen. I am the Flood Court Master 6 years. We have no grievances in the past. Why do you want to break into my 3 immortal island Flood Court Hall? If there is no argument, my Hongting army will definitely tell you to go up and smoke. 6 years paused for a moment and issued another order. The 4 great religions belonging to my Hongting all rise up their congregations to come to their aid. And the dragon race and the sorcerer race will listen to my order and bring their armies to their aid as soon as possible. Distributed in all directions of the 4 great religions. Heard the great master that high-pitched voice transmission. Have been greatly alarmed. Zhao Gongming of the Interceptor Church in South Juanbu continent reacted the fastest. And his Yuan Qi was full of energy. And his hands were itching to go crazy for a while. This is not good. Bullying to my master's head. But let me find a reason. Must fight back. Quickly point all the interception sect congregation. About more than 10,000 people. Vast towards the 3 immortal island demon army to kill over. Don't underestimate this 10,000 people. This can be the body of the Taoist law of the people. The least is the realm of true immortality. The battle force is strong. Can be in the army in the cut melon cut vegetables. Another 5 ways were seen flying up into the sky. Respectively. Shoyang Mountain Humanism Gene Ling up 1008 Human Congregation and Human Race Cultivator Army of 100,000. This is the human religion or the human race's entire elite reserves. Although it is still very weak. The overall combat power in front of the demon race is the share of the meatbags to beat the dog. But it can also fight to the death. East Victory Divine Continent preaching Hermetic Turtle Spirit up Hermetic Congregation 800. Although the number of small, big fairy gas dazzle, imposing, are the top of the existence of the least is also 2 ethereal golden immortal above the great powers. West Nuga Islands Buddhist Jizo up Buddhist Congregation and monks and soldiers 10,000. Jizo set up monks and soldiers because it is located in the Rhinoceros Nuga state. This place is a lot of demons and monsters. Chaotic. And far away from the master and other brothers and sisters. Mercenaries self-protection only. The aquatic army gathered by the dragons of the 4 seas was about 50,000. And most of these 50,000 were shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With little combat power. Purely bluffing for fun. The only ones who can fight are the 10,000 dragons inside. The army of the phoenix race and the birds of prey assembled at the immortal fire mountain was about 50,000. About the same as the dragon race. And only 10,000 or so of the phoenix race had any combat power in it. 6 large armies. Vastly encircling towards the 3 immortal islands from all directions. In terms of quantity, the flood court can mobilize the various parties of the army. Full of counting is not enough 500,000. And have not been on the battlefield. How can this carry the demon race millions of army impact? The army converged. And 6 years had never been under so much pressure. If you fight alone, 6 years natural fearless. But this army fighting and personal bravery in fact has little to do. You are iron and can hit a few nails off. The ultimate decision to win or lose is still the number of troops and the overall strength of the battle. In front of the 3 immortal islands, the atmosphere is depressing. The form of crisis. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West cannot care about grief. Instantly also return to the yang. The spiritual platform is clear. Clear thinking. Opened the weeping red eyes. Raised his hand and cupped his fists and said, 6 years Taoist friends. We female immortal hall and the immortal court army defeated to this. Only to live. Not hostile. Please have mercy on me and bless our lives. The grace of living will be unforgettable. Then again. Self-centered wipe up tears. Anyway. The old lady for the millions of troops behind you have begged you. Can do I have done. If you do not agree, I will run alone. 6 years you look at the matter. Love how it. Look at the 6 years of a burst of toothache. They're on a little bit for the Queen Mother of the West blush. You are the head of the female immortals. Behind the backbone of the army of millions. You do not move to wipe tears. How to fight this battle. 6 years grew so big. Or for the first time by a million people to ask for help. The opening or a noble status. Watery big beautiful woman. At once. I felt that I was able to do it again. Bullbatch bombarded to say, allow. It is so that we will say a word. This word can save a million army. You say cow not cow right. Apprentices Wu Yun and Huang Long. seeing the promise of the Grand Master, hurriedly opened the island protection formation and let the routed soldiers into the formation. Six Ears flew up and stood alone in front of the millions of troops of the demon race. He released 3 of his own doppelgangers, all of which were full of heavy treasures. This scene was a sight to behold for Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Koan Pang, a group of great powers. What is the situation? Hell! How a 6 Ears instantly become 4 6 Ears, each with a treasure. Offense and defense. Demon army also blindfolded. Hesitate to move forward. Have not seen such an incredible thing. Di Jun couldn't help but ask, which one of you is 6 Ears? The 6 Ears essence replied, the 4 of us are all 6 Ears. And have we not heard that the Taoist ancestor once passed on to me the method of transforming the 3 purities in one breath? Emperor Jun was shocked that the Tao ancestors' so domineering Tao had been practiced by 6 Ears, and asked, the reason for blocking the way of my army? Sixth Ear laughed, your demon race army has entered my Hongting's territory, which is considered as an invasion. Do you want your demon court to go to war with my Hongting? I, 6 Ears, guarantee that if your demon race army dares to fight, within 10 breaths, I will marry your head. Although Di Jun did not doubt 6 Ears' combat power, but his own millions of troops, if they were scared away by a word, will not be the flood of immortal shame. It is better to swindle him. I have the river map Luo book to protect. How can you kill me? Furthermore, even if I die, you only have the soldier geometry behind you. My millions of army will surely be able to step on your flood court hall. 6 Ears laughed, you can perceive the breadth of the 4 directions to see how many ways I have reinforcements. If I then invite the witch tribe's army to come, what? Your demon tribe's army can block it. Furthermore, I hand regicide gun really can a gun body death road cancel ah. Emperor Jun Tai froze on the spot. The 2 hurriedly released the sense of God, found that all parties no less than 6 road reinforcements, although the number of people cannot be specifically perceived, but the breadth of each road is majestic. Think the number must be quite a lot. 2 people know that the witch tribe in the 6 Ears of friendship. If the demon court in the flood court war, the witch tribe necessary to intervene. How can the demon tribe enemy? 2 people and see 4 6 Ears, each hand holding the most precious treasure. Also do not dare to bet on life. Fought for a long time, only to hear Emperor Jun withdraw. In this regard, the demon race's million-strong army withdrew. Chapter 38, hosting the defeated soldiers of the immortal court. Demon army are all 100 battle-strong soldiers. Even if the retreat is also organized, formation neat, can be attacked and defended. When the demon army withdrew from the flood court boundary, 6 Ears and the flood court crowd a hanging heart only put down. The 6 Ears look at the demon army formation, 1,000 emotions, and then look at their own Hongting army. This is what things: tall and short, fat and thin, uneven. Armor is a variety of weapons or also a variety of weapons. Feel with the huge gap between the demon race. The army gathered in a short period of time is still a world of difference with the old school. There is a qualitative gap. Not to mention the war spirit of the army. The late arrival of the 6 reinforcements finally arrived at the battlefield of the 3 immortal islands. Even the hair of the demon army did not see. Obviously all came late. Heartbreaking. All the people condemned back to their respective departments returned to the 3 immortals island Hongting Hall. 6 Ears and 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys sat in the center of the court. Today, my flood court to solve this crisis. All thanks to you all miles to help. This court master thanked you all. Several disciples were shocked on the spot. Their own 4-way reinforcements. The shadow of the enemy did not see. Must be the master teacher angry. Blame me and so on. Where still dare to be the three masters thanks. Immediately all fell down in obeisance. The disciples are at fault. The delay in the rescue. But also please the three masters to punish. The elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans also felt dishonored. Since the Hongting gave their mother clans the chance to be reborn, they should serve the Hongting to the death. And they all got up to make amends. Six Ears had no such intention. Just simply want to thank Ah. The mainstream of today's world is the people in power to blow up the sky. Speak when cautious. A careless easy to let people misunderstand. Six Ears also do not do more explanation. Let the people sit down. This time, is my Hongting and foreign enemies for the first time to face each other? Deeply feel our army and the demon race army gap is very big. Our military formations still need to practice. Military armor still need to reorganize. Weapons still need to be refined. The response of reinforcements from all sides still need to be accelerated. This matter please second brother third brother more trouble. Each religion. Each race. Each army. You must pay attention. So as to improve the overall strength of my Hongting army. The crowd also felt justified in saying yes. After doing the post-war summary, the Queen Mother of the West in the corner also did not cry. With a group of people and so on to come forward in style. Very ladylike. Bowing to pay tribute, the fallen Queen Mother of the West on behalf of the female immortals in the Hall of Female Immortals and the Immortal Court of Male Immortals to pay tribute to the grace of the Hongting to live. Six Ears is also speechless. You quietly ran to me here. Nearly caused a big trouble. We look for who to say reason to go. Just now 10 disciples Wu Yun to report. Save the defeated army has Immortal Court male immortals more than 500. 000. Female immortals more than 700. 000. Two houses together is 1. 2 million number of how to deal with this. Immediately returned, immortal head do not need to be polite. This matter is over. Or take the ministry to leave. Queen Mother of the West heard. And eyes red, although the flood is big. But the demon race is in the way. But we have no place to stay. I also hope that the 6 Ears of the courtmaster to accept me and other ministries. I Queen Mother of the West is willing to subordinate the court before the service. 6 Ears also know that what the Queen Mother of the West said is true. If this group of people out of the 3 immortal islands will be hunted down by the demon race. Immortal Court defeated army although defeated. But by the East King Gong training for many years. Can still fight with the demon race? Then their own patchwork of miscellaneous army is much stronger. In addition to the Queen Mother of the West this mighty to join. Hongting since the strength of the great rise in the sky. The 3 monkeys exchanged glances with each other. And then 6th Ear said. That's fine. Divide Terra Nova Island to the Western Queen Mother to lead the people of the Hall of Female Immortals to cultivate. Divide Abbot Island to the people of the Immortal Court to cultivate. The Duke of the East King has died. And will be led by my second younger brother for the time being. Can you be willing? Where the crowd would have a problem with that. They expressed their thanks and went to settle down. The relieved 6th Ear just wanted to have a kudzu lie down. Suddenly, eldest sister Jinling said. Ha! Where did third senior brother go? Today? There are a lot of things. The people and men are confused. And things are choppy. The people have no time to care more. So that Zhao Gongming Sanshao. A few unreliable. Slipped out of the number. 6 Ears hurriedly released his divine sense to probe. Thousands of miles away. And found it. Only Zhao Gongming and Fairy Sanshao leading the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect were fighting with the 100. 000 demon army of the demon race breaking the back of the demon race. Which was led by the demon master Kuanpeng and the demon saint Fei Lian. Kuan Pang was a corpse quasi-saint. Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. Bishao and Xiong Xiao were all at the early stage of quasi-saint. Only to see Kuan Pang's main body facing Zhao Gongming. The good corpse facing Yun Xiao. Fei Lian's early stage of quasi-sainthood facing Bixiao. And Xiong Xiao leading the Interceptor's 10,000 immortals who were storming the Demon Clan's military formation. Kuan Peng's cultivation was naturally too much higher than Zhao Gongming's. And he danced around the Hotian Supreme Treasure Demon Master Palace and smashed it wildly. Zhao Gongming left-hand Western Vegetal Cloud Boundary Flag to resist. 5 elements Spirit Bead carrying 5 elements of spiritual power fire. Obviously still not defeated. Zhao Gongming is if the Blue Star Flathead brother. Like a tough, very head iron. Be smashed by the Kuanping flew again and again. And again folded back buried head forward. But also from time to time with the 5 elements Spirit Bead can smash the Kuanping a little bit. The Kuanping got also busy. Kuanping good corpse holding a first grade innate spiritual treasure demon master sword. Against Yunxiao's 9 curved yellow river formation chart and fire banana fan. Between Yunxiao's that powerful extreme spiritual treasure to make up for the gap in cultivation. But it is to play an even match. Fei Lian was clearly outmatched against Bixiao. And was smashed by Bixiao with the mixed golden dipper. Dodging in all directions. Bixiao lead teach 10,000 fairy is let fly. Bixiao a banana tree fan fly a piece of demon soldiers. Golden scissors and non-stop harvesting the lives of demon soldiers. Interceptor immortals each show their powers. This is where the 2 armies fighting. Obviously in a one-sided massacre. Good in the Interceptor immortals are not dead. Injured and disabled can be. 10,000 people are hard to chase 100. 000 broken demon soldiers running around. Suddenly. A spiritually strong. Golden. Ancient bell flew in from the distance. Obviously the Eastern Emperor bell without a doubt. Six Ears exclaimed that it wasn't good. And with a thought. He instantly shifted to the battlefield. Sacrificing his god-slaying lance and instantly stopping the Eastern Emperor bell that was about to smash into Zhao Gongming. With a loud clang. The 2 topmost supreme treasures of the flood wasteland collided. Releasing endless spiritual power and fluctuations. Distorting time and nearly shattering space. It shook the neighboring demon races and the people of the Intercept sect to the ground. Knowing that his own family was unjustified. Six Ears immediately shouted angrily. Zhao Gongming. The 2 sides have an agreement. There has been a truce. And the demon race has retreated. So why do you still want to chase and kill? Seeing the anger of the Grand Master. Zhao Gongming, who knew he was in trouble, crouched on the ground and begged for forgiveness. The Master is above. The disciple is trying to take the anger out of the Master's family. And will make sure that they don't dare to commit the same offense again in the future. Six Ears said, 2 armies war. Cannot tolerate child's play. Zhao Gongming. You and so do not listen to the teacher's truce order. As disloyal, against the flood court and the demon tribe truce agreement. Behind the back of the sneak attack. As unrighteous. You and other disloyal and unrighteous people. What is the use of staying? Zhao Gongming and Sanxiao were instantly dumbfounded. We just want to get out of anger. How can we still get involved with loyalty and righteousness? We didn't think that much. We didn't think too much about it. But eldest master has a good point. Knowing that they have made a big mistake. The people of the Interceptor Church have fallen to the ground and begged for forgiveness. This can give rush to support the East Emperor Tai look dumbfounded. Handheld chaos bell. Hesitation. Incomparable hesitation. I hit it or not. People over there are beating their children. If I give them a bit behind their back. Is it not also unfaithful and unrighteous? I'm torn. Zhao Gongming and the 3 skies wanted to understand the cause and effect. And realized that they had almost ruined the big event. Both embraced the master's thighs. Repentance. Non-stop crying. Begging for forgiveness, Master forgive me. We do not know the righteousness. Only looking for a small revenge. Already know the wrong. Will not dare to commit the crime again. I hope the master forgive. Six Ears immediately pulled out the man-making whip to a few disciples. Maid standing next to the Tai is even more embarrassed. Opposite when the family son of the child beating it. This party's parents to persuade. Good tangle ah. Six Ears pumped for a while. Arched his hand to Tai and said, Tai friend. My several disciples do not know the height of the sky. Offended your army. I hope to bear with you. Here are 3 ginseng fruits. The right to do as a gift of reparation. I hope to accept it. Six Ears shoved the fruit to Tai and hurriedly retreated with the interceptors. Seeing Tai freeze, Kuanping busily asked, Eastern Emperor? To chase or not to chase? Tai is also entangled. Six Ears, a few small disciples hurt us so many soldiers. And is angry. Fortunately, are not under the dead hand. People apologized. Fruit are collected. And then chase is not unethical. Hey! Withdraw. Then the demon army left. Chapter 39 Red Cloud in a desperate situation. A crowd of flood great powers. Moving a small bench. Set up a good fruit. Are sent out of the divine sense. Appreciate the flood court and the demon court of the war. Set on the mouth less killing. In fact, inside are incomparably eager to both sides of the war to fight not to wait until the end. On the flood court interception of the a few small disciples secretly on the field of the 2. But also by the 6 Ears of a number of. Is better than nothing to. Are sighing. See is not enjoyable. After this incident, the flood court really stood up in the floodland. Collected the original immortal court defeated army. Strength greatly increased. What? You want to ask why do not incorporate the female immortal whole army? Do not see. Really do not see. That group of things are poisonous. 3 Chang again gathered together. Lao Zi, 6 Ears has cultivated together into 3 Chang Law. A supreme treasure. This time do not go to seek his trouble. This son. Non-saints cannot be defeated also. We as soon as possible to become a saint. Tong Tian after social poisonous beatings. Also steady some, big brother. I have sensed his chance to become a saint. By the 6 Ears little thief to take away. And what should be done? Laozi pondered for a long time. It seems to become a saint need to set up a great religion. Not with the help of the great religion of luck and cannot be. We first grasp the refinement of the Hongmeng violet gas. The matter of establishing a religion can be planned slowly. Primal said. Both the monkey and the beginning really sad. Wanshou Mountain. 5 Zhuangguan. Jinyuan Z, big brother. Your red cloud purple chi refining is not going well. Why is it so difficult? Could it be that everything Lao San said is true? Red Cloud also looked sad, second brother. Nuwa has already become a saint. And this Hongmeng purple chi of mine, like a stubborn stone, has never loosened up. And it is difficult to refine. So far there is no clue. When third brother advised me to give it away, there must be a reason for it. Jin Yuanzi nodded and added, big brother. The Duke of the East has died. The Queen Mother of the West has defected to the oldest 3. The oldest 3 is simple-minded. Regardless of the consequences of confronting the demon court to take in the Queen Mother of the West and the others. If this goes on, the oldest 3's Hun court and the demon court are in a state of flames and there will eventually be a battle the 2 side and side. Full of sadness. Since the old 3 this is more and more out of tune. But have been broken up. Bah. Break up the friendship. Now we cannot say. Red Cloud said, the old 3 Ears do not know the danger of the flood. All around the enemies. This time and offended the demon tribe. How to live with themselves in the future Red Clouds always feel that there will be a big event. He must become a saint as soon as possible. so as to protect the future of the old three. Not knowing that the big event is his own. Red Clouds feels so bitter to sit and wait is not the same thing. Intends to go to find Manhwa to learn from the experience. To see how people are refining the purple gas. He had no choice. The other 5 saints of the heavenly Tao were all offended. And only one Manhwa was left to say something. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi set up their auspicious clouds and headed towards the chaotic Manhwa hall. 2 people out of a short distance. Jin Yuanzi suddenly have a sense. Their 5 Zhuangguan ginseng fruit and yellow in Li Guardian array and being attacked. 2 people quickly turned back. I only saw a mosquito with blood-red wings. With strong roots and deep origin. Covered with Taoist rhythms. Even though it had not yet taken form. I could also perceive that it was a powerful character. An ox-sized blood-winged black mosquito opened its mouth and was gnawing on the innate guardian array of the ginseng fruit tree. If 6 Ears was here, he would definitely be able to guess that this was the blood-winged black mosquito that made people scared. Immediately, the 2 people to perform magical powers. Want to capture this mosquito? The 2 people use all their strengths. But also cannot take it. Blood-winged black mosquito speed is extremely fast. The mouth of the double nothing not broken. No matter what you any Taoist law. Magic treasure. Cannot be trapped. The mosquito is determined to suck the fruit of immortality. With Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud confrontation 10,000 years. Long refused to leave. Red Cloud was eager to refine the Hongmeng purple chi. So he asked Jin Yuanzi to confront the blood-winged black mosquito. And went to Manhwa Palace by himself. Jin Yuanzi persuades Hong Yun to wait a little longer and go out with him when the black mosquito is driven away. But Hong Yun is too restless to wait any longer. Red Clouds to say goodbye to Jin Yuanzi. Let Jin Yuanzi guard the innate spirit fruit. He hurriedly ran to Manhwa Temple. Early in the road to ambush the Kuanpeng and Styx River rejoice. Can finally come out? In the clouds are lying down squatting 10,000 years. Legs are numb. Kuanpeng hurriedly sent a transmission to Di Jun and Tai, the fish have gone out to take the treasure. Su Lai. Is Tuin star and often she? She and ambiguous Emperor Jun Tai a shock. Have kicked the 2 women to one side. Baby also do not want. Heart and liver also does not smell. The fire rush to seize the treasure. Make Chang Shi and Shi in a burst of annoyance. Emperor Jun. Tai E. River Styx. Kuanpeng. And blood-winged black mosquito have been plotting for a long time. Emperor Jun and Tai were extremely ambitious and had been salivating over the Hongmeng purple chi for a long time. And had offered a great price to unite with Kuanpeng, Styx, and the blood-winged black mosquito. Wanting to seize Hong Yun's Hongmeng purple chi. If you want to become a saint, you must seize the Hongmeng violet gas. A few people do not dare to offend Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Do not dare to take action against his disciples 3 clear and guide quasi. The last one has the Hongmeng violet gas. Red Clouds became the best target. Poor Red Cloud, good old man. Pivotal. Harboring the crime. Red Clouds have no background. But also when the strongest old 3-6 ears fell out. Hundreds of thousands of years do not come and go. As long as the whole Jin Yuanzi. This matter into carry on. Red Cloud see Kuanpeng. Styx and other people are not good. Instantly understand the cause and effect. Want to escape is not possible. The back is blocked by Di Jun Tai. Hurriedly transmits sound Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi was just about to get up to support him when he was attacked by Styx and the blood-winged black mosquito in front and behind. Jin Yuanzi and Styx River are a corpse saint. Level is equal. All have heavy treasure. Half caddy. A short time is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Coupled with the blood-winged black mosquito playing assist. This cannot see the grade. But the mouth is very powerful. Really hard to predict the victory or defeat. Red Clouds see this. Know that there is no way to avoid. but also really let the third brother said. Regret Without further ado. A corpse sage breath bloom. In order to strengthen the defense. Did not release the good corpse. See. Red cloud feet on the purple cloud futon. Head of 9-9 scattered gourd. Left hand cloud banana fan. Right hand tai duster. These four are the best innate spiritual treasure. The original script Red Cloud only a 9-9 red veil scattering gourd. A little I want to protect their own consciousness is not. By the Kuanping River 2 people killed. The death of the Taoist. This time by the 6 ears of this shit stick a meal operation. Red Cloud spirit treasure powerful a lot. But chasing the Red Cloud and more Emperor June and 2-2 superpower. Obviously is a lot of bad luck. Emperor and Emperor June used the river map Luo book to cover up the sky. Isolating the 2 realms around the red clouds. And mobilized his accompanying medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Demon Emperor's sword. To attack fiercely. Taiwan Han offered the Chaos Bell to fix time and space. Then used the immortal cutting flying dagger to slash wildly. And Kuanping catalyzed the Demon Master's palace to smash fiercely. Red clouds should be subject to the East Emperor clock time and space limitations. Slow movement. Slow reaction. All hit the wrong side. Simply cannot aim. The attack is ineffective. And was cut off from the sky. There is no way to ask for help. Can only be passive defense to be beaten? The death of the situation has been determined. It seems to be almost unable to support. Outside the river Luo formation. Although Jin Yuanzi did not know how Red Cloud was doing. He could guess with his buttocks that it must be incredibly dangerous. His own and Red Cloud's perception was isolated by the river Luo book. And he couldn't even feel Red Cloud's breath anymore. Jin Yuanzi anxious. Now recalling the words of the third brother's 6 ears. It turns out that what the old 3 said is true. 3 immortal island before parting. The old 3 tearful words are fulfilled. The red cloud purple gas is difficult to refine. Will be coveted. There are worries about life. It is better to take for chance. Naiha himself and his elder brother took Lao San's kindness for a donkey's liver and lungs. And angrily scolded Lao San for being vicious and unworthy of being a brother. Severing their relationship and no longer communicating with each other. Jin Yuanzi vaguely remember. The day of farewell. The sky thunder rolls. Seems to have lightning struck in the 6 ears. But no one cares. Now think. The oldest 3 6 ears which is leaking is being punished by the thunder Hateful I and Big Brother have done what? Really regret. Endless grief surged to the heart. Tears blurred eyes. Jin Yuanzi resisted Styx River's Yuan 2 and Abi double swords while shouting urgently towards the direction of the 3 immortal islands in the East China Sea. Third brother. Second brother wronged you. Big Brother is in critical condition. Come quickly to save Big Brother's life. Chapter 40, The Deadly Red Cloud finally gets a glimpse of life. 3 Immortal Island. Is leisurely with the Queen Mother of the Westfart nagging 6 ears. Violently heard an incomparably familiar voice in the call himself. The heart of a burst of restlessness. Not their own hundreds of thousands of years have not been walking around the brotherhood. The second brother of Jin Yuanzi and who can be. And heard the big brother in danger. 6 ears instantly thought through. Must be the original script Red Cloud that the moment of death has arrived. 6 ears a burst of sadness. Although the 2 big brother has been severed in their own relationship. But came to this flood world. Is the 2 good big brother to bring their own search for opportunity? Battle which tribe? Hard to just the ancestors. 2 battle 3 Chang. Accompanied by their own crazy all the way. The depth of love is like the sea. The grace is like a mountain awe. It was that I was too bold and unexpected in my actions. Never taking into account the feelings of my brothers. I don't want my brothers to blame me. The past all sorts of things. One scene in front of my eyes. Manchu's eyes red. Six Ears blamed themselves for carelessness. Fought after their own destiny. The script has changed. But who knows, the plot is still according to the original development. The Queen Mother of the West, who was laughing and joking with Six Ears, found that Six Ears suddenly didn't move. Felt strange. And poked Six Ears with her hand. Which no. Six Ears instantly emotional, out of control. Grief and anger. Glaring round eyes. Eyes with hot tears. The Queen Mother of the West also saw the Six Ears of the sudden upsurge in breath. Mixed golden immortal cultivation all release. Burning blood. Catalyzing the whole body spiritual power. Quickly outward to escape. This scene can be the Queen Mother of the West scared. Trembling. What is it? Just now was good. I did not just poke you a little bit. Confused Queen Mother of the West's eyes are red again. What is it this is? Six Ears' late mixed golden immortal cultivation exploded. Releasing 3 doppelgangers and rushing to the battlefield in an instant. Jin Yuanzi felt it from a long distance away. Finally came. It was the long-lost breath of his own family's stinky monkey. Big brother may still have a chance of survival. Transmitting voice, Lao-san. Second brother, I was entangled in the river Styx. Self-preservation is not a problem. Quickly save big brother. Without further ado, the Six Ears laws of battle were added. Mobilizing the power of all the surrounding laws. Local versus Tai. White-clothed Six Ears versus Emperor June. Black-clothed Six Ears versus Kuanping. And red-clothed Six Ears versus Styx. Jin Yuanzi was worried about the Red Yuan and had no desire to fight. And was also attacked by the river Styx and the blood-winged black mosquitoes back and forth. And had already been broken. At this time has been Styx River Yuan 2 Abi double sword stabbed 1,000 holes. Jin Yuanzi saw the red Six Ears to help. So he took out his mind to deal with the blood-winged black mosquito. The body of the Six Ears, head of Chi Defense, supreme treasure of the heavenly celebration clouds. Feet on the innate extreme 12 pure white lotus. Surrounded by space and time, supreme treasure 36 fixed sea god beads. Left hand dragged the extreme yin and yang 2 instrument lamp. Right hand lifting the god-slaying gun. Head wearing 2 wings purple gold helmet. Wearing golden armor. Feet treaded step cloud boots. He was as majestic as a rainbow. 36 sea fixing god beads hit fly east emperor clock. Break its time and space confinement. Only to see red cloud flesh body has been lost. The spirit is damaged. The 3 souls and 6 souls left the body. Hongmeng violet she also shattered into dregs. Already is to the point of soul flying away. Physical body cannot be saved back. But the good thing is that the spirit and soul is still there. East Emperor Tai was shocked by the Six Ears' combat power. And hurriedly sprayed out the sun's true fire. Which was right on the Six Ears' Yin Yang 2 Yezel lamp. And the 2 Yezel lamp broke through the sun's true fire. While the Six Ears' god-slaying lance stabbed at the Tai's main body. Tai hurried to use the immortal flying dagger to resist. Although the immortal flying dagger is powerful. But where can withstand the killing treasure? Was a moment to fly. However, this also for Tai to fight for the time to escape. Six Ears' body to Tai chase. Dare to harm my big brother's life. I will kill you. Tai also scared the piss out of himself. Shouting that it was impossible. He had fought all over the floodplains and was able to have a couple of moves with the Saint Nuwa. What kind of monster is this Sixth Ear? Even if you are more powerful, you should not let yourself break the defense in a moment. The white-clothed Six Ears held the taijutsu. The supreme treasure of the opening of the heavens. In his left hand he held the supreme whip of human creation. And in his right hand he held the supreme treasure of merit and virtue. The measuring ruler of heaven. The Taiji diagram was offered and rolled towards the Hitu Luo Shu like a big net. Hichu Luo Shu is an excellent spiritual treasure. Resisted for a while, but was still rolled away by the taijutsu. Emperor Jun look at this as only a body. But the breath with the body is powerful. But also carries two pieces of treasure. The river map Luo book are gone. How can this fight? Then he saw that his younger brother, Emperor Tai, had run away. And Emperor Jun exclaimed, I can't do anything about it. Let's run. Also burn blood toward the Nuwa Huang Temple run. White 6 ears in hot pursuit. Black clothes 6 ears head quasi-supreme treasure central pent earth apricot and yellow flag. Left hand extreme number of heaven clock. Right hand kill supreme treasure take panga streamer, number of heaven clock comes with the law of time. Fixed kuan pung. Right hand pango streamer hit a burst of spiritual light. Pango streamer is also a killing treasure. Killing people does not take up karma. When Hong Jun took out this treasure, he instructed Yuan Shi to use it with caution, which shows the power of this treasure. Then look at the tragic picture of Koan Pang. The panga streamer's limbs shattered in one blow. The Yuan Shen collapsed in the second. And the soul flew away in the third. Poor generation of demon master Kuanpeng. Not yet created the demon text. Not yet witch and demon war. Was black 6 ears 3 strikes to the death of the road. This is also since the 6 ears of the soul penetration. The first person to kill. This move led to the gods in the sky vibration. The red 6 ears head of the creation of the supreme treasure Chin Kuan tripod. Left hand foreign treasure 6 soul streamers. Right hand innate supreme treasure chaos gourd. Styx is famous for Go Dao. All go out of the realm. This goods is the only one can safely through the Dragon Han great disaster. Witch and demon war. Sealing the existence of the quantitative hijacking of the gods. The old thief of the river Styx was based on the principle of fighting if he could. And running if he couldn't. And as long as he didn't have 98% certainty, he definitely didn't fight against people easily. Styx and the red 6 ears do not want to fight at the first glance. This is too perverted. Who plays with perverts? I run. Because the 6 ears in red holding 2 pieces of treasure. There is a belong to the soul attack of the foreign treasure. Specializing in their own kind of detachment of more monsters. Which there is a need to fight. The victory rate was said to be 98%. Now Chengdu did not. So the river Styx old man put out countless blood god sunblocking. A smoke drilled into the river Styx. Let the red 6 ears how to scream and curse. Just do not come out. Blood-winged black mosquito in the floodplain is also a bullseye existence. Is the future can suck merit golden lotus? Bite the turtle spirit of that guy. In the Emperor Jun Tai run that moment. This guy also long ago dry run. Tai and Di Jun both hid in the Nuwa Palace. And 6 ears main body minded Red Yuan. Leaving the black-clothed 6 ears blocking the entrance to the Nuwa Palace. 6 ears hurriedly retrieved the white and red-clothed 6 ears. 6 ears and Jin Yuanzi have no time to care more. Rush to help Red Cloud. Red Clouds do not want to be passive. In order to break the East Emperor clock confinement. Self-detonation of the physical body. In the fight, the spirit is also broken. Are shattered into 8 petals. The 3 souls and Qian souls fluttering around. Simply dead cannot be more dead. Jin Yuanzi cried out in pain. Near collapse. 6th ear pacified the second brother and said that there was still salvation. Just see the 6 ears catalyze the 6 soul streamer. Gather the red cloud spirit and 3 souls and 7 vampires. And then use the 3 light divine water to repair the red cloud spirit. As long as the spirit is still there, there is no need to reincarnate. He also used the merit he had stored for millions of years to remake the golden body of merit for Hong Yun. Only to see a new golden red cloud slowly open his eyes. Second brother. Third brother. Is my brother still alive? Jin Yuanzi hurriedly wiped away his tears and held Red Cloud. Big brother. Yu Yuan Shen broken. The 3 souls and 7 souls left the body and scattered. Was supposed to be dead through. But your life is good. Later. Chapter 41 Manhwa rebuilds Red Cloud's physical body. Wake up, Red Yuan. Perceive their own spirit is still there. Must not be dead through. The heel of the top power is considered to be gone. The Red Cloud heartache is incomparable. The good thing is that their second brother, third brother, is still accompanied by the two sides. Do not leave, the oldest three. The big brother regretted. Wrongly blamed on you. Oh. Red Cloud. Who understood what happened? Hugged Jin Yuanzi in 6 ears and cried bitterly. And in the sky not far from Manhwa Palace, countless flood powers stared. Can you guys imagine? 3 big men hugging and crying. Simply 2 hot eyes. Self-exploded flesh of the Red Cloud is considered a complete waste. Root and foot. The origin of the disappearance of all. The cultivation of a drop. The hall of a body saint. The flood world cultivation pyramid of the top. Cultivation back to the human immortal realm. On this or thanks to the 6 ears to the big brother remodeling merit flesh. A generation of flood legend figure. Fell off the altar. Let the flood immortals regret. But the 6 ears do not think so. The original script. Red Cloud soul to the blood C9 ghost reincarnation. Also Kuanping and sticks broken. The real soul fly broken. Even a reincarnation of the opportunity to reincarnation are not. This time the Red Cloud can live over. Mark really can change fate against the sky. As in the cold winter. To the brocade night in the 6 ears lit a bright light. Firm 6 ears to break the track of heaven's confidence. 3 brothers in pain for a long time. The 6 ears to comfort the big brother said, Big brother. Do not have to be sad. You by the heaven to change the fate. This is the best ending. As long as the life is still there. There is still hope for everything. We 3 brothers from the beginning again. Red Cloud's heart warmed. Jin Yuanzi had the Book of Earth on his head to protect Red Cloud. And 6 ears was in front of him to open the way. Breaking through the chaos and arriving at the Chaos Manhwa Hall. Di Jun and Tai Yi were kneeling on the ground. Asking for Manhwa's blessing. Their noses were bruised and their hair was disheveled. Obviously they had already been repaired by Manhwa. The 2 looked at 6 ears with a face of fear. Obviously scared by the beating. Inside Manhwa's temple. Several people were silent. And the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Manhwa is also so conflicted. One is the father of the human race. And the other is her own mother race. The heart of the hand is all meat. What can be done about it? Worried baby. Manhwa was a saint. And it was truly difficult to do so. She could sense that the divine senses of the great powers of the floodplains were all sweeping here. Curious about the outcome of Manhwa's handling of the situation. The matter was a big one. And Manhwa was still trying to persuade people to make peace so that she wouldn't be criticized. And she didn't block out the heavenly chance. Although Manhwa has become a saint. She usually has a big smile and no attitude. And she does not have the majesty of a saint. Which is a stark contrast to Hongjun Laodang. But this time is different from the past. Everyone is watching. I have to maintain the saint's compulsion. So follow the Taoist ancestors' example and say, the matter has been resolved. Can you let Di Jun? Tai Yi life. You have any conditions? Can be put forward. Suffering Lord Red Cloud experienced life and death. 1,000 emotions. Fought for a long time. And finally firmly said. The saints are unjust. The 2 thieves damaged my roots and feet. Scattered my origin. And harmed my life. This hatred is not shared. And will not stop until death. The flood good old man was also infuriated to kill. Manhwa's face was even more difficult as she looked at 6 ears again. Fellow Daoist 6 ears. What do you say? 6 ears for the big brother. Said, my big brother Red Cloud since the shape. Everywhere with people. But do good. No shame. save lives, charity, sheltering the weak. Never wanted to harm the lives of others. The name of the good man. The 4 C's are known. Such a person. Or be counted. Herd life. In this way, if the thieves do not die, then the heavenly justice is not there. And it is difficult to make peace on the great Tao. The words of the 6 ears were deafening. Manhwa was speechless. If not for the karma of the mother tribe, she would have wanted to kill these 2 big birds. There is no longer any possibility of persuasion and peace. She sighed softly. The hatred between you 2 sides cannot be solved by this Holy Spirit. This saint can be the power of creation. To restore some red cloud friends heal. The source. In exchange for this holy blessing the demon tribe for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, this holy and the demon tribe cause and effect too clear. No longer intervene in your grudges. How? Red cloud herd. They have the possibility of restoring part of the origin. Since no cannot, they are now dish without boundaries. Revenge also need to have the strength to do all. They just put a few harsh words. Export bird gas just. And allow Emperor Juntai to live more than 1,000 years. Red Cloud said, Saint opening. Red Cloud should comply. Manhwa cursed Red Cloud in her heart. Talking to you about not taking revenge. You said that other saints are not fair. But now that we're going to restore your origin, you're going to obey us. I'm sorry. Juntai was grayed out and kicked back to the demon clan by Manhwa. Then the laws of creation were brought together to restore Red Cloud's origin and rebirth his physical body. For the sake of his good big brother. 6 ears handed over to Manhwa all the white lotus of the pure world. The Qiankuan tripod. The 3 lights divine water. And the 9 heavens breathing loam. Which have the power of creation. Behind her. She pounds Manhwa's shoulder. Shows off her cute face. And tries her best to please her. For the sake of 6 ears' good behavior. Manhwa puts her best foot forward. 2. The 2nd and 3rd monkeys learned of what happened and rushed to the Manhwa palace with all the heavenly treasures of the Hongting. Saying that they were tonic for the Manhwa saint. Making Manhwa feel like she was on her monthly cycle. But cool. 6 ears temporarily with merit fabricated red cloud flesh. Blood veins. Joints. Rough. Dysfunctional. Only its type. Not in fact. Was Manhwa a burst of disdain spit. 6 ears were despised. But also the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Still pinched the shoulders. Legs. Cute. All for the big brother. 6 ears recognized. Professionals have to do what professionals do. Manhwa can create people. And it is not a matter of recreating a red cloud. Finally, after hundreds of years of drumming, a fully functional red cloud awoke. Red clouds perceive their own breath. Although not as strong as the original with the script source, but at least half of the original. Cultivation in the early stage of the Dala. Then their own 3rd brother to get that physical body strong, I do not know how much. All of them thanked Sage Manhwa and flew to the 3 immortal islands. When they were leaving, 6 ears said to Manhwa that the wrinkles on your face were too ugly. Manhwa was so nervous that she frantically looked in the mirror to find the wrinkles. Only to realize later that she had been teased by 6 ears again. A few people came back to their senses. And in less than 1,000 years, the floodplain had changed drastically. Emperor Juntai, in a state of infinite fear, had chopped out his 2nd corpse. It turned out that the 33 heavens where the immortal court was located had been occupied by the demon race, which had grown more and more powerful. Bloodsea sticks also know that the monkey will come to seek revenge. Chopped out the 2nd corpse. Gathered Bloodsea billions of origin powerful lonely souls and ghosts. To form an army of grievances. Later, the river Styx potential explosion. but also created a race called the Azura race. Get the heavenly merit. Because there is no Hongmeng purple gas. Did not become a saint. But its cultivation has been to 3 corpses quasi-saint. 3 Chang, Jiayin and Junti, the fearless Hongjun disciples, also have 3 corpses of the Great Circle. Just short of an opportunity to become a saint. 6 Ears of the Hong Teng has integrated the original immortal court people. Armament is sufficient. Soldiers and horses are complete. Battle strength is formidable. The original belongs to the immortal court of the Acacia Wood Taoist. Away from the water Taoist. Away from the fire Taoist. Burning lamp. And the female immortal temple of the 9 heavenly basilisks. The sky phoenix. Luwu and so on. A total of 7 peak Dala powerhouse also have returned to the heart. The 12 disciples of the 6 Ears, with the help of their chi, also reached the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, equivalent to the battle power of a corpse quasi-saint. 6th Ear felt the pressure, wanting to fight against the demon race, the river Styx, the 3 purities, and the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao all at the same time. He was still too weak. And the 1,000-year appointment for the Nuwa Palace was coming up soon. 6 Ears personally opened the altar to preach and provide urgent training for the 7 newly joined Peak de Luo powerhouses. Under the operation of 6 Ears all the time, the 7 people had broken the confinement. And their cultivation broke through the early stage of quasi-saint, which made the Chi people grateful. And they had worshipped under 6 Ears, became the outer disciples, and served in the army. 6 Ears also distributed heavy treasures for several people. Chapter 42, which demon battle changed to Han demon battle. Settled red clouds. 6 Ears only to the witch tribe. By the witch tribe warm welcome. What? The witch tribe how to welcome? Of course. Is the fist and feet to serve? People's ancestral witch hospitality. BQ is the highest welcome rituals. Do you think this is strange? Who is our 6th Ear? He was surrounded by 12 ancestral witches and was not afraid. Ho-Tu face red again. Embarrassed to pull the corner of the clothes of the brothers. Persuaded to say it, brothers. All hands light. The monkey skin thin flesh tender. Is a repair culture? Not good at fighting. You do not give people hit bad. After the earth the squirming appearance attracted all the ancestral witch gaze trance. Is very surprised. After the earth this is what is wrong. This monkey to the 3 Qing. To guide Junti. Emperor Jun Tai are beaten all over. And killed Kuanpeng. But also from time to time with the Saint Nuwa sparring. You actually say that he is not good at fighting. I bah. The 12 ancestral witches would have been okay. After listening to the words of the back of the earth to fight more vigorously. I let you cultural people. I let you thin skin and tender flesh. 6 Ears on the back of the earth a burst of complaints. Cannot speak do not say. Our 6 Ears which can let the witch tribe took advantage of. A gas into 3 Chang. For 6 Ears only use defensive treasure. The Great War ancestor witches do not use attack magic treasure. That is close to the flesh. Fist to flesh. Acidic incomparable. Really underestimated the witch tribe. The witch tribe since the 6 Ears revealed that there is the danger of extinction. That is day and night training. Never slack. Each ancestral witch body in law can also be 2 corpses with the quasi-saint of battle. Finally. 6 Ears really cannot fight. Bite ears. Gouge eyes. Insert nose. Crotch all kinds of on the table on all the tricks. Only to be able to fight flat. Inside the panga store. A group of bruised and swollen noses were exchanging words. And Emperor Jiang covered his crotch and grinned straight. Saying, Brother 6 Ears. You're also too ungrateful. And now it still hurts. Egu. Candle Joeen, let's talk about some business. 6 ears brother. What you said earlier have all been fulfilled one by one. It seems that your natural aptitude of knowing everything is really not a boast. Moreover, now that the demon tribe is encroaching on my witch tribe's territory, the friction between the two sides is constant. And the witch-demon war is just around the corner. 6th ear returned. Brothers of the ancestral witches. I, 6th ear, have a 1,000-year appointment with Sage Nuwa. And now the time has come. Big brother Hong Yin treats me like a brother and father. I will take the lives of Di Jun and Tai Yi to avenge my big brother. Return the Tao to heaven and earth. Shu Rong anxious eyes, what? You say you want to start a war in the demon race. This is not robbing our work. Then we do what? Which tribe and the demon tribe for each other's meat? Grudges for a long time. Has become an old enemy. Immortal. Now more than one territory has been exchanged fire. 6th ear, I also ask the Witch Clan brothers to help me hold back the army of resentful spirits from the River Styx and the Azura clan. Co-worker, those fancy ha. It's okay to scare people. It's not even enough for us to fight. It's not fun. The 6th ear saw that the witch race was stubborn and recognized the dry demon race. So he could only start to fool around. This matter may seem like the demon race and I are going to war because of a personal vendetta. In fact, it is changing the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Changing the destiny for your witch race against the heavens. A group of ancestral witches were puzzled. And Ho Tu relieved the situation. Monkey, you have this good intention. How does this matter? Don't swindle us. 6 ears, I have said earlier that the two great wars between witches and demons are great robberies determined by heaven. If I participate in, stir up the sky, destroy Emperor Jun Tai, the track of the sky naturally change. The fate of the witch tribe can also be changed. The disaster can be eliminated. I have good intentions to this point. Why do you not appreciate ah? The crowd thought good. 12 ancestral witches pouting big ass. Surrounded by a circle. Gathered together in words for a long time. And finally or Di Jiang clap, let the 6 ears brother to try it. He also a piece of good intentions. For the sake of the survival of my witch tribe. My witch tribe segment no reason to refuse. In this way, the originally heaven-defined quantitative hijacking of witches and demons, due to the involvement of the 6 ears, turned into a great war between the Hung court and the demons of the Hung demons. 6 ears insisted on this. Firstly, to avenge his elder brother Red Cloud. Secondly, to change his fate for the witch race. And thirdly, to change the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, as well as to change his fate for himself. The sky of the flood is densely covered with robotic clouds. And a great battle is about to come. The armies of the 4 directions of the flood court, demon court, witch race, and river Styx mobilized frequently and deployed nervously. The tense atmosphere before the war affected the cultivation of a group of immortals and gods in the floodplain. And they have made holes, built nests and caves in order to protect themselves from being affected by the Great War. Shanqing Palace. Lousy, the calamity clouds are getting closer and closer. The sky is chaotic. The flood is about to be in chaos. We must not go out and cause trouble again. And step up our efforts to become saints. Primal, a group of people who wear hair and horns and are wet and oviparous, when I become a saint. All of you will be ants. Tong Tian had a contemptuous face and was very disapproving. Second brother, be careful with your words. It was your words that caused our 3 Ching and 6 ears to cross paths. The opportunity was intercepted. And the treasures were snatched. Stinking mouth thief second. This matter, you recognize or not? The oldest 3 Tong Tian inverted the Big Dipper. This is not bad. The first to take out the box of nothingness. The old man drew out the dragon abductions. The oldest 3 also do not show weakness. Immediately after. East Kunlun 3 Chung Dojo house collapsed. Mountains and rivers broken. Must have a big war, no doubt. Naiha was the old man with heaven and earth Zuenwanglonglong Gongda tower to cover the sky. Attracted all sides of the melon masses' unlimited reverie. West. The big Sumeru mountain. The guide Junti hastened to notify the flood, I am barren in the west. Broken veins? I hope that you have mercy. To give me the west to leave a piece of pure land. That means, don't come to my west when you fight. The west can't withstand the second destruction. Daozu Hongjun, witch and demon robbery is going to start. I will soon be the initial success of the Tao. And then work harder. Then picked up the jade disc of creation and rubbed it for a while. The heaven is chaotic. And can't rub out any results. 3 Immortal Island. Different from the tense atmosphere of the army. Red clouds the sky since remodeled flesh. Their own line again. A little to seek revenge did not look. Feel the good days are back. All day soak in Ingzhou Immortal Island. And a group of female immortals gabble. Fishing. Playing chess. So that the Queen Mother of the West is not to say. Not to say is not. Disgusted. Several times to find the 6 ears to complain. But the 6 ears do not matter. Big Brother is happy. Jin Yuanzi came to cultivate the soil for the innate gourd vine and banana tree again. And became the old farmer's attire again. And kept complaining. How precious the innate spiritual roots are. The monkey is too unreliable. Can the immortal tree be planted like this? 6 ears indeed did not forget the Great War. The second monkey and the 3 monkeys are also fully supportive. The branches belonging to the flood court to prepare for the war with all their might. Finally, one day, the monkey waved his hand. Go to war. Millions of Hongting army in the first heaven formation. 6 ears and Jin Yuanzi. The Queen Mother of the West, 3 mighty standing in front of the formation. Behind the millions of Hongting army. Belonging to the 4 sects of the army. The Dragon race and the Water tribe army. Phoenix race and the Birds of Prey army. Today is not the same as in the past. All of them are armored. Well armed. Military spirit is uplifted. And the will to fight is cohesive. In a short period of 10,000 years, the flood court has gained such strength, which shook the heart of every immortal god of the flood. The army of the witch race moved out, causing the earth to tremble, and lined up at the exit of the Sea of Blood, blocking the army of Styx and the Azura race that wanted to go to the first heaven to support them. And the 2 sides were also at swords drawn. And the atmosphere was stern and full of warlike intent. Chapter 43, Taiyin Star God's brain is brainwashed. Look again. The Demon Race Army. That lineup is also surprisingly powerful. The number of people. Boundless. Armor bright. Military heart uplifting. For the demon race, this is the survival of the race war. Since it is all out. The Taiyin Star Goddess, who had been wavering all along, under the shameless kneeling of the 2 big birds, Emperor Jun and Tai, did not know which tendon was wrong, and was actually willing to tie the knot with the 2 birds. And if the battle could be won, the 4 of them would hold a celestial marriage together. The 2 Taiyin star goddesses put on a firm grip and stood firmly on the side of the demon race and brought with them the roaming stars and star lords, as well as an army of 300,000 star gods transformed by the stars. This put the 6 ears of the 3 monkeys also look stupid. 2 ancient goddess brain circuit so special. I monkey and you know. This is the great war awe. The 3 monkeys exclaimed that women cannot understand. Unreliable. Are sick. Star god army perennial hidden in the endless starry sky. Never participate in the affairs of the flood. Also not easy to enter the flood world. This time the appearance of the star god is the 6 ears and the roaming heavenly deities and Buddhas did not think of. is really in front of the crowd exploded a big thunder. But also Emperor Jun Tai dared to face up to the battle of the bottom of the air. In front of the military formation is Di Jun, Tai, Fushi, Shang Shi, Shi and 5 2 corpses quasi-saints. Behind the 10 demon saints are quasi-saint early stage. Millions of demon soldiers stretches cannot see the head. The river Luo big formation has been unfolded. The murderous atmosphere pervades the heavens. Beidou star monarch quasi-saintly early stage. The 28 star constellations were mostly at the peak of Dala. 365 star ruler gods were at the early or middle to late stage of Dala. And the 300,000 star god army was looking down from high in the sky. And the perimeter star dipper formation was glittering. Such a large-scale war led to the flood. Hundreds of millions of immortal god atmosphere do not dare to come out. Have opened the protective barrier. Big bags and small packages to pack up their belongings. If the situation is critical, the waves of their own. Ready to move nest to run away. Small bench has long been thrown to the side. No longer dare to sit. Are secretly probed a trace of divine sense. Watching the battlefield movements. A group of theater watchers are scared. Cautious to this point. Is also the first time in the floodplains. 3 Immortal Island. Red Cloud's early Dala cultivation is purely not enough to see. If on the battlefield will become the focus of the demon tribe to take care of the object. All because of you. There is a big war. Not to get you to get who. 6 years also dare not let the good big brother again in danger. Let it stay in the flood court hall. Accompanied by small 11 yellow dragon. And stay in the 3 Immortal Island flood court hall base camp. In case someone steal home. This makes the Red Cloud is very upset. IA revenge. How do you feel that you are not the protagonist? Has been yelling to go to the Emperor Jun dry fight. Was the nephew Huang Long firmly hold the thighs? Killed and did not let go. Seeing that the number of the other side's army was almost twice as many as his own. And that there was a star god army joining him. 6 years hurriedly adjusted his battle deployment. Originally thought that hand-to-hand. No suspense in the war. But also full of variables. The arrow on the string had to be sent. The enemy meets. The eyes are red. Words do not say much. The 6 ears of the body and the 3 split body all out. Over the body and rise. To meet the Tai, Fushi, Shangshi, Shi in 4. Emperor Jun stayed behind to guard the middle army of the demon race and set up the river Luo Grand Formation. While Jin Yuanzi sacrificed the Earth Book to set up the Earth Book Grand Formation to fight against Emperor Jun. The 10 great demon saints versus the 10 disciples of the 6 ears, Golden Spirit, Turtle Spirit, Zhao Gongming, Di Zhang, Yun Xiao, Bai Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Kong Xian, Da Peng, and Bei Xian. 2 monkeys led the 7 newly initiated outer disciples in a direct assault on Emperor Jun's River Luo formation. Samuel Wood Daoist, Li Shui Daoist, Li Fire Daoist, Burning Lamp, 9 Heavenly Xian Nu, Heavenly Phoenix, and Luwu each led an army of 100,000 men to be the leaders of the charge. Between the sudden appearance of the Star God's army, the 6 ears independently separated 100,000 troops, led by the 3 monkeys, plus the human sect, Elucidator sect, Interceptor sect, Western Buddhist sect, Dragon Clan's Water Army, Phoenix Clan's army, and a total of about 200,000 troops in the 7 paths that belong to the Flood Court. Launching a charge towards the Star God army in the sky. The Queen Mother of the West this chicken a yelling to avenge the East Kingdom. 6 years on a love to wipe the tears of this bitch really do not feel at ease. Let her and assist the 10 disciples Wuyun guarding the army. At any time to coordinate the deployment of support for the army of all routes. An incomparably bloody battle raised the curtain and officially began. And 6 years against the demon court, a few people. Obviously no fight to the death of the meaning of hard knock. Are to defend life shall prevail. The purpose is to hold back the 6 years. Tai and other 4 people give full play to you, to me to run. You run, me to chase. You tired, me to fight. You fight, me to retreat, the combat policy. Donghuang block this attack treasure. Hard to be 2-1 where to use as a shield. 4 people together. Really blocked the 6 ears of the attack. Make 6 ears is very annoyed. But cannot catch the 4 slippery big rat. 10 demon saints are quasi-saint early stage. Against the 6 ears of the 10 mixed golden fairy early stage disciples would not be able to defeat. See the golden spirit and others also manpower, a superb innate spiritual treasure. This also how to fight. But also semester 2 of them. Hard just cannot. Run. So suddenly. The 10 demon saints were chased into the sky. Shamelessly. I can't beat you, these hands have a gun. I dig tunnels. Playing guerrilla. Do not seek to win. As long as you hold you on the line. Looked at no edge. Flying around the 10 demon saints. Sighted quasi-shocked a batch, do not come over. Do not come over, ah. Western flowers and plants are very precious. Broken is to pay for money. What can really sway the victory or defeat is also the 2 sides of the army. Both sides threw stones. Put the bed crossbow. Put after the bed crossbow, put bow and arrow. And so on, are almost consumed. Began to close combat. Knife cleave, gun stab. A piece of the fall. The back and add up. Really corpses everywhere. The blood flow into a river. No exaggeration. Demon court high-end combatants are flying in the sky. Resulting in the following: millions of demon army did not have a quasi-saint. The strongest is also the great Luo. On the other hand, the Hong Court army side has 7 quasi-saint early stage of the high-end combatants. The use of magic treasure to resist, or protection or attack. And there is Jin Yuan Z Earth Book array protection. Death and injury is obviously much lighter than the demon court. Di Jun took the lead and burned his blood to activate the River Luo Grand Formation to the extreme. Either strengthening the defense of the demon court, or releasing the roiling thunder to attack the Hong Ting army. If he lost this battle, he himself would be dead. And it would be impossible not to fight for his life. Jin Yuanzi started the Earth Book formation, mobilizing the laws of the Earth's path to provide defense for the Hong Ting army, resisting the attacks of Di Jun's River Luo formation and weakening its defenses. Jin Yuanzi, in order to take the anger out of his big brother, also has no reservations. Essence blood burning, without showing weakness. In the middle of the battlefield, second monkey led 7 paramount outer sect disciples. Their heads opened up with great aptitude, like 7 sharp knives, stabbing straight in. Second monkey's law of battle was added. His feet stepped on the extreme karma fire red lotus. His left hand extreme water and fire gourd. And his right hand extreme Qingping sword. Really God block kill God. Buddha block kill Buddha. Strong and incomparable. Real 10,000 army. Come and go freely. Quite like a mixed devil ape. Release the red lotus karma fire in the sky to kill the Yao army. Offer the gourd in the 2 water and fire unicorns. Fierce and incomparable. Qingping sword piece by piece to harvest the lives of the demon army. This time, Lao Er was really serious and did not leave any survivors. The 3 monkeys stepped on the golden lotus of extreme merit. The extreme yin yang gourd in their left hands. And the extreme 6 roots of purity bamboo in their right hands. The law of war. The power of merit and virtue. The yin and yang gourd impact on the perimeter stars and dukes array I. Yin and yang 2 chi attack and weaken the 28 stars and dukes of the original spirit. make the perimeter stars in Duke's array power greatly reduced. 6 root purification bamboo again wave of purification power. Shaky perimeter stars in Duke's array. Chatting close to nothing. Chapter 44, the Star God's army was actually the first to be broken through by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The perimeter star dipper formation set up by the 300,000 Star God army is one of the famous formations in the flood. Because of the large number of formations that we will encounter later in this story. Here, the top 10 strongest formations in the floodplains are specially introduced as follows. 1. He Luo Zhou Tian Xing Du Deformation. Di Jun and Shang Shi jointly founded it. It is the combination of the River Luo Formation and the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. This formation can attack and defend, and is so powerful that it can fight against saints. On the battlefield today, it is obvious that Di Jun and Shang Shi are not yet married and have not fused the two great formations. And the two of them each cloth their own formations. This flood first big formation, if it is set up today, then the 6 ears of the flood court army will lose undoubtedly. It is a pity that this great opportunity was wasted. 2. The Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Created by Luo Shu, Immortal Execution Sword. Immortal Killing Sword. Immortal Trapping Sword. Immortal Extinction Sword 4 swords and the Immortal Execution Formation the 4 swords and the Immortal Execution Formation. This formation is the world's first killing array. Non-4 saints cannot be broken. Its sharpness, the power of no one can stop. This will be Tong Tian is still in the Shangqing Palace that piece of beatings it. The Immortal Execution Sword is also still in the hands of Tong Tian eat dusted. So ranked second. 3. 10,000 Immortals Formation. Created by Tong Tian. A hybrid formation consisting of 10,000 immortals. With a formation within a formation. Using the mana of all the immortals as the catalyzing force. More powerful than the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Don't look at people. Tong Tian is not reliable now. But in the future, people's talent is unbelievable. The array path is unparalleled. The sure bay 10 days. When to impress. 4. Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. By the 28 stars as the eye of the array. 365 Zhou Tian Xing Jun is the array disk. 84,000 star army holding the Zhou Tian magic weapon to set up the array. This array is fused with the starry sky, summoning the star power. The power of billions of stars. The power is strong enough to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. This formation was the one that was set up by the Star God's army in the starry sky battlefield today. And it was attacked by the 3 monkeys in the 4 teachings in 2 races. 5. The Dutian God's Fury Formation. The formation created by the Witch Clan. By the 12 ancestral witches together can summon the true body of Pangu. Is the existence that can be hard against the saints? 6. River Luo Grand Formation. Created by Emperor Jun. The River Luo Grand Formation uses the river map and Luo book as the eye of the formation. And gathers the power of all the demons and gods. This grand formation can enhance the group's defense and improve the strength of the battlefield. And at the same time, the River Luo Grand Formation can release the heavenly thunder and lightning to kill the enemy. So it is good at both offense and defense. This array is today's Emperor Jun set up a big array. Bump into Jin Yuanzi is also a point back. Don't look at others. Jin Yuanzi fighting Dishabach. But others book powerful awe. The old town of the sky forced eye. That burning blood with you to play life. Also can be array against array. Let your side to play not half of the power. 7. The 9 quarters Yellow River Formation. Created by the 3 heavenly immortals. After the saints below enter the formation, they can all be cut off the top 3 flowers. Close the 5 chi in their chests. And knot down their immortal records. 8. 2-year Dust Formation. This formation was created by Laozi of the 3 Qing dynasty. A yin-yang 4-level formation with 2 microdusts. one microdust and one world. And is the most supreme defense and trapping formation. Capable of defending and trapping saints. Needless to ask, the three Qing brothers and sisters have long set up this array today. After beating Tong Tian, the three brothers and sisters do not hold grudges. Are hiding under the array to see the big show. 9. Sea of Blood Formation. Created by the river Styx. This formation practiced 480 million blood god children, using the Sea of Blood as the foundation and Shura as the chess piece. Able to devour all things and Yuan Shun. Today, the Blood Seaside has also long set up this formation. A moment later to allow a detailed table. 10. The Bodhi Grand Formation. Jun Ti created. With the innate spiritual roots. Gengjin Bodhi Tree is the foundation of the formation. With the Western religion Chief Fortune as the eyes of the formation. Set the Western two saints to set up the formation. Can protect a side of the earth? Isolate the two worlds. In order to protect and trap people. Today, the guide and the quasi also set out this array. Do shivering to keep a close eye on the Sky Army? For fear that a number of horses broke into the western realm of the war. On top of that, there were powerful formations such as the 5 Elements Formation, the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams Formation, and the 4 Elephants Formation. The Big Dipper is the head of all the star gods, and he leads the arrangement of the perimeter Star Dipper Formation with both offense and defense. Even if you have millions of troops to attack strongly, you can't break the formation. But instead, you will be torn into pieces by the power of the stars. This 4th-ranked top formation of the flood was not just for show. It was also the wandering star god's reliance. How could Beidou Xingjuan not have expected that the ones who fought against him today were abnormal? What kind of people are these? How can they fight like this? What's the monkey doing? He's releasing yin and yang poisons and purifying pills, making all of us astral deities unstable and drowsy. So how can we utilize the power of the formation? I report. The monkey cheating. Net play yin. Not according to the formula attack formation. Unfortunately, lamentably, the star gods have nowhere to use their power. Today, this great formation bumped into the 3 monkeys and the congregation of disciples of the 4 religions. All of whom were cultivators of great ability. Not comparable to an ordinary army. Their strength was far above that of the star god's army. Although the disciples of the 4 sects were not many, each of them used their own Tao to attack one of the star hosts or star rulers. And each of them exerted their magical powers and techniques, severely disrupting the formation of the crowd of star gods. With the perverted spiritual power output of the 3 monkeys, the star gods were severely affected. And the immortals seized the moment and slowly attacked the perimeter Star Dipper formation, rushing to disorganize the star god army's footing. As soon as the formation was disorganized, it was a great rout of the star god army. And the 4 teachings' great powers chased the star gods all over the sky, as if they were wolves entering a flock of sheep. Unstoppable. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, who were waving flags and shouting from the side, cooperating with the 4 sects to play assistance, were also infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield. Originally, they were pulled by 6 ears to make up the numbers, and their main role was to wave flags, beat drums and blow horns, and scare people for fun. This group of fish look at the battlefield has a one-sided trend. Have all come to the spirit? There is this. The 4 teachings disciples so fierce. This is a windy battle. The time to take credit has arrived. We are also very capable of fighting well. So, 100,000 10,000 dragons and water tribe army, 100,000 phoenix and birds of prey army, have put the flag behind their backs. Drums and hammers and horns thrown. Pick up the weapons on the way up. A group of shrimp soldiers and crabs hard to fight the momentum of the Gaijin strong army. Wailing forward. 200,000 assorted seafood. Ah no. The sea army and birds of prey army completely disrupted the 300,000 star god army's military formation. The circumference of the stars in Duke's big formation broken. Began a one-sided rout and chase. No one expected that the first to break through on the multifaceted battlefield would be this group of stinky fish and shrimp that no one was looking at. Dragon Clan Patriarch and Phoenix Clan Patriarch. See the children so competitive. Are excited beyond words. Suppressed for countless years of emotion instantly burst. Old tears. How many yuan will be? My Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan finally stood up again. See who will dare to look down on our two clans in the future. In the depths of their emotions, the old ancestor patriarchs actually hugged and cried. Or were too happy or excited for words. As soon as the two clans' tribesmen saw that the old ancestors were hugging, they also put down the hatred of those dozens of Yuanhui and played to cooperate. The birds of prey were responsible for attracting and chasing, and the water tribe was responsible for sneaking up behind them and knocking on the mulligans. Will a crowd of star god army hard to cripple? Angry Chang Shi and Shiha chest heaving. Heartless. They are still fighting with the 6 ears. And cannot run back to preside over the situation. Can only bite the stubborn small rigid teeth. Decided to change the future of the meals. The old lady in the future everyday stewed fish to eat big birds. Angry individuals. Between the flood court and the star god has no great hatred. The 3 monkeys summoned all do not kill. Do people stay aligned? The next year good to see each other. Hit the service on the line. Then look at the battlefield of the witch race. The 12 ancestral witches are each surrounded by the power of the law. And appear in their own bodies. 30 great wizards are all at the peak of the Dala's war power. So violent that they pounded their chests. Like a gorilla. Millions of war witches. Wariness. Stupid. Begging for war. Our witch tribe is born for the battle. How many years have not had a big war? Can finally catch up. On this side of the river Styx. Millions of translucent grudge armies. Each still replenishing their spiritual energy. Absorbing the tainted chi of the blood sea. Polishing the broken stone knives and swords in their hands. This temporary gathering of grudge armies. Obviously lacking in supplies to the extreme. Not even a decent weapon. Styx urgently set up the Blood Sea array. With the Blood Sea as the base. With Shura as the chess piece and 480 million blood god children as the chessboard. It can devour everything and the spirit. Magnificent and powerful. No matter how many people you don't want to break this array. Family members know their own things. In fact, the river Styx heart is also false awe. This big array is specialized in devouring the Yuan Shun with. But the witch tribe this gang has Yuan Shun. Chapter 45, The Witch Clan's Battle with the Underworld Blood Sea. Styx is also helpless. The witch tribe is strong. The strength of the flood. Even the demon tribe do not dare to mess with. Their own army of this patchwork where will be the opponent. We intend to give the demon court to hold a personal scene. So that the warmth of the group. Defeat the 6 ears of the flood court. And ask for a living only. How will you this group of ancestors to recruit over? This broken array against other races can still deal with the witch tribe hard Naiha Lao Dao I also do not know other array. Or peace talk it, witch face. You and I have no grudges. Why today with troops to attack? Di Jiang was honest, brother 6 ears told us to come. Styx heard. Sure enough. The monkey began to retaliate. This is to put me in Di Jun Tai Padava, the witch tribe has always been sensible. Is a state of etiquette. The reason to listen to that monkey mouth. So that the spirits of the people are in ruins. When the ancestral witches heard it. They were not happy. Big brother. Styx scolded us for knowing what we know. But also the state of etiquette. Who does not know that our witch tribe is the rightful clan of Pangu? The only one who is not reasonable. He is so humiliating to us. Not to beat him. The sky is hard to tolerate. Wah 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 wah. Styx does not speak well. A sentence of anger. Do not know the witch culture is a little special. You think of positive words. In the other side of the people is cursing. Not beat you beat who? A group of ancestral witches toward the river Styx blood sea array attacked. Styx always want to understand. Which sentence I said wrong? And the witch race this species. How can there be no genesis? This gang of big guys without genesis and how to live to today. But also one by one. Alive and well. Fat and strong. It is really the day of the dog. Under the command of the old ancestor of the river Styx. There is only the old ancestor of the river Styx. A three corpses quasi-saint. And the early stage of the blood-winged black-striped quasi-saint. The newly emerged cultivator race are all good seedlings. But they came out too late and haven't grown up yet. So it's unwise to pull them out to fight against each other now. Millions of grudge spirit army without physical body. Was originally prepared to fight against the flood court immortal soldiers? But also can use the power of grudge spirit to suppress the opponent's original spirit. Grudge spirit, this kind of thing, is a person after death. Because of all the reasons in life. With a huge grudge and obsession. Unwilling to go to reincarnation. Or reincarnation cannot be. Is to the original God combined with the soul a large number of stay in the netherworld of the sea of blood a special kind of populations. Grievance spirit's main attack on the enemy's original God. Today's blood sea battle. For any other race in the floodplains to come, the ghost army can still fight. Unfortunately, today is the witch race this play perverted thing. Actually no original God. Millions of ghost army dumbfounded. These are a what? You count this as a violation. Against this group of big animals. What can we do? In the flood court and the demon court is different. The witch tribe dry fight has always been no rules and regulations. Although it is a large dry fight scene. The witch tribe where will set up what formation? With what art of war? In the dictionary of the witch tribe. Rushing is the best art of war. The 12 ancestral witches. These unqualified leaders. Brought the witch tribe tribes to the battlefield and then did not care. What did not say? They first with the river Styx dry up. Do not do pre-war mobilization. Do not do battle deployment. Not to mobilize the distribution of troops. At least give an order No. Anyway. We win the official are dry up. Big witch and war witch you look after your own. The witch tribe has always been so strange. The big witch and the war witch are not annoyed. It is you 12 ancestral witches who let me watch myself Then I can get high. Just see a group of big guys. No formation. No defense. No direction. Anyway. Gross laws cannot be found. Hula, a large group of people rushed to the army of resentful spirits past. Observe carefully and eat fruit. Running lost shoes. Belt loose handheld pants. Did not wake up while running while snoring. Running blindfolded. There are the direction of running the opposite. The world's first strong family on this. Simply a large funny scene. See the silly flood fairy. Don't look at the others' formation chaos. Crisis can't be enemy. In front of absolute strength everything is flowery. War witch over the place. The mountains crumble. The river breaks the flow. The house collapses. Not an inch of grass. The tree has become a slag. All were stepped on the foot. Not to mention these spirits. Have been the witches rushed to pieces. Scattered. A touch of rout. The witch race was so unkempt that they ran a marathon and dispersed an army of 1 million spirits. The old saying that strange things happen every year. And the witch race is especially abundant. Really came true. The war wizards were hemming and hawing as they ran along. when they suddenly heard a large witch shout. "Cubs, wake up! They've stumbled upon a live one." The war witches raised their spirits and looked up, only to see a team of people in front of them. Armor neat. Neat formation. The military might of the 100 battles of the army to meet the face. The male looks ugly like a knife fork. The female is soft and beautiful as a fairy. It is the 500,000 Azura tribe army. Among the Azura clan's military formation, the 4 great demon kings, Heavenly Basun, Lustful Heaven, Great Brahma, and Shiva all had late to low battle power. The 4 great demon generals Indra, Vishnu, Rutolo, and Ghost Mother all had early to low battle power. And the 72 Azura princesses had peak Tai battle power. They provided support and security for the Azura race's formidable battle power. The war witches and the great witches, 2, got serious. And the 2 armies collided. Fist to fist, foot to foot, hard to hard, and finally ran into a tough opponent. After slugging it out for a while, the witch race also suffered quite a few casualties. The Azura race's size, character, and fighting strength were all similar to the war witches. The fight was indistinguishable from each other. The great wizards still had brains. Otherwise, how could people be great wizards? Seeing that the battle was blocked, the great wizard Kwafu shouted, "Children, have you forgotten what the ancestral witches taught you? Use the laws." Ah! The laws. A group of war wizards slapped their big heads. How did they forget about this? And mobilized the power of laws. Although the war wizards were only a little bit superficial in the use of law. But the precious thing was the large number of people. Just see Takeoff Pants fart. Ah, not. That is anti-poisoning. Both hands discharge. Mouth spray water. Spit fire. Blowing the wind. Rain. Point stone into a soldier. A variety of. Pure a large integrated magic show site. A crowd of Azura tribe called a froze. Azura soldiers also panicked. Originally we all fist to meet how good. How you suddenly hang. This and spray water. And fire. Hit in the body of people either dead or injured. Too fucking horrible. These are not people. The old ancestor? They cheated. The old ancestor is still being beaten up. Where to care about them? Originally imposing Azura clan. Gradually unbeatable. Began to rout. The Azura tribe's retreat caused the Blood Sea formation to be unstable. 12 ancestral witches together to fight the 3 corpses Paraclete Styx. Styx body plus good corpse. Evil corpse. Self corpse is really powerful. The 2 sides fought a half a caddy. Who can't help who? Although the 12 witches obviously prevailed. But the river Styx more the death of all the split blood god son. Will be a group of ancestral witch busy work? How to not get dead river old loach. Interpol and other several big witches on the bloodwing black stripe. Mosquitoes flexible dodge. Poof a mouthful of nails in the big witch Interpol body. Eyes instantly numb. This is what it is. The blood is stinky. Vomit. Vomit. Can't play. Cannot suck the blood. That also fight what life. I ran it. Then disappeared without a trace. In the underworld Blood Sea battlefield. The final scene that appeared was that the 12 ancestor witches and the millions of war witches surrounded the Blood Sea, frantically outputting against the Blood Sea Grand Formation. Styx ducked into the Blood Sea. Extracted the power of the Blood Sea origin. Added the power of the Azura race and the army of grudges on the Blood Sea formation. And maintained a strong defense. If you guys can't attack in, we won't be considered a loser. Chapter 46, The Witch Race exposes its cards. Then back to the main battlefield of the First Heaven. 6 ears of the body and 3 incarnations, and the opposite side of the 4 hide and seek. The opposite side of the 4 with the help of the chaos clock space and time law. The set of shields is very smooth. 6 ears how can not catch people. This battle is really suffocating. 6 ears simply do not play with them. The 6 ears main body directly flew over towards Emperor June, who was burning his essence blood and struggling to support himself. The Inyang Tuye's lamp knocked out the river diagram. The Godslayer lance picked off the Luo shoe. And the 36 fixed sea pearls released the laws of space, directly fixing the blindfolded Emperor June. Emperor June, because of the front battlefield battle is unfavorable, has been burning the essence of the blood to the demon army to help. Has been the end of the crossbow. Is struggling to suppress Jinyuanzi Earth Book Big Formation it. Suddenly the river map is gone. A blink of an eye Luo Shu is also gone. And then a blink of an eye. Himself is also gone. Immediately cursed the monkey shameless. Fell in the hands of the big monkey cannot move. Just a mouth can still fight. The big monkey intends to surround the point and fight. I chase you guys and fight. You don't fight with me. I control Dijun now. Let's see if you guys come to the rescue or not. As expected. Tai immediately anxious. Carrying the chaos bell rushed over. With the space law fixed 6 ears. Less 6 ears on the big brother of Emperor June under the dead hand. Said is late. Then fast. Hidden in the side of the red 6 ears. Violently sacrificed Qiankuan tripod smashed to 2-1. 2-1 is after all 2 corpses quasi-saint power. Hair should also be agile. Hastily use the immortal gourd release white light to resist. At this time, Tai suddenly felt dizziness and unsteady Yuan Shun. And exclaimed that it was not good. And that he was caught in the way. It turned out to be the 6 ears in red that used the exotic treasure soul suppressor to suppress Taichi's Yuan Shun. Taking advantage of Taichi's momentary trance, he hurriedly activated the chaos gourd again. A huge chaotic wind came and swept Taichi into the chaos gourd. The eyes of Chang Shi and goddess Shihi, who had just arrived nearby and were ready to rescue their 2 young lovers, were reddened when they suddenly saw the scene of Tai being sucked away by the chaos gourd, and knew that they had been fooled as well. So they immediately turned around and wanted to leave. But it was already too late. And their bodies were suddenly bound and they could not move. It turned out to be the white-clothed 6 ears crouching in the shadows using the man-making whip to entangle Shiha. And the black-clothed 6 ears using the spatial power of the numbered heavenly clock to immobilize Changshi. Then, the red-clothed 6 ears did not give the 2 people a chance to react, urging the chaos gourd to also include the 2 people in the gourd. The last to arrive Fu Shi saw the situation has gone. Turned around toward the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa sister. Between and Nuwa relationship is a little complicated. 6 ears did not go to chase. As a right to give Nuwa a face. Without the support of the river Luo formation. The demon army felt the pressure. And then look at a few demon emperor run. Captured. All the demon soldiers to general's heart like ashes. All know. The demon race this time is considered finished. Instead of making sacrifices, it would be better to run away to find a way to live. And continue to fight as a death. Really monkeys scattering a sinking ship. People leave the tea will be cold. Demon court defeat. The demon army like a tidal wave in all directions. The Hong Court army divided into 7 ways to chase and capture. Captured the Emperor Jun Tai of the 6 ears of excitement. Immediately notified the flood, today. My flood court in the first heaven defeated the army of the demon court. Captured the demon Emperor Jun Tai. The 2 thieves. Killed the immortal head of the East Kingdom. Persecution of the female fairy temple. Oppression of the flood court. But also killed my big brother Red Cloud Flesh. Heavenly justice is intolerable. The lord of the court will be decapitated in today. All the immortals in the floodplains will learn from this. Then he shouted again in the direction of the hall of Hungting. Big brother. The thieves have been taken down. Come and take revenge. Red Clouds heard Six Ears' voice. I do not know is happy or sad. Froze heart a moment difficult to accept. When really captured, I can be avenged. Oh. Just secretly wipe tears. Later or nephew Yellow Dragon reminder. Which only set up the auspicious cloud towards the sky to fly. However, at this time, the witch tribe side cannot help it. What? The first heavenly demon tribe has been defeated by the flood court. The Six Ears also the Emperor Juntai captured. So fast? No. My witch tribe cannot lag behind. The three major battlefield. The starry sky has been taken by the three monkeys. The first heaven has been occupied by the two monkeys. Emperor Juntai and so on is also taken by the big monkeys. We witch tribe has not yet made progress. No. Cannot let the three monkeys then down. Cannot let the world underestimated my witch tribe. 12 ancestral witches eyes a pair. Began to make trouble. Originally involves witch confidential. Do not want to expose the bottom card so quickly. But today in front of the face of the whole flood. People all lines of safflower. Their own witches. This is not much movement. So that the old face of the witch family to where to put. Can't stand it. Should put the trick. Just see the 12 ancestral witch law convergence. Then the sky and earth change color. Starlight dim. The earth trembles. The river tumbles. A heavenly giant silhouette appeared out of thin air. Huge pressure swept across the sky for thousands of miles, pressing the flood of all living things to prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The giant silhouette was holding a big axe. Imposing. Like a god of war in the world. Who can this person be if not Pangu? Pangu's shadow appeared. It caused the heavenly Tao to tremble and the great Tao to roar. And Saint Nuwa also involuntarily bowed in worship. Hongjun Dao ancestor was also scared out of his wits and knelt on the ground with a bang. Only saw the giant shadow swing up the big axe. Towards the blood sea array set up by the river Styx and ruthlessly chopped. Only one blow. The impregnable blood sea formation instantly crumbled. Along with the three corpses of the river Styx were destroyed. The sea of blood huge waves. The river Styx body was also knocked into the depths of the sea of blood. Life and death unknown. Grievance spirit army in the Azura race is also dead and wounded more than half. The rest of the terrified. Do not want to fight again. Have scattered and fled. With this one blow. The battle in the underworld sea of blood has been decided. The witch race is finally happy and smiling. Great coaxing. See? We have invited the Panga Father God. Who dares to underestimate my witch race? You can say whether it is bullish or not. Then the giant shadow dissipated. The 12 ancestral witches collapsed on the ground. Obviously overconsumed and deflated. Millions of war witches in the underworld blood sea boundary. Plowed the ground 3 feet. Can no longer find an enemy? Dismayed departure. What no one expected was that the sudden manifestation of Pangu's shadow caused the heavenly Tao to briefly go down. And the old dog of the Red Army seized the opportunity to instantly complete the initial fusion with the heavenly Tao. This time, he was finally able to get out of the Purple Night Palace. Hongjun Taoist ancestor really did not think that his preliminary merging actually dipped into the light of the witch race or the 6 ears. This karma owed again. The heart is very bad taste. The heavenly Tao briefly went down. And the heavenly plane cleared up for a moment. Let Hongjun old dog and countless flood great powers instantly clear. This great calamity should be witch and demon quantitative robbery. How to become the flood demon war? No. No. This plot is really off the mark. Chapter 47, The Heavenly Tao is down. 6 ears also suddenly perceived the sky clear for a moment. Shouted bad. And then look at their own good big brother Red Clouds. Is slow to frame the auspicious clouds. A hand behind the back. A hand high up waving. Is greeting with all the fairy. Live a national leader to inspect the grassroots level of the masses of the appearance. So that the 6 ears do not know what to say. 6 ears know that things have changed. And do not wait for the arrival of the bitter master Red Cloud Big Brother the Pretender. Immediately picked up the Godslayer gun to zap Emperor June. When it was too late. Only one sentence could be heard, "Stop 6 ears." 6 ears of the regicide gun as if it was fixed. How can not swing motionless? Then saw barefoot rushed out of the Purple Night Palace Tao ancestor Hongjun. Looked nervous. Firefly. Hongjun Taoist ancestor came to the first heavenly flood demon battle scene. With the great magic power of the first heavenly realm to fix space and time. And very overbearing notice, this quantitative robbery. The sky said which demon great robbery. You cannot fight again. Words out of the law. Everyone in the hands of weapons instantly fell to the ground. When it is really a bull-fried sky. However, at this time the battlefield situation. The demon race army has collapsed. The Star God army has fallen. The River Styx Ghost Blood Seas Resentment army and the Azura army has also died out. High-end combat power this. 6 children have already taken Emperor June. 2-1. 2 in Star Chanshi and Shiha 2 goddesses. The battle has been won and lost. And we are about to kill our enemies. Avenge the hatred of our elder brother. And rewrite the trajectory of the heavenly Tao for ourselves and the witch race. However, the original plot was pulled back hard due to this bunch of fools from the witch clan playing it cool. What a piggy bank. The war killed hundreds of thousands of immortal soldiers. Pay such a large price. The Taoist ancestor at this time asked for a truce. Obviously unfair. 6 ears how to tolerate. Veins rippled. Up to the sky questioned the Taoist ancestor in the above. 6 ears dare to ask the ancestor. 3 speeches in the Purple Sky Palace when the promise can still be counted. Hongjun Taoist in the Purple Palace after 3 lectures. Because of unauthorized changes in the fate of the heavenly bushel. Owes the 6 ears into the sainthood of karma. Had promised not to intervene in the affairs of the 6 ears. In front of the face of the gods and Buddhas. Of course. Hongjun cannot cheat. Always have to take into account some skin. The Taoist ancestor blushed for a while. Said back, this saint speaks naturally. However, the witch demon war is the heavenly great calamity. The way of heaven cannot be changed. Not I want to intervene in the affairs of you and others. This saint is already body with the way of heaven. Really helpless. In any case, the Tao ancestor is indeed being a bit of a scoundrel. That means it is the heavenly Tao that stops you. Not me. Hongjun. I can't help it. I'm acting according to the will of the heavenly Tao. It's not a breach of contract. 6th child also asked, then my big brother Red Cloud revenge how to revenge. Oh my big brother's karma how to repay. Also, my big brother's that Hongmeng purple chi seems to have a hidden meaning. Right? Intelligent people speak without provocation. Hongjun can naturally understand the meaning of the 6 ears. The red cloud that Hongmeng cannot be refined. Cannot be refined. They give back to others. But also do not accept others as a disciple. This is obviously to pit people to death red cloud rhythm. This kind of measurement can hide from the gods and Buddhas in the sky. And where can hide from the 6 ears of this all things are clear. A crowd of flood watermelon eating small bench unknown inside. Was 6 children's words were very confused. Hongjun old Dingting feel bad. Exclaimed that monkey is too demonic. Monkey to reveal the inside story. See his pants are about to be stripped bare by him. The old bottom cannot be pocketed. Taoist ancestor anxious sweating. Look at the monkey more and more bad eye. Old road I was you pit a few times. And then big karma should pay off it. Really want to slap the death of this goods. But my old road has been preliminary to the road. In front of the multitude of people. Cannot do that to bully the small things. Always have to consider some skin. You give me weight. When no one time. I also knocked you. The great powers of the flood began to gossip again. And the monkey bluffed the Taoist ancestor again. Red dollar. What? There's a hidden agenda for my Hongmeng Ziki. How come I don't know that? What's wrong? Which tribe people? Monkey really said is true. This great calamity is really for witch and demon quantitative robbery. Monkey is really changing the trajectory of the heavenly way. For the witch tribe to change the fate of the heaven. Monkey righteousness. All 12 ancestral witches thumped and ran to the first heaven. Standing behind 6 ears. Their eyes looking at Dao Zhu in an unkind manner. Dao ancestor read and understood that the witches meant. As long as you dare to get my 6 ears killed. We witches are going to call out to Papa Pangu. Are you afraid or not? The battle group of the witch race also made the Dao ancestor despondent. The Dao ancestor's thoughts turned 100 times. And the crowd was waiting for the Dao ancestor's answer. Hongjun Daozu still recognized the reality. The use of Hongmeng violet gas counting red cloud thing. Indeed Lao Dao is not right. Indeed again O karma. In full view of the public. Lao Dao I am not good to do things too desperate. Or give some benefits. Only to see Hongjun Daozu repeatedly stroked his beard. Said, monkey. Again nonsense. Heaven set the great calamity cannot be changed. Emperor Juntai cannot be killed. Block your great war. Cut off the red cloud karma. I old Tao recognize. And say what you have to claim it. It's great. The flood is shocked. Red cloud stupid. But we still do not understand what's going on. How to Taoist ancestor and to give compensation. Taoist ancestor so good to talk about it. 6 ears no. The Taoist ancestor is determined to maintain the way of heaven. I'm afraid that today is not kill Emperor Jun and others. Their own planning. Ultimately a basket of water is empty. The trajectory of the heavenly way is really difficult to change. A feeling of powerlessness arose. 6th ear sighed softly. Infinitely sad. And said. Dao ancestor. Things have come to this. 6th ear cannot disobey the heavenly Dao and Dao ancestor. I have 3 requests. Please still grant them. Hongjun old dog. A big sigh of relief. Have to talk about it. For fear that monkeys make a mess. Hurry back to, which 3 please? 6 ears looked at Tai and said. First. Tai's chaos bell is karmic compensation for the loss of my elder brother's physical body and the loss of his roots. Taoist ancestor pondered. The demon race without the chaos bell. The strength is greatly reduced. But it is better than no life. In the future I more support is. Although some reluctance. But it seems to be acceptable. Back, allow. Tai is not convinced. Without the chaos bell. What do I have to rely on? Just about to interrupt. Was stopped by Emperor Jun. 6 ears looked at Emperor Jun again and said. Secondly. Emperor Jun's river diagram and Luo book serves as compensation for the loss of the Hong court in this great war. Dao Zhu felt that the monkey is still so shameless. It seems that this guy is very fond of the spiritual treasure. There is no harm in giving it to him. And returned. Allow. Di Jun clenched his steel teeth and nodded helplessly. Knowing that Dao ancestor was saving himself and had no other way. 6 ears added. I want the Dao ancestor's creation rain butterfly as compensation for psychological damages. The Dao father didn't even think about it. It's a spiritual treasure anyway. And returned. Allow. Suddenly. The Taoist ancestor realized that it was not right. What? The creation of the rain butterfly. That is the chaos spiritual treasure that I used to merge with the Tao. The 6 ears of the little thief. The creation of the rain butterfly is the Taoist ancestor to merge with the Tao of the treasure. How can I give it to you? Sixth Ear's mouth hinted at a bad smile as he asked. Tao ancestor's words follow the law. You have already said yes. Can Tao ancestor back out? If you say it can be reversed, then I don't want it. The old road is considered to be 6 years rack up. I am recognized or not. So many people are watching it. Finally, Hong Jun clenched his teeth. Stroking the accompaniment of their countless yuan will be the baby. Raw from the jade disc of creation to break off a small piece. With tears in his eyes, the 6 years of the little thief, angry with this Taoist ancestor also, then threw down a piece of the creation of rain butterfly fragments. Did not look back. Disappeared to the purple sky palace to go. Anyway, I gave and did not say to give the whole. Gave a piece is also given. Love to not. Chapter 48 21 Articles of Peaceful Coexistence Between the Witch and Demon Races. The first great war of the Flood and the Demon ended with a great defeat of the demon race and the Blood Sea Sticks. As the long-vanished Tao Father Hong Jun was alive again, 6 years was unable to resist, and after earning a few treasures, released the Demon Court Emperor Jun and Tai, and the Taiyin stars Changxi and Shiha. He returned to the 3 immortal islands with his victorious army. 6 years and Jin Yuanzi saw the big brother Red Cloud. Took out the chaos bell. Expression lost. Helpless to the big brother. Big brother. The third brother is incompetent. Hong Jun intervened. Failed to kill the enemy. This treasure is the demon court compensation for the brother's karma. But also please big brother to accept it. Do not be sad. Red Cloud looked at the 2 good brothers who had thrown their heads in blood for themselves and were covered in blood, and was greatly moved. Grasping the 6 years in Jin Yuanzi's hand, returned, 2 brothers 3 brothers do not say. The second brother burned blood to enhance the book of the earth. The third brother with millions of Hongting army defeated the demon court. Brother are in the eyes. Remember in the heart. The 2 younger brothers for the sake of my brother have all tried their best. For my brother this life is enough. The 2 virtuous brothers should not blame themselves. Jin Yuanzi look at the red clouds. And look at the East Emperor clock, big brother. The East Emperor clock is the demon family treasure. Brother held in the hands of fear of retaliation. Not as good as in the third brother for a guardian treasure. More stable. Red Cloud in 6th Ear also felt that Lao Air had a point and nodded slightly. Thus, 6 Ears took out all of the heavenly celebration clouds. The God Slayer lance. The 36 fixed sea pearls. The Qiankuan tripod. The central Wutu apricot and yellow flag. The Pango streamer. The merit measuring ruler. The Taiji diagram. The 6 soul streamer. And the chaos gourd. A total of 10 pieces of the heavenly majestic treasure. And allowed Red Cloud to pick them out. Flood treasure in total not more than 15. 6 years alone accounted for 10. In addition to 3 Qing Laozi's merit Lingda Tower. Tongtian's 4 swords of the immortal execution. Hongjun Taoist ancestors' chaotic spiritual treasure of the jade disc of creation. Nuwa's red embroidered ball. Almost all in the hands of the 6 ears. Really looks silly a group of immortal gods. Especially when Emperor Jun Tai, 3 Chang, guiding Junti and others cast their divine sense over. That envy and jealousy hate Red Cloud, at the suggestion of Jin Yuanzi, finally chose the Qiankuan tripod. A treasure originally owned by the Chaos Demon God, Old Man Qiankuan, which had a powerful attack and unparalleled defense. In addition to this treasure there were 3 special functions. 1. Refining fabulous treasure, it can refine all kinds of materials into powerful fabulous treasure. And it can improve the quality and level of the treasure. 2. Returning to the origin, the Qiankuan tripod has the ability to return to the origin. capable of transforming things or roots and feet that are acquired into their innate state. This means that it can restore things or people that have lost their original power or characteristics to their original, more powerful and pure form. Cultivating with the help of the Chinkuan tripod. It was possible for Red Cloud to restore his original foundation and origin. But it would take a long time. And there was always hope. 3. The power of creation. It can create new things or beings, or transform and evolve existing things. Jin Yuanzi, this guy looks honest and naive. In fact, also has a small heart. This goods of the law of creation is getting more and more refined. Want to go further with the help of the treasure for enlightenment. In addition, Jin Yuanzi, this tree maniac. Collection of countless innate spiritual roots. With the help of this treasure, Jin Yuanzi want to enhance his innate flowers and plants of the spiritual roots. Although it is said that this Chinkuan tripod is the Red Cloud Big Brother's treasure. But with his my Jin Yuanzi, and what is the difference? We too good can wear a pants. Jin Yuanzi at this time. Eyeballs turn around. Afraid of Six Ears' regret. Hurriedly Chinkuan tripod put away stuff to the Red Cloud. Such a creation treasure. In the monkey, this can only be used to smash people. It is a waste. Cannot play its real role. My big brother's is mine. He a great Luo Jinxian. Can have the treasure is good. But also blindly pick what Red Cloud is very satisfied with this treasure because it can wish himself to recover his original source of heal. The sixth ear was also satisfied. In the demon court, a gray-haired Emperor Jun Tai gathers the defeated soldiers of the demon race and rebuilds the nearly shattered first heaven. The two brothers were sad and felt hopeless. The goddess of the planet Tyene, who came to talk about marriage matters, was also driven away by the two of them. Brothers this annoyed. What to marry? Emperor Jun Tai feels himself penniless. No treasure in his hands. But also to play what witch and demon war. The days to come is to be abused by the witch clan days of madness. Even if the hands of the most precious treasure with the witch war is also should be hijacked. All should be hijacked by the body is not dead road cancel. Miserable end. The two are a bit when the heavenly flag feeling. So sex is also bad. Love it. This life is hopeless. The witch tribe also knows, but where the quantitative hijacking of the protagonist will not have a good end. Not the body of the road to death is not finished. Do not hunt and kill the beasts. Change to eat vegetarian. To slow down the advent of the quantitative disaster. Once the demon race saw how open the sorcerer race was, they didn't fight with the sorcerer race either. As a result, there was an anomaly in the floodplain. The sky is dense with robberies and clouds. And the ground is calm and peaceful. The witch and demon tribes that have been fighting each other to the death have begun to greet each other when they meet. What you are strange is not strange. Zhixiao palace that cannot sit still. You witch and demon two tribes have to fight You do not fight how to let the quantitative past. Quantitative past. I did not complete the task of the heavenly way. How can I further Tao? Hongjun Lao Dang worry hair white. Finally suspected that the demon race has no bottom. So carry heavy treasure personally came to the demon court. Gave Di Jun is the sun essence wheel. Tai is the sun god bead. These two originally for the very best immortal heaven spirit treasure. Old Den Hard personally strengthened into the supreme treasure level. Lao Dang is not finished. And personally ran to Taiyin star. Will be strengthened menstrual wheel and moon god beads fly to Sen Chanshi and Shiha. Lao Dang finished these things. Humming a little tune to go back. I thought. 4 pieces of treasure to send out. You should have enough confidence. Right. War witches should not be difficult. Fushi has been hiding here in Nuwa Palace for a while. And Nuwa, a 2/5 man, advised his brother to quit the demon clan so as not to get into trouble. Fushi thinks that the demon clan needs him now. So he can't leave in a time of danger. Manhwa is worried about his brother's life. Shielding the sky to give Fushi a bad idea. In order to save his life, do not go to the disaster. It is best that the witch and demon tribes can always coexist peacefully. Fushi exclaims that this is a good idea. Fushi returned to the 33 heavens of the demon court and told Emperor Juntai about the idea of befriending the sorcerer clan. Emperor Juntai did not want to lose his life in response to the calamity. So he commissioned Emperor Jun to go to the Wu tribe to try to make peace. The witch race. Inside the Panga Hall, Fushi informed the 12 ancestral witches of the demon court's desire to befriend the witch race so as not to answer the calamity. And the 12 ancestral witches were naturally happy. Little cute. Only want to respond to the calamity. Will not be the flag of the heavenly Tao. However, the witch tribe still feels that the world is changing too fast to keep up with the rhythm. And is afraid that the demon court is fraudulent. The heart is not sure. So the 6 ears were invited to council. 6 ears heard. A pair of monkey eyes also stared Dripflow round. There is this. This has not also changed the trajectory of heaven. Good thing immediately selected the date. About the 2 tribes to meet. His side also do not talk about the past bad things. Are for survival. And under the auspices of the monkey, the 2 sides signed a treaty in black and white. To the flood plainly, in order to maintain the stability of the flood. Create a better home. Witch and demon 2 tribes signed a peaceful coexistence and friendly treaty of 21 articles. The Taoist ancestor Hongjun, who was meditating in the purple heavenly palace, was confused. How could it be like this? The old Taoist I am bitter. Then hurriedly grabbed the missing corner of the creation rain butterfly and rubbed it furiously. Flood a host of living beings also saw a ghost. This world is too crazy. Rats are for the cat as a bridesmaid. Chapter 49, The 5 Saints of Heavenly Tao plagiarized the teachings of the flood court to become saints. Hongjun Taoist ancestor was witch and demon 2 tribes of peace notification again to the jaws of surprise. This still have to go. The missing corner of the jade disc of creation rubbed smoke did not rub out show. The great apocalypse will come. The sky is chaotic. All things are unpredictable. Hongjun is also anxious. In the witch and demon war on this matter, 6 Ears Macaque obviously did not play a good role. So how can Hongjun Taoist ancestor do not hate? But they have done to ensure that it is not good to do it yourself. Therefore, the old den thought of their own several disciples. Should not monkey bleed? The old Taoist Taoist instability. After receiving the Taoist ancestors' summons, Laozi, Primitive, Tong Tian, Jie, and Junti were called to the purple heavenly palace. Between Nua's 2/5 suspicion is too serious. And Hongjun doesn't trust this bitch. So he didn't summon them. Dao Zhu, who was majestic in his precious appearance in front of his disciples and was very pushy, asked. The 3 lectures of the purple heavenly palace have been over for a long time. And Nua has already become a saint for a long time. So why are you and the others delayed in making any progress? 5 disciples looked at each other. Finally Laozi took the lead to speak. Master, we have long been refining the Hongmeng purple gas. Have sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Why the 6 ears of the thieves robbed in front of us to set up the 4 major religions? Intercepted the opportunity to me and so on. Therefore, the delay cannot become a saint. Hongjun this gas their own collection of these are a what? They cannot become a saint also blame people 6 ears. What also pushed to the monkey body? You can find some more shameless reasons. Gas 2 eyes glare, the saint regardless. Limit you within 10,000 years to become a saint. Who if it is not? For the teacher will take back the Hongmeng violet gas. Expelled from the division. Then a big sleeve flung. Well, several disciples expelled from the purple sky palace. Outside the purple sky palace, Several disciples looked at each other with bitter faces. All in a difficult situation. Discussing what to do. Receiver, we become saints need the great religion of luck. But our Western Buddhism has been shameless 6 years to preempt the establishment of the religion. Really mute. Have bitter can not say ah. Lousy, we 3 chilling also. But 6 years and how can know in advance we become saint chance? And is at the same time set up for big religion. Even the master doesn't believe in such an unscrupulous thing. Not to mention the flood beings. This talk of repairing the demons to speak again. Otherwise, the immortals will even more underestimate us. Tong Tian said. I've thought it all out. Since the interception sect is my chance to become a saint, I'll change the name. Well, yes. Let's set up a taking sect. The taking of intercepting. With the same teachings as 6 years intercepting sect. Intercepting a ray of life for all things. Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try it. Several people were very contemptuous of such brainless thinking goods like Tong Tian. Primal said. Such speculative things will not lose my name of the 3 purities. I do not agree. Tong Tian heard the beginning of the word. Oops. I'm a little grumpy. You do not favor. Then I have to try. So Tong Tian bird do not bird the beginning of the bird. Direct notification of the flood, today there is my Tong Tian. Sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Specially set up a large teachings. The name is called to take the church. The interception of the take. The teachings of the interception of a line of life for all things to kill the most precious treasure of the immortal execution of the 4 swords suppress the church of the take the luck. The church of the take to set up. Tong Tian suddenly comes so a moment. So that the other 4 have covered their faces. This is too shameless. You set up to take the church is good. But also told the crowd. Is the interception of the take? This let others intercepted Zhao Gongming how to think. Let the monkey 6 ears how to think. Let the flood of immortals how to think. The purple sky palace Hongjun a copy of the creation of the rain butterfly to smash Tong Tian. Shameless disciple. The teacher smashed you this stupid. Ranner. Just at this moment. The heavenly Tao has a sense. Thunder rolls. The sunlight rises. The immortal dew fills the air. The immortal voice curls up. The ground surges golden lotus. At the same time a huge chi cohesion. Floating in the sky. Apparently Tong Tian to become a saint. Hongjun Daozu was surprised that this could work. And put down the jade disc of creation in his hand again. Outside the purple heaven palace. Several other people opened their mouths in shock. And prepared a bunch of jokes about Tong Tian's words and swallowed them back. Is Ingzhou Immortal Island and the mother of the West King play eagle catch chickens of the 6 ears suddenly blinded? What? Tong Tian so inappropriate son. Even dared to plagiarize my Han Tian branch of the interception of religious teachings. Angry dead monkeys. At that moment, the chicken also do not catch. Ready to go to beat Tong Tian. When the 6 ears to see the air when the robbery cloud is more confused. Only to see the air that huge chi swaying from side to side. There is about to tear into 2 trend. Is slow to fall. If you don't say that the monkey is exquisite. The 6 ears immediately see the understanding. And the heavenly Tao and the heavenly chi cloud do not understand. Is still confused it. The interception of the religion. Take the religion. Which piece should I fall in the end? Indeed. Although the vapor is cohesive. But the interception of the religion and take the religion of the same doctrine. In the view of the heavenly Tao and the Qi Yunquan. The interception of the religion and take the religion is in fact a big religion. Yet really stand in 2 places. The vapor is also confused. You 2 mouths. I'm just a fruit. Whose mouth should it fall into? Then the chi fortune began to split. And finally split into 2 chi fortune clouds of the same size. one of which fell toward the interceptor sect of Zhao Gongming of the interceptor sect, and the other toward the fetch sect of Tong Tian. Tong Tian is also dumbfounded. What is this thing? I just play around. Is Tibet with the beginning of the breath? Casually said only. This also playthings to come. No time to think about it. Come on, let's go on. And then absorb the chi cloud. Can become a saint. But obviously not enough chi. At any time there is a danger of falling off the holy position. Tong Tian has already become a saint. Know the saint's power. His own power is only half. Fight with the monkey 6 ears is estimated to be only half a catty. Tong Tian, this guy knows that, so into the saint. Luck halved. Saint battle power halved is very bad. But Tong Tian chicken thief I will not tell you. The loss cannot let me eat alone. Otherwise I will fight with you, shall not lose. So Tong Tian strong support, haha laugh. And spit out a word, cool. Dao Father Hongjun also revealed a satisfied smile. This Dao Father wise milk will always be milked. If the teacher does not force, Tong Tian cannot become a saint so quickly. The old son and a few people looked at it. This can also work. And they can't care about denouncing Tong Tian. Is sainthood such child's play? We can do it too. So, the beginning of the first also do not laugh at Tong Tian. Not willing to show weakness, today there is my beginning of the first. Sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Specially set up a large teachings. The name of the stated teachings. Exposition of the stated. The teachings of the world's living beings to expound the Taoism. To the very first grade of the innate spiritual treasures of the fresh flowers of the wonderful flabby flags. The box of nothingness suppress the stated teachings of the Qi. The stated teachings to set up. Kain Junti was afraid of slow. Luck was snatched away. Snatched in front of the old man, notified the flood, today. I have Kain Junti. Sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Specially set up a large teachings. The name is called the Tao. The Buddha's Tao. The teachings are for the compassion of the end of the world's sufferings. To the ultimate innate spiritual treasure of the 1,000 treasures, 1,000 leaves of the golden lotus. The 7 treasures of the myriad brush trees, suppression of the Tao teaching vapors. The Tao teach standing. There is only one old man left. The old man opened his mouth. And did not think of a good word. People, what came? The human race. The characters. The person. The CPU is burning smoke. Feel all inappropriate. And people associated with the ultimate guardian of the human race to educate the human race. The human race can do. Monkeys can do. Manhwa can do. Not good. Not good. Tong Tian saw his elder brother being so abrasive and urged him, big brother. Hurry up. It's your turn. You all day road, said the head of the road. How the key moment is not. You want to set up people what religion to come. Lousy was Tong Tian urged. Not annoyed, Tong Tian inverted the Big Dipper. But instead of a flash of light, a pat on the head. Right, Tao can be Tao. Very Tao. We try to set up Taoism. And then change back, today. I have my old man. Sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Specially set up a large teachings. The name of the Taoist religion. The teachings is to teach all beings to clear the mind. Purity and inaction to the most precious treasure of the merits of heaven and earth and Xianhuan Gongda Lingling Tower suppression. Taoist vapor luck. Taoism established. Chapter 50, Great Changes in the Floodplains. In this way, all 6 saints of the heavenly Tao return to their positions. Unlike the original script, Manhwa, who was supposed to be the most inferior saint in the heavenly Tao, became the strongest one instead. Primordial. Tong Tian, Jiayin, and Junti all copied the three great religions created by the 6 ears of others. And half of their chi was divided. And what's disgusting is that it will continue to be divided in the future as well. So who let you shamelessly copy? And this is the punishment from the heavenly Tao. These 4 saints because of the lack of chi luck. The war power is only half. Lousy that Taoism makes the Tao of heaven is also very difficult. Taoism is a what? With a joke like, how to understand. The heavenly way do not understand. So very angry. Today's flood are in the good courage to fight it. You teach people to be clear-minded and quiet. How many people will believe your ghost? And because the doctrine of Taoism is anachronistic. In the present day is not enough to the big religion of the compulsion. The heavenly Tao even do not know how to cohesion of this religion of the Qigong. Heavenly Tao originally did not want to take care of the old man. But the heavenly Tao themselves are anxious for the old man. Which are waiting for how many years? Also do not see the old man has a static. And now people at least is the establishment of the church. Or to give a step to hurry up and let people become a sainted. So the heavenly Tao put together a little bit of luck and threw it to Lousy. Lousy also became a saint after all in a haphazard manner. And his chi and battle power were insufficient. But at least they were independent chi. So Lousy's battle power and chi were second only to Nuwa. And much stronger than the other 4 copycats. 6 ears this depressed and then saw the human religion Jinling. Kong Xian. The elucidation of the turtle spirit. The rock. The interception of the Zhao Gongming. The 3 Shao. The Western Buddhism Di Zhang. Bei Xian have rushed over towards the Hongting Hall. 6 ears and feel. The flood court under the 4 religions luck and a few points. Along with the flood court's luck is also more and more powerful. This luck is divided into people's heavenly 4 saints. Make 6 ears crying and laughing. Do not know whether to be happy or worry. Eldest sister Jinling said. Eldest master. The shameless 4 saints of the heavenly Tao have copied the teachings of my 4 sects of the flood court. I ask eldest master to make a decision. 6th ear had no choice but to return. Disciples. It's a good thing that the 4 saints' chi fortunes have been divided in half by my 4 sects of the flood court. And will continue to be divided in the future. This is the heavenly Tao's punishment for them. Zhao Gongming was unconvinced. Master. That won't do. Is it just going to be cheap for them? 6th ear said. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao have already become saints. And my master can't do anything about them now. You and others should first cultivate with the help of the rich chi luck and raise your cultivation level. And in the future, when you are all capable, we, master and disciple, will go back to get our claims back. A few disciples heard that their masters were all abashed. And they all held their breath and went back to cultivate. Swear to break through the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal as soon as possible to get back. In the tens of thousands of years that followed, the floodplain was unusually harmonious. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao needed to stabilize that extremely unstable saint realm and had no time to care about anything else. Which Hong Jun Daozu understood. Both the demon race and the sorcerer race are under the supervision of the 6 ears Hongteng and both strictly abide by the 21 articles of friendship between the sorcerer and the demon race. Which is very harmonious. In order to avoid fighting. At the suggestion of the 6 ears, the demon race all moved to the North Club continent. And the sorcerer race also recalled their clansmen from all over the world, taking the Buzhou mountain and its surroundings as their main territories. While most of the human race was concentrated in the Shouyang mountain and the South Zhanbu Chao. The 3 largest forces in the floodplains also often organize reunions, which in demon wine enjoy. A little bit of the meaning of the hijacking is not. Can be the purple palace of that disgusting. After the demon race moved to the northern club continent, the 33rd heaven became vacant. An ancestor Hongjun Dao was afraid that the 6 ears of Hongting would occupy the heavenly court. He urgently sent his 2 children, Haotian and Yao Qi, to the 33rd heaven to establish the heavenly court. From then on, Hao Tian changed his gun and called himself the Emperor of Heaven. And Yao Qi was called the Queen Mother. The two high-profile nostrils skyward. Everywhere recruiting. Expanding the power of the heavenly court. Really enlisted a lot of powerful great powers. The 6 ears. Who is familiar with the plot knows that the heavenly court is supported by the backstage Hong Jun and will be the biggest power in the future. In order to their own Hong Ting not be destroyed. But also anxious and angry for a long time. Finally, 6 ears decided to take the opportunity of the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao is still in seclusion. Temporarily will not come out to make trouble. Quickly reorganize the flood court. In order to expand the strength of the flood court. 1. Lord of the flood court. The 6-eared heavenly father is the supreme commander of the Hung court. Wang Mu Tianzuan, also known as the Queen Mother of Vegetable Chicken West. She mainly manages the female immortals of the Hong Ting. Although the two people with the same name Tianzuan. Easy to let people associate point what? In fact, the two people gross thing did not happen. Is the scene needs a man and a woman to have a forced? As for the future two people will not happen a little bit of what? Who also cannot guarantee. Because of this, Nuwa even ran over and beat up 6 ears. Ho Tu also expressed her dissatisfaction. 2. Establishment of the 4 poles. North Pole Ziwei Emperor, by good big brother Red Cloud as in charge of the Star Department and Reincarnation Department. The Star God Army has not been subdued. Obviously a star cannot control. Empty shelf. At present is mainly in charge of the Department of Reincarnation. Is responsible for the flood spirit reincarnation. Cause and effect. Rich and poor. Life and death time. South Pole Everlasting Emperor, served by the 2 monkeys. He is in charge of the military and thunder departments. Managing the 3 talents of heaven. Earth and humankind. Maintaining order in the flood wasteland. And at the same time, ruling over all the flood wasteland armies and presiding over the affairs of the flood wasteland's military reforms. Emperor Gochin of the West Pole, Jin Yuanzi was in charge of the heaven and earth departments. Mastering the group spirits. Executing the 10,000 divine figures. Dominating the earth. Mountains. Rivers and the poles of yin and yang. Stabilizing the earth and rivers. And arranging the wind. Rain. Thunder and lightning. East Pole Changhua Di, mainly served by the 3 monkeys. He is in charge of the finance department of the Hong Ting. Managing the Hong Ting's heavenly materials and treasures. Merit and salary. Distribution of qi. And promotion or demotion of immortal officials. 3. Establishment of the 4 royal emperors. Emperor of the East, the Great Rock is in charge of the military and government of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. And the formation of the Eastern military and government. The Hierophant Dojo was moved to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent as the backstage. Southern Emperor, held by Kong Xian. In charge of the military and government of South Juniper Continent. Forming the Southern Military Government. The Humanist Dojo was moved to South Juanbu Continent to serve as the backstage. Western Emperor, held by Bei Xian. He was responsible for the military government and the formation of the Western Military Administration in Rhinoceros Hozhou. The Western Buddhist Dojo was moved to Rhinoceros Hozhou as a backstage. Emperor of the North, Cloudy Skies. Assisted by Qiangxia and Bixiao. Responsible for the military and government of the Northern Clubs. And the formation of the Northern Military Administration. The Interceptor Dojo was moved to the Western Nuga Prefecture to serve as the backstage. 4. Establishment of the 7 Heavenly Kings. Star Department Heavenly King, disciple Wu Yunez. Responsible for managing the stars in the sky. Currently is an empty shell. Wait until there are stars in the future. Reincarnation Department, Nanji Xianwang is responsible for the reincarnation of living beings in the floodplains after their deaths. which is mainly realized by the extreme spiritual treasure reincarnation mirror in the flood court. Heavenly Monarch of the Military Department, Burning Lamp is responsible for the management of the army of the Hongting, selecting and managing immortal soldiers at all levels, training them and organizing warfare. Thunder Section Heavenly Monarch, the Leihua Daorun serves as the responsible for the security of the flood, equivalent to the police force of the flood. The Heavenly Monarchs of the Heavenly Ministry, the chief of the Phoenix clan is in charge of the gods of wind, clouds, thunder and electricity, such as the Thunder Goddess and the Electricity Mother. They are able to manipulate wind, rain and lightning to maintain the normal celestial order between heaven and earth. Earth Heavenly Monarch, the Dragon Patriarch serves as the head of the Dragon Clan and is responsible for taking charge of the windy flooded earth, stabilizing the earth's veins, and combing the mountains and rivers. The Heavenly Monarch of the Ministry of Wealth, the disciple Huang Long serves as the Heavenly Monarch, responsible for the collection and distribution of heavenly treasures in the flood, the distribution of merit, the distribution of qi, etc. In the flood, there is no money yet, and the salary is replaced by the heavenly treasures, merit, and qi. The flood court is so structured to run almost the whole flood wasteland included, from the sky to the ground, every aspect of management, almost the way that Haotian Emperor should go, so that Haotian has no way to go. You say the bull is not bull. When Hao Tian learned of this, he wept bitterly and cried out that he was born Hao Tian. Why did he have 6 ears? The witch and demon clans are now dominated by the Go Dao, and they can't wait for the flood immortals to forget about their own 2 clans. And the 2 clans don't want to be robbed. Therefore, the 6 ears of the flood court has been supported by the demon race and the sorcerer race, and they all hope that the 6 ears of the flood court will come to the front of the stage, and that something will be carried by the flood court first. Chapter 51, The Heavenly Court Makes Matters. Saints seek fault. Inadvertently, the flood court has become the most beautiful child among the several powers in the flood wilderness, and it is the one who does serious work. Flood court 4-pole great emperor combing the earth pulse, adjusting the sky, rescue and relief, help the weak and smallets, justice and coordination of all kinds of interethnic struggle. In the flood desert opened the preaching department. Let the weak and small living beings who have no door to learn the way can also learn the way of immortality for free. You come to me, I will teach. The flood court was gradually recognized among the living beings of the flood wasteland and became the backbone of the flood wasteland's 10,000 tribes, with a good reputation. Although 6 ears established the flood court in the beginning for self-preservation, it was also continuously improving and realizing the promise of creating the flood court, in establishing the life for the living beings of the flood, in establishing the heart of the living beings of the flood, in transmitting the absolute knowledge for the flood Taoist system, and in opening up the peace for the world of the flood, cultivating with the help of that huge fortune of the Hongting and countless merits. 6 ears gradually reached the peak grand completion of the mixed golden immortal, the grand completion of the 9 revolutions of the Xian Gong and 8 revolutions, and the grand completion of the laws of battle, and gradually came into contact with the threshold of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. The second and third monkeys also took advantage of the fortune of the flood court and cultivated to the peak of the mixed golden immortal, able to fight against the 3 corpses of the quasi-saints, and with the help of the heavy treasures under the saints did not lose their lives in a few moments. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi joined the flood court, but also in order to use the flood court merit and fortune. After the Red Cloud's physical demise, the 2 brothers figured out that the flood itself is strong is fundamental. Thanks to the power of creation of the Qian Kuan tripod, the Red Cloud gradually recovered to the early stage of the quasi-saint. Jin Yuanzi did not listen to the 6 ears of the advice, determined to go to the road of chopping 3 corpses, and has just chopped out the 3rd corpse. 6 ears is very helpless. White blind this excellent heel. Red Cloud 12 personal disciples also have broken through to the middle stage of the golden immortal of the mixed yuan, and firmly control all over the flood. The 7 outer disciples because of the footsteps of the chi is not enough. Take the road of the golden immortal is too difficult. So the 6 ears did not teach the 7 people 9 turns of the Xiangong. Outer 7 disciples all go to chop 3 corpses of the road to continue to cultivate. Now are a corpse paraclete. Then look at the witch tribe. The witch tribe is powerful. Can summon Panga shadow? As if with the flood nuclear weapons. Dao Zu Si all have to shiver. No one dare to mess with. But the witch tribe only care about their own home acres and thirds of land. Not involved in the world. Under the quantitative robbery. Has always been brave and ruthless ancestral witches. Go to a group. Demon side. Emperor Jun. Tai since the Flood Demon War. From the mouth of Hongjun Daozu to determine that the demon race is also the protagonist of the quantitative hijacking after the demon race to lose interest in the hegemony of the demon race. The demon race is a thunder awe. Too dangerous. And even the 2 brothers have been born to break away from the demon race of the mind. 2 times secretly carrying a small bag intends to run away. Were Fushi and the 10 demon marshals to block. Bitterly begged to stay. These 2 goods reluctant to stay down. 2 demon emperor is still so. The entire demon race in the North Club continent is also very low-key. Recently jumped happily. Also have to count the people of the heavenly court Haotian Dei. Haotian thick skin can be. A child hard to Taoist ancestor disciple self-proclaimed. Hongjun Old Deng also did not say anything. Haotian also visited his several senior brothers. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. One by one. And got a lot of spiritual treasures. Nuwa that Haotian didn't go to. Because this 2/5 brainwashed fan. Even Haotian felt unreliable. 3 Chang. Yuan Sure. Tong Tian. Jiayin. And Junti also all perceived the words and looked at the face of the Tao Father. And sent their outer disciples to support the facade of Haotian's heavenly court. And even Laozi sent his own good corpse. Taishan Lao Jun. To the heavenly court as well. Under Haotian's bout of fooling around. The heavenly court really recruited some scattered immortal powers, the barefoot immortal at the early stage of the quasi-sainthood. The Tai Bai jinxing at the peak of the Dala. Tian Peng. Tian Yu. And Jurchen. And so on. So far the heavenly court also has 4 quasi-saints. Good corpse Taishan Lao Jun is 3 corpses quasi-saints combat power. Hao Tian. Queen Mother are 2 corpses quasi-saints. The early stage of the quasi-saints of the red-footed fairy. The other can't be seen. But the bottom is still there. Everything is moving in a good direction. Haotian Emperor's pigtails are all up in the air. Haotian ambitious. See others haunting that the whole quite flower. They also began to blindly drumming. In the heavenly court set up 3 officials. Respectively. In charge of the sky. The earth. The sea and other affairs, and set up 4 heavenly kings in charge of the 4 sides of the military and government. Want to fight with the flood court. Respectively, the east of the king of heaven. The south of the king of heavenly growth. The west of the king of heaven. The north of the king of heaven. 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 Immortal court of the 3 official emperors and the 4 heavenly kings. Listen to the name is very bullish. But are some miscellaneous fish stink shrimp? These a few old brother himself is not confident. Appointed the day. A few people are crying to take office. Cursing Haotian improper son. We 7 on the early stage of the great Luo little cute. You let us go to rob the Hongting's territory. Is not sick. Look at the flood court. No less than 20 quasi-saint power. This is the same as let us go to death, what difference? Several people in the heavenly court hesitate not to move. All kinds of reasons to take leave. Either the little wife is going to give birth, or eat bad stomach. And said hemorrhoids committed. How Yen cursed really Nima. You are immortal but also helpless. Taoist ancestor Hanjun is also the whole day sighing. Did not expect a small monkey. Hard to develop to the extent that they do not dare to easily provoke. Can only urge their own those 5 untalented disciples. Hoping that the disciples will be able to bleed the monkey earlier. Just like this. The floodplain was quiet for an unknown number of thousands of years. Until the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao all stabilized in the realm of saints. And suddenly felt that they were able to do it again. Also do not need to Taoist ancestor command. Began to engage in things. Ready to give the monkey bloodletting. The flood wasteland is lively again. One day, the 2 saints of the West descended on the western Nuba continent. The Western Buddhist dojo of the Hongtang. This can give the 4 disciples sitting in the dojo of the Earth Tibetan scared a lot. Cautious. Careful to deal with. Etiquette is very circumspect. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jia-in said with a smile, Jizong, virtuous nephew. Your Buddhist law is profound. And your heart is devoted to the Buddha. This saint likes it very much. The Buddha is a family. And the Buddha combines one side for the right way. Can you be willing to do so? Earth Song heard. To our religion these 2 cheat sheet bitch. This is want to annex my Buddhism Immediately expressed opposition. Head thrown like a rattle drum, not willing. Junty see come soft can't. Then scare. Face sunk, the edge is not willing. I and my brother is the Western saints. You Western Buddhism do not submit to us. To be how? I saints no one can disobey. You can know. Do not want me to force the degree. Earth hide is only 1 or 2 corpses quasi-saint. See the visitor is not good. This is clearly to find fault Little face is scared white. Left hand offering the North Xian Yuan water control flag. Right hand through the heart locks. Head 8 treasures merit pool. As if the enemy. Little face tilted to the east. Shouted, Great Master to save me. Chapter 52, The Great Battle of Reception from Beyond the Heavens. 3 Immortal Island. 6 Ears is giving the Queen Mother of the West to check the body. Don't think too much. Is to take the pulse. Suddenly heard their own little 4 geocache for help. Feel bad. Immediately mobilized around the spiritual power. Instantaneous transfer to. Only to see the flood court Western Buddhist dojo. Quasi has snatched Geocake's Northern Shan Yuan water control flag. Ji-in is using 1,000 karma gold lotus suppression of geocache. Other people's children were struggling to support themselves. Resisting the greatness of the saints. And looking at 6 Ears with tears in their eyes. Those eyes were saying, Great Master save me. I am being bullied by these 2 bald heads. The baby is aggrieved. Monkey fire gas tank came up. Dare to oppress my 6 Ears of the disciples. Enemies meet. Words are not more than words. Lifting the regicide gun on the up. Jain and Junti are high bullying children. Cold unawares a big gun to the end of the end is shocked jump. And then look. I have a big grass. The Godslayer gun. Have frozen. Instinctive dodge. Catching the opportunity. The monkey snatched back the Northern Shan Yuan water control flag and threw it back to Jizong. Seeing the arrival of the Grand Master and the return of the treasure. Earth Hidden Sphere slowly calmed down and hurriedly hid behind 6 Ears. 6 Ears know that the opposite 2 people are not what they used to be. Is the real 2 heavenly saints? Although only half of the heavenly saints. But it is not their own can be easily counterbalanced. So to the 4 sides of the announcement, to take the lead. The 2 thieves. Shamelessly copied my flood court Buddhism doctrine. Forcibly break my Buddhism lintel. Conspiracy to rob my town of teaching treasure. To big bully small injured my disciple geocache. The 4 great religions belonging to the flood court listen to the order to set up the 5 parties in 5 elements array. The small bench of the flood is in the spirit again. The monkey is fighting the saints. This can be there. Only saw the earth Zhang waving the northern Xian Yuan water control flag. The 6 ears white clothes split waving the middle English earth and apricot and yellow flag. 2 thick spiritual light rises up in the sky. And also saw a spiritual light rises up from the humanism of South Juanbu continent. And the same spiritual light rises up from the hermeticism of the Eastern Victory Divine continent. And the northern clubs of Arawa. The 5 spiritual lights collided in the sky. An infinite spiritual energy converged to form a flag-shaped pattern. Releasing the defense barrier spread in all directions. Covering the flooded earth. 6 years since the flood and demon war. Often will marvel at the circumference of the stars and dukes of the Great Array and River Luo Great Array of Power. But also on the array has become interested in Big Brother Red Cloud, although the dish cannot look. But its array of unparalleled. To the 6 years research this use of the innate 5 elements flag arrangement of the innate 5 square 5 elements array. Defense is comparable to the saints. Mobilization of gold, wood, water, fire and earth 5 elements of the spiritual power can also be added to the 6 ears of the honors. The war power is comparable to the saints. Anyway, Red Cloud Big Brother is blowing the cowhide can go up to the sky. 6 ears have not tried. Just in time today. Just see the 6 ears of the body breath sword. Taoist rhyme. Mighty and domineering. The guide Junti also saw the subtlety of this array. With the shadow of several times by the monkey wildly abused. Also do not dare to drag big. Have mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao. To add their own. The 6 ears of the original body against the receiver. The red 6 ears of the split against Junti. Black and white 6 ears to play auxiliary. Seeing that the old thief Junti's 7 treasures myriad brush tree has been successfully refined and can fall all the magic treasures below the supreme treasure. So the 6 ears only use the supreme treasure against the enemy. In case they fall into the path of the shameless old thief. The body of the 6 ears head of the heavenly celebration clouds. Defense is unparalleled. Feet on the pure white lotus high. The release of purification power. Cut down to pick up the war spirit. Around the body of the 36 fixed sea beads rotating. Cohesion of the laws of space. In the hands of the god-slaying gun cold and sparkling. Guiding benevolent little old man image disappeared. Only to see a big Buddha in the air. Step-by-step lotus. Solemn. Buddha-like protection. Golden on. Perform the law of heaven and earth. 3 heads and 6 arms. Holding a treasure block. Rosary beads. Relics. Wooden fish. Umbrellas and other spiritual treasures. Imposing. Sitting on 1,000 treasures and thousands of leaves of the lotus platform is unbreakable. Red clothes with 6 ears. Head of the Taiji diagram. Taiji pattern to protect themselves. Left hand 6 soul streamers. Release the power of the spirit. Right hand chaotic gourd. The infinite rhyme of the Tao. The opposite side of the quasi-Ti saint is exploding. Manifesting 18 hands and 24 heads of the golden body phantom. Deaning the 7 jewels second brush tree. The silent Dharma wheel. Celluloid. Umbrella cover. Flower slamming. Fish guts. Golden bow. Silver halberd. White battle axe. Streamers and blocks. Plus the divine pestle. Treasure file. Silver bottle and many other weapons and magic treasures. Let a person dazzled. Unable to defend. The golden body phantom is even more powerful. Saints shot. Heaven and earth changed color. Although the 5 square 5 elements array can protect the flood. But the 6 ears still will receive the guide. Quintessential to lead to the battle in the sky outside the sky. At the same time, also attracted the attention of the one of the purple sky palace. Under the saint are all mole crickets. Absolutely not false words. 6 years burning origin. The law of war body. Speed in mana is still not as good as guide quasi. Good in their own treasure body. Barely able to fight with the two thieves. 6 years body no matter how to attack. Also can't break reception of the golden body phantom. Even can't break the surface of the body protection divine light. Receiving no attack heavy treasure. The only one extreme spiritual treasure 1000 treasures 1000 leaves golden lotus or the main defense. Despite the fight without pressure. The big slap non-stop to the monkey fan flying. But also did not will 6 years how. The power mobilized by guiding Junti is the power of the heavenly Tao. Which is endless. 6 years mobilized is their own spiritual power and the surrounding law power. Obviously spiritual power is not as thick and sufficient as the two saints in the west. Good thing there are 3 light divine water and yellow in the plum ginseng fruit of the spiritual power supplement. Can also adhere to both sides of the war for thousands of years. Who can not help who? The last to catch the skin on the quasi can hang on. Day Ghost. I Heavenly Saint Realm. Although half of the battle. But can't get dead a monkey. Old face to where to put 3 Ching side. See the two brothers delayed to take down the monkey. Is also a feeling of face. Tong Tian rubbed a sound. Drew out the immortal sword to go up to help. Was lousy stopped. 3. The two saints battle but a monkey has already fallen. If you go to help. Will not degrade my 3 Chung skin. So that 10,000 immortal shame. Tong Tian this time finally IQ online. Did not stubborn. Angrily retracted the sword. Flood court crowd. In the saint war. Weak as floating. Up as to send death. 6 years strictly prohibit intervention. Although anxious. Can only be patient. Begging God for mercy. Do not fall 6 years. Fighting continues. The citation is also playing anxious eyes. Draw out under the buttocks of the 1000 treasures of the 1000 leaves of the golden lotus. Also do not defend. To the very best spiritual treasure plus saint great power smashed to the 6 ears. 6 ears know that this time. He is not dead. But also unable to return to heaven. So sacrificed 36 sea beads to resist. And sacrificed the god-slaying gun. The golden lotus carries the might of destroying the earth to forcefully break through the twofold defense. Fire and light in all directions. Roaring explosions. Clouds and fog. And ultimately hit the heavenly celebration clouds. The body of the 6 ears can't avoid. And meet the head on. Another burst of fire in the sky. At this time, the receiver cried out comfort. This time the monkey you do not die also have to be disabled. So, the guide scratched the big bald head laugh. Relax vigilance. Ready to recall the golden lotus again. Hiding in the shadows of the black 6 ears finally found the opportunity to fight. Pango banner instantly hit the electricity. Directly landing on the Saint Dharma phase. 1 hit Dharma phase darkening. 2 hits Dharma phase cracking. 3 hits Dharma phase collapsed. How could Jiayin not expect that he would be sneak attacked? He hurriedly mobilized the golden lotus to resist the attack of Pan Guan. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao once again. Preparing to recoalesce the Dharma phase in golden body. In the nick of time, the white-clothed 6 ears flashed. And the merit measuring ruler of heaven fell heavily. Striking the back of Jiayin's head. And the golden Buddha blood floated down in an electric flash. Even if the saint's golden body is unbreakable, can be solidly received the supreme treasure merit measure of heaven ruler a moment? That is also 2 eyes gold star. The sky rotates. Instantly blindfolded. Lose the power of resistance. Chapter 53, Retreating the two saints of the west in a blood battle. The black-clothed 6 ears and the white-clothed 6 ears in the corner carrying the central earth and apricot yellow flag. Finally found the right moment to launch a fierce attack, taking advantage of your illness to kill you. The merit-measuring ruler of heaven and the Pango streamer attacked alternately. A collision of destructive might. Sparks flew, and the sound of sound shook the ears incessantly. A frantic output hit the citation grimace. 1,000 holes. The road body broken, drenched in blood. Receiver are beginning to doubt life. This saint will not be fake. I come to give people blood. Hard to be monkey first to the blood. This is not reasonable. Very unreasonable. Also stunned a small bench. After all, guiding was a heavenly Tao saint, with the power of the heavenly Tao to add to his strength. He was not yet so defeated that he would meet the battle head-on and fight again. Even so, sage guiding was forced to burn his origin, retrieve the 1,000 treasures 1,000 leaves golden lotus, and stuff it back under his buttocks before he managed to save himself. At this time, the receiver's breath has been disorganized. Chi and blood rolled over. Body weakness. Battle strength greatly reduced. Black clothes 6 ears instead of seriously injured body 6 ears. Manipulate the Pango streamer's sustained output. Even if it can't win, but also can hold back the receiver. The Western Emperor Bei Xian, who was guarding the rhinoceros Haizhou in the Hongtang, saw that Earth Zhang was gritting his teeth to maintain the innate 5 elements formation and was unable to withdraw from the battle. The Grand Master had already been seriously injured after he had crossed over to fight for the sake of the West without fear of life or death, and had carried the attacks of the two saints. Even the profoundly Buddhist Bei Xian had his killing heart ignited, itching to kill beyond the heavens. Bei Xian, who is in a hurry, cannot sit still. What universal life all play go? Without the great master, we all have to die. Can't beat the old, but still can't do you little. North Xian holding a sheep's fat jade bottle. Collect the water of the West China Sea, flooding the big Sumeru Mountain Taoist dojo. Rushing the house collapsed. The mountain is broken, still feel not enough. And holding the Qiankuan fan. Fan out endless Taiyin real fire. Fire burning big Sumeru Mountain. Bei Xian's operation. Looking at the crowd of flood immortal gods couldn't help but tremble with fear. Really Nima ruthless First give you a shower of cold water, then give you roast fire. So repeated cycle. Even though the big Sumeru Mountain are all the Dharma religion cultivation people, also cannot stand such torture. Have to perform divine ability to resist. The ghost cried wolf howling, shouting master ancestor to save his life. Being outside the sky war of the citation quasi-perceived disciples shouting, release the divine sense to see. This is not good. Home are destroyed. The West is barren. It is not easy to accumulate the heritage to be destroyed. The two saints are also instantly on the head. The blood rolled over. Receiving the self-care. Look to the quasi. Fight is high quasi also born to kill. Immediately threw out the silence of the law theory. Towards the North Xian hit. Knowing that Bei Xian would definitely not be able to carry the sage strike. The second monkey and the third monkey also burned their origins and sacrificed the 12 pieces of karma fire red lotus, and the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus to fend them off. Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun also offered up the earth book and Qian Kuan Ding, the great powers of the flood court who were far away from the flood wilderness. Those who could instantly give effective support and protection to Bei Xian were only these 4 people. Only to see the silent Dharma theory, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and the earth, knocking flying karma fire red lotus. The might does not decrease. Shocking flying merit and virtue golden lotus. The might is slightly receding. Knocking flying book of the earth. The light is weakened. Until knocking flying Qiankuan tripods. The light is dimmed. Spare me. Broke through the 4 heavy treasure blocking. Still heavily hit in Bei Xian body. It is also the North Xianite. Today if the other person takes such a heavy blow, must die. I do not know. North Xian is the North Sea 10,000 years of turtle shape. Limbs can support the existence of the sky. You want to think of this turtle shell to be more hard. How strong their own defense. Bei Xian was heavily injured by the silent Tao Lord, spewing blood from his mouth and fainting, and was collected by the Qiankuan tripod manipulated by Hong Yun, warming up with the help of the power of creation within the tripod. Taking advantage of the moment when Junti sneak attacked Bei Xian, the red-clothed Six Ears shook the six soul streamers with his left hand and interfered with Junti's Yuanshan once again while operating the Chaos Gourd to smash it violently. And the white-clothed Six Ears also offered the merit measuring ruler to sneak attack from behind. And the Six Ears' own ninjas were seriously injured. And they urged the 36 fixed sea beads to knock it down violently. This sudden attack, in all directions, before and after, immediately hit Junti's hands and feet. The sky and earth, unable to take precautions. 18 arms were broken too. 24 Buddha's head was smashed with golden blood. The golden body cracked. The protective body barrier dimmed. Without waiting for Zhuanti to react, the Six Ears' essence once again burned its essence blood. And the laws of war were catalyzed to the extreme. Carrying the Godslayer spear towards Zhuanti's waist, he fiercely stabbed at it. I don't know why this monkey is so enthusiastic about stabbing his waist. Only to hear a poof sound. The regicide gun carrying the law of killing pierced through the golden body of Zhuanti, nailed straight on the left waist of Zhuanti. Zhuanti's body was stained by the destructive power carried by the god-slaying lance. And the wound gushed blood and could not be closed. Under the pain, Zhuanti instinctively slapped the Six Ears of the body to fly. Put away the avatar phantom. To the great Sumeru mountain to disappear. Obviously unable to fight again. Once Zhuanti retreated, Jain also had no intention to fight again. Both of our bald heads were caught up in the road. And now I am left with a bald head. How else can I also run? And then do not run still have to be bloodletting. Zhuanti also hurriedly put away the phantom, puckered up his buttocks, and fled to the great Sumeru mountain with lightning and sparks. Flying back to the great Sumeru mountain, the two saints set up the Bodhi formation, looked at each other without words, and hugged each other and wept. They consoled each other that this battle was not a defeat, but a sneak attack by the shameless Six Ears and the interference of others. Next time, after recovering from their injuries, they would surely be able to win. The two found a reasonable reason. A little comfort. Looking at the great Sumeru mountain which was built with great difficulty was burned by the divine fire. Heartbroken. Six Ears, four bodies united. Battle armor tattered. Covered in blood. Breath weak. Using the last of his strength. In the clouds with both hands pounding the chest. Roaring wildly towards the sky. Finally fell straight down. Fainted. At this time, Nuwa broke through the boundaries of the heavenly Tao and suddenly appeared. Not caring about her image as a heavenly saint, she brushed her face with her tears, caught the monkey in the void, and instilled it with the power of creation to mend its body and bring it back to the Nuwa palace for treatment. This scene put in the purple heavenly palace that is again angry, not light body tremor. The last scene of the monkey beating his chest and howling at the sky was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the beings in the floodplains. That battle of heaven and earth. Life and death. Vowing not to bow down to the bravery. Like a plague among the various races across the floodplains infected. Monkey defeated the myth of the unrivaled saints of the heavenly Tao with the realm of the mixed golden immortal. In this battle, the fight shattered space and time. The space was distorted. And Haotian's heavenly palace was all affected. Only to see that the tables and chairs in the hall were in disarray. And the goblets were all over the floor. Which was very messy. Haotian Emperor has long since lost the majesty of the Emperor of the Sky. and looked at the Queen Mother Yao Qi, Taishan Lao Jun, Barefoot Fairy and a host of other heavenly court officials in a trance. The crowd is also a burst of fear. Fortunately did not offend the 6 ears of Hongtian too hard. In the future or go around a bit. We have a few pieces of material. In front of others is not enough to grind teeth. In order to wake up the seriously injured 6th ear as soon as possible. The 2nd and 3rd monkeys. The good elder brother Red Cloud and Jin Yuan Zi. And the Hong Ting treasury turned upside down. Carrying a large number of heavenly treasures. Rushed to Nuwa Palace to visit. Hoping that Nuwa can try to help 6th ear. Look at Nuwa's non-stop sobbing. As sad as the death of his own father. Since the full force of the undoubtedly 6 ears was originally born for battle. And although his Dao body was severely injured, fortunately his roots were not damaged and his origin was still there. And he slowly recovered after 100 years of rest and recuperation in the Nuwa temple. During this period, Shi Wangmu has been guarding outside Nuwa's temple. But Nuwa doesn't know what is wrong with her. Whoever comes in to visit can do it. Only you, Shi Wangmu, can't do it. Chapter 54, the 3 pristine ones also come to pick a fight. Zixia Palace. The Taoist ancestor paced back and forth. And rubbed a jade disc of creation for a while. The chaos of heaven. Rubbing what useful information. Which demon war cannot start late? So that the Hongjun Hadao delayed no new progress. Full of hatred. Suddenly, Lao Deng felt 3 huge pressures. Slowly pressing towards the 3 immortals' island Hongting Hall. Lao Deng immediately came to the spirit. He bad smile. As if an old fox. The old etc. Stroked his beard. Took out the melon seeds. Poured the immortal tea. And squatted on his butt on the ground. Ready to watch the big show. Because the 3 clear faces are not good. Running to the 3 immortal islands. 3 Qing has been with the 6 ears of bad relations. Had in the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon when the great hatred of the treasure. And see the 6 ears to defeat the Western 2 saints. Scenery without 2. Think back to their own grudges. But also the Taoist ancestor expects. Born to teach the 6 ears of the mind. In this matter, the 3 Qing brothers are the same enemy. Surprisingly unified views. The mountain rain wants to come to an end. And the black cloud presses down on the city and wants to destroy it. Majestic pressure came. 6 ears pressure. 3 clear non-Western 2 saint can be compared. Today this pass may not survive. Hongting Hall crowd looked at each other speechless. A share of the will to die was born. The 12 ancestral witches under the Buzhou mountain are also frowning. The heavenly saints this wave after wave of picking a fight. Even if the 6 ears of the battle is unparalleled. The flood court is powerful. But also cannot resist the saints so bullying It seems that the monkey is not going to pass. The 12 ancestral witches look at each other. Inexplicable sadness arose. Demon Emperor Jun. Tai felt the pressure of the sky. The 2 touched a cup of wine. Full of drink. Saints have no way. This is to force the rhythm of the Hongting There are 6 ears in the flood court. Which in demon war will not be able to fight. Monkeys can always rush in front. Resisting all. The old loach of the blood sea sticks. Finally slowed down. Re-chopped out the 3 corpses. Gathered the remaining Azura race and the army of grievous spirits. And set up the blood sea formation. Only trying to protect themselves from being affected by the saint's might. Heavenly Court Haoyan. Full of expectation to pull Yao Qi watch. Waiting for the 3 Qing saints to give the monkey bleeding. Hongting not destroyed. When I can come out of the heavenly court. Nuwa was again imprisoned by Hongjun. Nuwa also see understand. This Hongmeng violet gas is the yoke of the heavenly way. They use this to become a saint. Also became the heavenly puppet. The heavenly way do not want you to do things. You cannot move. 6 ears fly up. Behind the 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys. Red clouds. Jin Yuanzi followed. The 3 immortal island 5 people again stood on a united front. Such a scene. How deja vu. 6 ears just want to persuade a few people to leave. Do not want to lose their lives for nothing. Big brother Red Cloud this time is a bachelor. Stepped forward. Old 3 Things are now. Maybe our last time side by side. This situation. How can be less than us? Do not persuade again. Then came the snotty Queen Mother of the West. Her hands nervously clutching the water purification mantle. Joyless and saddened by death. 6 ears' eyes were in red as he asked the 3 Qing. What are the 3 of you here for? Lao Zi said. First, to seek personal revenge? And second, you 3 times to organize witch and demon robbery. The heavenly Tao is not allowed. The Taoist ancestor is not pleased. You will die. 6 ears, but there is still room. The original coldly grunted, cloak hair wearing horns. What life oviposition of the generation. Do not hold illusions. Against the sky. Waiting for death is. 6 ears see no room for discussion. Notify the flood, this notification of the flood of immortals. 6 ears worship. Flood living beings. Life is like a piece of grass. Survival is difficult. We set up the flood court. Protect the 10,000 races of living beings. Slow down the catastrophe in danger. However, we are not allowed to do so by heaven. And the sages do not allow us to do so. Which is very sad. Life is precious. The price of morality is higher. For the sake of life and morality in the world. I 6 ears would like to be the first person to die. 6 ears fell. Countless witch demon spirit tribes have tears. Although the flood really care about the lives of the 2 tribes. Slowing down the witch and demon hijacking is actually the 6 ears of the flood court. The saints of the heavens? Or the way? Or the way of the heavens? We have to go to the death of these grass. The achievement of the so-called hijacking. And how absurd and ridiculous. 6 ears said again. If the heavenly Tao is unjust and the saints are unjust, then let me. 6 ears. Stab through this heaven and put to death the saint. The words fell. The floodland. All the resentment everywhere. It seems that not only the 6 ears so think 6 ears arched his hand and knelt on the ground. His gaze cold, 6 ears implores the earth road to raise its eyes. And the human road to gaze at us and watch us go to our deaths. May the flood be peaceful. And please take care of all beings. When 6 ears' words fell, only the earth trembled and the sky roared. The spirit of the earth's way felt it. And the spirit of humanity trembled. Shocked Hongjun Dao ancestor's face was white, tearing off half of his beard. 6th ear is completely flipped. Lifted the table In addition to Hongjun Taoist ancestor. No one knows that the flood should actually have 3 ways. Heaven and earth and human. The heavenly Tao awakened the earliest. Suppressing the earthly Tao and the human way. The result is that the earth's way does not come out. The human way is hidden. The heaven's way is dominant. The world only knows that the heavenly Tao is on top. The Taoist ancestor is mighty. And the saints are invincible. But they don't know that the earthly Tao is on the bottom. And the human way is in the center. 6th ear knew that today the building was about to fall and there was no way back to heaven. And that he was definitely no match for the 3 purities. Since the heavenly Tao is like this. And the saints do not give a way to live. Then I will try to awaken the earthly Tao and humanity. And give the flooded beings a big thunderstorm. So that you heavenly Tao and the traitors belonging to it do not want to live well either. Hongjun hastily to the 3 Qing message. shouted, "Six ears crazy back nonsense. All beings do not believe. And stay you cannot. Three Ching quickly do it. Tong Tian has long been waiting." Roaring first rushed up, offering the immortal exorcism sword formation and the formation diagram. Out of the killing moves. In fact, Tong Tian quite admires Six Ears. In the old man and the beginning of the different, Tong Tian is purely want to beat up the Six Ears. Out of the bird gas only. He did not want to kill the Six Ears. Sixth Ear could not avoid. Pushed away the crowd and entered the formation. Only to see the four supreme swords of immortal execution. Immortal killing. Immortal trapping. And immortal extinction as the base. And the immortal execution formation diagram as the support. Releasing endless array laws and power. And then the power of the four swords was perfectly fused. Releasing a powerful sword chi. Forming a huge sword array, which could be used for attack and defense, and was very mysterious and subtle. Suddenly sword chi rushed up to the sky. Countless powerful sword chi rushed straight up to the clouds, forming a huge vortex of sword chi, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart, followed by folding downwards, directly rolling towards Six Ears. Six Ears dodged a blow, and again saw the sword array shining with all kinds of strange light. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple, and colorful. The various colors of light intertwined together, forming a brilliant and colorful network of light that dazzled the eyes and made them indistinguishable. The pressure emanating from the sword array was also extremely creepy. And Six Ears felt an irresistible force that made one's heart tremble and make it difficult to breathe. The immortal execution sword formation set up by Saint Tong Tian was really powerful. And this was only the state where the saint was only half powerful. The sword chi within the sword formation spread out and transformed into various strange states. Sometimes a giant dragon crossed the sky. Sometimes like a fierce tiger pouncing on a tiger, making people shudder and unable to defend themselves. Tong Tian, this guy to see the Six Ears are still in a daze. A little bit of awareness of life and death battle. But also keep reminding, monkey. The sword chi is coming ah. Pay attention to the right. Sweeping thousands of troops. Chapter 55, the witch and demon races actually fought side by side. Sixth Ear was trapped within the immortal execution sword formation. His breath soared. His spiritual treasure was added to his body. And he mobilized the laws of battle. But he still felt that his body was bound by a huge force. And his movement was hindered. Six Ears accidentally suffered a blow from the sword chi. And felt a sharp pain in his body. And his yuan shen and soul were also affected. This formation is worthy of being the second-ranked great formation and the first-ranked killing formation in the flood. It was truly menacing, making it difficult to resist. Tong Tian was operating the sword formation while still yelling, "Monkey! Down below!" The name of this move is Cauldron. Yuan Shi and Laozi despised to look at Tong Tian. "Quickly shut your mouth. What are you doing in the end? Life and death battle it. You still remind people to hide. Pure nerve disease." Seeing that Tong Tian was so unreliable, Yuan Shi no longer hesitated and immediately sacrificed the void box, ready to take care of the second monkey. The third monkey, Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, and the Queen Mother of the West first. Several people from the three immortal islands were like enemies, and they had sacrificed their magic treasures, knowing that the saint's greatness was unrivaled. But they also had to fight to the death. In the season of danger, suddenly the earth trembled. The sky and the earth lost color. And even more massive pressure came. Not far away, a giant axe-wielding shadow flashed, carrying supreme dominance, heading straight for the Three Ching. The witch tribe also figured out, if this flood, who else cares about the witch tribe life and death survival? There is only Six Ears. If the six ears die, how can the witch tribe survive alone? Then die together. Not alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. The 12 ancestral witches mobilized the power of the laws of the whole body to maintain the Panga shadow to send out a fatal blow towards the beginning of the world. The power of the Panga shadow was too overbearing and consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. And now the ancestral witches had insufficient ability to send out only one blow. The giant axe forcefully split Huashan and struck at Sage Yuanshi, who, with the flower myriad fall banner on top of his head and the void box in his hand, hurriedly mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao to block it. Yuanshi still overestimated himself. Even if it was just a shadow of Pangu, it was not something that you, a heavenly Tao saint with half the battle power, could withstand. Only a loud sound was heard. The void box crumbled on the spot. The flower myriad falling flag was sent flying. And Yuanshi was heavily chopped down into the clouds by the axe's shadow. The violet energy around them caused the heavenly fire to scatter in all directions. And the roaring sound was like war thunder for a long time. Yuanshi Tianzuan was seriously injured by the Panga shadow, fell to the ground. Big mouth soaring blood. Breath unstable. Under this blow, Yuanshi saint is considered to be wasted. Unable to fight again. Without 1,000 or 800 years is unable to stand up. After the 12 ancestral witches finished their strikes, they collapsed to the ground. Weak to the core. Like lambs to the slaughter. Laozi was furious. And he offered a flat dragon abduction to be the result of these weak ancestral witches. Ancestor witches look at each other speechless. Looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. Do not care. Help each other. Fearless. How can the two monkeys and others sit back and watch the witch tribe be slaughtered? Have burned blood. Fully mobilized magic treasure to resist. Coiled dragon flat abduction. Carrying supreme saint greatness flew away karma fire red lotus. Merit and virtue golden lotus. The book of the earth. Jiankuan tripod. And finally the West Queen Mother's water purification mantle. Straight to the ancestral witch. So many heavy treasure or failed to stop the old man's flat abduction. The saint's power is vast and infinite. Really unbeatable. Has always been weak and chicken of the Queen Mother of the West. While sobbing while offering a flag. It is the 6 years in the big battle before the central E2 apricot yellow flag given to her defense. I do not know where the courage. Beautiful eyes with tears. Lips closed. Clenched teeth. Both hands raised the flag. Standing in front of the ancestral witch. To the flag and the body of the road hard against the dragon flat crutch. The central E2 apricot yellow flag was the most powerful of the 5 party flags. Ranking as an innate extreme. And had the power of an innate supreme treasure in terms of defense alone. 6 years let Shi Wangmu use this flag at the critical moment to save the backbone of the fire for the flood court. This bitch has always been unreliable. Just started the war and took it out. Anyway, the old lady herself is difficult to protect. The backbone of the flood court to seek their own blessings. Coiled dragon flat abductor by many heavy treasure block. This is the end of the crossbow. And then suffered the centrally earth apricot flag block. The power was cancelled or absorbed. And ultimately the light dimmed. Flew back to the hands of the old man. The crowd of the 3 immortal islands had suffered a huge backlash due to the heavy treasures they had just held against Laozi. And they had fallen to the ground. Spitting out blood. All of them obviously suffering from minor injuries. All saints below are ants. And the power of saints is really not humanly possible. If I were to strike another blow, I would not be able to withstand it. Laozi saw the 3 immortal island crowd so. Saints in front of the face still dare to make a fuss. When it is really ignorant people fearless awe. Scornfully said, you and other ants. Mantis. When the death. Then build up mana. And struck again with full force. The people of 3 Immortals Island all closed their eyes in despair. Waiting for death to come. At this moment, a rainbow light cut through the sky, bright and dazzling, followed by a large array barrier generated out of thin air. Indestructible. Hard to block the old man's Panlong flat abduction. Lao Zi was shocked. What is the situation? What can block my full force? Lao Zi put eyes. Instantly recognized this as the weekday stars in Duke's big array. After the big formation, in the void, Emperor Jun, Tai, Changshi, Shiha and roaming star god are in the perimeter of the stars and daughters of the formation to transport spiritual power. Who would have thought that once fought and killed the witch and demon two tribes in the flood court? There will be this day. The flood court to fight against the saints. The witch tribe accompanied to death. The witch tribe and the three immortal island people hanging by a thread. The demon tribe and united with the star god tribe. At the risk of death and elimination of the risk of the body. Just blocking in front of the witch tribe and the three immortal island people. Involved in this life and death battle. This scene only to see the flood desert 10,000 races. A crowd of living beings. Quietly wipe down tears. Who said that the flood wasteland has no moral justice? Who said that the flood wasteland has no true feelings? Perhaps the flood wastelands still have hope. The 12 ancestral witches were also wide-eyed. Unbelievably looking at Jun, Tai and the crowd of star gods who were gritting their teeth and carrying on in front of them. With their hearts turning 100 times. The three immortal island crowd expressed deep guilt. Not long ago when others a heavy heaven war. 6 years also notify the flood to kill people. The people do not understand. The cause of the demon race to save. They offend the saints. And how to live. This move. Take the road of death ear. 6 years in the immortal execution sword formation. Said Jun. Tai. 6 years to the crowd thanked. The grace of living. If there is a life after life. Will certainly repay with life. You guys go. Or may live. Jun sighed and replied. Fellow Taoists. You and I are both saintly outcasts. Forbidden by the heavenly Tao. We are already in the same boat. So we should live and die together. My demon race's heavenly quantitative robbery protagonist. Sooner or later. I will die. Just I do not serve. My demon tribe whole tribe does not serve. The Taoist ancestor for one person to merge the Tao. And abandon the witch and demon two tribes hundreds of millions of lives in disregard. The heavenly Tao saints all sorts of trickery. To bury my demon tribe hundreds of millions of sons and daughters. How ironic. Emperor Jun was sad and angry and laughed up into the sky. Such heavenly ways are not our heavenly ways. And such saints are not our saints. These heavenly ways and saints. Don't want them. I, Jun, along with the demon race, would like to follow all of you Tao friends to stab through this heaven and exterminate this saint. And even if I die and my race is destroyed, I will never regret it. Jun was worthy of being a king. A few words attracted the resonance of the 10,000 races in the flood. Only to hear the mountains and seas of the 10,000 races in the distance. In all directions. In the sky and on the ground. Countless living beings were shouting and roaring. At that time, the heavenly thunder rolled. The thunder punishment don't want to hit at Jun. But fortunately, there is the circumstantial star dipper array blocking. Can't hurt him a bit. Hongjun Laodang is also dumbfounded. Is it possible that I am wrong? I in order to merge with the Tao. Insisting on advancing the witch demon catastrophe. Putting the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings in disregard of the old Tao bitter ah. There is no way back. Into the abyss ah. At this time, the 6 years known demon heart. Since the watchmen should help each other. Immediately let the two monkeys to fetch the river map and Luo Shu. Through to the Emperor Jun, life and death to help. Hongting is not proud to repay. Emperor June. Tai. The river map and Luo book when returned to you. We attack and defense alliance. Live and die together. Chapter 56. The heavenly momentum has changed so much that grandma doesn't even recognize it anymore. The 6 years of the flood court. Which tribe? The demon tribe. 3 parties in the Saints' War rushed to the battlefield one after another. In the midst of the crisis to save each other. The past grudges invariably get reconciled. Once shocking. Blood flow into the river. Immortal 3 parties. Today stand on a front. To float to shake the tree. Weak resistance to the saints. To death. Really out of everyone's expectations. At the beginning of the Saint War. The 6 years had flooded the notification. Condemned the heavenly way. Has attracted the heavenly way dissatisfaction. But did not overreact. Emperor June is to listen to the words of the 6 years. Only determined to fight with the thief god. Emperor June. This guy is even more rude and direct. Mouth. Cursing the Tao of heaven and the saints. Caused by the flood resonance. Led to the second downtime of the Tao of heaven. The heavenly way and suddenly downtime. The sky instantly clear. Hong Jun catch this moment. Sense of the sky. Learned that the sky has changed. The sky is hazy. The future cannot be predicted. As profound as the Taoist ancestor also do not know how it should be. Thought this time must be killed 6 years. But see the heavenly way themselves are confused. That the old road and where should I go? Countless flood great powers also in this instant of the sky. The last time the sky downtime also shows the momentum is which in demon quantitative hijacking. This time is good. In the 6 years of a series of death operation. The trajectory of the heavenly way to run away from the powerful. Has long been things are different. Changed his grandmother do not recognize. Even the heavenly way themselves are confused. The future direction cannot be predicted. All people are deep inhaling cool air. Feeling a lot of emotions. From Pangu open the heavens to the present. This is really the first time to open up the heavens and the earth. The 6 years with their own strength can reverse the momentum of the heavens and change the trajectory of the heavens. When really a miracle. Countless great powers are in the heart of the monkey thumbs up. Bull. 6 years also sensed the heavenly opportunity. Since the soul penetration since. How many times the ghost gate to walk? Finally not in vain. Immediately excitedly shouted, which brothers? Demon brothers. The heavenly trend has been changed. The trajectory of the heavenly way has changed. Which in demon quantitative hijacking may have already passed. Whether we can go against the heavens and change our fate. But also in this battle. The flood court immortals. The witch tribe and the demon tribe. Are excited about it. And see the dawn and hope. The heavenly way is not invincible. The general trend is not unchangeable. And man will win the day. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi looked at each other for a long time. Speechless. Emperor Jun stroked the long-lost He Tu Luo Shu. Saw the turnaround of life. And was overwhelmed with emotion. And this step was the right one for himself after all. The 12 ancestral witches all stood up again under the aftermath of the calamity. Gathering their mana and attempting to summon the Panga shadow once again to slash Lousy back to his maternal grandmother's house as well. Seeing this, the first sage staggered up. Focusing on the movements of the witch race. And topped the fresh flower myriad fall flag again. As long as you dare to chop I dare to top. Never let you hurt big brother. 6 years did not hold back and shouted again towards Dijun, I am gifted with aptitude that makes all things clear. The river and Luo Grand Formation can be fused with the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation to set up the No. 1 Grand Formation in the flood. Called the river and Luo Circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. When Dijun and Chang Shi heard 6 years' words. Their spiritual platforms instantly cleared. Their eyes were firm. And they teamed up to set up the river Luo Grand Formation. which fused with the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. Sure enough, an even more powerful pressure. More dense spiritual power formation. This formation mobilizes the power of thousands of star gods, plus hundreds of millions of demon gods of the ability to prevent saints. Can attack saints. The people of the three immortal islands. The witch race. The demon race. And the star god race all hid within the grand formation and fully energized the grand formation. And no matter how Lao Zi attacked, the grand formation remained unperturbed. The big formation also constantly shoots out lightning. The old man hid is also the chi in blood. Woeful. When the witch clan saw that this big formation was so strong, they also put down their hearts and watched Yuanshur. As long as you dare to move, we will dare to split. Tongtian see monkey people against the heavens. The enemy's momentum cannot talk about happy or sad. Anyway, feel with their own relationship is not big. And see the immortal execution sword formation monkey and eat stimulants like jumping up and down, looking around, not at all focused on the battle. A little captured the appearance also did not. And reminded, monkey. Focus. To amplify the move the ultimate sword rain. This move old fierce. After half a day of fighting, the six ears also see. Tongtian Saint did not want to die himself. Everywhere to stay hand. Perhaps this is also a disguised protection. Monkey worried about the situation of the people outside. Anxious to break the situation. Must find a way to go out. Monkey eyeballs a turn. There. Six Ears said to Tongtian. Fellow Daoist Tongtian. This formation is nothing more than that. Dare you bet with me? Tongtian curious and funny. Thinking. If it is not I stay hand. You girl early into a dead monkey. Asked. What to bet? Six Ears replied. If I can break the immortal execution sword formation, count me as the winner. You should retreat from this battle and not make things difficult for us anymore. Tongtian is full of confidence. Want to break my immortal execution sword formation is not easy. Said, if you lose, give me the heavenly celebration cloud. Tongtian has no defense magic treasure. And no heavy treasure that suppresses the chi of the great religion. And is very greedy for the heavenly celebration cloud. Six Ears replied. Yes. Get ready. I'm going to break the formation. With the memory of the blue star of the six ears. Of course. Know how to break the immortal execution sword formation. Six Ears to find the immortal execution sword formation I. With the Godslayer gun to break the formation I. Immediately released 3 split. The body and the 3 split each toward an immortal sword. Remove the 4 great immortal swords. The big formation instantly disappeared. This numb action. Silky smooth process. See Tongtian straight froze stunned. My flood first kill array on this. Is the sword split legs? Or array map out of track? How to feel this magic treasure with their own not pro? Tongtian Saint's strong self-esteem is frustrated. Things have come to this point. Will not do that backtracking thing. It seems that I have to continue to study and cultivate the monkey array Dao level must be above me. The next day. Must be monkey hand in hand to call his father. Tongtian also keep the appointment. Put away the sword array. Back up still coughing up blood of the beginning of the saint. Towards the old man who was still dead in the big array shouted, Big brother. Back. Don't compare. That big array and you can't break. But also dead stubbornness what strength. Lousy in the beginning of the first heard both black face. The beginning of the first complained that Tongtian put water. Brain into the water. Lousy complained that Tongtian inverted the Big Dipper. But the two have been injured. Dry. But the unharmed Tongtian. The 3-mouth cannons is also a great The three Qing see the heaven has changed. The enemy people with the same enemy. The intention of war is thick. Also know that today is already things cannot be done. And see the flood living 10,000 tribes boiling. All the immortals are against. Was shocked 6 gods. The 3 angrily left. Unlike the 3 pristine ones, the people of the 3 immortal islands had survived the disaster and were entertaining the people of the witch race and the demon race. 6 ears took out highly immortal wine purified by the latter-day distillation method. Everyone gorged and drank with unparalleled vigor. The Queen Mother of the West well-dressed, noble and holy. That looks temperament is not to say. Passionate to open the banquet-size affairs. Just like a hostess look. Makes 6 ears are embarrassed. The witch and demon clans broke the awkwardness. And had the experience of living and dying together on the battlefield and fighting side by side. The barriers of the past. In the cup exchange between the wind away. The 2 races as if many years of old friends. Joking and teasing. The atmosphere is very warm. Red clouds are still entangled in the matter of whether or not to report the revenge of the flesh. Full of grudges to look at the Emperor Juntai. Nothing you stay in the demon race more good. Run to come together what lively. Today these 2 big birds also saved his life. Is it even? Red cloud shaking the wind banana fan. To not give them a fan. Chapter 57 30% of robbery clouds long lasting. Inside the temple of the flood court. All the people after the robbery are playing happily. The atmosphere is very warm. Only good big brother Red Cloud heart something. This big master is still entangled in whether it is not to give the Emperor Juntai to come to a point. Holding in the hand of the extreme innate spirit baby wind banana fan back and forth swaying. This Dao Yun dazzle who look not afraid. Everyone is an immortal. Which need to use the fan. Or extreme spiritual treasure. Such a big presentable bag. Can put the corner as nagging with the witch tribe Emperor June. Tai scared. These 2 big birds are always watching the red clouds with their divine sense. And every move of the red clouds pulls the hearts of the 2 3-legged golden crows. And the fear is too nasty. 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 Can you put away the fan? 6 ears which cannot see the good big brother's abnormalities. The heart is also playing drums. Good big brother and you did not die through. Which are saved back. Alive and well. But also entangled what? Not to mention that the other Emperor Juntai today also sacrificed his life to save us once. Cannot beat people at this time Besides, it was the reconciliation between the witch and demon tribes that changed the great power of the heavenly Tao. So we can't pull the plot back again. Monkey also stared wide-eyed along with the red clouds fan also up and down flickering. Do not know how to persuade. Can go to the temple to the feast which has a stupid. Finally everyone talking more and more small voice. Baby's heart are false Red cloud you want to play witch. Your extreme wind banana tree how much power? Their hearts do not count. You want to come a moment. We all have to fly to 100,000 80,000 miles away. So everyone buried their heads in dry rice. Fearing that they would annoy Hong Yun. Well, not to mention, Hong Ting's meal smelled really good. 6 ears new mouth. Signaling the Queen Mother of the West to say a few words. Just now she jumped up and down happily. Will be able to enliven the atmosphere. Who knows that this unreliable bitch at the critical moment and fall off the chain. Eyes red. Pulling the monkey's arm. Staring at the big watery eyes to come, I'm afraid. Then again with a small aggrieved look at the red cloud. The style of the mother of the house completely cannot be seen. Well, originally we all know that we avoid this topic. The Queen Mother of the West can be good. directly raised the issue to the surface. Jun and Taiyi knew that they could no longer hide, and took the initiative to get up. Hands clasped fists. Both fell down in front of the red cloud, and said to the red cloud, "Red cloud, big brother. In the past, it was our brother's greed that caused our big brother's physical body. And today, the two of my brothers are honest and repentant, and make amends to our big brother. Our lives are at the disposal of big brother, and we have no complaints. The two demon emperors can do this. But also rare. Jinyuanzi just got people two birds to save their lives. But also blearily looked at the red cloud. That means, big brother. Almost got. You did not die into. Red cloud see Emperor Jun Tai brother so. A generation of demon emperor. Tears and snot a big. Sincere repentance. Does not seem to fake. And in front of so many people. Put down their stature to apologize. A resentment dissipated most of. Which tribe and the flood court crowd again to say and. No red cloud airsoft. Special check good to say. Not long ago. The red cloud was held up by the crowd. Just like the protagonist of today's banquet. That is to earn a full face skin. Red clouds and a few cups of spirits down. That there is good. The face is also red. The heart is also hot. The good old man is back. What flesh revenge? I'm not dead through it. No, the wrong can change as a good boy. More incredible is. Also don't know how the red cloud convinced himself. Not only do not seek revenge, but also bumbling to run to the 6 ears to ask for the Eastern Emperor clock. Immediately to return to Tai. This roller coaster ride of excitement and the monkey to the thunder. Monkey said, "Big brother, you play it. You are so good at talking. Tai were still dare to want the East Emperor clock. Said that since he had made a mistake, he should pay the price. And resolutely do not receive the East Emperor clock. This move, but also attracted a flood of immortals and gods impressed. When everyone looked up at the sky, they found that the robbery clouds had already dispersed most of them. Obviously the witch demon catastrophe had changed. But there were still about 30% of the robbery clouds that still refused to leave. And called people very puzzled. 3 Immortal Island. Everyone knows. The robbery cloud disperses most of. This means the heavenly track has indeed changed. Witch and demon 2 tribes also really against the sky to change their fate. At least there will not be another defeat. Death of the tribe to extinguish the situation. But the great calamity has not completely passed. In the end, what else will happen? The crowd again have sad face. Very puzzled. 6th ear was also puzzled by this scene. And he himself didn't know how it happened. But he still encouraged the crowd. Don't panic. Everyone. We all work together. We can change the great trend of the heavenly Tao. As long as everyone is sincere and united. I believe we will be able to get through all the difficulties. The crowd was very convinced of 6th ear. And seeing that 6th ear was all confident, they all stopped obsessing and continued to drink and get high. Saints after the war, the flood returned to calm. Heavenly saints are recuperating to go. After recuperating from injuries, still have to practice. And enough to stop them for a while. It. Hongjun Taoist ancestor plopped his legs in the purple heavenly palace to sell the dull. Their own this harmonization of the realm has just begun. It is stuck. Such as what can be done. Heavenly Tao himself is still in the circle. No instructions. Hongjun Daozu also do not know what he should do. In order to further the road. Can only wait quietly. Drink tea every day. All kinds of flowers. With a retired old cadres like. How Tian in the heavenly court is very decent. Saw the saints war. Know their little heavenly court with the family like. People do not come to find trouble as thank God. Secretly, he does accumulate power. Small actions constantly. Always thinking that one day he can be a great success. Blood see sticks. See the monkey they and the demon race in good. Is also angry. And busy half a day. You are good people. On my own a bad person chanting. Styx intends to stay in the sea of blood. No 98% certainty. Absolutely not out. Under the coordination of the Flood Court. All the tribes in the Flood Wasteland have divided their territories and formulated rules. And all the tribes are operating in their own territories. And those who violate the rules are subject to the punishment of the Flood Court. All the tribes in the floodplains had order. And they were all thriving. With peace and harmony being the main tone. Although there was still no way to stop the fights between the races due to resources, territory, or other reasons, large-scale genocide rarely happened anymore. As long as the top races like the sorcerer and demon races didn't have a big war, all the other smaller races' fights weren't enough to worry about. Hongting is also getting stronger and stronger. With the help of Hongting's fortune and merit, everyone's cultivation has been refined. 6 years 9 turns of Xiangong practice to the 9th turn. But the delay in breaking through the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. And then against the saints. There is a certain self-protection power. 500,000 years had passed. And the 30% of the sky's robbery clouds still hadn't dispersed. But had instead gotten a few points thicker. Time is a bone scraper. Can scrape away people's original intention and memory. Perhaps the people of the floodplains have long forgotten the witch demon catastrophe and all the things of the past. After Di Jun and Chang Shi and Shihi married in heaven. Because life is too comfortable. Idly carry out the man-making movement. Gave birth to 10 lovely little golden crows. River and Luo weekly heavenly stars and ducks grand formation has been deduced countless times. The more powerful it is. With this grand formation, such as saints in person, can be attacked and defended. There is also the sun and moon warp. Sun and moon divine beads and other treasures. Can be said to have a strong foundation. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. When the strength is out of balance, it is when someone is messing things up. Tranquility and peace are always short-lived. Peace is only within the sword blade. And the robbery clouds are slowly coalescing again. A group of top-tier forces had their eyes on Hongting again. Chapter 58, Despair before the Great Battle of Extermination. Within 500,000 years, all the major powers of the flood were explicitly and implicitly building up their strength to cope with the bewildering future. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao lost face and would not let it go, clearly stating their support for Haotian's heavenly court. And all kinds of spiritual treasures, techniques, and resources were invested in the heavenly court, causing Haotian and Yaoqi to have a rapidly expanding mentality, and to regard themselves as the orthodoxy of the flood in every way. Backed by the prestige of the heavenly Tao saints and massive resources, the heavenly court had enlisted a large number of loose immortals, and had a certain foundation throughout the flood wasteland. Although the heavenly court controlled some of the marginal areas of the flood wasteland, for the sake of the stability of the flood court also tried to hold back as much as possible, avoiding major disputes with the heavenly court and retreating again and again. With the passage of time, the heavenly court and the Hong tribe inevitably appear small conflicts. Small conflicts slowly become big conflicts. The heavenly Tao saints are squinting their holy eyes, but they observe it really well. Haotian is even more arrogant, striking out in all directions, seizing territory. But fortunately, the Hongting has a great religion in the 4 major states, as well as the 4 major states of the military government. As long as the saints do not intervene, it is difficult for Haotian to take advantage of too much. The sea of blood that peace also occurred a huge change. The river, because of the flood demon war by the sorcerer Panga Shadow, seriously injured, disappeared for a period of time. Blood-winged black mosquito became the boss. Later, The river is well injured, full of blood. Return. Both are born of the blood sea of the great powers. Own friendship in. After friendly negotiation, the river will not be useful in the army of grievances to the blood-winged black mosquitoes. From then on, the blood sea has two huge forces. Styx leads the Azura tribe to occupy the southern part of the Sea of Blood. Blood-winged black mosquito led by the grudges of the tribe to occupy the northern part of the Sea of Blood. The world of the great struggle. The two sides is also the military. Constantly enhanced the strength. Haotian felt that it was time to lay out the layout. Carrying the seals of his 5 saintly masters. Looking for the blood sea Styx and the blood-winged black mosquito. Pulling a big flag and pulling a tiger skin. And making a good fool of them. Giving enough benefits. Eventually, the river and the blood-winged black mosquito each urgent brainstorming. Their backs on the heavenly 5 saints. Dominating the flood world scene. Finally could not endure that restless heart. The heavenly court. The river. Blood-winged black mosquito. 3 parties formed an offensive and defensive alliance. The spearhead pointed directly at the flood court. With the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao obscuring the heavens and blocking the news. The heavenly court. The Azura army. And the grudge spirit army had begun to organize their armies and prepare for battle. To catch Hong Ting off guard. 6 ears had cultivated to this realm. And with the aptitude of all things being clear, he finally sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Despite the fact that the Hong Ting standing army was very powerful, how could it fight against the long-planned Heaven's Path forces and the Blood Sea forces? All parties had planned properly. And finally one day, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal voices curled up. And saintly visions manifested. As far as the eye could see, the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao were permeated with Tao rhythms, manifesting their saintly bodies and pressuring the 3 immortal islands. The saints of the heavenly Tao formed a group to make trouble, breaking the calmness of the floodplains and kicking off another floodplains war. The flood wilderness. 10,000 races. All puzzled to look up at the sky. Everyone is not easy to settle down the day. Just how long? This is going to fight again. We all live quietly. Pick up girls. Dry rice. Play is not good. Why do you have to big war? Hanjun Daozu in the way during the merging cannot be too much karma. Did not directly step in, but behind the scenes to push the waves. Although the flood war is not meaningful to their own way, but at least can export bird gas. Blame the dead monkey. Make the heavenly saints incense or cut off. Their own way also cut off chapter. Not to get you to get who? A heavy heaven. The immortal court army boundless. Front Haotian the lord of the heavenly court. A innate extreme spiritual treasure. Head Haotian tower. Left hand Haotian mirror. Right hand Haotian sword. And is overbearing. Mighty and hegemonic. Beside, Yaoqi Queen Motherhead wearing a golden phoenix hairpin. Left hand gathering fairy flag. Right hand Tianji mirror. Women. Noble and majestic. Behind the two is the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. Barefoot fairy. Tian Peng. Tian Yu. Giant spirit and other heavenly deities. Each holding a heavy treasure. Leading millions of heavenly army in the first heavenly array. The heavenly court army, backed by the 5 saints, has excellent weapons, bright armor, and has been carefully trained by Haotian for many years and enlightened by the saints. So it is strong in battle. That military might is majestic and vast. And the aura of killing renders the heavens. Definitely the strongest army in the world. In the territory of the witch race. A black-packed field of soldiers and horses gathered. Headed by the black-robed, black-armored, black-faced old man of the river Styx. Holding the dual swords of the Yuan Tu Arnica. With a tainted aura spreading out. And wherever he passed, The grass and trees withered. And the flowers withered. Behind Styx was displayed an army of 1 million Asuras. After 55 years of cultivation, the 4 demon kings, Heavenly Basun, Lustful Heaven, Great Brahma, and Shiva, had been enlightened by the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao, and had all reached the early stage of quasi-saintly combat power. The battle power of the river Styx and the Asura race all far exceeded the peak level of the original script, and were incomparably strong. The 4 major demon generals of the Asura, Indra, Vishnu, Rutolo, and Ghost Mother, had all reached peak to low battle power? And the 72 Asura princesses were already in mid to low battle power and had become the commanders or leaders of the various ministries of the great army. Wordlessly, the battle power of the Asura race's army had risen dramatically, becoming an existence that could rival that of the sorcerer and demon races. The blood-winged black mosquito led an army of 1 million grudges, arrayed in the sky above the demon clan's territory, with a grandiose momentum and grudges filling the sky. After last time's tragic defeat, the army of grievous spirits also endured humiliation. Strength and training is also not what it used to be. They were also empowered by the heavenly Tao saints. Their Yuan Shen was solid. Their spiritual power was strong. They had the ability to attack their own Yuan Shen. And they were armed with refined ice blades. So they had a natural advantage against the demon race and the star race. The 5 saints of the heavenly way finished playing calf. Also dispersed. Flew to each army to sit down. Received the citation to sit down in the river Asura army. Associate to sit down in the blood-winged black mosquito grudge spirit army. Cited these 2 armies' military vigor. Between Tong Tian last immortal execution sword formation siege 6 years. Let the water is not reliable. 3 Chang let Tong Tian sit in Haotian's heavenly army. And Laozi in the beginning of the 2 top combatants. Ready to join forces to deal with the 6 ears of a person. Take down the 6 ears. Then the big thing is finalized. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao had gathered such a huge force. And it seemed that they were determined to go for broke and wouldn't stop until they got 6 ears killed. Waiting for the various armies to finish their formation. The heavenly forces are confidently looking at Hong Ting Hall. Waiting for Hong Ting to make a move. Such a dangerous situation. See how you Hong Ting responds. Monkey, you can still live or not. Such a luxurious lineup. But also scared the flood wilderness 10,000 races. Billions of living beings cannot endure endless fear. Have to fly away to escape. The dojo are living beings in the aimless scurrying around. But the flood wilderness is so big. Such a great war. Life is like a piece of grass, where it will be safe. At this time the witch and demon 2 tribes also did not have the original dominance. The 2 tribes think that the catastrophe has passed. And no war. Since when to relax vigilance? This 500,000 years all eat, drink and play. The military strength of the year. Regret is too late. 6 ears look up at the sky. The sky robbery cloud in huge a few points. This thought witch and demon quantitative hijacking has passed. It seems. The heavenly way or the heavenly saint hard to pull the hijacking back off. This time not only to destroy the witch and demon 2 tribes, but also their own this flood court also want to get rid of. When this is the heart of stone the 6 ears of emotion. Due to their own soul were after the many operations. The script has been changed completely different. The scale of this war is obviously more exaggerated than the original script witch and demon war. The scale is more huge. The number of people doubled several times. Called the war of extermination. Not too much. He tossed for so long. When is an end? What he did in the end is right or wrong? Is it really impossible to change the fate? I just want to live. Chapter 59, the 6 ears angrily asked the wandering immortal saints. 3 immortal island people are also like a big enemy. 500,000 years. Thought that all the calamity has passed. Life is about to stabilize. Whoever thought? Rashly launched such a big war is actually the heavenly saint. And sneak attack is no different. Really look down on our flood court awe. What kind of saint is a saint when he is like this? Disregarding the safety and security of the living beings in the floodplains. Disrupting the peace of heaven and earth. Shattering the order of the floodplains. Destroying everyone's quiet life. And chilling the hearts of the 10,000 races in the floodplains. The witch and demon armies have long since ceased to be what they used to be. And the two races have released their former enmity. Thinking that they can rest on their laurels. With lax martial arts preparations? No repairs to the armor. And layoffs of soldiers. Nowadays. How can they fight against the strong army in the sky? Six ears are accustomed to seeing life and death. There is no demand so-called. Mobilizing spiritual power. Flying high in the sky. Questioning the roaming sky immortal saints, since the establishment of the flood tribunal. Our character. The universe is known. Can be wrong. All the saints, why the bitterness? Lao Zi was the leading elder brother and said, "Six-eared thief. You have acted against heaven and deserve this calamity. So don't quickly bind your hands and surrender. So as to avoid the destruction of the living souls." Sixth ear was amused. "You rashly bring your troops to attack and start a great war of extermination. Yet you advise me not to cause harm to the living. Saints are really good at being facetious." Lao Zi's face showed slight anger. Had not thought that the six ears so eloquent. Speechless. Very embarrassed. Six ears facing the original saints. And then asked. "I Hong Ting conscientious hundreds of thousands of years. Combing the earth veins. Stabilizing mountains and rivers. Smooth rivers and lakes. Constraints on thunderstorms. Management of the heavens. Benefiting hundreds of millions of living beings in the floodplains. The heavenly gift of the great virtues. You and others can have." Primal was contemptuous and replied, "This is a small way. And it is difficult to avoid the great sin of going against heaven." Six ears hummed lightly and replied, "The sage regards benefiting all the spirits of the flood as a minor path." Then I dare to ask the sage, what is the great Tao? Yuan sure opened his mouth. Actually do not know how to answer. And was caught by this monkey loophole. Really difficult. Six ears turned to Tong Tian and asked again. I coordinate the relationship between the 10,000 races in the floodplains to avoid a great war between witches and demons. Divide the territories to reduce the killing of the races. And formulate the rules to avoid the wasted death of living beings. And the sky is falling with great merits and virtues. Can you and others have them? Tong Tian is still the same kind of hanging ears and waves. Casually replied. Net talk about these trivial matters. In the end, still fight or not. Six ears, however, had a serious expression and said, the saint regards the lives and safety of the 10,000 tribes as a trivial matter. Then I dare to ask the saint, what is a major event? Tong Tian originally wanted to say, get you monkey is a big deal. But also feel that this statement is too punched. Stubborn little face screwed. I do not take care of you. Six ears faced the two Western saints again and asked, Jain and Junti, you copied my Western Buddhist teachings and made 48 grand wishes to the heavenly Tao. You two saints on credit. Have you ever honored your grand wish promises? Jain, Junti each blush. After becoming a saint, focusing on forcibly transformed disciples, snatch resources and treasures. The serious thing is a piece of work. Where still remember what wish. Timidly returned, do not dare to forget. The sixth ear was not ashamed. And said, I dare not forget. But I have not done. So fooling the heavenly Tao and the living beings is no different from cutting the heavenly bandit. Guiding Junti's forehead was sweating as he hurriedly replied. Why is that so? Don't be an alarmist. At this moment, the 10,000 tribes of the flood wasteland were silent, all listening to the conversation between the Lord of the Flood Court, Six Ears' Heavenly Father, and the 5 saints of the Heavenly Tao. Six Ears asked 4 questions and answered 4 questions, uncovering the shades of the saints. All the spirits are shocked. The original heavenly saints are so nasty. The original flood court for all races of beings to do so many things. The flood world, all the spirit of a fire of anger arose. A grateful feelings and won the universe. 6 Ears up to the sky laughed for a long time. And then facing the Haotian emperor and Yaoqi Wangmu, Haotian, you as the emperor of the sky, do not think of the benefit of the flood, but conspiracy, hastily stir up the extermination of the world war, will lead to the bloodshed of the scullery. The living souls are in abundance. Your heart does not cry out in pain? How do you face the flood beings? Haotian raised his chin high and justifiably declared, the flood hegemony, the success of the king and the defeat of the enemy, the one who is able to live in, which needs what reason? 6 Ears closed his eyes indifferently and returned. What a stone-hearted great emperor. Domineering enough. Ruthless enough. Not practicing virtue. You and others are worthy. Finally, the 6 Ears gaze stays in the river of the underworld and the blood pool black lines, river of the underworld. Blood wing. We have no grudges. However, you and so on get a small profit but forget the righteousness. First plot my second brother innate spirit fruit. Then harm my big brother red cloud life. Today and for no reason to raise troops to violate. Division without a name. Depending on the war as a child's play. When the clan's life is a grass. When it is really despicable and dirty. Styx and blood-winged black mosquito know that they are not justified. And it is useless to say more. So they do not argue. 6 Ears of grief and indignation to the extreme. Roaring loudly, my good deeds, in your view, is against the sky. This is a small way. Chicken hair. The king loses the enemy. Towering saints. Brilliant emperor of the heavens. So Qiankuan upside down. Your conscience is black or white. 6 Ears sentence aphorisms. Word by word solid. All saints pass mouth speechless. The flood wilderness tribes. Righteous indignation. Angrily look at the sky full of immortal saints. The good deeds of the flood tribes. Recognized by the tribes. You and other saints red mouth. Right and wrong. In the end, who is the devil? Who is the saint? Tao ancestor Hongjun rubbed his temples. Heard the words of the 6 Ears. Also deeply disturbed for a long time. Also heard the 6 Ears of the announcement, now in a time of crisis. The immortal saint seeks personal gain without regard to the righteousness of the world. Up to the destruction of the expedition. The flood court itself is difficult to protect. Unable to protect the 10,000 tribes. All beings are safe and sound. Fleeing for their lives. The words fell. Only to hear the 10,000 tribes wailing. Wailing in all directions. Followed by the earth-shaking shouts rolling like a tidal wave, Hong Ting Wanshang. Hong Ting Wansheng. Getting the response of the flood tribes. 6 Ears was relieved. The people's heart is in the back. Death is not regrettable. This life is worth it. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao were also deeply touched by this scene. We saints are still calculating our own glory and disgrace. Only the heavenly Tao and personal hatred in our hearts. While the 6 Ears and the flood court are silent. Doing so much for the flood. And the 10,000 tribes to worship. It seems that their own pattern is still narrow awe. But things have come to this point. The arrow on the string. Have to send. 6 Ears back. Looking at the long deserted armament of the witch and demon 2 tribes. Or firm to notify the flood court belongs to the ministries, listen to the order. Today the flood court belongs to the kings. All allies brothers. The heavenly way is unfair. Qiankun upside down. Not live. Then we will stab through the sky. Wipe out this holy, but also heaven and earth clear sky. Peace for all times. The witch race. The demon race. The star god race. And all over the floodplains are echoing. Stab through this sky. Exterminate this saint. And return the heaven and earth to a clear sky and peace for all ages. Boundless waves of shouting accompanied the roaming heavenly thunder punishment for a long time without stopping. 6 ears regarded the thunder punishment as nothing. Fearless, the 4 sides of the Emperor Jun listened to the order. The Eastern Emperor Rock. The Southern Emperor Kong Xian. The Western Emperor Bei Xian. The Northern Emperor Yun Shao. Each leading the department of the army of 100. 000. Each for the war. Divided into the southeast, west, north and south sides of the 4 sides of the encirclement of the heavenly court army. Second brother Jin Yuanzi led 100. 000 troops from the main part of the flood court to set up the Earth Book Grand Formation to fend off Sage Tomtian's immortal execution sword formation. Big brother Red Cloud led 300. 000 men from the Hongting's headquarters and attacked the heavenly court's army head-on. The second brother, the Qikong Horse Monkey, led an army of 200. 000 from both the Dragon and Phoenix clans to assist the Witch clan in resisting the Sage Receiver and the Azura army. The third brother, the Tong-armed Ape Monkey, leads the Golden Spirit of the Human Sect, the Turtle Spirit of the Hierarchy, the Zhao Gongming of the Interceptor Sect, the Earth Store of the Western Buddhism, and the congregations of the 4 sects to assist the demon race. Resist the Sage of the Junti. And meet the Grievance Spirit race's armies. The Queen Mother of the West Guards 200. 000 Chinese troops. Deploying them to support all sides. Good luck. Life and death. Success or failure. In this battle, may you all triumph. Please. 6 years long worship. Hongting order passed down. All parties mobilized. The flood desert 4 directions of heaven and earth. The wind rises. Thousands of soldiers and horses in heaven and earth through. The dragon out of the sea. The phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Is also a magnificent scene. The saint was not in a hurry. Waiting for the soldiers and horses of all sides of the Hongting to finish their formation. Nodding his head and signaling Haotian. Only to hear Haotian's order, start the war. 6 ears then responded. Answer the battle. At that time, the sky and the earth gray. Up to the 9 heavens. Down to the 9 ghosts. Shouting and killing the sound of the sky. Military formations collision. Spiritual treasures flying. Explosions roar incessantly. The sky blood rain leaching scattered on the earth. Countless limbs and broken arms drifting down. Corpses gathered into a mountain. Blood flow into a river. Chapter 60 Battling the 3 Qings again in heavens beyond heaven. The 6 ears witnessed the tragedy at the beginning of the great battle. And it was painful to watch his own friends and brothers bleed and die. Eyes tightly glaring. Rumbling wariness rose. To Laozi and Yuan Shi. Said. As you wish. Can you dare to fight with me outside the heavens? Yuan Shi had long been upset. 6 ears. If you want to seek death, we'll beg for it. Laozi was as deep as ever. And with a cold snort, he took the lead and flew towards the heavenly beyond. The 6 ears transformed the 3 purities in one breath. Releasing 3 doppelgangers. The 6 ears proper and the white-clothed 6 ears against Yuan Shi. And the black-clothed and red-clothed 6 ears against Laozi. Only to see the beginning of the first is also an innate extreme spiritual treasure. The bottom is deep. The head of the flower wonderful pendant flag. Left hand Taiji copy. Right hand yin yang furnace, The original box of nothingness last time by the witch tried Panga Shadow and Axe to split into 8 petals. Cannot be used. Yuan Qing Immortal Chi Body Protection. Running 8-9 Xian Gong. Release endless pressure. This saint has always been conceited. Not hands. On top of the monkey that all the golden hair to see. Feel very uncomfortable. Fantasizing about the monkey defeated. Was their own one-by-one grip down the golden hair scene? But also then pondered the retreat of the hair of the monkey is what kind of? The body of the 6 ears is not clear. Hurriedly light up all the treasures. The most precious treasure plus body. That the momentum came up at once. The least is the feet of the white lotus of the pure world. And let the beginning of the saint are greedy. Firm determination to give the monkey plucking hair. Red 6 ears head defense treasure taijutsu. Left hand extreme man making whip. Right hand merit in virtue treasure measure heaven ruler. The 2 monkeys were facing each other in front and behind Yuan Shi, causing Yuan Shi to start to get nervous again. A little bit of head over heels. And could only release his divine sense to keep an eye on the one behind him who loved to knock the stuffing stick. The original body 6 ears knew the might of the saint. And was on fire. Unreserved and full of battle intent. Revolving the 9 revolutions of Xiangong. The laws of war converged. And the breath around his body climbed to the extreme. Left and right sacrificed yin and yang 2 lamps. Releasing the sky 6 ding divine fire. Under the feet of the pure world white lotus releasing the rich purity of the power. Around the body of the 36 fixed sea beads up and down. Disorganized space. Up regicide gun toward the beginning of the charge and kill. Yuan Shi stopped masturbating and hurriedly mobilized the flower mythical fall banner to release a protective barrier to isolate the 6 jinns divine flame and resist the power of purity. Though the flower wonderful pendant flag and 6 ears of yin and yang 2 instrument lamp. Pure white lotus. But also cannot carry the impact of 2 pieces of the same grade of spiritual treasure. Or a part of the 6 ding god fire and clean power contact to the original body. The original suddenly feel the body hot. The intention to cut. And hasten to play the taiji symbols and marks to strengthen the resisting. And see the monkey god slaying gun toward their waist. Have psychological shadow of the original one hand instinctively have to cover the waist. One hand hurriedly offer the yin and yang furnace to resist. As expected. The greatness of the saint. With the extreme spiritual treasure yin yang furnace easily blocked the 6 ears of the supreme treasure regicide gun. Completely leveled the gap between the spiritual treasures. Yuan Shi's heart felt a little solid. The monkey is nothing more than that. And at the same time urged the taiji rune seal and yin yang furnace to counterattack 6 ears main body. 6 ears body despite the speed to the extreme. But still not as fast as the reaction of the saint. See 2 pieces of spiritual treasure attack. Carrying supreme power. Split the sky and the earth. Speed is extremely fast. Is already unavoidable. Hurriedly head of the heavenly clouds to resist the taiji runic seal. At the same time urging the 36 fixed sea beads to resist the impact of the yin and yang furnace. Outside the sky firelight filled the sky. The sound of collision deafening. The beginning of the saint's strike. Not a peak of the mixed element of the 6 ears can be easily diffused. Hard against the saint's 2 pieces of magic treasure attack. Was shocked to the chi and blood rolled over. Internal organs pain. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Yuan Shi saw this. The heart is solid. On this. Simply unbearable. Monkey Yulingbaoan cattle is not my saint's opponent. Sage happy. Laughing. Cool ah. The beginning of the original is that holding a big belly silly music. Vigilance is greatly reduced. The divine sense of the moment to run off. Forget the back of that love to knock the stick. When it is too late. Then fast. Only heard when a loud bang. The original back of the head by the white 6 ears of this old Lu got his hands on the merit measure of the ruler of heaven solidly smashed a bit. Even if the beginning of the brain shell again hard. By the cold unexpectedly to a point. Is also suddenly feel heaven and earth rotating. Eyes starry. Vision is not stable. The back of the head floating blood. The saint instinctively had to turn around. Fiercely slapped out a big slap. The white six ears have long been on the way to escape. But unfortunately the speed of wear can be faster than the saint. Or was a slap flying. Spitting blood. Injured. Fortunately, there is the head of the Taiji figure to resist. Can save a monkey life. In an instant, the body six ears seized the opportunity. Mobilize spiritual power at the same time to urge the whole body spiritual treasure to hit the beginning of the world. The saint beginning of the world also reacted very quickly. Sensing the spiritual treasure behind them attacked. Also hurriedly hit the spiritual treasure around them to resist. Unfortunately, the monkey played 4 pieces of spiritual treasure, while the beginning of only 3 pieces. The flower wonderful falling flag knocked away the white lotus of the pure world. The Taiji rune seal blocked the yin and yang 2 easel lamp. And the yin and yang furnace blocked the 36 fixed sea pearls. The leaky deicide gun zipped into the primordial sage's backside in a flash of lightning. Primal 8 pain. Feeling unlovable again. Really afraid of what comes what. The left waist is just right. The right waist is stabbed again. This is going to spread out. How to find a couple Do not fight without knowing. Open to realize that the 6 ears, although not yet certified to the mixed origin of the great Luo, but also very close? And the gap with the heavenly saint is not as big as imagined. Primal also got serious. After all, is a heavenly saint mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao, protecting themselves, crazy counterattacks, beating the 2 monkeys very woefully. Lousy sighed. Not even look at the monkey. Legs sitting on top of the futon. Head of heaven and earth Xianhuang Gongda Linglong Tower. All laws do not invade. Nothing can be broken. The left hand of the very best Panlong flat crutch. The right hand of the very best Taiyao whip. The bottom of the not uncommon. Both offensive and defensive. Surrounded by Tai Ching immortal chi. Full of force. This person in the 5 saints and the root script source is the strongest. The deepest Taoism. The strongest combat power. Own proud capital. 6 ears in red stood in front of Laozi. The head of the supreme treasure chaos bell. Emitting the power of time and space. The release of the laws of space and time. Interfering with Laozi's attacks, left after the 6 souls of foreign treasure streamers. Interfering with the Laozi's genesis, right hand of the supreme treasure chaos gourd. The release of chaos astral winds. Blowing Laozi's unsteady buttocks. Mustache shivering. Which yen always affects the Laozi's glorious image. Leading to the Laozi is very dissatisfied with the first in his heart. Monkey cursed the monkey for a countless number of times. 6 ears in black stood behind Laozi. The head of the supreme treasure central Wutu apricot and yellow flag. The left hand of the extreme number of heavenly bells. The right hand of the supreme treasure Pango banner. Laozi just listened to the beginning of the side of the squealing. Shouting what, big brother be careful. Monkey shameless. Front and rear attack. Tie waist. Knocking stick. Listen to the old man's mouth straight twitching. The heart is even more unhappy. A mouthful of old phlegm spit to the red 6 ears. Red Cloud 6 ears scared a jolt. Thought the old man took the lead in launching the attack. Hastily raised the pan guban to resist. Found a mouthful of thick phlegm. Can give the monkey nausea bad. Cursing the old man does not explain. Laozi also lifted his spirit and fought against the 2 6 ears bilocations. The 6 ears of the split body are carrying the most precious treasure. Battle power in 6 ears of the body is equivalent. Can attack and defend. Laozi hand treasure but attack general. Although the great power of saints has been suppressing the 2 monkeys wildly beat. But not the monkey to waste. But also has been clamoring it. Red and black monkeys own unbeatable. Also want to exhaust all kinds of ways to drill holes. But how can not break the old man's head of the most precious Linglong tower that perverted defense? The old man is as stable as the old dog. The tower is not away from the body. Sitting on the end of the undefeated. The battlefield is very difficult. A heavy heaven that piece. Miserable. Bloody incomparable. The heavenly court, millions of troops against the Hongting multi-party people, 800,000 army. The number of superiority. And the strength of a single soldier is obviously stronger than the Hongting side. Coupled with the Tongtian saints sit in the town. The immortal execution sword formation support. Playing very easy. The death of the army is mostly Hongting. Hongting's army looked at the battlefield in front of them in despair. With red eyes. Going to their deaths one batch at a time. Chapter 61. The Hong court is in crisis and the witch race is in misery. When the Hongting army first started the war, it relied on a wave of faith and the spirit of not being afraid of death to charge and fight. Hongyan personally led the Hongting's main army to charge the battlefield, wanting to overwhelm the Heavenly Court's defenses and disrupt the Heavenly Court's army's formation in one fell swoop. However, this time, the balance of victory no longer seemed to be tilted in favor of Hongting. Red Cloud's burning source. Will Qiankuan tripod catalyze to the extreme? Phoenix banana fan constantly waving. Tai dust whisk pumping both sides. Always break through the immortal court army defense line. Several times charging to no avail. Heavy casualties. Have no choice but to retreat back. The so-called is a drum. And then the decline. And 3 exhaustion. The Hongting army was not a large number of people. The morale is even lower. As for the immortal court army, the sitting Taishan Laojun didn't even put up much of a fight. Leisurely jerking his beard. Jin Yuanzi's earthbook formation could not carry the immortal execution sword formation of Sage Tongtian. Even though Xing Yuanzi kept burning his essence blood, he couldn't block much of the immortal execution sword formation's attacks and nearly collapsed. Under the weak defense of the earthbook formation, the soldiers and horses of the Hong court were killed one by the immortal execution sword formation or the army of the heavenly court, which was very heroic. Jin Yuanzi kept sighing. In the saints to fight really is an egg against a stone. Not self-conscious awe. Tongtian saint saw the battle situation is so tragic. Heart cannot bear. He did not use his full strength. Or left his hand. Although the position is different. But Tongtian also do not want to kill all the people. And create more sins. Before the war, the 6 ears questioned the words of the saints. Has been echoing in the mind of Tongtian. The words of the 6 ears touched more. Has been hesitant to do what he is doing now. Is not a small family. Although it has been pitched by the 6 ears. But to the monkey is still very admirable. Ordinary hunting court soldiers, at the moment of death, realized that the hunting court army battle strength was no longer the top strong army of the world. And the opposite side of the immortal court army battle strength was even better. No matter how many people on their side charge. Once into the range of the immortal execution sword formation, instantly be seriously injured. Countless soldiers of the Hongting army and was the first heavenly army to make up the knife. And then perished. Even the red cloud if not have the most precious treasure Qiankuan tripod protection. Also almost caught the road. The reinforcements from the 4 major ministries and states, whose equipment and combat power were far inferior to the heavenly court's army, attacked from 4 directions. The attack was extremely fierce, shouting and killing Jintian. But they were slow to advance effectively. And they also suffered heavy casualties. Although Kong Xian, Dao Peng, Yun Xiao, and Bei Xian were strong in their individual combat power, they were still entangled by Hao Qian, Yao Qi, Barefoot Fairy, Tian Peng, and other heavenly court great powers, making it difficult to win. Red Cloud Head looked at their own side of the army. A batch to fall. The good son constantly died in vain. Heart anxious as burning. With the second brother Jin Yuanzi voiced discussion for a long time. The two views reached agreement. Immediately changed the strategy. Order all roads of the army all gathered. Take the strategy of guarding the formation. Waiting for the heavenly army to attack. In order to slow down the casualties. Jin Yuanzi to be after the army gathered. Cloth Earth Book Array to protect the army, Red Cloud Array Tau unparalleled. With the Dry Kuan tripod with Red Yuan Array. Arranged on top of the Earth Book Array. The Red Cloud formation with the Dry Kuan tripod not only defends, but also releases the power of creation to restore the army's strength and injuries. The Flood Court army in the two Guardian Array opened. Is considered to get a respite. Strong as the Immortal Execution Sword formation is also very little effect. The Flood Court side and 7 saint-level disciples and the 4 major state emperors each guard a direction. Is really solid as a golden soup. Impregnable. But also can only be passive. Hong Ting army this turtle fighting method. Let Tong Tian very upset. More let Hao Tian angry teeth ache. But forced by the situation on the battlefield. The Heavenly Court's strong fighting force out of the Hong Ting's expectations. The Hong Ting want to win is not very realistic. Can reduce the speed of casualties? Can hold the line has been fortunate. In the territory of the Witch Clan. The 12 ancestor witches coalesced the Panga shadow and fiercely knocked on the receiving sage. The ancestor witches. After hundreds of thousands of years of precipitation. Now call the coalesced Panga shadow as the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies formation. And they are now able to wield 2 axes. Saints in the face. Nuclear weapons also seems to be less important. The millions of Witch race armies against the Azura race armies. Also take the initiative to attack. This is hitting home. Where can my noble Witch race still endure? Countless war witches. Releasing the weak power of the law. Burying their heads and charging forward. Nay. The Witch tribe has been slacking for many years. And its combat power has long since ceased to be the same. In the face of the Azura army. Which was powerful. Strong. Well-equipped. And had planned for a long time and had been enlightened by the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. The attack of the Witch race never made any great progress. On the contrary, the Azura tribe waited for the enemy. Countless bed crossbows. Bows and arrows. Flints and stones hit the army of the Witch tribe. All kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other. The collection of the party in an orderly manner. Resulting in countless casualties of the Witch tribe. Countless war witches went to their deaths. And the sea of corpses and blood was horrible to see. Dozens of great wizards pestered the 4 great demon kings and the 4 great demon generals as well as the 72 princesses. And the great wizard's strength was already weaker than the 4 great demon kings' strength. And was on the same level as the 4 great demon generals and the 72 princesses. The number of people was not as large as others. And they were beaten and bruised. Their limbs mutilated. And they could not hold on anymore. The witches killed red-eyed. And the great witches, seeing that the battle was so tragic and that they suffered from the oppression of the saints, and that their homes were burned and their clansmen slaughtered, were endlessly sad and felt that they were no longer able to return to heaven. The grief of the great witch Quartus by being hit by the loss of legs. Dying. The last moment of the great witch Quartus hold the demon king Rutulo. Reversing the whole body bloodline spiritual power self-detonation. Huge self-detonation power will be the demon king Rutulo together with the tearing away. Subsequently, the atmosphere of death spread rapidly in the Witch tribe. The Witch tribe battlefield on the sound of physical self-explosion one after another. Flesh and blood flying. The Great Witch Jingwei self-explosion and the Ghost Mother died together, the Great Witch Shanglia self-explosion to take away the Demon King Indra, the Great Witch Hui caught in the 72 siege. The blood will be drained. But also resolutely determined to self-explosion. taking away the lives of more than 30 princesses. For the first time, there were casualties at the top end of the witch race and the Asura race. And they were in large numbers. Which was a phenomenon that hadn't been seen since the Dragon Han sacking. So it was clear that the battle was intense. The two monkeys led the dragon and phoenix armies to wander in the battlefield. The spiritual power to the extreme. The hands of the spiritual treasure flying up and down. Trying to help the witch tribe to stabilize the battle line. Behind the dragons are each exerting their own magic power to support the difficult. Countless shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals cannot defeat the Asura enemy. The phoenix tribe burned full of nirvana fire. But also cannot save the precarious line of battle. Countless birds of prey were shot by the Asura tribe. Two monkeys with tears in their eyes. Before all sorts of. Although the fight has been many times. But this day, like a heavy casualties, is indeed the first time. Two monkeys left and right. Mobilizing the power of all parties. How can the witch clan war? No rules. Do not comply with the order. A one-track mind to storm. Countless war witches to life. Sacrificing their lives for nothing. To know. The witch race cannot give birth to. All by the Pango Temple blood pool breeding. Its number and produce speed is far from other races fast. Such a large-scale consumption. The witch race way carry on. The war has reached a moment of crisis. Countless small witches also out of the cave. Holding up a weak body. Like a moth to a flame to run to the battlefield. Wave after wave to fall. If this battle is lost, the witch tribe's heritage is gone. And it will cease to exist. Ancestral witches are burning their own blood. Panga Shadow has issued 2 strikes to destroy the sky and the earth. The first strike on the receiver of 1,000 treasures, 1,000 leaves of golden lotus. Will be this extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure shattered. The second blow hit on the receiver Phantom. Phantom broken. Golden Buddha blood thrown all over the sky. The receiver left hand broken. Chest was also broken. Right hand over the chest wound. Gasping for breath. Coughing up blood. Is obviously seriously injured without a doubt. The 12 ancestral witches were also backfired by the saint's greatness. Their bodies were broken. Their limbs were incomplete. Anine red blood. Dripping from the limbs. Fell without stopping. Both sides rely on a great perseverance and support. So both lose. Is to receive the saint's dream did not expect. Chapter 62, The demon race is dispersed and in peril. In the demon clan's territory, the battle was also exceptionally fierce. If no saint intervened, the demon court, even if it was weak, was an invincible existence that dared to meet all forces head-on. How would the army of spiteful spirits dare to come and make trouble? Unfortunately, today, the saint not only intervened, but also shyly came to attack in person. This scene of bullying a small person by a big one without any face really fucking happened. Saints put the responsibility of maintaining the order of the flood and protecting the living beings of the flood completely behind their backs. And personally went down to seek personal revenge and personal gain. Making the 10,000 races of the flood spit on them. From then on, the heavenly saints in the flood world changed flavor. Became a synonym for disgusted. In the devil no two. The demon court is a special large group, which consists of countless small and weak groups gathered together. Such as, the Fox Clan, the Wolf Clan, the Sheep Clan and so on. They gathered together to enhance their strength, resist natural disasters, fend off military calamities, and hold on to each other for warmth. This is completely different from the witch race, which is formed by a single race. The demon race has been integrated together for an unknown number of yuan will. Together through countless sufferings. If not for the danger of death today, the demon race will certainly still be the unity of the outside world. Life and death is not afraid of the behemoth. At this time, In the Junti Saint's majestic pressure. In the endless fear. The heart of the small community began to flee the battlefield. There is the first. There is the second. Slowly. Panic spreads quickly. Appeared the whole tribe to flee. To the four directions of the aimless runaway. The number of demon race is getting smaller and smaller. The already declining demon race is even weaker. The resistance force is constantly reduced. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of the same feather. Not to mention the fact that they are not related by blood. It is really the reign of the night. The ship late and meet the headwind. It is really a disaster. Regarding this situation, Jun and Tai are shaking their heads uncontrollably. And the two demon emperors are no longer able to stop it. At this time, Jun and Tai had no time to care about anything else. And Sage Junti began to condense the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. Obviously about to make a move. The demon race and the star race hurriedly joined forces to set up the River Luo circumstantial star dipper formation. Emperor Jun, Tai, Changshi, She have four great powers to themselves as the eye of the formation. With the determination of certain death. The formation in the people in. The formation dead people died. Behind. Fushi Demon Emperor led 10 demon marshal and the remaining millions of demon tribesmen. With their own spiritual power to support the formation, starry sky. 28 stars. 365 star god. And 64,000 small star god convergence huge star power. Constantly support the formation. The Great Formation was the backbone of the demon court. The only reliance against the saints. And it was no longer possible to split the army to fight on two fronts. Even though Saint Junti in the heavenly Tao 6 saints. When belongs to the most chicken one. But that is also a real saint. Mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Emitting 10,000 feet of golden light to protect the body. 18 hands and 24 heads of the phantom of the golden body manifested. Each of the 18 arms holding a magic treasure. The pressure of the vastness of the aura is compelling. Junti mobilized the body of the big magic power. A hit on top of the array. Shocked the demon court and the star god crowd of chi and blood rolled. The second hit. The array began to tremble. The array of people began to bleed at the corner of the mouth. The third hit. The strength of those who are weak in the demon tribes cannot withstand the impact of the array of the backlash. Began to appear to die. The demon race and the star race have no other way to defend the Great Formation. Perhaps they can still live for a moment longer. If the Great Formation is broken, then in an instant, they will die under the greatness of the saints. The people were struggling to support themselves. And everyone knew in their hearts that perhaps today was the time to fall. And they were burning their essence blood and making a final struggle. Never hiding anything. It was only a matter of time before the saints would be able to thwart these tiny beings of theirs. River Luo Jotian Star Dipper Formation is worthy of being the first big formation in the floodplains. Can be attacked or defended. Although countless members of the demon race flee or die in battle. The number of people has been plummeting. But the formation is still firm. Carrying the quasi I don't know how many times the storm attacked. The big formation also continuously gathered energy. Released spiritual thunder and lightning. Counterattacking the quasi-Ti saint. This big array can be described as powerful. But in front of the saint is still not enough to look at. Although the Quinti saint also hit the body smoke. Golden light dim. But never able to hurt the saint body. Can only attract the Quinti even more crazy retaliation. Outside of the formation. Millions of ghosts were not idle. And launched several collective impacts? But simply could not break through the Hiluo Jotian Xingdo formation. Can only be in formation in the formation. Using the unique ghosts of the spirit of grievance howl. The form is very scary. Releasing endless power of the spirit. Weakening or interfering with the formation of a number of living beings within the spirit of the spirit. demon tribesmen with weak yuanshen collapsed one by one. Or their yuanshen was broken. Or they fell into a deep coma. Demon tribesmen with strong yuanshen also suffered pain in their yuanshen. And their spiritual power was greatly reduced. Slowly, the great formation began to flicker, becoming more and more unstable. The three monkeys led the congregations of the four sects of the Golden Spirit, Turtle Spirit, Zhao Mingming, and Earth Hidden, as well as the 300,000 Star God armies of the Combat Department. Ignoring the pain of the Yuan Shen, and gritting their teeth as they stormed the army of resentful spirits to minimize the damage that the resentful spirits' army would do to the demons and the star gods. The three monkeys stepped on the golden lotus of merit, the 6 roots of purity bamboo in their left hands, and the yin-yang gourd in their right hands. The golden lotus of merit releases endless power of merit and virtue. Cutting down the grievances of the spirit tribe, the 6 purifying bamboos have a continuous flow of purifying power, which also makes the spirit army's spirit unstable and greatly reduces its attacks. The yin-yang gourd's yin and yang power also scrubs the spirit army's souls and spirits, greatly restricting the intensity of the spirit's attacks. The three monkeys, this heavy treasure against the army of grievances, is also played to the extreme. Play a great role. The golden spirit of the human sect, with his left hand, waved out the Kongdong seal, smashing a piece of grievous spirits to death every time he moved. And with his right hand, the 4-elephant pagoda was like a bottomless pit, continually sucking the grievous spirits into the pagoda. Behind them, the human sex congregation of more than 10,000 people sacrificed their lives and fought desperately to follow the golden spirit's footsteps. The Hierophant Turtle Spirit, catalyzing the Dragon Tiger Rui, led more than 1,000 Hierophant disciples, like a sharp rigid sword, deeply penetrating into the depths of the army of grievous spirits. Although the number of people was small, they were the strongest. Interceptor Zhao Gongming, waving the 5 elements spirit bead, led more than 10,000 interceptor sect ministry, killed the most enjoyable interceptor sect immortal facing the grievous spirits. No mercy. The interception immortal faced the spirit of grievances. No mercy. The fight countless grievances army bones broken tendons. Souls are destroyed. The reincarnation you do not reincarnate, but also come out to find fault. Then hit until you cannot reincarnate. The Western Buddhist Earth Store, manipulating the heart-piercing locks, pierced the hearts of countless grievous spirits. And the Buddhist ministry of more than 20,000 people either killed or dispensed with the grievous spirits. And the effect was also very obvious. Although the number of the 4 sects is not large, but the war power is really not to be underestimated. Is the battlefield of all sides the only place to open the situation? Can press the other side to fight the power of the flood court. There are the 4 religions of the flood court to open the way. 300,000 Star Army is also the military heart. Have burned the origin, enhanced the strength of the battle, the impact of the resentment of the army of scattered. Many of the foot of the formation collapse, really put the resentment of the army to frighten a lot. The 3 monkeys in their group brought huge casualties to the army of spirits, reducing the pressure on the demon race. However, because the number of people was too small and the succeeding force was insufficient, it was difficult to control the whole situation. And the scattered army of spirits slowly came together again. Both sides fought for a long time. It is obvious that Junti Saint and the army of grievous spirits have the upper hand. The entire demon race is abused within the River Luo weekly heavenly star dipper array. Out of the array is death. If there is no turnaround or strong help, the demon court will fail sooner or later. But now where is the strong aid that can come? In the Nuwa Palace. Sage Nuwa was anxious and fidgety, worried both for her brother Fushi and for the entire demon race. Although he has already understood the cause and effect with the demon race, But the demon race is after all his mother race. To say that does not miss that is impossible. However, the Hongmeng violet chi in his body is abnormal. Today sealed his whole body spiritual power. Even Nuwa Palace cannot go out. Obviously someone does not want to let Nuwa out. Not Hongjun Olden, who else can be? Nuwa can only be helpless and alone, tears. So miserable. Chapter 63, the demon court collectively goes to their deaths. No one has been watching the blood-winged black mosquito. Sneakily appeared on the sun star. As the leader of the army of millions of grievances. And the army is at war. This guy actually does not guard in the battle formation. But ran to the sun alone. Is really no one. This old six. See, the demon clan great powers are in a fierce battle. Their side and the presence of junty saints to sit in the town. Millions of resentful spirit army impregnable. Their role does not seem to be very big. I also heard that the small golden crow origin is powerful. Strong roots. Sucked to be sure to enhance their own origin. I think it must be extraordinary. The thinking of the old six is always so different. And the blood-winged black mosquito thinks that killing the small golden crow can both strengthen itself and greatly affect the mind of the demon race. Which is no less than giving a fatal blow to Dijun and Tai. Poor 10 small golden crow is not yet adult. Still in sleep. It is lined up by the blood-winged black mosquito sucked dry essence blood. Dead cannot die again. At the critical moment. The last little golden crow heard the movement. Suddenly woke up. See, a huge mosquito is sucking elder brother. Obviously 9 brothers have been poisoned. Also scared. Pouting little butt. Regardless of everything rushed into the depths of the sun star to hide. The blood-winged black mosquito was in hot pursuit behind him. And in the way of the terrifying temperature in the depths of the solar planet. The mosquito chased after a period of time. Which was really unbearably hot. And had to retreat and return to the battlefield of the demon race. Surviving that little golden crow. Is the latter-day Luji Daojun. At this time the mind is still immature. Completely did not notice that the mosquito behind them cannot fly. While flying while crying. But also to the Emperor Jun. Shiha voice, 9 brother has been killed by 6-winged black mosquito. I cannot escape the enemy. Finished. In extreme fear fainted. This is on the verge of collapse of the Emperor Jun. Tai. See the demon court escape. Death of death. The building will fall. Today they cannot avoid the death of the road. And heard the little golden crow voice. More like ashes. Anxious fire. At this time CC and Shang-Chi has been tears. Spiritual energy exhausted. Almost defunct. Strong body to rush out of the array. Looking for junty and blood-winged black mosquitoes to fight. For the children's revenge. Was 28 Starry Night dead stop? The Hiluo weekly heavenly star dipper formation flickered for a while. And a brief pause occurred due to the confusion of these 4 great powers at the eye of the formation. It was seized by Junti to break the formation with a single blow. Formation was broken. Countless demon race was shaken to the ground. Followed by countless resentment army rushed in. Junti also do not care about their own saint skin. No image of waving the spirit treasure. A big hunt for the demon army. For the resentment army to open the way. Emperor Jun. 212 people see the momentum has gone. The defeat has been determined. The people died. The child was also slaughtered. The road of the demon race is considered to come to an end. Brothers both have a death wish. 4 eyes. Look at each other speechless. Endless bleakness is difficult to express. After a long time, Tai revealed a bitter smile. Big brother. Take care of your sister-in-law and the clan. There will still be hope for you in the demon clan. Brother will go as well. Emperor Jun realized that it is not good. Rushed to reach out to grab. But saw Tai has long been flying towards the quasi. With a loud bang. Tai blew up the supreme treasure star god pearl, breaking Junti's protective Buddha's light, then resolutely blew up his flesh and spirit, blowing through Junti's phallic golden body, seriously injuring Junti by 2 explosions. Blasted legs broken. Abdominal internal organs exposed. Junti 1 hand to hold the stomach. 1 hand to support the earth. Straight down on his knees, wailing in pain. The 10 demon saints are closest to Tai. See, Tai are going to die. Have bloodshot eyes. Burning origin. Fearless to die towards the quasi-Ti rushed. Even if the death of the demon emperor to avenge. Junti endured the severe pain and mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao to repair himself. When he suddenly sensed that 10 more great powers were attacking towards him, and he hurriedly swung out his great hand to slap. Unfortunately, the 10 demon saints, all quasi-saint combat power, and where can withstand the saint's blow? Flying in the forefront of the white zephyr, Philian, Shan Yang has been slapped away, seriously injured and fell to the ground. The remaining 7 demon saints also know that ordinary attacks are difficult to injure saints. Lose their minds. Have blown up their own flesh. Want to take Junti with them. And will definitely take revenge for the demon emperor Taichi with their bodies. Ingjua since the explosion of blind Junti left eye. Ghost Car since the explosion of blind Junti right eye. Fei Lian since the explosion of Junti left arm. 9 infants since the explosion of Junti right arm. Baird Iron since the explosion of Junti left ear. The Qin Yuan blast Junti right ear. K Mang in the front of the chest of the Junti self blast. In the territory of the demon race, explosions were heard one after another. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. And broken limbs and arms floated down in all directions, attracting the attention of all the battlefields and all the spirits of the floodplains. The people were shocked by the determination of the demon race to defy death. And they shed tears. Jun T first was to one of the self-explosions seriously injured. Injured the root origin. And was 7 demon saints self-explosion injured. Eyes cannot see. Ears cannot hear. Limbs cannot move. Viscera pain. The hallowed heavenly saint was beaten into this way. How not to call people saddened? How not to call people shocked? Junti saint of the remnants of the body. There are still Dao rhyme around. Obviously is not dead through. Is still in the spirit to mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Want to repair themselves. Emperor Jun looked at the brothers of the robe of the night and day brothers one by one to die generously. Away from their own tears. Consciously has no love for life. Junti does not die. How to comfort the demon race spirit? Exclaimed, brothers go slowly. Brother accompanied you on the road. Di Jun glanced at Chang Shi and Shi He with tears in his eyes. Without waiting for the 2 women to react, he turned his head and threw the sun essence will towards the millions of grievances and blew himself up, taking away countless lives of the grievances. Then decided to fly to the Junti. In its heart to self-detonate Yuan Shen and physical body. Another shocking loud bang. Blood and flesh flying. Will Junti fried flesh shattered. Yuan Shen left the body. Soul scattered. Demon clans from all over the floodplains have fallen to the ground, sobbing. At this time, heaven and earth changed color. Dark clouds filled the sky. The earth wailed. The mountains and rivers trembled. The starlight dimmed. The rain of blood thrown. The 9 heavenly immortals and gods all feel sad. The ghosts of the 9 ghosts cry and wolves howl, signaling the fall of a generation of saints. No one realized that a big invisible hand quietly collected Junti's Yuan Shin and soul. Fuxi, Changxi, Shiha and countless demonic powers. C2 Demon Emperor has died. All heartbroken, unlovable, but also toward the millions of resentful spirit army. The 3 people blood reversal. Spiritual power surging. That appearance of God is obviously to self-detonation undoubtedly. Ziwei Xingjuan quasi-saint cultivation. And the two Taiyin Xingjian cultivation is not much difference. Which can look at the Star Lord to death. In the back of the two women will be knocked out. Closed its blood veins. Personally care is to keep the two women's lives. The three monkeys, blocking left and right to no avail, shouted anxiously, "Why to this? Why to this ah?" Fushi is also exhausted by hatred. Losing his mind. Looking for the culprit of the murder of the little golden crow blood-winged black mosquito. Knowing that he cannot be defeated. But also without hesitation. Holding tight to the blood pool of the black lines. Self-explosion of the flesh and the spirit. The blood-winged black mosquito along with it. Inside the territory of the demon race. Another burst of flesh self-destructive sound booms incessantly. But wherever the demon race can self-disclosure of the great powers. The front and back. Having the millions of grievances in the army to die. Countless flood spirits' blurred eyes. A nameless anger gathered in the heart. Fleeing on the road of the various demon tribes have stopped. A share of the will to die surged up. Involuntarily began to return to the battlefield. Vowed to avenge the death of the demon emperor and the clansmen. The skin does not exist. The hair will attach. The demon court that dominated the flood for countless years has ended since then. And if the demon court is still like this, how will all the tribes of the flood be able to live with themselves in the future? All the races in the floodplains have a lot of thoughts and anxieties. 6 Ears looked at the demon race territory. Countless demon race great powers self-detonated to death. The scene was extremely tragic. Monkey Heart suddenly felt heartache incomparable. Blood boiling. Angry hair. Tears of hatred blurred his eyes. Against the beginning of the first and the old man launched a life-threatening charge. The two saints are also embarrassed face. Non-stop resistance. Chapter 64, Defeat of the Witch Race and the Monkeys Not Living. Within the territory of the sorcerer tribe, Jane suddenly perceived the fall of Junti. Shocked and unbelievable. Did not expect in his own watchful eye countless yuan will fall. Jane crazy enough to cry out, "Master! Master! This is impossible! Impossible! Saint's greatness! No one can be defeated! A battle without suspense! How can fall heavenly Tao saints?" Reception really cannot figure out. Why is still his own senior brother receiving the anger? Whimpering and weeping. Dropping tears again and again. 12 ancestral witches also saw the situation of the demon race. Even more shocked. Suddenly feel infinite sadness. The demon race and their own witch race once fought and killed. Also once fought side by side. Can be described as life and death enemies. Demon court as powerful as this. But so tragic end. The next may be their turn. That will also be their own witch tribe's home. Junti weeping for a long time. Back to God. Will have nowhere to vent all the anger turned to the witch tribe in front of me. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Running around the body of the Tao. Blatantly waved out the reception of the treasure block. Carrying the power of destroying the sky and the earth. And violently struck at the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches share the same mind. Without hesitation. Have burned the origin of blood. Mobilizing their own power of law. In the life and death to stimulate the potential. Hard to open up the third axe. A loud sound. The Pangu axe shadow touched the receiving treasure block. Will receive the treasure block shattered. The aftermath of the great axe did not stop and continued forward. Breaking the protective golden light of the receiver. Giving the receiver's chest also into a piece of bloody mud. Spraying out a mouthful of old blood. Striking this final blow. The 12 ancestral witches exhausted their spiritual power. So weak that they collapsed to the ground. No longer able to coagulate the 12 heavenly divine furies grand formation. Unable to summon the Panga shadow. The bottom card is all out. And is no longer able to resist the saint's backstroke. At this time, the receiver, forced to endure the pain, regardless of their own injuries, hanging a mouthful of old air. The battle intent is still high. Will continue to vent their anger on the witch race? The huge Buddha's hand slapped down, covered the sky and came to kill the 12 ancestral witches with a slap. Next to him, how could the second monkey not save? And hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy around his body. Burned the origin. And the laws of battle fully added to the Qingping sword. Striking with full force. Wanting to cut off the big hand of the receiver. Sage Guiding's perception was beyond normal. Knowing that the Qingping sword was powerful, he hurriedly dodged. Then, exerting the Dharma phase golden body, mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao, he struck the top grade innate spiritual treasure Buddha bead at the two monkeys. Two monkeys at the level of the peak of the golden immortal of the mixed yuan. Where can be a saint enemy? Qingping sword was knocked off. The unicorn gourd was knocked away. And finally in the karma fire red lotus against can save life. Fortunately, the saint is also a poor man. Can take out the hands of the top quality spiritual treasure. At this time, the two monkeys were also severely traumatized. Spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Guiding turned around and gathered spiritual power again. Wanting to continue to exterminate the ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang saw that the situation had come to such a pass that there was no way to avoid it. And that the witch race had truly come to the end. Then they would leave with a bang and make the world tremble again. Emperor Jiang looked around at the brothers around him. We all share the same mind. Since there is no need to say anything more. Determined to fly up. Flying towards the receiver. Reversing the meridians. Self-detonation of the physical body. A huge spread of energy. Cracked the receiver of the Dharma phase of the golden body. The golden body of guiding was hideously cracked and covered the whole body. And the golden body of Buddha's blood gushed out from the circumference and spilled onto the earth. The remaining 11 ancestral witches, seeing that their elder brother, Di Jiang, had died, how could the brothers live alone? And that it was time for the sorcerer clan's great end to come. Have reversed the vein. Some fly to the receiver eyes. Some fly to the receiver ears. Followed by the chest, abdomen, legs. Since going to death, it is certain to blow him to pieces. Skin and hair. At the moment of crisis, the two monkeys have been unable to do anything. Hastily urged the spiritual power. Sacrificed the spiritual treasure Kirin gourd and the white lotus of the pure world to knock down the nearest another ancestral witch. Can save one is a put. You all self-destructed. What about the witch tribe? You have to leave some seeds for the witch tribe. By the two monkeys' spiritual treasure hit down. Is unconscious as Gong Gong ancestor witch? After the earth ancestor witch. I do not know as a coincidence or two monkeys intentionally. 9 huge explosions were then heard. And the roars rolled and echoed endlessly. The blood mist dispersed. And the receiving Dharma phase crumbled piece by piece. And finally all of them were reduced to pieces. Even the physical body was torn into slag by the violent explosions. The Yuanshan leaving the body and the soul drifting away. A pair of large, invisible hands took away the receiving Yuanshan and soul again. The sky manifested visions. Another shower of blood fell. And all things grieved. Signaling the fall of another saint. Millions of witch army. See ancestor witch fell. Big witch is not left a few. All grief and indignation. Temperamental big witch anger straight to the brain. And began to self-detonation. Rumbling sound endless. Countless Azura tribe then killed. Countless war witches with the fury of hatred. Unable to self-detonate. Nowhere to vent. pounding their chests and calling out, carrying the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, disregarding life and death, rushing against the Asura army. Millions of war witches rushed all the way across the road. God blocking to kill God. Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. Landslide. Taking away countless Asura lives. Until the moment when they couldn't run. A huge body fell down. This scene how deja vu. All the spirits of the flood for the sad. The three Qing for the regret. The Taoist ancestor for the sigh. The 6 ears for the coughing of blood. The sky for the grief. The earth for the trembling. The 6 ears of the sky outside the sky watched the destruction of the demon race and the witch race one after another. Grief. Mind knife twisting. Suffered a wave after wave of trauma. Heaven wants to kill me. Like what can be done? It seems that today is powerless to return to heaven. 6 ears standing in the void. Eyes with tears. Recalling the past since the soul penetration. And the witch and demon tribes of all kinds. I thought that I had done a lot of things to change the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. For myself and the witch and demon tribes to change the fate of heaven. Who would have thought that his own operation had brought about a larger scale war and a greater catastrophe to the floodplains? Although the subjective reason is not himself, but caused today's situation. Also and his own inseparable. 6 ears born a deep sense of powerlessness. Deep guilt. Heart like ashes. Feel that further fighting is meaningless. Just adding casualties. Perhaps his own existence is a mistake. His own death in order to return the world to the original. The will to die. 6 ears look back at the flooded earth. Keep sobbing. This scene can be the old man and the beginning of the silly. The original monkey will also cry. But also cry so sad. No image. Deeply incredible. Both also stopped. The war tragedy also touched the heart of the two saints. This is not our original intention and intention also really cannot bear to sneak attack a sad monkey. After a long time, 6 ears retrieved the 3 doppelgangers. Full of fatigue and sadness. And loudly announced. Brothers of the witch race. The demon race. And the flood court. I, 6 ears, am ashamed of you and others. And I wanted to bring you against the heavens and forcefully modify the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. To lead a better life. Who knew that I would bring you all to the point of no return? Today, I, 6 ears, am powerless to return to heaven. So I will die to apologize for my sins. I also hope that all the beings in the flooded wilderness will be at peace. Monkey looked at his friends and family again. Lao Air. Lao San. And big brother and second brother. I'm leaving. So live well. For people immediately cried into tears. Shouting the name of the 6 ears. And drew back towards the outer heaven to escape. Wanting to stop the light-hearted 6 ears. Immediately. 6 ears no longer stay. Reversing the blood veins of his body. Stimulating the spiritual power of the whole body. Flew toward Laozi and the beginning of the world. Obviously to self-detonation rhythm. I'm going to die also want to pull the 2 of you to do the back of the mat. Chapter 65, the 6 ears' inability to return to heaven. And their death as a thank you for their sins. In the 6 ears notify the flood to die to thank the season. The flood fell into a silence all over the flood. The flood of all the souls have stopped the hands of the action. Full of unbelievable. Have raised their heads to look at the sky. Looking for that shaping countless myths of the monkey. Tong Tian wide-eyed. For the first time in his life, he felt heartache. Put away the immortal execution sword formation. Shouted, 6 ears Taoist friends. Fight only. Why seek death? Do not be impulsive. Do not be impulsive. Inside Nuwa's palace. Nuwa. Having already lost her brother Fushi. and hearing that monkey was also going to his death, fell to the ground and sobbed, repeating Six Ears' name over and over again. All sides of the battlefield also stopped attacking and defending. Hao Tian carried the bloody Hao Tian sword, gazing at the monkey figure, long speechless. I just want to fight with you. I don't want to kill you, ah. How one by one to self-detonate to death? Is it because of me? Am I so sinful? What have I done today? All the spirits of the flood also released their divine sense and gazed at the sky, witnessing Six Ears, the man of the moment who had reigned over the flood and led the flood's great power for countless years, witnessing his final moments. 6 years of this stone-breaking decision. But also scared silly lousy. Shocked the beginning of the original monkey is still so rigid. Would rather be broken for jade, not for the whole. Have shouted, 6 ears. Do not be impulsive. Not to this. Not to this. You do not come over awe. 6 years after reversing the bloodline. The body swells. The spiritual power is wild. The battle strength is also abnormal to surge. The left hand swings the man-making whip to wrap the old man. The right hand swings the fixed sea bead to wrap the primitive. Then leapt up. A hungry tiger pounce. The two saints pounced on the ground. Hands tightly embraced the two thighs. Eyes with hot tears. Clenched teeth. Death does not let go. Taoist ancestor Hongjun in shock to tear off a few beards. Since the 6 years after the birth of the old Tao's beard is thinner than day by day. This is the monkey to the trouble. The old road also cannot sit still. Bare feet. Hot and anxious to run to the sky beyond the sky. Manifestation of the holy body, monkey. Do not want to seek death. We immediately retreat. Everything as usual. Can be good. 6 years looked angrily at Tao Ancestor and asked. Tao Ancestor is really a good plan. You can still retreat. Then who will ask for the lives of my brothers of the Witch Clan? Who will take care of the lives of the Demon Clan? And who will return the lives of the countless living beings who died in battle? Everything can't come back. How can we talk about everything being as usual? Monkey smiled contemptuously and paid no more attention. Feeling the incessant shaking coming from his arms. It was Lao Zi and Yuan Shi's thighs that were trembling and shivering. Don't look at you all as high and mighty. In the face of death. Even saints have to wet their pants. It's too late to be afraid now. At this time, the 6 years bloodline had already reversed to the extreme. His body's origin swelled. And the spiritual energy around his body was running wild and chaotic. And he was no longer able to control it. When the time was up, 6 years' eyes closed and he shouted out the last word in a domineering manner. Explode. Only a loud bang was heard. The blood mist filled the air. The heaven and earth trembled. A huge explosion shook the 9 heavens. And surging spiritual power was released. Shining for miles. Illuminating the flooded earth and the chaotic void. Extending all the way to the depths of the chaos. Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi. The second monkey. And the third monkey. Were in tears. But could do nothing to stop them. They were shaken and flew back to the floodland. The Queen Mother of the West and a host of other flood immortal gods were all teary-eyed and overwhelmed with grief. The monkey that fought in heaven and earth had disappeared. And so had the physical bodies of Laozi and Yuan Shi. Fortunately, the heaven and earth Shenhuang Merit Linglong Pagoda protects Laozi and Yuan Shi's Yuan Shen in soul. There is still a ray of life. Not completely dead. 6 years disappeared. Not a trace could be found. Just as if they had never come to this world. Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi. Second monkey. Third monkey. Queen Mother of the West. The 12 inner disciples. And the 7 outer disciples. All kneel down and sob. The people of the flood court. Without words. one by one began to reverse their meridians. Or rush towards Tong Tian. Or rush towards the heavenly court. Or rush towards the sea of blood. Since the 6 years, the Lord of the Flood Court is dead. And the saints don't give away to live. Let's die together. No one wants to live well. And they are all ready to explode themselves. To die with the forces to which the saints belong. It's true that even mudmen have 3 points of fire. And rabbits bite when they're anxious. So just do it. And if you can't do it, then we'll destroy it together. Hongjun, Taoist ancestor of the old heart that has been silent for countless yuan will. Also thumping. The old Taoist really can't understand. Monkey so? The flood court, a group of horses also. Why all want to seek death? The old Taoist was deeply touched. Waving his hands one after another. With the power of the heavenly Tao have hit the manic Hongting crowd. A group of Hongting people who want to die in self-detonation, all knocked out. But also can be regarded as a temporary save the lives of the crowd. At this time, the battlefield of all sides of the flood. Whether it is the forces of the heavenly court or the forces of the flood court, are all lonely and silent. For a long time to be dumbfounded. Do not know what to do. Slowly, some people threw away their swords. And then, a piece of sword landing sound sounded. Everyone is not interested in fighting again. The sky was covered in dark clouds. Thunder rolled. Endless vortexes of thunder punishment covered the heavens. And countless lightning bolts lashed above the various battlefields like steel whips. Hao Tian, Tong Tian, Laozi, Yuan Shi. Sticks have become the focus of care. And even Hongjun Daozu also received a few blows. Obviously, this kind of result is not what the heavenly Tao wishes to see. Nor is it tolerated by the heavenly Tao. All must be punished. The heavenly Tao trembles. The 9 ghosts cry out in sorrow. The universe is disturbed. Under the thunder punishment. Everywhere is chicken flying and dogs jumping. How can a word of chaos be said? Taoist ancestor Hongjun also panicked. Bad. This time things are big. Attracted the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The old Tao, I still want to merge the Tao. This also merged the hammer of the Tao. The heavenly Tao will not be as I wish. Not only that. The Taoist ancestor Hongjun. Laozi in the beginning of the divine soul. Tong Tian. Etc. Were a force of the heavenly Tao rolled to the purple heavenly palace. The heavenly Tao chains added. Can no longer mobilize the body of mana? Confinement in this. That is. All were confined. A heavy heaven. Hao Tian saw that the saints were all punished. Along with the Tao ancestor were all locked up by the heavenly Tao. His own background is considered all gone. But squatting on the ground. A sense of frustration and powerlessness sprouted. And he categorically didn't dare to continue to conquest again. After thinking for a long time, Hao Tian gave an order, withdraw. The few remaining heavenly court forces also returned to the 33 heavens with their heads hanging down. Closing the heavenly gates of the 4 directions. Styx was also weakened by the thunder punishment and led the few remaining Azura army back to the Blood Sea. Sending people to guard the exit of the Blood Sea and strictly forbidding the entry and exit of people from both realms. Seeing that the leader, the blood-winged black mosquito, had died and there was nowhere else to go. The army of grievances that had lost 90% of their numbers followed the Azura clan and drifted towards the Sea of Blood. Inside the territory of the Witch clan, the Pango temple was destroyed. The blood pool crumbled. And with less than 1,000 clansmen left, it was considered a complete defeat. Everyone was at a loss for words. Guarding the 2 remaining ancestral witches, Gong Gong and Ho Tu, were still in a coma. Inside the demon clan's territory, the 3 demon saints, Bai Zhe, Shan Yang, and Fei Lian, who had awakened, gathered their personnel and researched for their territory. The walking god race also retreated to the stars. And Chang Shi and Shi He were heartbroken, intending never to set foot on the flooded earth again. The great powers of the flood court were all knocked out by the Taoist ancestor, still sleeping and unconscious. No one to preside over the big picture. The only one who can climb up to the stage is left with a quasi-saint Nanjixianwang. Nanjixianwang did not excuse himself, collected the bodies of the great powers of the flood court, cleaned up the battlefield, and led the remnants of the flood court to return to the three immortal islands. The various religions and state armies belonging to the Hong Ting returned to their original places. At this point, the war on all sides was considered to have stopped completely. Chapter 66, The Sixth Ear is Not Dead Yet. In the midst of the endless chaos, a monkey-formed genjutsu covered in cracks slowly opened its eyes. And the monkey stared in awe for a long time with wide eyes. Then, a series of screams broke the tranquility of the chaotic void. The monkey's hands danced and kept spinning and tumbling, still shouting in excitement. Ha ha! My sixth ear is still here. My sixth ear is not dead through. Oh! I'm not dead through. Ah! Ha! 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 Monkey's crazy behavior. The two chaos demon gods passing nearby were startled. A demon god was surprised and said, "What is that? It looks really ugly. The Tao body is gone. And the Yuan Shin is tattered like this. And it's still giggling. Is it not a big disease?" Another chaos demon god observed while concurring. Quickly go! Quickly go! This monkey must have lost his mind. We don't deal with him. Don't pay attention to him. 6 years after the disaster. Although only the remaining broken spirit. But at least they are still there. People in. There is still hope for everything. How can not make people happy? 6 years got as high as he could for a while. And when he calmed down, he began to check his condition. His memories were still there, including the part of his memories in the blue planet. One scene after another was engraved in his divine consciousness like an engraving. He also remembered that he blew himself up in his physical body, and his spirit and soul escaped from his body before the explosion. And then he was shaken by the huge explosion and flew unconscious, flying for an unknown number of thousands of miles. And he didn't know where this void around him was. 6 years released divine sense. Around all the darkness and nothingness. Not a little light and vitality. Nothing else cannot detect. As if in an endless abyss. Suffocating. Only feel around the chaotic wind constantly blowing through. The monkey broken spirit blowing more messy. Broken arms and legs. Body distortion. 6 years hurriedly checked their spiritual treasures. Well, not bad. Basically all within the Yuan Shen. Taking out the 3 lights divine water to nourish the Yuan Shen. Running the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. After an unknown amount of time, the broken Yuan Shen was basically stabilized. Monkey blinking that pair of monkey eyes. How can not figure out where he is? Simply do not care. Reviewed the soul again. In the spirit, 3 souls and 7 souls are all there. Fortunately, the monkey greatly relieved. Once again glad that he did not die through. In his own cultivation, his Yuan Shen was still the peak grand completion of the mixed golden immortal. The 9th turn of the 9 revolutions of Xian Gong. And the grand completion of the laws of war. It was just that without his physical body, his overall battle power was greatly weakened. In fact, self-detonation is divided into 2 kinds. One is the self-blast. This self-blast is absolutely ruthless. That is their own god with the body together with the explosion. Self-detonation after the body crumbled into flying ash. The god shattered into slag. The soul cannot be retained on the life of the life. The point is not correct. That is the real soul. Forever extinction. The real death of the body, point is the case. Can remain part of the soul? The soul, because there is no spirit of the host, can only be reincarnated through the cycle of reincarnation to regain the physical body and spirit. After the reincarnation of all the memory, you say this me or the original me. It is very difficult to say. The second type of self-destruction was the self-destruction of the physical body. And this type of person was very cocky. When the flesh explodes, the yuan shin and soul will be crushed by the explosive force. And the yuan shin can be partially preserved. Generally, those with high cultivation or powerful yuan shin had a higher probability of being able to preserve part of their yuan shin and soul. The reason why Six Ears was able to keep his yuan shin intact was due to his powerful cultivation. And also due to the fact that he had practiced the 9 turns Xian Gong. There was no heaven and earth aura in the chaos. 6 Ears was running the 9 revolutions Xian Gong, absorbing the chaos aura. It was very uncomfortable at first. But after a period of time, it was found that this chaos aura was far more powerful than the heaven and earth aura. And it was very suitable for cultivating the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. Monkey was worried about his family and friends in the flood world and was incredibly eager to return to the flood world. But now he didn't know how he could go back himself. 6 Ears could only take the form of a yuan shin and cultivate while searching for the way home. If he himself could be certified as a mixed great Luo golden immortal, he might be able to find a way to go back. But so far, there is really no great power that has succeeded in proving the Tao by law. There is no experience to draw on, only to feel their own way. The only one that can be referred to is the Pango God. This great God used force to prove the way. Half of the proof hung up. 6 Ears will be in the mind of the Pango God's content to pull out for reference. God Pangu is also a strange man. This ancestor to the law of force to prove the road opened up the sky and the earth, so that there is now the flood world. Let a person worship. The world was opened up. But the people are gone. There is really no one else. Pango God in fact did not fully witness the success of the Tao. He just finished shouting to the avenue, I Pango to witness the Tao. The avenue law's convergence has not yet stabilized the cultivation of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, and did not get recognized by the avenue, and was busy opening up the sky and going to the earth. The main fight of follow your heart. Anyway, I am telling you, things become or not. The avenue you look at it. I am rather busy. I first go to open a sky. Simply put, the situation was, Pango shouted with the avenue, I want to witness. The avenue just quasi-nodded yes. A lift eye. People. How to disappear. Avenue staring wide-eyed looking for half a day to find. People Pango carrying the open sky axe is giving chaos slotted. Avenue heart is not happy. The old disc you this is to not take us seriously. You in the proof of the road. Cannot concentrate. The avenue is very helpless. Just want to say yes. And saw a group of chaos demon god rush to Pangu. Pango surrounded in the center of the wild beat. The great road was left to one side. Is also very embarrassing. I am allowed it or not allowed it. If I shout it aloud, is not quite disgraceful. Or I wait to see it. Pangu is also a bull. Hard to carry the heaven opening axe. One by one to the 3,000 chaos demon god blood. Hard to one's own strength. Killed the vast majority of chaos demon god. In the big battle. The more thieving Han Jun, Yin and Yang, Luo Shuji, Shenkuan and a few other chaos demon god were scared of urine. A look at the Pango so fierce. How to fight. Are secretly run away. The head of the iron of those gods were Pango to the death of the Taoist. Into the flood of heaven and earth. Including the 6 ears of the family's ancestor Chaos Devil Ape. I don't know what Pangu was thinking at the time. After the abolition of the 3000 Chaos Demon God, has been weak to the extreme. Not rest. Not high on drugs. Not with the avenue nagging. And began to give the chaos groove. Sea just opened up the flood of heaven and earth and to close. Hard body to support the sky. A support his countless yuan will. And finally died of exhaustion. Slowly, Pangu's eyes were transformed into the sun star and the Taiyin star. His skin and flesh were transformed into the earth. His bones were transformed into mountains and rivers. His veins and meridians were transformed into rivers. His yuanshin was transformed into the three pristine ones. His hair was transformed into a red cloud. His bloodstains were transformed into a sea of blood. His heart was transformed into the hall of Pangu. And his spine was transformed into a pillar holding up the heavens, which is the current Buzhou mountain. 6 years fought for half a day. Feel the great god Pangu than their own is not reliable. This has what can be referred to. At the same time is also in doubt. This 9 turns of Shingong should be people Panga's skills. Really powerful. Their own ancestor Chaos Demon Ape is how to get. But also as their own inheritance. Even Pangu Authentic 3 Chang. There is no complete version of the 9 turns Shingong. And their own old 6 has a complete inheritance. Really puzzling. 6 ears secretly admire their own old ancestor is really a talent. Fighting cannot. This crooked way to play quite skillful. Means old enough. Thick skin is also thick enough. Certainly did not do personnel. Chapter 67 6 ears disliked by the Great Tao. 6 ears drifted in the chaos. Weak and confused. Lonely and helpless. He took out the pure futon that he got when he was listening to the Tao in the purple heavenly palace and sat on top of it. Summarizing his experience in every battle in the flood. Feeling the application of the laws of war. Thanks to these countless great battles, 6 ears seemed to have a new realization. Especially the last battle with Laozi and Primordial. 6 ears was pushed to the limit. The 9 revolutions of the Shingong was sent out with full force. And the use of the laws of war had reached the state of realization. 6 ears kept groping for the laws of war while cultivating the 9 turns Shingong. The reason why there was a futon tucked under his butt was not that 6 ears wanted to act like a calf. But the pure futon could clear one's spiritual platform and shorten the cultivation time by 10 times. 6 ears worried about the flood world of family and friends. All the time thinking about the second monkey. 3 monkeys. Good big brother Red Yuan. The second brother Jin Yuanzi. And a group of disciples and other people who seize the cultivation. And strive for an early return. In the chaos, a futon is wandering aimlessly. I don't know how many years have passed. 6 ears finally felt his yuanshin expand. The meridians flow. The surging spiritual power is nearly solidified. The infinite spiritual power seems to break out of the body. But there is nowhere to release it. 6th ear knew that this was the time when the 9 turns Shingong had been cultivated to its limit. And the laws of battle had reached its ultimate state. Perhaps the time had come for him to prove his own righteousness. The 6 ears were overjoyed. Arched his hand in obeisance. Bent down to worship. And shouted loudly to the chaotic void, the great Tao is above. Today there is my flood living creature 6 ears. The great round of the golden immortal of the mixed yuan. The great round of the law of war. I want to prove the way with the law of war. Please the great Tao to identify it. 6 ears was apprehensive and respectful. And deeply bowed down. At the same time, mobilizing the spiritual energy around the body. Converging chaos infinite laws of battle laws plus body. The laws of battle converge like waves and floods. Rotating around the circumference of the 6 ears. Almost solidified. Avenue is dozing off. Suddenly heard someone want to law evidence. The mood is very upset. What? The living beings of the flood. The old disc opened up that world. The old disc itself is hanging. This world can still be someone more than the old disc can be bullshit. But also want a law evidence? Tease me. The great way of cognition. Since the formation of their own, already do not know how many yuan will be. The whole chaos witnessed mixed yuan dollar success are not more than a handful of. And are rooted in extremely powerful innate chaos demon god. Flood that goda. And small and poor and broken. The dog does not go. Where can still produce mixed yuan daluo jinxian? The great Tao is annoyed in his heart. Muttering. Pangu is sick. The flood that goda are sick. Hearing that 6 ears had been shouting to prove the Tao. The great Tao was furious and mobilized the great Tao thunder punishment to split this little thief who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. The great way to find the target. Just about to throw out the thunder punishment. Hey! What is this thing? How come there is only a spirit left? Where did the body go? Ah, poo! Or a monkey? What international joke? The great way would have been upset. And then see disturbing their napping is a broken monkey. Even a physical body. Heel don't mention. And not ancient chaos demon god. Even a innate demon god is not. More from the flood this 6,000 world. With the same unreliable as Pangu. Fire all of a sudden up. Dog thief. I am so busy. How dare to amuse me. I chop. I chop. The great Tao lightning punishment can be much more powerful than the heavenly Tao lightning punishment. As strong as Hanjun Lao Deng cannot resist a few times. 6 ears also confused. Certify a Tao also used the great Tao thunderbolt to split it. Cannot. Cannot. You this to it. Monkey, I'm still young. And I don't have much experience. The speed of the thunderbolt is extremely fast. Cannot be avoided. The 6 ears hurriedly mobilize the solid law of war around the body. Will be wrapped in the spirit. Head on top of it. The great Tao thunder punishment carries the destructive, unrivaled power to fall. Splitting the law. Heavily splitting on the 6 ears yuan shin above. The 6 ears of the spirit is nearly torn. The pain is incomparable. Endured the intense pain. Clenched his teeth. Mentally admonished himself. Must carry on. Carry through. The sea is wide open sky. Carry through. Soul death lamp extinction. 6 ears is not stupid. Running the 9 revolutions Xian Gong. Yuan Shin in the 3 lights divine water non-stop flow. The 9 heavens resting soil as much as released. Constantly repair Yuan Shen. As a little bit of time passed, a strange scene happened. Under the stimulation of the great Tao thunder punishment, the 3 lights divine water, the 9 heavens breath loam, along with the chaotic chi, began to continuously merge, continuously quenching, and finally congealed into a monkey form, actually coalescing a new physical body for the 6th ear. 6 ears didn't know what this was that was being put on his body. And he still looked disgusted. At the same time, the 6th ear's Yuanshan was greatly strengthened and became even more powerful. The great Tao thunder punishment is a kind of thunder punishment is not true. But when utilized properly, it can also become a helping hand for cultivation and transformation. Our 6 ears don't look like a monkey. But they are a smart monkey and a qigong monkey. At this time, the avenue also draws the corner of the mouth. This can really see the ghost. This guy actually condensed the physical body. Or more perverted chaos Tao body. Is a unique physical body of each of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal. It seems that this guy really has the qualification to witness the path of the great Luo of the mixed Yuan. The great Tao chopped for a while. And found that this powerful thunderbolt no longer had much effect on the 6th ear. But instead helped it to continuously strengthen. It can be seen that the power of its Yuan Shen, the richness of the law, completely enough to qualify for the mixed golden immortal. The great way to see people monkey has maintained a respectful posture. This can be much stronger than those chaos demon gods. Then the old disc is also stronger. Is a polite monkey. Well, a little bit of fun. Very elegant. Very satisfied. Or else. Let's fulfill him. The great Tao heart softened and came to say, allow. At that time, the sixth ear's breath climbed up. The Yuan Shen was once again powerful. And the spiritual power was even more robust. Finally, a powerful spiritual energy from the sixth ear's Yuan Shen erupted, breaking the body and striking out. Just like the shockwave formed by the explosion of a nuclear bomb, spreading to the chaos around. In the midst of the chaos, a new mixed Yuan Dala 1 sky powerhouse was born. Named Six Ears. Six Ears sensed the changes in his own spiritual energy. And a powerful feeling that he had never felt before struck him. Finally, he had made a new breakthrough. With a stronger power of self-preservation. And his strength had surpassed that of the vast majority of living beings. How many past events reverberate in the mind? How much heartache surged to the heart? Up to the sky sad. Oh! Crying shocked the world and weeping God. Flowers for the tears. The trees for the withered. Very call for pity. The great way is about to leave. Heard the 6 ears of the dead mother like crying. Have curiosity to look over again. Avenue really can't understand. Other mixed Yuan Dalio and the Tao after all are openly laugh. This how there is a cry. This is what is the case. Strange anecdotes are rare to see. Cannot help but look at two more eyes. The 6 ears certified to mixed Yuan. The powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy attracted the attention of countless world lords in the chaos world, including Hongjun Dao, ancestor of the flood world. These superb men have all cast their divine senses into the chaos to check which mighty power has won the Dao again in favor of the great Dao. Hongjun, old Taoist complex mind. Do not know whether to be happy or worry. Feel happy, because the monkey is not dead, and witnessed the mixed Yuan. The flood world strength is stronger. Feel sad. This monkey if the return will not find us to seek revenge. Before it is difficult enough. This time the mixed Yuan big Luo come back. Shall not be the old road I was tossed to death. Hard ah. The old road I too difficult. Sixth ear wept for a long time. And vented all the sorrow and bitterness and unwillingness in his heart. 6 ears of the powerful spirit suddenly perceived the flood of countless great powers release divine sense toward their own. These divine sense from all directions. Very powerful. Don't know without looking. A look is frightening. Plus. Chapter 68, there really is a sky beyond the sky. 6 ears immediately adjusted the mentality. All look at me, what to do. Have not seen such a slutty monkey. Immediately glared back. 6 ears also released their own unparalleled divine sense, locking each sweeping divine sense back to look over. Eek. Ah. I got a big grass. This does not look, do not know. A look shocked. This. The monkey was also shocked out of a cold sweat. Good boy. I have seen what? Ignorance limits the insight. Smallness limits the imagination. 6 ears at this time to understand the vastness of the chaos. The world's wonderful. It turns out that they are in the flood world nearby. With the strength of their own mixed Yuan de Lu Jingxian, a thought can instantly reach. This is not the focus. The focus is the chaos of the flood world is not the only. Although the flood world is big. But in the chaos, as if a drop in the ocean. Not worth mentioning. Just see the boundless chaos has countless space world. Scattered distribution in the chaos void. Each independent existence. A side of heaven and earth. Various worlds of different sizes are extremely far away from each other. Non-saints cannot come and go. according to their size. They can be divided into 4 major categories. 1. The largest is the Great Wasteland World. There are probably many of them in the chaos. And the flood world in which one survives is considered to be one of them. 2. The Great Thousand Worlds. Slightly smaller than the Great Wilderness World is the Great Thousand Worlds. Chaos in the 6 ears can explore there are more than 100. 3. The Small Thousand Worlds. Smaller than the Great Thousand Worlds. Also exist independently and are self-contained and innumerable. 4. Sumeru World. Widely distributed in the chaos of the void. The Great Wasteland. The Great Thousand. Small Thousand. And even the great power of the spiritual treasure also has Sumeru World. The number of its wide range cannot be measured. After 6 years was shocked. He saw that the flood world he was born in was so small. And that there were several large worlds nearby. And again a cold sweat flowed out of his body. Largely like this. 1. There are 4 great thousand worlds in the north of the flood world. And the lord of each of these great thousand worlds is of the strength of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. And all of them are extremely powerful innate chaos demon gods. Much more powerful than himself as a newcomer. Respectively. North Yin World. Lord Yin Yang Old Ancestor. Mixed Yuan Dala 1 Sky. Weaker than Hongjun Dao Ancestor Harmonization 1 Sky. If holding a heavy treasure. Can also be compared to the 2. North Qian World. Lord Qian Kuan Old Ancestor. Mixed Yuan Dala 2 Heavens. Comparable to Hongjun Dao Ancestor's level of battle power. North Devil World. The Lord is the Devil Ancestor Luo Shuhu. Mixed Yuan Daluo 3 Heavens. Stronger than the strength of Hongjun Taoist Ancestor. North Wood World. Lord Yang Mei Old Ancestor. Mixed Yuan Dala 4 Heavens. Able to completely abuse Hongjun Dao Ancestor. These Lord 6 Ears were no strangers. They were all veteran chaos demon gods. And their legends were circulated everywhere in the flood world. They were old acquaintances with the Hongjun Dao Ancestor of the flood world. And had also shown great power in the flood world. Hongjun Laodang once and the demon ancestor Luo Shua male domination of the flood world. Because of the dispute between the devil. The 2 sides have a grudge. And then negotiation to talk down. Hongjun Laodang and joint Yang Mei. Qian Kuan. Yin and Yang 3 people together to form a gang of 4. Together with Luo Shu about the fight. Luo Shuji this goods is also a rash. Carry up the immortal punishing sword array with 4 people to play life knock. Finally did not knock over the other 4 gangs. Was forced to physical self-explosion. By the way blew up Qin Kuan and Yin and Yang old man's flesh. Raised eyebrows old man was also avalanched. No trace. In the end, the huge flood world only left Hongjun Daozu a chaos demon god. 6 ears only now see to understand. The original exit from the flood world of the 4 chaos demon god. Are not dead. Have run to this cat to come. But also become a side of 1,000 worlds of the Lord. Independent of the chaos. With the Hongjun a compulsion. 2. There is a great world in the east of the flood world. Called the East Sun World. And this is interesting. Although this great thousand world was smaller in size than the flood world. The overall progress was faster. And the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man had all awakened and developed perfectly. The 3 harmonized saints were the heavenly Dao Hinsho Amikami, the earthly Dao Izanagami, and the human Dao Ubijikami. There were also 4 ordinary saints, Sano Mitsuru, Tsukiyomi Mitsuru, Daikoku Amikami, and Shao Hikonii. The living beings here are extremely similar to the human race in the flood world. But the men here all like to wear 8-character beards. The women all like to carry a pillow behind their backs. And open their mouths to yell, Baga. So you can say that it's odd or not. 6 ears feel this big thousand world how is so deja vu it. Will not be the latter day that love to make a small movie of the community of the old ancestors it. No. This big thousand actual must focus on care in the future. Nothing to find something for them. Must be from the source to give them to establish a correct outlook on life. 3. There is 1,000 worlds to the northwest of the flood world, called the Western Thousand Worlds, with one heavenly Tao harmonizing saint and 3 ordinary heavenly Tao saints. Heavenly God Odin, one-eyed, holding a long spear, unrivaled in battle. The first heaven of the heavenly Tao harmonization realm. The same as Hongjun Lao Deng a damage. 4. The god of thunder possesses great power in the hammer of Thor. Heavenly Tao sage triple heaven. Loki, god of war, a good fighter and a powerful warrior. Heavenly Tao sage second heaven. Goddess Frigga, in charge of marriage and reincarnation. Celestial sage of the first heaven. 4. The flood world is directly west of a large desert world, called the Western Desert World. Its strength and scale is comparable to the 6 ears of the flood world. There are 7 main gods. 3 paths have been molded. The strength of a very strong Zeus, king of the gods, in charge of the heavenly Tao, governing the sky and thunder and lightning. Heavenly Tao harmonization realm triple heaven. Hera, wife of Zeus, queen of heaven, in charge of humanity, marriage and childbirth. She is in charge of marriage and childbearing. She is in the second heavenly realm of humanism. Hades, king of the underworld, in charge of the earth road and the underworld. The earthly Tao is in the first heaven of the harmonization realm. Poseidon, god of the sea, in charge of the ocean. Ordinary saint fifth heavenly realm. Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. Ordinary sage fourth heavenly realm. Apollo, god of the sun, god of music and poetry, etc. Ordinary saints of the second heavenly realm. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Ordinary sage first heavenly realm. 5. The flood world is south of a large desert world. The name of the southern desert world. Its strength and scale than the 6 ears of the flood world. There are also 7 main gods. 3 paths have been molded. The strength of a very powerful Brahma has 4 heads that face in 4 directions. Heavenly Tao harmonization realm triple heaven. Vishnu has many incarnations, such as Rama and Krishna. The second heaven in the humanistic realm of Hapkatha. Shiva, 3 eyes and 4 arms, with a crescent moon on his head and a snake around his neck. Earthly way harmonization realm second heaven. Lakshmi, Vishnu's wife, beautiful and kind. Ordinary saint of the 5th heavenly realm. Sarasvati, the wife of Brahma, wielding the Veena lute. The laws of sound are greatly realized. Ordinary sage triple heaven realm. Ganesha, elephant head, strong in battle. Ordinary sage second heavenly realm. 6 ears combined with the blue star memory. Obviously realized something. The original afterlife is so complex. The myths around the world are not empty where the shadow of the various legends are found. This time there is something to play. Before only focusing on the flood that acreage blindly drumming. Do not know what it looks like outside. This time is considered to see what is called outside the people. Outside the sky. 6 ears began to understand Hongjun Old Den, for why not hesitate to promote the great hijacking. Everything in line with the flood of heaven, which is anxious to merge it. Standing in Hongjun's point of view, Lao Deng has long seen the various worlds in the chaos. So lively outside. Several dead enemies are carrying guns. You say afraid. All 6 ears were worried for Hongjun. Chapter 69, The First Wailing Wake in the Floodplain. The 6 ears were shocked by the vastness of the chaos as unparalleled. Relative to the vastness of the chaos, the 6 ears of mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal's powerful divine sense and not enough to use. Can only peep at the corner of it? The root cannot be able to see the whole picture. Monkey's mind has 100,000 reasons. Why the flood is so big. Why there are so many worlds space. What are the places that cannot be probed? What is beyond the chaos? And whether the various worlds within these chaos will one day attack each other. And how tragic that will be. There were many questions that Six Ears could not understand. And if anyone could answer these questions now, it would probably be only Hong Yun Daozu. Six Ears retrieve the mind. No longer think about these, have no. Right now or hurry home to see it. I don't know how long I have been wandering in the chaos. What has become of the world of the flood? The brothers and monkeys are still alive. Witch and demon 2 tribes are still there or not? The more the Six Ears think, the more anxious. The return of the heart is like an arrow. The more hidden breath. A thought flashed. Is the instantaneous limitless? In the blink of an eye disappeared into the outer star field of the flood. When passing by the Tyene star, Six Ears purposely probed the 2 little sisters-in-law. Chang Shi and Shi He were standing in the star hall, always looking away from the sun star, as if petrified. The 2 women's absolutely beautiful faces were emaciated and full of sadness. But fortunately they were still alive. Monkey patted his chest, relieved the first breath of air. Monkey is a little hesitant. Should I go in and show my face to comfort the 2 little sisters-in-law? But is this considered knocking on the widow's door? Ahem. Monkey silently recited Amitabha Buddha. Or forget it. Little sister-in-laws are not dead on the line. Monkey again passed by the sun star. A lonely little golden crow landed on the Fusong tree, surrounded by the sun's true fire. Very poor. Low pressure is still alive. The monkey patted his chest, and then sighed with relief. The demon race finally still have a seat in. When passing by the Nuwa hall, Monkey's divine sense probed that Nuwa was playing with mud again. And the hall was filled with mud figures, mostly of demonic great powers. In front of Nuwa were 2 of the largest and most delicate clay figures, one of which was Fu Shi. With a handsome and heroic appearance, the other was obviously a monkey. Six Ears wide-eyed. Some uncertainty that the mud monkey is not himself. Only to see that the mud monkey kneeling on the ground. The 2 front paws in the form of bowing. The monkey's head stretched out in front. The mouth is wide open. The tongue is big and long. Extremely fawning and pleasing attitude. Do not look carefully. Also thought it was a live and agile pug. Six Ears face embarrassed. Keep shaking his head. Sure. This tasteless monkey and his own temperament completely inconsistent. Absolutely not himself. Six Ears finally came to the lawn for Hong Ting Hall. It was so warm. So kind. A familiar face was there. Monkey incomparably excited. Happy. Just about to manifest the real body. Suddenly heard when a gong sounded. Just see the good big brother Red Cloud and second brother Zhen Yuanzi. Standing in the front row. One with a drum. One is banging a gong. Both are a plain white clothes. Shoulder hemp clothes. Head wearing a white hat. Chest greatly a word of filial piety. See Six Ears and shocked and angry. A mouthful of old blood did not spray out. Then look back. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys is even more excessive. One knocked over. The other holding the tile is constantly falling tile. Behind his own group of internal and external disciples are all there. All wearing hempen mourning. Tears in their eyes. Still murmuring the 3 words of the great master. Especially that head wearing 100 flowers of the Queen Mother of the West. Simply do not go too far. Shameless little bitch sitting in front of the crowd. A white dress heavy filial piety. And in his arms also holding a black spirit plate. Written, the spirit of my late husband's 6 ears of the Heavenly Father's spirit place. Obviously to the main mother of self. This is not much. Listen to the Queen Mother of the West. This unreliable have said what? Oh. My husband 6 years before he was born. From time to time with me about. In his hometown after the death of the people to hold a funeral. That is. Today we are like this. Although it is very special. But we must follow my husband's last wish. Woo. This main mother's brain is stupid. I can't remember whether husband said to observe mourning for 49 days or 490 days. Or 490 years. Let's proceed according to 490 years. Husband's divine power. Observe mourning for a longer period of time. And pray that you will be able to be reincarnated in a good life in your next life. Oh. This scene can give the 6 years angry bad. Feel the blood to reverse again. Or I give you another self-detonation. This is not my last wish. Is clearly you West Queen Mother listen to a story? Just make up their own brain, okay? Did not wait for the 6 years to attack. Good big brother Hong Yun again to echo. A gong sounded, yes. Younger siblings are right. Today is only the 200th year of the wake. The time is still long. Everyone hold on to. All pay attention to the expression. With me crying. Woo. Woo. A pandemonium. All kinds of sound into a huge dirge. Incomparably bad. What is that Zhao Gongming doing? Pulling a big voice? Vigorously dry howling. Afraid of others to steal the limelight. His one person's voice is higher than the next 8 heights. You are the look of wailing. Not at all professional. Jin Yuanzi began to beat the drum. Third brother You die a good tragedy it. The second brother I also do not want to live. Sooner or later with you Oh. And. Everyone do not just cry. Sister-in-law said. Wake crying funeral cannot be dry cry. You have to burn some leaves. The fire cannot be extinguished. Come on. The guys are all the leaves burned up. Woo. That who? You go to pick some leaves again. Leaf gathers no. Just cut some trees back to make do. Woo. Then see. The crowd began to burn the fire. The hall smoke. Smoke rolling. Good thing everyone is immortal. If the mortals hear, it must choke to death. The good haunting hall around the smoke. Really see the ghost. The second monkey muttered as he burned the fire. Oh. Big brother Your old family rules are really special The second brother I discuss something with you When I later if I have no more. Also give me so do it. You do not say anything means that agreed Woo. My good big brother You go in peace. Oh. You go? I am not a monkey big brother. So sad Oh. The 3 monkeys were not idle, big brother Sister-in-law said she could not remember the wake time. Oh. Or you give sister-in-law to drag a dream again. And then explain clearly with sister-in-law. In the end it is 49 days or 490 days. Or 490 years This difference is also too much. Oh. The third brother group being mainly afraid of the time to get the time wrong. Affecting you to reincarnation Oh. Originally with an incomparable excitement mood of the 6 years. Was angry to stand unsteadily. Feel the Yuan Shin shock. Chi and blood rolled over. And could not wait to immediately show the real body. To give this group a good beating. Extremely angry 6 years and feel wrong. I now if the real body is not considered a fraud. 6 years feel that their brains are not enough. What should I do in the end? Really worried about the death of monkeys. Not finished. The Queen Mother of the West. While crying. While asking the 6 years of the eldest disciple of the Golden Spirit, the letter has been sent to know. How no one came to morning Husband said. People died, Have to morning. Jean Ling aggrieved Baba to back, master ma'am. Sent to send a letter to the people are back. All the major can say do not know how to hang filial piety. Have not heard of and have not seen. Let's give a statute. 6 ears really can't listen to it anymore. He is not there. This haunting hall simply can't be seen. There is the Queen Mother of the West, this brain-dead mother in the main mother. Out of what happened do not have to be surprised. How also did not expect the flood world's first funeral is actually for their own. 6 ears' hands keep running his chest to smooth their own gas. Afraid of their own mouth of old gas cannot come up. And then back to the past. Suddenly the earth trembled and the air roared. 6 ears of divine sense to check. Screamed not good. Something big happened. Chapter 70 6 ears swindles to mend heaven. 6 ears turned around and came to Buzhou Mountain. Still hiding his figure. Only to see the collapse of the divine pillars holding up the sky on Buzhou Mountain. The water poured down. Pouring into the flooded earth. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain. An ancestral witch's body was shattered. His soul left his body. And he was completely dead. Who else could this person be if not Gong Gong? The original script. Gong Gong angrily hit the Buzhou Mountain thing still happened. 6 ears remorse. All blame themselves to come a step too late. Originally. In 200 years ago. The witch tribe and the reception of the Sage War. 12 ancestral witches have physical self-explosion. 2 monkeys' quick eyes. 2 of the ancestral witches knocked out. Was knocked out is the ancestral witches Ho Tu and Gong Gong. These 2 ancestral witches did not succeed in the self-explosion. But also is considered to have been saved life. I do not know whether the 2 monkeys threw the treasure is too powerful. Or the 2 ancestral witches do not want to wake up. Hard to sleep for 200 years. Recently, the ancestral witch Gong Gong suddenly woke up. Remembering their own ancestral witch siblings 12 people. 10 people have died. The heart of the sadness. Feeling unlovable. Unwilling to live alone. And maybe Gong Gong disgusted with the world. Angrily hit the mountain of Buzhou and died. Gong Gong angrily crashed into Buzhou Mountain. Causing the heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain to collapse. The sky cracked open a big hole. And the water of the heavenly river poured into the floodplains. The heavenly water was different from mortal water. Containing chaotic chi. Which ordinary living beings, especially the weak human race, could not withstand. Endless great floodwater spilled into the floodland. Countless lowly living beings were drowned and died. No less than a great holocaust. 6 ears through life and death. Know the preciousness of life. The most cannot see another calamity. More cannot see so many living beings died in vain. Do not care about a lot. The 6 ears also do not consider the matter of fraudulent corpse. Immediately manifested the real body. Release the pressure of the great Luo golden immortal. Huge pressure spread over the sky. Covering all the major states in the flood wilderness. All the spirits of the floodplains have a sense. Release the divine sense. Instantly are frozen on the spot. This is not the 6 ears of the great Heavenly Father who has already fallen. He did not die. But also certified to the mixed Yuan Daluo Jingxian. In the end, what has happened? This is all going on. The brain circuits of all the spirits of the flood began to short circuit. And after the short circuit was the clearing of the spiritual platform. Followed by the cheering of all the spirits of the flood. All of them running to pass the news to each other. The 6 ears great Heavenly Father has returned. The flood court hall of the gang of evil. Not to mention. Is seriously to the 6 ears of mourning it. Suddenly perceived the pressure of the mixed Yuan Dala Jingxian. Release the divine sense to see. This can be a big deal. The gongs. Drums. Holding the spirit. Picking streamers. Falling tile. Dry howling. burning fire. All petrified on the spot, looking at the sky of Buzhou Mountain in disbelief. Only to hear the Queen Mother of the West Wow shouted, "Husband swindled! Run ah!" And then no image to the table under the drill. When the main mother of the calm and reserve has long run out of shadow. The crowd was petrified for a long time. Or the second and third monkeys cried out first, "Big Brother came back! It's Big Brother's origin breath! Big Brother is still alive! Accomplished the great luo of the mixed yuan!" Oh! One sentence startled 1,000 waves. The great hall of the flood court boiled again. The monkey brothers flew up and fled towards the monkey Big Brother in a hurry. Then the people from all over the Hongting also boiled over and converged towards Buzhou Mountain. The seriousness of the situation. The six ears have no time to talk about old times, and hasten to notify the flood, Buzhou Mountain supporting the collapse of the divine pillar of the sky. The sky cracked. The sky water poured in. The need for everyone to help. To fight against the natural disaster. At this time, the heavenly Tao has a sense. Cannot bear the flood of living beings. Hurriedly loosened the purple heavenly palace heavenly Tao chains. Released Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao saints. That means the flood havoc. Hurry to relief. Will be redeemed. Sixth ear also made it known. Please, all the Taoists, quickly exert your divine powers to block the heavenly water. Six ears mobilize the spiritual power of the mixed Yuan Daluo Jingxian. Will be the ultimate spiritual treasure Nat Ian bag thrown into the air. Blocked in the Tianshui leakage. Nat Ian bag can be big and small. Very powerful. Will be the big hole blocked to 7 to 8. However, the power of the water was so strong that the nascent sac was shaky and extremely unstable. Luckily, at this time, Hongjun, Nuhua, Tong Tian, Laozi Yuan Shun, and Yuan Shen arrived in time to make their moves. And with the heavenly Tao saints joining them, the nascent sac was finally stabilized. What? You asked to take the lead. How did not come? These two saints were knocked down the holy position. The spirit of the original broken, according to reason, has been dead. Hongjun Taoist ancestor will be two people spirit and soul collected. Placed in the jade disc of creation to warm up. Cannot be saved, depends on their lives hard. Heavenly Tao saints are surprised to see that the person who was blocking the sky is not someone else. It is the old enemy. That stinking monkey. All of them are surprised and feel bad. Have sighed, six ears, life is really hard. Self-detonation into like that are not dead, but also can testify to mixed yuan. We all suspect that this goods is not the bastard son of the Great Way. A few heavenly Tao saints had cold backs and trembling legs. And they all stared at six ears with unblinking eyes. Don't mess around. Everyone is doing their job. Mending the heavens. Hongyun saw his several disciples this kind of virtue. Said, six ears Taoist friends. The great disaster at present. Do not want personal revenge. When the great things are important. Six ears didn't have the heart to pay attention to them and nodded his head in agreement. Continuing to announce, the flood court belongs to the four major religions. The various state emperors quickly organize people. The various departments of the heavenly officials. In the flood wasteland around the collection of five-colored stone. Quickly transported to the Buzhou Mountain. The matter is urgent. But also please other road friends to help. Responses came from all over the floodplain. No. Sixth ear continued. Please ask Sage Nuhua to take action. Exercise the power of creation. Refine the five-colored stone. And repair the heavenly cave. Nuhua had been trapped in the Nuhua Palace for an unknown number of years. And this sudden release of wind was a bit of a handicap. Seeing the monkey that her heart longed for is still alive. A burst of joy in her heart. The gloom that covered her heart dissipated for a moment. When Nuhua heard six ears call out to her, that cheerful mood returned. only to see the originally still dignified hallowed heavenly Tao sage. Completely changed. Full of smiles. Springtime. Jumping. Humming a little tune. Happily ran to the side of the sixth ear. With a face of drollery. Living a cute neighborhood little sister look. The Hongjun Taoist ancestor and a number of heavenly saints. Heart a burst of diaphragm. Look at Manhwa this way. Where is still like a heavenly saint? Needless to say what? This 2-5 is completely finished. Give up the treatment. Terminal illness advanced. Hopeless. Six Ears smiled gently at Manhwa. All in a nutshell. Again. This caused Manhwa to be happy. Shaking her head and tail. Grabbing her two pigtails. Shyly pursing her little lips. And returning sixth ear's bright. Beautiful smile. Hongjun Taoist ancestor heart. Completely finished. These two bastards' discharge are not avoiding people. This is the world's wind. Ah. The old road or shame or despair. Straight cover the old face. Keep sighing. Six Ears also ignored the obtrusive Hongjun and the others. And added, please ask Big Brother Hongyun to lend the Qiankuan tripod to Sage Manhwa for use. And Big Brother and Second Brother Jin Yuanzi to line the power of creation to assist Sage Manhwa in refining the 5-color stone. Just like that. The heavenly Tao saints who were originally the main protagonists of Mending Heaven now all became lightbulbs. Illuminating every detail of Mending Heaven. Soon. A large amount of colorful stones were sent to Manhwa from all directions by various great powers. And Manhwa briefly returned to normal. Activated the Qiankuan tripod. And began to refine the colorful stones. As she practiced, something went wrong again. Only to see Manhwa throwing glances at Six Ears while refining. Six Ears seemed to be able to understand and responded with various glances. And the two of them chatted furiously. Everyone didn't know which tribe's language this was. Anyway, they were all confused and said they couldn't understand it. The crowd of great powers were all embarrassed. And the Queen Mother of the West was instantly displeased. Manhwa. Mending the heavens. The stones are all burnt. So just concentrate. Will you? Harass my husband again and I'll step on your tail. Manhwa wasn't annoyed either. And after a little bit of reserve, she began to increase her firepower. Quickly repairing the heavenly cave with the assistance of Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. The two second-rate knives. Years later. This matter of patching up the heavens made the two good big brothers boast about it for many years. What the flood? In terms of the power of creation. Only Manhwa and the two of us level. That was a serious statement. Chapter 71, The four poles of the sky are unstable. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The various forces of the flood that once fought to the death have temporarily put down their hatred. And in a rare occurrence, they all gathered together and worked together to repair the heavenly cave and fight against the heavenly disaster. The heavenly court. Heavenly saints are also counted as hard work. Finally did some personnel. This time, everyone gathered under the Buzhou Mountain, waiting for Manhwa to finish repairing the heavenly cave. People have to be idle to make trouble. Waiting for the period. The demon race. The witch race. The flood court. The heavenly court. The river. All parties began to look at each other. Spit at each other. Gradually began to pick a fight with each other. And then cross swords. And not pay attention to the competition open. Almost out of a big mess. Good in the Six Ears and Hongjun were present. The two hurried to press down. Six Ears and Hongjun together. Keep switching scenes. As if the firefighting squad. Blocked in front of the forces of all sides. To stop the parties to fight. That is after blocking the heavenly court. Blocking the demon race. Blocking after the demon race. Blocking the Hong court. Fast. The river Styx sighed in uproar. Bitter hatred of the two cannot be returned to many. The two shoulder to shoulder. Living like two elders. Everywhere to appease the children of the violent fights. Busy and anxious. In the flood this mix. As long as these two people do not want to fight. Then the world peace. Where there is no fight. All the spirits of the flood are watching the flood situation. But also see the weight of the 6 ears today. At this time can stand shoulder to shoulder with Hongjun Daozu. All beings are praying in their hearts. You too can grow a little more careful. Don't do that unscrupulous thing in the future. You two are good. Everyone is good. With Manhwa. A burst of drumming. The heavenly cave was patched up. Ancestor Hongjun and the 6 ears each called upon the people to exert their spiritual power to reinforce the heavenly cave once again. Unlike the original plot. This time, I don't know whether Manhwa cut corners or the crowd got more multicolored stones. And instead of one multicolored stone left to mend the sky, there was a large handful of them. The original plot of Manhwa left a 5-color stone. And later turned into a spirit monkey Sun Wukong. Other people don't care. But the 6 ears look silly. This a large number of have to give birth to how many Lingming stone monkeys? In the end, which stone is the family old 4 Lingming stone monkeys ah? Manhwa how to know the monkey's mind. Small hand raised. Dashing to throw the stone. Look at the direction should be will fall in the East Shung divine continent. 6 ears heart is still aflutter. Defeated bitch. Do you know you threw a fighting holy Buddha ah? Not a bunch. The monkey hesitated whether to get back all the 5-colored stones that Manhwa had thrown away. And then knocked them one by one to bleed them out. Lest the 4 monkeys come out of the world and still poke themselves still to death with a stick according to the original script. Hesitation for a long time. 6 ears a pat on the monkey head. Instantly figured out. I'm all mixed Yuan Daluo. What stick can still poke their own death? What a joke. Even if the flood carried the old Hongjun Deng have the heart. But also cannot get dead their own ah. Beside, Hongjun is also sensitive. Suddenly have a sense. As if someone is thinking about themselves. Rush to touch his corner of the jade disc of creation. What did not touch out? Make old Deng are not confident. Is it my mana regression? Strange. Strange. Seeing that the heavenly cave had been reinforced. The crowd was about to leave. When suddenly the sky began to tremble violently again. Extremely unstable. Everyone could see the way. Because the heavenly pillar that supported the sky had fallen. The sky had lost its support. And there was a possibility that it would sink again. If the sky is not strengthened in time, heaven and earth will slowly close. And the flood world will dissipate and return to chaos. The situation is critical. The immortals also each show their own magic ability to support the sky. One by one are gritting their teeth. Deep sense of heaven and earth greatness. Difficult to resist. No wonder. You think you are Pango ah? As strong as Pango. The last is to support the sky exhausted and died. Time is urgent. 6 ears immediately drew out with the heart of the iron rod soldiers. As a heavenly pillar to support the most serious trembling of the North Pole. And then to the great mana support. The North Pole slowly tend to stabilize. 6 ears is to try. I did not expect their own companion law to fight cannot. This support heaven and earth is still quite good. People look at the big monkey's companion spiritual treasure is very awesome. This big iron stick how so familiar. As if the 3 monkeys have one. So everyone looked at the second and third monkeys. The meaning was obvious. Quickly sacrifice your magic treasure ah. The sky is about to collapse. The second monkey had no self-consciousness at all. And could not afford to give up his treasures. Seeing all the immortals are looking at themselves. Grinding and dawdling. Playing dumb, Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother's hardcore soldiers are really powerful. Goo. I feel unbearable pain in my stomach. First go to pull a thin ah. 3 monkeys also began to panic. Feel big brother and not pro. Prime white jade pillar that is their own companion spiritual treasure ah. Meaningful. Tearful eyes, big brother. My companion spirit treasure a while ago in a bad mood. Very restless. Their own fly away. How can not find? Wait for a while it finished dispersal of their own heart will come back. Well. Now it just can't be found. The crowd faced 2 shameless monkeys. That gas ah. The gods have diarrhea. Spiritual treasure can also fly their own run to distraction. Cannot find a good reason. But also a little face knot. At this time, the Yuansher of the Yuanshan state began to do things again. I heard that the 6 years you have a disciple under the door. Called Bei Xian. Is the North Sea 10? 000 years of Xian turtle incarnation. Had a physical body to block the Junti Saint a blow. Its limbs are even stronger. Enough to hold up the sky. Bei Xian is grinning. Smiling to see the big drama. Suddenly heard the drama to their own body. Scared legs are numb. The heart of the original family greetings over and over again. He did not have limbs that can still live. Staggered and ran to the big master. Hugged the 6 ears thighs and cried, Big master ah. Disciple is pro ah. Disciple do not want to die ah. The original script was that the saints forcibly chopped off Bei Xian's limbs and used them as heavenly pillars to hold up the 4 poles of the flood. This scene unbiasedly had to happen again. Flood court crowd. Righteous indignation. Deeply original shameless. Even hit people disciple idea? All will spit to the beginning. The original is helpless. No words to refute. Proud as the original also had to bow his head. Admitted that his words are not good. Let everyone think of other ways. However, the people play mouth can. And where can find can hold up the sky of the gods. Suddenly. Are mute not say. 6th ear shook his head helplessly. Bei Xian ah. Don't blame your 2nd and 3rd masters. Their companion magic treasures seem to be unusable. I can only condemn you. My disciple. When you die, my master will personally give you a morning vigil to ensure that you have a good reincarnation. When 6 ears finished speaking, he grabbed an immortal execution sword from Tontian's hand and wanted to slash at Bei Xian. Bei Xian was also stunned and cried out that master doesn't love me anymore. I'll run. Bei Xian set up auspicious clouds on the run. Do not think about speed is not the turtle's strong point. Where will escape from the mixed Yuan Deluo's poem? However, you say strange not strange. 6 ears bared teeth and eyes. Shouting to kill Zhentian. The momentum is very powerful. A mixed Yuan Great Luo hard to catch up with a North Xian. This gives a crowd of great powers anxious. 6 ears you cannot. Not let us come. Hiding in the vicinity of the 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys. Also know that the 6 ears this is a bitter trick. Cannot force their own disciples to die. Although the spiritual treasure is good. The life of the disciple is more important. 2 monkeys will not be spurned. The 2 monkeys with tears in their 4 eyes. Pulling out the lifeblood that accompanied them for countless yuan will. Keep stroking. Reluctant to give up. A clench of teeth. A closed eye. Have sacrificed. The 2nd monkey threw his purple and gold beam to the South Pole. And the 3rd monkey threw his white jade pillar to the East Pole. Seeing that the pillars holding up the sky were available, the immortals cast great magic power to strengthen and stabilize the pillars. A large part of the sky was stabilized. There was still the West Pole shaking. The 4 poles of sky support were missing. And the crisis was still going on. Chapter 72, Bei Xian sacrifices himself. All of us agree to support the sky. Bei Xian has now reached the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. Which in demon quantitative robbery has also passed more than 200 years. The heavenly Tao is clear. Bei Xian is able to project that he should have this calamity. At the very beginning, Bei Xian saw that the Grand Master was able to use the Sui Xin Iron Pole Soldier to prop up the sky. Thinking that his calamity had passed, and was still happy beyond measure. Whoever thought that to support the sky also need 4 pillars? What is called joy and sorrow? What is called surprise and accident? The tribulation has been in. It seems that their knife is bound to be. Oh, turtle, my life is bitter. Ah. He also saw that both the second and third masters had offered their companion spirit treasures to hold up the south and east poles. Bei Xian felt slightly comforted, secretly saying, he at least had 3 legs saved. The 2 master teachers lying on the ground were heartbroken at the loss of their companion spirit treasures for their own sake, crying their hearts out and rolling all over the ground without any image. This must be how unwilling to give up is also empathetic? Follow along with the weeping. In fact, Bei Xian also knows that nowadays, in addition to their own limbs within the flooded universe, can no longer find a second object that can hold up the sky. Bei Xian feels how he is so unlucky. Lost soul. Will is very low. Wiping tears. Fly back to Buzhou Mountain. 6 ears see the disciple this way. Also do not shout to fight. Afraid of Bei Xian want to not be able to. Also come to a self-detonation. Followed the disciple's ass. Guide, Xian Ah. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Master and you just joke. There is only 1 pillar of the sky left. The master then think of a way to combine the efforts of all the immortals. Will be able to find out a thing that supports the sky. 6 ears to see Bei Xian did not respond. Really afraid of the disciple went to the extreme. And to the north Xian chest smooth gas. And to the north Xian pinched the shoulders and legs. Living a fawning look. The painting style is very bizarre. Mixed Yuan Daluo when the master to this point is no one. The Queen Mother of the West saw the monkey defeat. Small temper came up again. See, the immortals want to chop Bei Xian's legs. That must be how much pain. The child can have what wrong. So, this main mother again restless. Open her magic brain. Come up with a bad idea, Aya. Bei Xian is still small. I and other elders here. How can it be the turn of the younger generation to sacrifice? Anyway, there's only the West left. Tao ancestor, you and my husband are both very powerful. The 2 of you back to back together to raise your arms to hold up the sky will definitely succeed. Okay? The Queen Mother of the West's words thundered down a crowd of immortals. They all secretly said, this bitch is really ruthless and desperate enough. This is to let Daozu and 6 ears together as a heavenly pillar. Forever standing in the West Pole. But also back to back. Even though the 6 ears have been psychologically prepared. Feel bad. Or by the Queen Mother of the West was shocked for a while, speechless. Said. Stinking bitch. Dead bitch. Who is your husband? I don't know you. Why don't you go to support the sky? And so on back, let's get divorced. Taoist ancestor Hong Yun is also very surprised. His face is also a burst of green and white. Embarrassed. We agree to it. This is worse than death. Do not agree to it. All beings in the floodplains are watching it. It seems too selfish. Not enough atmosphere. Lao Deng raised his eyes to 6 ears. And said, 6 ears? How did you see this stupid lack of bitch? Are you too sincere? Push out their own husband as a heavenly pillar. Forever standing in the West Pole does not move. Enough desperation. The main thing is, why also involve my old road? When it is really let a person ride the tiger difficult. Old road, I'm too difficult. Or first look at the 6 ears, how to say. Monkeys will not be a big ear whip past. 6 ears are also at a loss for words. brainstorming their own and the Taoist ancestor back to back. Hands raised to support the sky immovable scene. Hundreds of millions of years of immobility. Wind and snow. A monkey and a person petrified into a pillar of the sky. This scene how tragic. West Queen Mother this bitch is also to not take themselves as a monkey. Ah bah. As a person it. Hong Jun old dang is certainly not willing. Well. No hurry. Wait for the old dang first state. 6 years in Hong Jun. The two top figures of the flood. By the West Queen Mother. This bold brain disability. The only chaos in the world's small frame on the fire. The two wide-eyed. Atmosphere dare not come out. Are waiting for the other side to make a statement first. The scene is silent. A needle can be heard for a long time. Bei Xian heard the words of the Queen Mother of the West. Deeply heartwarming. Although our teacher mother is not very reliable. But the care of their own or real. Cannot be faulted. Bei Xian really can't bear the master to be a pillar. Not to mention that this is their own calamity. Can't let the master to suffer on behalf of. Then clenched his teeth. Used great magic power to shock off his left arm. Huge pain hit him. Fainted. Are each other stupid eyes of the two old six? Suddenly saw people Bei Xian initiative self-sacrifice. Are shocked. And ashamed of themselves. Conscious of the cards than juniors short ahead. Two people finally have a step. Also not stalemate. In order to save face. Began to wildly soar acting. Only to see the 6 years staggered to run to Bei Xian. With tears in his eyes. Lying on the body of Bei Xian pain. Sincere feelings. Expression in place. In a few moments actually can all of a sudden cry to the back of the breath. Fell to the ground without waking up. Leads to the flood of beings a sigh. Empathy tears. Hong Jun Taoist ancestor saw the 6 ears and began to play the calf. Cursing. You girl a mixed yuan daluo. Actually can cry back over the gas. Pigs do not believe. Nai will flood all souls IQ is worrying. All believe the monkey ghost. Simply pigs are worse than ah. In order to maintain the face of the heavenly saint. Hong Jun Daozu also had to put down the force. Not willing to lag behind. Shouted, Bei Xian young nephew high righteousness. I old Tao is really ashamed. Feel inferior. What face still live in the world? Then a palm slap to their own heavenly soul cover. Mouth spitting blood. Fell to the ground. The flood beings were again by the Taoist ancestors' action spread a wave of dog food. Have sighed Taoist ancestor high righteousness. Another burst of tears. The old Taoist is still searching. Powerful as my Taoist ancestor. Were forced to bite the tongue and squeeze the blood. The Queen Mother of the West is poisonous enough. With such a virtuous wife. 6 ears little thief. The rest of your life you seek your own happiness. Queen Mother of the West had tears in her eyes. Seeing 6th ear fall to the ground unconscious. And started to make things happen again. Scooting closer to 6th ear. And said with embarrassment. Husband used to tell me that after a person faints. They need a bystander to measure their breath with their mouth before they can wake up. This method is called artificial respiration. Then opened his small mouth. Want to do something wrong. When 6 ears heard it. His heart was soothing. And he thought. Queen Mother of the West. You can be a human being. Come on. My husband is right. Quickly cross my chi. The second monkey looked at the Queen Mother of the West's wriggling. Slow appearance. Which like a rescue. Monkey eagerly jumped over. A pull the Queen Mother of the West away. Open that huge monkey mouth toward the 6 ears mouth to gnaw. A bad smell came. And is the 6 ears scared not light? Taoist ancestor that is not good to go. Tong Tian Sea people over there have begun to rescue. regardless of whether it is true or false. Our master, this cannot be hung out to dry. Open the mouth on the pounce. The flavor is also a great. The 6 years and Hong Jun Dao ancestor. Startled by the sudden change, both came to their senses on earth and got up nimbly, running towards Bei Xian's broken arm. Two old six also do not say. Incomparable tacit understanding began to support the sky. One big magic power to lift Bei Xian left arm. Another big magic power for refining. One find a good position to hold up the sky to fix the heavenly pillar. A big magic power to seal and strengthen. Two people as if the gold medal partner. Smooth movement. Articulation in place. Very tacit understanding. And attracted a crowd of small friends to eat melon exclaimed. Marveled. At this point, the sky was stabilized. And the danger of the great flood was considered completely resolved. The hearts of the people were hanging in the air. And they all put them down. In the face of danger, everyone can share the same enemy. Once the world is peaceful, the internal contradiction of the people again become the theme. Is so contradictory and insoluble. See? When they parted, 6 years and Hongjun Taoist ancestor look at each other. Have cold snort. Each left. The heavenly court and the flood court forces again began to chew Han boundary. Clearly divided. The immortals also slowly dispersed. Chapter 73, Ho-Tu is dying. And the monkey wants to follow him. Mending the heavens was completed. Rescuing countless living beings in the floodplains. And was encouraged by the heavenly Tao, which sent down great merits. Among which the 6 ears. As the organizer and offering the random iron rod soldiers to support the heavens. Solely accounted for 1.5% of the merits, Nuwa. Refining the colorless stone to mend the heavens and taking the credit for the greatness of the work. Solely accounted for 3% of the merits, Dao ancestor Hongjun just hit the sauce and also shared away 1%, Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi. The 2 monkeys. And the 3 monkeys each got 0.5%, and the remaining merits, in accordance with the magnitude of the merits, were distributed to each of the heads of people who participated in the remaining merits were distributed to everyone involved in the rescue according to the size of their merits. 6 ears and the people of the flood court met again after a long time and made merits. So they all returned to the hall of the flood court in high spirits. As soon as he entered the hall, 6 ears saw the bad scene again. The hall of the flood court. The face of the first great power of the floodplains is located. The important place? Simply cannot look at. This was Huahui into what kind of? Inside the hall. A white onyx. Smoke and fire. Pots and tiles all over the place. Messy. Spiritual table on the table peacefully placed 6 ears of the spirit. 6 ears standing in front of their own spirit. Very awkward. The picture is very awkward. Spiritual platform also hung on both sides of a couplet. Written in large gold letters, early death and late death, early and late death. Good live, live, good live. Crossword, early death is not as good as live. 6 ears of this gas pointing to the mess full of hall. Angry trembling. Looking at their own spirit cards. Unable to speak. And finally stopped his finger on the huge couplet. Asked, this couplet in the end is which grandson to write? Queen Mother of the West saw the 6 ears angry. Thought. This couplet is the husband you said yourself before you were born but also praised the good to come. Could it be that this couplet is not in line with the husband's heart again? Too much brain. Can not understand. When the feeling is not good. I'd better run. Then the Queen Mother of the West turned into a wisp of green smoke. Fire speed to Ingzhou Island. 6 ears instant perception. Good wow. Again you this bitch. Hand grabbed the side of the weeping stick. Toward the Queen Mother of the West to escape the direction of the fight. The air came from the Queen Mother of the West a scream. There seems to be a grieved sobbing. When the crowd had finished clearing the hall, they gathered together again with joy. 6 Ears rushed to ask about the things in the past 200 years. The crowd of people talk. Mountain south. North and south. Said the things. 6 Ears listened to the end. The general understanding. Patting the front chest. A breath of relief. After the Great War, the Heavenly Tao is very satisfied with the handling. Especially for the release of the Heavenly Tao chains to lock Hongjun Laodang this paragraph. The big monkey's hard to let the two monkeys to speak 8 times. Monkey seems to have a little understanding of the words of Hongjun, Taoist ancestor of the Purple Heavenly Palace at the time. Hongjun is the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven is not Hongjun. It seems that even if Hongjun body in the Tao of Heaven, the Tao of Heaven still exists alone. Although a small selfishness, but generally still fair and just. Subsequently, there were non-stop flood great powers who came to the hall of the flood court to congratulate 6 Ears on his new birth and his certification as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed Yuan. Manhwa was the first to run to, also holding pots and pans, luggage rolls, said to be a guest of a few people. The 6 Ears are helpless. Cannot drive people away? Elected the bedchamber to supply Manhwa use. The flood court crowd really worried about the main mother. This position seems to be in jeopardy. Hongjun Taoist ancestor saw Manhwa so, again angry to pull off the beard. Once that beautiful bearded man is gone. Now on the chin has been sparse. There is not much hair left. Became a bearded little old man. Manhwa also do not see foreign. Ushered in 8 sides to meet the guests. Causing the Queen Mother of the West is very upset. Between their own mess. Led to the 6 Ears angry. Has just been hit by the weeping rod. And do not dare to say more. Can only press the small nature. Aggrieved Baba. The 2 goddesses of the Star Clan's tie-in star also came with laurel flowers. But their moods were still not high. And 6 Ears relieved them for a long time before Changshi and Shiha's minds got some life. And decided to take the only remaining little golden crow, Lu Press, with them to teach and raise them. According to 6 Ears' suggestion, Demon Clan great powers dead and wounded. Can only put the inconspicuous white Ze, Shan Young, Phalian 3 former Demon Court Demon Saint pushed to the front of the stage. The 3 Demon Saints in the heart of the weak. Empty-handed. Cheeky on behalf of the Demon Clan came to congratulate. 6 Ears sorry for the demon race suffered. The 3 Demon Saints are very attentive. Warm and fuzzy. Learned that the demon race is in dire straits. Poor are pissing blood. 6 Ears ordered the flood court to support the demon race countless supplies. Touched by the 3 people. Emperor Hao Tian was afraid that 6 Ears would seek revenge. And begged Yao Qi for half a day before Yao Qi agreed to come to congratulate him on his behalf. The Queen Mother of Yao Qi carried a basket of 9,000 years of sunflower peaches. Dressed like an ordinary woman. Very low profile. Trembling with fear. For fear that the 6 Ears of a displeasure. To their own seconds. 6 Ears have seen the chaos within the various thousand worlds. Feel that the flood within the people even if the death of life. But also always still a family. Don't want a war and bloodshed again. As long as the Heavenly Court does not make things. The Flood Court will not take the initiative to retaliate. The past has become smoke. Let him pass with the wind. Or reception of Yao Qi. Styx was coy and didn't say a word. But still he came. And 6 Ears didn't bother to take care of him. Hongjun Taoist ancestor with a few saint disciples also came. Was 6 Ears invited to the upper seat. Since the 6 Ears certified hybrid. The old Deng heart is very contradictory. This monkey is always against me. My position as the bearer of the flood is almost untenable. How to look at the monkey is very upset. However, Lao Deng has explored the chaos of the world. Also know that the flood is internal conflict. There will be foreign invasion. The flood got 6 ears of this mixed yuan. Natural cards are strong on one point. We have nothing to do internally. Fighting is inevitable. In fact, not much hostility to the 6 ears. 6 ears also guessed Laodang's mind. And talked well with Daozu. The last to arrive is the witch tribe Ho-Tu. Followed by the only remaining few big witches. Such as 9 Phoenix. Interpretation of the sky. Shi Yu. Wind Bow. Rain Division. Each fierce and vicious. All face sadness. This look to the crowd scared all dare not speak. The back earth was even paler as she said. Congratulations to Taoist friend 6 ears for certifying to the mixed origin. I, Ho-Tu, sense death and chance and will be leaving soon. First to congratulate you and second to say goodbye. From now on, there will be no more witches in the Ho-Tu. Woo-hoo. We all do not know why. Although the witch tribe does not have a few people left. At least there is still you, this ancestral witch in. No one dares to easily mess with. Why to go? Why want to die? And after the earth does not resume, which what is the meaning of? 6 ears and Hongjun Laodang looked at each other. The two naturally know the meaning of it. A long time speechless. Ho-Tu finished. Hard to suppress grief. Tears. Choking and said, also please 6 ears brother. For the sake of the former love. Take care of the witch tribe. 6 ears hurriedly got up. Grabbed Ho-Tu's small hand. And eagerly asked, the witch race and I are brothers. So we should take care of each other. Ho-Tu. Let me ask you. But you want to rush to the underworld sea of blood. Ho-Tu was stunned and looked at 6 ears. Asking. You? How did you know? 6 ears familiar with the original script. Gong Gong anger hit the Buzhou mountain. Is the back of the earth into reincarnation? The earth out of the world. Since the back of the earth no longer witch. This cannot tell the truth. Said also no one believe. 6 ears can only put this anticipation of the skill. Attributed to his own life magic, all things are clear. 6th ear said. Sister, don't panic. If you trust 6th ear, allow me to accompany you. After the earth naturally trust the 6 ears. See 6 ears so concerned. Touched again. There are 6 ears peer. Perhaps they still have a chance of survival. Cannot help but hold the 6 ears wow cry. The Queen Mother of the West was dry heaving again. And even Yua rolled her eyes. Waiting to send away a group of guests. 6 ears and the earth to disappear to the underworld blood sea. Red clouds. Jin Yuanzi. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys. A few conspicuous package. Said that they were worried about the safety of the 6 ears. Followed behind. Well, it makes sense. A few of you rookie saints. Actually worried about the safety of others. Hybrid Daluo. The Western Queen Mother and Yua could not see Ho-Tu's miserable appearance. And both stayed in the hall of Hungting to play chess and fart. And the 2 women agreed that it was none of our business whether Ho-Tu died or not. Humph. Chapter 74. 6 ears cries out in conviction. Inside the netherworld sea of blood. A little light flashes. As weak as a firefly. Pulling the back of the earth to come. 6 ears accompanied by the back of the earth. The road to the back of the earth to ask for a strand of residual soul. The back of the earth is not clear. But also did not care. Pull out a strand of residual soul handed over to the 6 ears. Walking to the center of the underworld. The crowd saw the little bit of glowing fire. And 6 ears guessed that this would be the light of the tunnel. The 3 ways of the flood. Each different. Hidden in the world. Not to the extent of destroying the heavens and the earth. Generally will not be manifested. The spirit of the heavenly way. The light of the earthly way. the eye of the human way. Each exists independently. Each of the three ways has a little spirituality, but not their own complete consciousness and thought. Can only instinctively judge the right and wrong, or what should be done. The three paths are three special existences. Even if you can't feel them, they do exist, guarding the rules and order of each path. Impartial. Each maintaining the operation of the three paths of heaven, earth and man in the flood world. Facing the boundless sea of blood, Hotu reminisced on her past in the once upon a time, and then swept her gaze over the crowd of great witches and the 6 ears of the flood court, lingering on the last sorrows of this life. One by one, the crowd said goodbye to the back of the earth. The back of the earth to perceive the light of the earth's pulling force is getting stronger and stronger. Finally can no longer resist the powerful force of the earth's way. The body is attracted to fly to the light of the earth. Obviously very painful. Still staring at the crowd to watch. To see the crowd one last time. Leaving the last words of this life, after the earth is no longer witch. A group of great witches cried their hearts out and wailed and pounded their chests. And 6 ears and the others also had moist eyes. However, 6 ears knew that this was the path that Hotu had to take and could not be stopped. With a pained hiss from Hotu, the body of the ancestral witch that contained the rich laws of the earth slowly disintegrated, fusing the power of the earth's Tao and slowly evolving into a massive hellmouth. Inside the earth's mansion, the Pingshin Palace was situated in the center, surrounded by the 10 Yen Luo temples, the judges' mansions, and various other buildings. The periphery of the earth's capital is surrounded by a large river, called the River of Forgetfulness, which is connected to the Sea of Blood. Both sides of the river are filled with boundless flowers. There is a bridge over the River of Forgetfulness called the Bridge of Naiha. There is also a small city near the Neho Bridge, called the City of Wasted Death. In the end, even the soul of Hotu disappeared and was transformed into a well of reincarnation. I didn't expect the light of the earth's path to be so powerful that it ate up the ancestral witch Hotu and squeezed the dregs out of her. A long time. From the light of the earth out of a world of great beauty. Innate Taoist body appearance. Looks slightly similar to the back of the earth, but more delicate and beautiful. Beauty is confused to look at everything around. Obviously is the back of the earth after the power of the earth after the transformation of the new back of the earth. Ping Xin Yang is also has completely lost the memory of the previous life? Accurately said. Ping Xin is not the back of the earth. Nyang Pingshin released endless pressure. Powerful and suffocating. The compulsion was no different from that of the Hong Yun Dao ancestor. 6 ears mixed Yuan Dala strength are feeling the pressure. Obviously Pingshin is a step to seal the gods. The ground to merge with the first heavenly realm. Monkey child size. Also do not know the life of the back of the earth is good or bad. Say it is not good. People one step into the saints. Say it is good. People completely changed. Calmly perceiving the flood world. Receiving the knowledge of the earth about the world. In a moment, Hotu came back to his senses. Seeing a group of horses beside him prostrate on the ground. A few big guys feeling close to each other. That was the great witch still crying. A monkey standing straight and proud. Raising his head and chest and crossing his waist. Very tawdry. Pingshin opened his newly born brain and realized that the personnel piece was a blank. So he could only open his mouth and ask. I am the sage of the earth's way. Pingshin. Who are you people and why are you in my earthly palace? Also, that monkey. When he saw the saint, why did he not worship? Monkey is not panicked. After the earth you change a shell. Do not recognize people is it? Just now who is lying on my body to cry. Cannot be spoiled. The monkey hand held up a trace of after the earth soul. Said, Pingshin. I am the 6 ears. Your life friend. Can still remember. Seeing the monkey's teasing expression, Ho2 was displeased and said, "You monkey! It is already a great sin to see a saint and not worship him. I was born from the earth's path. Where is the past life and present life? Simply a bunch of nonsense." Well, this still can't be explained. Six Ears hurriedly shook the remnant soul of Ho2 in his hand and said, "Ping Xin. Your predecessor is the ancestral witch Ho2. And I am good friends with you. Just now, we accompanied you here. And it is also you who handed over your residual soul to me. As you merge with the residual soul, you will remember us." Ho2 saw the monkey more and more talk, more and more boundless. More angry, monkey head unreasonable. Take this remnant of the soul. Delusion want to harm me. Look at the fight. Finished. The monkey is in trouble again. Poor monkey, deep love. A sincere ah. Although he is mixed Yuan Daluo one day. But compared to the people of one day, it is still difficult to defeat. Do not use spiritual treasures. Single spell mana. The battle is certainly not as good as. Only to see that within the underworld blood sea, the newly born earthly Tao saint, Empress Ping Xin, was valiantly waving her small fists, mobilizing the power of the earthly Tao, and chasing after a monkey to violently beat it up. The monkey shouted, "What is all this ah? How suddenly is the fire?" At that time, the sea of blood was tossed. The earth trembled. The space was distorted. And the spiritual power fluctuated continuously. Attracted countless great powers of divine sense to watch. And again the monkey. Ping Xin, that is the fist to the flesh. Beat the monkey, stuttering and screaming. Constantly explaining. Constantly begging for mercy. Nai He Tu does not stop. Determined to kill the monkey to establish the authority. Really showman meets soldier. Can't reason ah. This is not a life and death battle. The monkey is afraid of his own resistance is too strong. The relationship is even more difficult to reconcile. And do not dare to use the spirit treasure. Even worse. Not good to fight back. Can only be a defense? Escape. Is very woeful. Inside the blood sea. The river is so scared that the two shares trembling. Even the blood sea array also dare not set up. For fear of arousing the attention of the two outside. Originally, he was in the sea of blood well. The door suddenly born a saint. But also emerged a big city. But also occurred a saint war. You say what the mood of the river. Styx heart meditation. I am small transparent. I am small transparent. Saints cannot see. Cannot see. A crowd of the flood great powers. Divine sense have cast to the underworld. The three clear eyes are looking straight. Happy to open the small horse, happy to see the show. Tong Tian still to the monkey voice, left. Right. Monkey, you cannot ah. Bite her thigh. Hongting Shi Wangmo and Nuo looked at each other. And both lowered their heads again. Said nothing. And continued to play chess. Well. Deserved. I do not care. Let you monkey long memory. In the end, between the monkey chaotic Tao body's physical body is too strong. Although it has been nosedive. But even a monkey hair did not knock off. It is difficult to subdue. The hallowed earthly Tao and Taoist saints are also on the head. Say anything to take the monkey to establish the authority. Pingshin Yang Yang a sweeping leg. The monkey was put to plop down on the ground. Ate a mouth of dirt. Pingshin quick eyes and hands. Not waiting for the monkey to react. A front pounce to save the right up. The 6 ears under the body. Hands from the back of the people grabbed two monkeys. Smiling and asked, "Monkey? Serve or not?" Monkey this suffocating ah. Once that clever and clever. Good understanding of the back of the earth where to go. His own back on it in the end is loss of their own good intentions. But also think to save him a line of life. I poo. The ear comes from the severe pain. Do not allow the monkey to think more. Instinctively begged for mercy back, served. Served. Leads to countless flood great power a sigh. Oops. Monkey on this. Flood court a group of horses have covered their faces. The future out where slip sidewalk it. From then on, Nyang Pingshin became famous in one battle. And 6 Ears was beaten by a dainty little nymph to the point of begging for forgiveness and shouting for submission. Which became a popular topic for all parties to the great powers to amuse themselves after tea and dinner in the future. Chapter 75, Monkey reports abuse of authority. 6 Ears shouted out those 2 words. Is also deeply regret. Thought bad. My stinking mouth. This face can smell big. Simple flat heart. Not worldly affairs. How to know the social evil. Thought the monkey really served. Very satisfied. So relax vigilance. Also let go of the 2 monkey ears. Is happy to laugh it. Old 6 has been crawling and fighting for how many years? How can he suffer? In the flash of lightning, the monkey's right paw swung out violently, slapping the remnants of Ho2's soul towards the center of the Ping Xin Yang's eyebrow, and scoring a hit. Pingshin hastily dodged. But where could he avoid the speed of the mixed Yuan Dala? It was too late. Pingshin perceived that he was counted. The heart of this angry cursing the shameless monkey. At once, a pain shot through Ping Xin's mind. And the residual soul of the later Earth merged into Ping Xin's Yuanshan and memories. A memory of the later Earth surged into Ping Xin's mind. And even the later Earth transformation reincarnation could be recalled clearly. After a long time, Ping Xin also knew his past life and present life. Although Pingshin had the memories of Ho2, he was not Ho2 and had his own thoughts and consciousness. Pingshin was also conflicted. Am I the hind earth? Or am I Pingshin? And who am I really? Suddenly felt that the monkey underneath is poking himself with the monkey paw? That means, quickly get up and away. You are still pressing me. Pingshin Yang Yang is also curtain embarrassed. Stretching out her small fist, fiercely hammered the monkey's head a punch. And hurriedly left from the monkey's body. Monkey top full of little stars. Expected Pingshin must have recovered the memory of the back earth. And hastened to accost, back earth sister. Can ever remember me? Pingshin feels that he has been reborn. With independent thoughts and consciousness. And his physical appearance and temperament are completely different from that of Ho2. Which can no longer be considered Ho2. So, Pingshin face majestic. Pressure release. Attitude resolute back, I am Pingshin. Not the earth. Monkeys. Please self-respect. If again unreasonable. Call you look good. Finished. Waved a small fist. Flew up. Disappeared into the Pingshin palace. Never come out. 6 Ears heard. Frozen on the spot. Open mouth. Do not know how to say again. This is how it is. After changing the vest really do not recognize me. 6 Ears heart shouted. Women cannot be relied on. No one good thing. All the negative woman. The great wizards kept shouting. A moment later shouting Ho2. And our Ping Xin sage. Just do not respond. The crowd also saw that the Ping Xin sage was determined to draw a line with Ho2. Later, the witch tribe only left 1,000 people. Also left the witch tribe ancestral land Buzhou Mountain. With their families. All came to the underworld. A big guy squatting in front of the door of the hell. Shouting the ancestral witch of the back of the earth. The witch tribe head is also a sinew. Recognized the Pingshin is the ancestor of the earth. Where the ancestor witch. The witch tribe in which. Say nothing to leave. After all, Pingshin has fused a trace of the soul of Hotu with the memory of Hotu, and is indeed considered to be the reincarnation of Hotu, which cannot be hard-hearted. Soon open the gates of the hell. Will a group of witch personnel all settled in the hell. 5 big wizards appointed Yama. The rest of the war wizards and small wizards according to the ability. Also filled to the hell. Bloodsea cannot be reincarnated. Reincarnation of wandering souls and wild ghosts can be happy. In the past, there is only one place of reincarnation in the Yellow Springs. And the reincarnation requirements are harsh, small and narrow. Only one person can be reincarnated at a time. Boundless lonely souls and wild ghosts queuing up to reincarnation are lined up to a few yuan will be later. This hell suddenly manifested. A new place of reincarnation was born. That reincarnation well spacious and comfortable upscale. The amount of large tube is still fast. The efficiency of the work than the Yellow Springs tens of thousands of times faster. So the ghosts have drifted to the hell reincarnation. A group of members of the witch tribe to maintain order. But also busy. Styx's army of millions of ghosts also look dumbfounded. There is this good thing. Ghosts are willing to be a ghost. Ah! Is an idiot is willing to be a ghost? Also have thrown away their swords and spears. Remove the armor. Are not to the river Styx. Greetings also do not fight. Drifting towards the hell in great numbers. Styx can only look at the dry eyes. And do not dare to block the spirit. For fear that Pingshin Yangyang to find their own trouble. Not my Styx timid. You see the big monkey powerful it. The great Luo. Not also be Pingshin maiden. Ah bah. Pingshin maiden writing underneath. A beating. Obediently sing the conquest. I the small body or save it. Leaving the hell. 6 years back to the flood court. Also cannot be idle. They are all mixed yuan daluo. But also have to give the group a small stove. So a group of disciples recalled. Began to preach. Immortal sounds curled up. Immortal dew filled the air. And the disciples benefited from the rich flow of Tao rhythms. The 12 inner disciples had come to the late stage of the mixed yuan dala, the 7 outer disciples. They had chopped out their second corpses. But their cultivation realm still needed to be consolidated. The second and third monkeys had both reached the peak of the mixed golden immortal. This stage of cultivation was the most difficult. Mainly cultivating the power of sensing the law. Requiring long years and countless battles for sensing. And could not be rushed. Big Brother Red Cloud in the heavenly treasures and Shinkuan tripod under the nourishment. Root script source rubbing up. Now the cultivation is also 2 corpses quasi-saint. With 6 years outside the disciple a level. Don't look at the dish. But the seniority is here. Red clouds do not feel ashamed. Jin Yuanzi 3 corpses quasi-saint round. Suffering from no Hong Meng purple gas. Is considered to cultivate to the end. After several great battles. The top combatants of the flood wasteland were almost dead. And currently the flood court was left alone. And 6 years was old and comforted. Suddenly, one day, there was a signal from Pingshin on the other side of the underworld, fellow Daoist 6 years. Please also come to the underworld as a guest. 6 years heard it is not happy. A while ago is who forced themselves to ambush the ground to sing conquest to come. And now call me to be a guest. Want to fart to eat it? The monkey head screwed. Ignore it. Ping Xin was bored out of his mind in the hell for a while. And discovered a serious problem. He seemed to be imprisoned. And could not go out of the boundary of the underworld at all. Every time he flew to the border of the underworld and wanted to go to the ancestral land of the witch race. Buzhou Mountain. But his Yuanshan would be pulled infinitely by the power of the earth's path. And he couldn't take a step beyond the underworld. a hallowed harmonious Tao saint could only huddle in a place in the underworld, with wild ghosts as companions and rakshasas, which made Pingxin feel very miserable. Calmly searching the memories of Ho-Tu, the witch clan hated the heavenly Tao saints. And as an earthly Tao saint himself, there was no possibility of Duan and the heavenly Tao saints asking for help. Only after searching around did he realize that the monkey who was violently beaten by himself was the only one who had the ability and the only one who had the possibility to help himself. Pingxin saw that the monkey did not respond, knowing that people were still angry. Then he transmitted his voice to Six Ears, Six Ears' great heavenly father. Is it okay for me, Pingxin, to admit my mistake? And please, for the sake of Ho-Tu's face, rescue me. This time Six Ears finally responded. It's not impossible. As long as you notify the flood and apologize to my Six Ears 1,000 times. Pingxin heart. I am at least the face of the earth. How is it possible? Monkey, you overdo it. Soft cannot. Pingxin's small brain a turn. Have, Six Ears fairy. I want to meet the flood court friends, but cannot get out of Can only hook souls and souls to invite everyone to the hell to live for a while. Aha! I personally. Quasi-saints can be captured. First capture the red cloud. Just his most dishes. Well, this can be the monkey to the shock. He helped in the beginning of this in the end. The heart-cursed Ping Xin shameless. Do you count this as abuse of power? Counting power for personal gain. Monkey immediately shouted towards the underworld tunnel. I monkey want to report someone abusing his power. Someone care no. Chapter 76, Monkey gives Ping Xin a lesson. The only one who can manage to cure Ping Xin is the ground path, where the ground path will take care of the monkey's report. Monkey helpless. In the face of Ping Xin, this female version of rolling knife meat. That is no way. Can only admit, no. No. My big brother is busy. I want to find a way to help you is. Six Ears a thought will appear in the Pingxin palace. See a beautiful woman lazily lying on the throne. Exquisite figure. Snow white skin. Face is absolutely beautiful. But unfortunately it is a snake and scorpion poisonous woman. The Six Ears to take the Six Ears have no temper at all. Six Ears said. Negative woman. If I help you, what are the benefits? Pingxin also do not care about what negative heart not negative heart. That is the matter of the earth. With my Pingxin why? After listening to the words of the Six Ears, it seems that this monkey really has a way. Immediately came to the spirit. Sit up straight. Adjust the posture. A second into a lady. Back, if you can help me get out of trouble. I Pingxin alliance with you. Six Ears thought. This woman is not simple. Where is still the innocent earth? You are a poor man. In addition to a broken hell. Nothing. But also cannot go out of the house. To you can do what? This is not an alliance. You are seeking protection. On second thought, it is not a bad thing to ally with Ho-Tu. The Six Ears know that Ping Xin is penniless and cannot take anything good. So they can only silently nod their heads and recognize the loss. Six Ears said. I am gifted with divine powers. And all things are clear to me. You are trapped in the underworld. And the principle of the great Tao is very mysterious. There are 3 reasons. If you believe me, I will tell you. Pingxin play some small smart, okay? Talking about this heaven and earth avenue above. That is purely kindergarten level. What do not understand? Immediately nodded. Focused. Just like a good boy. 3 good student style. Back, I naturally convinced. Road friend. Please speak. Pingxin have no not listen. 6 Ears in front of Pingxin has been defeated. This time can finally have some face. but still feel inadequate. So very tawdry from the pocket out of a thing. Is modeled after the latter day to do a pair of presbyopia. Set on the bridge of the nose. A hand behind the back. A hand pointing. This learned everyone's temperament. Rubbing up. Leading to the eyes of the ping heart peach blossom. A burst of infatuation. Six Ears said. Little girl. But not whole you. After pretending to be a calf. The 6 Ears into the main topic. Said, first. You are the back of the earth with the body of the reincarnation evolution and born. In fact, you are a part of the back of the earth. This is a fact. You admit it or not is the case. If you want to leave the underworld, you must sever the connection between your soul and the after-earth. That is, the connection between you and the well of reincarnation. If this connection continues, there is no way for you to leave the underworld. Flatheart felt it made sense and asked, Master 6 Ears, how to sever the connection? 6 Ears casually shook his hand. Panga flag appeared in his hand. This treasure is the first foreign treasure in the flood, specializing in attacking the divine soul. But if you do this, 10,000 pains. Can you be willing to? Ping Xin firmly nodded his head. This sister in order to go out to play is also a fight. Then asked. What about its second? Secondly, cut off your connection with the physical body of Ho-Tu. That is, your connection with the Earth's mansion. As long as the Earth's capital is perfected and can function on its own, the Earth's capital will naturally not be binding your physical body. And you can come and go freely. Pingshin felt that 6 Ears was simply divine. And his heart was worshipful, as could be seen from that expression. And asked, Big brother 6 Ears, how to perfect the hell? 6 Ears' heart. Well, Taoist friends into masters. Masters and become a big brother. Women's mouth cheating goes to. But the beauty of it, said, the government offices in the hell to fill the staff. The officials in place. Each in their own way. So that the hell can run on their own can set up the post of Fingdu Da Di. Instead of you to manage the whole hell. My outer disciple Nanji and the Earth's way have a destiny. Can come to serve. The 10 temples of Yama shall be filled to the fullest. And the names shall be determined. And the duties shall also be divided. So that they may truly exercise their authority and serve the purpose of reincarnation. Separate. Qin Guang Wang, in charge of the Book of Life and Death. He guides the souls of good people to the ultimate bliss and judges the evil people to be thrown into hell. King Chu Kong, in charge of the great living hell at the bottom of the ocean. Under the Wujiao stone in the direct south. Emperor Song, in charge of the black rope great hell. King of the 5 officials, in charge of the combined great hell. King Yama, judges ghosts and judges their good and bad deeds in life. King Bianqing, in charge of the great screaming hell and the city of wasted death. King Tarzan, in charge of the great hell of heat and anguish. Metro King, in charge of the great hot annoying hell. King of Equality, in charge of the abyssal hell. King of Reincarnation, responsible for determining the reincarnation of ghosts. At present, the sorcerer race has occupied the 5 temples of Yama. And I can select 5 people from the flood court to supplement the other 5 temples of Yama. In addition, there should be a Mona on the bridge of Naiha, giving a bowl of Mona soup to those who cross the bridge to erase the memories of their past lives. I'll arrange this. 6 Ears according to the original script. The flat heart lady Countless Yuan will only do after the meeting. This will give all the arrangements in advance. Shamelessly to insert manpower into the inside. But also attracted Ping Xin a burst of gratitude. Simply a stroke of God. Ping Xin heart excited. Said can be considered to find the right person. The monkey has learned. And can fight. But also so powerful. Simply do not too handsome. Heart waves surging. But the face is not shocked. Still a small family likes serious inquiry, it's 3. Thirdly, it's the two of us combining our efforts to fight those guys from the heavens path. After listening to it, Ping Xin was puzzled. Why is it? Out of a door still have to fight. This is about what people's heavenly way saints. Sixth Ear explained, the heavenly Tao has been in great prosperity for a long time. And it is domineering and has the widest influence. And the Earth Road has just been manifested. Weak and incomparable. They do not have confidence in themselves. Naturally do not dare to expand to the flooded earth. And how can you rest assured that you can leave the underworld alone? Secondly, if you want to enter the sphere of influence of the heavenly Tao, you have to break the barrier between the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao. How can the heavenly Tao saints sit back and watch? In that case, they can only go to war and fight. Niang Pingxin had no idea in her heart and asked, the heavenly Tao saints are powerful. I can't beat the Tao ancestors. So how can I win? Sixth Ear proudly patted his chest at this time, with brother. You can let go of the fight. If you win, you can freely enter and exit all over the floodplains. And the Earth Road can also be expanded to the floodplains, if you lose. Then you and the Earth Road can only cower in the underworld. The words of the 6 ears moved the unseasoned Ping Xin. And his eyes moistened. Can a person who can help himself to fight with others be a bad person? Grasping the 6 ears of the hand. Keep thinking. Big brother called endlessly. Greatly satisfied the 6 ears of self-esteem. 6 ears of the operation continues. The monkey took out 3 magic treasures. Instantly attracted the attention of Pingxin. The little heart-thumping 6 ears brother is really good. Eyes a moment of confusion. Only to see 3 heavy treasures suspended in the air. Each piece of the pieces are Taoist rhythms. Glittering. Extraordinary power. Which woman is not confused when she sees it? One is the lower-grade chaotic spiritual treasure creation Jade Butterfly Fragment. This treasure is the Flood Demon War when the 6 ears pit Hongjun Taoist ancestor. This fragment contains the law of the earth. Hongjun Taoist ancestor can't use it. Only to break down and throw to the monkey. After the monkey finished sensing the earth Tao laws inside, it would be useless. However, if this treasure was used by Ping Xin, an earthly Tao saint, the power of the fragment could be utilized to the extreme. The second one is the innate superb 12-pointed purple lotus of reincarnation, which was given to Nuwa as a reward after she helped Nuwa create a human being and become a saint, and was originally obtained by Nuwa from the cliff of separation of treasures. This treasure is on par with the white lotus of the pure world, the golden lotus of merit and virtue, the red lotus of karmic fire, and the black lotus of world destruction, all of which evolved from the shattering of the 24th green lotus of creation, and have powerful defenses. The power of reincarnation can only be used by the people of the earth. Nuwa and 6 ears can only defend or smash people with this treasure, and cannot play out its true power. It is simply a pearl in the dust. The third piece is the jade void glazed lamp, which was obtained by Yuan Shi from the cliff of treasure after the third sermon in the purple heavenly palace, and was snatched by monkeys when the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao fought with the 5 people of the 3 immortal islands. This treasure has a combination of both power and law. And inside the lamp there is a golden flame named Wanling Yuyao, which has a powerful attack power. Chapter 77, The Earth's Mansion becomes the backyard of the Hong Court. The Earth's Way has just come into being. Also did not give themselves this one of the saints Pingxin to get some spiritual treasure. Also is poor enough. The light of the Earth's Way also said I cannot help. I can come out of the world is good. But also the luxury of what treasure? Why do not you say humane? But also in the hide and seek it. Cut. As for the hell of the book of life and death, Judge Pen and so on is also considered a spiritual treasure. But the grade can only be regarded as the innate lower grade. It is not used to fight. Simply cannot bring out of the underworld. Is really a chicken ribs. Pingxin Nianjiang as a Taoist saint. Poor cannot get a spiritual treasure. Fighting can only wield small fists. Scratching face. Pulling hair. Scratching ears. In the city women fighting no too. Also really enough chilling. This is good. The 6 ears at once to give Ping Xin Saint 3 heavy treasure. Offensive and defensive. Powerful. And the 3 treasures from the appearance to the function are very match with anti-Pingxin. The battle power even soared a few heights. Completely captured the heart of Queen Ping Xin. Ah shucks. Is the trust. Pingxin Yang Yang holding a few heavy treasures. Her heart is broken. The senses of the 6 ears have undergone a radical change. Brother. Brother. Called more than when the back of the earth is still close. Since the birth of Queen Pingxin. How can anything and anyone make her happy? The monkey is like this to himself. Pingxin, what else can be said? Monkey that is obedient. Listen to the words. Hell you see to get it. I agree. Again by the 6 ears to take the dead. The light of the earth is very questionable. Their own choice of Pingxin is not careless. All sides of the great powers. Eat enough to have nothing to do. Explore the netherworld. And was shocked off the jaw. Monkey. How do you do it? Called unbelievable. This world cannot say. Change too fast. Pingxin pointed to the panga streamer in the monkey's hand. Made up his mind. Closed his eyes. Raised his head and neck as if he were a generous martyr. And said. Come on. Split the connection between my Yuanshan and the reincarnation well. Monkey conquered for many years. Saw a lot of blood. But to give a beautiful girl surgery. Or a saint. Or the first time. But also in the heart. Pingxin saw the monkey delayed to do it. But also seized the heart. Too tormented. Copied the reincarnation of the purple lotus to give himself a head. And then collapsed on the ground. Well. I have fainted. 6 ears you quickly operate. Monkey saw Ping Xin so cooperative. He had anesthetized himself. Then he had to hurry. Taking up the panga disc to fix Ping Xin Yuanshan. Pulling out the connecting silk thread with the reincarnation well. And then taking out the merid measuring ruler. He violently chopped down. And the silk thread snapped. Severing the connection between Ping Xin Yuanshan and the reincarnation well. Empress Pingxin only felt incomparable pain in her Yuanshan. Which was unbearable. And she kept rolling on the ground holding her head. Monkey hurriedly pointed out a drop of 3 lights divine water. Which entered Empress Ping Xin's Yuanshan. Restoring her Yuanshan and relieving her pain. After a while, Empress Pingxin was able to slow down. Sensing that the Yuanshan tug with the reincarnation well was gone. Incomparably relaxed and at ease. Toward the 6 ears. A sweet smile. Flavorful. That picture one is absolutely beautiful. This can scare the monkey. Not good. Poisonous. Then. An instantaneous transfer ran away. 6 ears ran back to the flood court hall in a great hurry. And told the people about the matter of selecting and sending people to serve in the hell. Hearing the news of the flood court immortals. Are surprised to look at the 6 ears? Shocked beyond compare. The crowd is puzzled. Monkey, you were beaten by others a while ago and sang conquest in ambush. How to suddenly stand up again? And also get so many important positions in the hell at once. Monkey, you have done what? If this all falls into place. Then what the hell? Hongting will have to take off again. The people are all worried for Ping Xin. This hell is still Ping Xin mother's. Or the earth's way. This woman's heart is really big. Nanji Shinwan originally do not love to fight, but love to be an official. He was originally a Hongtian reincarnation of the Ministry of Heavenly Officials. Always feel that the talent is not met. Cannot play their full talent. Suddenly heard that he was going to become Fengdu Emperor. A moment did not react. Pumped past. No wonder. A heavenly official. Nothing to do. Drinking tea at home. Drinking. A huge official rank smashed into their heads. Became a great emperor-level characters. And is the highest leader of the hell. Who shall not draw a body on the shelves? Nanji this goods without hesitation. Copied his own reincarnation mirror. Anxious to go on duty. Hell reincarnation, this job is good. Professional counterparts. High safety factor. Have merit. And status. Really fragrant. A series of positions such as the 5 Kings of Yanluo. Mangpa. The Black and White Irregulars. The Ox-Headed Horseface. And the Judge were targeted by the disciples of the 4 religions. For this reason, always brotherly and friendly to the 4 religions of the Hongtian, also all red face. The intercepting religion Zhao Gongming even yelled my. All mine. Not to serve to fight. 6 ears feel head big. This battle. The external enemy has not yet come to offend. This first infighting. To destroy their own rhythm. Hurry to step in. The quota will be allocated. Each of the 4 religions of the Hongting got the quota. And have carried out the selection competition. Between the fellow teachers and brothers. In order to step up to the sky. And advance to the official body. That are fast fighting out of the dog's brain. 6 ears and again constantly shaking his head. Experienced several great battles of the flood court personnel. Has long been engraved into the bones of the war. Foreign enemies come. Together to get foreign enemies do not come. Their own to get their own. Anyway. Cannot be idle. How could such a big commotion be hidden from the heavenly Tao forces? Hao Tian. Sticks. The Western Dharma cult. Laozi's Taoism. Primordial narrative cult. And Tongtian's taking cult. Etc. Were all quite large after so many years of development. And were also full of talented people. All of them sent people to the hell to seek an audience with Empress Pingxin. Also wanting to seek some positions and get a share of the pie. Pingxin closed the door of the hell. Just do not see. You have my family's 6 ears brother incense. Want to interfere in the hell. No door. Since the heavenly chains were unlocked. Hongjun Taoist ancestor was not idle. Searching everywhere for heavenly treasures. Mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Finally came together in the West Jian. Junti's spirit and soul. And several saints' protégé remodeled the physical body. Heavenly Tao saints are incomplete. The heavenly Tao is deficient. The spirit of the heavenly Tao has a sense. And condensed 2 Hongmeng violet gas. Hongjun Taoist ancestor or the 2 Hongmeng violet gas to the Western duo. With the help of the existing great teachings of luck. Jiayin. Junti re-achievement of the heavenly Tao saints. This makes Haotian and Yaoqi complain. Tao ancestor we are also your dear disciples. That purple chi give us how good. The heavenly Tao's wave of maneuvering exasperated the people of the flood court. The people on your side who are dead through and through can be saved. The people of the sorcerer and demon races on our side. Who is going to give recovery? The 6 ears also marveled at the subtleties of the heavenly Tao and the greatness of the Tao ancestor. Paying more attention to the earth's way. Hugging the earth's way's thigh tightly might also be able to get 2 immortal saints for the Hongting. A few years later, the 4 teachings of the Hongtian disciples finally divided into high and low. The hell of the various official positions are also determined down. These people are anxious. A great group of people rushed to the hell of the office. Ping Yang Yang looked at the arrival of so many people, but also full of joy. A clear peak of the Great Luo. The least of the ox head and horseface are the late stage of the Great Luo. This number. This heal. This powerful combat power. I am considered to be the smoke of the earth. The hell this is to fire awe. The people who went to the hell to serve. A look at the top boss is Nanji, this good old man. And Red Clouds have a match. They have secretly rejoiced. This job is good to do. Really cool. Hong Ting also sent many civil servants to assist. They are some unknown small immortals, but absolutely loyal to Hong Ting. After the Hong Ting people were in place, the Earth's capital operated more rapidly. And Ping Xian also sensed that the power of the Earth's path had also become stronger, and was very satisfied as he watched a group of oxen and horses working for him. This in turn attracted the attention of the Zhixiao Palace, that the old road to see monkeys so able to toss. The hell of the underworld are fast becoming the backyard of the Hongtian. Ping Xin in the end in the dry. Angry, tightly clenched steel teeth. And would like to give monkeys bleed. Chapter 78, Peaceful Determination to Leave the Underworld. After the Taoist ancestor had finished rescuing the heavenly Tao saints, he preached again in the purple heavenly palace. And only after the 5 disciples had all broken through to the second heaven of the saints did the old Taoist nod his head in satisfaction and send his disciples back to their respective cultivation and guardianship of the heavenly Tao. The old road to see people on the earth to Pingxin saints out of the world is to merge the first heaven. Is very envious and jealous hate, and thought of the 6 ears of this guy has also been certified mixed, but also double the pressure. The worst news is that Pingxin and 6 ears have clearly reached an alliance. To say that the two are just fooling around and don't want to make trouble, I don't believe it even if it kills me. If there is another incident, my heavenly way saint can still reign in the heaven and earth. Difficult feeling that his cultivation was again insufficient, the old Taoist began to merge with the Tao for the second time, striking the harmonious Tao's second heavenly realm, with 5 heavenly Tao's second heavenly sage disciples of his own. He was also able to suppress 6 ears and peaceful heart for the time being. The old road has something in mind. The second time to merge the road is not concentrated. A moment to touch the jade butterfly. A moment to release the divine sense of the cat 2 eyes of the earth's capital. The feeling of the underworld side is more and more unlike the word. This place in the end is the Hongtings or Pingxins. Pingxin, the heart of this big home, was stolen, also did not respond to the light of the earth, also does not care about. The monkey's life is really good. After the flood court personnel arrived at the earth's mansion, they also did their duty and managed the earth's mansion in a well-organized manner. Pingxin Yang Yang see the earth's government is running very efficiently. Also let go of the matter. Just after refining the 3 heavy treasures. Cannot wait to send a message to the monkey, 6 ears brother. I'm ready. I want to go out. Quickly come to help me. 6th ear was also pondering whether I should go over simple and come back not so much. Himself once assisted Pingxin to break through the heavenly and earthly barrier. It is again to face off with the heavenly saints. The consequences are unpredictable. 6 ears' mind echoed the last war, which in Demon 2 tribes were slaughtered by the heavenly Tao saints. He was also forced to flesh self-detonation. I accidentally certified to the mixed essence. Did not want to cause more trouble. But the heart of a mouthful of bad gas never dissipated. With so many people dead, someone had to come forward and make a claim for their dead brothers. And now with Ping Xin as an ally, or a battle, it was time to settle old scores and new grudges. 6 ears told the flood court crowd they want to go for the dead brother to ask for a statement. Strictly ordered the crowd not to go to war. Saints in the face. The quasi-saints out of the war will also have to die in vain. 6 ears settled home. Transient to the underworld. Pingxin feet on the 12 reincarnation purple lotus. Head jade void glazed marigold. hand-holding the jade butterfly fragments of creation. Surrounded by the majestic pressure of the combined saint. The law of reincarnation pervades all the heavens. Valiant. The momentum is very compelling. 6 years released 3 incarnations. Even with the main body, a total of 4 mixed yuan dala golden immortals. 4 monkeys are all the most precious. Mixed yuan dala's aura of the pressure of the miles. Then the Pingxin saint is not much inferior. The underworld side of the endless pressure. Attracted a group of great powers in the floodplains alert. Have released the divine sense to check. And all trembling to take out the small bench. The monkey is going to make things happen again. Hongjun, Taoist ancestor of the second merging of the Tao, was not concentrated. The first to feel the pressure of that piece of the earth's capital is different. And hasten to give the 5 disciples to transmit the voice. The underworld is different. Quickly go to check. Guard the heavenly barrier. The old road is in the second merging. Cannot get out of the purple palace. Can only rely on the disciples. Manhwa, the second son of the heavenly Tao, has no sense of serving the heavenly Tao at all. And is still rolling around with the Queen Mother of the West. Taoist ancestor was uneasy. Fearing that this ungrateful disciple would spoil the big event. He strangled his hand and recited incantations. Mobilized the Hongmeng violet chi in Manhwa's body. And sealed Manhwa's spiritual power around her body. The Queen Mother of the West has been in trouble with Manhwa for a while now. Always wanting to drive Manhwa away. And she's always looking for trouble. But she can't get Manhwa to do anything about it. And she dislikes Manhwa's behavior. The Queen Mother of the West is a vegetable and fun-loving person. And she is very aggravated. Now, this bitch suddenly realized that Manhwa's magic power was all gone. The Queen Mother of the West was so energized that she threw up her small fists and ran towards Manhwa. The Queen Mother of the West exclaimed that the heavens have eyes. And that today, I will return all the face I lost. All the grievances I suffered. And all the beatings I received. Immediately afterward, there came the miserable wailing of Manhwa from the Hall of Floods. Poor Manhwa, a heavenly saint, had her day in the sun. Red clouds in Jin Yuanzi and 2 monkeys. They are really difficult. 6 years sight again to Saint War. Everyone is very nervous. Next to these 2 heartless things began to tear bar again. Do not look at the time. Heart can be really big. Red Clouds and other 4 people rushed to pull the fight. But instead was scratched all over the face. 4 people wide-eyed. Do not know which end to help. The key is no way to start. The side of the underworld also started. Empress Pingxin. Mobilizing the power of the Earth's Tao and adding the jade disk of creation fragment. Surging spiritual power operated. And the chaotic spiritual treasure carried supreme greatness as it rushed towards the wall barrier. Huge explosions rang out. And even the earth and heavenly paths trembled. The spirit of the heavenly Tao was also baffled and looked at the light of the earth's path. Old earth? Properly. What are you doing hitting my barrier? The earth's way is also false awe. They have meticulously countless yuan will. Do not dare to easily come out of the world. Just came out of the world to merge with the road of such a Dudan Moncler outlet online. Net to me to cause trouble. In fact, the Earth Road also understands that their old Somateo is not the same thing. The world is to fight out. Since their own little saint's so fierce. Then I also have to harden up. Say what also have to give our family Pingxin backing. So the light of the Earth's path is getting brighter and brighter. And the infinite power of the Earth's path is transmitted to Pingxin. The heavenly Tao took a look. The old Earth, this is modified. To not give face to the sky. This is to rebel against the sky. Also came to the temper. Will be huge power of the heavenly Tao channeled to the heavenly Tao 5 saints. On. Give me to block. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao felt their heavenly Tao power suddenly skyrocketed. And knew that the heavenly Tao was in a hurry. letting themselves out. Then look at the barrier that has been created. Rain butterfly fragments blown out a big hole. The hole scurried out 5 people. Not Pingshin and 4 monkeys can be who else. Both sides are countless years of old enemies. From the school that will be pinched. Grown up has been pinched. This can still be good. Enemies face each other. Also do not say words. Whip up the magic weapon to stand together. Hongjuan's harmonization first heavenly realm was equivalent to a heavenly Tao sage's 10th heavenly realm. 6 years mixed one heaven mobilized the power of the great Tao, which was stronger than the power of the heavenly Tao, and was equivalent to the heavenly Tao's 2nd heavenly realm in the flood world. If he conquered in the chaos, he would be equivalent to the heavenly Tao's 3rd heavenly battle power. The farther away the battlefield was from the flood heavenly Tao, the weaker the heavenly Tao sage was. Whereas, the mixed Yuan Tao lords were the same everywhere, because the great Tao was everywhere. On the other hand, Ping Xian's harmonious Tao first heaven was not well calculated. The power mobilized was the power of the Earth Tao. The Earth Tao pulled up the seedling to help it grow, resulting in Ping Xian's battle power of this harmonious Tao realm being very fake. Furthermore, the Earth Tao had just come out of the world, and it was still very weak. And the Earth Tao power that it could provide was far inferior to that of the heavenly Tao. And in a comprehensive evaluation, Ping Xian's Earth Tao first heaven was equivalent to the strength of the heavenly Tao at around the 5th heavenly Tao level. See, there is a battle to be fought. Tong Tian is the most positive, offering the immortal execution sword formation. Want to trap the 5 people. 5 people also react fast. Have to draw back and disperse. Only the white 6 ears head of the Taiji figure not panicked into the formation. The left hand to create a whip. The right hand virtue measure of the sky ruler. Defense is unparalleled. Powerful attack. Firmly hold back the Tong Tian. A great battle started again. It was good that the battlefield was the edge of the flood and the junction of the underworld. And the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao also wanted to compete. So tacitly they both pulled up barriers to protect the area beyond the battlefield. Chapter 79, The Saints of Earth and Heaven Go to War. The immortal execution sword formation condensed the sword chi, spreading it out in all directions and chopping it towards the white-clothed 6 ears. The white-clothed 6 ears doppelganger was now a mixed Yuan Dala first heaven like the main body, and was comparable to Tongtian's heavenly Tao 2nd heaven in terms of battle power. But the immortal execution sword formation is powerful. White 6 ears alone. It is difficult to defeat. The sword formation within the crisis. The situation is critical. White also did not want to win. Head of the Taiji map. All laws do not invade. The main defense. Hold the saint, do not run around on the line. The primordial sage, with the flower myriad fall banner on his head. Taiji rune seal in his left hand. And yin yang furnace in his right hand. Took the initiative to look for the 6 ears in black. Primordial has always had a grudge against his Pango streamer, which was snatched away by 6 ears in the beginning, and is now in the hands of 6 ears in black, which has to be snatched back. The 6 ears of the black suit lit up the centrally earth apricot and yellow flag. The number of heavenly bells. Pango streamer. Not ambiguous. The number of heavenly bell fixed time. Although not much use to saints. But also let the original slightly pause for a moment. Take this opportunity. The black clothes shake the Pango flag to hit the biting electricity. Hit the original a surprise. The black clothes come up on the power. All killing moves. Harsh and domineering. Yuan Shi was shocked that the 6 ears of the mixed metaphysics Tao Lord was powerful in battle. And a black-clothed doppelganger had beaten his own hands and feet. Luckily, the flower myriad fall flag was also strong in defense. And with the saint's greatness, it was able to harden the Panga streamer's blow. But the broken flag was also smoked. Yuan Shi played Taiji symbol seal to strengthen the defense. and wielded the yin and yang furnace, releasing the yin and yang tu qi, weakening the black-clothed Yuan Shen. The mixed Yuan Daolord's physical body and Yuan Shen were cultivated step by step, much stronger than these drug-addicted heavenly Dao saints. And the tu qi of yin and yang didn't have much of an effect on the black-clothed Yuan Shen. The two of them fought back and forth. The battle was brutal. The red-robed six ears faced the receiver saint. The receiver saint, or the manifestation of the Dharma phase. 3 heads and 6 arms. The protective golden light shone for 10,000 miles. And the momentum was magnificent. In his hands there are actually 2 extremely high-quality spiritual treasures. Taoist rhythm-filled. Very powerful. 6 ears recognized at a glance. One is the river map. One is the Book of Luo. The second 2 treasures was originally the demon Reishinjiao treasure, held by Emperor Jun. After the Great Battle of Destruction, it was taken away by Hongjun and later given to the Sage Receiver. These 2 treasures used in combination can attack and defend. Powerful. But also can set up the river and Luo Grand Formation. Extraordinary power. 6 ears in red saw the heavy treasure of the former Emperor Jun brothers flow into the hands of Jian. The anger in his heart rose. The head of the chaos bell. The left hand shook the 6 soul streamer. The right hand chaos gourd. Kill will go up. However, the receiver holds a heavy treasure. Set up the river Luo big formation. Defense is unparalleled. And constantly release electricity to attack the red cloud 6 ears. 6 ears, no matter how to attack, cannot break the defense of the river Luo big formation, but was struck by the electricity awnings several times. Monkey hair are burned bald skin. See their own magic treasure so powerful. The heart has a bottom. Not my Western saints cannot. Is no previous heavy treasure the guide and increase the firepower. From time to time also hit the Buddha beads and other top quality spiritual treasure. Although the monkey cannot create any damage, but also can be bluffing is not. The 6 ears of the body against the Junti. Junti has a great spiritual treasure 7 treasures wonderful brush tree. This treasure is very rogue. With the Western 2 saints of a loss, can fall to the treasure below all the magic treasure. Moreover, Junti is one of the 5 saints. The most vegetable. 6 ears want to use this as a breakthrough. Thinking of first knocking out a heavenly saint. The quasi-T manifestation of his tawdry phantom. 18 hands 24 head. Each hand holds a spiritual treasure. Is very bullish. The 6 ears and found that the quasi-Ti treasure. More than one did not think of a treasure. Extreme Fushi Zither. This was originally the demon Emperor Fushi's treasure. But also in the extermination of the world in the war. Was the Hongjun took away. Jun Ti used the 7 treasures second brush tree as his main defense. And his own body protecting divine light and golden body Dharma phase were also strong in defense. The great Tao second skies Jun Ti had obviously comprehended more laws. And that silent Dharma theory was also very powerful. Constantly striking out the laws of silence. The Fushi Zither constantly released the laws of sound. Shaking the 6 ears Yuan Shen. Only after the battle did he realize that the current Junti is not easy to deal with. 6 ears head of the heavenly clouds. All laws do not invade, feet on the pure world white lotus. Constantly releasing purification power. Cut Junti battle intent, Zhousheng 36 fixed C beats surround. Constantly disrupt time, right hand regicide gun. Release the law of killing. 6 ears mobilized the power of the supreme Tao of the great Luo of the mixed elements. The law of battle was added to his body. And he exploded with all his might. Charging towards Jun Ti. 36 fixed C beads were sacrificed. Disorganizing space. Manifesting 36 6 ears bodies around Jun Ti. While carrying 36 god-slaying spears towards Jun Ti. The quasi instantly dumbfounded. Shouting monkey shameless. This is what a rogue fight. In the end, which monkey is real? Let me how to defend the old line. Lightning and flint. The quasi cannot judge. Can only burn the source? Strengthen the protection of the body of the golden light and the defense of the golden body of the Dharma. Know that monkeys love to tie the waist. With a few pieces of spiritual treasures will be the waist and the periphery of the body vitals to protect. Six Ears' real body is actually behind Jun T. Jun T, that body protection golden light in Dharma phase golden body. In the regicide gun under the same as paper mache. Difficult to block the 6 ears of the mixed Yuan Dala's attack. Instantly pierced through the various layers of defense of the Jun T. 6 ears just want to stab waist. Found that the 2 waist of the Junti is protected by the 7 treasure wonderful tree. The back of the heart is protected by the rosary beads. The head is blocked by the silent Dharma wheel, leaving a big ass exposed. There was no way out. The gun head pressed down and directly stuck on the Junti's buttocks. The pain of the Junti loud roar. A transient. This big bald head quickly hide in the elder brother to receive the river Luo big formation. Said nothing out. The 6 ears of the body and the red 6 ears, one after the other, began to surround Jiayin. Junti fierce attack. Between the river Luo big array of defense is strong. A moment and a half cannot be broken. Then look at the side of Niangpingxin. The first time against the heavenly Tao saints. Inexperienced. Although the battle strength is much higher than lousy. Hard east a hammer. West a mallet. Cannot open the situation. By lousy led by the nose to go. It's not that Pingxin is too weak. But lousy has also become stronger. Cultivating the method of 1 qi transforming 3 qing. Which is extremely difficult to cultivate. And is currently only cultivated by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. The 6 ears. And lousy. Each of the 4 lousy holds a spiritual treasure in the Pingxin sage circle. Slippery. Defense is the main. Disturbing the enemy as a supplement. Firmly hold down the Pingxin. The body Lao Zi head of merit and virtue to the treasure Linglong Tower. The left hand innate extreme 8 trigrams furnace. The right hand upper grade Taiyao whip. Rushed at the forefront. Carried most of the attacks. Lao Zi's attack magic treasure is only the innate upper grade. On the Pingxin saint cannot hurt. With the same as a pendulum. White-clothed old man head top quality wordless heavenly book. The left hand of the best panlong flat crutch. The right hand of the top quality 5 light box. This configuration and the 6 ears is not comparable. Out of the best panlong flat crutch poking the flat heart of the pain. The other treasure cannot hurt the flat heart of the saint. The black-clothed old man has a top-quality Sumaru pot on his head. A top-quality flying cloud mace in his left hand. And a top-quality Providence knife in his right hand. And this one is purely a soy sauce to make a scene. The red-clothed old man. With the top-grade pin Tai Ching rune seal on his head. The top-grade sun and moon divine mirror in his left hand. And the top-grade dragon and phoenix zither in his right hand. Wasn't of much use in front of the Pingxin sage. Originally. The old man in the purple sky palace after 3 speeches from the split treasure cliff to get a lot of superb spiritual treasure. Also used to be a rich old man. But just got the hand has not been hot. With 6 ears in the purple sky palace in front of the war. The powerful ones are 6 ears snatched away. Is also poor a batch. Lousy body and split 4 little old man together. But also a supreme treasure. 2 pieces of excellent. The other is the top grade. This configuration is simply not enough to see. The Pingxin sage began to use the Earth's Gong method. And this battle method made the old man look silly. What is this all about? Never seen it. Really never seen it. Too Nima scary. Chapter 80, Weird Groundwork Technique. At first, Empress Pingxin wielded the jade butterfly fragment of creation and the jade void glazed marigold to spar with Laozi in terms of mana. But Laozi avoided fighting. I'm not a fool. You're in the realm of Taoism. I'm in the realm of the second level of heavenly Tao. This is also a sparring hammer. So Lao Zi body and the three split body alternately cover. Running around. Simply do not give Ping Xin Yang Yang against the opportunity to fight mana. Ping Xan Yang left and right back and forth to chase. Tired panting. Fragrant sweat. But simply cannot hit the old man. These four little old man give as a chicken thief. With a seamless cooperation. Or attract or harass or confuse. Always able to avoid the attack of Ping Xin Yang. Ping Xin Yang Yang's heavy fists all landed on cotton. Also angry. Small mouth pouted. Thought. Lousy. Since you do not compete with me in Taoism, then I will let you see what is magic. Only to see Nyang Pingxin floating in the void. Her left hand pinching her hand to mobilize the power of the earth's path. Urging the 12-pin reincarnation purple lotus under her feet. Stimulating the power of endless reincarnation. Carrying the supreme law of reincarnation. Releasing the roiling purple lotus silhouettes to strike at the white-clothed old man. His right hand catalyzed the jade void-glazed marigold. Releasing a roiling light blue ghostly fire. Adding the power of the earth's path. Spreading skyward towards the black-clothed old man. Waving his hands in unison. He catalyzed the fragments of the jade saucer of creation. Releasing countless ghosts of the underworld of immortality. All of them hideous and eerie. With strong spiritual energy. And pouncing towards the red-clothed old man in a black mass. You say I see. Stupid eyes, not stupid eyes. Live countless yuan will. But also the first time to see this kind of scene. Groundwork method so special. This is in the fight. That countless purple lotus shadow strange good looking. And what is the use? The white-clothed old man also did not know why. Raised his hand and grabbed a purple lotus shadow to scrutinize. Curiosity killed the cat. Only to see the purple lotus shadow suddenly disappeared into the white-clothed old man's body. A wave of Taoist rhythms came. The white-clothed old man cried out bad. The powerful power of reincarnation rolled over in the white-clothed old man's body. Locking the yuan shin and flesh body. The skin was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wrinkles on his face were increasing and deepening. His hair began to fall out in large quantities. His vision became more and more blurred. And his vitality was rapidly passing away. Lao Zi was not handsome in the first place. And this is even more unattractive. The white-clothed Lao Zi understood that he had been hit by the power of the law of reincarnation. And without any heavy treasure in his body, he was no longer able to resist it. And had to return to his lousy body immediately. Or else he would be aged to death by the law of reincarnation. The old man in white made a snap decision. Disappeared back to the body. Still suffered a serious injury. Not to recuperate a few thousand years is difficult to recover. Temporarily cannot come out again. The old man in black facing the boundless ghost fire of the underworld. Also was shocked 6 godless. We fight on fighting. You this motionless on the release of the ghost fire. I have no defense treasure. Let me how to resist. The hand of the 2 attack treasure on this ghost fire useless. The head of the broken pot themselves are trembling. There is no way. The dead horse should be treated as a living horse. The black-clothed old man hurriedly urged the Sumeru pot to absorb the underworld ghost fire around him. But the Sumeru pot is only an innate upper-grade spiritual treasure. How can it be able to defeat the divine fire of the innate extreme-grade spiritual treasure? And it is still enhanced by the power of the earth's path by a merged saint. The ghost fire of the underworld will surround the black-clothed old man, constantly compressing the space. The Sumeru pot cannot absorb much ghost fire at all. Was burned red. The light is dim. In addition to the hot hand, there is not much other role. In the end, the black-clothed old man's protective barrier was invaded by the ghost fire of the underworld. And his Taoist robe was instantly set ablaze. His beard was burned away. and his big white legs were exposed. And the picture was very juvenile, causing Yang Pingxin, the one who had fought the attack, to blush and have to cover her face. The ghost fire of the underworld is one of the 10 divine flames of the flood. Not only can it burn flesh, it can also burn the divine soul. The black-clothed old man constantly wailed and was powerless to resist. He couldn't even return to his own body anymore. It was incomparably creepy. Being dumbfounded, the principal old man hurriedly redirected his spiritual power to force the black-clothed doppelganger back into his body, if he were to be delayed for a moment longer. The black clothes would have been burned to ashes and disappeared forever. On the side of the red-clothed old man, he was surrounded by countless undead stern ghosts. The severe ghosts were hanging onto the red-clothed old man like a dog's skin, unable to get rid of them, and were still tearing at them. Although the red-clothed elder son's holy body was powerful, these undead and severe ghosts were not mortal, and their teeth were also enlightened. Hard to bite the red-clothed elder son's holy body's skin and flesh. Holy blood flowed horizontally. It was really miserable. The original body Laozi hid in the distance the whole time. Did not dare to go to the rescue. See, the red-clothed bilocation also caught the way, regardless of the power of the backlash. Hurried to take it back into the body. At this moment, Laozi stayed above the battlefield, and his main body was damaged by the power of the backlash carried by the 3 doppelgangers, which was also unbearable. Laozi wanted to cry without tears. He was not easy to one gas into 3 Qing cultivate 3 branches. Would like to with the 6 ears as big as the 4 sides. To give the gang a surprise. Whoever thought? Out of the division. Ran into a Taoist saint. Or will magic. In a moment to their own split all disabled. If not their own body to hide far away. Inevitably to the death of the Taoist. Laozi has seen the weirdness of the Ping Xin sage's earthly Daogong method. It is too horrible. And I am deeply powerless to fight against it. The opposite side of this good-looking harmless bitch is simply a Shura devil. One carelessness will fall into her way. How to die do not know. Laozi catalyzed the Merit Linglong pagoda above his head to the extreme. Suppressed the power of the backlash in his body. And was always on the lookout for Yang Pingxin. The harmonious sage is really unbeatable. Today, Lao Dao can I get out in one piece? Gongda Linglong Pagoda. It depends on you, old buddy. Seeing that she was so powerful, Empress Pingxin became even more energized. Urging the Red Lotus Void, the Underworld Ghost Flame, and the Undying Night Ghosts to all encircle Laozi, wanting to take down Laozi completely in a single battle. Laozi topped that pagoda of his, catalyzed his surrounding mana, ran hither and thither, dodged in all directions, was unable to fight back, and was only left to be passively beaten. I really can't bear to run to the Tongtian. The guide, the beginning of the side, attracted a few other battlefield are complaining. Complaining about the old man is not polite. Laozi also helpless. Or we switch you to deal with this good-looking. Laozi stirred up the entire Zhang Bureau, causing 6 ears to be unable to concentrate on the battle as well. And at the same time, he was deeply impressed with the rawness of Empress Ping Xin. The form of the battlefield greatly exceeded the expectations of the crowd. It turns out that the Earth Saint Pingxin is also so powerful. In the future you have to avoid a little. There is also that monkey of the mixed Yuan de Lu Jingxian. Not what it used to be. One person can actually hold the 4 heavenly Dao Saints of Jie, Junti, Tong Tian, and Yuan Shi. These 2 love to make trouble tied together. The heavenly Dao Saints can have a busy time in the future. Purple Sky Palace. The Taoist ancestor anxious, but also can only dry eyes. Their own second merging cannot be interrupted. Also cannot help. When the fire The light of the earth's way to see their own little saints so able to fight. Also branched out. Flickering, very active. Thinking that really is the right person. It seems that my earth's way to rise. Heavenly Tao perceived that the earth is fooling around. Very upset. Since the Han Jun in what to do. And was drilled by others. A critical moment you merge the road. Never help a great deal. Split him? Must be punished. The old road suffered an undeserved disaster. The Great War lasted for 100 years. Both sides were evenly matched. There was no big gap. No one could get anyone killed. And there was a stalemate. Heavenly Tao Saint old man cannot carry. Ass behind that tiger bitch. This is what drug. Do not know tired. Chasing after their own poor chase. My old arms and legs. Which cannot stand the young people so tossed. Besides. This fight is inexplicable. People 6 years and peaceful heart just out of a door. We come to fight and kill. In the end is for a what? Chapter 81, Strike the War and Make Peace. Laozi as the lead big brother. Looking at the battlefield of the Urumqi. No desire to fight again. Immediately shouted to stop. Said, Pingxin. 6 years? We have been fighting for 100 years. Evenly matched. It is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. We stop and talk about it can be good. Pingxin Nyang Yang fight is getting excited. Long so big head once fight so cool. Back to, wait for the fight to serve you then talk about not too late. Laozi is also speechless. 6 years is enough pugilistic. This Pingxin saint is even more tiger. Our old man is confused to fight with these two things. That is not sick in the head. Laozi saw the other side did not mean to stop the war. Can only pull the banner pull tiger skin, if you do not stop. We have to ask the Taoist ancestor to do justice. When 6 years heard that the other party was going to call out the parents again. He stopped his hands. Although he was very shameless. And he was still very scrupulous about Tao ancestor. 6 years are also wondering. Daozu is not asleep again today. This side is fighting like this. Also do not see him show up. Daozu you are witch head. Your heart is always so big. 6 years thought that it is not a solution to continue to fight. In case the Taoist ancestor intervenes. We can be finished. Since the other party wants to talk. It is better to take it as it is. Pingxin also knew how powerful Daozu was and didn't want to bury a great situation. So he also stopped his hand. In fact, the 6 years and the peaceful heart do not know that the Taoist ancestor has begun the second time to merge with the Tao. Cannot come out. The two also thought that the Taoist ancestor high righteousness. Unremitting to juniors. And again in the purple heavenly palace to watch the show. If the two know that the Taoist ancestor is merging. Today must again give 5 saints to bleed. 6 years scratched the monkey's head and said. Promise me 2 conditions and we'll stop fighting and stop. Laozi sighed with relief. Or the Taoist ancestor has a good name. Can be counted to these 2 goods bluffed? Back, which 2 conditions? The Taoist ancestor can watch it. Do not go too far. 6 years said. It's very simple. Firstly, fellow Taoist Pingxin is free to enter and exit the flood world. And all the heavenly Tao saints must not stop him. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao looked at each other. On this is also a condition. You guys go out, just go out. What do you care about us? As long as you don't destroy the 2 wall barriers again. Laozi saw that the saints had no objections. And immediately replied. As long as you no longer destroy the 2 wall barriers. You love to go wherever you want to go. Laozi and the other 5 saints, including Pingxin, were actually unaware of the subtleties of the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao jockeying against each other. And that the Pingxin saint, if he stepped out of the underworld, would affect the scope of the earthly Tao's and heavenly Tao's control. Based on Blue Star's memories, Six Ears deduced that the heavenly Tao would definitely have to restrict the earthly Tao. And how it would do so was also unclear. The five saints of the heavenly Tao all thought that it was because the Tao ancestor was angry at Ping Xian for breaking the barriers that he sent a few people here to fight. Heavenly Tao heard Lao Zi's reply. This gas? Lao Zi, you stupid. Immediately descended 9 days of thunder punishment. Split Lao Zi. Heavenly thunder punishment are out. The old man is still very confused. What is it? Is it their own words wrong? Our heavenly saints still care about people out of the Dora. This is a little inappropriate. Lao Zi as a heavenly sage. Before the multitude of beings. Since the words are true. Since the promise. Paragraph, no possibility of backtracking. Think this is not even a thing. Even if I am wrong. But I have been punished by thunder. What else? The 6 ears and the peaceful heart of the mother saw the old son of the thunder punishment added. Heart happy flowers. Hurried to raise the conditions again. Second, the extermination war initiated by the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao, resulting in the witch and demon tribes are near extinction. The living souls are in abundance. I have a responsibility for the 6 ears. And you and others can hardly absolve of the blame. But also ask the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao together with me. To the witch and demon tribes in the extermination war and the death of a large number of living beings. To say an apology. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao exchanged glances with each other. Everyone is actually still quite guilty about the extermination war. Originally wanted to take revenge and suppress the 6 ears of the Hongtian forces. Did not expect the witch and demon 2 tribes to be so rigid. And have exposed themselves to the world. Causing people to extinguish the 2 tribes. People 6 ears to apologize to the dead with themselves. But not too much. Lousy trembling. Afraid of saying the wrong thing again. Look at the sky. See, the sky road also did not react. Gathered enough courage. Returned, can. Immediately. The 6 ears and the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao together to declare the extermination of the world war. Not our intention. To make the witch and demon 2 tribes extinction. The living. We also cannot resign the blame. Deeply guilty. Special to the dead to thank the apology. May the dead rest in peace. In an instant, the earth trembled. And the heavenly Tao felt it. Both of the 2 paths were sighing. You unscrupulous ones can finally do something. But when you do something wrong, you still have to be punished. Countless thunderclouds gathered. Descending the heavenly punishment. The crowd again by the heavenly thunder punishment to split. The crowd did not dare to resist. Obediently confessed to be punished. Stays in the flood desert all over, the 2 tribes of the dead have come out of the mountain abyss. See, things have a fair account. The 5 saints apologized. The heaven also sent down the thunder punishment. Most of the dead let go of the obsession. Have manifested the spirit body. Towards the witch and demon 2 places to bow down and worship. After a long time, countless dead souls surged towards the hell. Ready to be reincarnated. The 6 ears' action was praised by all the tribes in the flood. Hao Tian and Yao Ji, who were in the heavenly court, and a group of great powers, also manifested their real bodies, bowed their hands towards the dead, and sent the dead away. Styx also did not meticulously. Today saw the peerless battle power of the Pingxing Nyonya, and felt that it was time to regroup. His own doorstep was the harmonious sage, which could not always hide. So led the Azura race, Bleeding Sea, as volunteers, guiding the boundless undead into the hell. With things having developed to this point, the 2 sides of this battle were not in the mood to fight anymore. And they put away their divine abilities and left. Flood this peace. In fact, there are not a few pure good or bad people. Everyone, or because of the different positions, or ideas do not match, or interests driven. Fight and stirring the world's wind in clouds. The spirit of the heavenly Tao. Seeing that things have come to this point, can no longer block Pingxin out of the underworld? But also simply do not care about it. Love what you want. The light of the tunnel. The glowing fire constantly flickering. Was clearly excited. In fact, in a certain place, the eye of humanity is half open and half closed. And will take everything in. Enviously looking at the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao. And keep sighing. Our humanity is backed up by the human race. The human race is too late. Too weak. This qualification is not as good as a generation. When will the human race be the protagonist of the heavens and the earth? It is difficult. I'd better stay a while longer. Beyond the underworld. The Ping Xin sage was incomparably happy. Finally he could go out. Grateful to look at Six Ears. This monkey is so handsome. Pingxin sage had nowhere to go. So he followed Six Ears back to Hongting Hall. Inside the Hongting Hall, the crowd lined up to greet the scene did not see. But instead, fruits and melons everywhere. Pots and bowls flying. Full of temple mess. Obviously after a big battle undoubtedly. The Six Ears and the Peaceful Heart are also wide-eyed. The scene in front of them is really shocking. Only to see usually love to cry the Queen Mother of the West. Where there is the appearance of a lady. A look of the heroine of the world. Hand holding a broom. Fierce. Chasing after Manhwa non-stop swinging. The mouth is still yelling, let you fool. Let you stink. Kill you. Manhwa couldn't mobilize the power. But her flesh was still saintly. So she didn't have any major injuries. And she was very resistant to being beaten up. The Queen Mother of the West, who was unable to defeat the full range of Taoism, was hiding. With her hair and clothes in tatters. And was in a sorry state. Mouth is still defiant, humph. Wait for me to recover mana. Will make you look good. When the Queen Mother of the West heard that, you are still not convinced. And you still want to take revenge. The fight became more vigorous. Next to the big brother Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys are sighing. Face with wounds. Deep a shallow one. All scratches. Look at all the pain. 4 people obviously pulled the fight. But the 2 parties involved in the war is too strong. And failed to persuade and. Chapter 82 Western Queen Mother is up to something again. Inside the hall of the hunting court. The small internal war between the Queen Mother of the West and Manhwa was fought fiercely. And a temporary truce was called due to the return of the Six Ears. Which fortunately did not cause any major damage. The children do not feel ashamed. But instead they are all ferocious. Look at each other. A fight. Where there is no right or wrong. The relationship between Six Ears and the 2 female immortals is unclear and complicated. And I don't know how to deal with it. We've never seen this before. We're not specialized. Six Ears stared blankly for a while. Turned around and wanted to run away. The 2 female fairies could not let Sixth Ear go. And one of them pulled Sixth Ear with one hand to let him comment. Six Ears listened to the 2 fairies chatter. Also very confused. Since ancient times, it is difficult for a clear official to resolve family affairs. Let alone this monkey that can only fight. Besides, these 2 female fairies are not considered to be family with themselves. The Queen Mother of the West resumed her ladylike image. Crying with tears in her eyes. Bitterly complaining about Manhwa's atrocities and her own grievances, Manhwa was also aggrieved. With her hair scattered. Her mouth and face bloodied. And her body covered with bruises. Which made people really pity her. The 2 female fairies said that the public was justified. And the women said that the women were justified. And the 6 ears were almost pulled apart. Can only persuade. Persuade this side, persuade that side. Coax this, coax that. But also can't stop nodding. Ah. Right. Right. You are right. Pingxin mother can be counted on to open the eyes. Battle heaven and earth, mighty monkey. Also have such a difficult time. That little face smiling brightly. It did not stop. Happy to watch the play. While arching the fire. So that the monkey even more anxious. Pingxin feel particularly lively here. Which can be much stronger than boredom in hell. Well. The old lady does not go. When the monkey and Pingxin fought with the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. The Western Queen Mother and Manhwa. The 2 unreliable ones. Focused on their own fights and paid no attention to the battle over there. And did not know the power of anti-Pingxin. The 2 women kept rolling their eyes. Very unhappy next to this unintelligent female immortal. Who are you? Ah? We're cool, where to stay? A year has passed. And the 2 female immortals have not given each other a good face in the past year. The Queen Mother of the West is not stupid. Know that Manhwa this time suffered a loss. Such as the recovery of mana. Sure to find their own trouble. Their own chicken 2-body parachute saint. This second body or just beat Manhwa when chopped out. Surely can't beat the Saint Manhwa. So hold the scroll on the 6 ears live in the hall next door. 6 ears travel. Is also closely followed. Warm. Make 6 ears on the Western Queen Mother feeling constantly become better. And the Queen Mother of the West is also thinking. There is this hybrid Dala in. Full of security. You cannot watch your nominal daughter-in-law be bullied by outsiders. Manhwa is dignified and beautiful in front of people. Gentle and harmless. But in her heart, she can remember her revenge. And she has been looking for an opportunity. Ready to get the Queen Mother of the West. We are saints. By this surname West hit. Not to fight back. I face where to put. The Queen Mother of the West is like a dog's skin. Always following the 6th ear. So there is no way to stop her. Manhwa simply stayed at Queen Mother West Xingzhou Island. The monk can't run away from the temple. If you have the guts, don't go home. At the same time, the 2 women also found that the tunnel to the Pingxin Saint is not a light. Are living for a year. A little bit of the intention to go. In front of the 6 ears is not at all reserved. Seems to have other plans. For which the 2 women are very upset. The Queen Mother of the West felt that her position as the head of the family was in jeopardy. But the integrity and pride of the head of the female immortals was still there. And disdaining intrigue and scheming, she turned on her marvelous brain and began to make things happen again. The Queen Mother of the West had made up her mind and was ready to talk to Manhwa. But she was worried about getting beaten up if the talks fell apart. She must be fully prepared and strengthen her defenses before she can go to Manhwa to negotiate. The Queen Mother of the West was looking for an opportunity. And one day, she saw that 6th ear was reading the official documents of the Hongting court. And she was very absorbed in them. This woman's big eyes blinking. Copied up the water purification bowl. While the 6 ears do not defense. Directly to the back of the monkey's head. 6 ears immediately dizziness convulsions. The Queen Mother of the West also did not expect the monkey brain shell so hard. Actually did not faint completely. It's okay. His husband chaotic Taoist body. Body strong. Can't be beaten. Throwing up the water purification mantle. And then gave the monkey brain shell several times. Until the monkey completely fainted. This violent scene. Who can believe his gentle and elegant Queen Mother of the West did? This woman to their husband that is really ruthless. Ah. Queen Mother of the West activated her magic power and took out a treasure from 6th ear's Yuan Shen. This trip was to steal 6th ear's heavenly celebration cloud. The Queen Mother of the West put the celebration clouds of the heavens on her head. feeling insecure, and borrowed the Qiankuan tripod from Big Brother Red Cloud. As if she still felt unsure, and borrowed the Book of the Earth from Jing Yuanzi. Well, that's about it. Just see the Queen Mother of the West, head of the heavenly clouds. Left hand Qiankuan tripod. Right hand book. The top of the flood of 3 treasures in the body. Only satisfied with a smile. We have this defense bar. Who can break? The Taoist ancestor to come also have to worry about it. Even if you can't beat Manhwa, you can still escape back safely. On the island of Terra Nova Immortal, Sage Manhwa has been squatting in the lair of the Queen Mother of the West, hugging the red embroidered ball, sitting and waiting for the one surnamed West to come home, always ready to take revenge. When the Queen Mother of the West returned to Yingzhou Immortal Island, this all-defensive treasure can be Manhwa to the thunder. Surnamed West, you still have some face not. This all-defensive treasure is your. Surely are stolen. Manhwa mobilized mana. To do it, the Queen Mother of the West hurried to explain. Today is not to fight. There are important things to talk about. That mysterious little eyes. Serious little expression. But also to make Manhwa will be suspicious. The 2 women also made a fuss about covering the sky. Sitting together. A burst of whispering. Manhwa heard and understood. The Western Queen Mother means, we too fight our internal conflicts of the people. Their own first put aside. Don't infighting. Now we should be united against the outside world. The first to the tunnel of the small to drive away is the right thing to do. Manhwa has also long been looking at the earth that Pingxin is not happy. See the Queen Mother of the West to take themselves as their own family. But also quite happy. Reluctantly agreed to the Queen Mother of the West's request. So the 2 women quietly came to Panglai Immortal Island. Beside the 3 lights divine water pool. Where Nyang Pingxin was studying this particular pool. Which seemed to have the power of the earth's path. And at the same time wanted to store a few drops of the 3 lights divine water. Unexpectedly, 2 uninvited guests came behind them. The 2 women who were engaged in the matter had a look at each other. And they mobilized their magic power to launch a sneak attack at the same time. The Queen Mother of the West sacrificed the extreme Kunlun mirror and the bowl of pure water. Manhwa was even more ruthless. Sacrificing the most precious red embroidery ball. The extreme lotus lamp. And the extreme demon recruiting gourd. Which carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And headed straight for Pingxin's back. The insight of the Pingxin harmonious Tao sage was also superb. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly mobilized his own spiritual power and instantly offered the reincarnation purple lotus to fend it off. But still careless. Did not think that behind the back came 5 powerful heavy treasure, including a supreme treasure red embroidery ball. Only to see the defensive barrier of the reincarnation purple lotus struggling to withstand the 4 extreme spiritual treasures at the same time. The light rapidly dimming. And finally the supreme treasure red embroidery ball breaking through the lotus platform defense and directly hitting Ping Xian's back. One blow made the breath of Nyang Pingxin unstable. But fortunately, after the red embroidered ball broke through the lotus platform defense barrier, it was also strong. Not very powerful. But it also smashed people into raw pain. Pingxin Yangyang turned back to see the attack on their own as the flood female immortal bearer of the Western Queen Mother. There is also that heavenly female Saint Manhwa is very puzzled. Is not there any misunderstanding? Asked, 2 sisters. We have no grudges. Why come to attack me? If there is no reasonable explanation, the 2 rest will not want to live. Chapter 83, Empress Ping Xian forced to return to the underworld. On the 3 Immortals Island, the Queen Mother of the West stood up her chest and said with a straight face, I am the Queen Mother of the Hong Court. The Heavenly Father of the Queen Mother of the West. You are not welcome here. Please leave the 3 Immortals Island quickly. You are not welcome here. Please leave the 3 Immortals Island quickly. Also, you are in front of my husband. 6 ears? Scratching your head. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Manhwa was dry. With one word, humph. Empress Pingxin heard and understood that the other two women were jealous and drove themselves away. However, you can say straight ah. Why sneak attack behind the back? Heart is also a burst of fire. Lao Mianghal hallowed Earth Road harmonization saint. You guys just for this thing to harm me. When really unreasonable. Ping Xin was also not polite and returned. You self-appointed master mother. When you really don't know shame. When did 6 ears ever recognize this matter? One sentence disliked the Western Queen Mother's chest. Stomping her feet anxiously. But she was speechless. At this time, Manhwa suddenly remembered something and looked angrily at Nyang Pingxin. Asking. You are stepping on the 12-pinned reincarnation purple lotus underneath your feet. This was originally my magic treasure. Which I gave to 6 ears? So why is it in your hands? Pingxin heard. Is also deeply surprised. The original themselves, this lotus platform is still a story. In my heart, I complained to 6 ears. What kind of thing did you do? You took your girlfriend's treasure and gave it to me. How can I explain it? I can only say back, I don't know about this. But brother 6 ears gave this treasure to me. Now it is mine. Also, Manhwa, you Saint Supreme. Do not concentrate on practicing the Tao. Rely on the 3 immortal islands for what? It will not be up to rush it. The two women were angered by Pingxin's words again. Did not expect that this little is so sharp-tongued. Must get her. Immortal or not. The two women also do not look at their own 2 pieces of material. Is not a person's rival to the harmonized sage. One after another to sacrifice magic treasure. Hit the Pingxin sage. Empress Pingxin was prepared this time. Adding the power of the earth's path. And simply by activating the green lotus of creation. She blocked the several treasures that flew in. Which were truly unbeatable. The more the two women fight, the more fierce they are. And their mouths are still unforgiving. And they keep shouting little. Pingxin was also forced to be anxious. Catalyzing the creation rain butterfly. Striking a blow. The earth trembled. And the sky changed color. The two women were to carry the harmonization realm of a blow. Urging the body of mana to resist. But still cannot be defeated. Have been knocked to the ground. Spitting blood. As if the injury is not light. The second monkey and the third monkey, sensing the huge fluctuation of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth anomalies, both rushed to check it out. And happened to stumble upon a scene in which Queen Pingxin had seriously injured the Queen Mother of the West and Manhwa. Nyang Pingxin thought to herself that it was bad. Come sooner or later. I just touched them and you saw me. So unfortunate. The two women look at the rescuer came. Have increased the intensity of spitting blood? That dying look. Really let a person pity. It is best to let the 6 ears see. The 3 monkeys will not be able to give themselves revenge. The second and third monkeys saw their own little sister-in-law being beaten up. Naturally toward their little sister-in-law. Queen Mother of the West. Besides, Hongting has these 2 women is enough chaos. Ping Xinu, this outsider, do not get involved. Hurry to get rid of it. So the 2 monkeys. Do not ask the reason. Catalyze the magic power. Light up the magic treasure to be on the hand. Queen Mother of the West is also aggrieved in her heart. The scene just now. It is already difficult to explain. The situation is getting worse and worse. If the 2 monkeys brother and then fight. And then there is damage. It is even more difficult to explain. The 6 ears know it will not be angry. In order to avoid the expansion of the situation, Pingxin can only avoid the battle. Sadly dropped 2 tears. An instantaneous disappearance back to the hell. Can't afford to mess with you guys. I still can't afford to hide. Originally, the face of the Pingshin harmonization of the saints hit. The Queen Mother of the West Chicken Quasi-Saint should be dead. Good in this sister life. In advance to get a heavy treasure. Is to save a small life. Manhwa originally saint one day. Although also very vegetable. But will not be so easy to kill. The two women look at each other. Will smile. After the rest of life. Pain then happy. The purpose is considered to have succeeded. Inside the Hongting Hall. The 6 ears who woke up leisurely. Touched the back of the head that had risen a few big bags. And shouted. I was knocked out in my own home. Who dares to sneak up on me? And who can knock themselves out? Monkey rushed to pinch the hand speculation. Found that it is again the Queen Mother of the West in the matter. This guy also united Manhwa to the Pingshin Nianjiang forced away. Angry 6 ears in a fit of rage. Thought. This bitch is toxic. Do what not work? Messing with the first place. Lawlessness. Must be taught a lesson. 6 ears instantly moved to the scene of the accident. And with a heart full of anger. He was just about to raise his hand to teach the Queen Mother of the West a lesson. Suddenly, he realized that both the Queen Mother of the West and Manhwa were prostrate on the ground. Spitting blood and dying. Obviously seriously injured. Messing with the 6th ear. He couldn't lay his hands on them either. And hurriedly pointed out 2 drops of 3 light divine water. Pointing them at the 2 women respectively. For a long time, the 2 women recovered from their injuries. But when they saw the displeased look of the 6 ears, they were all weak in their hearts. No! This body can't be good. And if it's good, they will be scolded again. In order not to be scolded, the 2 women began to perform. This one said that the spirit is still in vague pain. That one said that the soul is so difficult to bear. Anyway, they are all internal injuries. To see if you can cure the 6 ears. 2 dainty little lady. Babbling non-stop. That painful little expression. And let the 6 ears of the heart softened. 6 ears also thought that Pingshin's earthwork is special. This internal injury even 3 light divine water cannot be cured. Really powerful. Also no longer want to scold the matter. To this pulse. To that degree to send some spiritual power. A good while drumming. But also did not get it right. Anxious monkey sweating. Worried about it. Later, the 2 women were carried to the hunting hall to recuperate. The 2 women enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. And have continued to pretend to be sick. But also received countless heavenly treasures of tonic. A few days down, the 2 women are also pretending to be hard. Only in the dead of night. The 2 women sneak out of bed. Each stretching and stretching their bodies. Rubbing each other's shoulders and pounding their legs to relieve their fatigue. And then hiding together in the heavenly materials and geomantic treasures to start looking for food. Turning into 2 snackers in seconds. After this incident, the 6 ears anxious and angry for a few days. To observe the 2 girls have no serious problems. Then went to the underworld. With the Pingshin saints said a bunch of good words. And even the Queen Mother of the West and Manhwa scolded worse than dogs and pigs. Said that the 2 women must look good. Pingshin before the anger is eliminated. After this storm passed, the 6 ears did not want to see the 2 unconscious ones at home. Thinking of going out to take a break. Have not been to the human race for a long time. Recently have nothing to do. Take this opportunity. Go to the human race to see it. 6 ears alone disappeared into the human race. Assumed the appearance of an ordinary human. And began to wander around the territory of the human race. Within the territory of the human race, there were stone statues and murals of themselves everywhere. As well as a portion of Manhwa. It seemed that the human race had been treating themselves and Manhwa as their ancestors and spiritual pillars. Within the territory of the human race, there was the human sect guarding the human race, with the golden spirit elder sister, a late-stage mixed golden immortal, sitting at the helm, which was very domineering. The congregation of the human sect was dominated by the earliest 1,000 innate human races, all of whom had not yet reached the end of their lifespan, and had already produced more than 24 great Luo golden immortals, which had become the backbone of the human race. With these people around for so many years, the other races didn't dare to come and offend, and the human race was well protected. Let 6 years is strange. This is how many thousands of years, according to the human race, should be all over the place. Notice South Juanbu continent is still a wilderness. Ordinary wild beasts in droves. The human race is extremely rare. Now only about 20 million people. The future protagonist of heaven and earth. The innate Tao body. Breeding ability and so strong. How only so many people. Chapter 84. The human race should strengthen itself. 6 years deep into the human race of various ethnic groups. Careful observation discovered that the human race has only reproduced for dozens of generations. The roots and feet are constantly degrading. That is not as good as a generation. And now the newly born human race is already no different from the mortals. And they simply can't absorb the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. And they can't cultivate. And their lifespan is only a few short decades. Most people died early because of hunger, disease, and wild beast attacks, causing the population to be unable to grow in large numbers. Like the human race, such a weak community, according to reason, is unable to survive in the flood. This fairy and Buddha in the sky, demons everywhere, ghosts and gods rampant world. The good thing is that all the flood tribes are in the way of Niwa in the face of the 6 years. Did not carry out a large-scale extermination of the human race violation. And there are people teaching and the protection of the flood court. At this time the human race has more than the original script of the same period of 100 times. The human race is still basically living in caves. Living a life of eating blood. Wrapped in animal skins. Not trimming their hair. Covered in black. Hunting with their bare hands. Eating raw meat. No different from savages. This scene led to the 6 years of the heart is very bad taste. Regret that they have not paid attention to the human race over the years. Not to mention their own soul from the latter part of the human race. That they are still the father of the human race. Enjoy the human race of the luck. But did not give the human race to bring how much help. Should not be the 6 years of the red eyes. Determined to do something for the human race. 6 years came to the human race's ancestral land with the best conditions. On the Shoyang mountain, 1,008 human races had begun to die because of their lack of cultivation and their lifespan. However, most innate human races were still highly skilled in Taoism and blessed with deep karma. And they were hiding in various caves, concentrating on their cultivation. The second and third generation human races were more numerous. Their roots had deteriorated. And the strongest were only at the golden immortal realm. Those born further back could cultivate to the true immortal realm was already the limit. The great hall of the human sect was transformed from a latter-day spiritual treasure. And the 6 years didn't say hello and suddenly disappeared into the hall. This can be the cultivation of the teachings of man. Jinling scared very light. Seeing the person is the great master. Jinling happy like a little girl. Jumping and pulling the 6 ears of the hand. Even shouted several times, "Master." The 6 ears on the main seat. 6 ears did not dawdle. And immediately explained the idea to his eldest disciple that he wanted to change the situation of the human race, so that the golden spirit would be more attentive. Jinling is also puzzled. The master is the flood prime power. Why is so attached to this weak human race? Jinling Hall of Flood Court, big sister. All day guarding such a group of scraps. Really want to eat all of them in one bite. Of course. I do not dare to. Jinling is also very confused. The human race is sad and miserable. They also want to help the human race to come, but do not know what to do. Six Ears saw what Jinling was thinking and told Jinling to gather a group of great powers at the foot of Shoyang Mountain. Jinling issued the summoning order of the human religion. The people heard that the father of the human religion descended to Shoyang Mountain to summon the human race. Instantly all boiled over. Countless people running around, exclaiming that the old heavens are open to the eyes. The father of the human race. The 6 ears of the Heavenly Father still remembers our human race. Have been thrilled beyond words. And then sad tears. The survival of the human race is difficult. The father of the human race to come here will certainly be able to help the human race. Manhwa, that unreliable mother of the human race, now also in the hall of Hung Ting pretending to be sick. Since the Tuan Tu created people, has not been much control of the human race. This mother Wen, but also really big heart. The entire human territory. Everywhere passing the wolf smoke and horn. Frightened wild beasts running in all directions. Smoke and dust. But all a bit of magic power. Can be in the specified time to arrive? Are desperately rushing, flying, recluse, wading in the water, riding beasts, and rely on the 2-foot board running. All kinds of things, from all directions, have rushed toward the Shoyang Mountain. The human race is so unusual, attracting the attention of all parties to the great powers. We do not understand. The 6 ears run the human race that shitty place to do what to go. The human race is weak. The waste body. What can be seen? The humanities I narrowed another slit. Following 6 ears every move. This monkey is good. Hong Ting Hall. Manhwa bloodline sensing. Suddenly perceived the human race abnormal. From the sick bed Ting jumped up. Next to the big brother is taking the pulse of the red cloud scared a jolt. This bitch is still not the same for the human race. At the top of Shoyang Mountain, 6 ears manifested a huge Dao body phantom and looked around at the boundless human race below the mountain for a long time. The human races were all yellow and skinny, unclothed, covered in scars, and miserable. However, all of the thousands of human races had tears in their eyes. Their gazes were fiery, and their gazes were resolute as they looked towards the father of the human race. 6 ears read the sincerity, persistence, tenacity, and unyieldingness of the later human race from the eyes of thousands of human races. Looking at this familiar form, which was so kind and familiar, slowly, 6 ears' eyes moistened and he arched his hand and bent down to make a deep bow to the ancestors of the human race. 6 ears, this move shocked the flood wilderness 10,000 souls. Tantang Flood Courtmaster. Mixed Yuan Great Luo Jingchen. The world's top existence. When to others bowed down. Today actually to the weak incomparable human race bowed. The human race, how virtue and how can. Really strange. Strange. When the human race saw the human father 6 ears bending down to worship each other, they knelt down and were moved to cry. And that cry with moving, with sadness, with persistence, spread all over the flooded earth. After a long time, 6 ears spoke. As the father of the human race, I, 6 ears, have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a human father. And I hereby apologize to the human race. Then he bowed again. Coaxing and coaxing. The 10,000 tribes of the flood were again in an uproar. This. What is 6 ears' heavenly father doing this for? In the temple of the flood, Manhwa's eyes were wide open. 6 ears? What are you doing? 6 ears looked at these tenacious surviving human ancestors and said excitedly, the human race is weak, but with tenacity, they survive in the cruel wilderness. fighting the heavens and the earth, and never giving in. In the face of natural disasters, fierce beasts, demons and ghosts, the human race will never retreat. The human race never retreats. Never fear. Your spine is strong. You fight through thorns and thorns, and you are not afraid of life and death. The storm cannot extinguish the flame of your survival, and the shaking of the earth and mountains cannot shake your firm beliefs. In these endless years of the flood, you have used your blood in suffering to tell the ripples of the human race. With your indomitable spirit, you have interpreted to the 10,000 races that the human race never say defeat. The human race should be self-reliant. The words fell. 10,000 immortals surprised. Manhwa tears. 10,000 races excited. The Tao of heaven felt. The earth quake. The human race is boiling. Constantly shouting in unison, never say defeat. The human race won the self-improvement. Down to the 9 hells. Up to the 9 heavens. The sound shocked the world. For a long time and unceasingly. From then on, the human race had the power of faith, and became more tenacious in taking root, spreading, and growing in the flood world. 6 ears and said, today, I 6 ears pointing the human race arts. Called human race 7 arts? This 7 arts leakage. I only point of the topic. I hope that the human race to feel, as soon as possible to master in order to self-improvement. One technique is mortal fire, which can be generated and controlled by mortals to drive away wild animals and cold and grill food. The second art is building a nest, which can be modeled after a flying bird's nest, which can protect you from the wind and the cold of wild beasts, and get out of your cave. The 3 arts are artifact making, which can change everything into instruments, swords, axes, and hammers, which can be used for combat or creation. The 4 arts are bow and arrow, which can be combined using resilient objects, and fishing and hunting from 100 meters away. The 5 arts are writing, which can convey information and record important events. The 6 arts are farming, taking edible species and multiplying them in the earth to harvest and fill the mouth and stomach. The 7 arts are silk clothing, which can be organized into silk as clothing to be worn on the body for protection and warmth. Sense these 7 arts and you are sure to keep your people prosperous. After 6 ears finished his speech, he closed his eyes. Rolling robber clouds converged. Heavenly thunder punishment flashed, and endless lightning struck 6 ears. Chapter 85, Humanity Blinks. The 7 arts of the human race enlightened by the 6 ears will greatly accelerate the process of the development of the ancestors of the human race. And the probability is that the general trend of the flood will run out of control. So how can the heavenly Tao not be angry? If the human race slowly comprehends on its own and follows the great trend of the heavenly Tao, there will be merits and virtues coming down. But this is to go through countless long years. 6 ears have to human ancestors' love and persistence. Can't bear the human race to continue to suffer for a long time. Insist on premature leakage of information. It becomes the crime of heaven's punishment. 6 ears know that they have committed a great sin. Not to mobilize spiritual power. Not to mention the use of spiritual treasures to add body. With the flesh to resist the thunder punishment. Integrity to accept the heavens' chastisement. For the sake of the human race. The punishment of this crime I 6 ears willing to receive. Even if the death of no regrets. The heavenly Tao ruled that this action leaked the information. The heavenly Tao has a change in the momentum. Guilty, also ruled that the 6 ears of this dead monkey is a recidivist. From the heavier punishment. The heavenly Tao mobilized all the thunder punishment that could be mobilized. Converging into countless light pillars. Almost solidified. And ruthlessly struck 6 ears. The 6 ears' chaotic Tao body was also difficult to withstand. The Tao body cracked and wailed in pain. Blood spilled through the armor and onto the earth. Manhwa, the mother of the human race, did not pretend to be sick. The dignity and elegance of the saints are completely gone. Wow, crying, while mobilizing the body of Mana, flew to the side of the six ears, holding up the red embroidered ball for the sixth ear to resist the lightning punishment. The mother of the human race, Manhwa, appeared in the world and fought against the heavenly punishment with the father of the six-eared man, which again aroused the resonance of the human race. And the cries resounded to the heavens and shook the earth. The flood court crowd. I did not expect this time the heavenly punishment is so strong. This is to put the six ears to death. All people have rushed, suspended in the six ears on top of the head to want to share for it. Has always been timid and life-threatening Queen Mother of the West. This time also bravely back. Head of the water bowl. Crying nose. Closed eyes. Rushed in front. Is really rare to see. Not wanting to involve all the people. Six ears shocked them away with his great magic power and isolated them, leaving only Manhwa by his side to accompany him and be punished. Six ears concluded that the heavenly Tao would definitely not cleave to death its own Saint Manhwa. But it is hard to say about others. Furthermore, Manhwa, you unqualified mother of the human race, the thing that cares about giving birth but not about nurturing, must accompany me to be punished. Manhwa doesn't think so, and still keeps on brainstorming. See life and death, see true love. Six ears is still the closest to me, and wants me to follow in life and death. Western Queen Mother, you are a scum. Although I was struck by the thunder punishment, but I am proud. I am proud. 10 million human beings, seeing the human father willing to endure the thunder punishment, but also for the interests of the human race to divulge the sky. The human mother also disregarded the life and death to follow. All cried heartbreakingly. Deeply indebted to the human father and mother. Have to climb up the Shoyang mountain, to the mortal body of the soul flying into oblivion for the parents of the human race to share the thunder punishment. Six ears and Manhwa would not let the human race die in vain. So they enlarged the barrier again to prevent the human race from approaching. Seeing the human father and mother like this, the human race was even more heartbroken. And they kept charging against the barrier, wanting to die together. A scene that shocked the hearts of the people and drew tears from countless living beings in the floodplains. Hongjun Daozu was also sighing. Monkey Man is still good, just too lawless. Within the Shoyang mountain, the eye of humanity sensed the grief and anger of the human race and tried to endeavor to open the eye of humanity to protect the human race. Nay, the power of humanity was too shrunken to converge. The eye of humanity kept flickering, sensing the changes in the humanity's chi, which seemed to have strengthened. The human race has received such a favor from six ears. I, humanity, have kept it in mind. I only blame my strength for being too weak. I'll have to be slapped by the heavenly Tao when I go out. So it's better to live with it. The heavenly Tao chopped for a while. Has been six ears and Manhwa chopped to the Tao body cracked. Holy blood suddenly gushed like a spring. And perceived six ears in good faith to be punished. Does not seem to be false. Their own saint's Manhwa is really innocent, which has only closed the thunder. The lightning punishment was mainly aimed at sixth ear. But the woman with the red embroidered ball was not hurt much. Only to see the six ears of the injury is extremely serious. Breath disorder. Trembling. Standing is very difficult. Fortunately Manhwa in the side of support, and constantly give him to transport spiritual power. Only barely did not fall down. Sixth ear operated the 9 revolutions of Xiangong. Slightly recovered from his injuries. Looked at Manhwa, who was drizzling with tears, and smiled faintly. Manhwa stared at her eyebrows. Really do not understand. Six ears, why so sacrificial to the human race? and self-centered to think that it is to please themselves. Moved to keep waving tears. A few moments later, the six ears continue to show, I feel the ordinary people cannot absorb the heaven and earth aura. Cannot cultivate. Specially created a set of law, called the 7 sections of the law. This law is suitable for the ordinary people to cultivate, but also hope that the people to strengthen the cultivation, to strengthen their own, to go to the mortal world, to find the great way. This method is suitable for the ordinary human race to cultivate. The spirit of heaven is cautious again, and the monkeys are going to mess up again. The thunderclouds were about to converge again. Manhwa was nervous, and her small hand kept twisting the monkey's flesh under his arm. Meaning, I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Six Ears smiled, not saying much. The 6 ears of this statement. And is a stone. The flood of immortals sucked a mouthful of cool air. Monkey, you this in the end for what? On the human race this waste body. In the vulgar birds and beasts no different. But also specifically for its creation of gongfu. Do you really want to pick up Manhwa? You this is also too much blood money. Ignoring the crowd, 6 Ears waved his hand and pinched the seal. Constantly evolving the human body meridian shadow in the air, the main purpose of practicing this gong method is to cultivate the imperial chi, and ultimately to realize the absorption of heaven and earth spiritual chi. To go through 7 sections. One section is more difficult than the other. Need to be sincere and perseverance. If the cultivation is successful, can reach the realm of heavenly immortals? Can be considered to step into the immortal path. Paragraph 1, Refining the body. Sensing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Practicing Taiji, Bagua, 5 fowls, Vajra, and other body refining techniques. And quenching the body. Can make the human mortal body's meridians unclogged, chi and blood vigorous, and strengthen the physique. Paragraph 2. Refining chi. First, refining essence and transforming chi, sensing the meridians of the human body. Finding the essence of the acquired nature, and transforming the acquired essence in the body into the innate yuan chi. The second is the chi line circumference, guiding the yuan chi in the body to run large and small circumference. The yuan chi to break the ren and duta 2 chakras. In the ren and duta 2 chakras within the cycle is small circumference. The yuan chi in the whole body meridians run is large circumference. Paragraph 3, Foundation building. 1 is the condensation of the inner elixir, the constant compression and condensation of the vital energy, culminating in the formation of the inner elixir. The second is to consolidate the base of the dan, strengthen and utilize the inner dan to improve its basic attributes and energy storage. Paragraph 4, The end of the pillar. The first is the cultivation of the dan tire, drawing on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, cultivating and condensing so that the inner dan gradually grows into a dan tire. The second is to experience the dan tribulation, to experience the test of the heart demon. If you can successfully pass the dan tribulation, the dan fetus will evolve into the golden dan. Paragraph 5. 1 is the conception of a newborn, the energy in the gene dan is transformed into soul energy, which coalesces and breeds into a newborn, which can also be called a yin god. Secondly, yuaning out of the body, drawing on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen and utilize the yuaning, can make the yuaning out of the body. Paragraph 6. Transformation of God. First, the cultivation of divine thoughts, mobilizing the power of the yuaning, perceiving things and controlling objects thousands of miles away, and cultivating divine thoughts. The second is Yangshan condensation, the divine thoughts are continuously condensed and sublimated to reach the ultimate state, ultimately forming the Yangshan. Paragraph 7, Harmonization. 1 is to sense the heavenly Tao, the Yangshan merges with heaven and earth to sense the existence of the heavenly Tao. The second is the sublimation of the physical body, mobilizing the aura of heaven and earth, experiencing the heavenly immortal calamity. sublimating the physical body, transforming the bones, and ascending to immortality. With these 7 segments, one can enter the heavenly immortal realm, and anyone who passes the heavenly immortal robbery is considered to have landed on the immortal register. The Hotian human race had originally been desperate, and had been fighting against the mundane birds and beasts. Hearing that this waste body can also be cultivated, and the possibility of attaining immortality, once again boiled. People are most lacking is hope. And now there is. The human race are all happy, shouting and crying. We are not a waste body. We have Gongfa. Can cultivate. Woo. Seeing the cheering human race, the 10,000 immortals of the flood were able to sense that this community of wasted bodies had something that other races didn't have. They were sentimental, sincere, tenacious, persistent, and wise. A new era might be coming, and they might go even further, and eventually become the protagonists of the heavens and earth. Inside the Shoyang mountain, the eye of humanity is flickering again, and I feel that my own power of humanity is about to be formed. And there is still some more to go, so I will be able to open the eye completely. And there is hope that I will be able to come out of the world. Well, give the monkey another credit. Oh, at first. Chapter 86, Internal Fighting in Hongting. At the time when 6 Years leaked the information and was punished by thunder. The outskirts of Shoyang Mountain, the Earth's channel, Pingxin Nyang Yang, was also crying for help. And it must be emphasized. What people don't know is that, at that time, the Earth's flat heart Nianjiang reaction is also very fast. See 6 Years in trouble. Can't just sit back and do nothing. Cried out to go to dispel the thunderbolt. Don't say. Pingxin's strength of saints, if the full force of the strength really can be the heavenly thunderbolt to break up. How can the Earth Road does not allow a? The light of the Earth Road was scared, fluorescence is not stable. Since the little saint's so reckless, dispersing the heavenly robberies clouds is tantamount to a head-on confrontation with the heaven road. The Earth Road, although I am forced to be very high, but I do not have the guts to go to the initiative to pick a fight. Hard to just people's heavenly way. People's heavenly Tao use punishment. Heavenly and earthly. The Earth's way feel that they should not and dare not intervene. And look at their own little saint to death. Nyang Pingxin was pulled infinitely by the power of the Earth's path, and could not fly to Shoyang Mountain. It was only after the thunder punishment was over and 6 Years had finished teaching the human race the 7 stages of the royal Qi method, and the spirit of the heavenly Tao felt that this method was not a violation of the law, and quietly retreated. That the Earth Road let go of its restraints on Nyang Pingxin. Nyang Pingxin is straightforward and brash. Unlike the 2 squirming ladies on the field. An instantaneous transfer manifested beside 6th Year at the top of Buzhou Mountain. Looking at the 6 Years of that heroic, cool, handsome, no longer Tao body broken, covered in blood, almost unrecognizable. Simple-minded Pingxin which can stand this scene. Infinite sadness attacked. Tears out of the eyes. Without caring about the face of their own saints of the way. Holding the 6 Years on the wow cry. Still explaining, oh, I came to dispel the robbery clouds. Protect your safety. Oh, the power of the Earth's way to limit me. Oh, Pingxin this undisguised emotion. And then a group of small benches to the east and west. Many people on steady buttocks. Fell to the ground. Even the light of the Earth's path feels bashful. Mama. What am I merging? Am I careless? The white fluorescent light instantly turns red. It is too embarrassing. Shoyang Mountain. Countless people. Grinning wide mouth. Wide-eyed. Tilted his head. Are questioning. What is the situation? This holding the father of our people is what? Is our common father cheated? Feelings split. We do not dare to ask. Next to Nuwa, nameless annoyance rises. I just went through the life and death calamity with the human father. And now I am alright. And I am preparing to sublimation. You run over to make trouble. And in front of the face of my human children. Hugging the father of my children. Shameless. Small. I bow. The more Nuwa thought about it, the more angry she became. Unable to bear it. Burning the essence of blood. Fully mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly the sky darkened. The earth lost its color. The boundless pressure was released for thousands of miles, urging the red embroidered ball to rotate at great speeds, ready to smash to death the pair of dogs in front of the man and woman. That man leaves his breath. The woman must die. 6 Ears was hugged by Ho too. The monkey brain instantly went down. And saw Nuwa's rage. He was even more at a loss for words. And hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. It's not like that. It's none of my business. Nuwa, don't be impulsive. Although the heavenly Tao does not have spiritual intelligence, but also know the good and bad, has long been looking at the side of the earth is not happy to see their own saints Nuwa finally harden once. This is to fight the earth's peace of mind. The heavenly Tao feels that Nuwa has done the right thing today. The strongest female saint in our family has not made any effort since she became a saint. But she has not done a lot of work. And this time she has done the right thing. There are not many chances to suppress the earth road. This time it must be supported. Thus, the heavenly Tao extracted all the power of the heavenly Tao. Even the power of the heavenly Tao that was always on the three purities and on Jain and Junti. And all of it was added to Nuwa. Nuwa instantly feel their spiritual power sword. Instantly break through 3 small realms. Heavenly Tao 2. Heavenly Tao 3. Until Heavenly Tao 4 genius stop. The power of the heavenly Tao is powerful. Not comparable to the earthly Tao. Nuwa, this strength is not much worse than the earthly Tao Pingshin's harmonization of the first heavy. Getting Nuwa is even more confident. Vowing to get the little death. The other 5 saints of the heavenly Tao shouted and suddenly felt that their power of the heavenly Tao plummeted. With very little left. And their holy positions were extremely unstable. And the 5 saints hurriedly all squatted down on the ground. Meditated and absorbed the aura to stabilize their holy positions. The 5 saints' minds are flowing. See their own little sister Nuwa finally power. Or against the earth road. Once in a million years. This has to be supported. Although the 5 of us can't see Nuwa as an extrovert. But at least it's considered one of us. How can we let that outsider bitch of the earth road bully us? Lao Zi, the eldest brother, was the driest of all. Directly teleporting his own supreme treasure, the Xianuang Linglong Pagoda, and placing it on top of Nuwa's head. After that, Yuan Shi's immortal flower wonderful fall banner, Tong Tian's immortal execution sword formation, Gui Yin's river diagram and Luo book, and Junti's 7 treasure wonderful tree all landed on top of Nuwa's head one by one. The heavenly Tao really strong. Nuwa, the strength can be reenacted earth, fire, water and wind. Both deterrence and vote. This is to completely tear with the earth. The earth road looked. My dear mother. The heavenly Tao. What are you going to do? Bullying my earth road? No one is it. Although my earth road power is weak. Personnel thin. But the flood beings are watching it. I absolutely cannot wimp. The earth road extracts all the power of the earth road and adds it to Pingshin. Even the book of life and death and the judge's pen, which are not allowed to go out of the hell, were also sent to Ping Xin. The Queen Mother of the West blinks her big eyes. Is not a peaceful master. Seeing their own nominal husband was Pingshin small blatantly to hold. Nuwa, that vixen, also want to grab. Let me the face of the mother of the face to where to put down. This where can tolerate. In front of all beings. We can not goat. Suicidal gas surged. Turned his head to the crowd behind the Hong Tian asked, on this occasion. I ask everyone a sentence. Who is the main mother of you and so on? Flooding 10,000 fairies. Heard the Queen Mother of the West that resounded across the world of the domineering question. And was shocked to have fallen off the bench. Thought Pingxin knew what two women this death out of enough chaos. How this after another? Or the famous female fairy head of the Queen Mother of the West. The flood court crowd. Especially the second monkey. 3 monkeys. 12 inner disciples. 7 big outer disciples. Is not too big. All for the main mother. Deeply outside the 2 vixens bullying too much. In one voice, the main mother of the flood court. We only recognize the Queen Mother of Heaven. But there are dispatches. No matter what. Fortunately, the Hong Court side of the Red Clouds in Jinyuanzi is quite calm. The 2 pulled the Queen Mother of the West. And constantly persuade. Do not be impulsive. The flood court people have been in the battlefield for a long time. Most not afraid of fighting. Have to light up the magic treasure. Show magical powers. Firmly stood behind the Queen Mother of the West. Although the Queen Mother of the West, this sister usually did not do anything serious. Net trouble. But the personage of the main mother of the flood court has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And everyone is quite good. Deeply embraced by the flood court up and down. On the side of the Queen Mother of the West. It's not over yet. The millions of female fairies on Ingzhou Island heard that their own fairy head was green. Ah no. Was bullied. This can still tolerate. A group of good at eyebrow painting powder. Usually not interested in fighting. Today for the Queen Mother of the West to stand up that is not afraid of life and death. A large number of female immortals flew in from the sky and stood behind the Queen Mother of the West. They set up the great formation of the immortals of the heavens. Adding offense and defense to the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West also soared in realm. And her battle power increased greatly. This array is also the good old Red Cloud a while ago. This guy is nothing to soak in Ingzhou Island female fairy group. In order to show off the learning. Drumming up this array. Is also very powerful. Things are getting more and more serious. The flood immortals have corrected the small bench. Reseated. Such a good show. Can not miss. Or the theme of the flood court infighting. This can have. Chapter 87, Escalation of the War. Western Queen Mother. Manhwa and Pingxin. The 3 top female immortals in the floodplains. All called out their friends and pulled out their positions in the Shouyang Mountain. Ready for a fight. The heavenly court Haotian felt such an important moment. Which cannot be less than their own. Grandmother. You bully our heavenly down, no one is it. Loud voice towards Manhwa shouted, Manhwa Saint, do not panic. The heavenly court millions of troops. Will arrive. At the beck and call. After hearing this, Manhwa's little face was raised and her bottom was even more energized. The hell of the river Styx heard. Haotian, you excessive Our hell is not a good bully. Although I have just cast Pingxin Mother. But life and death. I will not be abashed. The river Styx is also mighty towards the Pingxin shouting, Pingxin Mother not afraid. I underworld sea of blood. Millions of cultivation army assembled in a moment will be there. But by the mercy of the dispatch. Mistress Pinkheart also raised her eyebrows in a stinky way. See? I have people too. 2 monkeys cannot distinguish a big and small head. See, the heavenly court and the sea of blood are going to send troops. The monkey big brother is trapped by those 2 pussy. My Hongtian army marshal cannot be weak pussy. So the 2 monkeys stepped forward. Following the example of the big monkey, my Hongting army listened to the order. Ooh ooh. Ooh ooh. Two monkeys to escalate the battle. Chaos on chaos. Quick eyes and hands of the Red Cloud hurriedly stretched out his hands. Dead cover the mouth of the two monkeys. Ancestor. Please. But do not talk. Two nymphets scary. It's a mess. It's all messed up. The power of these several parties gathered together is no less than another annihilation war. The flood immortals also felt that the picture of this big drama was suddenly not right. Their moods began to tense up. Their bodies began to tremble. And in the end, they all quietly puckered up their asses and began to look for cover. The crowd trembled with fear and trembling, while releasing their divine sense to pay attention to the battlefield movements, while concealing their figures, for fear of an inadvertent mistake, taking themselves in as well. The heavenly Tao was dumbfounded. And the earthly Tao was dumbfounded. No! No! We in heaven and earth just want to compete. We just want Manhwa and Pingxin to compete. What are the rest of you doing to make a scene? Careless. Out of control. Even the eye of humanity also hurriedly closed. Mama. Too horrible. The power of the heavenly and earthly way is so huge. My humanity is just a few scraps. Nothing else. I'd better go to sleep. I can't afford to mess with it. And I must close my eyes to death. Six Ears also did not expect that things would develop to this point. He was just carrying the obsession of the former world's human race. Came to do something for the ancestors of the human race. How did it lead to three female immortal great powers to such a big madness? This usually does not show the three female fairies. Usually very low-key. Almost do not easily show up. This appearance is to lead to the rhythm of the world war. The monkey himself is afraid. Shouting. Women should not. All toxic. Monkey is still being held by the back of the earth. The past life. Two lives have not been held. How to deal with this Monkey also dare not move. Petrified. At a loss. The scene of the great battle at Shoyang Mountain is still attracting the attention of the three paths of heaven. Earth and man. Especially the heavenly Tao, which has focused almost all of its attention on Manhwa. Zishao Palace Hanjun Laodang. Taking advantage of the gap in the heavenly Tao to go thinking. Instantly completed the second merging of the Tao. Reaching the merging of the Tao of the second heavenly realm. Laodang feel again thanks to the blessing of the Six Ears. The old den could not afford to stabilize the realm, but also do not want to flood the world once again. The annihilation catastrophe. Cloaked hair. Bare feet in a hurry to show up in the Shoyang Mountain. Shouting, all the fairies and slow down. But also listen to my words. The Taoist ancestor manifested. Of course. The crowd must give face. Have looked at the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. All of them noticed that Hongjun's stubble was scattered. 7 long and 8 short. More and more messy. And lately he always went out without shoes. Very unkempt. Daozu said, Manhwa. Pingxin. The Queen Mother of the West. You three people today to launch a great war of extermination. If you go to war today, have you ever thought of how many innocent beings will perish? You can bear it. The three women were overwhelmed by qi and blood. And after being enlightened by the words of the Tao ancestor, they realized that today was really dangerous and nearly caused a big disaster. However, the three women were all very tough. No one refused to bow down first. No one refused to withdraw their troops first. Taoist ancestor look at their own talk is not good. Very helpless. Really the world trend. The people's hearts are not ancient awe. Resting his gaze on the Six Ears. Again the old face red. Hurriedly covered his eyes. Exclaimed, indecent do not look. Indecent do not look. Monkeys. In public. Embracing. What is the behavior of awe? Monkey is also helpless. Don't look at the usual mighty. People have shortcomings and shortcomings. This is not. After being held by Pingxin, the brain does not turn. And the body is nearly petrified. As a waste person. Pingxin Yang Yang perceived the Taoist ancestor in from the finger gap peeping at their own it. Which also reacted to. The original they have also been hugging the monkey it. Blushing incomparably. Hurriedly let go. Nervously straighten the hair clothing. Blushing scarlet. Very embarrassed. Hate to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Was released by the monkey. Has not slowed down. Next to Manhwa, a belly of anger nowhere to spread. Cannot see the monkey and no interest in the silly. Small hands and become a big pincer. Ruthlessly screwed the 6 ears a hand. The intense pain brought 6 ears back to normal. Still feeling confused in the face of the complex scene. The Taoist ancestor spoke again. 6 ears, little thief. See what you have caused. Western Queen Mother. Manhwa. Pingxin I have advised. But the 3 do not listen to my words. The old Taoist I do not care. You wipe your own ass. After saying that, the old Tao's figure disappeared and went back to the Purple Heaven Palace. The old Tao knew that this matter still had to be handled by 6 ears. And that outsiders forcibly intervening would only be counterproductive. 6 ears recovered thinking. It seems that today it is necessary to sacrifice some fame. The 3 women are not easy to deal with. And so on first find a breakthrough. The eyes look to the Queen Mother of the West. The 3 female immortals in the great power. On this chest. The best to fool. Well. On her. So the 6 ears pretended to be serious. Displeased, Western Queen Mother. You are the main mother of the flood court. Should be with me to share the worries. Persuade in 2 female saints. How can you do not know how to be decent? Adding to the chaos. But also quickly let the people back down. Sure enough. The Queen Mother of the West after listening to the monkey's words. The little heart thumping. This is still the first time the 6 ears personally called himself the main mother of the flood court. Or in front of the 2 vixens as well as full of heavenly deities said. It seems that I am the big sister of the flood court's position is considered to be stable. Which is still entangled in the what? The other things are not a matter of fact. Queen Mother of the West's frost-covered face immediately warmed up. Couldn't hide her face full of smiles. Her hands and feet were at ease. And her body was soothed. Dash to turn to a group of horses behind the reproach, Aya. The Sky Phoenix you are also. Are running over for what? Make such a big battle. Let husband are very difficult. I cannot have this measure of the main mother of the flood court. You and so do not quickly retreat. The millions of female fairies saw how fast the head of the fairy changed his face. And how different he was from before and after. And they were all sighing. When the head of the immortal had the lead. All the female immortals should follow it. Queen Mother of the West left hand crossed her waist. Right hand pointing. Put up the frame of the Mother of the Lord. Began to the Hong Ting centaurs and horses counted, the oldest 2. The oldest 3. You are also. How so do not know how to be decent? Not quickly put away the power of the gods. Fortunately. There are red clouds and Jin Yuanzi 2 brothers stop. Almost make a big deal. Quickly. Everyone quickly retreat. Do not want to be difficult for the husband. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys are very defeated. And do not dare to say much. At first want a fight to let us life and death is who came. And now complains that we do not know what to do. However. The little sister-in-law has an order. 2 monkeys and red yuan. Jin Yuanzi can only take a group of Hongtian horses and men retreat. The atmosphere on Shaoyang Mountain was still solemn. And everyone was tense. Chapter 88, The First Hunting and Killing Order in the Floodplains. This little womanly do-gooder of the Queen Mother of the West became the center of attention in the room. attracting countless gazes. This is not dispatched after the men behind, and seconds into a good wife and mother, and can even be called a good girl. Pacing a small step, very ladylike, run to the 6 ears side. Pull down the corner of the coat. Gently wipe the 6 ears of the left arm of the lightning punishment wounds. Began to bandage for his husband. Boo-hooing. Very virtuous. To the flood of all the fairies ruthlessly scattered a set of dog food, with the Queen Mother of the West taking the lead. The two arrogant ones next to her were too embarrassed to be taught, and also withdrew their divine powers. Manhwa put away the red embroidered ball. Thought. My mother of the human race and the human race father. Cannot let outsiders look at the joke. Chicken thief to hurry to seize the right arm of the 6 ears. 6 ears and Pingshin separated. Also began to bandage the wounds, but also open the mouth of the wind toward the wound. See silly countless living beings. Very spicy eyes. Manhwa's small mind is still turning. The monkey's 2 arms are occupied by us. See what you Pingshin do. There is a detail. Manhwa's surface elegant. In fact, the movement is very hard. The strength is strange. Pulling the 6 ears raw pain. Apparently in the anger. See, for the sake of you, in order to pick me up. For the human race. 100 plans. At the expense of the thunder punishment added to the body of the sake of. I will forgive you. Monkey has no choice but to bare his teeth and endure the ravages of Manhwa. Sensing that next to the Pingshin Nianjianjiang is still looking at herself. The monkey also fretted for the back of the earth. Or I will change into another arm, so that you will also wrap a bag. Will it be too fake? Pingshin see monkey beside has no position. Also do not want a monkey difficult. Pouting small mouth. Cold snort. Indignation left. Anyway, I have hugged. It is not a fall. The belligerent Hao Tian, who was not yet finished, always wanted to show the strength of the heavenly court, and hesitated to withdraw his troops. Styx sought his little master saints are gone. Also do not care about the heavenly court army. With millions of cultivator army. Back to the underworld blood sea. On the field, there is only the heavenly court army left to stand there. Watching people 6 ears and 2 women show their love. Making millions of troops very embarrassed. Hao Tian still wants to wait and see if there is still a chance to fight. Yao Qi Queen Mother really can't stand to watch. Grabbed Hao Tian's hand order flag. For Hao Tian to pass the order to close the team. The heavenly court army only all cover their faces to leave. A storm is considered to have calmed down. Flood all souls. Have put away the small bench. Regret. You scared everyone half dead. And finally this grassy end. Too meaningless it. At the same time. But also in the hope that the monkey you take care of it. But do not make a mess. You engage in an object. Almost led to the end of the World War. Too fucking scary. After this incident, the identity of the Queen Mother of the West as the main mother of the flood court is known to all the world. And is considered to be solid. And that is too stinky to be true. Manhwa can't stay in the flood court anymore. And quickly returned to her own Manhwa palace. Manhwa is a female immortal saint. Her skin is still very thin. Her own relationship with 6 ears is not clear. The human race is certainly happy to see it, but still concerned about other great powers to bring gossip. The floodplains are calm again. The flood wasteland was not chronological. And there were no major events recently. 6 ears had been paying attention to the human race. And after 10,000 years, 6 ears released his divine sense and checked the situation of the human race once again. It was found that the ancestors of the human race had thoroughly mastered the 7 arts and 7 segmented laws of the human race and were developing well. The human race. The population has doubled several times. There are tens of millions of people. spread throughout the entire southern Juanbu continent. A small number of people and even spread to the other 3 major states. Alone in terms of the number of a race. The human race belongs to the first big race in the floodplains. The art of mortal fire originated from the drilling of wood for fire. And the human race learned to preserve fire. And oil lamps, fire ropes, and torches appeared. The art of nesting had also developed well. And the human race had come out of their caves and built countless clusters along the rivers. Clusters of grass huts, wooden huts, stone huts, and all sorts of other things. The art of toolmaking has seen the emergence of various kinds of stone tools, bone tools, wooden tools, and even pottery. With the art of bow and arrow, bamboo and wood for the skeleton, and Oxford for the bowstring, the human race is thoroughly stronger than the birds and beasts of prey. With an increased survival rate and simpler access to prey. Text. Simple hieroglyphics. 6 ears have seen. This word do not even need to learn. Painted what read what. Very image. Agricultural farming technology. Has been promoted. The various human clusters around the planting of corn grains. In the hunting of food cannot be. There are these corn can be filled with hunger. Starvation is greatly reduced. The art of silk clothing. Still in the primary stage. The human race to mulberry sisal netting cloth. Clothes rough and ugly, but always more comfortable than the animal skin to wear. Put on the hemp clothes. Always a bit of a man. Eldest sister Jean Ling's bitterness and sweetness became more and more bullish. And the human sect came to the front of the stage. Between the promotion of the 7 stages of imperial chi method, the human race's physique improved. Their lifespan increased. And a number of capable people broke through to the heavenly immortal realm. The human sect absorbed all the human races above the heavenly immortal level. Originally, the congregation of the human sect only consisted of the innate human race and the previous generations of the human race, totaling no more than a few tens of thousands of people. But now that there were more and more human immortals, the human sect's numbers reached as high as 200,000. Making it the number 1 religion in the floodplains. The strength of the human race attracted the attention of all forces. The flood court internal is also small action. The flood court belongs to the 4 Taoist religions are beginning to pay attention to the human race. Nay, the big sister Jinling put the human race to death. So that a few junior brothers is difficult to start. Interceptor Zhao Gongming came to find the big sister several times. Each time piggybacking on the abduction of 100 or 10 human celestial immortal cultivators. And afterwards forced these innate human beings to say that they came voluntarily. The same as when the 6 ears were full of the world to catch disciples. Anyway, Zhao Gongming has no psychological burden. The 3 monkey masters did this back then. Earth Tibetan that Western Buddhism secretly sent strong in the human missionary. But also attracted a lot of human cultivators to go to the Western Buddhism. The Earth Tibetan looked at the human innate Taoist body. That is like a lot. Which is not those pigs, horses, cows and goats look much more eye-catching. The main thing is to understand the matter. Hierophant Turtle Spirit personally ran to the human race to steal, specializing in picking a good seedling to start. Rolled away several innate human race. And afterward also learned Zhao Gongming, forcing people to say that it is voluntary to come. Angry with the golden spirit cannot. Jinling several times to find the great master 6 ears complain. The great master also do not take it seriously. Only said it is to let Jinling look after the good people. Lost a few not afraid. The human race can still be born. As long as they do not persecute the human race. Do not have to argue too much with the 3 masters. External forces. Lao Zi's Taoism. Yuan Shi Tianzun's stated religion. Tongtian sect masters fetch religion. And the guiding junta's Tao religion also can't help it. and they have intervened in the human race. Or cheating. Or robbing. Or stealing. All religions have gotten away with quite a few human races. Because the human race is different from other races. The human race is sentimental, intelligent, able to suffer, good learning, can be more reliable than those monsters in the form of the thing. Although the human race root is almost no. But, properly cultivated, can also be later to rise to the top. The potential is huge. This matter. The golden spirit also looked for the 6 ears of the Grand Master complained. 6 ears or indifferent. As long as not persecute the lives of the human race. Let them go. Still instructed the golden spirit. A small amount of human loss is difficult to avoid. But must strengthen the overall control and protection of the human race. Jinling saw that his master could not be counted on. And netted some useless words. His anger rose. And he divided the 200,000 human cult congregation into countless human guards. Spreading them out in every human gathering place. Guarding and teaching the human race. Jinling's harboring fire was hard to dispel. And she would recall the story told by her eldest master. There was a word called Jianghu chasing order. Which sounded bluffing. Golden Spirit immediately notified. Issued the first hunting order in the floodplains, the human religion hunting order. From today onwards. And then abducted my people. The human religion will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Kill without pardon. Chapter 89, revealing some metaphysical secrets. The golden spirit was originally a late-stage mixed golden immortal. And under the saints, there was almost no enemy. The moment the hunting order came out, all the major forces and the flood of 10,000 immortals were shocked. Although they could not figure out what the hunting order was. But it sounded quite scary. It's better to be cautious. The other 3 religions of the flood court. Turtle Spirit. Zhao Gongming. Earth hide to see the big sister Jinling really angry. The hunting order has been issued. And hasten to concur with the response and sell the good. We 3 religions are also. But the human race that they got rid of did not see the return. Everyone couldn't figure out how powerful this kill order was. Behind the golden spirit of the human sect was 6 ears and the entire power of the flood court. And behind the human race was the Nuwa sage. It seems that this killing order is not a joke. It is to die. Although the human race is good. Or small life is important. From now on, no one dares to move the human race. The 6 ears, who was leisurely drinking tea in the hall of the flood court, was shocked by the news of the first hunting order of the flood. And the tea sprayed the Queen Mother of the West's face. The Queen Mother of the West saw the monkey without reason. Rolled up her sleeves. And her 2 small hands transformed into pincers. And pinched the monkey violently. 6 ears heart careless. In the future this story is not to tell the story. Their own speakers have no intention. The listener has a heart. Last time, the Queen Mother of the West got herself a flood first crying. Today the golden spirit and a first hunting order. The dregs of this latter day we do not learn. Monkey was fretting that he didn't know how to explain in order to be able to calm down the anger of the Western Queen Mother. His body had already been wrung everywhere in pain. Queen Pingshin suddenly transmitted her voice, Brother 6 Ears. Come to hell quickly. There is something good for you to see. 6 Ears unknown. Or without thinking. Instantaneous transfer to the hell. Pinching the monkey thighs of the Queen Mother of the West. Is wringing it. Suddenly there is no target. A face of displeasure. The monkey ran where to go. Inside the Pingshin Palace. Auntie Pingshin didn't say anything. And held a ball of spiritual light in her hand for 6 Ears to check. 6 Ears how can not recognize. This is once one of the 4 great demon emperor. Fushi residual soul Nuwa's brother. Now only 3 souls left. Pingxin said. Last time after you and the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao notified the flood and apologized to the spirits of the dead. There were countless spirits of the dead coming to the hell to reincarnate. And this remnant of the spirit was discovered by a war witch in the hell, who wanted to break it up. And I inadvertently came across it and saved it. You give it to Manhwa. Even though I don't like her. I don't want him to lose his next of kin. 6 Ears looked at Pingxin's hands of the remnants of the soul. And look at the face of innocent Pingxin. The heart also muttered. This bitch and Manhwa just fought for their lives. We'll have this good intentions. There will be no conspiracy, right? Author I here to consider a long time. Lest leaks. Or the knowledge of the metaphysics of the talk. We read silently, remember. Do not go out and spread the word. The main reason is that I'm afraid that we all don't understand. One day the spirit. One day the soul. One day the undead. Let's talk about it in 5 parts and we'll be able to understand it. In the first lecture, on the states of the world's spirits, the legal system can be divided into 4 states. The State 1 is a living being, with all 3, physical body, genesis, and soul, called life, and can exist in most parts of the world. State 2 is the spirit body, which has only the spirit and soul, without a physical body, and is called a spirit body, which can exist in dim places or in the underworld. State 3 is the soul body, which has no physical body or genesis, but only the soul, called the soul body, which may also be called the ghost. It can exist in dim places or in the underworld. State 4 is an evil spirit. 3 souls in the soul are incomplete. Only 1 or 2 souls. This thing cannot be reincarnated into the next life. Permanent wandering in the underworld or dim place. Before the essence is exhausted. Called the evil spirit. Only living beings can receive sunlight, spirits. Souls and evil spirits are most afraid of light. Lecture 2. On the incarnation. The physical body needs no elaboration. Every living being has one, including pigs, horses, cows, sheep, etc. The physical body needs to be maintained, exercised, strengthened, fed, and is the hallmark of a living being. The physical body carries the yuan shin and soul. If the physical body is strong, the yuan shin and soul will be strong and have a longer lifespan. If the physical body is too weak, it will affect the original energy of the yuan shin and soul. Lecture 3. On the genesis. The yuan shin is attached within the physical body, storing the yuan qi, spiritual energy, roots, feet, cultivation, abilities, and most of the memories of this life, and is the symbol and sign of this life. When the physical body dies, the yuan shin and souls remain. The yuan shin will carry the souls away from the physical body, and the yuan shin will be able to stay next to the physical body for a short period of time. When the physical body decays and disappears, the yuan shin must travel to the dim or the underworld, carrying 3 souls and 7 spirits. The yuan shin can exist independently and is known as a spirit body, also known as an undead spirit. Undead spirits can also carry their souls directly to reincarnation. The hell will decide whether the reincarnation is good or bad and the direction according to the strength and memory of the spirits. Undead spirits can also stay in the underworld for a long time and remain there for a long time until their spirits are exhausted. Undead spirits carrying grievances, obsessions, or sins that are so deep that they are unwilling or unable to reincarnate in the next life are called grievous spirits, and are invisible to the mortal eye. Those who are powerful in yuan shin can also take the initiative to detach from the physical body to carry the soul to exist independently. For example, Tai Jin and above realm transcends beyond the 6 paths and is not in the not working, which refers to the yuan shen, not to the physical body. Immortal practitioner's powerful Yuan-shin is a special individual. Can exist in the world. Not afraid of sunlight. But the naked eye cannot see. Unless the Yuan-shin initiative to emit spiritual energy. Called the virtual shadow. Lecture 4. On the three souls. It is the three souls that are the fundamental signs of a living being. And as long as they are not dispersed by a great magic power, they are eternal and indestructible. Dependent on the Yuan-shin, which in turn is dependent on the physical body. And all three are complete to be life. 1. Fetal light, also known as the main soul. It is the light of life, storing the origin of life and a small amount of important memories. And its strength or weakness affects the health and vitality of living beings. If the birth light is weak or damaged, it may lead to physical weakness, disease, or even endanger physical life. 2. Spirit of excellence, this is responsible for intelligence and reflexes. Spirits with a strong, sharp spirit are usually intelligent and quick. On the other hand, they may be less intelligent and less responsive. The little cutie that we see is a weak or incomplete spirit. The reason for this is that the spirit is weak or incomplete. 3. The psionic essence, the master of character, reproduction and emotions. It influences the sexuality, emotional tendencies, and character of living beings. The crazy people we see are the result of a weak or incomplete phantom essence. As long as the three souls are present, a living being is not considered truly dead and can be reincarnated, regaining its 7 souls, Yuan-shin and physical body. After reincarnation, the memories of the fetal light are refreshed. But scenes of key memories from this life and previous lives will briefly flash in dreams. And the fetal light is the root of our dreams. It is these 3 souls that are the root of a living being, eternal and indestructible. Each great thousand world exists independently and is self-contained. And there is a large net that binds the souls of living beings to leave, called the spirit catcher's net, preventing the souls of this world from leaving. Therefore, the number of souls in each world is relatively fixed and will not change drastically, and can only reincarnate in this world. If the 2 races of witches and demons were fewer in number and reincarnated into other races, it must have caused the other races to become more numerous. If the human race was more numerous, it must have been the other species that were less numerous. The total number of life forms in one world would not change drastically, unless the world's spirit-catching net breaks or fails, or a war breaks out between 2 great worlds. Chapter 90. Monkey is petrified again. It's time for the 5th lecture. The 5th lecture is about the 7 spirits. The 7 spirits of living beings are corpse dog, fu yai, bird een, swallow thief, non-poison, remove filth and stinking lung, which are not as important as the 3 spirits, but are indispensable to living beings. 1. Cadaver dogs, they are responsible for the alertness of living beings, including the 5 senses and speech. If the cadaver dog is too active, a person may be oversensitive and anxious. If the cadaver dog is weak, it may be unresponsive to external dangers. 2. Vasanas govern the digestive system. The proper functioning of the vasanas ensures that the body digests food and eliminates waste sufficiently. 3. The birdzene, the main reproductive system. Good functioning of the birdzene helps to maintain normal fertility. 4. Swallowing thieves, resisting the invasion of evil spirits from the outside world. They are the guardians of all kinds of spirits and are capable of eliminating harmful substances and evil spirits that enter the body. 5. Non-toxic, converting and decomposing harmful substances in the body so that their toxicity is reduced or eliminated. 6. Defilement, responsible for removing impurities and metabolic wastes from the body. 7. Ozone lungs, the main respiratory function of the human being, regulating the rhythm and depth of respiration. The 7 pranas mainly work when the living being has a physical body, when the living being is in the state of spirit. soul, or evil spirit. Only the two pranas, corpse dog and devouring thief, are useful, and the other 5 pranas are dispensable. Corpse dogs are in charge of alertness. And with corpse dogs, living beings have the 5 senses to speak. And this ability is useful for living beings, spirits, souls, and evil spirits. It is important to swallow the thief supervisor defense, which removes poisonous and harmful substances within the physical body, yuan shun, and soul, and also protects against evil spirits. I can only reveal so much about this aspect of the explanation. You want to ask me how I know? We cannot say, so as not to give away the secret. This rhetoric is completely contrary to current science, and you must not believe and be ashamed of it. It has been said that the end of science is metaphysics. That what we can hear, see and perceive is only a millionth part of the real world. And that so much that you cannot perceive or understand does not mean that he does not exist. I heard it from hearsay. Just listen to it. Don't take it seriously. It's just necessary for the plot. Let's continue the story of 6 Ears. When 6 Ears saw the remnants of Fushi's soul, he found that the 3 souls of Fushi were already dead and lifeless. And of the 3 souls, fetal light was still intact, and sharpening spirit and phantom essence were already incomplete. 6 Ears breathed a sigh of relief. 3 souls are on the line. There is still save. Hurriedly point out a drop of 3 light divine water. The powerful energy prompted the 3 souls of Fushi to repair themselves. 6 Ears and a large amount of spiritual energy to the 3 souls of Fushi, only to stimulate the vitality of the 3 souls. The 3 souls of the illusion of Fushi shadow. 6 Ears see. Is so familiar? With a trace of Nuwa's breath, Fushi shadow and a small amount of key memories. Certainly recognize the 6 Ears. Fushi happy dance. Tumbling. But the 7 prana is all gone. Cannot hear. Cannot say. Can only give the 6 Ears to the action to pass the message. 6 Ears look half a day also cannot understand. Fushi what meaning? Cannot communicate. 6 Ears didn't say much. Collected the remnants of Fushi's soul and was grateful. Hotu was taking the initiative to ease the relationship with Nuwa. What an understanding and kind-hearted little girl. Monkey does not know how to express his feelings. Coldly gave Pingshin a hug. Everything is in the words. And then in a hurry towards the Nuwa temple to disappear. Alone left Pingshin Nyang a person froze. I. Was hugged by the monkey. This is considered to be molested. I want to go to find him to settle the score. A long time. He. But it feels pretty good. The next time I see the monkey, I'll return it is. Pingshin low head shaking his head. Fingers ruffling a strand of hair. Looks like a little happy. Next to the sticks this light bulb. In order to merit performance. Rubbed out, 6 Ears molested the saint. I'll lead the army. Go to seek his trouble. To the saint out of anger. Immediately. A few big which also rub out. Ready to go with? To get monkey. With a roll of his eyes. Hershin said. No need for that. Go do your own thing. This makes a group of people in hell feel very bad. Originally, hell is occupied by the haunting people half. The master of this is also close to mutiny. The river feels that he is really ill-fated. Leaning on the mountain collapsed. Leaning on the tree fell. Ultimately have to be planted in the hands of the monkeys. Perhaps this is the fate of the bar. Monkey came to Nuwa Palace. Saw Nuwa is lying on the throne lazily. Plain clothes plus body. Hair scattered shoulders. No powder. No makeup. But exquisite body. Tender skin. Beautiful eyes. Face absolutely beautiful. A different flavor. Manhwa, this lazy look is obviously in a low mood. Not much mood. Seeing Six Ears uninvited, he grunted and turned his head away. Obviously still angry. Six Ears also do not know what to do. I did not do anything. You guys are in a mess. It has nothing to do with me. Six Ears in this area is indeed a short board. Simply rigid. And do not know how to comfort people. Not to mention flowery language. The naive sixth ear, self-conscious of his embarrassment, pulled out the Fushi soul body and rattled it with his monkey paw to play with it. Manhwa, who was in an upset mood, suddenly her eyes widened, sensing a familiar force of origin. Who else could it be if it wasn't her own big brother? Instantly her eyes turned red. Tears slipped down her face. And she immediately got up to look for her big brother. See, the monkey is fiddling with a spirit body. It is their heart and soul of the big brother Fushi soul body. How many thousands of years? Manhwa, for this only brother I do not know how many tears. Manhwa was anxious on the spot. One hand grabbed the monkey ear. One hand land pounding, monkey stop. Oh. You dare to insult my big brother. Kill you. Kill you. Oh. The monkey was beaten by Manhwa and squealed. And didn't dare to fight back. The remnant soul of Fushi was seized by Manhwa and carefully held in the palm of her hand. Found Fushi extremely miserable. The residual soul is weak. Must have been repaired by the monkey. All the 7 vampires are missing. 7 vampires in charge of the language of the corpse of the dog is also gone. Fushi's silhouette continues to gesticulate. Very sad. Cannot make a sound. Manhwa is another wow wow cry. So miserable. Six Ears took out a fruit. Squatting on the ground on the ken. Sit and wait for Manhwa to finish crying. The heart is still not ashamed of Manhwa little girl posture. Hurry up and do the right thing. Manhwa, you old cry what? Cry can let your brother live over it. On your style of this. And I do not know how you live until now. Fushi main soul of the key memory is still there. Recognized his sister Manhwa. But the mouth cannot speak. Ears cannot hear. But also anxious. Sister. Big brother, I am not dead through it. Hurry to save You old cry a hair Only when Manhwa was done crying did she wipe her tears and hurriedly asked Monkey. Monkey. Thank you. Then suddenly gave Monkey a hug. Monkey on the spot again petrified. Fushi this angry What's the matter with you two? I'm still here. Non-stop teeth bared. Manhwa loosened her hand and saw that the monkey was frozen again. And instantly screwed up. A move that was very limited against the monkey. Monkey came back to his senses. I was molested by Manhwa again. This. Manhwa asked. Monkey. Where did I find my big brother's soul body? And where are the 7 spirits? Six Ears looked to throw the kernel of fruit in his hands. Back, ping xin saved down to me. Just a little bit. Your big brother's soul body was shot apart by the witch ghosts. As for the 7 prana. No, not to know. Manhwa was upset when she heard that it was Pingshin who saved him and added. I don't care. You must help me get my big brother's 7 spirits back. Chapter 91, Retrieving Fushi's 7 Spirits. Six Ears heard Manhwa that unreasonable request. Is very worried. Let yourself to find Fushi 7 prana. Is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Where they can do. So back to, this where I can do. Do not make it difficult for people. You can create the human race. And then the power of creation. Can be able to give your big brother remodeling 7 prana. Manhwa shook her head and returned. I can create the 3 souls and 7 pranas of the innate human race. But I can't create the 3 souls and 7 pranas of Big Brother's extreme heel. The 7 spirits of the human race cannot adapt to the powerful origin of Big Brother. Big Brother's 7 souls cannot be compared to the ordinary. Must still be wandering in the underworld. Must find Big Brother's 7 souls. Monkey. You have to help me. Seeing Nuwa's pleading eyes, Six Ears guessed that Pingshin controlled the underworld and could mobilize the laws of the Earth's path. So it shouldn't be too difficult to find a soul. Saying, "This matter? Right. We still have to go and beg people for Auntie Pingshin. Perhaps only she can do it. This. Monkey scratched his ears and face. His face was difficult. Obviously he didn't want to go out to find Ping Xin. And he didn't know what Monkey was scrupulous about. Nuwa saw the monkey so ink. I guess cannot count on it. Put away the Big Brother's soul body. To the hell to disappear. Six Ears followed closely behind. Fearing that the two women will have a disagreement and make something else happen. Inside the hell, Monkey and Nuwa stood in front of Auntie Pingshin. The scene of warm welcome was not seen. Pingshin herself was only concerned about cooking tea and wine. Her face was cold. As if no one else was there. Obviously there was no hospitality. And it seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. It made Monkey embarrassed as well. Knowing that Ping Xin wasn't so nice to talk to. Nuwa this begged the enemy to do things. It is very embarrassing. But there is no way. Can only close their eyes and wait. For the sake of Big Brother. I Nuwa endure. At this time, Six Ears seems to understand what. Pingshin this dead niece is not innocent and kind. Feelings here waiting for Nuwa. Through this matter must be to pressure Nuwa head. Certainly not only this demand. After a long time, Nuwa broke the calm. Arched her hand and bent down. Nuwa thanked Auntie Pingshin for saving my elder brother's residual soul. And I also ask you to lend a helping hand again to find my elder brother's 7 souls. And Nuwa will definitely have a generous reward. Then Nuwa took out all of her own spiritual treasures for Pingshin to choose from. Including the supreme treasure. The red embroidery ball. For the sake of her brother Fushi, Nuwa would give up anything. Pingshin this time can be beautiful. Sitting on the throne. Not tight. Leisurely drinking immortal tea. Don't look at this bitch out of the world the latest. But this take pinch people's means is very old-fashioned. The hallowed heavenly Saint Nuwa got not a bit of temper. Said, "Whoops. Sister a while ago. But also will be the sister to death to beat the life. The sister is afraid of We are still less dealings with the far away from the good. Listen. What is this saying? Obviously looking for a fight. Monkey rubbed his temples. A deep headache. When that kind and innocent ho to it. This is reincarnated newborn aha. Six Ears feel this bitch simply shrewd terrible. Compared to the home of that stupid mother of the West is more intimate. Nuwa continued to endure and once again bowed down. Saying, I, Nuwa, have admitted my mistake and will no longer dare to fight with the Empress. But I also ask Empress Pingshin to lend a helping hand. Hershin smiled gently. Then, I'll accept the apology. But apologizing isn't enough. Monkey feels that Pingshin is overdoing it today. People Nuwa has bowed down. You girl is still not letting go. The heart is also very dissatisfied. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Monkey still rounded up the situation. Pingshin. Saving lives is important. Don't play the childish temper. Sage Nuwa is not an outsider. For the sake of brother's face. Quickly cast the spell. Ping Xin smiled sweetly again. Harmless as a human animal. And said, Brother Six Ears. The younger sister also has something to ask for. Please also grant it. Six Ears heard. How you still have things? You can have what big things? Casually replied. Sister said to come. Brother I have no objection. Pingxin said. Brother 6 Ears, you have to promise that in the future, if Western Queen Mother and Manhwa ever fight with me again, you have to be on my side. Right or wrong? Monkey this angry He is supporting a what the thing. Let me pull the side. But also regardless of the right or wrong. The bitter master Manhwa is next to it. 2 Bullying. Fire straight to the head. This rogue idea of Ping Xin also made Manhwa unable to tolerate it any longer. She really couldn't stand this villainous look of Ping Xin. And wouldn't make it difficult for 6 Ears to agree to that outrageous request. Manhwa put away the spirit treasure. And did not seek peace of mind. Small hand into a small pincer twisted to the 6 Ears arm. All the anger and humiliation all toward the 6 Ears body vent. Tiger in the tiger breath. Threatened, Fushi big brother eye line of the power of creation. Their own to save. Monkeys, you're not allowed to promise. Pingxin seeing Manhwa so spirited. Still dare to do it. Also cannot show weakness. Also stretched out a small hand. Twisted to the 6 Ears of the other arm. Must not be weakened by the wind. Monkey instantly confused. What is the situation? How well? You all run to me. Not about me Monkey, I am a soy sauce Luckily today, the trouble spirit of the Queen Mother of the West is not in. Otherwise it will be a big battle without a doubt. Monkey stammers. Brain confusion. Do not know how to respond. Led to the 2 women are more dissatisfied. Small fists also came up. Ping pang is a chaotic pounding. Outside the Pingxin Palace. The South Pole immortal Wang and the River Styx also 4 eyes. The South Pole is worried about the 6 Ears. The River Styx heart to the Pingxin little master. The 2 are hesitant to go in to save the Lord. Listen to the sound. Inside the fight is very intense. 2 people each take the treasure against each other. Who will not let anyone? You want to dare to move. I dare to fight. Finally, Manhwa saw that Pingxin was so unreasonable. And the monkey was a straw bag. And was held by Pingxin Shao to the point that he did not dare to put a fart. And could not help himself at all. And was very sad and wiped his tears and left angrily. After Manhwa left, the 6 Ears were a fat beating is also holding a belly of fire. Feel Pingxin today really excessive. To put it bluntly, this bitch is not the right mind. Must be knocked. So the 6 Ears began to rehash old scores with the Queen of Pingxin. Starting from their own rescue of the witch race, all the way to help Pingxin out of the underworld. To help her battle against the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. Said Drymouth. Spittle flying. Will be a good section of the counting of Pingxin. No conscience. Selfishness. Malicious in other words successively described in the body of the Pingxin. Dislike of the Pingxin Queen of the also is speechless. Deeply ashamed. The monkey was not trying to do anything about Manhwa. But just wanted to press Manhwa. So that he would be less oppressed in the future. The monkey was so angry that he was also aggrieved and had tears in his eyes. Nyang Pingxin didn't dare to say anything more. Fearing that the monkey would be completely annoyed with himself. Hurry to mobilize the power of the Earth's way. The law of the Earth's way plus body. Order 10 Yen Luo King. Millions of cultivator army and all the power of the hell. Search for Fu Shi 7 prana. The entire netherworld have moved. Really digging 3 feet. Nooks and crannies are turned over a hole. Finally find all the 7 violet. Pingxin Nangyang will Fu Shi 7 prana in the hands of 6 Ears. That aggrieved little look. Pear blossom with rain. See 6 Ears' heart is also sour. 6 Ears see Pingxin so. Thinking of their own words today said some heavy. But also the heart of the heart. And a hug. 6 Ears feel that this thing is the most useful. Then to say what are strong. Sure enough. Pingxin did not cry. But also a little excited. The monkey took the opportunity to run away. The 6 ears disappeared to the Manhwa palace. This side there is in anger. Cannot come to settle down. Or do not know what will happen. Chapter 92, Monkey's fulfillment of the eldest generation is hunted down by Manhwa. When the 6 ears hand holding Fushi's 7 spirit appeared. Manhwa and like. But also dislike. Want to go to take. But embarrassed to take. That contradictory little look. Very let the 6 ears speechless. Buddies, in order to get this thing is a lot of effort. You want it or not Fushi is even more anxious. Constantly jumping. Urging the 3 souls in front of Manhwa. That means, sister. You wait for what? Your brother is still half dead. The 7 souls in front of the eyes. Hesitation. Hurry to accept Manhwa squirmed for half a day. But in the end, she still took it. Making Monkey very speechless. Dealing with you guys is really a pain in the ass. Manhwa line of the power of creation. Hurry to Fushi 3 souls and 7 souls put together. And then with the monkey to come to the 3 light divine water and 9 days of resting soil. Drops of their own blood. For fear of weakening the brother's roots. While the monkey is not paying attention. A hairpin stuck in the monkey. Ruthless to the monkey and then put some blood. The monkey in pain. A monkey a mess of screaming. After a while of drumming. She finally got Fushi's physical body. And Manhwa mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao to create a new Yuanshin for Fushi. But the Yuanshin that Manhwa got was too weak to carry Fushi's soul of the very best origin. So a special life form. Fushi lived. Why do I say special? Manhwa was in a hurry and used the fastest method. Which is her own mastery of the innate Taoist body method. That is to say, Fushi's physical body and Yuanshin are now the innate human race. Because the spirit and body in the top soul mismatch. Fushi always feel dizziness. Walking unsteady. Limbs weak. Cultivation is only the early stage of Tianxian. Very weak. It seems not to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Speculation to obtain a new life is really too much disadvantage. 6 ears thought of fluctuation. The human race. Fushi. This is not the human race. 3 emperors and 5 emperors and the emperor of the earth. Not good. The human race. The emperor of the earth should not be so. The humane trend and let themselves get out of the way. The human race can be how to do bad big things. Monkey had a moment of fear and was sweating profusely. Because according to the original script, Fushi's residual soul would pass through reincarnation and be reincarnated as a member of the ordinary human race. And then through his own efforts, he would lead the human race to new heights. And ultimately be elected by the human race to be the human race's Earth Emperor. Now that he's been messed up like this, who will be the Earth Emperor and who will lead the human race? Won't this delay the human race? No. The plot must be wrenched right back. Fushi regained a new life. Happy. Knowing that the 6 ears for their own also made a lot of effort. And see his sister Manhwa and 6 ears seem to have unusual feelings. Well. This 6 ears ability is strong. Character is not to say. Have such a brother-in-law is not bad. For the sake of saving his life. This brother-in-law Fushi recognized. Immediately gave the 6 ears a hug. Brother-in-law. Big brother Thank you. Manhwa heard his big brother called 6th ear brother-in-law. Also bashful. Cheeks instantly red. She also twisted and pulled Fushi's hand. Embarrassed to say, brother. I have nothing with 6 ears. Don't talk nonsense. Then just bowed her head and giggled. Fushi how can not see? The sister is the truth and the monkey. Also followed the silly music. Are 6 ears but not happy This is not good. This way down the human race is not finished calf. Fushi became a great uncle brother. You still how to be the human race emperor. So the monkey racked his brain. Began to try to correct the plot. Said, Fushi about the relationship between the two of us. Need to run through it. You see? You are now the innate Tao body. That is the human race. Your bloodline and have my blood. According to reason, the human race are called me for my human father. You say we this generation. Is not it? The words of the 6 ears. The Manhwa and Fushi are said to be frozen. The two listen to understand. The 6 ears is the father of the human race. Fushi is now the human race. And there is a bloodline of the 6 ears. The 6 ears is trying to be Fushi's father. Fushi was confused on the spot. Sounds like a good reason. But I was just a great uncle. How suddenly became a son? This generation difference is also too much. Manhwa is also calculating. I am the mother of the human race. And now the monkey wants to be the father. Then the big brother Fushi will not also become my son. Which is not good. No. 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 Monkey, you this is to die. Cannot be so insulted our brother and sister. Manhwa and Fushi were furious on the spot. Fushi is now a heavenly immortal realm chickens. Simply cannot get hurt 6 ears. Can only hope on the saint's sister Manhwa. Said, sister. The monkey is not the son of a human being. Bullying our siblings too much. Get him. Manhwa was just like that. Her fire surged. Mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Releasing endless pressure. The red embroidery ball dripping and spinning. Shameless monkey. Take your life. Since the last time Manhwa was forced by the heavenly Tao to the 4th heaven. The power of the heavenly Tao was withdrawn and her own realm fell. But she didn't fall back to the 1st heaven. And is now in the 2nd heaven realm. With the monkey is also half a catty. Manhwa angry. This joke can be blind. Monkey panicked. Manhwa is really serious. We are not being reasonable. Why are you getting angry? Although monkey also felt that his words were a bit inappropriate. But it was not so bad that he was playing with his life. It seems that we can't reason with him anymore. So we better run. With Manhwa chasing after us. The immortals in the floodplain felt the pressure of the saints. And they released their divine sense to check it out. Oh no! The world is too crazy. The rat is a bridesmaid to the cat again. And the mother of the human race actually fought with the father of the human race. Everyone come to see A large number of flood beings. Beating gongs and drums. Running around. Have set up a small bench. This drama must watch the whole episode. 6 ears ran in front. Manhwa chased after him. Their speeds were comparable. 6 ears still had a stiff upper lip. Manhwa. For the sake of the greater good. Fushi must be the son. This generation will never be changed. When Manhwa heard the monkey's words, she became even more furious. Shut up. Shameless. Beat you to death. You dead monkey. Haunting crowd, a burst of nervousness. Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi looked at each other and smiled. Manhwa hit 6 ears. Nothing. It is estimated to be a joke. Instructed the crowd to do what they do. The Queen Mother of the West looked. Husband was Manhwa little bullied it. I want to not step in it. Open up the big head for a while to calculate. I don't care. Let them fight. It is best to lose. The relationship rupture. Old and dead. So that the seat of the main mother of the flood court is not more stable. Well. To the death of the fight. Underworld Pingxi Nianjiang and the queen mother of the Western idea. It is best to hit a little harder. Anyway. The monkey is a mixed Yuan Dala. Chaos Dao body. Immortal. Let him suffer a little sin or not. Save every day to pick a woman. It seems to me that the seat of the second main mother of the court of Hong Tian is expected to be heaven. How Tian and Yao Qi saw. How Tian jumped up and wanted to insert a foot again. Was Yao Qi grabbed the ear. Dead hold down. The 5 saints of the heavenly Tao took a look. Well. Their own little sister Manhwa fierce enough. This is a break in the relationship. To break with the 6 ears of the little thief to return to the camp of the saints of the heavenly Tao. This must be supported. The 5 saints didn't have a suitable cause. And it wasn't good for them to directly step in and secretly put the power of the heavenly Tao on Manhwa. Hong Jun stroked his stubble and tore off a few more. Manhwa's disciple is not getting along with the monkey. And has completely flipped out. I'm not afraid. I'm going to help you. Chapter 93, The Emperor's Birth. Manhwa is chasing and killing 6 ears. And her pressure is overwhelming and aggressive. The heavenly Tao perceives that its own female saint Manhwa has been very tough lately. Doing work that is favorable to the heavenly Tao. Disliking the earth's Tao Pingxin. And then going to hunt down and kill the 6 ears of the Hongting. Which is really Jane in my heart. The 6 ears of this guy in the heavenly way wanted criminals. Has long been on the heavenly way blacklist. At this critical moment. Must support. The heavenly Tao has mobilized more heavenly Tao power to support Manhwa. As a result, Manhwa's spiritual power skyrocketed. And her cultivation broke through even more perversely. Rising directly to the heavenly Tao Sage 5th heavenly realm. This realm will have an advantage in fighting monkeys. Manhwa's speed suddenly accelerated. The pressure suddenly skyrocketed. They feel invincible. This card cannot be wasted. A wave of the small hand. Threw out the red embroidered ball smashed at the monkey. The monkey chaotic Tao body cannot carry the heavenly Tao Saints 5 heavenly blow. A staggering smash down. And then came to the dog nibbling on the shit. 6 ears was instantly whisked up by Manhwa. Who was no longer a lady. And leapt up and also rode on 6 ears' back. Wielding furious spiritual energy and outputting a kingly punch towards the monkey head. While punching, she shouted. Who's father? Who's father? Monkey was beaten by the 5 heavens of Manhwa to the raw pain. Dizziness and eyes. Do not dare to resist too fierce. But also afraid of injuring Manhwa. So why don't you just give in? So that the crazy bitch on your back will stop? In the heat of the moment, the monkey blurted out. You're the father. You're. Okay? Monkey's sentence is stone cold. And the gods and Buddhas in the sky almost said vomit. You this last time was by the Pingxin mother riding underneath the body to sing conquest. Do not feel the blush, this time is even more ruthless. By Manhwa riding underneath the body and then shouting father. There is no one else. But where monkeys you shouted mother. We can understand. Hey. Really the world is going down the drain. Monkey you count completely finished. Hongting centaurs have covered up their faces again. After going out. Do not say that we are the Hongting Death cannot be recognized. This court master simply cannot want. Manhwa heard 6 ears shouting father. Her face reddened. Almost too nauseated to vomit. And instead of fighting, she got up and bent over. Covered her chest and began to dry heave. Giving the monkey a blank stare. Monkey also knows that his own stinky mouth did not hold the door. Constantly covering his face. while running, while sobbing. Oh. Finished. My 6 years of the persona is completely destroyed. This makes me how to see people in the future. Oh. Women are poisonous. Must hide far away. My monkey is too difficult. In the territory of the human race and the floodplains, countless thoughts rose up. And both 6 years and Manhwa could feel them. And they were praying that the human mother and human father would be in harmony. And that they would give birth to a son soon. And that there would be no misunderstanding. Manhwa and 6 years were both speechless. But they were still praying for the birth of a son. I don't think so. 6 years wandering in the void. Conscious of no face to see Jiangdong father and mother. And do not dare to return to the flood court. Do not know where to hide for a while. Feeling the human race's chanting power. He thought, I'd better go to my eldest disciple Jinling's place for a while. And pacify the human race in the meantime. I will go back when people have forgotten me. So, the 6 years and manifested in the first Yangshan. Since ancient times, the son does not mind the father ugly. The child does not mind the family poor. The human race on the human father tube human mother shouting father this matter. Not at all serious. Parents quarrel a fight how? Your parents did not quarrel? 6 years of divine sense swept through the territory of the human race. A bright light in front of my eyes. But also really found a capable person. The root foot ordinary human race. But the origin is powerful. Spiritual power surging. Actually have merit and virtue golden body. Has reached the early stage of quasi-saints realm. The human race finally have their own quasi-saints. This person is the human ancestor of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the first. The emperor of the Flint clan. Or Sui Hua clan. This caused 6 years to rejoice. The birth of the human heavenly emperor marked the entry of the human race into a new era. Human society began to take shape. The power of humanity began to coalesce. Marking the beginning of the human race becoming the protagonist of heaven and earth. After 6 years revealed the 7 arts of the human race to the human race. The Swearin clan was the earliest to realize and create mortal fire. And used the method of drilling wood to obtain fire to ignite the first mortal fire in the flood. And then created fire ropes, torches, and fire lamps, etc. And taught the human race to preserve fire. And to use the mortal fire to chase away wild beasts. Protect against the cold. And keep warm. And cook and bake food. Which greatly improved the ability of the human race to resist the heavenly dignity and wild beasts. Obtain more prey. And bake and eat healthier food. So that the number of the human race had increased considerably. Contributing greatly to the human race. Swearin also invented the knotted rope to keep track of things. Big knots for big things. Small knots for small things. Things that happen first on the inside. And things that happen later on the outside. Simple and clear. In order to record more things. He also made use of the natural colors of plants. Dyed the thin rope into various colors. Each color represents a class of things. So that the things recorded more clearly. Swirenshi full of vigor. Keep tossing. Idle. And to the fish. Insects. Birds and animals to name. Before him. People call all the animals worm and so on. More distinction between the size of a worm. We feel this old ancestor is not good. Will be divided into 5 categories of insects, flying in the sky known as birds. Running on the ground known as beasts. With the feet of reptiles known as bugs. No-foot reptile called radicals. Swimming in the water called fish. Life goes on and on. And after the Swearin was elected chief, he built a high platform for preaching and teaching. And established a market for trading at noon. And built roads for trade. So that the people's wisdom was greatly opened up. And the people's sentiment was greatly improved. The eye of humanity was so excited that it utilized the little power of humanity that it had just condensed and pinched out the first mass of humanity's merit, which it had thought of throwing to 6 ears. Thinking that 6 ears was not lacking in this amount of merit, and owed it to him for the time being. So, this mass of merit flew to Flint's head. With the help of humane merit, Flint's instantly from a heavenly mortal breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, beyond the earliest 1008 human race. The human race remembers the merits of Suerens, but also need to rely on the strong power of the quasi-saints. Suerens was elected as the emperor of the human race. At that time the human race did not know the existence of the human way. Thought that the heavenly way is the greatest. The emperor of the heavenly way to favor will be able to protect the human race to flourish. Regarding the human race to elect the Sueren clan as the emperor of the sky this matter. The spirit of the heavenly way would like to indicate that you are mistaken. Your human race's emperor has nothing to do with my heavenly way. But unfortunately, the heavenly way has no mouth and cannot speak. So it simply does not care about it. As you like it. The eye of the human way is very wronged. Also want to inform the human race. Stupid. Your emperor should be called the human emperor. But also no long mouth. Cannot express. Can only silently recognize this matter. The light of the earth's way was secretly amused and ashamed to see the human race being so foolish and the heavenly Tao and the human way being so hilarious. 6 ears hidden in the top of the Shoyang mountain. Also know that this is wrong. But do not want to disrupt the original script. The original script of the ancestors of the human race is to do so. The later generations of people are still proud of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. We cannot be bad 6 ears of the beliefs of the later generations of the human race. The wrong is wrong. What is the difference between the emperor of heaven and the emperor of man? Is just a name. The only ones who could sense 6 ears' existence in this part of the human race were the Golden Spirit and the Sueren clan. The Golden Spirit and the Sueren clan came to the top of Shoyang Mountain one after another to pay homage to 6th ear. Sueren clan was incomparably grateful to 6th ear for his help to the human race, especially for his own mortal fire enlightenment. And he fell to the ground and bowed down for a long time. 6 ears instantly on the head again. A good boy has a heart. In the Blue Star people that piece of kowtow to have to give pressure money. Well, cannot be bad tradition. So 6 ears from the pocket fumbled half a day. Took out a top grade innate spiritual treasure. Taoist rhyme. Spirit power is strong. This treasure is the purple sky palace after 3 speeches. The monkey from the beginning of the hands of the 9 dragons away from the fire cover. Offensive and defensive. The attribute of the fire. And the flint is the most compatible. The flint has this baby. That is not full of the floodplains walk sideways. 9 fire dragon in hand. Are you afraid of? Chapter 94, Forced Reincarnation promoting the emergence of the Earth Emperor. Emperor Flint and later the Emperor of the Earth. The Emperor of Man. In the original script poor are pissing blood. The hands of what spiritual treasure is not. And finally all the saints were taken down by the Tao of Heaven. A barrier to isolate the barrier hit. The 3 emperors forever trapped in the fire cloud cave. And never heard from again. 6 ears to give the treasure is also a consideration. Do not look at the monkey knows nothing about emotions. If a different protagonist. Those 3 female fairies have long been taken down. The child must also be double digit. But the monkey in the human race event. Never confused. Set to change the 3 emperor ending. For the ancestors of the human race to pave a way. At this time of the flood. The treasure have master. Want to get a afterlife treasure. Are as difficult as heaven. A lower grade innate treasure can flourish a big clan. A big religion. Not to mention the upper grade innate treasure. Sueren see human father gave the treasure. But also moved to tears and snot a large. 2 eyes light. Regardless of their own image of a 100-year-old man. all of a sudden to the 6 ears on the body to pounce on the 6 ears, hurriedly threw down the treasure and ran away. We are not disgusted with the old man to bury. We cannot stand this melodramatic play. The human emperor has been born. The emperor of the earth Fushi should be on the field. But the goods are still squatting in the Manhwa palace in the Badit. Die to be 6 ears brother-in-law. A little to reincarnation of the human race. The emperor of the earth's consciousness is also not. This can be worried about the monkey. No. Have to think of a way. In order to the human race. Would also have to let him change his mouth called father. 6 ears quietly disappeared into the Manhwa palace and saw Manhwa and Fushi talking and laughing. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The monkey did not blush. Manifested his real body. And took a seat next to Manhwa, who saw this impecunious monkey and hid to the side in disgust. Monkey looked to Fushi. A Sirius began to fool, Fushi. You originally is the demon court emperor. 2 corpse quasi-saint mighty. Leading millions of demon army. Now it. Only a heavenly immortal realm. You this innate human roots. Obviously with you do not match. Fushi do not know what the monkey means. The monkey is a human father. His sister is a human mother. The monkey has been soaking his sister. And shouting his sister father. I am a sister's son. Or human roots. This MO complex. No. It is such a pro-relationship. Which will harm themselves. Asked, do not ride? The monkey affirmed. Obviously not a match. Fushi asked again. And how do you get a ride? The monkey reaffirmed too. This. Or call daddy. Fushi was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly felt that something was wrong and instantly blackened his face. Looking coldly at the monkey. Manhwa saw the monkey to fool around again. Took out the red embroidered ball to open the smash. Manhwa heart is also a mystery. The monkey has always done things steadily. This time is guilty of what kind of nerves? How to compete with the word father? Either shouting other people's father. Is to let other people shouting his father. Simply incomprehensible. Monkey was afraid of being beaten. And hurriedly waved his hand to explain, wait. Wait. Listen to my explanation. Manhwa got angry and said. Monkey. Humiliate my siblings again and smash your monkey head. The monkey scratched the monkey head. And then faced Fushi. Said, I have a method that can help you return to the quasi-saint realm. And the origin is powerful. The blessings are deep. And the 10,000 people respect it. And it is comparable to my poker face. Fushi how to say is also done the demon emperor. Heard that he still have the possibility of returning to the quasi-saint. How can not be moved? As if grabbing a life-saving straw. Impatiently asked, brother-in-law. How should it be? Monkey vainly look at the sky. Do not dare to explicitly say. Otherwise it will have to be sentenced to a leakage of information. Lightning punishment. Can only pretend to be profound, I can Charlie. Everything is clear. If you trust me. By need to arrange. Regarding the 6 ears godly innate aptitude. Fushi naturally knew about it. And seeing that the monkey said it like a true story and didn't seem to have any falsehoods. He also hesitated and looked at Manhwa. Manhwa knows that the 6 ears are as good as God. Witch and demon catastrophe. Heavenly chaos. Even the Taoist ancestor cannot be deduced. The monkey actually laid out in advance. Hard to change the momentum of the heavenly Tao with their own power. Delayed the witch and demon quantitative robbery. Such a variety of things. Countless. Monkey recently a few times crazy. Non-people shouting father. It seems to have a reason. Monkey has unspeakable hidden awe. Manhwa nodded. Indicating that monkey was reliable and could be trusted. 6 ears breathed a huge sigh of relief and kept stroking his chest to calm himself down. Human race. For your sake. I, monkey, will do my utmost and die for you. Fushi imagined the image of himself returning to the paramount saints and the admiration of all the people, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Things have been negotiated. The six ears are afraid of the night-long dream. Immediately left-hand mobilization of mana. The 3 souls and 7 vampires out of Fushi. Right hand slap Fushi's spirit and body. Action is crisp and clear. Well, just come to life of Fushi. And dead through and through. This sudden change stunned Fushi and Nuwa. Is this your monkey's way? Nuwa instantly read. Harmed my loved ones. Take life. Swinging up the red embroidered ball on the 6 ears. 6 ears didn't hide this time. If you hide again, you can't explain it. Nuwa Clang hard smashed the 6 ears for a while, venting the anger in his heart. Saw the 6 ears head broken and bloody. Do not hide. But also very puzzled. Stopped his hand. Eyes with tears. Staring at the 6 ears. Waiting for an explanation. 6 ears head of blood flowing down the cheeks. Still naive smile, must believe me. Not broken. I will not harm great uncle. Later you will understand. Hans Fushi soul want to cry without tears. I just reborn. Although the heel oddly poor. But at least it is a full of people. You slap me again. Oh. Monkey you in the end to do what? In the end? Reliable or not? Fushi's soul cried for a while. Would like to scold the monkey. See the monkey covered in blood. Smile naive. And feel that the monkey does not look like a treacherous person. Not broken. In order to return to the peak. Bet. Dead or alive. I admit it. So to Nuwa said, Sister. Everything is subject to brother-in-law arrangements. Do not be difficult. I believe he will not harm me. Fushi words fell. The monkey heart of aggression. Helplessness. Loneliness have surged to the heart. Is also red eyes. Nima. Finally there is a letter to me. In order to your personal gains and losses. But also for the future of the human race. I monkey endure humiliation. Too difficult. Oh. Monkey with tears in his eyes. Disappeared into the human race. Released his divine sense. And found a large tribe called Huashu. The tribal leader's daughter. Huashu's is washing clothes by the river. The monkey did not ask the reason. Directly Fushi's soul with the power of reincarnation. Did not enter Huashu's abdomen. Wushu returned home on the inexplicable pregnant. Holding a big belly pregnant baby. A wait is 10 years. This is placed in the ancient era of the flood. It is not unusual. This time all kinds of strange things go. This is nothing. Monkey gave Nyang Pingshin that piece of jade disc of creation fragment has the law of the earth and the law of reincarnation. The monkey has also been enlightened. Both have a small success. Reincarnation of a Fushi still can do. Nuwa looked at the monkey forcibly reincarnated his brother into an ordinary human race. Very puzzled. And touched the red embroidery ball. And finally put it down. No wonder the monkey has been letting his brother call his father. This human race after the birth. Naturally have to worship the father of the human race and the mother of the human race. The monkey when Fushi father is nothing. But the thought of their own brother worshipped. Shouting their own mother of the human race. Nuwa a burst of diaphragm. After all. Nuwa can only choose to believe in the monkey. If things go wrong and harm his brother. Then the monkey. I will fight you to the death. Chapter 95, The Tyrannical Earth Emperor. 6 ears is also head iron. In the eyes of the sky gods and Buddhas in heaven and earth and human 3 ways. Will Fushi soul forced reincarnation. The sky gods and Buddhas is very shame. Think the monkey is again mess. Purely inappropriate son of a human being, and in the view of heaven and earth and human 3 ways. The monkey did this as not personnel. You're not fooling around. Let people Huasu girl how to think. Let Fushi how to think. Let everyone else how to think. Is really against the heavenly way of human ethics. The heavenly Tao robbery cloud began to surround. Has been hesitant to split down. Or first look at the results of it. The earth also released a massive karma. Suspended in the head of the 6 ears. Intends to wait for things to brew evil. Fait accompli before falling. Only the eye of humanity understands the monkey the most. And knows what the monkey is doing. But humanity can't be manifested yet. And has no power to protect it. 6 ears. With the chastisement of both heaven and earth on his head and under tremendous pressure. Stood alone at the top of Shoyang Mountain with the doubts and chastisements of the crowd. Not moving a muscle. Waiting for the human Earth Emperor to return to his throne. The flood of immortals, including Hongjun Taoist ancestor, have countless times put out the divine sense to stare at the monkey. Monkey head do not know what nerves. Do this heaven and earth difficult to tolerate stupidity? And stayed at the top of the mountain for a long time. Queen Mother of the West. Manhwa. Hongtian people have come to visit the monkey. Was 6 ears protective barrier blocked? The monkey cannot explain. Determined to close their own 5 senses and 5 senses. Cut off all the vitality. Stands silently. Like a sculpture. Phoenix blowing does not move. The rain cannot be beaten down. The snow pressure is not bending. Slowly. The monkey was the top of the mountain cold air ice. A mixed Yuan Daluo. Flood courtmaster. Can be hard against the heavenly 5 saints and create countless legends of the prime power? Fell into such a situation. Can only show that the monkey this move is serious. Must have a great aggrievement. Doing extremely important and cannot be said things. 50 years passed. And everyone began to realize that something was wrong. Thousands of people began to gather under the Shoyang mountain to pray for the father of man. Manhwa sensed that she might have wronged 6 ears and felt deeply guilty. She also manifested her true form and wept bitterly. But how could she not awaken the frozen 6 ears? However, she was unable to awaken 6th ear, who had been frozen in the ice. Manhwa had no choice but to put up her tail and crouch beside the monkey, while the others could not enter the 6th ear's protective barrier. Monkey's eyes stared unblinkingly in one direction. And there was the Huashu tribe, where changes were taking place. The newly born Fushi washed away his memories by the power of reincarnation, and completely took on the identity of a human being. Unlike the original script, Fushi's 3 souls and 7 spirits were incomparably powerful. And although he was a trashy human being with human roots, he preserved top-notch origins. And his perception, intellect, enlightenment, character, and all the functions of the physical body were far beyond the norm. After Fushi was born, he did something amazing. And sure enough, there was a reason why the monkey was so rambunctious or obsessive. And the crowd began to be amazed. Fushi was 13 years old when he made a book and deed to replace the knotted rope, creating a method of remembering things with engraved symbols. Replacing the knotted rope. At the age of 17, Fushi knotted the net to teach tenant fishing. Invented the net. And taught the human race to start using the net for fishing and hunting. Fushi 21 years old. Raising livestock to fill. Teaching the human race to raise livestock. Fushio ride horses. The human race to primitive animal husbandry. Fushi was 25 years old and built a hut to replace the nest. And square thatched huts were built to further improve the living conditions of the human race. Fushi was 29 years old and created the yin-yang binary diagram, which later evolved into the Taiji diagram, deducing the pattern of change of all things. And the first batch of godly men appeared. Fushi was 32 years old and clay-fired modified pottery. adding clay to the pottery making technique to improve the yield and performance of the pottery. Fuxi was 35 years old and made the qin and sepals for music. He invented the musical instrument sepals and produced music to open up the spiritual culture of the human race. Fuxi was 38 years old. Founded the method of divination. Drawing 8 trigrams founded the method of divination used to resolve doubts. The first large jumping gods appeared. Fuxi was 40 years old. Made the calendar and set the seasons. Created and formulated the earliest calendar. And the human race planted according to the 4 seasons and 8 seasons. After 40 years old, Fuxi was elected as the chief. And started the chariot of the 4 directions. Leading a group of mortals. Armed with bows and arrows. Wielding sticks and stone knives. Expelled all the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards and other dangerous races in the human race. This is not enough. Fuxi continued to clear the human race within the territory of the demonic ghosts and monsters. Including the gods and goddesses, it is not enough. And whisked away a group of demons and devils to escape around. And to open a large area of fertile territories for the human race in the 4 continents. When the flood tribes were still fighting bravely. Relying on sharp teeth and claws. And drinking blood. Fuxi led the human race to play the art of war. Set up a battle array. Thousands of horses in front of the army. Scattered small demon wild cultivation can set off what wind and waves. Fuxi as a fearless flathead brother. Army in hand. Follow me. God block kill God. Buddha block kill Buddha. Break countless confinement. Leading the human race step by step to the front of the stage. To the flood world to bring about a sea change. Fuxi's appearance prompted the number of people to double again. The territory of the 4 continents. The territory of countless cities and states within the watchful eye. A group of magic spells of demons and devils. Hard to be forced by the human race into the 100,000 mountains. Endless swamps. You say strange. Fuxi fierce or not? The human race cattle or not? Fuxi merit burst. The power of humanity against small subcohesion. The eye of humanity and get a humane merit. Gazing at the lonely monkey on the Shoyang mountain. And hesitate to give 6 ears. Hey! The human race is weak. You a father. There is no lack of merit. Or to the children. So the humane merit cloud fell on the head of Fuxi. Fuxi with the help of merit achievement quasi-saint. When Emperor Suiren saw that another capable person had risen to power in the human race. And that he had accomplished a great deal and was embraced by all the people. He ceded the throne of the emperor of the human race to Fuxi. And retired to the background himself to continue to guard the human race. The human race at this time and difficult. This new emperor should be called what? Well, I heard that in addition to the heavenly way, there is a ground. But also the gods and ghosts. Is very awesome. There is the ground to protect. The human race more can prosper. Then called the emperor. The eye of humanity learned that the human race was messing around again. And that both times the name was given a forked chop. It was also furious and had no recourse. Originally eating melon and farting on the ground. This time also dumbfounded. The human race. You guys named so randomly. Do not think about it. But also helpless. This time it is time for the Tao of Heaven to be happy. See? Old Earth. You are also attracted to it. Think what is what. The human race is so reckless. At this time, the first sun mountain that monkey. Finally have a trace of life. Monkey face thick layer of ice cracked open a crack in the ice. Covering the monkey body of 100 years of ice and snow began to melt. Next to Nuwa tearful. Constantly rubbing the warmth of the monkey that pair of cold hands. But also continue to sob, oh. Monkey. I get it. It's my fault. It's my stupidity. It's me shouldn't hit you. Oh. Monkey. You fast. Wake up! Oh! Fushi, with the help of the powerful origin of the saint. Stimulate the potential of the three souls in the tire light. 100 years to go to the event scene by scene into the mind. Fushi understand the past life and present life. Infinite touched feelings. Filled with body and mind. The original in order to their own. 6 years sacrifice so much. In order to the human race. Fell into 100 years of ice. Fushi looked at the Shoyang mountain set. That lonely monkey is so tall. Fraternal. Selfless. 2 lines of tears slowly flow down. Fushi came to the top of Shoyang mountain. See, the 6 ears are still frozen. Shaped like a haggard. Face like wax. Infinite sadness welled up in Fushi's heart. And he crouched down and wept. Fushi, the emperor of the human earth, pays homage to the father of humanity. The 6th ear, heavenly father. A father's heart is like the ocean. And a child's measure is like a pinprick. Today I know that I am me. At this time only to regret the birth of the previous life. Fushi already know the reason for this. Hope that the human father to wake up. The child to worship again. Chapter 96, Huang Ting's accident. Rumble. Fushi's words as a thunderbolt. Splitting hemp the flood countless great minds. The immortals only then suddenly realized that the monkey has long known that Fushi can be a great prosperity of the human race. Know the cause and effect. Everything is clear. Would rather carry all the pressure of their own suffering? But also want to achieve the achievements of Fushi. The position of the emperor of the human race. Both for the Fushi. More human. The monkey's move is really high righteousness. 100 years ago even Fushi himself did not want to be reincarnated. Or by the monkey shot dead flesh. Forced reincarnation. Manhwa also mobilized the power of the 5 heavenly Tao, stormed the 6 ears. Then it was 10. 000 fairy spit. The heavenly Tao of the cloth robbing the clouds. The earth's Tao of the karma of the force. The key is that this is all the monkeys are not for their own. It is what kind of state of mind? What kind of pressure? And what kind of aggrievement? Fushi was so sad that he couldn't help himself and began to chant. The bloodshed people. The frozen sacred body. His benevolence is like the heavens. His knowledge is like God. To give charity to all. And to spread kindness to all. The people of the world will be blessed. And Junda Kimi. Father of man. 6 ears. Heavenly Father of Huang Ting. Fushi, that the loud voice. Sad tone. Impact on every fairy god. How many thousands of years of the immortals that the ripples of the Taoist heart was finally touched. Feeling the monkey high righteousness. This scene. The floodplains. The immortals are plus all for the monkey shed a tear. The human race is the whole tribe thanksgiving. Crouch on the ground to worship. Wailing for miles. Resounded through the universe. Heavenly Tao perceives all the people's thoughts. Know that this guy 6 ears again. But also cannot go against the thoughts of all living beings. Quietly withdrew the thunder punishment. The earth also perceives everything sad. 9 ghosts weeping. For 6 years of this dead monkey empathy. And then punished certainly not good. Also secretly withdrew the karma. 6 years of the body of the golden immortal. You have to say that this 100 years of ice has what damage? That his hair did not fall one. At that time the reason why cut off the life. A really low mood. Hold a belly of aggression. No one understand. But also cannot say. This also live a what the power. Secondly. It is to throw a small temper to the relatives and friends. Especially for the 2 siblings of the long tail. I am not good. Relatives, you do not want to be good. Come on. Let's be difficult. Thirdly. It is to do to the heaven and earth and the world to see. You have forced my monkey into this way. You still have the good taste to punish me. You still have the good taste to scold me? You still have the nerve to punish me. Still have the nerve to scold me. After the power of punishment of heaven and earth was quietly withdrawn, the monkey was alive. He is also afraid. This forcible reincarnation of people, the violation of things, cannot be done in the future. Too damn scary. In the past, the heavenly way to look at my eyes. And now even the earth also stared at me. I 6 years to do something good is so difficult. Monkey life is really not easy. Well, the 6 years perceive that the majestic human idea power, and many of the 10,000 races of empathy, are praying for their own blessings. The heart is slightly comforted. And I feel that this ups and downs are also worth it. But we can't live right away. We must let Manhwa little eat some bitterness. See if she dares to take the red embroidery ball to hit me in the future. Manhwa saw that Fushi human father also shouted. The 10,000 tribes thought power also added. But still failed to wake up the monkey. The heart is even more sad. The monkey will not be really dead. Oh. Manhwa also perceived that the monkey's hands and feet were still cold. The snow and ice could not be eliminated. The vitality was still not apparent. And his breath was like a swimmer. So he was also anxious and twisted his big tail to tightly wrap the monkey up, wanting to use his big tail's body heat to warm the monkey's body. Ahem. The monkey was Manhwa, that big tail of the entanglement of the force of the squeeze of breathing difficulties. All the bones of the body pain. But also confused. This plot is not right. How, and I think not the same. This situation should not be artificial respiration. At least also have to be held in the arms of the warmth of my You this throw out a big tail counts. What is going on? I do not have a little warmth of the sensation of the monkey is very upset. If I had known this would change the Queen Mother of the West to come. That bitch knows more. Cough. Wake up. Wake up. Don't make a strong winding up. Then winding up will really die. Cough. Cough. Finally, 6 Ears slowly opened his eyes. And the monkey's face turned toward Manhwa, revealing a pained smile. Manhwa, who was in a hurry, saw that the monkey had finally come back to life, and was sad and excited. With a bit of remorse, Houghton turned back to her innate Tao body appearance, changing into a big beauty in seconds. And without saying anything, she threw herself into 6 Ears' arms and cried, letting out all of her worries and sorrows to her heart's content. 6 Ears felt Manhwa's warm and soft body, fresh aroma, some hot blood. Finally got what he wanted. Manhwa, if you were like this earlier, wouldn't I have woken up earlier? It's so hard to deal with you guys. Hold me for a while longer. It smells so good. 6 Ears was about to stretch out his 2 monkey paws and give Manhwa a hug as well when a few more ill-timed coughs came from him. Cough. Cough. That's what. You guys wait a bit first. Fushi this unintelligent light bulb. But also dare to let wait. The monkey angry teeth. Manhwa also perceived their own out of order. Quickly let go of the 6 Ears. Bowed his head and blush. Fushi could be up to something. Just obsessing about his own identity. And opened his mouth. I just want to run through the generations of the 3 of us again. It's a bit of a mess. Manhwa is also very despondent. You say Fushi is a human being. And he has recovered his brother's memories. And you say he is a brother. And obviously not the original Master Fushi. Too complicated. 6 Ears are also thinking. This directly put Fushi as a junior bar. And afraid of Manhwa dislike, shouting brother-in-law bar. This goods is only 100 years old. Let me I live this countless yuan will be the old undead is really difficult to speak. All the spirits of the flood. Hundreds of millions of human beings are also waiting for the answer. This situation where normal people are the first time to see have sighed the monkey family. This generation is really messy. A few people each had their own thoughts and were embarrassed. None of them spoke. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West has just broken through the 6 ears of the protective barrier. Cold face fly over. Obviously Manhwa siblings' dissatisfaction. Said, husband. These two people put you in a bad way. But also talk about what generation are undoubtedly enemies. Old and dead. Then pulled the monkey to the flood court disappear. Back to the flood court of the 6 ears. Feel that long-lost breath. Very happy. Just want to feel the warmth of the extended family. But found that the atmosphere of the flood court tensions. From top to bottom are sad face. Red clouds. Jin Unz. 2 monkeys. 3 monkeys. The face of the monkey is even more wrong. Next to the Queen Mother of the West could not endure. Whimpering and crying. 6 ears are also heart-thumping. Must be something wrong. 6 ears hurriedly raised his hand to calculate. A little later. Fire gushed up. Shocked. This time, the flood court really happened a big event. Ice himself this 100 years. The flood tribunal group dragon leaderless. Also cannot fight with the heavenly saints. The heavenly forces. While the 6 ears closed 5 senses. Cannot perceive the outside world. Played a large number of encroachment of the flood tribunal territory. Oppression of the flood tribunal belongs to the 4 religions. Now the Hong Ting has suffered a lot of deaths and injuries. And is in a precarious crisis. 6 ears also learned that in 100 years. Hong Jun Lao Dang. For some reason. Personally injured the Earth Road Pingshin Maiden. The barrier between the Heaven Road and the Earth Road was again blocked by Hong Jun Taoist ancestor. And now Pingshin is trapped in the underworld. The situation is unknown. And it is not known whether she is alive or dead. 6 ears suppressed full of fire. Can only pinpoint a general? The specifics still have to listen to everyone's information. Tightly grasped the 2 monkeys and the 3 monkeys' hand. Roared and asked, now how the specific situation of the Hong Ting. Quickly said to. Chapter 97 War in the Eastern Sacred Divine Realm. The second monkey. In charge of military affairs. Hong Ting accident. Cannot be blamed. Opened his mouth. Big brother. Since you ice in the first Sun Mountain. The Heavenly Court Haobian suddenly came to attack. Leading the Heavenly Court army to attack in all directions. Raid my 4 major state territories. As 2 monkeys spoke. 6 ears heard one thing after another. He himself had missed the boat this time. Shoyang Mountain in just 100 years. The monkey closed the 5 senses and 5 senses on its own. Unable to perceive the outside world information. Only a trace of cloud got outward. Or used to stare at Fushi. Resulting in a lack of top-level combat power in the Hong Ting. When fighting outside, there is no discovery of abnormality. The sudden attack of the Heavenly Court and the large-scale invasion was not expected by anyone. Nowadays, the top power of the Flood world is only left with the Flood Court and the Heavenly Court. Both sides have conflicting interests and conflicting jurisdictions. Sooner or later, there must be a battle. Just that this war opportunity can be caught at a really good time. The Flood Court is in charge of most of the territories of the 4 major states. Combing the ground. Managing the heavenly phenomena. Coordinating the 10,000 races. And getting the recognition of the 10,000 races. With the 6 ears of this mixed Yuan Great Luo in. No one dares to easily mess with. Is the veritable administrator of the Flood. The Heavenly Court is recognized by Hong Jun and the Heavenly Saints. Officially, is the proper Flood administrator. Has been to the Heavenly Emperor Orthodox self. But is not recognized by the Flood tribes. So the Heavenly Court strength is relatively weak. Has been nested in the 33 heavens. Very low profile. Heavenly court backed by the Taoist ancestor and saints. But no top-level combat power. And later, now only control the edge of the flood area. Famous but not real. But also a nominal administrator of the flood. 100 years ago. Hao Tian, a militant, felt that he was the orthodoxy of the heavenly Tao. And always wanted to do something. Make some noise. So that everyone would know that he was the existence of the authentic heavenly emperor. But in the way of the 6 years of that powerful battle, has not dared to do it. Monkey suddenly closed the senseless 5 senses on his own. No different from a dead person. Hao Tian felt that his opportunity has come. The so-called opportunity is hard to find. The opportunity is not to be lost. Not to be lost again. This is still afraid of a hair charge In the middle of the night, Hao Tianjue did not sleep. Knocked on the door one by one. Shook a group of heavenly court great powers awake one by one. And personally led millions of troops. Vast and majestic. And divided into 4 roads to kill the territory of the Hong court. Hongting set up in the 4 major states in charge of military and political emperors have been operating for many years. Respectively. The Eastern Emperor Rock. Southern Emperor Kong Xian. Western Emperor Bei Xian. Northern Emperor Yun Shao. Each is the late stage of the mixed golden immortal war power. The combat power is equivalent to the 3 corpses of the Paraclete. And all of them have a superb spiritual treasure to protect their bodies. Very strong. The 4 directions of the Hongting Emperor saw the sudden attack of the heavenly army. And was also puzzled. Unable to figure out what kind of medicine the heavenly Hao Tian had eaten wrongly. And how he had launched an attack. They could only deploy quickly and lead their troops to resist. In the territory of the Eastern Victory Divine State, the Eastern Emperor Rock has the innate yin and yang qi in his body, which is part of his life essence. The original script. The Rock put this innate talent origin power to play waste. The Rock will yin and yang tu qi from the body stripped. Refined into a kind of can take people trapped magic treasure. Called yin and yang tu qi bottles. And some innate inferior magic treasure no too. No big use. When it really is the extreme origin of this to waste. This time, due to the appearance of the 6 ears, the monkey warned his disciple. That thing in your body is quite powerful. Must be properly sacrificed. Will be able to master the natural aptitude. Don't draw it out to fool around. Kuenping also listened to the words of the great master. Did not strip this 2 gas from the body. Constantly cultivate and strengthen. Practiced yin and yang limitless aptitude. Similar to Kong Xian's 5-color divine light. Can be saints below the saints are all included in the aptitude of the space? So that the person instantly lost combat power. Very powerful. The second divine ability that Rock had also practiced by utilizing the 2 qi of yin and yang. Yin and yang imbalance. By exercising this divine ability, Rock could create an area of yin and yang imbalance in the enemy's location, causing the opponent to fall into confusion and discomfort, thus weakening the opponent's combat power. Under some special circumstances, the Rock alone could even change the climate and terrain of a localized area by manipulating the yin and yang, displaying great power. This treasure has 5-fold ability. 1. Chaotic yin and yang, and the yin and yang in the body of the Rock's secondary mutual assistance. Waving the flag can change the battlefield yin and yang power, so that the enemy's spiritual and physical weakening, but also to strengthen their own side of the defense and combat power. 2. Upside down 5 elements, upside down the normal operation of the 5 elements, causing the power of the 5 elements on which the enemy relies to go out of control or to be utilized in the opposite direction, thus plunging the opponent into confusion and hardship. For example, a defense or attack spell originally cast by the enemy with the help of the 5 elements may be rendered ineffective or even turn around and harm itself under the influence of the flag. 3. Evil it has a powerful function of warding off evil spirits and souls of all kinds. Evil spirits can cause harm to practitioners or living beings and interfere with their minds. This power of the Southern Off-Earth Flame Light Flag can provide the holder with powerful protection from these undesirable elements, keeping the mind clear and the body healthy. 4. Impervious to all spells, it can withstand all kinds of spells, enabling the holder to remain unharmed in the face of enemy spell attacks. Whether it is powerful offensive spells, or bizarre control-type spells, confusion-type spells, etc. It is difficult to cause damage to the holder under the shelter of the Southern Flame Flag, which greatly enhances the holder's survivability and combat ability. 5. Burning Flame, it can release the fire in the sky, burn the enemy, and when the army fights, it can burn the enemy in a large area, which is very powerful. The heavenly war god Tianping Yuanhui, who invaded the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, was in the realm of the two corpses quasi-holy spirit, with a handsome look and powerful strength. This Tianping is not the piggy in the journey to the west in the later times, and the two of them have no connection. Tianping is the heavenly god of war. After dying in battle, the heavenly court, in order to commemorate its achievements, its name as an official position to continue to use. Subsequent successive commander-in-chief of the Water Army official position is called Tianping Marshal. Just see the Canopy Yuan manifestation of the law of heaven and earth. 4 heads and 8 arms. Face angry. Wearing red hair. Black clothes. Xian crown. Red armor. Barefoot. Holding a variety of latter-day spiritual treasures, weapons, such as axes and battle axes, bows and arrows, swords, doxies, halberds, ropes, and so on. The hands of the greater power of the spiritual treasure is the Canopy 5-piece set, Canopy Spell, Canopy Talisman, Canopy Seal, Canopy Bell, Canopy Ruler. Both offensive and defensive, but all the lower-grade congenital spiritual treasure. The practice of the technique for the Canopy method. Water-based spells. Very powerful. Behind him, Tianping led 360,000 divine soldiers, arrayed in the sky above the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, with spiritual power converging and pressurizing 10,000 miles. The Rock led the East Victory Divine Continent, defending Army 200,000. Also have in the air array. The East Sea Dragon King led the East Sea Water Tribe 50,000 came to make up the number. Ah no. Came to help. From the military strength, the Heavenly Court Army still has a great advantage. Tianping did not say much. Hit the Canopy spell to raise the morale of his army. Suppress the morale of the Kuanping army. Head the Canopy Talisman. Increase their own defense. Urging the Canopy Seal, Canopy Ruler, to hit the Rock. The Rock also released its own magic ability. Yin and Yang imbalance. Cut the Heavenly Court Army strength. Shaking the south away from the ground flame flag. Release endless Brahma God fire to the enemy army spread. At the same time, in the hands of a long gun, look bluff. In fact, what is not? On one for the latter-day spiritual treasure. Can block the Canopy Seal. Canopy Ruler is also the south away from the ground flame flag stop. Canopy Sea Rock Daofa. Early defense. Sacrificed Canopy Bell. Bell sound floating. Sound wave inverted luck dazzling. Dispersing and dilute the roaming Brahma heavenly divine fire. But off the ground flame flag of the fire of God is very powerful. Or a large part of the Heavenly Court Army burned to death. Chapter 98, the Northern Club Continent is also being attacked. After the war in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Rock's personal cultivation and combat power is higher than the Skypeng Marshal. But the combat experience is obviously insufficient. A passive invocation. The hands of the spiritual treasure is too little. Only a very good innate spiritual treasure. or the main defense. Other spiritual treasure is difficult to fight against the Skypang's innate magic treasure. Tianping has been leading the army in battle for many years, with rich experience and many magic treasures. Although the spiritual power grade is not high, but it is expensive in the number. Although has been pressed the rock fight. But how can not break the rock that perverted defense? Battle for a long time cannot be divided into winners and losers. This battlefield into a stalemate. Look again. The North Club continent this piece. Here was once the base camp of the demon race, with unmeasurably large groups of demons. All kinds of large and small forces. Numerous races. Strife. The most difficult to control. Therefore, from the very beginning, the 6 years in one breath to send 3 disciples to guard this place. Respectively, the Northern Emperor Yunxiao, 6 disciples Bixiu, 7 disciples Qiongxiao. These 3 female fairies by the first clouds of the flood in the form are pure nature, white and beautiful long legs, root script source and powerful, have reached the late stage of the golden immortal of the mixed yuan. Will be the North Club Island. The forces of the control of the death of the dead. Normally, whenever there is an important matter, it is the eldest sister Yunxiao who shows her face. And Qiongxiao and Bixiao are rarely known. Big sister Cloud Sky Fairy hand 2 extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Respectively is 9 curved yellow river array map. Fire banana fan. 9 curved yellow river array map can take people trapped. Can also set up the flood court power of the top 10 9 curved yellow river array. Can trap saints below all people? Can trap people in the map? Can eliminate the top of the 3 flowers of the great powers? Extinguish the chest of the 5 chi. Until death. The fire banana fan can fan out the 6 ding divine fire. One of the 10 divine fires. Powerful. The second sister, Fairy Qiongxiao, had an extreme innate spiritual treasure. The mixed golden dipper, which was the first bathtub in the flood. And this treasure was capable of smashing and holding and trapping people. And it was hefty and powerful. The other one is an extreme innate water banana fan, which can mobilize the law of water and attack with water-based feats, which is also powerful. The third sister, Immortal Bixiao, had an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure. The Earth Banana Fan, which could mobilize the laws of the earth, destroy mountains and rocks, and was infinitely powerful. There was also a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Jiao Scissors, which could release 2 Jiao dragons to strangle enemies. When the Purple Heaven Palace after the second speech, the 3 monkeys in Red Cloud Jing Yuanzi in the Buzhou Mountain to find the extreme innate spiritual root banana tree. Get the earth, water, fire and wind a total of 4 pieces of banana fan, which the wind attribute of the banana tree was taken away by the red cloud. The rest of the earth, fire, water attribute of the 3 fans, by the 6 ears of a few flows, and finally gifted to the 3 heavenly fairies. Can be seen in the 6 ears on the importance of 3 apprenticeships. Come here to attack the heavenly court general is Tianyu Marshal. Is also a big handsome man. 2 corpses quasi-saint cultivation. Wearing a golden helmet and golden armor. Manifestation of the 3 heads and 4 arms of the phantom. The hands of the magic weapon is messy. All kinds of things. The strongest spiritual power is a superb spiritual treasure cut hair and leaves axe. Taoist rhyme is filled with confusion. Can be open mountains, hands there is also an innate upper grade Qingfeng sword. But also a sword is dazzling. Shilling, there is also a sledgehammer is not bad. Innate middle grade. It seems that Tianyu is much richer than that Tianpeng. General Tianyou's majestic demeanor. The clouds with the steppe hair. The sea flows with the body. The red light is nowhere to be seen. The purple gas is long. The male wind is fierce fog cord. The true chi is turning the stars back to the weak. The end of the law is boundless. Behind the heavenly providence marshal, there were 36 heavenly deity generals, each with peak Dala cultivation. And further back was the 300,000 heavenly deity army, which was the main regular army of the heavenly court, with the most formidable combat power. 3 Shao Ferry led the North Club Island standing garrison 200,000. In the void array. Valiant. Powerful momentum. The North Sea Old Dragon King put together to bring 30,000 Water Tribe to help. Not the Old Dragon King of the North Sea is not afraid of death. Is not stingy. Really is the North Sea demon many. The strongest of the weak. If not 3 Xiao is now forced to protect. The North Sea Water Tribe are fast by the demon tribe 8 the extinct household. North Club Luzhou battlefield. The number of comparisons. The Hongting side is certainly inferior. But the Hongting high-end combat power more the heavenly court only a quasi-saint. 36 heavenly astral deity will be able to set up 36 heavenly astral array. Can also fight against a quasi-saint? And then there is no more. Once the 3 beautiful quasi-saints appeared, Tian Yu Marshal was astonished. The corner of his mouth flowed out a hala. These 3 chicks are really watery You can grab back as a concubine. Ha! Not right The intelligence said. The North Sea on the cloud sky a quasi-saint. This how did 2 more. How again wrong me Then look behind the 3 shall look. Countless jackals. Wolves. Tigers and leopards. Grass. Trees and monsters. Boundless. Tall. Short. Fat and thin. There are not a few look like a person. 3 fairies standing in front of the millions of demonic beasts. The picture is simply a flood version of the Beauty and the Beasts. It is very spicy eyes. This puts Tian Yu general look at the corner of the mouth straight twitching. Feel that these 3 women must not be good. Can put a group of beasts tamed. Certainly not just good looking. Must be some ability. This one on 3. The odds are not great However, the sword was already sheathed and the bow was already drawn. It was impossible to leave. So they could only harden their hearts and go to war. Both sides pulled full mana and collided together. Yun Xiao versus Tian Yu. General Tian Yu's Qing Feng sword transformed into countless long swords revolving around Yun Xiao, constantly flashing with sword-ons, coldly flying out a handful of them to zap Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao sacrificed the 9 quarters Yellow River formation diagram and released a protective barrier to ward off the sword-awnings coming from all directions. He also saw Tian Yu swinging out his cutting hair leaf axe, carrying supreme might towards himself. Yun Xiao hurriedly used the fire banana fan to resist the powerful spiritual power collision. The fluctuation sent out in all directions. The shockwave pushed back everything. It also shook Yun Xiao's qi and blood. And his spiritual power was unstable. Poor Yun Xiao. Originally a play magic. Today but ran into a swinging sledgehammer. Hard contact is very disadvantageous. But people are playing to the doorstep. Cannot avoid. Must top the attack. Yun Xiao thought. Or underestimated this general. Tian Yu can lead the Heavenly Court Heavenly Dipper army. That ability must also be unquestionable. This battle should be cautious. The 36 Big Dipper God Generals. Arranging the Big Dipper formation. Evolved a God General's shadow. With strong spiritual power. Both offensive and defensive. Constantly wielding their weapons. And also able to strike huge palm imprints, which were directed at Xiong Xiao in droves. Xiong Xiao used the water banana fan to resist the attack. And wielded the mixed element golden bucket. Constantly smashing into the Big Dipper formation. Smashing the Big Dipper formation is also fluctuating in spiritual power. the 36 Big Dipper gods and generals in the town, was shocked by the surge of chi and blood. Grit their teeth and hard to resist. And Xiong Xiao circled around. Next to the Bai Xiao is very lost. Big sister and second sister are looking for someone to fight. I can do. The opposite side of A and their own cultivation is comparable. Worthy of their own shot is not. No one on the side of the heavenly court is optimistic about me. I'm not bad front and back. Bah. Cultivation. 2 Look down on people right. Flood this stage of fighting is still more delicate. That is soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. Generally will not mess around. Like the saints of the heavenly Tao. To bully the small with the big is going to be disgraced. Bixiao does not want to degrade the reputation. Moved out of the small horse. Squatting in the center of the battlefield shouting, opposite that marshal. Despicable your mother. Tian Yu heard Bixiao's words. A burst of liver fire. More vigorously attacked. Beating Yunxiao back and forth. Both of them are dissatisfied with this foul-mouthed Bixiao. Haotian see the northern battlefield situation is not optimistic. The center of the battlefield there is a sitting horse saint. This is what the situation is also tense. For fear that Bixiao chaotic battle. And hurriedly invited out of the Yao Qi to go to the battlefield. In this way, Bixiao only have the opportunity to fight. And Yao Qi Queen Mother war together. Yao Qi triple corpse paragon. Wearing a golden phoenix hairpin on his head. Left hand immortal gathering flag. Right hand Tianji mirror. A superb spiritual treasure. Strong in battle. Obviously one head stronger than Bixiao. But to take Bixiao, it is also impossible. In the northern battlefield, there were constant fluctuations in spiritual energy. Clashes of magic treasures. And the battle was the most intense. Although the number of Hongting's defenders in this place is not large. But each of them has a great hatred with the heavenly court for exterminating their clans. And they have no fear of life and death. And their fighting strength is explosive. And they do not lose out to the heavenly court's army in the slightest. Chapter 99, Emergency in Western Nuba Prefecture. At the same time, Rhinoceros Huzhou Realm. The heavenly court giant spirit marshal followed by 72 gods and generals of the earth. Leading 300,000 Earth's death army. Came to invade. This giant spirit marshal also is not the latter days of the heavenly court giant spirit god. It's with script source. The war power to be far higher than the latter days of that slag giant spirit god. The two have no relationship. Cultivation is not a level A. The current heavenly court accurately should be called the ancient heavenly court. The emperor is Haotian. After the completion of the war to seal the gods, the human race has become the protagonist of the heavens and the earth. Due to a special reason. The ancient heavenly court and the floodland 10,000 races collectively retreated. This thing we will talk about in the follow-up. After the ancient heavenly court retired, the heavenly Tao elected a mortal with a pure heart as the new heavenly emperor. That is, the Jade Emperor's batch of people presided over the great calamity of the Western journey. And there was also a giant spirit god in it. This rookie, not to mention, and the ancient giant spirit renamed it only. Now this giant spirit god, surrounded by Tao rhyme, blood chi filled, body as tall as a mountain, face as ugly as a rakshasa, fierce god, a killing chi filled with heaven and earth. Giant spirit god evolved from the innate killing gas of the ancestral land of the Western Luohu, and is also the ancestor of the later generations of the spirit-devouring race. Giant spirit is an alien. All rely on the absorption of the flood world to kill the gas cultivation and combat. With no aura and spiritual power. At first people think he does not use the outside world of aura and spiritual power. Must be their own innate spirit of infinite power. So named giant spirit. In fact, people simply do not use that thing. The giant spirit Marshall's gong method is not the same path as the mainstream of the flood. So he has not chopped off the 3 corpses, but comprehended the law of killing on his own, and has already achieved the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. There are 3 treasures on the body. One is a foreign treasure spirit devouring sword. This sword specializes in attacking people's 3 souls and 7 souls. If you meet the very best souls can still be with it around 1 or 2. Mundane souls will be instantly chopped up souls. People die. This treasure is not legal. Is an alien treasure. 2 is the spirit devouring axe. This axe is the innate lower grade. Can open up the mountains to crack the ground. An axe can be split open the cultivation of the region. The might is extraordinary. The giant spirit is the most like to hold the treasure fighting. The 3rd is the innate middle grade spirit devouring bead. Hanging in front of the chest. Can release the power of spirit devouring? Sucking each other's souls. Affecting the enemy's spirit. There is also a very strong defense power. Hit the eye. But also can be used to smash people. Very powerful. In the western Nuga prefecture. Bei Xian, the western emperor of the flood court, led a 200,000 strong standing army to battle against the giant spirit army of the heavenly court in the western heaven. Bei Xian had broken his left arm as one of the divine pillars to hold up the western pole of the sky during Nuwa's mending of the sky, and was rewarded with a large amount of heavenly merits, which Bei Xian melted into his new left arm, known as the golden arm of merits and virtues. This merit and virtue golden arm in the body, as if a superb merit and virtue spiritual treasure. All laws do not invade. All evil to avoid retreat. Specializing in the giant spirit of the spirit devouring sword and spirit devouring beads. Defense is also very powerful. Bei Xian behind the manifestation of 10,000 years of giant tortoise phantom. The left hand of the innate supreme lamb's fat jade net bottle. The right hand of the innate supreme Chen Kuan fan. Cultivation realm is also comparable to the giant spirit. But Bei Xian himself is 10,000 years of spirit turtle incarnation. Flesh body is powerful. Saints below. No one can break its flesh body. The giant spirit was originally full of confidence, utilizing its own weird gong methods and magic treasures to do no harm. However, seeing Hong Ting's side send out such a thing to specialize in himself, he was also shocked. The guy on the other side also tore off his left arm sleeve to show off. Bitchy and bad smile. Obviously telling the giant spirit, your spirit devouring suit is ineffective against me. You say it is infuriating. The giant spirit marshal only had a spirit devouring axe left to use and was helpless. And looking at the opponent's sturdy turtle shell, the giant spirit felt that his spirit devouring axe didn't smell good anymore. In front of the 2 armies, which cannot retreat without a fight, will not be laughed at. The giant spirit whirled up the spirit devouring axe, mobilizing the boundless killing law, launched an attack. Hit Bei Xian are too lazy to use the blade of the axe. Anyway, cannot split that turtle shell? We will directly change to use the back of the axe. Can be smashed to hurt you also line. Bei Xian waved the goat fat jade bottle. Sacrificed a drop of 3 yuan heavy water. Fell on the giant spirit. 3 yuan heavy water, a drop of 10,000 pounds of force. No other effect. Is heavy. This 10,000 pounds of weight pressure to giant spirit difficult to stand. Bei Xian also waved the Qiankuan fan. This treasure was originally for the chaos demon god Qiankuan old man's treasure. See its power of the great. With one strike of the fan, heaven and earth changed color, turning over rivers, and countless rivers of water danced with the fan, lashing at the giant spirit like a steel whip. The 2 strikes fanned out, reversing Qiankuan, causing the giant spirit's bloodline to flow backwards and its meridians to become disorganized, nearly exploding itself. The three strikes fanned out, inducing a hurricane in the sky, sucking the giant spirit into the vortex of the storm, spinning and wrestling non-stop. Hao Tian watched the battle in the west from afar and, realizing that the giant spirit was in such a bad shape, hurriedly requested Taishan Laojun to come to his aid. Taishan Laojun is the good corpse of the sage Laozi, bent on alchemy and seeking Taoism, and is actually resistant to this killing thing. But Hao Tian has an invitation, and can't refute the face, and can only go to the battlefield of the western Nuga continent with a stiff upper lip. The giant spirit was completely wasted by Bei Xian's play and was put into the goat jade purity bottle. Bei Xian saw another old man with 3 corpses of quasi-saintly battle power coming. This one was a saint good corpse. Even though he didn't have the saint realm, he was still the ceiling of the flood battle power. The first person under the saints. Taishan Laojun sacrificed a heavenly treasure diamond circle. Although the grade is only heavenly, but has the power of the innate upper grade, instantly broke through the layers of defense, directly hit the turtle shell. Bei Xian blood rolled over, sprayed a mouthful of blood, has been seriously injured. It is also Bei Xian. If other people, then this body cannot be guaranteed. Bei Xian knew that he could not be defeated, and hurriedly asked for help from Hongting. At this time, the Hongting military marshal 2 monkeys are leading the Hongting army and Haotian in the first heaven against Jin Yuanzi with the Book of the Earth to protect the military formation. Cannot get out of the way, the 3 monkeys and the red Yuan guarding the main base of the 3 immortal island Hongting Hall. Here is also by the Haotian 2 heavenly kings led the soldiers and horses attacked. It is not good to get out of the way. Ah! Yes. There is also a famous Hongting main mother of the Queen Mother of the West. This bitch whenever do business. Simply do not count on it. This is still in the first Yangshan that accompanied the monkey. Only to hear the Queen Mother of the West and the monkey shouted, "Husband! The heavenly court Haotian led the army to attack us. Our home are stolen. You quickly wake up Ooh, your disciple Bei Xian is also about to hang. You care about it Ooh, Bei Xian? The teacher's mother. I'm just a chicken 2 corpses of the paragons. And is not the material of the fight. Ooh. Bei Xian. You cannot be surrendered it. The 6 ears have closed their 5 senses in 5 senses. Just like a dead person. And can't hear the nagging of the Queen Mother of the West at all. There are also the 4 religions belonging to the Hongting. And now they are also separately entangled by the 4 religions of the heavenly Tao. Unable to get away. On the Hongting side, there were only 3 people who could fight against the Supreme Lord Laojun, second monkey, third monkey, and Jin Yuanzi. On the side of the first heaven battlefield, second monkey and Jin Yuanzi were unable to withdraw. So they could only count on third monkey, who was at the peak of the cultivation level of the golden immortal of the mixed elements. At the moment of crisis, the 3 monkeys left the heavy responsibility of defending the flood court to Hong Yun. Instantly moved to Rhinoceros Huzhou. Stepped on the 12 pints of merits and virtues of the golden lotus. The left hand of the extreme purification bamboo. The right hand of the extreme yin-yang gourd. Standing in front of the Supreme Lord Laojun. He was not afraid at all. The Supreme Lord, urging the Vajra bracelet, shook the innate upper-grade magic treasure yin-yang fan, releasing endless yin-yang astral winds that struck the 3 monkeys. 3 monkeys under the feet of the golden lotus of merit and virtue. All laws do not invade. All evil to avoid retreat. Vajra bracelet was flicked away. The 3 monkeys and sacrificed yin and yang gourd will be on the old man's yin and yang astral winds absorbed all the 2. The 2 are equal to the battle. On the old man's innate spirit treasure, how can beat the 3 monkeys of the very best spirit treasure? In front of the 3 monkeys, Taishan Laojun is really not much advantage. But Taishan Laojun is, after all, a saint good corpse. although it cannot get 3 monkeys. 3 monkeys cannot take the old man. And is a stalemate. Chapter 100, the South Side also fights. Press Rhinoceros Hajo battlefield is not to mention. There are 3 monkeys, this hybrid golden immortal pinnacle sitting in the town. Certainly cannot lose. But a moment and a half will not be able to determine the winner. Although the opponent Taishan Laojun does not like to fight. If forced to be anxious, and you play life, is also difficult to deal with. South Alimony. The Heavenly Court sent 4 marshals, one of the Marshal Tai Bai, to lead the army. At this time Tai Bai is the ancient Heavenly Court of Tai Bai. When the ancient Heavenly Court retired, 2 white marshals suffered a serious injury. The origin of 10 does not exist. The realm fell seriously. This buddy nature is good, but also in the mind to maintain world peace. Leaving their own good body in the new Heavenly Court to help the Jade Emperor. This good body is also later on 2 white star. Therefore, now this Tai Bai, his cultivation and root script source were extremely powerful. 2 corpses quasi-saint realm. White beard and hair. Immortal style and strong spiritual power. Behind him followed the 5 obsidian star sovereigns. And 200. 000 Heavenly Court Immortal Army. Marshal Tai Bai. Evolved from the star god Tai Bai in the starry sky. At that time, 2 star gods were born on Tai Bai star. Both called themselves Tai Bai. Later, this more capable Tai Bai could not resist the loneliness of the starry sky, and led the star gods of the 5 small stars around to defect to the Heavenly Court. And Haotian was overjoyed, and gave Tai Bai a marshalship without stinting. And the 5 small star gods were also given the official positions of the 5 star gods. Tai Bai selected the flood-scattered construction army. As long as they reached the realm of heavenly immortals, all of them were unified under the banner. Gathered 200. 000 Immortal Army. Strict military discipline. Strong combat power. And became one of the patriarchs of the Heavenly Court. Tai Bai cultivates a self-created gong method. And mobilizes not spiritual power but star power, which is powerful and unmatched in battle. Carrying 4 heavy treasures. 1. Star Whisk, an innate upper-grade spiritual treasure that can entangle the stars and change their trajectory, and can defend against attacks or bind enemies. 2. Star Streamer, innate extreme, can manipulate the power of the stars, draw the energy in the starry sky for their own use, attack or defense. Great power, and complement Tai Bai's star body. 3. Lingshu Mirror, innate middle grade. This mirror can see everything in the world, know the past and future, has a strong detection and prediction ability. Lingshu Mirror can help Tai Bai Jinxing understand the dynamics of all parties, providing an important basis for decision-making in the court of heaven. But also in the battle can also know the enemy's movements in advance, to take advantage of the first opportunity. This treasure in the battle of smashing people is also good. 4. Starburst Gourd, innate middle grade. Can absorb and store the power of the stars, able to release powerful energy to attack the enemy. And the gourd can also collect the enemy's magic treasures, flesh and so on. The guardian of South Juanbu continent is Kong Xian, the southern emperor of the Flood Court, the 8th disciple of the 6 Ears, and the biological brother of the Great Rock. Kong Xian leads 200. 000 of his own troops and horses to fight against the Tai Bai Celestial Court army in the void. Kong Xian was as perverse as rock. When he was born, his body came with a ball of 5-colored divine light, which was cultivated by Kong Xian as his destiny aptitude. This divine light is green, yellow, red, black, white, 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 elements of wood, earth, fire, water, gold. Can mobilize and influence the 5 elements. The five-colored divine light divine ability was so powerful that nothing could be brushed. Whether it was the enemy's magic treasures, weapons, or the enemy itself. As long as it was brushed by the five-colored divine light, it would be taken away. In Kong Xian's hands, he had the innate extreme spiritual treasure Oriental Green Lotus treasure color flag and the innate upper grade demon suppressing pagoda passed down from the six ears, both of which were powerful and capable of both offense and defense. The Oriental Green Lotus treasure color flag can calm the mind. All evils avoid retreating, and all laws will not be invaded, adding to one's battle power and defense. This flag's main defense: when attacking, it can release dazzling white light that burns people's eyes and can penetrate people's flesh and yuanshan, which is also powerful. Jin Demon Tower can smash people, collect people, trapped people, but also to strengthen their own defense. Six ears give treasure. Afraid of their own baby disciple walked the old way of the original script. Let people catch to. Give the magic treasure our strong defense. Even if the fight is not, we can save the life on the line. There were a large number of human races in South June continent. And Kong Xian, in order to protect the human races from being harmed, made the Eastern Green Lotus treasure color flag infinitely larger to protect the human territories, and held the demon suppressing pagoda to strike Tai Bai. Tai Bai, martial to the eyes of this brat, began to not put on the heart. Heart? Where to come out of the brat? Never in the floodplain show their hands. Must be mediocre generation. Tai Bai shook the star streamer, condensed the power of the stars, and only urged the spiritual void realm to resist. But out of Tai Bai's expectation, the spiritual void realm was instantly knocked away by the demon suppressing tower. And with a great shock in his heart, he hurriedly waved the star range whisk again to block the demon suppressing tower. Tai Bai fire rubbed straight up. The little thief, hiding clumsiness, almost caught your way. Sacrifice the starry gourd to counterattack. Was Kong Xian hands of a latter-day upper-grade spiritual treasure lance against. Latter-day spiritual treasure is difficult to fight with the innate spiritual treasure. In the Kong Xian constantly mana consumption, only to be able to pick off the starry gourd. Once the two men passed, only to know each other's caddy, have sighted each other's powerful. Both no longer stay hand. Began to fight to the death. Tai Bai waved his star whisk. Countless silk threads as if they had eyes, winding toward Kong Xian. Kong Xian could not avoid. Was tightly entangled in the silk threads. The silk threads continue to shrink, as if the blade of a knife embedded in the flesh of Kong Xian. Kong Xian see the silk thread so difficult to entangle. All the pain can only burn the origin, release the nirvana true fire, which was originally the phoenix unique native magic. Kong Xian is the son of the Yuan phoenix. Can awaken this magic is not surprising. Nirvana true fire is also one of the 10 divine fire. Slowly will range star duster wire burned off. And shocked too, white beard trembling. Tai Bai never thought. Kong Xian, this reputation is not obvious. Hong Ting little disciple. Actually so God's power can be in their own this prestigious heavenly court martial to fight against. And fight. And nirvana real fire aptitude. Really incredible. People Kong Xian also has a superb heavy treasure in the protection of the human race. Tai Bai size. 6 ears of the Hong Ting is really at Sanlong crouching tiger not to be underestimated. Tai Bai also began to burn the origin. Once again condensed supreme star power. Holding a star streamer. Will surround the body of the ranged star whisk. Spiritual void realm. Star flare gourd one time all offer. See how you Kong Xian how to defend. You only have a tower in the hands of a gun only. Kong Xian met against 3 spiritual treasures attacking. Each piece was powerful and unbeatable. His heart was nervous, and he instinctively performed his second natural aptitude. The 5-colored divine light. Kong Xian's body exudes 5 colors of green, yellow, red, black and white. Very gorgeous. Like a peacock opening its screen. Tie by 3 pieces of magic treasure into the 5-color divine light. No longer move. Tai Bai also perceived that his own spirit and magic treasure connection disconnected. Must be Kong Xian collected undoubtedly. This time, Tai Bai completely panicked. Simply a dog. They are encountered, what a monster. Kong Xian, this natural aptitude really horrible. Finished. Can not win. A pity my treasure ah. Tai Bai want to cry. Mouth is still muttering, Kong Xian. You have such ability. Why not show in the flood? Well, my old man cheated good bitter ah. While shaking his own hand, extreme star streamer. Passive defense. Sporadically hit a few strikes of starlight counterattack. No longer have the possibility of winning. And Kong Xian also ignored Tai Bai nagging. Waving the demon suppression tower. More and more brave. Constantly slamming. Will be one of the 4 great gods of the heavenly court. Tai Bai. Beat the east and west. Very lousy. Tai Bai holding extreme spiritual treasure star streamer defense is extremely powerful. Kong Xian a moment also cannot win. Their own troops have a lot of people. Combat strength is really not as good as the heavenly court soldiers. Kong Xian also have to be constantly distracted. Out to stabilize the defense of their own army. Dizzy is also sweating profusely. Chapter 101, The Taoist Ancestors Attempt to Seclude Ping Xin. The First Heaven, which had been a large-scale battlefield since ancient times, was where the heavenly court Lord Hao Yan was stationed. Giving orders, coordinating the various battlefronts, and controlling the course of the entire battle. Behind him, there were 100,000 Heavenly Court Lingxiao Army, commanded by 2 quasi-saint level generals. The Western Guangmu Heavenly King and the Northern Duowan Heavenly King, escorting Hao Tian for safety. Hao Tian's side there is a person to follow. Must focus on mentioning. This person is the 9 Tails. The first generation of Qingqiu 9-tailed sky fox. Skin such as gelatin. Face such as crown jade. A pair of peach blossom eyes. Charming to the extreme. Fox tribe absorbs heaven and earth aura cultivation. All rely on long tail life. 7 tail into the great Luo. 8 tail into the quasi-saint. 9 tail is the fox tribe top of the existence. Fox tribe in the later world known as the demon. But in fact not. The fox tribe is different from the demon tribe. In the flood world, the fox tribe alone is in the demon tribe side by side of a race. Its wide range, the number of people, the ability of the strong, the wisdom of the high, and the 10,000 races can be compared with the fox tribe. The fox tribe to defect to which side of the force will break the world balance. Flood fox tribe has 3 branches. 1. Qingqiu Fox Clan. The Qingqiu Fox Clan is known for their beauty and powerful seduction techniques. They are born with a high degree of spirituality and talent. And in the practice of spells, they gather all their spiritual power in their tails. And the more tails they have, the stronger they are. The 9-tailed fox is the top of the Qingqiu Fox Clan, possessing powerful magical powers and magical abilities. In the edge of the flood in the east of the fox country of Qingqiu, isolated from heaven and earth, a world of its own. Qingqiu region of rich produce. For seasons of spring, many living creatures. 9-tailed fox has a position like the emperor of the earth in general. The various tribes are very much in awe of the 9-tailed fox clan. In later times, the more famous 9-tailed fox of Qingqiu is the eastern wasteland female ruler by Shao. 2. The Tuishan Fox Clan. There is also a space in the extreme south of the flood, a world of its own, called the Tuishan Fox Kingdom. The Tuishan Fox Clan was friendly with the innate human race, and did not participate in the outside world's fights easily. They were self-contained and were famous for their wisdom and special spells. In later times, De Yu's wife, Tushan Jiao, came from this tribe, which made the Tushan fox tribe even more closely related to human beings. 3. The Sioux Fox Nation. In the extreme north of the flood, there is also a part of the heaven and earth that is also self-contained, known as the Arissa Fox Kingdom. The Arissa Fox clan is relatively small in number, and was once exterminated by the great demons of the North Sea. But Manhwa saved a small number of the Arissa Fox clan, which also possesses a unique and powerful mysterious power. The Arissa Fox clan is not as powerful as the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Tushan Fox clan, but with its mysterious power, it also occupies a place among the fox clans. Daji, who plagued the Great Shang and drove it to its demise during the period of the feudal measurement of the gods, came from the Arissa Fox clan. It was only from Daji that the human race hated the fox tribe. It seems that the heavenly court has not been idle all these years, since the Qingqiu Fox clan are enlisted. Really is the bottom line Hongting military horse marshal. Well, this official position is two monkeys self-appointed. No one has recognized. But two monkeys in charge of military affairs, this is not false. Two monkeys see the monkey big brother Shi Yangshan that dead out. Feel is not count on it. Led the Hongting headquarters 100,000 troops to the first heaven, thinking of defeating Haotian, this culprit, for the four major departments of the state to solve the siege. On the battlefield, the two monkeys fought with the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The little 11 yellow dragons and their elder brother Wu Yun fought with the two heavenly kings. And the 100,000 Hongting army fought against the heavenly Haotian and the Lingxiao army under the protection of Xin Yuanzi's great formation of earthly books. The nine-tailed sky fox's 9 tails were all very powerful, striking alternately, like a steel whip lashing, like a lance piercing, like a rope binding, keeping the two monkeys busy. Two monkeys' feet karma fire red lotus release endless karma. Left hand Kirin gourd release water and fire 2 Kirin. Right hand green ping sword constantly hit the sword light, chopping to the 9 tails. Powerful attack unfolding. Also let the 9 tails is difficult to resist. The body of the many places to bubble blood. Nine-tailed sky fox uses her natural aptitude to release the art of seduction. But unfortunately, two monkeys only wants to fight. It's your business if you look good. I just want to beat you up. Luckily, it's not 3 monkeys here, or it would be over. Together with his 2 nephews, Huang Long and Wu Yun, Xin Yuanzi's attacks were also powerful. And despite the fact that the Lingxiao army was the most elite army in the heavenly court, they were still being beaten into a state of uncertainty and constantly retreating. Hao Tian, who fought against Xin Yuanzi in terms of mana, couldn't carry the attack of Xin Yuanzi's triple jade ruin and couldn't break through the defense of the Earth Book, and was smashed in the head and injured, and was about to be defeated. Hao Tian really did not expect. Without the 6 ears of the Hongting, the strength is still so powerful. The hearts are still so united. Although he was well prepared, with the intention of counting, sneak attack on people, but still cannot win. Multiple battlefield cannot open the situation. If you can't win this battle, what is the face of the heavenly court? What is the face of the heavenly Tao? To be 6 years return. And how can we let it go? Hao Tian drew himself up, leaving millions of troops unattended, and ran to the East Kunlun Mountains to seek help from the 3 pristine ones. That is the head down on the worship, crying. A few saints to make as also cannot live in peace. 3 Qing considering the war has begun, cannot be undone. The 2 sides can only tear their faces and then decide the high and low. In addition, to help the heavenly court is to maintain the way of heaven. also decided to go out. Laozi manifested in the South Yuanbu continent. Sacrificed the flat crutch of Panlong to injure Kong Xian, Tongtian in the East Sheng divine continent. Sacrificed the 4 swords of the immortal exorcist to injure the rock, and the original sacrificed the Taiji rune seal, the yin and yang furnace, and the Kuleichin in the North Club Island to injure the Yunxiao, the Qiangxiao, and the Bixiao. The West to receive the guidance of Junti Look. 3 Qing have begun to kneel down the Heavenly Father. Our brother and sister cannot lag behind, respectively. Out to injure the 3 monkeys and the North Shen. The 5 saints gathered again in the first heaven and injured Jin Yuanzi and the 2 monkeys. The heavenly Tao saints had already made their move. So why not just end the flood court in one pot? And continue to injure the sect masters of the 4 major sects of the flood court. Which is really bullying the small with the big. Not to have a face. So that the 10,000 races of the flood are not ashamed of it. And so that the 10,000 souls of the flood are stunned. The Pingxin Yang of the Earth's way. With her heart toward the Hong Ting. And seeing that the heavenly Tao saints were so shameless, decided to enter the battlefield and beat the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao for a good period of time, saving the lives of all the people of the Hong Ting. Pingxin also fought out of the fire. The might of the first heaven of the harmonious Tao all erupted. The laws of the earth Tao converge. Bully my 6 ears brother is not in. Right. Kill you and so on. The foot stepped on the reincarnation purple lotus, brandishing the jade disc of creation fragment and jade void glazed marigold, chasing after the weak-hearted heavenly 5 saints to roam the sky. But also the heavenly 5 saints were hurt a lot, drawing the astonishment of all the spirits of the flood. The heavenly Tao saints on this. The spirit of the heavenly Tao also feels his face hangs. But what happened to the old man of his own way? Still as stable as an old dog. But also in the purple heavenly palace leisurely drinking tea at. Hongjun Taoist ancestor perceives everything. The heart is also a batch of panic. Really do not want to get involved in these rotten things. The old Taoist heart of the monkey in the first Sun Mountain is also known to do. Is very admirable. However, the heavenly Tao still gave instructions to quickly support the forces belonging to the heavenly Tao. Lao Deng had no choice but to get up and respond to the battle, moving the legs and feet that had not been moved in these countless yuan sessions. And today he was going to be offended again. Old Tingtian Tao harmonization 2 heavens. The strength of the flood. No one can be defeated. As soon as he showed up, he bumped into Nyang Pingxin, stroking his beard and sunning his face, trying to persuade him to stop. Ping Xin, this will be killing a lot of energy. Suddenly a bearded old man stopped in front of the body, but also bare feet. Almost did not bump into a full embrace, but also very angry. Who cares who you are? The small hand rubbing the 2 scratched up. Poor Taoist ancestor countless yuan will keep his body like jade. Today was Pingxin's 2 claws to scratch broken phase. The old Tao touched his face 2 scratches blood marks. Do not know whether it will leave scars. Also is the liver fire chaotic. A palm will be Pingxin shot down the underworld. The old Deng was afraid that this crazy bitch again out of the splash directly mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao. The 2 worlds of heaven and earth will be closed directly to the channel. Will be Pingxin secluded. That's where the word seclusion comes from. Chapter 102 Monkey forcibly dispersing the heavenly punishment robbery cloud. Seeing that the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly court had already gained a lot of benefits and occupied a large part of the Hong Court's territory, it would be better to stop in moderation, and would suffer serious repercussions if they ate too unsightly. The face article still needs to be there, and there must always be an explanation for the beings. Hong Jun scolded the 5 saints and Haotian, blamed the people for not caring about the safety of all beings and rashly started a big war, which should be punished, and ordered all parties to stop the war. Then whisked away. And on how to punish those who started the war, as well as the territory occupied by the heavenly court of the Hong Court. whether it should be returned, but did not say a word. Hao Tian, as the biggest beneficiary, was relieved. And although the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao didn't get anything, they could see that the heavenly court had a great development. And they were also very pleased. All the spirits of the floodplains are spitting. The Taoist ancestor of this surface article can do really good. Both want to face and get the inside. When it is bull. Under the personal oppression of the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao, the Han court suffered a crushing defeat, with heavy casualties, a great loss of vitality, and the loss of half of its territory, which was the biggest victim. Taoist ancestor Han Jun pulled the strings. No one dares to disobey. Can only silently recognize. The war stopped. The past has been told. Let's go back to the present. The 6 years have returned to the flood court. Learned the causes and consequences of the matter. Angry lung pain. Really remorseful. He played a little temper. Closed the 5 senses on their own. Whoever thought it would cause such a big disaster? Really regret. 6 years have now been mixed Yuan Daluo. Chaotic Tao body. Unless the great way out. That is immortal. How can we tolerate? The flood, all the spirits are watching it. The merits and faults of the right and wrong has its own comment. Tolerate. No need to tolerate again. Monkey blood chi rolled. To the floodplains, the heavenly way is unfair. Take advantage of my own closure time. The heavenly court without reason. Forcibly seize my flood court territory. Hurt my disciples. Resulting in living souls in the charcoal, the heavenly way 5 saints to big bully the small. With the power of the heavenly way to massacre my flood court mundane soldiers. Really small man behavior. Heavenly Tao, you care or not? The flood shook. And all the spirits chilled. This guy can really dare to say that the monkey who fought in heaven and earth is alive again. Well, we all beings understand that the heavenly court is really unreasonable. And the 5 saints are really shameless. But we just don't dare to say. Monkey. The banner of upholding justice in the world relies on you to carry it. And we all psychologically express our support. Wan Ling is still worried. Always low-profile Hong Jun Daozu seems to have struck. Haunting men and women were killed and injured. It seems that the monkey will not tolerate. This level is also dangerous. May the monkey be safe. Hearing what 6 ears said, Hao Tian was immediately terrified. Squatting on the ground. His forehead sweating and his legs weak. The 5 saints shook their heads as they saw that Hao Tian was so unsuitable. Lousy manifested the shadow. Back, 6 ears little thief. Don't talk nonsense. The heavenly court should be transported to heaven and earth. When the master of heaven and earth. Your Hong Tian no name. No points. Not the righteousness. Do not respect the way of heaven. It is better to take care of it. Monkey laughed wildly. And then asked, Lousy. You and other 5 saints. Copied my flood court 4 teachings to become a saint. But it is great righteousness. Can be in line with the way of heaven, you and other launched the extermination of the world war. The slaughter of the witch and demon 2 tribes. But it is great righteousness. Can be in line with the way of heaven, this time. You and other people and take advantage of my frozen, unprovoked attack on my flood court. But it is great righteousness. Can be in line with the way of heaven, you and other saints, and to bully the little one. The massacre of my flood court troops and horses. But it is great righteousness. Can be in harmony with the heavenly Tao. 6 ears 4 questions. Asked the heavenly forces are speechless. 5 saints in Hao Tian know that they are not justified. 6 ears of the question. It is really given to ask the dead. And even difficult to sophistry. This oral argument really is no chance of winning. 5 saints have bowed their heads. No longer speak. Yes. Your own people in the heavenly Tao don't abide by morality and righteousness. And you are doing something in bad taste. So how can you have the face to pull the banner of the heavenly Tao? How Tian? Who does not mind the big things? Saw his 5 saints backstage are wilted. Which cannot work. Immediately stood up. And began to fan the flames. Brothers, my heavenly way is a great responsibility. Should look down on the world. Now. The heavenly court is weak. Most of the 4 continents are still in the hands of the flood court. The emerging human race is dependent on the flood court. Do not respect the heavenly court. The power of the heavenly Tao is already in danger. We are in charge of the power. But we are looking forward and backward. How can we really look down on heaven and earth? Right and wrong, success or failure? Rely on the strength. Which used to talk about those useless reasoning. All senior brothers understand. Don't be monkey words mislead. How Tian's words? When it is really clear. So blatantly take by force. How do you let the flood tribes look at it? The light of the earth's path indicates shamelessness. And the eye of humanity indicates meanness. At this time, the spirit of heaven also felt that his authority was being challenged. And that the monkey was messing up again. So he had to split him. And began to gather the robbery's clouds again. 6 ears see heaven Hautian so unreasonable. Heavenly saints so unrighteous. The spirit of heaven does not want to stop. But to do the thunder punishment thing? Suddenly heart like cold frost. Thoughts like ashes. Once again announced, the heavenly way is not fair. Light all beings and help unrighteousness, saint is not benevolent. To all things for ruminants. Such a heavenly way. Such a saint. I am not ashamed of the 6 ears. Today, I want to break this day. Put to death this saint. You wash your head. Try my regicide gun, favorable or unfavorable. Nuwa grabbed monkey's hand with a firm face. Which meant, I'll live and die with you. Causing 6 ears to be touched. However, Nuwa's body suddenly sank to the ground. Monkey, my spiritual power has been blocked again. Whoops. Nuwa was very annoyed. Feeling that this heavenly sage was not a good person. But when it came to the critical moment, he blocked his spiritual power. And he was simply a puppet. 6 ears pacified Nuwa. Flew up. Blinking instantly to the underworld sea of blood. The Godslayer lance fiercely stuck in the heavenly Tao barrier. Monkey is not stupid. He is facing the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao are difficult to win. Not to mention there is a Taoist ancestor eyeing. Must pull on the Pingxi Nianjiang this harmonization realm helpers. By Hongjun just repaired the barrier. And by the 6 ears zapped out a big hole. The heavenly and earthly realms were opened again. Pingxi Nianjiang instantly perceived monkey breath. Flashed in the 6 ears beside. See the monkey alive again. A wave of sadness surged up. 2 eyes with tears. Small face aggrieved. Pounced on the monkey crying, oh. 6 ears brother. I was bullied by the old traitors of the Hongjun. I can't beat him. And was imprisoned in the underworld. Ooh-hoo. This time the 6 ears are angry. Rare not petrified. Life and death situation. IQ is still online. Constantly relieved Pingxin, I came here. Is for this matter. We'll have to heaven's power to look good. 1 is for you out of anger. 2 is for my flood court revenge. Today, Pingxin, you dare to join me. We'll stab a hole in the sky. Pingxin nodded his head. His own earthly path to merge with the saints was the heavenly way to pressure to raise their heads. A vicious anger cannot be vented. To be immortal with the heavenly forces. The 2 hand in hand in the flood void manifestation. The heavenly Daojacking clouds flash. Like a shadow. Countless thunder and lightning fall. Split in the monkey body. Monkey does not hide, not flash. Fearless. Avenue thunder, I am all right. But also afraid of you, a heavenly thunder punishment. Usually give you face. You this also wheeze on. Monkey lifted his god-slaying lance and pierced through the overhead robberies clouds with a single shot. While Nyang Pingxin mobilized the power of the Earth's path and waved the jade disk of creation fragments to split the heavenly Tao robberies clouds piece by piece. Monkey also mobilized the 36 sea fixing pearls, completely breaking apart the heavenly Tao's robberies clouds. Well, completely against. Since the birth of the world of the flood, this will be the heaven of the robbery cloud forcibly break up the situation or the first time to happen. The parties concerned, what mood we do not know. The flood of the 10,000 living beings anyway. All were frightened. The heavenly punishment of the thunderbolt dare to break up. This is also a good thing. The heavenly way will be sent down to the tribulation. All the spirits prostrate on the ground, begging the heavenly Tao, do not angry. Do not line of heavenly punishment. Our monkeys do. And we have nothing to do. Chapter 103, A Sky of Merit and Virtue Blocking Endless Karma. The six ears and the earth's Tao Pingxin Yang Nyang teamed up to break up the heavens' Tao robbery clouds and forcefully beat back the thunder punishment. This anticlimactic move dumbfounded the crowd. It could still be played like this. Even Hongjun Daozu also looked dumbfounded. Monkey, how do you dare? Lao Dang copied the jade disk of creation, hesitating whether to smash over. Lao Dang is ultimately intolerant. Considering the current war, the heavenly forces are indeed excessive. The monkey to claim karma, but also reasonable. Lao Dang is still unwilling to go to war with the monkey head-on. The five saints of the heavenly Tao and Haotian all opened their mouths wide. The heavenly Tao robbery cloud is this. The monkey is also too fierce. The second and third monkeys see the monkey big brother so domineering, full of light, also are eager to go to give big brother to help. Was Red Cloud in Jin Yuanzi dead hold? Monkeys are crazy. This they are in the death. The monkey boss mixed Yuan great Luo immortal. You two monkey brother don't get involved. The heavenly way is also blindfolded. What is the situation? What did I see? My robbery cloud was so forcibly dispersed. Oops. My violent temper. At that time, the sky darkened. The earth shook. Endless waves of spiritual energy rippled. And the heavenly Tao mobilized all the power of the heavenly Tao, including the robbing clouds that were on a mission all over the floodplains. And all of them were also drawn over. Flood also messed up. Hundreds of being the ascension of immortal or is breaking through the cultivation of the immortals, suddenly found that the head of the thunderbolt have stopped, which split half of their own run. That I counted is not a white split. Have tears and cries. Crying. Come back and then splitting us The evil people who made a big mistake. But also found that the overhead thunderbolt splitting and splitting disappeared. And they have to remember the monkey good people The thunder tribulation of the entire floodplain converged. The tribulation clouds were incomparably dense, nearly gazing like the night. And huge pillars of thunder punishment light began to coalesce. Monkey and Hotu also did not idle. Cannot sit and wait for lightning, one after another, to light up the magic treasure. Mobilize the whole body spiritual energy. Both fly into the robbery cloud. Monkey let out 3 incarnations, flying to the 4 ends of the heist cloud, each mobilizing the power of the great Tao. With a heavy treasure will be the heist cloud split cracks. And then along the cracks to the center of the split, Pingxin Yang Yang stands in the middle of the heist cloud, brandishing jade butterfly fragments, stirring up the center of the heist cloud. The lightning punishment light column. The 4 monkeys in Ping Xi Manhwa cannot be cohesively formed. Only sporadically hit small lightning. Simply cannot create much damage. The light of the earth's way. See, their own little saint went out to do things again. This time also did not stop. Last time Han Jun injured their own saint. But also closed the underworld. But also the earth's way to pissed off. Has long been holding fire ready to vent. Today the opportunity has come. The earth's way cannot let go. Mobilize all the power. Add in Pingxin Ning Yang. Full support. 4 monkeys are not afraid of thunder plus body. Each with defense heavy treasure. From 4 directions to the middle of the cutting convergence. Turnover and repetition. So the robbery cloud into 4. And into 8. And into countless pieces. All the living beings in the floodplain are gazing at the Yuanshan. Watching this lawless 4 monkeys scurrying around in the robbery cloud. Each in an agitated mood. The original robbery cloud hanging above the heads of all living beings. Is not invincible are envious and afraid. Heavenly Tao shocked. The whole flood of the robbery cloud cannot suppress the monkey. Sea is about to be completely broken up. Is also anxious. The robbery cloud cannot top. I still have karma. Then released endless karma. We do not believe it. So many karma still cannot get dead this dead monkey. A side of heaven and earth will produce 2 things on its own. Based on the behavior of each living being or group, community, etc. In order to maintain the just order and balance of the world. So that everyone will have something to fear and something to pray for. These 2 things are merit and karma. Merit for doing good deeds and karma for doing bad deeds are generally very fair. The world without the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humankind coming into existence is governed by the great Tao. And each of the 3 paths is in charge of a portion of the world when they come into existence. The thing called karma would have a profound impact on a living being's destiny, cultivation, and state of being in the flood world. It is an invisible embodiment of rules in the flood world that records the evil deeds of living beings and imposes appropriate punishments or constraints based on those deeds. Karma is divided into 2 main categories. 1. Personal karma, flood beings whose personal behaviors are bad. Such as plotting, stealing, cheating, insulting, and oppressing others, are against the rules of fairness and justice in the world, and will bring karma to themselves. This kind of karma is very small and can be made up with merit by doing a few more good deeds. 2. Group karma, this kind of karma is large-scale and generally cannot be eliminated. For example, a large number of acts that cause the destruction of a large number of living beings, such as wars, killings, and large-scale fights, will generate a large amount of karma. These karmas attach themselves to the groups and individual living beings of the responsible parties, bringing about various negative consequences. For example, in the Dragon Han catastrophe, the Phoenix, Dragon, Unicorn 3 tribes provoked a large-scale fight. And even the flood all races into the chaos. Countless living beings died in vain. The 3 races that provoked the war are burdened with a lot of karma. Cultivation cannot be refined, but continue to regress. The life expectancy cannot be extended. Bad luck. Until the death of the last extermination war waged by the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao and heavenly Haotian resulted in the deaths of countless living beings and the extermination of the witch and demon clans. This large-scale war also led to the death and suffering of countless living beings, thus generating massive amounts of karma. These karma should have been tainted on the saints of the heavenly Tao and the people of the heavenly court. But the heavenly Tao still opened the back door to its own forces and did not drop much karma. Nor did it act impartially. It just so happens that this accumulated countless karma is almost nowhere to be stored. So today all of it is used for the monkey. If tainted with karma, the following consequences will occur. 1. Cultivation hindrance. Karma-ridden beings will encounter difficulties in their cultivation will slow down. And they may even go off the deep end in other dangerous situations. 2. Calamities. After karma has accumulated to a certain level, it will trigger various calamities, such as the heavenly thunderbolt calamity and the demonic calamity of the heart. The intensity and frequency of these calamities increases, karma increases, posing a serious threat to the lives of living beings. 3. Ill-fated. Beings affected by karma, their destiny will often become difficult, may encounter all kinds of accidents and misfortunes, twice as much as half as much, go out and fall, drink water and stuff their teeth, and all kinds of unlucky things can happen to them. In the flood, saints and above are not involved in karma and do not take up karma. And if the heavenly Tao forcibly wants to attach karma to saints, it is also very dangerous. Monkey mixed metaphysical great luo. This also does not account for the karma. But this boundless karma attack look is also disgusting. The monkey is not afraid, releasing the merit he has accumulated for countless yuanhui to block karma. Merit can block or wear down performance. This gaze of merit cloud can have a trace, can break through a few realms. There is a fist big a ball can achieve a quasi-saint. And the monkey released merit is diffuse, boundless. You think about it. The monkey, this is how much good things to do to accumulate out. Even Hongjun are ashamed of themselves. See, the 6 ears have so much merit. Think back to the monkey past all sorts of things. A lot of things seem ridiculous, but are not for the monkey himself, nor for the wrongdoing. Are in the flood of all the souls of the true well-being. Perhaps we all blame the monkey. This sky meritorious lead is more up flood being sigh, but also ruthlessly hit the face of the heavenly way. You hall of heaven, release endless karma against a person with great merit. In the end, which is black, which is white. The heavenly Tao has no thoughts, but only mechanically punishes those who disobey the heavenly Tao. Who cares about your right or wrong? If you mess with the heavenly Tao, you have to die, constantly increasing the output of karma. This shocking scene, looking at the flood of 10,000 spirits, could not stop shaking their heads. This heavenly Tao don't want it. Chapter 104, the lotus platform of the 4 directions transforms karma to advance to supreme treasure. 6 years since the establishment of the flood court has been perfecting the order of the flood, fulfilling the teachings of the flood court, for heaven and earth to establish the heart, for the 10,000 souls to establish the life. That is the accumulation of countless merits and virtues. Being burdened with great merit, could have stayed in the diffuse merit clouds, sitting and waiting for karma to dissipate. But monkey not, looking at the boundless karma 2 eyes. Good stuff. This karma is also a huge source of energy. Only to see 6 ears urging the white lotus of the pure world under his feet. The lotus releasing endless purifying power, purifying and absorbing the surrounding karma continuously into his own origin. 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys look. Our lotus platform has this effect. Learned. Can be utilized in the future. Fear that others miss. Have the lotus seat stuffed under the buttocks? Dead pressure. Well, this function is good. Big Brother did not tell us before. We just know that used to smash people. Simply a waste. The sky 6 ears monkey paw swing. And the 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys under the butt of the 2 lotus platform also forcibly transferred over. 2 monkey brother was lotus platform overturned to the ground. Very upset. The black-clothed 6 ears urged the red lotus of karma flame to release the endless red lotus karma flame, transforming the boundless karma burning into the lotus platform's own origin, which was increasing indefinitely. And the grade began to rise. The white-clothed 6 ears catalyzed the golden lotus of merit to also emanate endless power of merit, constantly absorbing and refining karma and turning it into its own origin. The purple lotus of reincarnation under the feet of Empress Pingxin had also been spinning non-stop, reincarnating and transforming the karma that roamed the sky. This karma for others, that is avoided. But for this four-sided lotus platform, that is natural nourishment. The four directions lotus platform's origin power continued to expand. And they all broke through the 12th grade to reach the 13th grade. This meant that this four directions lotus platform was no longer an innate extreme, but four innate supreme treasures. This matter can be big. Innate treasure that in the flood is the existence of invincible. A total of so many dozen pieces. Let's take this opportunity to introduce the grades of the flood treasures again. The grades and prohibitions of the flood spiritual treasures are roughly as follows from low to high. First, the latter-day spiritual treasure are refined after the day. Generally no grade. There is no prohibition. Bring to use. 1. Not into the stream of the latter-day spiritual treasure, Buddha. Mortal weapons. This is the most common. The lowest power of the latter-day spiritual treasure. Basically for the lower level of cultivators or ordinary spirits to use. Refining techniques and materials are relatively simple. Does not have a particularly powerful effect and the power of the law. 2. Lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure, slightly higher grade among the Hotian spiritual treasures. With certain power and special functions. And a small amount of energy stored. Relatively good materials and refining techniques were used in the refining process. And it may possess some simple law prohibitions. But its power and effects are limited. 3. Medium grade Hotian spiritual treasure, more powerful than the lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. Its refining materials and craftsmanship are more refined. And the power of the laws contained in it is also more powerful. It is capable of exerting stronger power. And has better performance in fighting or assisting in cultivation. For superior grade Hotian spiritual treasure, belonging to the senior goods among the Hotian spiritual treasures. Whether it is the rarity of the materials, the difficulty of refining, or the power of the laws contained and the power. It is much higher than the middle grade and the lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. It is also more precious in the flood world. And is worth collecting by great powers. 5. Extremely high grade Hotian spiritual treasure, defense and attack are good. And it has unique advantages in some aspects. For example, it may have special help to the user's cultivation. Or it may have strong effect in resisting. And it can fight with the lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. 2. Congenital spiritual treasures. 1. Not into the grade of the innate spiritual treasure, this type of innate spiritual treasure is more special. Although it is born, but in terms of power and function is relatively weak. There may be some defects or incomplete. Resulting in its grade is difficult to clearly delineate. In the innate spiritual treasure at the bottom, and the power is not even as good as the innate spiritual treasure. 2. Lower grade innate spiritual treasures, graded as first grade, second grade and third grade. They are the more ordinary existence of innate spiritual treasures. Possessing a certain amount of innate law power, but with relatively limited power and functions. It usually possesses 33 to 36 heavenly Tao prohibitions. 3. Medium grade innate spiritual treasure, the grades are 4th, 5th and 6th grade, which are more powerful than the lower grade innate spiritual treasure, whose innate law power is more pure and powerful, and possesses 37 to 40 heavenly Tao prohibitions. For superior grade innate spiritual treasure, the grades are 7th, 8th and 9th grades, which are of high grade among innate spiritual treasures, possessing 41 to 44 heavenly Tao prohibitions. The innate law power of these types of spiritual treasures is very powerful, with great might and special functions, and is more helpful to cultivators. 5. Extreme innate spiritual treasures, the grade is 10, 11, 12. Is the innate spiritual treasures in the top of the existence? With 45 to 48 heavenly Tao prohibitions. Extreme grade innate spiritual treasures usually have extremely powerful and special effects, and are rare in number, with a total of no more than 50 pieces in the flood. Each piece could have an impact on the pattern of the entire flood world. 6. Innate Supreme Treasure, grade for 13, 14, 15. This is the highest level in the innate spiritual treasure. With 49 Forbidden Perfect. The innate treasure is extremely powerful. Mostly with special effects such as suppressing chi. In the flood world has an extremely important position. Is the object of great powers to fight. Third. The spiritual treasure of merit. Which contains the power of vast amounts of merit and virtue. And kills without touching karma. 1. Acquired merit spiritual treasure, formed after birth and has a certain merit attributes of the spiritual treasure. But also has a special efficacy and value. The quality of the first grade to 9 grades ranging. The prohibition of 1 to 27 ranging. 2. Acquired merit to treasure, acquired refined magic treasure through the absorption of a large number of merit power and promoted to the level of treasure. The quality of 10 to 12 grades ranging from 28 to 30 prohibitions. 3. Innate merit spiritual treasure, spiritual treasures that are innately generated and contain a certain amount of merit power. And their power and value are also higher. The quality ranges from 10 to 12 grades. And the number of prohibitions ranges from 30 to 32. 4. The innate merit and virtue to treasure is formed by the innate things fusion of the power of open heaven merit and virtue. Has a strong defense and attack efficacy. In the face of danger can play a huge role in protection and attack. For example, the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Pagoda and the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Measuring Ruler. The quality ranges from 13 to 15 grades. And the prohibitions range from 33 to 35. 4th. Heavenly exotic treasures. These exotic treasures, with the same grades and prohibitions as the innate supreme treasures, are extremely rare in number. 1. Heavenly Tao functional exotic treasure. This type of innate treasure conforms to the rules of the Heavenly Tao. Possesses powerful weird law power. And has a very high status and influence in the flood world. Such as the Divine Soul exotic treasure 6 soul hatches. 2. The Heavenly Tao Fierce Fury exotic treasure. This type of innate treasure is also in line with the rules of the Heavenly Tao. With a strong killing power or special fierce fury chi. Such as the 4 immortal execution swords and the immortal execution formation diagram. Nowadays, in the flood world, the Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao do not allow things that are too awesome to exist. But any spiritual treasure above the level of the innate supreme treasure that wants to survive in the flood, then it must be decomposed and downgraded. This is also to give all races of living beings a relatively fair living environment, so as to avoid people with heavy treasure excessive scourge of the floodplain. For example, Old Man Hongjuan's creation rain butterfly was at the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure, which was broken down and shattered into multiple pieces under the compulsion of the laws of the Great Tao Force. But each piece had the battle power of a supreme treasure. And even if Old Man Hongjun had fused the pieces all together, it would have been at the level of a supreme treasure, only of a somewhat higher grade and with a stronger power. Chapter 105, Forcing Tao Ancestor to Draw His Sword. In fact, outside the flood, chaos, the Great Thousand Worlds are hidden in a large number of spiritual treasures. The Great Thousand Worlds outside, there are more powerful spiritual treasures, called Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Here also roughly introduce it. In the future, the various Thousand Worlds Chaos War can be used. 1. Broken Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Even if damaged and broken Chaos Spiritual Treasure, it is still powerful, with a grade of 16 to 18, and higher prohibitions, such as Hongjuan's Jade Saucer of Creation. Although broken, each piece is an innate supreme treasure, and the grade is also one level higher than an innate supreme treasure. And when combined and used together, it still surpasses the supreme treasure power. 2. Inferior grade Chaos Spiritual Treasure, graded from 19 to 21 grades. Born in chaos, containing powerful chaos power, but belonging to a weaker existence among chaos spiritual treasures. The original creation Jade Butterfly In the flood world exploded. But put it in the chaos. It is a slag. Not enough to see. 3 medium grade chaos spiritual treasure, graded from 22 to 24 grades. The purity and strength of chaos power is higher than that of the lower grade chaos spiritual treasure. And it has more powerful might and law power. For example, the 24 product creation green lotus transforms its entire power of creation into lotus seeds, lotus leaves, etc. The lotus seeds are transformed into the 5-faceted lotus platform. The safflower, white lotus root and green lotus leaves are transformed into the tai whisk, the 3 jewels of jade and the green ping sword, etc. And the leaves are transformed into the 5-faceted flag. Its original chaotic creation power dissipated. And the spiritual treasure it transformed into can only be considered as a very high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 5-square lotus platform retains very little of the power of creation and can absorb and transform other energies into its own origin, including karma. For superior grade chaos spiritual treasure, the grade is from 25 to 27 grades. It is a high-level existence among the chaos spiritual treasures. And its use of chaos power and mastery of the laws have reached a very high level. And it is powerful. Such as the heaven-opening axe of great god Pangu, the heaven-burying coffin, and the world-destroying great grinding mill, each of which could create or destroy a side of the great thousand worlds. The great thousand worlds all reject these top-grade chaos spiritual treasures, and generally will not enter the great thousand worlds. If they have to enter, they must be broken down into lower-grade spiritual treasures. Just like Pangu's heaven-opening axe divided into 3. When these 3 spiritual treasures leave the great thousand worlds, with the help of the great mana power, they can also be recoalesced into the chaos spiritual treasure heaven-opening axe. 5. Extreme chaos spiritual treasure, grade 28 to 29. This level of chaos spiritual treasure can ignore the constraints of the heavenly laws of each thousand worlds, and can be hidden in each thousand worlds or chaos, such as chaos bead, time dharma plate and so on. 6. Chaos treasure, grade for 30 to 36 products. This is the highest grade of the existence of the flood treasure. Has the most powerful and mysterious power. Born in the chaos, the entire chaos has an extremely important impact. For example, the 36-pin chaotic green lotus, which once gave birth to the great god Pangu and many chaotic demon gods, is still hidden in the chaos, and no one knows where it is. Compared to the entire chaos, the flood world is still very small. Today's flood, innate supreme treasure level of spiritual treasure total no more than 15. Today monkey this operation. With the 4 sides of the lotus platform inheritance of the 24 pints of the green lotus of creation, a small amount of the power of creation, absorption of karma in the sky into their own origin, and then advanced into the 4 innate supreme treasures. It is really a stroke of God. Each piece is capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, reenacting the earth, water, fire, and wind, with infinite power. Having a supreme treasure enchanted to be able to cross over a large realm to fight. That was quite powerful. This time the heavenly forces were dumbfounded and out of temper. All the means were used up and there was no movement. Only the few remaining karma was taken back so as not to cheapen the monkey. Knowing that today's battle had only just begun and that they would be greeted with even more brutal battles to come, 6 ears unconsciously shoved the second monkey's and third monkey's karmic red lotus and golden lotus of merit underneath the asses of the black-clothed 6 ears and the white-clothed 6 ears. 2 monkeys and 3 monkeys' tears. Just saw their own baby became the most precious treasure. Excited rolling and jumping. And then see the big monkey greetings did not hit a word to sit under the ass. And then anxious straight stream of tears. Good thing there are red clouds in Jin Yuanzi relief. Wait for the big monkey after the fight will return you. We brother and sister guarantee. The big monkey body and the 3 split a total of 4 monkeys see the Tao of Heaven retreat. Not stop. Flash to the south heavenly gate. Pingxin Yang also not willing to lag behind. Closely followed. This intention is very obvious. I want to find Haotian revenge. Must smash this Ling Xiao Baodian. Originally, this job is the future of the four monkeys Ling Ming Stone Monkey. The big monkeys intend to help the oldest four to do it in advance. To save the oldest four in the future to be counted. But also for the Hong Ting to ask for justice. 6 years as powerful mixture Daolord pressure approached. Frightening Haotian and Yao Qi, who hid under the table and shouted. Quickly invite the 5 saints and Dao ancestor. Things have come to this point. Hongjun Daozu made feeling can no longer live. Their own as the spokesman for the heavenly way. Has been with the heavenly way. A glory. A loss. Had to step forward. In his haste, Lao Dang was again cloaked and barefoot. With a messy beard on his chin and a few scratches on his face. When the 5 saints of the heavenly Dao saw the Dao ancestor manifest, they also followed the Dao ancestor and stood up for the Dao ancestor. 6 ears saw the Taoist ancestor image so indecent. Very disdainful, Taoist ancestor. You old recently go out always do not wear shoes. Also do not comb the hair. Also do not wash the face. Beard 7 long and 8 short. Hey! Or pay attention to the instrument ah. Hongjun heard the monkey words. Is also very unhappy. My old rode well. Not all because of you this dead monkey. Look at the flood. Which living creature can let the old road I am so out of sorts. Back to 6 ears. Today you have enough to make a scene without. This Taoist ancestor persuade you to return to their senses. Do not want to regenerate the matter. 6 ears see the Taoist ancestor does not say business. Net pull these have no. Obviously is not good. Also do not want to say more with it. Or back to dislike, the heavenly way is unfair. 5 saints have no virtue. I and 5 saints and Haotian immortal. This matter has nothing to do with the Taoist ancestor. But also hope that the Taoist ancestor do not meddle in the matter. Coaxing. All the spirits in the floodplains are scared to death. 6 years you dare to talk to Dao ancestor like this. Dare to tell Dao ancestor not to meddle in his own business. It is simply absolute. In the understanding of all beings. Monkeys are not afraid of the heavenly Dao is still understandable. The heavenly Dao is only the rule's manifestation. No own thoughts. And no spiritual body. A short time cannot directly attack the 6 ears of the body. Can only use some thunder punishment or karma. But the Taoist ancestor is different. The Taoist ancestor is a flood bearer. The first person on the road. Who dares to disobey? The monkey today this is to make a big death ah. Taoist ancestor mouth corner is also straight twitching. It seems that the monkey is really lawless. So do not give face. Must be taught a lesson. Threatened, monkey. If again fooling around. Do not blame the old road I am ruthless. Behind the Taoist ancestor creation jade butterfly drip flow chaotic rotation. The hands also manifested a sword. This sword is the year yin and yang old ancestor used. Innate treasure level. With a powerful yin and yang law. Called yin and yang infinite sword. Never used. Today is also forced to be anxious eyes. The sword seeping. The pressure of a powerful. It seems to be to see the blood. Monkey fearless. Looked at the Pingxin Yang. Pingxin face firm. Is also fearless. Said, last time I did not pay attention. Caught the old undead road. This time I have the supreme treasure reincarnation Violet Lotus Plus. For you to stall the Taoist ancestor for an incense burn time. The heaven side of the court of heaven you let go of your hands to do. 6 ears brother. After an incense stick. Let's listen to heaven's destiny. Chapter 106 Southern Heavenly Gate Battle with Heavenly Dao Sage. In front of the Southern Heavenly Gate. 6 ears and Empress Huda looked at each other speechlessly. Knowing that they were now at the point of life and death. Yet they had to go to their deaths. The two hugged each other tightly, enjoying their last warmth. The two so big show of love attracted the flood of all the spirits are not their own face. Monkey, you are more and more uncharacteristic. The public really do not mind shame. This makes the old man of Hongjun cannot bear to do it. If I have a sword to stab the past, is not considered to beat the lovebirds, will be the world not good. Well, or wait for it. Wait for some of the dog man and woman to finish making out. After a long time, Six Ears and Ping Xin both separated their arms, stabilized their minds, and began to fight. Nyang Pingshin mobilized the power of the earth's path valiantly and slowly landed in front of Hongjun. Earth Road at this time is also chilled. This situation, obviously to the moment of life and death competition between the Earth Road and the Heaven Road. Afraid of no use. Must go all out. The light of the Earth's way, feeling the seriousness of the situation, mobilized all the power of the Earth's way, all of which was added to its own little saint. And because the power drawn was so perverse, it even caused the well of reincarnation to shut down and the Fengdu city to stop. The earthly Tao was obviously reckless and put up a fight. Pingshin Nyang spiritual power sword, directly by the Earth Road initiative to merge successfully, reached the merging realm of the second heavenly realm. And Hongjun Tao ancestor pushed the general. Although in other people's heavenly Tao second heavenly still can't be compared. But it also let Pingshin Nyang added a few points of confidence. Pingshin catalyzed the supreme treasure creation rain butterfly fragments. Reincarnation purple lotus. Burning jade virtual glazed lamp ghost fire. All attacked Tao ancestor Hongjun. A shot all killing moves. No reservation. Hongjun suspended the jade disc of creation above his head for fear of hurting the Tao body. And was at a loss for this bitch who loved to tickle people's faces. Enhancing his own offense and defense, he again urged the Yin Yang Infinity Sword and struck at Ping Xin. The Yin Yang Infinity Sword carried the two chi of Yin and Yang and knocked away Ping Xin's jade butterfly of creation fragment. And its light began to dim. And when it touched Ping Xin's jade void glazed marigold, it was already insufficient in power and was knocked away by the glazed marigold. The glazed marigold continued to fly towards the Tao ancestor and was also at the end of its strength, being easily stopped by the Tao ancestor with his great magical power. Empress Pingshin mobilized the power of reincarnation again, releasing dense shadows of reincarnation violet lotuses, which flew towards Tao ancestor Hongjun in an overwhelming manner. The two of you back and forth. Fight is very intense. The discerning can see that the Taoist ancestor is actually a bit of watering down. Don't look at the surface of the staggering. The power is very great. In fact, are in the pretense, acting to the heavenly way and the living beings to see. The Tao ancestor was definitely more than that. On the sixth ear side, knowing that the pressure on Ping Xin's side was enormous. Time is life. Time is money. And every second must be cherished. Without hesitation, he flew into Tongtian's immortal execution sword formation. When Tongtian saw all four monkeys enter the formation, he was also unable to bear it. And Tongtian was deeply ashamed of what the heavenly Tao had done this time. Against 6 ears, there were still some reservations. If it wasn't for the difference in positions, Tongtian would have been willing to form a brotherhood with 6 ears. This sword arrays 6 ears into a number of times. But also once broken once. Already have experience. The 4 monkeys quickly find the eye of the array. In a moment to break the eye of the array. And then split to fly to the 4 flying swords. Have taken off the flying swords. This array is broken. 1 intentionally water. A rush. The world's first killing sword array. Just like a papier-mâché. A few breaths to be broken. See the flood spirit. Sigh. Tongtian, you cannot pretend like a little. Tongtian's 4 immortal swords and formation diagrams have been taken away. And there is no countermeasure. 2 hands spread out. Naked to the ground a squat. I cannot do anything anyway. Look at you guys. The other 4 saints. Where can not see Tongtian in the water? The heart. The way of heaven is difficult. 2.5 more. Such as what can be done. The sword formation has been broken. And Tongtian is not playing with us anymore. The 4 monkeys each took on the 4 remaining heavenly Tao saints. In order to break the heavenly palace, these 4 saints must be taken down quickly. The original body's 6 ears against Lao Zi. Lao Zi also wanted to perform the method of 1 qi to transform 3 qing. But last time the 3 doppelgangers were too seriously injured by the Pingxin Nyang. And so far they have not recovered their vitality. And they are still in dangling. So Lao Zi can only use the original body to harden himself against the attack of the 6 ears. The 6 ears burned the origin, mobilized the power of the great Tao, and pushed several spiritual treasures to the extreme. In order to finish the battle. Pure White Lotus. Release powerful purification power. Cut lousy battle intention in mana, yin and yang 2 instrument lamp release endless yin and yang power. Disrupt lousy Tao operation, 36 fixed C beads fixed space. So that the old man cannot escape, head of the heavenly clouds. Also releases endless clouds of gas. Suppression of the old man heaven and earth metaphysical yellow Linglong pagoda defense. In the end, 6th ear carried the Godslayer lance carrying the supreme law of killing and stabbed out violently towards Lao Zi's main body. Lao Zi was suppressed by the 6 ears of the body of several powerful supreme treasure. The heart infinite fear. Perceived the 6 ears cultivation has been refined again. This is no longer the power of the first heaven of the mixed Yuan Dala. This time I am afraid of their own bad luck. But still catalyze the heaven and earth Xianhuang Gongda Linglong Tower for defense. At the same time sacrificed Panlong Flat Crutch and Gossip Furnace for attack. 6th ear's Yin Yang 2 Yezel Lamp and Lao Zi's Coiled Dragon Flat Crutch collided with each other, emitting a huge roar. And the supreme spiritual power fluctuation shook the heavens. Immediately after the heavenly celebration cloud stopped the 8 trigrams furnace. While 6th ear's White Lotus of the pure world, 36 sea pearls, and God-slaying lance struck Lao Zi one after another. Lao Zi no longer had time to strike a second round of attacks, and was also in a hurry as he began to burn his essence blood and catalyze the Linglong Pagoda to the extreme. 6 ears of the pure White Lotus first crashed into the Lao Zi protective barrier. The Lao Zi Linglong Pagoda hit the light dim, then the 36 fixed sea beads attacked. 36 impacts. Hard to the Lao Zi that pagoda to fly, Godslayer gun between the lightning and firestones. Into the Lao Zi's left waist. The endless laws of killing release. To prevent the Lao Zi's main body to recover. Lao Zi was seriously injured and was unable to fight again. Falling off the clouds and landing on the ground, almost smashing into Tongtian. Tongtian saw his big brother lose so quickly. And was also injured in the Tao body. And was also sighing. See? It's not that I'm watering down the monkey is indeed powerful. Tongtian hurriedly used his great magic power to help his oldest son suppress the law of killing on his waist and became an ambulance crew. The white-clothed 6 ears faced off against the first heavenly father. Also with the principle of a quick battle. Pushing the spiritual power of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal to the extreme. The supreme treasure Merit Golden Lotus carries the power of endless merit. Cuts down on the wariness of the first heavenly father. Creates a human whip to resist the first heavenly father to hit the yin and yang furnace and Ku-Lei Chin, swings the heaven and earth and Xianhuang merit measuring ruler. Splits the head to smash the body of the first heavenly father. This kills the supreme treasure. Instantly will be the first heavenly father's head of the flowers of the wonderful pendant flag flying. Will be primitive Taiji runic marks knocked down? And finally falls heavily in the first heavenly father on his left shoulder. If not the first heavenly father, if it wasn't for the quick reaction, his head would have been drifted by the heaven measuring ruler. The primordial heavenly father was knocked down from the clouds and landed beside Lao Zi. spitting blood from his mouth. His breath was disordered. And his holy being was all shaky. It was also sensed that sixth ear seemed to have signs of breaking through to the second heaven of the mixed Yuandala. Rescuer Tong Tian looked at the second brother also fell down. Pull the corner of his mouth. Hurriedly to the second brother to transport spiritual power. Stabilize the second brother's injuries. Primitive see this 2-5 children have no injuries at all. Go here to enjoy the blessings. Also do not appreciate. But also in the blame, old 3. You edge let water. So that I and my big brother defeat. You know do not know the fault. Tong Tian heard it. Was very unhappy, Lao air. If not I still full of it. Who give you and big brother healing? You just say you need me to give you treatment bar. Chapter 107, The Rise of the Tunnels. The first Heavenly Father was deflated. And although he was furious, he no longer dared to say anything. And allowed Tong Tian to toss and turn and give himself a full body massage. On the side of the 6 ears in red. Against the saints Jiayin and Junti. The Pango banner kept sending out biting electric awnings. Hitting Jiayin and Junti who didn't dare to risk their heads. And Junti drew on the lessons learned from the last time he was stabbed in the buttocks. And didn't dare to pretend to be a pussy this time around. The guy. The beginning of the war. Hiding in the elder brother to receive the river Luo array. Assist the elder brother to attack. Say what also do not go out. These two are considered to be ruined. By the red 6 ears suppressed to death. The guide Quasi is not ashamed at all. Did not see the 3 Ching down. We this at least can still stand. Is not a loss. 6 ears in black saw Junti run away. Not at all in their own fight. Also changed the direction of attack. Has long used the East Emperor Bell crashed the South Heavenly Gate. Flew to the Heavenly Palace. Prompting the East Emperor Bell will be a crowd of Heavenly Court great powers shocked as 7 meet. Have fallen to the bottom. Black clothes and smashed the plaque of the Imperial Palace of Heavenly Jade. Will Hao Tian and Yao Ji a section of a good fight. Beat the 2 foaming at the mouth. Limbs twitching. Trembling. Next to the Supreme Lord Lao Junfart also dare not put a. Finally. Blackie hung the East Emperor Bell above Haotian's head and forced Haotian to write down the detailed list of the Heavenly Court. Haotian was unwilling to write. The black sun of a bell ringing. Almost shattered Haotian Yuan Shun. The pain cannot be described. Haotian yielded to lift the pen. The 6 ears narrated. Haotian wrote, I. The Heavenly Court. Recognize the defeat. Repent to the wasted lives. From now on all withdrew from the flood land boundaries. The Heavenly Court only manages the sky. Does not care about the land, all parts of the flood land belong to the flood court. Such as the violation of this treaty. By the endless karma entangled in the body and die. Haotian can pick a fight. But in fact, he is still very timid. And is definitely a master who is afraid of death. See the 5 saints of the heavenly way breathe all defeated or suppressed. Also do not dare to jump. Or small life is important. Monkey crazy. Can do anything out? Unequal treaty. Just sign it. Hao Tian signed the treaty with tears in his eyes and notified the flood. As Hao Tian's voice fell, the power of the boundless great Tao struck. And 6 ears could no longer suppress his cultivation and broke through to the second heavenly realm of the mixed Yuandala. Things have come to this point. Hongjun Daozu feel no need to fight on. The monkey gas is also out. The heart should also be smoothed. Besides, if the monkey came over to pick a fight again in a while. And peaceful heart. This crazy bitch. Attacked herself back and forth. She really wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. Haotian and Yao Qi are still in the hands of the monkey. In case the monkey is a small nature. The 2 slaughtered. Then I will lose a lot of money. People live on everything, there is still hope. Then, The great ancestor Hongjun asked 6 years. 6 years? Things have come to this. Do we still have to fight further? 6 years also know that Hongjun Taoist ancestor boundless power. Today people Taoist ancestor is also in the intention of water. Ease the relationship. We cannot be too ungrateful. 6 years of the purpose has been reached. Said to the Taoist ancestor has orders. We should comply with. Well. This to Hongjun gas. The beginning of the time. I said stop. You say I'm not fair. But also immortal. And now play cool. You girl and said since when to comply. Really angry old man. Monkey you wait. Sooner or later one day I have to give you blood. 6 years retrieved the 3 doppelgangers and was just about to leave hand in hand with peaceful heart when the Tao ancestor said again. 6 years? Return Laozi and Tongtian's Dharma handles. 6 years is definitely not willing This is all the supreme treasure. How can it be easily returned, Tao ancestor? This magic treasure is the debt owed to us by the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. It cannot be returned. Taoist ancestor knew that the monkey to play bad can only be persuaded to reason, monkey. The purple palace of the 3 speeches. You have a heavy treasure. Most from my hand. Although we have said that the cause and effect of the 2 clear. Then you ask yourself. Should not give me some face? 6 years a burst of embarrassment. For the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. 6 years is actually still very respect and admiration. It is really difficult to refuse anymore. Only to the new snatched magic treasure. All the return. At this point, this farce initiated by Haotian came to an end. The forces of the heavenly court had retreated from the flooded lands and returned to the heavenly court. And the entire flooded lands came back under the control of the flooded court, including the former territories of the heavenly court. The withdrawal of the heavenly court led to the exhilaration of the 10,000 races in the floodplains. And they raised their clans to celebrate with joy. It made the heavenly Tao very uncomfortable. And its power was shrinking. The heavenly Tao see their own family suffered such a big loss. The power of the heavenly Tao for the first time appeared to regress. The power is also significantly weakened. Is also angry. Mobilized the heavenly Tao thunder punishment. The heavenly Tao forces of Hongjun. The 3 Qing. The Western 2 saints. Haotian and Yaoqi and other heavenly court backbone splits all over. Is also to vent their dissatisfaction. And did not want to split their own people to death. This is a long time. Because the heavenly forces all withdrew from the flood ground. The spirit of the earth's way is also bold and fat. To the flood ground greedy. And because of their own little Saint Ping hard iron. Dare to fight and dare to rush. Even in the Hongjun over on the sharp moves. The spirit of the earth is more justified. Will be the earth's power to the floodplains earth spread. The monkeys didn't stop them in order to thank Jidao and Hershin for their help. After the power of the earth Tao spread to the flood land boundary. 2 earth Tao Hongmeng violet Qi were condensed. Which signified that the earth Tao could also produce 2 saints. Putting Ping Xin happily hugged the monkey and kissed him furiously twice. This gives us the queen mother of the west angry chest heaving. Determined to find Ping Xin trouble. The 6 years. After peaceful deliberation. These 2 earthly saints. One for the second brother. Jin Yuanzi. And one for the blood sea sticks. The second brother. Jin Yuanzi. Had the Book of Earth. Which was more effective in perfecting the earth Tao of the flood. Furthermore, Jin Yuanzi practiced the laws of the earth. Which also belonged to the laws of the earth Tao. And thus, Jin Yuanzi was the most suitable to be a saint of the earth Tao. As for the river Styx, this goods is purely to pick up the leakage. Do not mention him. When Shin Yuanzi learned that their third brother 6 years to their own to fight for a holy position, that is moved to cry. Did not think I Jin Yuanzi also have become a saint of the day. Holding the monkey for a long time refused to let go. Monkey is also very embarrassed. Recently the atmosphere is not good. Something is wrong. Everyone is blindly hugging. Always taking advantage of me. In the future must stop. Blood sea sticks is also wow cry. 100 years do not stop. Who can understand the mood of my sticks ah? Although I am the father of the god of Pangu, a mouth of dirty blood. But also Pangu body dropped meat ah. We do not dare to Pangu authentic self-proclaimed. By the flood major can be disliked. The past all kinds of just to live. Now I am 1,000 years of daughter-in-law boiled into a grandmother. Finally made a name for himself. Oh. Have to cry. Cry him a muddy sky and dark earth. Oh. Pingshin is also very satisfied with these two saints of the earth's way. Jin Yuanzi is almost the heavenly chosen saint of the earth's way. And the script source is extremely good. If the saint will not be worse than the heavenly saint. And Styx is the earliest to defect to his own. Is also considered loyal. And is from the hell of the living beings. And the Tao of Earth is also very suitable. Thus, Ping Xin did not hesitate to distribute the two channels of Hongmeng Violet Qi to Styx and Jin Yuanzi. After the two of them obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi, they then intensified their refining, striving to become saints at an early date. The rise of the Earth Road has changed the momentum of the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao side can only watch and stare. In its heyday, it couldn't even handle others. Let alone now. Blame it on that stinking monkey. Hongjun Daozu also did not expect that there would be this side effect of his compromise. And also regretted it. If I had known that this would be the result, I would have said anything to get rid of the monkey. This dead monkey a rat shit. Bad pot of soup ah. The power of the heavenly Tao is weakened. Signifying that the power of the heavenly Tao can be distributed by the heavenly Tao is reduced. And Hongjun Daozu obviously feels that his power has been severely reduced. At this time, Hongjun's heart was dripping blood. He had the intention to get the monkey killed. But it was no longer possible. His own power regressed. On the contrary, the Earth Road Pingshin Yang Yang power has increased. Although it is not as good as yourself. But it is not impossible to stop yourself. If the monkeys and Ping Xin teamed up, he was really not sure that he could carry the two attacks. Oh. I blame my heart is too good. Really good people do not have good karma. One wrong move. Step by step wrong ah. Oh. Chapter 108 Return of the Human Emperor Shinon to the Throne. When the power of the Earth's way spread toward the four continents of the floodplains. The northern Club continent and the western Oxherb continent were very smooth. But the spread to the eastern Victory Divine Prefecture was met with strong resistance. And when it came to the southern Juniper continent, it was even more difficult to penetrate it. Although the power of the Earth's way was out of the underworld, it only controlled the power of the Earth's way in the two major ministries and states. So it could only condense two Hongmeng Violet Qi. In fact, theoretically, the Earth's way could condense four of them. How the Earth Road Pingshin Nianjiang is looking forward to two more Earth Road saints. Then the Earth Road can fight against the Heaven Road. Pingshin also cannot figure out. Earth Road how you run and stop. The Earth Road can't talk. It can't communicate at all. Every 1,000 worlds are developing towards the most perfect direction. And this most perfect state is the balance of power between heaven and earth and human beings. And the three paths constrain each other and supervise each other. It is the circle of heaven and earth. The order of heaven and earth. And the equalization of the human path. This can more quickly and efficiently promote the flood world to improve the rules. So that the world is more impartial. And at the same time to avoid the dominance of one family. Favoritism. Resulting in an imbalance in the order of the avenue. 6 years after a great victory. The mood is doubly cool. Humming a little song happily back to Hongting. The Queen Mother of the West do not know what kind of wind. Seems to be in a bad mood. Always come to pick a fight. The monkey dislike. The monkey is a burst of good coaxing. Pingxin perceived that the tigress was fuming, and did not dare to enter the flood court, and gave the monkey a voice. I am in trouble again. Come quickly. The monkey found a reason to fly away. The monkey suddenly disappeared, so that the Queen Mother of the West is very puzzled. I will not be acting too much. Right. Is it possible that my husband is annoyed with me? Oh. Seeing the arrival of the monkey, Pingxin pulled the monkey's hand and said eagerly, Brother Six Ears, I can perceive that the expansion of the power of the Earth's path has stopped. Unable to expand into the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and the Southern Juniper Continent. What is the reason for this? Please help me to solve the mystery. Monkey is in a good mood today. See the back of the earth to ask questions. And tart from the fart pocket out of that pair of old glasses. Intend to show off learning. Long half a day's mouth. Hard not to say a word. Which realize that people's questions they will not. The scene is very embarrassing. What? The power of the earth was blocked. What a joke. The monkey himself also feels strange. According to the power of one. Incomparably vast and powerful. What power can block the normal spread of the earth? Six Ears was a mixed great Luo golden immortal, unaffected by the origin of the power of the three paths, and pulled Pingxin and then disappeared to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent for an on-the-spot inspection. Monkey did not enter the earth, releasing his powerful divine sense, feeling all kinds of innate laws and all kinds of strange powers to see if there were any particularly powerful ones. With the spread of the 6 ears of divine sense, it felt that the center of the East Victory Divine Continent seems to be wrong. In the center of this continent underground extreme abyss there is a powerful barrier, isolating the 6 ears of divine sense. Monkey is also surprised. In this deep underground, how could there be such a powerful origin fluctuations and barriers? Even he his divine sense cannot explore. The 6 ears and the peaceful heart arrive to check again, and seem to be able to feel a trace of the power of the devil's way exposed. The two instantly face white. Once the devil ancestor Luo Shua to the flood brought endless disasters. The flood will be messed up. So far, everyone is still talking about the devil. This place even has the devil gas. That signifies that within this barrier must have the devil. Sooner or later will be the catastrophe of the floodplains. The two silently remembered in their hearts. Did not dare to make a sound. Quietly retreated. And then came to South Juniper Continent. Here is much simpler. Do not even need to go underground. The monkey felt a strong humane force. Although the humane is not yet born, but the humane I origin has been formed. Just within the Shouyang mountain. To stop the power of the earth is not difficult to understand. Monkey informs Pingxin Yang Yang. South Juanbu continent is occupied by the human way. The tunnel is definitely not able to enter. As for the East Victory Divine Continent, that there is a devil. Also do not force for the time being. All wait and see how things will change. Pingxin know the reason. Helpless sigh. Pity to Saints Ah. Draw back. Monkey can't get enough of the human tribe and plans to observe them here for a while. He saw that the human tribe, the Lai Shan tribe, was very lively, and the leader was the Lai Shan clan. The Lai Shan clan was elected as the tribal leader because of his superior performance. With the passage of time, Liashans in the 6 ears passed down the initial farming technology and improved. Led the human race large-scale slash and burn farming. Created lay plow and other soil-turning agricultural tools, greatly improving the efficiency of agricultural production, so that the rapid development of primitive agriculture. For the Huashan nation, from the fishery and hunting and gathering to the transformation of farming civilization to lay the foundation. Due to this period of time, The martyr clan led the human race around playing with fire, clearing the land for farming, and burning all the places that could be cultivated. The human race changed their name for them and called them Yendi. Yendi does not matter. We are good to talk. Call it whatever you want. He also led the human race to plant more varieties of food crops, allowing people to sow suitable seeds according to local soil and climatic conditions, relying on the output of the land to obtain more food, and promoting the progress of human society. Because of the great contribution of the Lishan clan in agriculture, the human race again committed the problem of love of names, and changed the name of people Yendi as Shinnon clan. Still not caring, Shinnon continued to shine and became enamored with medicine again. In search of herbs that could cure diseases, he personally tasted various plants to determine their medicinal properties. Undaunted by the hardships and dangers, he was poisoned many times, even more than 70 times in one day, but still persisted in his quest. Through tasting 100 herbs, Shinnon distinguished which plants could cure diseases and which were harmful to the human body, and summarized and recorded these experiences, which provided an important basis for the development of medicine in later generations. Later generations compiled a book called Shinnon's Classic of Materia Medica, which is based on Shinnon's tasting of 100 herbs and supplemented and perfected by successive generations of medical scientists, and contains a lot of knowledge about the nature of the taste of the herbs, their efficacy, and their main treatments, which has had far-reaching effects on the development of human pharmacology. Shinnon did not learn to be good. And at night, he looked around blindly, and saw that the human race was all in promiscuity, and the children were born knowing only their mothers and not their fathers, which was simply unlike what was going on. So he created a male-female marriage, replacing the human group marriage system, so that the child's father will have a master. Shinnon see people's hemp clothes rough and not wear resistant, were a long time either exposed buttocks or exposed joints, hurt the wind, and teach people to use silk, plant fiber spinning, weaving, sewing clothes and clothing, improve people's clothing wear resistant and beautiful, better able to withstand the cold, and promote the further development of civilization. Fushi Di Huang look. This guy is good. Finally there is a like a man, come to take over. He can also rest. So the human throne passed to Shinnon. After Shinnon came to power, he adopted the method of divisional governance, dividing the area of influence into 9 regions, laying the foundation for the division of 9 states in later times. He also appointed 6 wise and capable people to be in charge of specialized affairs and assist him in the management of the gods of earth and grain, similar to the 6 departments of the later generations, which was a big step forward in social governance. And the prototype of the human dynasty began to take shape. Under Shinnon's series of operations, the human race again developed rapidly, driving all the other floodland races far away. The power of humanity was 1 point stronger, and the eye of humanity condensed another mass of merit and virtue and threw it at Shinnon's head without hesitation. Shinnon's achievements with the help of merit quasi-saint. The human race look. And more a quasi-saint. Cannot let him run away? Have to get a loud name. Called what the emperor to come. Really do not have to think about it. Just call the human emperorate. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humankind have breathed a sigh of relief. Human race, you guys are too exciting to name. This time you finally got it right for once. Chapter 109, Monkey wants to rob Nuwa's chance of harmonization. After Shinnon's achievement as a quasi-saint, the human race had occupied the entire southern Juniper continent. And there were many human pioneers in the other 4 major states as well. The human race had a certain amount of strength, and the protagonist of the flood began to take shape. Their numbers were so large, with a population of over 100 million. And their vitality was so tenacious that they could fight against demons and monsters. And there were countless practitioners, So far the human race of the three emperors of heaven, earth and man have all returned to the position. The human race is strong. The power of humanity began to cohesion. The eye of humanity finally broke through the last point of confinement. Completely open. A huge pressure released Miles, signaling that he is about to be born. The spirit of the heavenly Tao and the eye of the earth's Tao have sensed it and have manifested themselves. This is not good enough. The flood is chaotic enough with the two of us. How come another one is going to pop up? It must be stopped. So for the first time, the two paths of heaven and earth join forces to shock the human way with a powerful pressure. Wanting to stop the human way from coming out of the world or pressuring the human way to go back to sleep. The three ways is just instinctively have to compete for the flood power source and the right to speak. Talk about who is right and who is wrong. Which do not want to be stronger. Which do not want to eat more and more. The survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest is just. Monkey, look. You heaven and earth in two ways or almost eat up the flood. And do not leave some soup for humanism. Excessive I am a human father is still here. The 6 ears flew up and released 3 doppelgangers. Each fully clothed. Releasing the endless pressure of the mixed Dala against the two paths of heaven and earth. And the 4 monkeys levitated around the top of Shoyang Mountain, standing up and cheering up for humanism. At the same time notify the flood panic, the human way is weak. Is about to come out. Only to protect the human race born. Heaven and earth two ways do not bully people too much. The Hong Ting belongs to. Set up the 5 square 5 elements array. Protect the Shoyang Mountain human race ancestral land. When the words fell, 5 spiritual lights rose from the 4 major states. And a great formation released infinite spiritual power to be added to 6 ears. While protecting Shoyang Mountain. All the spirits of the flood. And then all probed the divine knowledge to check. The monkey is more and more fierce. Which is not moving to dislike people as heavenly and earthly ways. But also really no one. Also, monkey you dating Manhwa is really willing to engage in an object. Dare to heaven and earth as an enemy. But also really the first person in ancient times. The Queen Pingshin's heart is tied to 6 ears. But she also mistakenly thinks that 6 ears is kneeling to Manhwa by protecting the human race and the human way. So where is my Pingshin worse? After a fierce thought struggle, Pingshin finally stood with the monkeys. And followed in the footsteps of Manhwa. And did the earth's second 5. Although the earth Tao was not pleased with the actions of his own little saint. He could not talk about how angry he was. The little saint is still very sweet. Just a few tens of thousands of years will be the earth road to carry forward. Well, this face must be given. So the earth road hurriedly put away the pressure. Pulling Pingshin to retreat to the earth road to go. Don't mix with that dead monkey again. Can't tell the enemy from us. Monkey see Pingshin so fierce. Even dislike their own Taoism. The old why comfort. I Tao is not alone. But also extends his thumbs. Manhwa was the first to sense the call of the human way. Flew to the Shoyang Mountain. See the monkey to protect the human way out of the world. The heart is also a warm. Want to pursue me to say it straight. Always do this, what is the matter? In the original script, Manhwa was unable to reunite with the human race because she was bound by the heavenly Tao. Hongmeng Purple Chi. And could only be a puppet of the heavenly Tao. So much so that she could not reach out to shelter the witch-demon wars. The god-feuding catastrophe. And the human race in their one-time tribulations. And was very helpless. In fact, Manhwa created the human race. Is a veritable mother of the human race? Is the body of the human path of the unqualified candidate? The original script. Manhwa was Hongjun old deng fooled crippled. The wrong into the heavenly way. Resulting in the human path of no one to merge with the way to the end of the era have not come out of the world. So people feel sorry for it. This time, with 6 ears, The flood stirrer. In place, the human race overshot its great development, and humanity was much emboldened, coming out ahead of time and hauling Manhwa to come and unite with the Tao. As for human father Six Ears, the humanity didn't even consider it. Although you're very good to the human race, it's still Manhwa who's more suitable. Besides, you are just a bumper sticker broken monkey. You yourself have the cheek to secretly give a few drops of monkey blood to the innate human bloodline. And then you go around proclaiming that the human race is a monkey's heirloom. And you even call yourself the father of humanity. I poo. When Manhwa perceived that the pull of the human way was so strong, she realized that her own way was here, and strengthened her determination to break away from the heavenly way. However, she was unable to remove the Hongmeng violet chi from her body, and pinned her hopes on Six Ears, a mixed Yuan Dala, saying, "Monkey, I perceive that I should merge the human way with my body. But I can't take out the Hongmeng violet chi from my body. So you'll have to help me." At this time, Six Ears was thinking about the problem. Manhwa, the mother of the human race, can be able to merge with the Tao. I guess this father of the human race is also qualified, although he is not interested in this realm of merging. But I am very curious. I can do it in the end. Sixth Ear heard Manhwa ask a question. Also did not care. Casually back to Manhwa. That's what I feel that I am the father of the human race can also be. What do you think? In fact, the Sixth Ear is just casually saying, "Just curious. Can I or can't I?" There is no intention of wanting to merge with the Tao at all. Manhwa is very sensitive at this time. Will be wrong. Thought the monkey want to fight with themselves for this opportunity to merge. That is angry, anxious, and aggrieved. The heart of the little lover cannot be relied on. Oh, it is really in trouble. The money moves the heart. Manhwa felt that there were no good people around her. They were all liars and scum. She was heartbroken, and all thoughts were lost. In front of the heaven, earth, man, the three ways and the flood of all the spirits. Wow! 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 Manhwa so reacted to the Six Ears scared a jolt. What is it? How good on the howl again? Is not a big disease? Hurry up to the road, Ayu. At this time, the three emperors of the human race also flew up to the top of Shoyang Mountain to guard the emergence of the human way. The three could not have imagined that their own human father and mother had quarreled over the matter of merging the human path. And the human father had even made the human mother angry and cry. They were also dumbfounded, not daring to speak, and were very torn as to which side to help. The more Manhwa cried, the more sad. The monkey did not expect Manhwa reacted so much. Hey hey! You do not do this As if how you like it. Everyone is watching it. Hedo it. You in the end in the grinding what? The monkey essence hurriedly pulled Manhwa up and took out the Six Souls streamer, wanting to take out the Hongmeng violet chi within Manhwa's body. This heavenly Tao exotic treasure was capable of taking in both one's Yuan Shun and soul, as well as taking out the Hongmeng violet chi within one's body. Manhwa was too deep into the drama, thinking that Six Ears was having an animalistic outburst, and that this was a plot to take the Six Souls streamer to murder her own life. Knowing that she was powerless to resist, she trembled with fear, covered her eyes, and cried even harder. The human father and human mother acted so strangely that all the spirits of the flood did not know the situation. Ah! Look at the scene. It should be the human father holding a murder weapon to plot to kill the human mother Nuwa's life. They have stared wide-eyed and angrily stared at the 6 years inappropriate son of a human being. Fushi is even more nerve-wracking. A stagger to fly over. Holding 6 years' thighs. Shouting, "Human father do not want to harm my sister's life." 6th ear was also said to be blinded. Looked at Fushi. Said, "Great uncle brother, do not slander good people. I was to use the 6 soul streamers to take out the Hongmeng violet chi in her body. So that Nuwa to body to merge with the human race harming your sister's life. Where does this come from?" The crowd then reacted. Ahem. It can't be a misunderstanding of the monkey. Who let the monkey always rob others of their spiritual treasures? But Nuwa, this is not so bad. Fushi, who was in authority, still didn't believe it. You just said that you, the father of the human race, could also be in the body to merge with the human path? Aren't you trying to snatch my sister's chance of merging with the human path? Chapter 110, Nuwa's body integrates humanity. After listening to Fushi's words, the monkey this angry but also figured out why Nuwa is so crazy. He said, "The siblings with big tails are sick. What do they think they are? It's really hard to talk to you siblings. Can't you figure things out before jumping to conclusions?" 6 ears hurriedly explained to calm Nuwa, who was trembling. "Nuwa, I don't mean that. I just simply feel that I can do it. But I'll never do it. I don't want to rob you of your holy position. You've got the wrong idea." Nuwa will believe it. Staring with big watery eyes and asked, "Really? Monkey? Are you reliable? What greatness is a harmonized sage? Aren't you moved?" Monkey was full of sincerity. In order to ease Nuwa's doubts and pressure as soon as possible, he took the initiative to hold Nuwa in his arms to comfort her. 6 ears felt that this trick was particularly good, and took advantage of it fiercely, assuring, "I, 6 ears, am already a mixed Yuan Dao Lord, swimming in chaos without any limitations, and without many of the restrictions of the harmonized Dao saints. How comfortable I am. Although the realm of harmonization is very powerful, but there are too many restrictions, and I am not beneficial. I will not even want it for nothing." The eye of the human way heard the words of the 6 ears and was also very unhappy. "Is my harmonization realm so worthless? Monkey, you are sick. Considering that the 6th ear has protected the human race many times, and is now helping himself against the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao." He also took it as if he hadn't heard it. Nuwa saw the 6 ears of the words. Very reasonable. But also believe in most of them. Although the 6 ears are only mixed 2 heavens, cannot match with the saints. But people have great potential, not subject to the limitations of the world of the flood. Chaos. Come and go as they please. As for the harmonized saints or 3 paths ordinary saints, although they were nearly invincible within the flood world, they would not be enough after entering the chaos. And the farther away from the flood world, the less power of the 3 paths they could obtain, and the weaker their battle power would be. And this shortcoming was also very obvious. Nuwa also felt that the monkey's big shameless hand was constantly roaming around her back. Disgusting. For the sake of merging with the Tao, I'll put up with it for now. 6 ears do not know what Nuwa thought. See Nuwa mood calmed almost. And open up, come. Come. Nuwa child, let go of the spirit. Do not resist. I will now take out your Hongmeng violet chi, the whole protection of your body to merge with the human way. Nuwa see monkey Frank, under the eyes of the public, does not seem to have false. A big stone in the heart finally fell. It seems that he really misunderstood the monkey. The small face is also a burst of soaring red. Then, The monkey shook the 6-soul streamer. A good burst of drumming. Will Nuwa body heavenly Dao Hongmeng violet chi forced out? Pain Nuwa is also sweating forehead. Monkey you light cannot be a little lighter. The spirit of the heavenly Dao appeared and disappeared. And never fully showed up. Obviously hesitant. The monkeys down there are messing around again. We don't care. Nuwa is our own saint. Can't let her get out of the heavenly Dao so quickly, if we force to stop it. Whether we can stop it or not is secondary. The main thing is that this Nuwa is doing the work of the second half of the key moment. Her but has long been sitting somewhere else. It's really a pity to lose it. Forget it. Let her go. The big deal is to find another obedient one. The spirit of the heavenly Dao simply took away the Hongmeng violet chi from the monkey's hands and disappeared in hiding. Sensing that the time was ripe, the Eye of Humanity released an endless amount of humane power into Nuwa's Yuan Shun, continuously strengthening her Yuan Shin and physical body. Nuwa's realm was also rising. And the huge energy gathered into a ball of light that enveloped Nuwa, constantly nourishing her Taoist body. Nuwa's process of merging was very slow. Unlike other people's Empress Dowager who was born into the first heavenly realm of merging. And it took her 10 whole years to complete her first merging and reach the first heavenly realm of merging with humanity. During the period, the monkey in Fushi has been guarding. Not a moment away. Fushi is also very interesting. A moment to shout brother-in-law. A moment to call the human father. Listen to the flood spirit is also very messy. Your family cannot be seniority fixed. After the completion of Nuwa's merger, the strength rose greatly. The mighty pressure beam pounds. Infinite humane power flowed around the body. That is never before powerful. The joy is difficult to calm down. Nuwa is now in the realm of Taoism. But she is still full of temper. And she has no reserve as a great power in the heavens. As soon as I saw the monkey that bitchy look is not happy. But also want to try their own hands now. Not even a greeting. Swinging up the red embroidered ball on the 6 ears smashed. Monkey is still there silly happy. A face of stinking fart. See? My homeware and Pingshin are the realm of the Taoist. Hongjun old deng you afraid of. I 6 years of the good days to come. Oh ha ha ha. Suddenly, a red embroidered ball flew, carrying the momentum of destruction. That's right. The 6 ears to see the right when. Just towards their own smashed over. But the monkey was not light. This is to smash solid. That will not be half-life. Monkey also cannot think much. Instinctively have to escape. While running also yelled, wah! Hit the wrong person. I am 6 ears. Your closest and most intimate human father You are not emerging of the path of amnesia. Nuwa's little face flicked. Humph. It's you that I'm hitting. So that you're always angry at me. The flood heavens, thousands of great powers, have probed the divine sense. Watching Nuwa violently beat the monkey. The red embroidered ball as if it had eyes. Chasing after the 6 ears into the sky. Biting and not letting go. Every now and then to the monkey. So that the monkey was in a terrible mess. All the major powers, everyone seems to be in a happy mood. Well, the monkey does owe a beating. Hit it hard. Poor flood 6 ears. In order to Nuwa small. That is also vomit blood. Pay a lot. Single-handedly support Nuwa to merge with the Tao. But miserably suffered Nuwa's poisonous beatings. And finally had to beg for forgiveness. Nuwa, quickly stop. I know the wrong. And then hit it will become a dead monkey. It was only when Nuwa heard 6 ears plead for mercy that she satisfied her own small vanity. Retrieved the red embroidered ball. And asked. Where did you go wrong? Monkey brain confusion. I just begged for mercy. Why do you have to be serious? Monkey brain running fast. Where did I go wrong? I can't think of anything. I'm too hard. At this time, Manhwa see the monkey to recognize the wrong attitude is not in place, and raised his hand ready to throw the red embroidered ball. Scared, Six Ears once again begged for forgiveness. I'm wrong in every way. Do not hit again. Well, you're all right. What you say? Monkey was forced to this point, but also let Manhwa out of the atmosphere, so that you will be fooled again, and dare to take advantage of me. Humph. Manhwa was satisfied and went back to Manhwa Palace. When Manhwa left, she also obtained an item from the Eye of Humanity, which was the famous humanity's Hongmeng purple chi. The crowd of immortals and gods were all red in the eyes. The great powers from all sides really wanted to defect on the spot and join Manhwa's side. This is not difficult to understand. The power of humanity at this time full of South Juanbu continent. There is a state of power can be condensed out of a Hongmeng violet gas. A purple gas can create a saint. Although it is humane saint, but also immortal. Unlimited rebirth. Who is not moved? Monkey also saw it, eyeing it. This guy has just been beaten by Manhwa. That monkey face is lost to the grandmother's house. But the monkey does not think so. There is a famous saying in Blue Star. Beating is kissing and scolding is loving. You don't understand. Six Ears straightened out the monkey hair on top of his head and disappeared to Manhwa Palace, also wanting to fight for his own people. Inside the palace, Manhwa was quietly scrutinizing the Hongmeng purple chi. And when she saw the impecunious monkey coming, she didn't pay any attention to him. And she was very cool. Monkey pouted. Well, the old crybaby Manhwa has changed. Really, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not ancient. Ah. If it wasn't for me, monkey, and my help, you Manhwa wouldn't have been able to get into the towel. So you're just going to put on your pants and disown me? Right? I'm just going to watch you quietly and see if you Manhwa's face is red. In the end, it was Manhwa who couldn't hold herself back, knowing that monkey must have something to do with this visit, and said, Monkey, who do you think should be given this Hongmeng purple chi to become a saint? Chapter 111, The Humanitarian Hongmeng Purple Chi. 6 Ears to see Manhwa finally reacted. That is not a good fight. Their own big brother Red Cloud is still waiting for it. I can have today. When all rely on Red Cloud big brother support start. Say what cannot forget people. Must be taken care of. In fact, the humanity saints were not like the Earth's way. There were too many great powers suitable for the humanity saints. All of them were playing a little game, preparing to come to flatter Manhwa and fight for that Hongmeng purple chi. It was just that the monkeys were the fastest to do it. The great powers suitable for the saints of the human path. Red Cloud counts as one. The origin is powerful and its heart is very suitable for the human race. The 3 emperors of the human race are also all qualified. Just with the scriptural origin it is a little bit worse. The other great powers who do not have karma entangled in them are also available. The competition is still very big. Monkey was afraid that Manhwa would mess up and give away this Hongmeng purple chi at will. And this little bitch's brain is often sick. So he politely persuaded Manhwa, this first saint of the human way, must take a firm stand, resolutely on our side. And can't be the 2/5 of that. Manhwa point condensed eyebrows. How to feel the monkey seems to mean. And seems to be scolding yourself. But we cannot take the initiative to the right. I'm not all for the monkey you. Again. He heard 6 Ears continue. One must have a heart of righteousness and a good heart. And be able to genuinely care for the human race. Well, there's nothing wrong with that point. Manhwa nodded her head. 6 Ears then guided. It's best if they are Pangu orphans. Who can better utilize and integrate the flood world in heaven? Who are blessed by the power of the flood world. and who have strong root and scriptural origins, and who have high cultivation levels. Manhwa, which has seen the monkey this wordy. This also pulled to the side of Pangu. The more pulled, the more boundless. I don't want to listen to the monkey. Directly said, I just want to give my brother Fushi. Let him first become a saint. Six ears know that Manhwa want a favoritism. Big brother red cloud this matter to yellow. That which into. Monkey anxious non-stop scratching ears and cheeks. Heart. Brother-in-law Not my monkey to you have any opinion. Just my big brother is more fragrant. Your sister is the Taoist saint. You are not in a hurry. And so on the next opportunity. Right. Monkey rushed to open the brain. Luo Lai Fushi shortcomings, Fushi. This is not appropriate. Absolutely not appropriate. Your big brother character impatient. Good war. When the chief of the human race that will lead the human race around the war. This to become a saint. But not against the sky. Not good, not good. Manhwa was very upset when she saw Monkey making up about her big brother. Monkey also cannot care much. Continue to smear Fushi. Fushi is now an ordinary human roots. Even if the saints. That is also the three ways of the saints and the most vegetable one. How to take charge of the big task. Or let him wait for the next opportunity. Manhwa pouted her lips. My big brother is so bad. Upset. Monkey. Today you are talking out of the flower is useless. This Hongmeng violet gas. My big brother is determined to take. Seeing this, sixth ear was also anxious. And could not beat Manhwa. His eyes reddened and said, Manhwa, I didn't expect you to show such favoritism. So how can all the people in the world comment on it? Since the beginning of your creation of man, I have always protected the human race and helped you. And I have done hard work without any merit. Feeling aggrieved, Monkey wiped a tear from his eye and continued. I withstood the heavenly punishment. Taught the human race the 7 arts. And passed on the 7 sections of the law. Sent the golden spirit of the human sect to guard the human race. And single-handedly pushed the human race forward. With one hand, I pushed the 3 emperors to come out of the world. And with the other hand, I stood up to the 2 paths of heaven and earth. And guarded the human race to come out of the world. So should I not get some credit for that? You knew why, and what have you done for the human race? Heartless. Oh. Sobbing 2 times. The monkey said, I can also body with the road. But I still let you. And help you take out the heavenly Dao Hongmeng violet gas. You should not thank me. Also, your brother Fushi. The residual soul is who find back. Who 100 years of ice to help it become the human race emperor. Quasi-Saint Mighty. Should not thank me. You siblings ask yourselves. Should you thank me? Oh. Manhwa was said by the monkey speechless. See, the monkey cried very sad. Is also heart sour. The monkey indeed for the human race and the human way to do a lot of things. One has never considered the feelings of the monkey. Indeed a little selfish. The heart has a little shaken. Monkey continued to output, poor my big brother Red Cloud. The first good person in the flood. The origin is so powerful. Panga widow. Still a corpse quasi-saint. Really good people do not have good karma Oh. Manhwa. You and I are destined to come to this point. The human race, you protect yourself. Self-generated. Let's part ways here. Monkey. My heart is cold. Oh. After saying that, the monkey turned around and left. Manhwa was 6 years of this bitter drama messy mind. Now the human way is weak. They have turned their back on the heavenly way. It is difficult to reconcile, but also by the earth road pingshin small hatred, monkey if you really do not care about their own power alone how to live with themselves. and how to protect the human race. Manhwa heart and like the 6 ears. Feel the monkey pursuit of their own so many years. But also considered sincere. They cannot live up to the monkey's true love. So it messed up. And hurriedly pulled the monkey and said, more than that. Monkey. Is my fault. Do not be sad. I promise you that is. Manhwa held the humanistic Hongmeng purple chi in her hand and sent it before 6 ears. Who knows? This impecunious monkey crying instantly stopped. This face is also too fake. A look is undoubtedly pretending. Monkey paw snatched Manhwa hands of the Hongmeng violet gas and ran away. The monkey's paw snatched the Hongmeng violet gas from Manhwa's hand and ran away. It made Manhwa angry for a while, complaining that the monkey was not a good person, and was very unhappy. Back to the flood court. The monkey stood in the doorway. Hidden breath. Want to give everyone a big surprise? Suddenly heard the second brother Jin Yuanzi is showing off, that's what. Everyone will see me also do not have to be polite Are their own people? The saint of this person is still remembering the old feelings. Alas. Big brother you cry what? After the second I cover you is. 6 ears was Jin Yuanzi's words shocked. Himself for the second brother blush. This guy just got the ground Hongmeng purple gas. 8 has not yet a brush stroke it. In front of the people to show off. High profile batch. Good big brother red cloud in the side constantly wipe tears, lao air You do not say. Big brother my heart bitter The old 3 this kill 1,000 knives. Big brother I love him the most. Also do not know to get me a Hongmeng purple gas. Oh. We 3 brothers on my red cloud life bitter You and the old 2 old 3 have become a saint. This after letting the big brother my old face where to put Oh. The 3 monkeys are not too big. Still arching fire, that's right. Red cloud big brother no. Our family big monkey has been kneeling Manhwa. Every day guarding that group of weak human race to Manhwa sell good. So far also did not take down that bitch. Is really a dish. But where the big brother on the heart? The humane way to merge the opportunity to us. We do not have one more saint. Big brother is really light brother. Bah. The second monkey also followed the concurrence. Manhwa is already a heavenly saint. But also what to fight for. Big brother is also really. By Manhwa fascinated by the 5 fans of the position of saint of the harmonious way. Said let. Do not know that they still have 2 younger brothers. Ta. 2 monkeys also a mouthful of old phlegm spit out. Venting dissatisfaction. Western queen mother the more you listen to the more angry. Constantly choking, husband brain sick. So chance to give away at hand. Also do not think of the family still have a proper wife. Oh. How can I beat those 2 small Edge of my life so bitter Oh. Okay? 6th ear faced the door. Not knowing whether to enter or not. Monkey was in a good mood. It is not easy to get a Hongmeng purple gas. Thought to show off. But really did not expect. The home of these few heartless. Will be so choreographed themselves. Motherfucker. You all think Hongmeng purple gas is a cabbage Want to get can get. Each is about chance. Well. Chapter 112 Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi become saints. 6 ears with a complex mood. Hand holding the human path Hongmeng violet chi in the hall of Hungting manifested the real body. Unhappy to look at the group of indignation and wipe the tears of the scumbags. The people see 6 ears manifestation. Are suddenly frozen. Crying nose is not crying. Pretending to be bullish is also back to normal. The fire is also turned into a good boy. Guys are drumming in their hearts. 6 ears of this guy how to suddenly come back. Will not hear their own bad words. Right. Look at that expression does not seem to be right. Today have to be cautious. 6 ears also did not say anything. Quietly looking at the crowd. to see if you are weak in your hearts. For a while, the crowd only noticed that the 6 ears of the hand also dragged a thing. Golden. Bright. Surrounded by purple gas. Strong spiritual power. All are from the Purple Heaven Palace deep education over the high school students, which cannot recognize this treasure. Instantly eyes are straight. Good big brother red cloud reaction is the fastest. Hurriedly wiped away tears. Squeezing eyebrows, 3 brother ah. Big brother I want to die you. Or my family 3 brother most pro big brother. TSK. Humane. The most suitable for big brother me. Let after stretching out a big hand to go after that Hongmeng purple gas. 3 monkeys look. This good thing and it's rare. That is a saint ah. On this mixed yuan daluo pinnacle do not know how many years. Has not been much progress. Might as well get a human path when the saint. Hurry to body block red cloud hand. A face flattering, big brother. 3 brothers I and you the most pro. What is this in your hand? 3 brothers I help you palm eyes. The second monkey is also anxious. A pull away from the 3 monkeys. Directly embraced the 6 ears thigh, big brother ah. The second brother I qualification is stupid. The road of the mixed yuan is estimated to be unable to go. This Hongmeng purple gas row should also be ranked to my right. The second brother is pro. Ooh-hoo. Monkey looked at the feckless crowd with shame. Western Queen Mother's eyes twirl around. Her small hand is very dexterous. One hand pressed the Hongmeng purple chi, husband. Concubine's cultivation is low. Always dragging husband back. It's very inappropriate. This Hongmeng purple chi is still given to me as a person in the house. Don't let me lose husband's face again. 6 ears after listening to the words of the Queen Mother of the West, almost did not spit out. What on the house people? You cannot touch the porcelain ah. My monkey or innocent well. 6 ears looked at the faces of the people in the hall. Face skin jumped straight. What kind of people are these around themselves ah? Themselves this notice Hongting is controlled by this group of people. In the end is not reliable ah. Thinking for a long time. Finally 6 ears still pushed the Hongmeng purple chi to Hongyun. It is better to give it to the big brother first. And then give it to other people when it is available again. 6 ears of this move deep red cloud heart. The red cloud touched the heart of the blood turn over. Hugging the 6 ears do not let go. Whimpering and sobbing. Snot and tears all over the face. All rubbed to the 6 ears. So that the monkey's stomach a fluttering. The other people in the flood court are greedy. But see the big monkey has been determined to doctrine. Red cloud big brother also senior enough old. Good enough people. They are quite convinced. But only on this chance to ascend to heaven regret. 6 ears hurried to help cry on the breathless red clouds. Pacify said, big brother do not cry. The old 3 I since the birth of the world. Relying on big brother and second brother to support. 6 ears can have today. Cannot forget the 2 brother grace. Big brother and humane very fit. This sacred position big brother when there. Red cloud old Huai comfort. Hurriedly under the Hongmeng violet chi. Feeling that when the old 3 6 ears with the worship. Is his life to do the most sensible thing? 6 ears also said to the second monkey and the third monkey. Second brother and third brother. We have the same root and the same origin. We know that you are powerful with the scriptural source. As long as you cultivate well, you will surely be able to achieve the mixed yuan. Stronger than the 3 saints of the way. Big brother I will also strengthen the guidance you. Do not have the mind of the side thoughts. The previous work. And misuse the cultivation. The 2 monkey brothers of course also knew that the mixed yuan dala was better than the same level of saints. And what their big brother said was right. So they nodded their heads. 6 ears in order to appease the 2 monkeys' brother. will be the most precious karma fire red lotus and marigold and lotus back to the two monkeys. Attracted, the two younger brother is very grateful. Big brother, to the most precious treasure are given to us. In the future we are also have the most precious monkeys. Wahahaha. In front of the saints can be self-protection. We are really pro. The monkey big brother is open to the world. The last queen mother of the West. Tears. Aggrieved. 6 ears helpless. And took out a thing handed over to the queen mother of the West. This thing is their own commonly used heavenly treasure, 6 soul streamers. Also belongs to the ranks of the innate treasure. Attack bizarre. Strong defense. Although 6 ears do not want to give up. But how can let the queen mother of the West, this wife aggrieved? Absolutely cannot be treated slowly. This bitch thinking strange. If the heart is not smooth, do not know what things can be engaged in. The queen mother of the West saw this good thing. She also has the most precious treasure. Or a piece of heavenly treasure. A sweetness surged to her heart. Also not aggrieved. 2 big eyes flickering is very nice. Took the 6 soul streamers on the refining go. After 6 years warmed up the people of the flood court. He began to stabilize the flood court's territories all over the flood wasteland. Last time the South Heavenly Gate battle. The monkey hand holding the East Emperor Bell beat up Hao Yen. In the Heavenly Palace forced Hao Yen to sign the Hongting Tube Land. The Heavenly Court Tube Heavens Treaty. As for the equality of inequality, it does not matter. Anyway, the Hongting and a lot of original belonging to the Heavenly Court of the territory naturally want to manage a good turn. 10,000 years later, through the efforts of all the people in the flood court, the flood court's fortune became stronger and stronger. With the help of the flood court's fortune, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yin became saints one after another. These 2 saints also completely changed their destinies against the heavens, and were among the ranks of the top great powers of the flood. After Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun became saints, remembering the 6 years of brotherly love, did not tail, as usual, stay in the flood court. Help the 6 years to deal with affairs. With these 2 saints in the flood court, their position in the flood is becoming more and more solid. Manhwa, the sage of enlightenment, didn't stay in the chaos and set up Manhwa Palace on the Shaoyang Mountain, the ancestral land of the human race. The huge pressure of the saints of the way was released for thousands of miles, covering the entire southern Jianbu continent, pressurizing the atmosphere of all the races in the floodplains. And they all hid far away from the human race for fear of getting into trouble. Today's 6 years. That is in the Earth Road Pingshin Mother eye to eye. And with the human way Manhwa unclear. Backed by the flood court, this behemoth. No one dares to mess with in the floodplains. Can walk sideways. The Taoist ancestor to come also not afraid. Beautiful time flies. Suddenly, one day, the Tao Father Hongjun urgent voice transmission to break the flood quiet. There are strong enemies from outside the region to attack. The various tribes to prepare for defense. The 3 ways of the saints quickly come to the Purple Palace to discuss. 6 ears suddenly listen to the Taoist ancestor voice. Is also a stunned. Hurry to release the divine sense to perceive the chaotic situation. A long time. 6 ears to see the end is also a deep breath of cool air. North of the flood. Deep in the chaos. There were 5 searches of huge spirit ships slowly drifting towards the flood. And it could also be perceived that there were 15 auras on the spirit ships that were extremely powerful. Obviously 15 saints or mixed Yuan Tao lords. At present, in the flood world, there are 3 harmonized saints, 5 heavenly Tao saints, 2 earthly Tao saints, and 1 human Tao saints. And even with the 6 ears, there are only 12 people who have attained the saints' realm. And the enemy coming from the opposite side had 15 saints on the spirit ship alone. Clearly more well developed than the flood. Each saint was able to reenact Earth. water, fire and wind, disrupting a side of the great thousand worlds. And this time it was really a critical form. Chaos. Each big thousand or great desert world are running on their own. Do not interfere with each other. Generally will not go out on a large scale to travel. Like today, this kind of large spirit shipping out must be carrying countless people to start a big war undoubtedly. Chapter 113, The Northern Demon World Attacks. First unity of the three paths of the flood. Heaven, earth, and humans. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Six Ears no longer hesitated and flew into the Violet Sky Palace. Hongjun and the five saints of the heavenly Tao had already waited for a long time. The earthly Tao Pingxi Nianjianjiang sat with Heiha and Jin Yuanzi. And Nuwa and Han Yun had already taken their seats. The three paths of heaven, earth and humans were clearly separated. And everyone had their own thoughts. Monkey stood in the purple heaven palace hall is very entangled. Left to move, right to lean, do not know which side to stand in line. Inside the purple heaven palace, the people are from different camps. If not for the presence of the Taoist ancestor, it is estimated that they will have to fight again. Everyone saw the Taoist ancestor frowning, doubly feeling the atmosphere is oppressive, and do not dare to speak. Are waiting for the Taoist ancestor to open his mouth. Hongjun saw that people have arrived, opened his mouth and asked the Six Ears, you are a mixed Yuan Dala. Divine sense released in the chaos? Then we probe farther and clearer. Can you probe what? The importance of the mixed Yuan Dala was reflected at this point. Everyone had sideways glances, not expecting that this broken monkey that had given the crowd a headache was now so different. Six Ears know that things are significant. Also do not hide, I probed. In the north of the flood world, the depths of chaos, there are 5 huge spirit ships are driving to our side of the world. Majestic pressure. The number of people must be to start a war in my flood world undoubtedly. The words of Six Ears shocked everyone present. Hongjun Taoist ancestor became the earliest. Cultivation is the strongest. Like the big elder of the flood. Also always pay attention to the situation of chaos. He was the earliest to find out the foreign enemy is close to the flood. But mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao. Cannot see clearly. Although the 6 ears of the dish is vary. The overall beatings. But this monkey into the Tao of chaos, surrounded by the flow of the power of the great Tao, naturally more clearly perceived the depths of the chaos. Although the earthly Tao Pingxi Nianjiang and the humanity Nuwan Yang are both at the harmonization realm, they are still not enough to look at in front of the Tao ancestor. So naturally they can also sense the existence of strong enemies outside the domain. But they can only sense it. And the specifics are not as clear as the Tao ancestor and the 6 ears probing. Ordinary saints, mobilizing the power of the 3 ways, can only perceive the situation of the chaos around the flooded heavens. For the depths of the chaos, the hair cannot be explored. Lao Zi is not convinced. Burning the source of the release of divine sense to the depths of chaos to explore. Or a black, suffocated face is red. Or no gain. No choice but to withdraw the divine sense. Hongjun sees 6 ears in his own see roughly the same. Also confirmed his own conjecture. No longer hesitate. Opened his mouth, gentlemen. You and so before have been to my father's purple palace. Heard my father 3 speeches. You are also counted as the friendship of the same classmates. Usually we close the door to fight. Are our own family matters. But today is different. Is a foreign enemy to attack. Unusual. But also please abandon the past grudges. And jointly deal with the foreign enemy. The saints had never seen the Tao ancestor so serious before. And knew that this tribulation could be much more critical than previous tribulations. A group of unknown and powerful enemies. They all looked at each other. And all the people who had once fought and killed each other had a tacit understanding at this moment. And together they returned. I will follow the words of the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor saw that his students back then had all become climates. And on the occasion of this great war, they were still aware of the big body. And were doubly comforted. Especially 6 ears. This prick performed just fine. Laozi was very puzzled and asked, Master, do you know the enemy of the outer realm? Where it comes from? And how long it will take for it to arrive? Hongjun sighed deeply. Replied, the flood is so vast. The flood in the chaos of a drop in the ocean. Our flood world is only one of the chaos of thousands of worlds. And the opposite enemy from another 1,000 worlds. Is the flood world north of the nearest North Devil world? According to the speed projection. About 100 years to. Coaxing. All the saints' heart is again tight. In addition to the 6 ears. The other saints are the first time to know. The original chaos, there are many worlds. The flood world is not the only one. Also, 100 years in the flood as a white horse. In the blink of an eye. The first Heavenly Father also did not tug. And asked. Dare to ask the Master. The geometry of the people coming from this northern demon world. And the battle power can be as powerful as my flood. The Tao ancestor shifted his gaze to 6 ears. Signaling for 6 ears to answer. 6 ears couldn't figure out if Tao ancestor really couldn't detect it. Or if he was lifting himself up. Or maybe he was using his own perceptions as supporting evidence. Monkey also do not care to hate the beginning of the beginning. Now everyone is a grasshopper on a rope. No one dislike each other. Again probing mixed Yuan's divine sense probed for a while. And returned. The other side has 15 strong people above the saint realm. More than 50 people above the quasi-saint level. With the peak of the quasi-saint as the marshal. Dala as the general. And Tai as the soldiers. There are about 100,000 of them. Cajoling. 6 ears' words were another thunderbolt that thundered over the crowd. I didn't expect this northern demon world to be so powerful. Just the incoming enemies that were sent out were so powerful. 100,000 people above Tai, which exceeded the great powers of the entire flood world. They must still have people staying at home. They must be very powerful. Everyone is taking stock of these pieces of material in their own flood world. And now there are 12 people at the level of saints. Less than 40 quasi-saints. Not more than 800 of the number of Delo. And less than 100,000 of the number of Tai realm. And even if all of the great powers of the entire flood world were to go on the field, the cards would not be advantageous in the least. Tong Tian saw the atmosphere depressing. Turned to 6 ears. And asked, 6 ears Taoist friend. The other side reason why so powerful. Can probe know the other side of the commander-in-chief is who? 6 ears this time is very dry. Directly back, our flood only born heaven and earth and human 3 big road. And the earth and human road are just born soon. The number of saints is not enough. The opposite side of the enemy not only heaven and earth and human 3 Tao have, but also born a small road known as the devil road. I just carefully perceive the breath. The enemy seems to be among the harmonization of the saints. Demonic aura is larger. When for the devil's way harmonization of the realm. Opposite the breath of the most powerful a great power is also a demonic aura. Mixed Yuan Dala 4 heavens realm. Mobilized should be chaotic killing law. Upon hearing 6 ears' words, the Tao ancestor stroked his messy beard. Let out another sigh. And said, this devil Zun of the 4 heavens of the mixed world should be the devil ancestor Luo Shu. Luo Shu. A name that could stop a child from crying in the flood world. Had long been famous and frightened a group of saints in the Purple Heaven Palace. Hongjun Taoist ancestor added, back then. I and Luo Shua started the battle of Taoism and devil. After Luo Shua blew up his flesh. His spirit and the Black Lotus of Extinction were nowhere to be found. It seems to have gone to the North Devil world outside the domain. I didn't expect that Luo Shuji could prove the path to the mixed yuan and still be so powerful. It seems that he is still haunted by what happened back then. The crowd listened to understand. The original is the Taoist ancestor you bullied people Luo Shuhu. People, this is to come back to seek revenge. Monkey glanced at Hongjun with a strange look. Still as stable as an old dog. Daozu, see you do good. Complaining words at this time has no meaning. People Luo Shujio with an army of cultivators to come. Obviously want to slaughter the flood. Or a common boat. Hongjun, Taoist ancestor also called the Heavenly Court Haotian. Star God clans Changxi and Shiha. The Blood Sea Styx. Etc. The people are wide-eyed. Life and death enemies are arranged to be seated at the same table today. It is very awkward. When the crowd knew what was going on, they also gave up their preconceived notions of each other and got serious. Six Ears also mobilized all the great powers of the flood wasteland that could fight to come. And all of them gathered together to discuss strategies. And after several years had passed, they finally reached an agreement and split up into groups. Everything in the flood wasteland was tense. Mobilizing the power of the entire flood wasteland world. Setting up defenses from the inside out. Setting up 7 lines of defense to stop the invasion of the Northern Demon world. Chapter 114, 7 Arrangements to Welcome the Northern Demon Army. In the face of the massive invasion of the Northern Demon world, the various forces of the flood wasteland showed unprecedented generosity and righteousness. And according to the arrangements of the 3 Dao Saints, they began to set up their defense lines without any reservations. These 7 lines of defense were: the first line of defense, Saint Defense. By the flood, 11 saints and 6 Ears, a total of 12 people. In the flood world star field outside the chaos array to meet the enemy. The star god tribe set up the circumference of the stars in Duke's big array for the saints to enhance the attack and defense. At the same time, deployed 200,000 star god army as a frontline position guards to meet the opposite side of the first wave of the rush to kill. This was the most tragic line of defense. And there was almost no possibility of surviving. The second line of defense, the 8 great religions defense line, consisted of the 4 great religions belonging to the flood court and the 4 great religions belonging to the saints of the heavenly Tao. For a total of 8 religions congregations lined up in the heavenly beyond to meet the onslaught of enemies that had broken through the star god army's defense line. The 4 religions of the flood court and the 4 religions of the saints of the heavenly Tao have included almost all the scattered cultivators of the flood. And the ones who have appeared this time are all above the manpower of the Tai Golden Immortals. 8 big religions Tai Golden Immortal congregation add up to 50,000 people. Although not many people, but each one is elite. Led by the second monkey, Red Kong Horse Monkey. The third line of defense, the Heavenly Court defense line. After the sky beyond the sky, the following is the 33 heavens of the Heavenly Court. Is Haotian Heavenly Court Lingxiao Baotian is located. But also the important place of the Heavenly Court of the Machine. By the Heavenly Court, Haotian led the Heavenly Court forces and millions of Heavenly Court army in the 33 rushing heaven in line to stop the enemy army to the flood breakthrough. The fourth line of defense, the 10 heavens Hongting army defense line, consisted of millions of Hongting headquarters soldiers arrayed in the 10 heavens, becoming the backbone of the force blocking the outer realms armies, led by the 3 monkeys. The fifth line of defense, the 1 heavens Azura defense line, consisted of millions of Azura race armies from the underworld blood sea arrayed in the 1 heavens to block the outer realm armies from spreading out into the floodlands, led by the only 2 remaining demon kings of the Azura race, Lustful Heaven and Shiva. The sixth line of defense, the 4 directions Legion defense, was led by each of the 4 directions emperors of the flood court, who led a ministry of 200,000 men to protect the territories and living beings of the 4 major states. and to charge and kill the enemy armies that entered the 4 major states. The Queen Mother of the West will lead 1 million female immortals of the floodplains to support the 4 directions. The 7th line of defense. The 10,000 clans defense line consists of the 10,000 clans of the flood establishing a garrison force in their respective territories, and training all those who can fight to guard their respective territories and fight to the last man. The 7 lines of defense. Layers of defense. The more forward the line of defense, the stronger the battle, but also the more dangerous. If the 7th line of defense fails and people die out, then there is no need for the flood to exist. In the next 100 years, all the forces are not hiding. They all take out their reserves and rapidly improve the combat power of their respective departments. Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree was gripped bald. Yellow and the Li also left the branches. Within the floodplain, all of the best spiritual roots and fruits have been consumed. And at the same time, there are countless living beings whose cultivation has been broken through. All for the sake of victory. All for the sake of survival. Time was passing little by little. And in the midst of the chaos, that huge pressure was spreading towards the flood world. Getting closer and closer. Endless darkness rolled and surged like viscous ink, as if the primal fears of chaos were roaring uncontrollably. The Lord of the North Demon World, demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, was like a lord of darkness, standing silently at the bow of the flagship at the head, his divine sense scanning the flooded wasteland. A world that was once very familiar to him. The flagship was like a lofty mountain floating in the chaos. The ship's body was made of mysterious magic crystals and black meteorite iron, engraved with countless ancient and evil runes. Between the flashes of the runes, it seemed that there were thousands of devils struggling and hissing in it. And the devilish might emitted made the chaos airflow retreat. The huge sails were made of countless hideous demonic bones. And under the blowing of the chaotic wind, they emitted a strange creaking sound, as if the death knell of the end of the world was ringing in advance. There were countless terrifying chaos demons gathered on the ship, each with a massive pressure and strong spiritual energy. The second spirit ship that followed closely behind belonged to the heavenly Tao forces of the northern demon world. And this spirit ship carried the spirit of the heavenly Tao of the northern demon world, channeling the power of the heavenly Tao for the heavenly Tao forces. A harmonious Tao saint and 4 heavenly Tao saints stood at the bow of the boat. The ship's body shone with an icy silver aura, but the light was permeated with a morose chill, as if it was going to freeze all life in the world. On the deck, a group of cultivators dressed in silver and white battle armor were neatly arranged. Their faces were cold. Their eyes were filled with indifference to the rules and desire to control them. And their bodies were surrounded by wisps of heavenly Tao power. That power seemed neutral and peaceful. But at this moment, it was emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. The third spirit ship, carrying the light of the northern demon world's earth path, stood with an earth path harmonization saint and 3 earth path saints at its bow. The hull of the ship took on a deep earthy brown color, as if it was condensed from the essence of the earth and the chaos. Above the hull, there were flashes of earth-colored light from time to time, as if the anger of the earth was building up. The cultivators on the deck were dressed in heavy brown battle armor. They were stout and each of them exuded a calm and oppressive aura. The weapons in their hands exuded an ancient luster, as if they could dig into the earth and unleash endless disasters. The fourth spirit ship, carrying the eye of humanity of the northern demon world, had 1 humanity harmonization saint and 2 humanity saints on the bow. The ship's body emitted a faint golden aura, but this light did not give people a sense of warmth. Instead, it was permeated with a complex fireworks and obsession. The people on the deck are dressed in different costumes. There are literati-looking strategists plotting in a low voice. There are martial artists holding sharp blades full of ferocity. Although they come from the North Demon world of humanity, but has long been tainted with the devil, At this time people's eyes are frenzied and greedy. As if they want to grab everything that belongs to them in this invasion. That chaotic and noisy people's voices intertwined in the chaos. But also formed a kind of cacophony that makes people's scalp numb. The last spirit ship, carrying the seed of the northern demon world's Devil Dao, had a Devil Dao harmonization realm person and a Devil Dao saint on the bow. The ship's body was as black as night. And the surrounding devilish aura filled the air as if it was a monster crawling out of the depths of hell. The devil cultivators on the deck wore different styles of evil clothing. Some with bare breasts and evil totems painted on their bodies, others were shrouded in black robes, only revealing a pair of eyes that flashed with a bizarre red light. They laughed and screamed wantonly. And the demonic weapons in their hands exuded a bloody and evil atmosphere. As if they couldn't wait to set off a bloody killing in the flood world. 100,000 tiny golden immortals were spread out on top of these 5 spirit ships. Their auras converging together like raging black torrents, stirring up gusts of terrifying whirlpools in the chaos. With a wave of the devil ancestor Luo's hand, 5 large spirit ships lined up and approached the flood world. Wherever the spirit ships passed, the chaos was forcibly torn apart, emitting crackling and popping sounds, as if the chaos was letting out an unwilling roar. And the 100,000 tiny golden immortals shouted in unison, their demonic voices rolling and reverberating through the chaos, shaking the space with hidden trembles. The horns of the northern demon world continued to sound, full of greed and desire to destroy the flood world, giving people chills, as if the end was about to come. And the entire flood world was enveloped by this tense to the extreme atmosphere. And a catastrophe of doom was imminent. Chapter 115, The Chaos War. Finally, the North Demon Army arrived at the Chaos region at the edge of the flood. And the huge pressure of the flood world space distorted. Devil Luo impatiently jumped out of the flightship warship. Mixed Yuan Daluo 4 heavens of mighty pressure paved the sky to fly, releasing a huge skeleton phantom, shouting towards Hongjun, old thief. Can still recognize your Luo grandfather. Hongjun Taoist ancestor. No sadness. No joy. All this time, still pushy. See the crowd a burst of heart. The old ancestor returned, Luo Shuji. Old friend. Why such a large number of people? Make a big fuss. Put the lives of the 2 worlds at risk. Luo Shu laughed grotesquely and intimidated Hongjun, saying back, Hongjun, you are still so hypocritical and annoying. Back then when you slaughtered my flood demon race, how come you didn't say that you made a big deal out of it? It's just a matter of becoming a king and losing a bandit. Hongjun Daozu no Luo Shuji to seek revenge. Cannot sell themselves? Live this many yuan will be worth it. Want to fight again, Luo Shuhu? The past has become smoke. Today, you have any claims? Can be raised. The old road my life can also take. Can let the flood beings a way out. All beings hear the Taoist ancestor to take his own life for the life of all beings. The heart is incomparable shock. The Taoist ancestor good man can be so. 6 ears at this time also extend the monkey paw, pressed on the hand of Hongjun. Want to stop Hongjun stupid? Luo said. Old thief. You are still so hypocritical. Your life I will go to take. But the flood living souls are also dead. I want to flood the world of life and death. The fury is full of the sky. From now on, the world of the flood can only have the devil's way. Ha 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 ha. Hongjun see Luo Shuji Ironheart to kill. Also no longer have illusions. Face a sinking. Change the speed of the face. Is also a great. Looked around the saints. Shouted, both so. Then we will fight. 6 ears are very speechless. I knew that to fight. Lao Deng you bother to blindly vernacular what? Make us nervous. The 12 flood saints lined up. blocking the front of the northern demon world's army, each releasing their pressure and mobilizing their spiritual energy to the extreme, in order to minimize the damage to the flood world. The flood saints set the battlefield in the chaos at the edge of the flood, and the battle power of the three saints was affected. Their cultivation could only be exerted by about 80%. And Luo Shuhu in order to ensure the war power. Also do not know what secret method actually will be the North Devil world of heaven and earth. Human and Devil 4 origin directly to the spirit ship, close to the battlefield. The North Devil world of the saints on the contrary. The impact is not very big. This is also Luo Shu dare to come to challenge the bottom. The 15 saints of the northern demon world also jumped out of their spirit ships and lined up in an array, charging towards the flood saints, ready to open a gap and clear the way for the 100,000 Tai immortal army to charge into the flood. After the Taoist ancestor Hong Jun merged with the Tao, the method of one Qi transforming the three clearings could not be performed. And this was the shortcoming of the merged saints. The last time Lao Zi and Ping Xin fought, the three bilocations were injured in the origin, and have not yet recovered. Unable to go to war. The only one who can conjure up a bilocation is 6 Ears. And the 12 saints themselves plus the 3 bilocations of 6 Ears are exactly 15 saints, which can fight with the saints of the northern demon world. Dao ancestor Hong Jun versus Luo Shuhu. The 6 Ears proper versus the northern demon heavenly Dao hopping sage demon heaven. Nyangpingxin versus the northern demon earthly Dao hopping sage demon earth. Nuwa versus the northern demon humanitarian hopping sage demon. The 6 Ears in black versus the northern demon demonic hopping sage demon sect. The 3 clearings and the 6 Ears in white versus the 4 northern demon heavenly Dao sages. The Jin Yuanzi. The Sticks. And the red cloud versus the 3 earthly Dao sages of the northern demons. And the Kai Gui and Jianti versus the 2 humanitarian sages of the northern demons. The red robes 6 Ears against the north devils 1 devil Dao saint. Flood all souls release divine sense. Gazing at the sky. This saint war. Other people are unable to intervene. Go up to help is dead. But will help more and more chaotic. Everyone or their own line of defense. When it comes to their own turn. Not afraid to die on the line. Just pity the monkey. 1 person against 4 saints. There are 2 realm. Difficult Before the war, Luo Shuji had probed the flood saints. That only 12 saints. Confident that their extra 3 saints can be ahead of the flood. But who knows that the broken monkey can be a gas into 3 Qing. This is 3 more monkeys. Will own 15 saints outside the flood? Really hate. In the center of the battlefield. The 2 big brothers, Hong Jun and Luo Shuhu, had already started fighting. The Dao ancestor has the supreme treasure top creation rain butterfly on his head. The supreme treasuring Yang infinity sword in his left hand. And a pagoda in his right hand, called the 5 Elements Pagoda, which exudes a strong power of the 5 elements. 6 Ears probed. This 5 Elements Pagoda at least in the treasure. Monkey surprised is the Taoist ancestor is simply a bottomless pit. The old Denyu in the end how many treasures? This one will emerge look at all oozing. As for Luo Shuju opposite the Dao ancestor, his body was surrounded by demonic qi, as if the substantial darkness wrapped him tightly. That demonic qi was like a raging black giant wave, constantly rolling and roaring. Feet on the 12 black lotus of extinction. Left hand supreme treasure 9 devil tower. Right hand a big dark gun, called Jinmu gun. Also is supreme treasure grade. In an instant, both sides struck out at the same time. Hong Jun gently waved the yin and yang infinite sword. A bright sword aura was transformed into a stern light blade, tearing through the chaos, whistling toward Luo Shua. Luo Shuji is a roar of rage. The hands of the 9 devil pagoda shook, rolling demonic flames like a huge black python. teeth and claws to pounce on that blade of light. Immediately after, Hongjun sacrificed the Jade Ultimatum of creation. That Jade Ultimatum emits a mysterious 7-colored light. The great Tao runic symbols engraved on it instantly lit up, releasing a mighty force that suppresses heaven and earth. Luo Shu, also not willing to show weakness, took out the devil gun. The gun body haunts the rich bloody atmosphere, as if telling the past killing battle. When the Jade Ultimatum of creation and the demon suppressor gun collided together, the entire chaos trembled. Brilliant light and dark demonic flame intertwined and collided with each other, emitting a deafening roar. A circle of mana fluctuations like ripples spreading in all directions. Wherever they went, the chaotic air current was stirred up and turned upside down, as if the end of the world was coming. The scene was so grand that it made people's hearts tremble. These two monsters fight more and more courage. The hands of the spiritual treasure is not comparable. Powerful mana fluctuations shock the surrounding saints are also unable to maintain the shape of the two intentionally away from this side of the battlefield. To the depths of the chaotic fight and go. Taoist ancestor of the second level of cultivation in the chaos, is also equivalent to the fifth level of the realm of the mixed yuan, although slightly stronger than the Luo Shua. But want to defeat the Luo Shua? It seems impossible. The original Six Ears faced off against Demon Heaven, who was a harmonized Tao realm. Very handsome, with a pervasive Tao rhythm and holy might. Six Ears' feet on the 12th pure white lotus. The white lotus bloomed out of the holy light. Will be his steady support? As if a flower in the chaos of auspiciousness, against the four sides of the force. Above his head, the heavenly celebratory clouds. Auspicious clouds. Auspicious gas, which seems to have the shadows of the gods appear, constantly emitting a neutral and calm but powerful breath, to protect his body vitals. Six Ears' left hand holding the yin and yang 2-instrument lamp. The lamp flame flashes, sometimes dark as ink, representing the extreme yin, can devour all the vitality, sometimes white blaze like fire, symbolizing the pinnacle of the yang, can be burned out of all the evil in the world. Monkey's right hand gripped the god-slaying gun. The gun body haunts a rich bloody aura, as if from the ancient killing was born. Just the tip of the gun pointing place. The space is vaguely distorted. Seems to be afraid of the sharpness of this absolute murderous weapon. Surrounded by 36 sea god beads, each emitting bright light. They or fixed a space, or turned into an attack weapon, such as meteor-like shuttle, blocking the enemy's action. The end is mighty and domineering. Although the cultivation base is not as good as the magic sky, but on this body of heavy treasure, you magic sky look afraid of. Chapter 116, The Six Ears against the sky and the flat-heartedness of the earth. And the opposite side of the magic sky. The hands of only two pieces of treasure. Looking at the monkey full of spiritual treasures. The corner of the mouth straight twitching. Motherfucker. The flood can be really rich. A broken monkey body are so fancy. All the good treasure. Must get dead girl. Although the devil's sky only two treasures. But it is also the Taoist law is subtle. The devil's sky head of the heavenly opportunity disc. That disc seems to have a river of stars running. Destiny trajectory intertwined with them. Constantly flashing mysterious and unfathomable light. Can penetrate the world all the heavenly opportunity. As a way to prejudge the 6 ears of every action. Looking for a chance to take advantage of. The celestial abacus held in his hand. The beads crackled and flicked. Each flick seemed to be calculating the victory and loss of the battle. And it was as if he was casting some kind of bizarre spell, affecting the surrounding laws of the heavens and earth. 6 ears took the lead. And the flames of the yin-yang 2 easel lamp whistled out. And the yin-yang flames were like 2 giant dragons pouncing towards Devil's Sky. However, Devil's Sky was not panicked. The light of the heavenly chance plate on top of his head flashed, and a barrier appeared, blocking the attack of the yin and yang flames. Immediately after that, Six Ears' figure flashed, stepping on the 12 pure white lotus and lightning like approaching demon sky. The God Slayer gun in his hand violently stabbed out, the tip of the gun cutting through space and bringing up an ear-piercing whistling sound. With a wave of the heavenly chance abacus in Devil Sky's hand, the abacus beads flew out and transformed into a sharp arrow, colliding with the God Slayer gun and splashing a brilliant light. The sea-fixing divine bead also launched an attack at this moment, blasting towards Motion from all directions. For his part, Devil Heaven used the guidance of the heavenly chance abacus to flexibly dodge his body, while at the same time once again flicking the heavenly chance abacus in an attempt to disrupt the fluctuation of spiritual energy around Six Ears. For a time, light shone above the Motion. Energy fluctuations spread out like ripples, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be trembling for this intense battle. Both sides went back and forth. The battle became more and more intense, both wanting to completely defeat each other. Six Ears cultivation is only mixed Yuan Daluo 2 days. Then People Magic Day cultivation is not a little bit low. Good in the monkey all heavy treasure. Want to get dead Magic Day is very difficult. But the Magic Day want to defeat the monkey is not easy. The two of you back and forth. Fight is very intense. Looking at Empress Ping Xi inside, against Devil's Earth. Both of them were at the harmonization realm. But Devil's Earth was at the earthly harmonization's second heavenly realm. One small realm higher than Ping Xin. And this gap wasn't too big for a battle. Niang Pingxin stood proudly. The reincarnation purple lotus on her feet blossomed with a brilliant and mysterious purple aura. The lotus petals danced with the wind as if chanting an ancient song. Each petal contained the power of reincarnation, as if it could incorporate all things in the world into that endless cycle of life and death. In her left hand, she clutched the fragment of the jade disk of creation, which emitted an ancient and majestic light, which seemed to have thousands of stars flickering within it, and as if it hid the supreme mysteries of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. Each shimmering bead of light emanated the power of the earth's path, enough to reshape the earth and order of the world. The right hand is steadily holding the jade void glazed marigold. The glazed marigold body crystal clear, but through a sacred and inviolable breath. The light inside the marigold is dense. Dark ghost fire around the wick, emitting endless destruction of power. Wherever evil spirits are back, as if it can burn all the darkness and filth in the world. The side of the devil's land also has long been on standby. This great god, dark face, although palms of the earth, but the body has long been manipulated by the devil of the Luo Shujiu. Spiritual treasures and techniques contain a hint of magic power. The left hand of the North Devil's Book of the Earth suspended in mid-air, quickly unfolded. A page emitting a dark light of the paper flipped quickly. Layers of protective light covered then emerged. These light shields were like sturdy and incomparable fortresses, protecting the magic land tightly. The runes on top of the light shields flickered, and a low roar was faintly heard, as if it was the roar of demons from the ancient times, vowing to defend against all foreign invasions. The reincarnation pen in his right hand was like a black lightning bolt, whistling and stabbing towards Empress Ping Xin. The tip of the pen was surrounded by demonic chi. The demonic wind whistled, and in the wind, countless wronged souls could be seen struggling and hissing, their pain and grievances converging into a powerful attack, seemingly wanting to devour Empress Ping Xion's soul in one fell swoop. Underneath the magic land, the huge black crystal stone shone with a strange light, the light spreading along the ground, providing the entire magic land with a constant stream of support from the power of the earth's path, causing the defense and attacks of the magic land to become more and more ferocious. With a gaze like electricity, Empress Pingxin snorted coldly and took the lead in launching her attack, only to see her left hand wave. The jade disk of creation fragment instantly shot out an incomparably bright light. That light was like an absolute divine sword, carrying the might of opening up the heavens and the earth, chopping straight towards the protective light shield of the demon lands. Wherever the light passed through, space was torn through a black gap, emitting a crackling sound, as if the entire chaos was trembling for it. The protective light shield of the Devil's Earth sensed this powerful threat. The runes flickered even more violently, and the Earth album flipped madly in an attempt to strengthen its defense. However, the light from the fragment of the jade disk of creation was simply too powerful, cutting through layer after layer of protective light shields and pushing straight towards the demon Earth's main body. After the creation rain butterfly broke through the Earth measure defense, its light dimmed and the Devil Earth blocked it with the reincarnation pen. At the same time, the reincarnation pen of the Devil's ground also sped up, and the devilish wind became even more rampant, sweeping towards Empress Ping Xin. However, Empress Ping Xin did not panic. Her right hand flicked out, and a holy power surged out from the jade void-glazed marigold, like a torrential river, and met it towards the raging demonic wind. The two forces collided together, and immediately erupted into a terrifying roar, with light splattering in all directions, as the demonic wind and the power of holiness intertwined and devoured each other, forming a huge vortex of energy that swept everything around it into it. The reincarnation purple lotus under the feet of Empress Pingxin was also not idle. The purple aura on the lotus petals became more and more intense, releasing countless refining shadows to converge into chains. And a purple chain like a spirit snake scurried out and wrapped itself around the reincarnation pen towards the Devil's ground. The reincarnation pen struggled hard to get rid of these chains, the tip of the pen continuously releasing stronger and stronger demonic chi in an attempt to fuse the chains. However, the chains of the reincarnation purple lotus were incredibly tough, getting tighter and tighter as they wrapped around, gradually restricting the movements of the reincarnation pen. Sensing the crisis, the crystal stone of the magic ground shone brightly, channeling more magic power to the reincarnation pen and the protective light shield. The reincarnation pen was empowered by the magic power and violently broke free from some of its chains, stabbing towards the Pingxin Yang once again. Yang Pingxin's eyes stared, and her hands fired at the same time, and the jade disk of creation fragments once again shot out rays of light, converging with the holy power of the jade void-glazed marigold to form an even more powerful wave of attack, blasting towards the reincarnation pen and the protection of the Devil's ground in one fell swoop. This collision was even more shocking to the heavens and earth. The entire chaotic space shook violently. The chaotic mists were stirred up, and the intertwining of light and magic made this heaven and earth seem to fall into an apocalyptic frenzy. Pingxin understand. This North Devil, in addition to an extreme spiritual treasure reincarnation pen, can fight. The other two extreme spiritual treasure is the main defense. Hall North Devil World Earth Road in charge. Even a piece of the supreme treasure also do not have. Really shabby. Ping Xin also came to the spirit. It is not difficult. Both sides, you and me. The battle is more and more intense. Every attack and defense are about life and death. This chaotic war. I do not know when to be able to distinguish between victory and defeat. Chapter 117, Humanity vs. Manhwa's Little Temper has long wielded the red embroidery ball to find the devil. The devil is actually a beautiful girl. Just a little bit of a big black mole in the center of the eyebrow. Very conspicuous. A good face is considered to be ruined. Or Manhwa is a bit better looking, graceful and elegant, surrounded by a soft but sacred light, normally with a red embroidered ball. You can walk horizontally in the floodplains. All the people in the floodplains are involved in the cause and effect, and they are not so bad as to kill each other. But today is different. Facing a strong enemy in the outer domain, Manhwa is not bottomless in her heart, taking out more family base to fight against. her left hand steadily holding the red embroidered ball. The red embroidered ball is like a burning star. Blooming eye-catching red light. The light seems to have silk red thread shuttle winding, as if carrying the fate of all things in the world. Mysterious and unpredictable. In his right hand, he was holding the demon recruiting gourd tightly. And the mouth of the gourd was faintly emitting a strange and profound aura, as if it was connected to another world of demonic spirits, and could summon countless demonic spirits to help in the battle with just a single thought. She wore a heaven-fixing pin on her head, and that heaven-fixing pin was glittering, and the runes on it flowed as if it contained the supreme greatness of fixing heaven and earth and the dry heavens. And with just a gentle vibration, it would be able to stabilize the shaking Hongming space. What is even more remarkable is that Manhwa is surrounded by 4 precious swords, which have a chilly light and a crisscross of sword chi, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds, as if they were telling of their longing to drink blood and kill the enemy in this great battle and show off their sharpness. Manhwa is a little rich woman, with many magic treasures in her hands, and today she has lit up a few more superb items. Among the saints of the flood, Manhwa is the only one who hasn't been wool-gathered by monkeys. So her family's foundation is still very solid. And there are still 10 or so superb items in her yuanshan that haven't been revealed. The demon mother who was fighting against her also had an extraordinary aura, showing her majesty. Her left hand was holding an extreme creation whip, which was like a spiritual snake, gently dancing in her hand, but bringing up bursts of spatial distortions and fluctuations. Every time she waved it, it was as if she could rewrite the rules of creation between heaven and earth, reshaping the destiny of everything in the world. The right hand gripped the extreme human sword. This sword body is transparent, faintly glowing with a ghostly blue light. The sword body is inscribed with ancient runes. Whenever the sword chirps, as if the cries and prayers of the living beings can be heard, it seems that if this sword goes down, it will be able to cut through all the falsehoods and evil spirits in the world. The Devil Mother had a Dao Yuan umbrella on her head, which could not be seen as a product grade, but vaguely had the Dao rhythm of a supreme treasure. The umbrella opened up a bright and brilliant light curtain. Above the light curtain, runes flashed non-stop, as if it formed an impenetrable defense line, resisting attacks from all directions. Manhwa incomparably hate the incoming enemy. Originally, we all live a good life. You have to come here to find trouble. Killed regardless. Must be beaten pain. Manhwa was the first to strike. She softly drank. Her left hand violently threw out the red embroidered ball, which instantly transformed into a huge red light, like a blazing red sun, carrying a heaven-destroying aura, crushing towards the demon mother. At the same time, the demon recruiting gourd in Manhwa's right hand was slightly tilted, and immediately, a ghastly demonic wind whistled out, and countless demonic spirits of various shapes and forms, with teeth and claws flailing, swarmed out of the gourd. And they let out gusts of mournful hissing, pouncing like a tidal wave towards the demon lady. The Devil Mother, however, did not change her color and was calm and collected, much more stable than Manhwa, only to see the Dao Yuan umbrella above her head spinning up at a rapid speed, showering down a brilliant and thick curtain of light, which was like a huge shield, blocking all of the red embroidered ball's light as well as the raging demonic spirit attacks in a steady manner. Immediately afterward, the demon empress waved her creation whip, which instantly transformed into a whip shadow that densely lashed towards Manhwa. Wherever the whip shadows passed, space was torn through a shocking black gap, as if this chaotic space was going to be completely shattered by this force. Manhwa's figure flickered and disappeared in place like a phantom, avoiding the powerful strike. Afterward, the 4 precious swords around her body roared out in unison, transforming into 4 brilliant sword shadows that collided with the demon lady's creation whip. For a time, the sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. Sparks splashed in all directions, and brilliant rays of light erupted everywhere within the Chaos Bell. Just like fireworks blooming, the two of them went back and forth, not giving way to each other. And their Tao magic aptitudes came out in an endless stream. Manhwa threw out the heaven-defining hairpin from time to time, and the heaven-defining hairpin shot out a ray of heaven-defining light in an attempt to freeze the demon lady's form so that she could deliver a fatal blow. For her part, the demoness skillfully diffused Manhwa's attacks with the sharp sword moves of the Sword of Man, while at the same time, she was looking for Manhwa's breaks and preparing to deal a heavy blow to her opponent. The battle within the Chaos Bell was intense beyond imagination. Every attack and defense was accompanied by distortions in space, flashes of light, and crazy surges of energy. This chaotic space could no longer withstand the aftermath of the two men's battle and could collapse and disintegrate at any time. So much so that the space shattered, forming countless Sumeru worlds. Six Ears in Black stopped the Devil Plan, head of the extreme Qiankuan figure. The last time the 6 soul streamers to the Queen Mother of the West. The monkey will be this used to be the old man's treasure of Qiankuan, used in the Black 6 Ears. Defense is very powerful. The black-clothed 6 Ears left hand steadily holding the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell is ancient and heavy. The bell body is filled with chaos gas. Vaguely comes from the dull buzzing. Every slight shake can make the surrounding chaos space ripples. Seems to be this endless chaos into its control. Usually the 6 Ears are set this party treasure in the head defense. Do not know the Chaos Bell is the most awesome or attack. Black right hand. On the other hand, tightly holding the Chaos Gourd. Gourd mouth exudes a ghostly black light. The household has formed a small mysterious chaos world. A steady stream of chaotic power for the spiritual treasure. At any time can gush out the destructive power of the heavens and the earth. This Chaos Gourd was growing. And in the midst of the chaos, it was vaguely a bit like a chaos spiritual treasure. As for the demon sect that confronted him, he stepped on the purple and gold skeleton, which flickered with a bizarre light. And there seemed to be a ghostly fire burning in the hollow eye sockets. And every step he took caused the chaotic space under his feet to tremble slightly, as if it carried an eerie chill from the 9 hells. With his left hand, he waved a 5-clawed demonic hook, which was incredibly sharp, with evil runes inscribed on the hook. And with every swing, it brought up a black demonic shadow, which whistled and swooped in all directions. The right hand clutched the demon sect sword. This sword had a strong demonic aura surrounding it as soon as it was released, and the blade was glowing with a blood-red color. It was hardened with the blood of countless living beings, and it exuded a gut-wrenching bloody aura. Black 6 Ears' heart muttered, "I just a split. Let me deal with a harmonious Tao realm. People are still outside the domain of the Devil Plan. The work method is strange. We have never seen. I monkey heart no bottom ah." However, the original body 6 Ears made the decision, and black clothes could only carry it out, wielding the spiritual power of the mixed Yuan Dala 2 heavens to the extreme. Chapter 118, Without the Immortal Sword. Tong Tian can still fight. 6 Ears violently shook the Chaos Bell in his left hand, and in an instant, the Chaos Bell let out a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth. And the sound of the bell swept toward the demon sect like waves. Wherever that bell passed, chaos space was forcibly torn through a crack, and raging chaos power surged out crazily along the crack, surging and surging towards the demon sect. At the same time, the mouth of the Chaos Gourd in 6 Ears' right hand turned, and a chaos chi jetted out like a black torrent, echoing with the sound of the bell, forming an even more powerful attacking force that also raced towards the demon sect. Devil sect, however, is not willing to show weakness. The purple and gold skeleton under his feet suddenly shines brightly. A purple and gold light rises up to the sky, hard to block the impact of the Chaos Bell's bell. but also be subdued to the unsteady figure. This skeleton seems to be absolutely non-extraordinary as well. Then, the 5-clawed devil hook in his left hand swung fiercely. 5 black devil shadows like an arrow out of the string toward the 6 ears of the chaos chi pounced. Where the devil shadows passed through, the chaos chi were dyed black, gradually lost its light, and retreated back to the gourd. The devil sect's sword in his right hand was raised high and he recited words under his breath. And in an instant, the devil sect's sword's devil chi skyrocketed and transformed into a huge devil shadow that slashed towards 6 ears with its teeth and claws open. This devil shadow had a huge figure, and every time it swung its claws, it could cause a large area of chaotic space to collapse. And its power was astonishing. Seeing this, the black-clothed 6 ears, the extreme Chin-Kuan diagram on top of his head instantly shone with light. And as if the mountains, rivers, stars, sun, and moon in the diagram had come to life. A ray of light shot out from the diagram and collided with that demonic shadow. For a moment, the light and the devil shadow intertwined with each other, erupting in brilliant brilliance. The chaotic space was like fireworks blossoming, yet accompanied by the sound of intense energy collision. 6 ears figure flickered. Then he shook the chaos bell once again, and the sound of the bell became even more urgent, blasting wave after wave towards the demon sect. At the same time, the chaos gourd once again spewed out an even more powerful chaotic force, working in tandem with the sound of the bell, forming a powerful net of attacks in an attempt to completely suppress the demon sect. Seeing that 6th ear's attack was powerful, the devil sect hurriedly disappeared into the purple gold skeleton to ward off all attacks, at the same time releasing endless demonic chi and countless demonic shadows, constantly confusing the black-clothed 6th ear's Yuanshan. The black-clothed 6th ear's eyes constantly floated in front of the former past. This is the devil sect inflicting the 6th ear in black's heart demons. And black 6 ears after all is not the body. Not that much thought and feelings. The body is to let me come to get you dead. As for the broken monkey past dross, that is the body of the matter. With me this split what has to do. The black-clothed doppelganger woke up moments later after a short period of confusion. On the ground, he sacrificed the chaos bell to fix space. And the bell continued to ring, emitting heaven-destroying spiritual power fluctuations. The devil clan is really afraid of those magic treasures of the 6 ears, and was beaten to doubt life. I am the demon general of the North Demon world, and the harmonized sage of the demon road. But I am actually so bad. The black-clothed 6 ears did not expect this devil sect to be so weak, and was also convinced. In fact, it is not strange. The devil's way after all for the small way. In addition to Luo Shu, this perversion chaos demon god can do. Other worlds are simply impossible to appear. Now the North Devil world. Was Luo Shu messy? Heaven and earth and human 3 road are affected by the devil. Really let a person saddened. Then look at the 3 Qing side. Tong Tian great show of power. Using the immortal execution sword array, a shot will be 4 North Devil heavenly Tao saints trapped in the array. These 4 heavenly Tao saints, called the heavenly left Taoist, heavenly right Taoist, heavenly former Taoist, heavenly harem Taoist. 3 men and 1 woman. That heavenly Ho Taoist was a little beauty. Very wow. However, the Hongjun Taoist ancestor has said that this sword array is not 4 saints is not scary. That is to say, as long as there are 4 saints on the other side of the people, then the array can be broken. Sure enough, a few moments later, the 4 saints of the North Devil seem to be very familiar with the sword formation, accurately finding the formation's eyelet, each plucking an immortal sword and breaking out of the formation. This put Tong Tian look dumbfounded. My sword array is how everyone can break a. In fact, It is not new. This immortal execution sword formation originally is the people Luo Shu's treasure. And then the Taoist devil's battle. The Taoist ancestor to defeat the devil Luo Shu. Luo Shu liked focus on escape. Only stole the feet of the 12 products of the extinction of the world's Black Lotus. Will be the immortal execution sword formation? The immortal execution formation. The God Slayer gun and other heavy treasures to be thrown in the battlefield. The Tao ancestor put them away. Luo Shuji attaches great importance to the immortal execution sword formation. After escaping to the North Devil's world, he had refined 4 heavenly devil swords and wanted to recreate the immortal execution sword formation, which later failed. But its gongfa was circulated. The heavenly Tao saints of the North Devil have also seen it all. And they know it like the back of their hand if they want to break this formation. There's no way around it. It's better to do the fight one-on-one. Tong Tian took out a few more extreme items and radiated a brilliant light around his body. On top of his head, he cleared the treasure pearl, which flickered with a mysterious ethereal light, vaguely containing a heaven-opening greatness that could purify all evil spirits and filth. His left hand held the life knife steadily, and the runes flowed above the life knife, each of which seemed to be telling the mystery of the cycle of life and death, emitting a chilling aura of ferocity. His right hand was holding the 9 dragons tripod, which had 9 giant dragons that were as vivid as if they would break free from the tripod at any time and roar out, stirring up the wind and clouds. The heavenly Tao sage Tian Zui of the North Devil world, with the Qingjing treasure basin on his head. That treasure basin exudes a soft clear light, which contrasts sharply with the darkness of this chaos. And wherever the clear light reaches, the chaotic qi even becomes docile and slowly disperses. Heaven left sage left hand holding the left yuan duster. Duster's silk tapestry gently fluttering, but seems to have the sharpness of cutting space. Every swing has brought up a subtle space cracks. Issued his sound. In his right hand, he was holding the heaven-breaking fork high in the air. And above the body of the fork, electricity flickered, and crackling electric currents jumped at the tip of the fork, containing power that could shatter the heavens. Sage Tong Tian was the first to launch an attack. With a low cry from his mouth, the 9-dragon cauldron instantly flew up, its mouth facing downwards. And the 9 giant dragons roared in unison as if they had received the call to charge, lunging towards the heavenly left sage with a heaven-destroying aura. Wherever the 9 dragons passed, the chaotic qi was hardened and ripped open a channel. The powerful air currents whistled like a raging tsunami. The heavenly left sage, however, was not panicked. And the Zhuo Yuan whisk in his hand gently swung. And that seemingly gentle swing brought up a brilliant radiance. The light transformed into a sharp blade and met the 9 dragons that pounced. Bang bang bang. The sharp blades and the 9 dragons collided together, emitting a deafening roar. And for a moment, sparks flew in all directions. And the chaotic qi was stirred into even more chaos by the power of this collision. Seeing that the 9 dragons' cauldron's attack was blocked, Saint Tongtian's figure flashed, bullying his way up like a bolt of lightning. The life knife in his hand was raised high and slashed fiercely towards the heavenly left sage. This blade contained the power of Tong Tian sage's control over life and death, as if he wanted to erase Tian Zui's sage directly from this chaos. The heaven's left sage's face was grave, and the light of the Qingjing treasure basin above his head flourished, forming a sturdy shield. The destiny blade slashed against the shield, emitting a toothsome friction sound and splashing a dazzling light. However, the power of Sage Tongtian's slash was too powerful, and despite the resistance of the Qingjing treasure basin, Sage Tianzuo was still shaken backward a few steps. Chapter 119, The First Heavenly Father is on fire. After the heaven left sage stabilized his stance, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. The heaven-breaking fork in his right hand violently stabbed forward, and the electricity on the tip of the fork instantly converged into a thick thunderbolt, like a roaring thunder dragon, and blasted towards the Tongtian sage. This lightning was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the Tongtian sage. Tongtian Saint did not dare to underestimate. On the Qing treasure pearl instantly released a powerful purification power to meet that bombardment of thunder and lightning. The purifying power and the thunderbolt collided together, and at once, a bright and incomparable light erupted from the chaos, as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the surrounding chaotic aura. Both sides went back and forth, with all sorts of subtle Tao laws coming out. The Tongtian sage's lifeblade was constantly waved, each blade carrying a different force of law, either as a stagnation of time or a distortion of space. The heavenly left sage's Zui Yuan whisk was also not willing to show weakness, sometimes transforming into a roiling star and enveloping towards the Tongtian sage. At other times, it turned into a sharp spike, attempting to pierce through the Tongtian sage's defense. In the past, just no Tongtian saint carrying 4 immortal swords. Everywhere dislike heaven and earth. Originally thought that there is nothing special. Today only saw the real strength of people. Without the 4 pieces of the immortal Punisher, Tongtian Saint is still the most powerful heavenly saint. On the side of the primordial sage, he was also cautious, because the enemy on the opposite side, he didn't know anything about himself. At the same time, the beginning sage was also lamenting. Usually in the floodplain everyone fights and fights. Is it all for something? Go to now, only to realize we really should face not our own family members, but the strong extraterritorial enemy. Also came to the spirit. Do not leave no stone unturned. First Heavenly Father breath climbed. The body of the spiritual light released, such as stars to light up this chaotic place. He head of flowers wonderful fall flag. The flag hunting, but do not see the wind. The flag on the flowers, as if there are 4 seasons of flowers bloom at the same time. Petals fluttering between, vaguely exudes can set the mind against all kinds of evil spirits of the strange aroma. This flag is a guardian of heaven and earth, is a barrier to the right way. His left hand was holding the blood symbol Book of Solace. The dark red light above the blood symbol was flickering. Each blood symbol seemed to contain the curse of a wronged soul, emitting a creepy and eerie aura. As if with a single thought, he could hook away the souls of living beings and make them fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. The right hand steadily supported the yin and yang furnace. The furnace body black and white. Yin and yang two qi in which the flow of endless. From time to time there are wisps of light from the mouth of the furnace spewed out, as if pregnant with a majestic power that can subvert the heaven and earth. The heaven right sage who confronted him also had an extraordinary aura. His feet stepped on the heaven swallowing diagram. That scroll unfolded. Vaguely has the momentum of devouring everything. Can be part of the chaotic heaven and earth are included in it? The picture painted many hideous beasts. Seems to be roaring to break through the scroll, ravaging this world. In his left hand, he held the blazing sun ball. The ball was blazing hot, as if it was a small sun, emitting a dazzling light. And wherever that light went, the chaos chi was scorched and boiled, and bursts of heat waves rolled over in the chaos. In his right hand, he was holding a cold ice vial, and the vial emitted a bone-chilling coldness, with wisps of cold spreading out, able to make the surrounding chaotic chi instantly condense into ice, forming a world of ice crystals. The heaven's right sage was the first to attack, only to see him throw his left hand violently. The blazing sun orb was like a burning meteor, trailing a long trailing flame as it whistled towards the origin Heavenly Father. Wherever it passed, the chaotic chi was burned red, forming a blazing channel, and the heat seemed to be able to turn everything into ashes. Tianzuan Yuanshi's face was grave. And the yin-yang furnace in his right hand instantly shone brightly. The yin and yang qi spewing out from the mouth of the furnace quickly intermingled, transforming into a black and white barrier that met the incoming fiery sunball. Boom! With a loud bang, the blazing sunball and the yin-yang barrier collided together, immediately erupting into a dazzling burst of light. The light was as blinding as the blazing sun, illuminating the surrounding chaotic aura. The high temperature and the power of yin and yang impacted each other, and it was as if a huge storm had been set off in the chaos, with the air currents whistling and deafening. Seeing that the fiery sunball's attack was not fully successful, the right sage of heaven raised his right hand, and the cold ice file came out of his hand. Cold ice file rotated in the air rapidly. The cold gas became more and more intense, instantly froze the surrounding chaotic gas into a huge ice field. The ice crystals on the ice field flashed with cold light, spreading towards the first Heavenly Father. The first Heavenly Father didn't dare to be slow. The blood symbol book of solace in his left hand flipped up, and a page of blood symbols broke free from the binding of the pages and turned into a stream of blood-red light that flew towards the cold ice file. Blood and ice file encounter. Blood on the eerie atmosphere and ice on the bone-chilling coldness collide with each other. Issued ZZ sound. For a time, the chaos in the red and blue reflecting, the two similar bizarre power constantly competing, is very strange. At this time, the flower myriad falling flag above the head of the first Heavenly Father also exerted its power. The flourishing flowers on the flag's surface transformed into countless colored points of light, like a shower of colorful flowers drifting down and sprinkling on top of that ice plane. Wherever the rain of flowers went, the ice planes began to melt, and the strange fragrance seemed to dispel the coldness of the ice, restoring the flow of the frozen chaos chi. Seeing this, the heaven's right sage's heaven-swallowing diagram under his feet violently rolled, and a powerful devouring force surged out of the diagram and swept towards Tianzuan Yuanshi. This devouring force seemed to be able to incorporate everything into the diagram, including the falling flowers and rain, the flying blood symbols, and the divine aura emanating from the origin Heavenly Father. Tianzuan Yuanshi's face was stoic as the yin-yang furnace in his right hand once again powered up. He manipulated the yin-yang furnace and transformed the two qi of yin and yang within the furnace into two giant dragons. One black for yin and one white for yang. The two giant dragons roared and rushed towards the devouring force, and after a fierce battle with it, they managed to block it. Tianzuan Yuanshi's blood symbol solicitation book kept flipping, and the blood symbols transformed into various forms to attack the heaven's right sage. Sometimes as ferocious evil ghosts, sometimes as sharp arrows. His yin-yang furnace also constantly changed its output of yin-yang power, either as a shield for defense or a sharp blade for attack. The heaven's right sage's fiery sunball and cold ice file worked well together, with the fiery sunball being responsible for the high temperature attacks and the cold ice file creating freezing hindrances, while his heaven-swallowing diagram released devouring power every now and then in an attempt to devour all of the power of the primordial Heavenly Father. This great battle in the chaos, its degree of intensity beyond imagination. The Tao of the subtle is even more breathtaking. Two saints in the depths of the chaos launched a life and death competition. The chaos of the gas is still in the turbulent surge. Witnessed the continuation of the battle, waiting for the final victory or defeat is revealed. All the spirits of the flood have seen the supreme magic of the first Heavenly Father. So it turns out that the first sage usually hides himself, and when dealing with the spirits of the flood and the sixth ear, he has not used his full strength at all. We also once complained about the saint. In fact, people have long been merciful. All the spirits prayed for their own saints, and Shangxi and Shihi endeavored to catalyze the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation to add their gongs to the flood saints. Chapter 120, I'm also very angry. Lao Zi's strength is unfathomable against the heavenly left sage of the northern demon world. Lao Zi waves, face without joy, anger and sadness. Immortal style. White clothes. Very elegant. He head of the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Gongda Linglong Tower. This tower emits a bright Xianhuan light. The light of the place. The chaos of the gas are combed in order. This tower has the supreme power to stabilize the Qiankankan. The qi of merit and virtue on the tower kept flowing, providing Lao Zi with a powerful force of merit and virtue, which was a supreme treasure condensed from the merit and virtue of the opening of the heavens. And the defense was unparalleled. The left hand holds a coiled dragon flat abduction, which was originally measured by the Taoist ancestor to the head of the male immortals of the East Kingdong's treasure. And then in the demon war damaged. I do not know how the old man picked up. After repair. Or a supreme artifact. On the flat crutch. A coiled dragon is vivid. Dragon scales flashing with cold metal luster. Whenever Lao Zi waved his flat crutch, a burst of dragon roars resounded through the chaos. And it was as if the dragon was trying to break free of the flat crutch and charge at the enemy with a mighty power that destroyed the sky and the earth. In his right hand, he was holding the Tai Sui whip, which was condensed from the mysterious Tai Sui essence. And the whip had a hidden aura of the ages flowing through it, breaking the boundaries of space and time between swings, and plunging the enemy into an endless time turbulence. The 8 trigrams furnace under the feet is emitting a blazing flame. The flame in the furnace jumps, containing the supreme principle that everything in the world is born together. And once that flame gushes out, it will be able to turn everything into ashes. The opposite Tianqian sage had a tiger's back and waist, powerful and domineering. His feet stepped on the mountain and river map. That scroll unfolded. Inside the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars, a complete small thousand worlds were compressed in it. And the power of a small thousand worlds could be used to enchant the Tianqian sage. As his footsteps moved, the sound of rushing rivers and undulating mountains faintly emanated from the mountain and river diagram, which could involve the enemy directly into the world of that diagram, causing him to be lost in the endless changes of mountains and rivers. Tianqian held the mountain river seal in his left hand. And as soon as this seal came out, a thick force of mountains and rivers filled the air. It was the power that had gathered the spirits of countless mountains and rivers. And the mountain and river patterns on the seal were clearly visible. Each pattern was like a majestic mountain. And once it fell, it would be like millions of mountains pressing down at the same time, enough to crush any enemy to smithereens. The earth-cracking hook in his right hand was emitting a harsh cold light. And there was a strange flow of magic power above the hook body, which could easily tear apart this chaotic heaven and earth, and split the earth into 2 halves. The water elemental beads that surrounded his body. One crystal clear but containing majestic water elemental power. These water elemental beads echoed each other, ready to transform into a monstrous flood, submerging everything in an endless ocean. This Tianqian former saint was not too easy to deal with. Covered in extremely heavy treasures, placed in the floodplains is also a rich household. Lao Zi was also ruthless, and was very greedy for the treasures on people's bodies. He waved his coiled dragon flat crutch, and that flat crutch instantly released a huge coiled dragon, pouncing towards the Tianqian saint with its teeth and claws wide open. The 8 trigrams furnace under his feet erupted with flames, wrapping around the enemy like a fiery snake. Heaven before the saint was also not willing to show weakness. Under the feet of the mountain and river map light flashed. The pouncing coiled dragon actually had the tendency to be swept into the map. And the flame was also by the mountain and river map and the river water constantly blocking the abatement. Immediately afterward, the former sage of heaven lifted up the mountain and river seal and slammed it down fiercely towards Lao Zi. The heavy mountain and river power pressing down like a mountain and river. Lao Zi, however, did not flash and did not avoid. The heaven and earth Xianhuan Gongda Lingdalong tower on the top of his head glowed brightly. Hard to block this blow. The runes on the tower flashed more violently, seemingly fighting against the power of that mountain and river. carrying the power of the mountains and rivers with his body. The old man was also smashed and dizzy. And he thought that he was careless. But fortunately I have a hard shell. Then, the cracking hook in the right hand of the former saint of heaven swung out violently. And a cold light flashed towards the 8 trigrams furnace at Laozi's feet with the intention of destroying this powerful magic treasure. Seeing this, Laozi's right hand's Tai Sui whip instantly swung out. The whip body collided with the earth-splitting hook. And for a moment, light splashed everywhere in the chaos. Time and space were all misplaced at this moment. And bursts of roaring sounds were deafening. The water elemental beads that surrounded the Tianqian sage's circumference also attacked at that moment, turning into a rolling flood that swept towards Laozi. Laozi hand-coiled dragon flat crutch again waved, drawing a mysterious runes in the air. Those runes and the flood met. But the flood was stopped, turned into a piece of water vapor floating in the chaos. Look at this way. 2 people and have to fight it. A moment and a half cannot see who is strong and who is weak. The white-clothed 6 ears head looked at the opposite side of the sister, looking very fascinated. Fortunately not the 6 ears body in. The opposite side of this heavenly queen saint is not right. Is really not right. This heavenly empress life, born that was flirtatious and charming. Her movements seductive. Her figure exquisite. And her clothes were still very revealing. The magic treasure on the body exudes strange laws, affecting people's yuan shun. The good thing is that the white-clothed 6 ears is just an alter ego. There is no independent yuan shun. Instead, it will not be affected much. The white-clothed 6 ears had a taiji diagram on top of his head, which slowly rotated, with black and white rays mingling and entwining with each other, releasing the most primitive yin and yang way of the heavens and earth. The diagram contained endless power of creation, capable of opening up the Hongmang and resetting the universe. And the light it emitted combed the surrounding chaotic qi, forming a strange stream of qi. In his left hand, he held the merit creator whip, which was forged by condensing the power of countless merits and virtues. The body of the whip has a hidden light flickering, as if engraved with all kinds of legends at the beginning of the birth of mankind. Every swing can give all things to the spirit of wisdom, with a breath of creation and new life. But if it is used as an attack weapon, its power is also not to be underestimated. Whip shadow can easily tear through the barrier of chaos. The right hand is holding the heaven and earth Xianhuang merit and virtue measuring ruler. This measuring ruler emits the heaven and earth Xianhuang color light. This ruler can measure the size of heaven and earth in Shenkuan, and can play a destructive power in the battle. Gently swing. Can draw a bottomless chasm in the chaos. Can split the chaos space into 2. The heavenly empress sage. Her feet stepped on the spirit cloud, which was emitting colorful light, holding her delicate figure, adding a few more points of spirituality and delicacy. Left hand holding a purple rui. This purple rui out. There will be a seductive purple fog spread out. Fog seems to have all kinds of tempting scenes emerge. Let a person's mind in the unknowingly will be affected. Fall into that illusory temptation difficult to extricate themselves. In his right hand, he embraced the bewildering yuan qin, which was beautifully modeled. And the strings of the qin shimmered with a strange light. When she lightly plucked the strings of the zither with her delicate fingers, a bewildering wave of sound would ripple out, which could directly attack the opponent's yuan shun, causing it to fall into a state of confusion and insanity, as if it could rip all of one's souls out of one's shell. The yuan collection bottle above his head was an even more powerful magic treasure. The mouth of the bottle exuded a powerful suction force, capable of taking the opponent's yuan qi and even yuan shen into the bottle and turning it into his own. Heavenly Queen Sage. Relying on this yuan shen attack spirit treasure and a handful of masterpieces, even Luo Shuji couldn't carry it off. And it's hard to find an enemy in the northern demon world. Chapter 121, I'm an alter ego. What are you tempting me for? The battle opened in silence. The white six ears do not want to see that bitch scratching her head. No feeling. I am just a splitter. What are you tempting me to do? Swinging the merit creator whip and it lashed over. I'll let you flail. The body of the whip brought up a brilliant light and struck the heavenly Empress Sage like a meteor. The Taiji diagram above his head rotated at a steeply accelerated speed. And the black and white rays of light intertwined to form a shield of light, protecting himself against the heavenly Empress Sage's counterattack. When the heavenly Empress Sage saw this, the corner of her mouth hooked into a seductive smile. The seductive purple rui in her left hand gently waved. And that purple mist instantly surged towards the white-clothed six ears, attempting to envelop him in it and make him get lost in that illusory world of seduction. At the same time, the fingers of his right hand flicked on the confusing yuan sheen, and a sharp sound wave shot straight towards the white-clothed six ears. And wherever the sound wave passed through, the chaotic chi was shaken to the point that it trembled violently. The white-clothed six ears was at a loss in the face of the dual attack of the purple mist and the sound wave, not having seen this kind of bizarre gong method before. The heaven and earth Xianhuang merit measuring ruler in his right hand swung violently, and a majestic power erupted from the ruler, dispersing the purple mist instantly. At the same time that sound wave impacted on the heaven measuring ruler, it only stirred up a brilliant light. Fortunately, this attack was not great and did not cause substantial damage to him. Immediately afterward, the mouth of the Yuan collection vase above the heavenly Empress Sage's head opened wide, and a powerful suction force swept towards the white-clothed six ears in an attempt to take in his Yuan Qi and Yuan Shen into the vase. The white-clothed six ears hurriedly enhanced the light of the Taiji diagram above his head once again, forming an even stronger barrier against the suction force. And then, the white-clothed six ears swung out another whip, this time directly towards the confusing Yuan Qin in the arms of the heavenly Empress Sage, wanting to destroy this powerful magic treasure that could attack the Yuan Shen. For her part, the heavenly Empress Sage's figure flickered, the spirit cloud on her feet carrying her to quickly dodge, while the confusing Yuan Qin in her hand plucked the strings once again, sending out a series of even more complex and powerful sound waves that surged towards the white-clothed six ears. Six ears slowly also figured out the formula of the heavenly Empress. Picking up the measuring tape, the head of the Taiji figure ran over to the sound wave, a ruler splitting the head and smashing down. Heavenly Queen Saint Charming Bone Heavenly, touching this white monkey who does not understand the flavor, also cannot be helped. This monkey does not understand anything. This is how to fight. I'd better run. So urge the feet of the spirit cloud. Quickly dodge. The spirit cloud under the feet of the Empress of Heaven is extremely fast, and can instantly move hundreds of millions of miles. The white monkey chased after the heavenly Empress and smashed her violently. But she just couldn't hit the heavenly Empress Saint. And she was also furious. Styx, a newly sainted earthly Tao Saint, had his first battle against an earthly Tao Saint from the northern demon world of the outer realm. And a 10,000-year-old heart was also nervous. The blood sea Styx, surrounded by a rich bloody aura, the unique flavor from the depths of the blood sea. At the same time, 48,000 blood godchild bilocations were released. In case he couldn't defeat them, he could still use his detachment to save his life. He held the Yuan Tu Abi twin swords, which were as black as ink, with a hidden cold light, as if they had been forged from the nine hells. The swords were inscribed with mysterious Yuan Tu runes, and whenever Styx swung his twin swords, those runes flickered and pulsed, seemingly telling the mysteries of the cycle of life and death. Wherever the twin swords passed, the chaotic chi was cut to pieces, emitting ear-piercing hisses. Head over the book of life and death. This goods feel that his hands just two swords. It is very improper. Hard to beg the back of the earth. Let him bring out this tunnel-heavy treasure of the Book of Life and Death and Judgment pen. Although these two treasures are not of high grade. The highest is the innate middle grade. But unsuitable for Styx's gong method. It is also good to use. Some people ask if the hell is affected when all the treasures of this hell are taken out to fight. Yes. Not only is it affected. The whole hell has stopped. The 10 temples of hell and the millions of Asura clans are all on defense in the first heaven as well. If we don't win this battle, then there is no need for hell to exist. The Styx Book of Life and Death exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Between the pages of the book flipping, the destiny trajectories of countless living beings could be vaguely seen flowing through it. It controls the power of the wheel of life and death. As long as the river Styx has a thought, it can tick off the name of any living being in this book, so that it instantly falls. The soul returns to the 9 hells. Surrounding his body was the judge's pen, one emitting a biting cold light, the tip of the pen flickering with golden light, always ready to write the chapter of judgment in this chaos. These judgment brushes echoed with the Book of Life and Death. And once they launched an attack, they could bring a heavy blow to the enemy's soul by virtue of the power to determine life and death, causing them to fall into endless confusion and fear. As for the northern demon world Earth Path Saint Earthabus who was battling against him, he was holding the giant spirit plaque on his head, which was huge and incomparable, with all sorts of hideous demonic patterns carved on it, each of which seemed to be a slumbering demon, exuding an evil and powerful aura. The giant spirit plaque hangs above the head and can provide a solid barrier for the Earth's abyss against attacks from the outside world, while at the same time unleashing a powerful magical force that can crush the enemy underneath the plaque at the necessary moment. In his left hand, he was holding the soul summoning rune seal, which was a bizarre blood-red color, and the runes on the seal surface were twisted and distorted. The imprisoned souls were struggling and crying out. As long as Earthabus pressed this soul seduction talisman seal towards the enemy, it would release a powerful soul seduction force that would directly penetrate the enemy's soul defenses, hardening and tearing out his soul, making him a walking corpse. In his right hand, he was holding the soul locking chain tightly, which was made of a mysterious black metal, with a soul stone emitting a ghostly light inlaid at regular intervals on the chain. When the soul locking chain flung up, it made a crisp sound, as if it was the cry of an unjust soul. Its function was that once it locked the enemy's soul, it would never allow it to escape again, imprisoning it forever in this chaotic darkness. What was even more remarkable was that there was a soul-devouring beast sitting underneath the Earth Abyss buttocks. This soul-devouring beast had a hideous appearance, covered in sharp bone spikes, fangs exposed in its mouth, and a pair of eyes flashing with a greedy red light. It continuously let out low growls as if it was longing to devour the souls of its enemies. And once it had the chance, it would open its bloody mouth and swallow the approaching souls in one gulp, turning them into its own sustenance. These two monsters looked at each other for half a day, both curious about the other's methods. In the end, it was Blood Sea Styx that was the first to attack. He waved his Yuan 2 Abi dual swords with both hands, and the dual swords transformed into 2 hideous black dragons that swooped swiftly towards the Earth Abyss. The judge's brushes that surrounded his body moved with him, and a few of them took the lead to fly out, the golden light flashing from their tips drawing a bright arc in the chaos, stabbing towards the depths of Earth Abyss's soul in an attempt to interfere with Earth Abyss's soul defense. When Earth Abyss saw this, the giant spirit plaque on top of his head instantly shone brightly, and a black barrier unfolded in front of him, blocking the attack of the Yuan 2 Abi dual swords. The magic patterns on the black barrier flickered and pulsed, fighting against the Yuan 2 runes on the dual swords. Chapter 122 Red Cloud goes to battle. And in the face of the judge's pen's attack, Earth Abyss left-hand soul summoning rune seal swung violently. A powerful soul summoning power emanated from the seal, colliding with the judge's pen's judgmental power, stirring up a brilliant light in the chaos. Immediately afterward, the soul-locking chain in Earth Abyss's right hand flung up like a long, flexible snake, winding its way towards the blood sea sticks. The soul stones on that soul-locked chain emitted a ghostly light, making the entire chain look even more eerie. At the same time, the soul-devouring beast under his buttocks let out a roar and pounced towards Styx, opening its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow Styx's body and soul in one gulp. The blood sea Styx was also startled. Fighting is fighting. How to bring a pet to bite people. We are not excited about this in the flood area. The pages of the Book of Life and Death above Styx's head flipped, and an ancient light shot out from the book, enveloping himself and forming a protective film. This protective film not only resisted the entanglement of the soul-locking chain and the pounce of the soul-devouring beast, but it also bounced back the power of the soul-hooking symbol seal that emanated from the soul-hooking symbol. Then, Blood Sea Styx swung out another sword. This time the Yuan 2 runes on the sword were brighter and the sword was more powerful. He attempted to break through the defense of the giant spirit plaque on top of Earth Abyss head and strike straight at the yellow dragon. For his part, Earth Abyss retrieved the soul-locking chain in his right hand and flung it once again, this time flinging it at an even more tricky angle, aiming straight at the Blood Sea Styx's surrounding judges' brushes, wanting to wrap all of these judges' brushes around them, rendering them incapable of attacking. The cutting power of the Yuan 2 Abi twin swords, the life and death control power of the Book of Life and Death, and the judgment power of the judge's brush collided and fought against each other, along with the defensive magical power of the giant spirit plaque, the seductive power of the soul summoning rune seal, the soul chain's soul locking power, and the soul devouring beast's soul devouring power. Styx is worthy of being a veteran flood spirit. The Tao is very strong. If it is not in the hands of the treasure cannot be. Would have pressed the North Abyss to fight. Jin Yuan Z and Red Cloud, a pair of good friends. Fights also piled up. The two saints of the North Devil's Earth Road, Earth Zephyr and Earth Fire, proposed that we fight one-on-one. And Red Cloud's head shook like a rattlesnake. Red Cloud said, Taoist friends. Not that I have the guts to wimp out mainly because I use humane gongfu. With your earthly gongfu does not match. I'll hide under the old town's earth book. You guys to the earth book to hit it. Break the earth book. I'll fight with you. The two saints of the Northern Demon Earth Road, Earth Zephyr and Earth Fire, were also strange. How did this one become a saint? So classless. The two could only exert their divine abilities and attack towards Jin Yuanzi. Under the Book of the Earth, Jin Yuanzi is also upset. Big brother we each fight each bad. You drill to my Book of the Earth under. Is to let me get beaten up alone Red Cloud Lulu Beard said, second brother don't panic. You defense. I attack. We both complement each other's strengths. We'll be able to win. However, Red Cloud thought, well, but how could the Jin Yuanzi Earth Book carry the full output of two other saints? And within 2 hits, Red Cloud was shaken out, and then chased by the Earth Fire Sage and beaten furiously. It took Hong Yun a while to stabilize his stance and adjust his breath. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. And he was also ruthless and began to deal with it. In his left hand, he held a tai whisk, the silk strands as white as snow, fluttering gently, capable of purifying all the tainted spiritual energy in the world. Every time gently waved, there will be wisps of spiritual energy escaped. In the chaos of a trajectory, if not, can be this chaotic place also combed a few points of clarity. The right hand holds the wind banana fan. The fan. There will be a wind whistling. That wind is not ordinary wind. It contains the law of the wind and the law of the clouds of the wind. Chaotic haze can be easily blown away. In the battle can be turned into a powerful means of attack. A fan was flung out, and wild winds raged out. The chaotic chi was stirred up and tumbled violently. as if it wanted to sweep away everything in its way. Overhead was the 8th scenic palace lantern, which was exquisitely crafted, with 8 different treasures inlaid on the walls of the lamp, each of which exuded a brilliant light that intertwined and fused with each other to form a brilliant aura enveloping the red cloud. The lights within the palace lamps swayed and flickered, and the burning heavenly purple flame within the lamps contained endless killing opportunities, both illuminating this chaotic darkness and releasing powerful attacks or defenses against attacks from the outside world at critical moments. Under his feet stepped Monkey Stole from the Purple Heaven Palace Enlightenment Futon. Seemingly ordinary futon, but has a wonderful effect. It can let Red Cloud in the chaos as if walking on the ground, move freely, and can also echo with his own spiritual energy when needed to provide additional support and assistance, so that the Red Cloud in the battle can be more comfortable to perform Dao magic. The Earth Fire Saint that he fought against was skilled in fire spells and had an extremely arrogant aura. He rode a magma dragon, which emitted blazing heat all over its body, which was made up of flowing magma. And every time it swam, hot magma would drip down into the chaos, emitting a nuisance sound. The magma dragon's eyes were like torches, and the flames it ejected could burn the chaos chi all red. In his left hand, he held the fire spirit fan, and when this fan was flapped, a blazing fire would gush out. The temperature of that blazing fire was extremely high, enough to melt all hard objects. And in battle, the fire spirit fan could expand the fire to form a sea of fire, trapping the enemy in it, making it difficult to escape under the scorching heat. In his right hand, he held the fire cloud lance, which had a reddish body, as if it was condensed from pure flames. The tip of the spear flashed with a dazzling light, and once it was stabbed out, a flame lance would shoot straight out, penetrating the enemy's defenses and delivering a heavy blow. The battle instantly erupted, with Red Cloud taking the lead. He wielded his wind banana fan and slammed it, the wild wind whistling as it swept towards the Earthfire Saint. That gale carried a powerful force that attempted to blow all the magma dragons that Earthfire was riding away from their original positions, and at the same time tried to disrupt the rhythm of Earthfire's spell casting. Seeing this situation, Earthfire let out a cold laugh and fiercely slapped the fire spirit fan in his left hand, and a blazing fire erupted out, colliding with the gale coming from Red Cloud's fan. That blazing fire not only did not weaken under the gale, but instead became more vigorous and burned towards the Red Cloud. Red Cloud is also puzzled. Is it that my Dao is not good? Or is this fan too weak? How come it is not as good as others? The 8 scenic palace lanterns above his head shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding chaotic land as if it were daytime, in case the Earthfire secretly sneaked up on him. Waving the Tai duster in his left hand again and gently waving it, the wisps of that duster fluttered and dispersed all of the blazing fire that was burning so that it couldn't come close to him. Seeing that the blazing fire was dispersed, the fire cloud lance in his right hand violently stabbed out, and a long flame lance shot straight out, stabbing towards Red Cloud in an attempt to deal him a fatal blow. The futon under Red Cloud's feet flickered with light, and his figure quickly moved to avoid the attack of the fire cloud gun. Afterwards, the wind banana fan in his right hand flapped once again, this time fanning out even more violent gusts of wind, blowing towards Earthfire's magma dragon in an attempt to blow it down and disrupt the rhythm of Earthfire's attack. Earthfire, on the other hand, was riding a magma dragon and continued to charge forward against the gusty winds, while the fire spirit fan in his left hand kept flapping, making the blazing fire even more vigorous, burning the chaotic land around the Red Cloud's red. Red Cloud felt a lot of pressure, and kept retreating, and didn't want to win. And it was a great achievement to hold one back. Although Red Cloud was covered in an extremely heavy treasure, he was still being forced by the Earthfire Saint to get more and more frazzled. But by the looks of it, he was still able to hold on. Red Cloud's current physical body is the latter-day Manhwa to fabricate. The root has long been no longer the same as before. Well as the Qiankuan tripod warming. And there are countless heavenly treasures in the flood court of nourishment. Which is barely among the ranks of the top powers. But it is also not enough to look at. Chapter 123, Jin Yuanzi's Great Display of Power. Jin Yuanzi looked at the big brother Red Cloud side of the situation is not very optimistic. Very worried. Big brother through life and death ordeal. It is not easy to come alive. Today cannot hang again. Jin Yuanzi mobilized the power of the Earth's path and began to pummel the opposite Earth Zephyr Sage. In his left hand, he held the three treasures Jade Ruin, which was crystal clear and jade warm, with an auspicious aura permeating it. Whenever Jin Yuanzi waved the Jade Rui, strange power fluctuations would ripple out, seemingly capable of stirring up the void and breaking through the heavy obstacles. In his right hand, he was holding the 7-star sword, which was inlaid with 7 bright star gems, corresponding to the 7 stars in the sky. And the blade of the sword was cold and sharp, as if it could cut through all the delusions in the world. And every time it was unsheathed, it carried an overpowering sword chi that wanted to tear through this chaotic space. And the futon under his feet, seemingly ordinary, is actually a treasure with wonderful efficacy. Can collect people, take people, trap people. Strong defense, but also can be used to smash people. Let Jin Yuanzi in the battle as stable as Mount Taishan, but also with the power of the earth. Instantaneous shift to change position. Flexible and incomparable. Earth Zephyr. The same as in control of the earth system spells of the strong, but its cultivation of the way more inclined to the water system. So its spells arcane bizarre. Elusive. Just see the Earth ZE head of the mixed water bottle. That mixed water bottle is like a chaotic small world. The bottle mouth that the vaguely dense water vapor surrounded. The water vapor seems to have rivers, lakes and seas in the phantom and the tossing and surging. As if the bottle contains endless waters of power. At any time can be poured out, flooding this side of the chaos of heaven and earth. Ground Zay's left hand holding a poisonous water pot. That poisonous water pot in the water is not ordinary water, but a collection of thousands of poisonous essence condensed into poisonous water. Poisonous water exudes a pungent stench. Black color, on which there are wisps of black mist. But wherever a trace of contamination, there will be a danger of corrosion of bones and souls. Even if some of the chaos and the chaos of the aura touch this poisonous mist, will be instantly corroded and dissolved. In his right hand, he held aloft the river flag. And when that river flag was unfurled, the flag was embroidered with the pattern of rushing rivers, vivid as if those rivers were flowing above the flag. With the infusion of Earth Zephyr's mana, the river flag hunted and a watery blue light shot out from the flag, transforming into a substantial river that surged towards Jin Yuanzi. Earth Zephyr violently tilted the hybrid water bottle above his head, reciting words under his breath. And in an instant, a majestic stream of water erupted from the mouth of that bottle, which was not an ordinary stream of water, but chaotic divine water that contained the power of chaos and the laws of the water system. The water rushed out, like a roaring dragon, swept towards Jin Yuanzi with teeth and claws. Wherever it passed, the chaotic space was stirred up and disturbed, as if it was going to be torn out by the raging water. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi's expression remained calm and collected. He lightly waved the triple-jeweled jade ruin in his left hand, which instantly blossomed with 10,000 channels of haze, which was like a layer of solid shields that met the chaotic divine water that came at him. The two collided together, immediately emitting a heaven-shaking roar, with light splashing in all directions and water splashing. That chaotic divine water impacted on the Jade Rui's haze light shield. And although the attack was ferocious, it was difficult to break through the layers of defense. and it only shook the space around Jin Yuanzi to a buzzing sound. Seeing that the chaotic divine water had failed to build up a success, Earth Zephyr snorted coldly and with a wave of his left hand, the poisonous water in the poisonous water pot transformed into a black arrow that shot towards Jin Yuanzi. These poisonous water arrows are extremely fast. In the blink of an eye has arrived in front of Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi is not panicked. Foot bushes slightly move. His figure instantly disappeared in place. Those poisonous water arrows pounced in the air, straight to the distant chaos space. Wherever chaos space is corroded by the poisonous water is black, emitting zzz sound. Just as DZ was searching for Jin Yuanzi's trail, Jin Yuanzi had already appeared behind him. The 7-star sword in Jin Yuanzi's right hand was violently sheathed, and a brilliant sword light cut through chaotic space like a meteor, stabbing straight at Earth Zay's back. This sword contained Jin Yuanzi's powerful mana and sword Dao laws. And the sword was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split this chaotic space in two. When DZ felt the overwhelming sword power behind him, his heart was startled. But after all, he was also an Earth Sage, and his reaction was extremely fast. He violently turned around, and the river flag in his right hand swung towards the sword light. And the river phantom on the flag instantly surged out, transforming into a large substantial river that straddled between him and the sword light. That sword light stabbed above the great river, splashing up countless splashes. And although it churned the river into waves, it failed to penetrate the river and injure Earth Zephyr in the slightest. Earth Zephyr took the opportunity to stabilize his stance and attacked again. He mobilized the power of the 3 treasures: the mixed water bottle, the poisoned water pot, and the river flag, at the same time, and recited a long and obscure incantation under his breath. In an instant, more chaotic divine water gushed out from the mixed water bottle above his head, mingling with the poisonous water in the poisonous water pot, forming a bizarre black chaotic poisonous water. This black chaotic poisonous water kept tumbling and expanding, and under the impetus of the river transformed by the river flag, it rolled towards Jin Yuanzi. This attack was even more powerful than before. Wherever the black chaotic poisonous water passed through, not only was the chaotic space corroded into 1,000 holes, even some chaotic spirits that were free in the chaos were instantly devoured and dissolved. Jin Yuanzi's face became grave. He was well aware of the power of this attack. He mobilized the power of the Earth Book with all his might, and the Earth Book shone brightly as a streak of earth yellow light shot out from it, forming a thick earth shield in front of him. The black chaotic poisonous water crashed into the earth shield, emitting a crackling sound, as if it was a fierce collision between 2 forces that were incompatible with water and fire. The earth shield trembled continuously under the impact of the black chaotic poisonous water, and the earth-colored light became a little dimmer. However, Jin Yuanzi clenched his teeth and continuously injected his own mana into the Earth Book, maintaining the stability of the Earth Shield. This northern demon world's earthly sage was truly formidable. And just as the 2 sides were at a standstill, Jin Yuanzi suddenly had a plan in mind. He put away the 7-star treasure sword and gripped the 3 treasures Jade Ruin with both hands, then brought together all of his own power of the Great Tao, the power of the Earth Book, and the auspicious power of the 3 treasures Jade Ruin. The Jade Rui's light skyrocketed and instantly transformed into a giant pillar through the sky, smashing fiercely towards the black chaotic poisonous water and the river transformed by the river flag. This smash contained all of Jin Yuanzi's power, and where the giant pillar passed, the chaotic space was hardened and squeezed out a channel. The black chaotic poisonous water and rivers were instantly dispersed under the impact of this heavenly pillar, transforming into sky-high splashes and black mist that splashed around. Ground Zephyr was also shaken back by this powerful impact, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth as his face turned pale. However, DZ did not admit defeat as he wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He re-sacrificed the 3 treasures, the mixed water bottle, the poisoned water pot, and the river flag, and prepared to unleash an even more violent attack. He knew that if he lost this battle with Jin Yuanzi, he would be doomed. So he had to go all out. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. As he once again gripped the 7-star sword and mobilized the power of the Earth Book in preparation for the next round of Earth Zephyr's attack. The two of them just confronted each other in the chaos. And the surrounding chaotic space became a mess because of their battle. Experiencing an apocalyptic catastrophe. As Earth Zephyr attacked again. This time, he poured out all of the chaotic divine water from the mixed water bottle, forming a vast expanse of water, which was not only filled with chaotic divine water, but also poisoned water from the poisoned water bottle was also mixed into it, making the water both a raging flood and a deadly poisonous water. The river flag, on the other hand, transformed into countless rivers that crisscrossed through this body of water, forming a massive network of water that enveloped towards Jin Yuanzi. When Jin Yuanzi saw this, the light of the Earth Book was released again. And with a flash of his figure, he unexpectedly merged directly into the Earth Book. The Earth Book transformed into an earth-colored stream of light, weaving through that vast expanse of waters and water nets, avoiding attack after attack. When Earth Zephyr saw this, his brows furrowed. He didn't expect Jin Yuanzi to have such a move, and immediately increased his control over the waters and the water net in an attempt to trap the Earth Book. However, just as the Earth Zephyr was in full control, the Earth Book suddenly pierced through the waters, and Jin Yuanzi's figure appeared with it. He danced the 3 treasures jade ruins with both hands, and the jade ruins released a soft light, and these rays of light sprinkled down on top of the waters, surprisingly slowly purifying the poisonous water in that vast area of water, causing the toxicity of the poisonous water to gradually diminish. When DZ saw this, his heart was in a great hurry. He recklessly rushed towards Jin Yuanzi. The poisonous water pot in his hand smashed hard towards Jin Yuanzi. At the same time, the river flag also rolled towards Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi did not panic. With a wave of the 7-star sword in his right hand, a powerful sword light deflected the attack of the poisoned water pot. While in his left hand, he used the 3 treasures jade ruin to dissolve the coiling entanglement of the river flag. After defusing the Earth Zephyr's attack, Jin Yuanzi took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He gathered all of the power of the Earth Book and his own mana onto the 7-star treasure sword, which shone brightly. And the light of the 7 stars on top of the sword was even more brilliant. He violently stabbed his sword towards Earthsei. This sword contained Jin Yuanzi's deep understanding of the way of the earth and the way of the sword. The sword was as powerful as a bamboo, piercing straight through the chaotic waters and stabbing towards Earthsei's chest. When Earth Zephyr felt the overwhelming sword force, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only hold the hybrid water bottle in front of him, hoping to block the deadly sword. When the 7-star treasure sword stabbed at the mixed water vase, there was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the mixed water vase. And although it temporarily blocked the sword, DZ was also shaken by the powerful impact and flew backward, spraying out a mouthful of blood once again. At this point in time, Earth Zephyr was already seriously injured, and he knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to win this battle with Jin Yuanzi. But the stubbornness in his heart and the desire for survival made him unwilling to give up. He struggled to stand up and once again offered up his 3 treasures, preparing to make a last stand. Jin Yuanzi looked at the severely injured Earth Zephyr in front of him, and in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of this Earth Sage. But since the battle had begun, there had to be an outcome. He once again mobilized the power of the Earth Book, the 3 treasures jade ruin, and the 7-star treasure sword, preparing to give Earthsei another wave of attacks. Chapter 124, Receiving the Guide and Bringing Out the Old Ends. Saint Guiding had changed his usual style of painting in the flood. And this time, he had also taken out all of his belongings. This saint seems to have a fondness for lotus platforms. First he lost the 12 pints of merit and virtue golden lotus. And then he destroyed the 1,000 treasures and 1,000 leaves golden lotus. Which was very sad. Recently, he drummed up another lotus platform and sat under his buttocks. And his heart finally had some comfort. This many lotus platform was condensed using the power of the Western sect's merit and virtue. And was called the 9 golden lotus. But in actuality it did not reach the 9th rank. Guiding sat on top of the 9 pillars of golden lotus. Looking solemn and dignified. A majestic holy power gushed out from his body. Instantly manifesting the 3-headed, 6-armed golden body of the Dharma. That golden body is up to 10,000 feet high. 3 heads above. Different looks. Or compassion and smile. Seems to want to universalize all beings, or cold and solemn. Through the endless majesty, or calm and indifferent. As if knowing everything. Above his head. The river diagram Luo book slowly rotated. Emitting an ancient and mysterious light. As if it contained the mystery of the beginning of heaven and earth. And wherever its light shone, the chaos chi seemed to tremble slightly. As if it was in awe of the supreme great Tao contained in this ancient treasure. Looking at the 6 arms of the sage receiver. Each of them held a type of innate lower grade spiritual treasure. Totaling about 10. Each of which had a unique power. The first left hand is holding a nebulous spirit bead. This bead is round and crystalline. Inside seems to have a nebula flow. Contains a trace of the spiritual rhythm of the beginning of chaos. Once offered, can release the power of the spiritual rhythm? Disrupt the enemy's mind and the operation of mana. The second hand of the left hand is held by the wind whisk. The whisk of the silk seems to be gentle. But it is tough and incomparable. Waving between. Can produce gusts of wind? This wind can dispel all the foul air. In the battle can be the enemy's negative power blowing clean. But also can be used to conceal their own breath and traces. The third left hand is holding a purple gold mantle. The surface of the mantle is engraved with mysterious runes. These runes shimmering with a faint light. When the mantle is turned over, it can send out a powerful suction force, which can absorb the enemy's attacks and even itself, which is an offensive and defensive spiritual treasure. The first hand of the right hand grasps is the Yin-Yang Holy Fire Order. This order, there will be a blazing fire gushing out. That flame presents a pure golden color. The temperature is strangely high, as if it can burn the chaos or burn out. The flame also contains the power of the sun. Can be on the enemy to cause great scorching, whether it is the physical body or the spirit. Once it touches, it will have to bear the blazing heat of the pain. The second hand of the right hand holding is the blue sea spirit rhinoceros horn. This spirit rhinoceros horn exudes a faint blue light, as if it is a treasure fished out from the deep sea. It can communicate with the power of the water spirit between heaven and earth. In the battle can be summoned out of the monstrous seawater, forming a water screen shield to resist the enemy's attack. Or the seawater will be transformed into water arrows, water dragons, and other forms to launch an attack. The third hand of his right hand was holding the 9-leaf immortal grass. Each leaf of this immortal grass was flickering with emerald green light, containing the power of vitality, which could replenish his depleted mana at critical moments. And at the same time, he could also turn this power of vitality into vines and other things to bind the enemy's movements. As for the humanitarian Saint Shan Nan of the northern demon world, he was equally unwilling to show weakness. He only saw his figure sway, instantly manifesting a giant Dharma phase. This giant Dharma phase topped the sky and stood on the ground, as if it could burst through the entire chaos. Beneath his feet, he stepped on 2 thunder swords, which flickered with electricity. And every now and then, thick thunderbolts sprang out from the swords. crackling and exploding in the chaos, ionizing the surrounding chaotic chi in a brilliant manner. In Sage Shan Nan's left hand, he held the running thunder drum. That running thunder drum looked huge, and the surface of the drum showed a deep black color, as if it could absorb all light. When he gently struck the running thunder drum, it would emit a deafening roar, which was not an ordinary sound, but a thunderous sound containing the laws of the Great Tao, which could directly impact the enemy's Yuanshan, causing it to fall into a short period of dizziness and confusion. And if it was struck continuously, the power was even more amazing, and it could set off a thunderstorm in the chaos and drown the enemy in it. In his right hand, Sage Shan Nan then held the pure yang blade. This pure yang blade was fiery red, as if it had been condensed from pure solar fire. Above the blade, flames blazed, emitting high temperatures that caused the chaos aura to distort. When this blade was released, it could cut through the void, and the pure yang power it contained could break through all yin and evil things. And its power was extremely astonishing. With the full manifestation of the two's dharma phases, the atmosphere in the chaos instantly became tense to the extreme. Saint Guiding was the first to attack, reciting true words under his breath. The light of the river diagram Luo book above his head steeply intensified, and a mysterious ray of light shot out from the river diagram Luo book towards Saint Shan Nan's giant dharma phase as it entwined. As if these rays of light had a life of their own, they quickly bound parts of the giant dharma phase's body in an attempt to restrict his movements. At the same time, Sage Guiding's 6 arms began to wave the spiritual treasures in his hands. The mixed Yuan spirit bead was the first to release the power of spiritual rhythm, and the wisps of spiritual rhythm were like a strand of invisible silk threads, spreading in the direction of the Sage of Shannon in an attempt to disrupt his mind and the functioning of his magical power. The Qingfeng duster gently waved, giving birth to gusts of clear wind that swept towards the Sage of Shannon. In order to remove any tainted qi that might exist on his body as well as the means that he had performed with the help of the tainted qi, the purple gold mantle flipped over, and a powerful suction force instantly erupted, attempting to absorb part of Sage Shan Nan's attack and even himself into it. The blazing fire spewed out from the yin-yang sacred fire order surged towards the Shan Nan sage, wanting to submerge him in the sea of fire and make him suffer from that blazing burning pain. The water spirit power communicated by the horn of the blue sea spirit rhinoceros quickly converged to form a water screen shield in front of the holy man of Guiding, defending against the possible attack of the holy man of Shannon, while also preparing to turn the water spirit power into an attack means to counterattack back. The 9-leaf immortal grass, on the other hand, flickered faintly, ready to replenish the lost mana for the receiving sage, or to turn the power of vitality into vines to bind the Shan Nan sage's movements at the right time. In the face of the fierce attack from Saint Guiding, Saint Shan Nan let out a cold snort, and his feet violently stomped the thunder swords underneath him. Instantly, even thicker lightning erupted from the 2 thunder swords, which spread upwards along his legs, instantly enveloping his entire giant dharma phase in a blanket of electric light. That running thunder drum was also sacrificed by him without hesitation, only to see the running thunder drum rapidly grow larger in the air. And then he struck it with great force. Deafening thunderous sounds exploded in the chaos, directly impacting the Yuanshan of the Sage of the Reception, causing him to fall into a short period of dizziness and confusion. The pure yang blade also exerted its power at this moment. The Shan Nan sage wielded the pure yang blade. A fiery red blade aura chopped out from the blade. This blade aura was 10,000 feet long, just like a burning fiery serpent. It chopped straight towards the Dharma phase golden body of the receiving sage. Wherever it passed through, the chaos chi was instantly chopped apart, forming a vacuum zone. Seeing the blade awnings coming, Saint Guiding was not panicked, and the mixed spirit bead in his hand once again released the power of spiritual rhythm in an attempt to disrupt Saint Shan Nan's mind, so that the power of his blade would be weakened. The Qingfeng whisk, on the other hand, was quickly waved, trying to blow some of that fiery red blade aura away with the Qing foam. The purple gold mantle also continued to function as a suction force, attempting to absorb some of the energy of that blade on into it. The flames spewing out from the yin-yang sacred flame order became even more vigorous, and met them towards the blade, wanting to burn it to the ground. The water screen shield formed by the Bai spirit rhinoceros horn was even stronger, resisting the impact that the blade might bring. The 9-leaf immortal grass, on the other hand, promptly replenished some of the lost mana for the sage receiver, allowing him to better cope with the ensuing battle. Sage Shan Nan would not stop there. He once again increased the intensity of his pounding on the running thunder drum, making the thunder sound even louder, and the thunderstorms that were set off in the chaos even more turbulent and surging, with wave after wave of thunderstorms sweeping towards Sage Jiayin, wanting to completely submerge him in the sea of thunder. At the same time, the pure yang blade in his hand was constantly waving, and a fiery red blade aura chopped out one after another. And these blade auras intertwined together to form a huge blade net that enveloped towards the sage receiver. The thunder sword under his feet also continuously released thunderbolts, which formed a protective barrier around him against the various attacks of the sage receiver. The Shan Nan sage had too few spiritual treasures in his hands to take advantage of the rounds of attacks from the 10 or so spiritual treasures around that of the Jiayin sage. But with his deep gong methods, he was not defeated. Chapter 125, Junti battles the Northern Water Sage. Junti saints are also treasures of the bottom of all the body. Defeated within the flood, there is the Taoist ancestor to save. But in front of this strong enemy in the outside world if defeated, then blinking is not left. Junti looked solemn, sitting on top of a golden lotus, which is also the recent use of the power of merit to get out of the grave cannot talk about. Looking at the bull just, the Buddha's light around him vaguely flowed, and in an instant, a majestic and vast holy power surged out from his body, instantly manifesting the shocking 18-headed and 24-armed phallic golden body. This golden body towers into the clouds, 18 heads above. Different looks, or compassionate and peaceful, as if to realize all the suffering in the world, or majestic and cold. Seems to be able to kill all the evil demons and foreigners, or wise and profound, as if insight into all the mysteries of heaven and earth. Every kind of expression seems to contain a kind of divine charm of the great Tao, which is intimidating. Looking at his 24 arms, each holding an innate or acquired spiritual treasure, the total number amounted to about 20, each of which was a treasure of unparalleled power and contained marvelous Tao techniques. The first left hand holds the 7 treasures wonderful tree. This tree is crystal clear, the branches of the tree hanging 7 bright beads. Each bead exudes a different color of light. When waved, can brush down everything in the world, no matter what kind of magical powers and magic treasures under its brush are difficult to hide, as if everything in the world in front of it is like dust can be easily brushed away. The second left hand held the innate resting soil. Although it was not as powerful as the 9 heavenly resting soil, it was still an unrivaled innate soil. This resting soil was earthy yellow in color, seemingly plain and unadorned, but actually possessed a magical power of growth. In battle, it could instantly transform into a solid city of earth to defend against the enemy's attacks, and it could also transform into a roiling cloud of dust to obscure the enemy's vision, causing the opponent to fall into a daze. The third hand on the left hand holds the Qiankuan circle. This Qiankuan circle of golden light shining, inscribed with mysterious runes, contains a Qiankuan upside down, yin and yang conversion of the wonderful. Once thrown, can be fixed enemy's body and treasure, so that it cannot move, as if time and space are frozen at that moment. The first hand of his right hand grasped the golden sherry, which released 10,000 channels of haze, each of which contained the power of immeasurable merit. which not only enhanced his own mana, but also inflicted a great impact on his enemies. As if a round of fiery sun had risen up in the midst of the chaos, with its radiance dazzling to the extreme. And wherever it went, the chaotic chi was dispersed away. The second hand of his right hand held a mortar and pestle, all black, engraved with hideous demonic patterns, specially made to restrain evil demons and crooked paths. And when wielded, it could release gusts of coldness that pushed the enemy's genesis, causing fear in his heart as if he was enveloped in endless darkness. The third hand of his right hand held the Hotian octagonal furnace. The flame on the furnace was blazing. This flame could refine everything in the world. And when the enemy's magic treasures were thrown into it, they could be turned into ashes in a few moments, demonstrating its overbearing power of refining. As for the northern demon world's humanistic female saint, Bei Shui, she was also of extraordinary elegance. Only to see her figure swaying, manifesting a holy Dharma phase, with a soft and pure light emanating from her body, as if it was a touch of holy light in the chaos, giving people a transcendent feeling. Her crotch riding a beast. The beast is huge, shaped like a qilin, surrounded by thunder and lightning winding. Eyes like a torch. Let out a burst of roar. Sound shocking chaos. Its deterrent power is full. Is from the depths of the chaos out of the great beast of the flood. Sage Beishui was armed with a variety of powerful magic treasures. Above her head hung an ice spirit divine bead, which was blue in color, like the ice of the deep sea, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Once it was offered, the surrounding chaotic chi would instantly be frozen into ice, forming an ice plane. And if the enemy stepped into it, their actions would be slowed down and they would have to withstand the erosion of that icy cold power on their yuanshan and physical body, as if they were imprisoned by the entire cold winter. In her left hand, she was holding a water cloud sword. The sword body was as transparent as water. The hilt was inlaid with a blue jewel, gently waved. It could give birth to a piece of water cloud. These water clouds could be transformed into a variety of shapes. Or water arrows, water dragons, raging towards the enemy. The water spirit power it contained could penetrate through the enemy's defenses and hit the vitals, as if it was a spiritual current in the chaos, able to seek out the enemy's cracks. In her right hand, she was holding a blue sea-tide bowl, which looked small, but actually had something inside. When she gently knocked the bowl, it will send out bursts of tide sound. This tide sound is not ordinary sound, but contains the sea tide ebb and flow of the principle of the sound of the great Tao. With the sound of the tide, surging seawater would gush out of the mantle, forming an ocean in the chaos that could drown the enemy in it, leaving him struggling for survival in the ocean, as if he were being swept into the waves of an infinite sea. With the complete display of the two's Dharma phases and Dharma treasures, the atmosphere in the chaos instantly tensed to the extreme. Saint Juanti recited true words under his breath. The Buddha light above his head steeply enhanced, and the 18 heads simultaneously emitted different Brahman sounds, which intertwined together to form a powerful spiritual impact that swept towards Saint North-going water, as if he wanted to crush her from the spiritual level. His 24 arms also began to wave the spirit treasures in his hands. The 7 treasures wonderful tree was the first to swing, and a 7-colored ray of light brushed towards the northern water saint. And wherever it passed, the chaotic chi was brushed clean, heading straight for the northern water saint's holy Dharma phase in an attempt to brush it out of existence, as if it was going to strip her of her holy appearance, revealing an opportunity to take advantage of it. The innate resting soil quickly transformed into a sky of dust, shrouding towards the northern water saint, to confuse her vision, making it impossible for her to accurately judge the situation, as if covering her with a thick layer of dusty curtains. The Qiankuan spirit circle was also thrown out, slicing through the air with a golden light. Flying towards the Beishui Sage's fierce beast mount with the intention of fixing its form and making the Beishui Sage lose its maneuverability. As if it wanted to instantly freeze the galloping beast in place. The golden sherry also shone brightly. And the 10,000 rays of hazelight were like a sharp sword, stabbing towards the northern water sage to penetrate her, giving her a huge impact. As if the light of the blazing sun was going to drown her in a sea of light. The mortar and pestle was raised high in the sky and ruthlessly smashed down on the northern water saint, releasing a gust of coldness as it smashed down, pushing right into the northern water saint's Yuan Shun, causing his heart to be filled with fear, as if it was being swallowed by an abyss of darkness. The Hotian 8 Treasures Furnace, on the other hand, opened its door, and roaring flames erupted out, spreading in the direction of the northern water sage to refine her and her magic treasures together, displaying its overbearing refining power to turn everything into ashes. Facing the fierce attack of the Junti sage, the northern water sage's expression remained unchanged as she gently patted the fierce beast on her hip. That fierce beast immediately let out a heaven-shattering roar, and the thunderbolts around its body became even thicker, releasing a streak of thunderbolts in the direction of the Quasi-T sage. And these thunderbolts exploded in the chaos, forming a thunder zone that blocked part of the Quasi-T sage's attack, as if it was using the thunderbolts to build up a wall of protection.